a wilderness survival program. But once Chu Ye participated, the narrative took an irrevocable turn. Audience, this is the most authentic real-life version of my world I have ever seen. Contestants, please just let Chu Ye go. We fear he might construct a tank. Witness how an extraordinary doting father showcases his skills on a deserted island with the aid of a system. Chapter 1. Crossing into a deserted island, the daddy system. Daddy, what's wrong? Please wake up and take a look at XIN. Upon hearing the voice beside him and feeling a persistent tugging at his arm, Chu Ye furrowed his brow. The memory of a massive truck colliding into him sent a shiver down his spine, and he abruptly sat up from the ground. Am I still alive? Just as he began to assess his surroundings, a powerful force collided with him, followed by a tender voice. Daddy, you're finally awake. I thought you didn't want XIN anymore. XIN? The familiarity of the voice momentarily stunned Chu Ye, and a surge of memories rushed forth in his mind. The overwhelming influx of information rendered his face pale, and after several minutes, he finally assimilated all the memories. He had traversed into another realm, finding himself on a deserted island at sea. Fortunately, his original self was not stranded, but participating in a program called Survivor Island. According to his memories, this program selected 3,000 individuals from around the globe to survive on this island for a year, with a reward of 10 million RMB for those who persevered until the end. The original name was also Chu Ye, who had fortuitously joined the program alongside his 5-year-old daughter, Chu Xin. However, lacking any wilderness survival experience, he had choked on seawater while fishing and tragically succumbed while resting on the shore. Absorbing all the memories, Chu Ye turned to the little girl who was shaking his arm excitedly and gently pinched her small nose. Shiner, be good, Daddy is fine. As he spoke, Chu Ye stood up and cradled Chu Xin in his arms. Daddy was just a bit tired. I'm all better now. Soon, we will go have something delicious. Upon hearing Chu Ye's words, little Chu Xin first hesitated, then broke into a joyous smile. Daddy, you're the best. After we stay here for a year, can we go find Mommy? Yes, that's right. Having absorbed all the emotions of his original self, Chu Ye immediately thought of little Xin's mother, her image flashing vividly in his mind. Don't worry, little Xin Daddy will definitely bring Mommy back. With Chu Ye's promise, little Xin erupted into delighted laughter. Daddy will bring Mommy back. Daddy is the best. Hearing his daughter's voice, a slight smile graced Chu Ye's lips. The past is but a wisp of smoke in this life. I shall make my daughter the most noble princess. Ding! Congratulations, host mindset is aligned. The all-powerful daddy system is officially activated. Startled by the sudden voice, Chu Ye exclaimed, System, my golden finger? In his previous life, Chu Ye had read various online novels, so he was somewhat familiar with the concept of a golden finger for traversers. What is your function? This system aims to cultivate a god-level all-powerful daddy by completing tasks. The host can receive various rewards. As the system spoke, a stream of information flowed directly into Chu Ye's mind. Having experienced similar before, he found this influx relatively tolerable. Chapter 2. The Culinary God of the Wilderness. After a few breaths, Chu Ye grasped the capabilities of the system. The god-level daddy system, as its name suggests, had a clear primary purpose. From the information transmitted by the system, Chu Ye realized its remarkable potential by completing tasks. He could earn rewards ranging from wealth to enhanced physical attributes, skills, and even legendary treasures. Daddy, little Xin is hungry. When are we having a meal? Just as Chu Ye marveled at the system's power, little Xin, nestled in his arms, spoke again, her tummy audibly rumbling in agreement. Gazing at his daughter's adorable demeanor, Chu Ye couldn't help but smile. Don't worry, we will start eating shortly. Despite his words, Chu Ye felt a sense of helplessness. In his previous life, he was a renowned healer, but in this existence, he was merely an ordinary person, utterly ignorant of wilderness survival. Even though this deserted island hosted 3,000 individuals, the likelihood of encountering one another was quite low. This was a global live broadcast event, and the island itself was vast. Traversing from one end to the other would take an ordinary person several days. Ding! A newbie gift pack has been detected for the host. Would you like to open it? Startled by the sudden voice, Chu Ye replied, Open it. Ding! Congratulations on opening the newbie gift pack. You have acquired the god-level skill Culinary God of the Wilderness and an overall enhancement of physical attributes. As the system's announcement concluded, Chu Ye felt his previously weak body strengthen significantly. Although it could not compare to his former self, it was akin to that of someone who regularly exercised, accompanied by an influx of countless recipes flooding his mind. Feeling the information in his mind, Chu Ye smiled at little Chu Xine. Don't worry, Xine Air Daddy will soon treat you to delicious food. While comforting little Xine Air, Chu Ye examined his personal attributes. System, open the personal panel. Host, Chu Ye, age, 27, physical attributes. 15 average adult is 10. Items, none. Skills, wilderness culinary god level. Medical skills god level, 8 extremes fist master, dragon steps proficient. Observing his attribute panel, Chu Ye nodded in satisfaction. It seemed the system was indeed impressive, capable of even detecting his skills from his previous life. Hearing Chu Ye's words, little Xine Air's smile broadened. Then Daddy should hurry. Little Xine Air can hardly wait. Rest assured, Daddy is capable of anything. Unbeknownst to Chu Ye, as he comforted little Xine Air, he was already facing a barrage of criticism online. Downstairs, Xiao He remarked, "What kind of person brings such a cute little girl to endure hardship? What a disgrace." The disheveled individual added, "I support the above. This guy clearly doesn't stand a chance. He almost perished while fishing just now. I truly question the selection of contestants." Zhen Zhu, Xiang Lian commented, "Don't get too worked up. He will be eliminated soon enough. I bet he won't last 3 days. 3 days? I wager he'll be eliminated by tomorrow." It was not that the netizens were ill-tempered. They could only blame the original self for being utterly inept. Chapter 3. The Ascendancy of Men. Were he an ordinary man, one blessed with a daughter as delightful as Xr, would surely yearn to pamper her like a cherished princess. Yet, Chu Ye brought his daughter to partake in this arduous endeavor. Furthermore, since his arrival on the island, he had devoted his time to fishing, only to find himself slumbering for 3 to 4 hours without catching a single fish, leaving the live-streaming audience with a rather unfavorable impression of him. Alert! Task triggered. Please check promptly. Upon hearing the notification, Chu Ye felt a surge of interest in the system's tasks, for, as his memory served him, the rewards for completion were far from trivial. As the voice faded, a panel visible only to him materialized in his mind. Task 1. The Ascendant Man description. As the host of this system, one must rise from where one has fallen. Otherwise, how can one truly ascend? Requirements. Prepare a delectable grilled fish for little Xiner. Time limit. 3 hours reward. Ultimate Wilderness Survival Guide. 100. 000 RMB. Failure penalty. Randomly lose 1 supreme skill and acquire the title of lame man. Gazing at the penalty for failure, Chu Ye could not help but gasp in dismay. The skill levels were categorized as Novice, Proficient, Mastery, Grandmaster, and Supreme. The loss of a supreme skill would be a devastating blow, and the title was evidently not one to be desired. "Daddy, what are we going to eat later?" Xine inquired, her innocent voice pulling Chu Ye from his thoughts. He paused for a moment before quickly responding, "Grilled fish. Daddy will make you grilled fish, okay?" "Okay." Xiner's eyes sparkled at the mention of grilled fish, only for her expression to shift suddenly. "But Daddy, we don't have any fish." Seeing the disappointment on her face melted Chu Ye's heart. "Don't worry, we'll have some very soon." With that, he scooped Xiner into his arms and made his way to the shore. Once there, he set her down and smiled. "Watch as Daddy catches a big fish for you." Before Xiner could respond, the online audience erupted in a frenzy. "Keyboard warrior, he s off to catch fish again. Does he not understand the meaning of hardship? Poor little girl. She'll likely go hungry today. That's bar, huh? A fool who disregards everything for money." Wilderness survival is not as simple as it seems. Given Chu Ye's previous performance, the online crowd held little faith in him, including little Xiner who stood by his side. Observing her father stretching his limbs by the sea, Xiner appeared troubled. "Daddy, I suddenly don't want to eat fish anymore. Let us not catch any. The sea is too dangerous." It was evident that Xiner still harbored fears from their earlier experiences. As her words lingered in the air, the online audience reeled once more, launching into a fresh wave of criticism aimed at Chu Ye. However, little did Chu Ye realize, as he observed the worried expression on the young girl's face. He offered a reassuring smile. Rest assured, Xiner, father will not venture into the sea this time. I can catch fish right here." With Chu Ye's comforting words, the young Xiner finally felt at ease, standing closely by and intently watching him. Unbeknownst to Chu Ye, while he was soothing Xiner, the director of the global live streaming platform was also watching the scene unfold between him and the little girl. How did this lad manage to enter the event? And why does he have a child with him? Did I not specify that participants should possess at least some fundamental survival skills in the wilderness? Chapter 4. Fishing with Stones. As Wang Chime spoke, Her delicate face was ablaze with fury. Although the concept of survival on a deserted island is highly sensationalized, the hardships faced by the participants are beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. Moreover, the production team is prohibited from offering any assistance before the contestants choose to forfeit. It is essential to remember that these participants had signed a life-and-death contract upon joining the show. Upon hearing Wang Chime's words, the surrounding crew members were taken aback, followed by wry smiles. With so many people involved and 3,000 contestants, who could possibly discern how this father-daughter duo had been selected? Noticing the silence among the crowd, Wang Chime's frown deepened. However, she understood that this was not the time for accountability and promptly stated, constantly monitor their situation. If they encounter danger, force them to abandon the task. Director, this is against the rules, interjected a bespectacled young man. Wang Chime shot him an angry glare, responding, rules? I am the rule. Can you really bear to watch such a lovely girl suffer? After delivering her statement, Wang Chime let out a cold huff. For the sake of a child, breaking a rule once is something the audience can understand. Meanwhile, as Wang Chime made her decision, Chu Ye had been intently clutching a stone, gazing at the sea for what felt like an eternity. What on earth was he doing? Did he believe that merely staring at the fish would entice them to surface? Not only Wang Chime, but the online community was also rife with criticism. Night raid on GF Village. Is he really that cowardly? If so, he'll become infamous. Daily cool spicy. I think he might have soaked in the sea for too long, and now his brain is waterlogged. For a full 5 minutes, Chu Ye remained motionless, fixated on the water surface. Just as everyone was on the verge of losing patience, a glimmer of determination flickered in Chu Ye's eyes, and he hurled the stone with force. As he acted, the audience could no longer contain their excitement. Dora, is he actually trying to kill the fish with that stone? Night charm. Haha, surely you must be dreaming. Steel Kuan. If he manages to do what the original poster suggested, I'll livestream a celebration, room number, XXXX. Middle ruler. I've already entered the room, eagerly awaiting manual amusement. While the viewers were busy mocking Chu Ye on screen, a divergent comment emerged amidst the barrage of remarks. Windmaster. Wow, everyone quickly tune into the live stream. Wild bystander. Enough said, I was wrong. I am now kneeling in repentance. Death milk powder. What happened to the brother who promised a celebration? Why is the room closed? As more and more comments of this nature flooded in, the audience finally realized to check the live stream, where they beheld a fish floating belly up, not far from Chu Ye. Wow, that is amazing. Upon the sight of the fish surfacing, little XR's face lit up with joy, and she leaped with excitement, clapping her hands. Gazing at the jubilant little XR, Chu Ye unveiled a faint smile, and then gradually approached to retrieve the fish from the shore. As the fish was grasped in his hand, Chu Ye could not help but exhale a sigh of relief. Despite possessing the advantages of his past life and the enhancements provided by the system that elevated his physical prowess, he was acutely aware of how fortunate he was to have struck a fish so effortlessly. Chapter 5. Igniting fire with glass as he approached little Xiner with a freshly caught fish, her lips already glistened with a transparent liquid. Daddy, can we eat the fish soon? She inquired eagerly. Of course. With a smile, Chu Ye handed the fish, which he had rendered unconscious, to her. I will prepare a delectable dish of fish for you in no time. While speaking, Chu Ye led Xiner to a large rock and said, next, I need you to gather some dry grass and twigs. I will prepare some seasonings, all right? The resources on this deserted island were surprisingly abundant, a fact that made it all the easier for Chu Ye to catch a fish. Upon hearing his words, Xiner nodded earnestly, Daddy. You can count on me to complete the task. Carefully placing the fish on the rock, Xiner began to gather dry grass and twigs from around the stone. Meanwhile, Chu Ye busied himself searching for peculiar wild herbs and tree bark in the vicinity. At that moment, he felt immensely grateful for the generosity of the system. Apart from not teaching him how to capture prey, it had imparted the skills necessary for foraging and starting a fire. In just a few minutes, both Chu Ye and Xiner had collected ample materials for their purposes. They sat together once more beside the large rock, surveying their gathered items. Xiner looked at Chu Ye with anticipation. Daddy, can we start grilling the fish now? I'm almost starving. Very soon, he replied, affectionately ruffling her hair. He then pulled out a shard of glass he had found earlier. Daddy, what do you need the glass for? Xiner asked, momentarily taken aback. I'm going to perform a magic trick for you, Chu Ye replied. With care. He gathered the fluffy, dry grass Exeter had collected and angled the glass towards the sun. Observing his actions, the audience could easily discern his intention. Good heavens! Is he planning to use the glass to start a fire? How clever! Exclaimed a viewer. I never expected him to possess such a skill. Most contestants have opted for methods like friction or striking stones to create fire. In that instant, many viewers began to reassess their opinions of Chu Ye, finding him far less unfavorable than before. Meanwhile, Chu Ye remained focused on the pile of dry grass before him. The sunlight on the island was splendid, and the glass had excellent transparency. As both he and Exeter watched in anticipation, the grass began to emit wisps of white smoke, and suddenly, a flame flickered to life. The moment the flame appeared, Exeter quickly added the small twigs and dried leaves that Chu Ye had prepared. As the flames grew ever more vigorous, a radiant smile blossomed on Xiaoxin's face. The fire's on, Daddy. Can we roast fish now? Indeed, Xiaoxin was remarkably astute. Observing her jubilant demeanor, Chu Ye gently tapped her forehead with a finger, saying, Soon, my dear princess, you shall indulge in the delectable roasted fish. Chapter 6. Delectable grilled fish. As he spoke, Chu Ye deftly sliced open the belly of the sea fish with the shard of glass he held, swiftly extracting its innards. His speed was remarkable. Before many could even register what was happening, he had completed the task. The audience was not the only one taken aback by Chu Ye's actions. The numerous staff members of the global live-streaming platform were equally astonished. Could he have been a chef in a past life? His speed is astonishing, remarked a young man, previously scolded by Wang Qimei, with a look of confusion. Regardless of whether he was indeed a chef, the finesse with which he handled the ingredients suggested his culinary skills were likely impressive. Before another staff member could finish his thought, a short, stout man chuckled and shook his head. That may not necessarily be the case. What? Does Supervisor Zhang hold a different opinion? Wang Qimei turned her gaze toward the stout man upon hearing his comment. Ah, dear director, you may be unaware that, as the saying goes, a skilled cook cannot create a feast without ingredients. Without seasonings, even the finest chef would struggle to craft a delightful dish. Supervisor Zhang then glanced at the screen, showcasing Chu Ye and his daughter, before continuing. In my estimation, what he prepares will merely be edible at best. Not only did Supervisor Zhang harbor such doubts, but the online audience also shared a lack of faith in Chu Ye's culinary endeavors. The fish had a notably strong odor, and many struggled to handle it even within the comforts of their homes, let alone on a deserted island devoid of seasonings. Thankfully this time, few were inclined to make disparaging remarks. On the island, 3,000 individuals each had their own drones filming, allowing viewers to observe everyone's progress. At the very least, Chu Ye's current performance placed him among the more competent participants. As discussions unfolded, the grilled fish in Chu Ye's hands had turned a delightful golden brown. Observing the fish, little Exiner's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Daddy, can we eat it now? Seeing her eagerness, Chu Ye couldn't help but smile. Of course we can. He gently tore off a piece of fish and fed it to Exiner. How delicious! Upon tasting the fish, Exiner's face lit up with joy, and she exclaimed, It's even better than the fish Daddy bought last time. Hearing her words, Chu Ye affectionately ruffled her hair. That is only to be expected. This time, Daddy made it. So of course it's delicious. While preparing the fish earlier, Chu Ye had stuffed it with various seasonings he had found, ensuring that Exiner would not encounter any unpleasant fishy taste. Meanwhile, Supervisor Zhang, who had confidently affirmed his predictions earlier, was now left in disbelief. How is this possible? His eyes widened in astonishment, resembling a plump toad. That little girl must be extremely hungry. Otherwise, she wouldn't utter such praise. He nodded emphatically, as if to convince himself of his assertion. Upon hearing Supervisor Zhang's words, Wang Qimei, who stood nearby, let out a disdainful snort. Are you implying that the young girl's current performance is merely an act? If it were truly unpalatable, Supervisor Zhang, could you truly present in such a manner? As soon as Wang Qimei finished speaking, Supervisor Zhang's expression momentarily froze, for he recognized the truth in her assertion. Chapter 7. The short-sightedness of Chu Ye. After all, being satiated and savoring exquisite flavors are not synonymous. If the food truly lacked appeal, a child's candor would undoubtedly reveal her discontent. Moreover, none among them were fools. A moment's reflection would lead to the inevitable conclusion that the assortment of ingredients previously stuffed into the fish's belly was to blame. In the global live-streaming platform's workroom, All eyes were fixated on Supervisor Zhang, adorned with peculiar expressions. Previously, during Zhang's incessant mockery of Chu Ye, the crowd had already begun to harbor resentment. Regardless of the circumstances, Chu Ye was making an earnest effort, while Zhang, a mere bystander, had no grounds to act so arrogantly. Had it not been for Zhang's superior position, he would likely have faced rebuke long ago. However, it appeared that the tables had turned. Chu Ye had decisively struck back with his actions. As he observed the father-daughter duo on screen, busily indulging in fish, a flicker of anger crossed Supervisor Zhang's face. He resolved that upon Chu Ye's return, he would ensure the latter face consequences. Zhang was consumed by envy towards Chu Ye. How could a mere ordinary individual garner the admiration of the station director, who even dared to breach protocol for him? Zhang had long coveted the director's favor, but the vast disparity in their statuses had rendered his aspirations futile. Unbeknownst to Chu Ye, he had unwittingly offended someone. At that moment, he was focused on feeding little Exiner the last piece of grilled fish. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. You have received the reward ultimate skill, Wilderness Survival Guide, worth 100,000 RMB. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Chu Ye's face lit up with delight, only to discover a plethora of new memories flooding his mind. Exiner, are you full? After wiping her mouth clean, he inquired with a warm smile. I'm full. My belly is already round, Xenia exclaimed, patting her stomach as an invitation for Chu Ye to take a look. Upon hearing her words, Chu Ye smiled, not surprised by her response. That fish had been substantial. Even he had consumed half and felt sufficiently satisfied, let alone Exiner. How about we play a game next, my dear? Sure. I love playing games with Daddy. The thought of playing with Chu Ye filled Exiner with joy, prompting her to bounce with excitement. Daddy, what game are we going to play next? She looked at him with eager anticipation. Meanwhile, the online comments erupted once more in a frenzy. Nightmare Wave. Are you kidding? Starting a game at this time? Doesn't he consider the necessity of shelter for the night? Keyboard God. Cooking alone 1 tea suffice for survival on a deserted island. The temperature fluctuations by the sea are significant, not only in the online gaming realm, but also within the global live streaming platform. Supervisor Zhang wore a sardonic smile. How utterly ridiculous! While others strive to seize every moment for survival, he wishes to play games. Without a place to stay, that little girl may fall ill by morning. Driven by jealousy towards Chu Ye, he audaciously began to curse Xiao Hexener directly. Upon hearing Supervisor Zhang's words, Wang Qimei's expression turned icy. Zhang Kailong, your salary for this month is forfeited. Observing Wang Qimei's indifferent demeanor, a look of trepidation flickered across Zhang Kailong's face. Chapter 8. The Octopus on the Slate. Although he held a position as a supervisor on a global live streaming platform, the disparity in status between him and Wang Qimei was significant. Now, upon realizing that he had displeased Wang Qimei, he dared not utter a word. Nevertheless, this incident only intensified his disdain for Chu Ye. Of course, none of this concerned Chu Ye, who was currently engaged in mixing seawater and mud with little Sheener. Daddy, what are we doing? In response to little Sheener's curious inquiry, a slight smile curled at the corners of Chu Ye's mouth. We are constructing a beautiful little house for Sheener, so you will have a place to stay tonight. As he spoke, Chu Ye shaped the prepared mud into uniformly sized small bricks, placing them under the sun to dry. The sunlight on the island during the day was quite ample, and according to Chu Ye's estimation, these mud bricks would be ready for use by the next day. By afternoon, Chu Ye and little Sheener had crafted hundreds of bricks, laying them out densely across the desolate island. Just as the last brick was set in place, a rumbling sound emanated from little Sheener's stomach. Daddy, Sheener is hungry. At the sound of her voice, Chu Ye paused momentarily before scooping her up. Ha ha, what does little Sheener wish to eat? Daddy will make whatever you like. Looking at Sheener's adorable expression, a smile naturally spread across Chu Ye's face. All right then, Daddy will prepare octopus for you. With confidence radiating from him, Chu Ye, endowed with divine wilderness culinary skills, had also taken the opportunity to observe the surrounding terrain while gathering materials earlier. He discovered that resources here were abundant. This time, Chu Ye's declaration did not create a stir online. After all, many participants in this event had already successfully caught octopuses on the beach. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered a task. Please check promptly. At the sound of the system's voice, Chu Ye was momentarily taken aback. Check task. Task. Slate squid description. As a devoted father, you must possess cooking skills that inspire confidence in your child. Requirements: prepare a delicious slate squid dish. Time limit: half an hour. Reward: 1 tent. Failure penalty: a severe cold. Gazing at the task before him, Chu Ye was initially stunned, but soon a smile crept across his face. Previously, he had been concerned about little Sheener's lodging for the night, but he had not anticipated such a generous gift from the system arriving so swiftly. As for whether he could complete the task, nonsense. Did you think the title of Divine Wilderness Chef was mere boasting? This island was indeed a meticulously chosen location by the global live streaming platform, with a wealth of food resources. After a brief search, Chu Ye successfully captured 3 octopuses hidden beneath the sand. Bringing the octopuses to the shore, he wasted no time reigniting the charcoal fire he had saved from the morning, then found a relatively thin stone slab on which to cook. A few minutes later, the stone began to radiate heat, and Chu Ye had also prepared the octopus he had in hand, along with some leftover plants from the morning, which would perfectly eliminate the fishy odor of the octopus. In just a matter of minutes, a delightful aroma wafted from the octopus on the stone slab. Observing the octopus, which had already changed color, Xiao couldn't help but swallow discreetly before turning to Chu Ye and asking, "Father, may we partake in this meal now?" Chapter 9. Your tent has arrived. Upon hearing Xiao's words, Chu Ye smiled and gently ruffled her hair, saying, "Of course you can eat, my dear princess. I would never let you go hungry." After this, he picked up a clean twig and skewered the octopus before handing it to Xiao. "Take your time eating and be careful, it's hot." With the octopus in her hand, Xiao's large eyes were fixed on it, and as she swallowed nervously, she nonchalantly replied to Chu Ye. Observing her demeanor, Chu Ye couldn't help but feel a twitch at the corners of his mouth. He hadn't expected his daughter to be such a little foodie. However, watching her delightfully messy face covered in oil brought him a warm sense of comfort. "Take your time. Be careful not to choke." Xiao was still diligently engaged in her battle with the octopus, which essentially consisted of either devouring it or having it fill her up. It must be noted that Xiao was inherently adorable, and with her charming antics as a little gourmand, she effortlessly won the hearts of many young girls online. Even Wang Qimei, the prominent figure on the global live streaming platform, was captivated as she gazed at her screen. "Oh my, this little girl is just too adorable. I must have a daughter as cute as her in the future." As she fixated on the screen, she silently vowed that if she didn't have a daughter, it would surely be due to her partner's shortcomings. Surely she could not be at fault. Of course, Wang Qimei was merely a representative among countless women watching the live stream, with many girls in the comments clamoring to raise Xiao. Indeed, the term raised was used, setting aside the opinions of others. After Xiao successfully devoured an entire octopus, Chu Ye looked at her round little belly and cheerfully inquired, "Xiao, are you full?" "Absolutely." Upon hearing her father's question, Xiao beamed with a wide smile. "I'm so full. Daddy's cooking is the best." As she spoke, she made a circular gesture with her hands to emphasize her satisfaction. Observing her earnestness, Chu Ye playfully pressed his finger on her nose, teasing, "You ungrateful little girl. You wouldn't even acknowledge me while eating." In response, Xiao first chuckled and then wrapped her arms around Chu Ye's neck. "I love Daddy the most, but I only eat well so that Daddy won't be sad or upset, so I eat for you." As she said this, she nodded seriously. Witnessing the exchange between Chu Ye and Xiao, all the viewers couldn't help but smile, their perceptions of Chu Ye improving significantly. Initially, they had harbored a rather negative impression of him for bringing a little girl to such an event. However, it must be said that the interactions between Chu Ye and Xiao have evoked a sense of warmth in many, prompting some to contemplate the possibility of raising a daughter in the future. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task stone slab squid. Your tent has been delivered. Please acquire it through appropriate means. Upon hearing the voice of the system, Chu Ye couldn't help but shudder with excitement, his eyes gleaming as he began to survey his surroundings with keen interest. Chapter 10. The system of borrowing flowers to offer to the Buddha. However, several minutes passed, and Chu Ye still did not catch sight of the tent. "Dog system, are you trying to deceive me? Why hasn't my tent appeared yet?" Ding! To avoid causing inconvenience to the host, this system will employ reasonable methods to deliver the tent. Please use appropriate means to obtain it. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Chu Ye was momentarily taken aback. Then he nodded in agreement. If the system were to conjure up a scene of golden light flashing and a tent appearing, he would likely be left waiting to be sliced into pieces. As Chu Ye pondered how the system would deliver the tent, he suddenly heard the voice of Xiao Exin. "Daddy, look over there. There's a chubby uncle." Startled by Xiao Exiner's exclamation, Chu Ye followed the direction of the little one's finger. Upon glancing over, even though Chu Ye considered himself well-versed in the world, he could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth. It was not just Chu Ye. Even the viewers watching the live stream were taken aback. "I can't believe it. I always thought Chu Ye was quite tough, but after seeing this gentleman, I feel I owe Chu Ye an apology. How can someone of such stature participate in the show? I report this. There must be foul play." Aside from Colorful Black, a multitude of others in the comment section shouted for a report. It was not that they were intentionally seeking trouble, but rather that this hefty individual was truly exceptional, standing at about 1.7 meters and weighing an estimated 300 pounds. Each step he took made the flesh on his face quiver. A 300-pound person, sweating while walking, certainly did not fit the mold of a wilderness survival contestant. Fortunately, Chu Ye had some understanding of the individual's identity. In this wilderness survival event, alongside competitors like him, there were also affluent participants merely seeking a taste of life. They only needed to pay a registration fee to join, and for their better care, the production team allowed them to bring one item. While Chu Ye scrutinized the chubby man, the system's voice chimed in again. "Ding! The tent is approaching. Please retrieve it yourself." As the sound faded, the system kindly provided Chu Ye with a map, showcasing a small red dot pulsating with light, drawing closer to him. Seeing the red dot, Chu Ye couldn't help but twitch his mouth. "System, you've outdone yourself." Aside from himself and Xiao Exiner, the only creature that could communicate and approach him was that chubby man not far away. Given his understanding of the rules, Chu Ye was certain that the item this wealthy individual was carrying was indeed the tent. Sure enough, as the chubby man drew nearer, Chu Ye discerned that he was indeed carrying a light green backpack emblazoned with the words "portable tent." "Ha ha! I knew I wasn't mistaken." As Chu Ye was taken aback by the system's audacity in using others' possessions as rewards, a jovial figure approached with glee. "Brother, I am Chen Jian. What shall I call you?" As he spoke, Chen Jian unceremoniously plopped down beside Chu Ye, revealing a rather greasy smile. "I am Chu Ye, and this is my daughter, Chu Xin." Chapter 11. Lowering the quality of the show after all, this fellow was his own material supplier, so Chu Ye treated him with a degree of courtesy. Upon hearing Chu Ye's words, Chen Jian was momentarily taken aback, only to then notice the adorable Chu Exan beside him. "Oh, what a lovely little girl!" he exclaimed. The moment he uttered this, Chen Jian's gaze towards Chu Ye shifted to one of peculiarity. "Brother, how could you bring such a charming little girl out to endure hardship?" His eyes regarded Chu Ye as if he were a war criminal. "If I had a daughter like her, I would definitely spoil her like a princess." Before Chu Ye could respond to Chen Jian's remarks, Chu Exan, visibly upset, glared at him and declared, "Uncle Fat, you mustn't speak ill of my daddy." "Uncle Fat." At the sound of Chu Exan's words, Chen Jian felt as if he had been struck by a ton of bricks. In his position, aside from his parents, it was the first time someone had dared to call him fat. However, gazing at Chu Exan's puffed-up cheeks, he found it impossible to feel anger. Fortunately, at that moment, a rumble emanated from Chen Jian's stomach, providing a timely alleviation of his awkwardness. Patting his belly, he naturally shifted the topic. "Ahem, Brother Chu Ye, do you have any food here? I'm rather hungry." As he spoke, he couldn't help but cast furtive glances at the grilled squid on the stone slab nearby. Observing the squid, not far away, a sense of pride swelled within him. As a successful individual, what was paramount? Certainly, it was the art of conversation. He believed he was displaying his conversational finesse at that moment. This statement not only articulated his desire, but also exuded an air of restraint. In Chen Jian's view, Chu Ye would undoubtedly nod affirmatively and graciously offer him a meal. The mere thought of this quickened the salivation in his mouth. In truth, he had been quite hungry for some time, and the aroma of the grilled squid intensified his appetite. However, Chen Jian's social experience was still lacking. For instance, at this moment, he had only considered the general circumstances, neglecting the more nuanced aspects. Upon hearing his request, Chu Ye calmly shook his head. "I'm sorry. We don't have any food." "What? Must one insult my eyes in such a manner?" Chen Jian's expression darkened as he stared at him. Yet, due to his prior restraint, he hesitated to press the matter further. "Uncle Fat, are you hungry?" just as Chen Jian was deliberating over what to do. The curious Chu Ye suddenly spoke up. Hearing her words, Chen Jian's eyes lit up, and he adopted a pitiable expression. Indeed, Uncle is quite hungry and longs for something to eat. As he spoke, the audience watching the program was on the verge of exploding. The flying little wild boar commented, "Goodness, this fat man is so shameless, attempting to feign pity. Death's laureate. Am I the only one who feels a sense of admiration for Chu Ye's unwavering composure amidst the nonsense?" The master remarked to the one above, "You are not alone. It is not merely the audience. At this very moment, within the global live streaming platform's headquarters, Wang Qimei seethed with indignation. Who allowed this insufferable fat man to participate in the program? Such shamelessness is undeniably tarnishing the quality of our show." Chapter 12. I, Chen Jian, a person of dignity. Upon hearing Wang Qimei's words, the crowd present could not help but twitch their lips. "Was it not you who suggested seeking some wealthy individuals to participate in the program to bolster the station's revenue? How is it that the narrative has now shifted?" Yet, everyone understood the source of Wang Qimei's ire. Ever since she discovered the young girl named Chu Ye, Wang Qimei had been utterly captivated. Now, witnessing Chen Jian's intention to exploit the girl for sustenance, how could she possibly tolerate it? At this moment, Chen Jian remained oblivious to the fact that he had become a thorn in the side of numerous online viewers. Had he not been stranded on a deserted island, he might have already faced the wrath of indignant netizens. Nonetheless, the emotions within the hearts of the onlookers were conflicted. On one hand, they wished to protect Chu Ye from falling victim to deceit, fully aware of the significance of food on the deserted island. On the other hand, they hoped she would acquiesce, for such a delightful young lady who lacked kindness would surely lead to disappointment. As everyone wrestled with their thoughts, Chu Ye finally spoke. She first glanced at Chen Jian's belly and then solemnly shook her head, stating, "No, little Ye cannot give you food." The viewers watching the live stream felt a wave of gentle disappointment wash over them, and even Wang Qimei's expression shifted slightly. However, just as the crowd was succumbing to despair, Chu Ye spoke again. She looked at Chen Jian's belly with concern and said, "Uncle Fatty, your belly is already quite large. If you eat more, it might burst. Ye cannot let you eat." Chen Jian was taken aback by her words. To be honest, when Chu Ye had first refused him, he too had felt a pang of disappointment. Not for the lack of food, but out of regret that such an adorable child could be perceived as unkind. Yet, upon hearing her reasoning, he found himself at a loss for words. His belly was not inflated. Meanwhile, the audience watching the live broadcast erupted into laughter. This unfortunate man had intended to exploit the little girl's sympathy, only to discover her reasoning was quite unique. However, after their laughter subsided, the viewers realized that the girl's words indeed held merit. In stark contrast to the amused audience, Chen Jian was nearly at the point of exasperation. Gazing at the earnest Chu Ye, he understood that if he wished to procure food, he would need to negotiate with Chu Ye, for his own mental capacity was insufficient to engage with her. Clearing his throat a couple of times, Chen Jian rubbed his hands together and addressed Chu Ye, "Brother, let's speak plainly. Is there any chance you could spare me some food?" At this juncture, Chen Jian could no longer afford the pretenses of successful individual. Faced with the choice between starvation and survival, he was entirely prepared to make the correct decision. As for why I do not simply surrender, one must understand that I, Chen Jian, am a person of dignity. To abandon all hope on a deserted island after merely a day would be utterly disgraceful. Chen Jian has habitually overlooked the fact that the program in which they are participating is broadcast live to a global audience. At this moment, he has long since lost his composure. If one were to attempt a description, it could only be articulated as, Comrade Chen Jian, just a few minutes ago, was still a respectable individual. Chapter 13. Your shamelessness mirrors my own. Upon hearing Chen Jian's words, Chu Ye displayed an expression that seemed to convey, "At least you are perceptive." Since they were both dignified individuals, why not address their concerns openly rather than shrouding them in ambiguity? "Brother Chen, there are numerous insects on this island, and I fear that little Xe may be bitten at night." As he uttered these words, a look of genuine concern crossed Chu Ye's face, and he sighed, "Ah, never mind. I merely mentioned it in passing. You need not take it to heart, Brother Chen." Chen Jian could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Had Chu Ye not been fixating on his tent with such intent eyes, he might have believed that the concern was merely casual. staring at Chu Ye's brazen demeanor. Chen Jian found himself in a state of astonished disbelief. Why did this all seem so familiar? Fortunately, the others were oblivious to Chen Jian's inner thoughts. Otherwise, they might have given him a couple of well-deserved slaps to jolt him back to reality. Casting a glance at Chu Ye, and then at the endearing Chu Xian, Chen Jian ultimately gritted his teeth and said, "Brother Chu, you are worrying over such trifles. From now on, my tent shall belong to little Xian." Chen Jian was a man of decisive action, and as he spoke, he promptly removed the tent from his back. "How can I accept this?" Chu Ye protested, fighting in embarrassment. Yet his actions betrayed no hesitation. The moment Chen Jian had folded the tent and taken it off, Chu Ye swiftly grabbed it. Upon noticing the emblem on the tent, Chu Ye's brows lifted in surprise. "Dragon Country's finest. I did not expect you to be so generous, Brother Chen." Chen Jian's heart skipped a beat at Chu Ye's words. As the foremost manufacturer on Earthstar, Dragon Country's products were indeed exceptional. This tent, for instance, was not only easy to set up, but also lightweight and equipped with automatic temperature regulation. It was a prized possession that Chen Jian had specifically selected for himself before participating in the program. Were it not for his fondness for little Chu Xian, he would not have so readily handed it over to Chu Ye. Of course, Chu Ye understood Chen Jian's sentiments to some extent. Therefore, after accepting the tent from Chen Jian, he enthusiastically placed a large squid into Chen Jian's hands, saying, "Brother Chen, you must be famished. Do eat more. You've lost weight." Seeing Chu Ye's demeanor, Chen Jian couldn't help but twitch his mouth again. "For heaven's sake, I'm not that thin. Your shamelessness truly reminds me of my younger self." However, upon catching a whiff of the squid's delectable aroma, Chen Jian lost his inclination for conversation and immediately began devouring it. As Chen Jian feasted on the squid, Chu Ye was not idle either. He took little Xian and found a spot to set up the newly acquired tent. "Little Xianer, this shall be your sleeping quarters for the night." True to its reputation as a product of Dragon Country's finest, the tent was remarkably simple and convenient to assemble. In less than 10 minutes, a tent stood proudly before Chu Ye. Upon hearing Chu Ye's words, Chu Xian was momentarily taken aback, and then a look of inner conflict clouded her expression. "Father, if I were to stay in this tent, what would you and Uncle Pang do?" This child, so compassionate, was already contemplating the concerns of someone she had only just met. Hearing her words, a faint smile graced the corners of Chu Ye's lips. "Do not worry, my dear. Your father and Uncle Pang have other means." Chapter 14. A system that does not toy with its host is not a good assistant ding. "Congratulations, host. You have triggered a task. Please check promptly." Just as Chu Ye finished speaking, the system's voice echoed once more. "Check task. Task. Artisan description. As a wilderness caretaker, you must possess formidable craftsmanship. Requirements. Construct a survival shelter. Time limit, 3 hours. Reward, basic red brick firing skill. Failure penalty, baldness." Gazing at the task before him, Chu Ye couldn't help but twitch his lips. This task was not particularly challenging for him, as he had already made preparations for his evening accommodation. The only aspect that was rather unacceptable to Chu Ye was the system's punishment. "After all, we are all dignified individuals. Must you threaten my hair so readily? System, could you refrain from meddling with my hair next time?" Chu Ye felt it necessary to negotiate with the system. For what if he encountered an insurmountable task in the future? He certainly did not wish for his daughter to be confronted daily by a balding father. Ding. Host request detected. System under review. Approval granted. Upon hearing the system's voice, Chu Ye was momentarily taken aback, followed by a surge of joy. "To think that you, dog system, possess a sense of loyalty. Attention, host, following your request. Future task penalties will be enforced through a series of methods, such as lowering intelligence, diminishing attractiveness, and so forth." What? As Chu Ye praised the system, he nearly choked on his own saliva. "System, do you not find this a tad too cruel for me? I asked you not to touch my hair, and you resort to attacking my looks instead? According to the cosmic system regulations, a system that does not toy with its host is not a commendable assistant." Hearing the system's response, Chu Ye's lips twitched once more. "Here I am, the foremost hunter of Zuan district, utterly outmatched in a verbal spar with a system? Very well. A middle finger to illuminate your beauty." As Chu Ye offered the system a variety of gestures, Chen Jian approached, having finished his squid, his belly protruding like a plum crab. "Brother Chu Ye, do you know where we are staying tonight?" Through this period of observation, Chen had formed a general understanding of Chu Ye. This fellow was somewhat shameless and lacked boundaries, yet he was undoubtedly not without strategy. In fact, not only Chen Jian, but even the other viewers of the live broadcast grew curious. Chen Jian's tent was quite small. It was impossible for both Chu Ye and Chu Xin to squeeze inside. Observing Chen Jian's languid demeanor, Chu Ye could not help but smile. Of course, we're staying a house. A house? As soon as Chu Ye uttered the words, Chen Jian regarded him with the eyes of one concerned for a child with disabilities. Is there a house here? Not currently, but there will be soon. Upon hearing Chu Ye's words, Chen Jian's expression grew increasingly peculiar. What? You don't believe me? Indeed. Chen Jian nodded swiftly, showing no regard for Chu Ye's feelings. Do not think that just because you treated me to a delightful meal, you can prattle nonsense before me. On this desolate island, even if I were to think with my backside, I would not believe you capable of constructing a house. Observing Chen Jian's resolute demeanor, Chu Ye cannot help but sigh. You cannot be so dismissive. After all, I'm a craftsman. How can you doubt my abilities? Chapter 15. The Wild Racer. Upon hearing Chu Ye's words, Chen Jian revealed a lewd smile. To be frank, I am also a craftsman, but without the cooperation of others. I cannot bear children. Observing Chen Jian's serious demeanor, Chu Ye nearly picked up a stone to smash it against his pudgy face. Not only are you a craftsman, but you're also a wild racer. Undeniably, one cannot reach Chen Jian's level of skill without decades of driving experience. Not only Chu Ye, but the audience was equally astonished by Chen Jian's shamelessness. The vastness of the deserted island meant most contestants were solitary, pondering their survival, their footage filled with mundane scenes. However, Chu Ye's group was different. They were numerous and driving. No, this was no mere driving. It was a deadly race. In an instant, countless viewers exchanged knowing smiles at Chen Jian on the screen. Who isn't a craftsman? Shall we place a bet? Seeing the skepticism on Chen Jian's face, Chu Ye could no longer contain himself. How dare you doubt a craftsman certified by the system? All right, you, Chu Ye, are ruthless. I, Chen Jian, am no slouch either. Casting a glance at Chu Ye, Chen Jian unreservedly accepted the wager. If you can create a place to live, until elimination, I will wash your socks and dirty clothes. A deal was struck with a high five. Afterward, Chu Ye turned towards the earthen bricks he had prepared earlier. For it is said that good advice is often ignored by the stubborn. Daddy, why are you so happy? At that moment, little Xner, who had been in the tent, rushed over. Pointing at Chen Jian, Chu Ye replied, Your chubby uncle says he wants to bet with me. If he loses, he'll wash my clothes. Wow. As soon as Chu Ye finished speaking, little Xner looked at Chen Jian with sympathy. That chubby uncle is bound to lose. Xinya, you don't even know what we are betting on. How can you say I will lose? Chen Jian grumbled, feeling aggrieved. I am merely the kind-hearted person providing you with a tent. Can't you offer me a bit of consolation? You'll definitely lose to Daddy, Xiner retorted, prompting Chen Jian to feign annoyance and attempt to catch her, while she circled around Chu Ye. A few minutes later, they arrived at the pile of earthen bricks Chu Ye had prepared. Upon seeing the sunlit array of bricks, Chen Jian was left dumbfounded. Why you prepare this? Chen Jian was no fool. At first sight of the bricks, he realized he was destined to lose. These earthen bricks, reminiscent of those used in rural areas of Long Country in earlier years, were made from a mixture of soil and weeds, shaped into squares, and dried for construction. Not only Chen Jian, but the audience also began to comprehend the situation. Natsum, this is indeed a mud brick. I never expected Chu Ye to have prepared this. Keyboard dog, it was a sunny afternoon when the chubby fellow departed. Just a few minutes ago, he was still warm. Not to mention the audience's barrage of comments. Upon seeing Chen Jian's dazed expression, Chu Ye nodded. It's all right, I do not suffer from athlete's foot. Chapter 16. I am unscientific. Upon hearing Chu Ye's words, Chen Jian's expression darkened further. I can endure my own failures, but I cannot tolerate your triumphant smile. Seeing Chu Ye's grin, Chen Jian stubbornly retorted, What are the earthen bricks? Our wager concerns the construction of a dwelling. With a mere chuckle, Chu Ye refrained from further comment, simply responding with two words that were sufficient to send Chen Jian into a frenzy. Despite their wager, Chen Jian did not lag in his efforts. With his assistance, Chu Ye successfully erected an abstract dwelling in just over 2 hours. It was deemed abstract because, aside from the four walls, the structure was obscured by branches and weeds. If one were to highlight a virtue, it would be its ample size. Chu Ye had even made sure to incorporate Xiner's tent, demonstrating his care for her well-being. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task and receiving the reward. A simplified version of red brick firing. As the system's voice resonated, Chu Ye felt a surge of information enter his mind. However, this knowledge was not about the method of firing red bricks, but rather a skill that implied as long as Chu Ye shaped the clay into bricks and placed them in the fire, he could obtain a red brick. System. Is this not somewhat unscientific? Feeling the information coursing through his mind, Chu Ye's lips twitched. This skill, though fantastical, surely could not lead to my dismemberment, could it? Please respect this system, for I am the epitome of unscientific. Upon hearing the system's words, Chu Ye sorrowfully realized he had once again fallen into a state of speechlessness. At that moment, while Chu Ye was engaged in dialogue with the system, Chen Jian quietly approached. Ahem, Chu Ye, I wish to discuss something with you. The sky had darkened, and Xiner had already retreated into her tent to sleep. Gazing at Chen Jian's lecherous expression and recalling the near miss of the wheel that had almost crushed him moments earlier, Chu Ye shivered involuntarily. Brother, this seems inappropriate. As a man, particularly one capable of reckless driving in the wilderness, Chen Jian could easily discern Chu Ye's thoughts from his expression. Consequently, his countenance turned a shade of leaden gray. What I meant to say was, regarding today's wager, could you spare me from having to wash your underwear? Chen Jian spoke with an expression of deep resentment. Had he known that Chu Ye had already prepared the earthen bricks, he would have rather faced death than engage in such a bet. In the desolation of the wilderness, a greasy, rotund man cast a mournful gaze in the darkness, a scenario that was not merely unsettling, but a tragic spectacle of human existence. Observing Chen Jian's large visage, Chu Ye unhesitatingly replied, No problem, I agree. Having spoken, and without awaiting Chen Jian's response, Chu Ye had already approached Chu Xine's tent. It's getting late, good night. Observing Chu Ye's demeanor, which was akin to avoiding a venomous snake, Chen Jian couldn't help but twitch his lips in frustration. Goodness, your behavior puts me in quite a predicament. It must be noted that although the shelter was rather unsightly, it proved to be quite effective in warding off the wind. By the time Chu Ye awoke from her slumber, the sky was already ablaze with light. Chapter 17. The Rise of Grassroot Brother. When Chu Ye awakened, he happened to witness Chen Jian, not far from him, committing an outrageous act against a piece of grass. Right before Chu Ye's eyes, Chen Jian bit into the grass, chewed it thoroughly, and then spat it out. After allowing the mingling of saliva and the earth beneath, he again bit into it. For several minutes, under Chu Ye's gaze, Chen Jian repeatedly chewed that piece of grass over a dozen times. Moreover, during this grotesque process, various lewd sounds escaped Chen Jian's mouth. Oh, roasted chicken leg, sweet and sour pork, and pig trotter, you are all so delightful. Come to me, dear ones. At the sound of Chen Jian's words, Chu Ye couldn't help but twitch his lips. He suddenly comprehended why this fellow's physique was so remarkable. It was undoubtedly linked to his tireless efforts. After all, while others slumbered, he indulged in eating. While others played, he continued to feast. And when others commenced their meals, he had already begun on his second helping. With such an indomitable spirit akin to that of the ancient foolish old man moving mountains, if this fellow were not overweight, one could only surmise that even the heavens would refuse to accept it. Unbeknownst to Chu Ye, the scene unfolding before him was not exclusive to his eyes. It was also broadcasted live to viewers across the globe. Although the morning audience was not vast, Chen Jian's remarkable display still captivated many. Black Strawberry Diary, brother, for your dedication to food, I shall bestow upon you the title of the strongest. Hylon home. I simply wish to know if this chubby fellow has ever lost socks or underwear. Death Dog 11. Whether he has lost such items, I cannot say, but he must have certainly misplaced a condom for protection. Following a fervent debate, within mere minutes, Chen Jian earned himself a new moniker, Grassroot Brother. However, these events were unbeknownst to the current Chu Ye. Casting a glance at the still sleeping figure of the rotund man, Chu Ye opted not to rouse him, instead silently distancing himself. Given the state of this individual, he harbored doubts that approaching him would not result in being mistaken for a sausage or something similar. Observing the rotund man, chewing on the grass while mumbling, sent shivers down Chu Ye's spine. The piece of grass could hardly have imagined it would be subjected to such indignity by an overweight individual. Simultaneously, Chu Ye maliciously speculated that thanks to having secured the fat man's tent in advance, he was spared the horror of wondering whether this fellow might consume the entire tent overnight. Of course, putting aside the shameless and gluttonous figure, young Chu Xian's performance was commendable. As Chu Ye arrived at her tent, Chu Xian joyfully burst forth. "Daddy, little Xian has already dressed herself." Chu Ye immediately scooped up his little girl, spinning her around in the air. "Huh, I knew little Xian was the best." Upon hearing the praises from Chu Ye, Chu Xian's joy was unmistakably heightened. She puckered her little lips and planted a kiss on Chu Ye's cheek, exclaiming, "Daddy, I'm hungry." At her words, Chu Ye felt as though his heart might melt. Indeed, he was not alone in this sentiment. The viewers watching the live broadcast were equally enchanted, their eyes sparkling with affection. Chapter 18. The Universal Scoundrel and the Beauty of Prosperity. Alas, I have succumbed. This girl is simply too adorable. Dear lady upstairs, if you so desire, we could establish a contract. In 10 months, you too shall possess a similar charming little one. As she nestled her head against his chest, Chu Ye's lips curled into a tender smile. I wonder what our princess desires to eat. Upon hearing Chu Ye's words, Chu Xian pondered, pressing a finger to her lips. After considerable contemplation, a glimmer of hope sparkled in her eyes. Xian wishes to eat a large crab. As she spoke, she animatedly mimicked the clawing gestures of crab. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered a task. Please check promptly. With the system's notification, a new task appeared on Chu Ye's task panel. Task: the doomsday of the bread crab description. As an exemplary father, fulfilling your daughter's wishes must be your foremost priority. Requirements: capture a bread crab swiftly and prepare a delectable breakfast for little Xian. Time limit: 40 minutes. Reward: a Swiss Army knife. Failure penalty: universal disdain. What on earth is this universal disdain? Watching the task's penalty, Chu Ye's lips twitched in annoyance. It was not surprising for the system to issue a task. After all, its very name indicated its intent to ensure the well-being of little Xian. However, was this notion of universal disdain not a touch excessive? According to Chu Ye's original estimations, this entity should be focusing on his exquisite visage instead. Just as his thoughts arose, the system chimed in, ding, under the watchful eyes of the public. Should the host fail to fulfill little Xian's modest request, you shall be deemed a universal scoundrel. Is it truly that dramatic? Upon hearing the system's proclamation, Chu Ye's mouth twitched once more. The host, accompanied by an irresistibly adorable 5-year-old girl, was perilously close to being labeled a scoundrel in the eyes of the audience. The system's responses remained swift, yet Chu Ye felt a pang of anxiety within. Why must I, blessed with such a stunning appearance, bear the brunt of this? Is it merely because these individuals envy my beauty? Just as Chu Ye was about to descend into a realm of utter shamelessness, a sudden, anguished cry pierced the air. Upon hearing that sound, Chu Ye emerged from his reverie. Even little Xian in his arms shivered. Daddy, I think I heard a monster. Don't be silly. Observing her frightened demeanor, Chu Ye gently stroked her little nose. That was merely the sound of a pig being slaughtered. After uttering those words, he found himself momentarily stunned. Good heavens, this is an uninhabited island. Where could there be anyone to slaughter pigs, and why was that cry so close? Upon this thought, an enigmatic expression suddenly flitted across Chu Ye's face, and he immediately turned to gaze at the spot where Chen Jian had previously slumbered. As Chu Ye turned his head, the little girl in his arms, Chu Xian, burst into a fit of giggles, exclaiming, Daddy, you guessed wrong. It's not the sound of pig slaughtering. It's the noise of Uncle Fat getting out of bed. Hearing her words, Chu Ye could not help but twitch his lips as he looked at the wretched Chen, questioning whether this could be considered a remarkable talent. Chapter 19. Chen Fatty's first time, as Chu Ye pondered how to explain to Chu Xian that an ordinary human could never produce such an extraordinary sound. Chen Jian, who had just concluded his own agonizing scream, sprang into action. Under Chu Ye's bewildered gaze, Chen Jian abruptly lowered his head to the ground, his expression transforming into one of fierce malevolence. Damn this grassroot! How dare you treat me, Fatty, in such a manner? I shall destroy you. With that declaration, Chen Jian unceremoniously stomped his hefty legs down upon the ground with great force. Simultaneously, he unleashed a barrage of furious expletives. This is Fatty's first time. My first time using my mouth, and it was wasted on such a weed. I refuse to accept this. As the intensity of his stomping increased, his fury escalated, and he bent down to retrieve the now unrecognizable Grassroot from the ground. You scoundrel! Not only did you disguise yourself as delectable food to deceive me, but you shamelessly stole my first time. I shall settle this with you. Hearing Chen Jian's words, Chu Ye's mouth twitched uncontrollably. In stark contrast, the audience watching a live stream was on the verge of bursting with laughter. Old driver, this fat man is truly extraordinary. In such a short time, he has transformed a meal into something indescribable, a true model for our generation. 10 years fifth miss. To the one above, I must confess, I dreamt of Sadako last night and just changed my underwear. Little train, TSK, TSK, TSK. This is the first time I've seen someone speak so candidly about wetting their pants. It was uncertain whether the audience had been ushered into a new realm of experience. But once the little train started moving, it was relentless. The instigator of this barrage, after venting his frustrations, picked up the grassroot that he had just trampled and carefully placed it into his pocket. Witnessing Chen Jian's antics, Chu Ye's mouth twitched once more. Fatty, this is merely an ignorant grassroot. While it may have erred, there is no need for you to imprison it indefinitely. Do you intend to torment it day and night? Upon hearing Chu Ye's words, Chen Jian was momentarily taken aback before revealing a scornful expression. Chu, do you truly perceive me, Chen Fatty, as such a graceless man? Regarding Chen Fatty's shamelessness, Chu Ye chose not to respond, believing that answering such inquiries would inevitably impact the camaraderie between them. With your weight, you possess nothing else. Although Chu Ye remained silent, it was evident that Chen Jian harbored a modicum of self-awareness. Casting a glance at his own ample belly, he sighed deeply and then earnestly addressed Chu Ye. Chu, you must believe me. Many years ago, I was indeed a slender youth. Upon hearing Chen Jian's words, Chu Ye nodded earnestly. I believe in you. Uncle Pang, I also have faith in you. It was evident that the trust bestowed upon him by Chu Ye and Chu Exen enveloped Chen Jian in a profound warmth, igniting a remarkable brilliance in his eyes. However, mere moments later, Chen Jian's elation was abruptly cast into despair by a single remark from Chu Exen. Chapter 20. The maliciousness of genetics. Chu Xin cast a serious glance at Chen Panzai's belly, then shook her head and feigned an air of wisdom as she remarked, had you possessed such a belly in your youth, your father would surely have discarded you. The moment Chu Xin's words left her lips, Chen Panzai, who had been laughing heartily, was instantly rendered speechless. He attempted to stifle his laughter, yet found himself unable to do so. Consequently, amidst the disdainful gazes of countless onlookers, the newly crowned grassroots celebrity was soon adorned with tears and snot. The scene was somewhat unseemly, prompting Chui to swiftly cover Little Sheener's eyes. It was not only Chui. Many spectators shared a collective expression of disgust in that fleeting moment. Black Cat loves old Sue. Goodness, is this fat man deliberately trying to repulse me? I shall never forget this image as long as I live. Clarifying body. Without 10 bowls of Mangpa soup, I absolutely refuse to reincarnate. Marine life. Does the production team not know to apply a mosaic? I feel nauseated, to speak without exaggeration, in that fleeting instant. The damage inflicted by the fat man upon the audience was akin to the fright experience from encounters with the old corpse in a mountain village or Sadako, as well as the big bad wolf lurking outside the door waiting to devour children. If the viewers who witnessed the scene through the live broadcast suffered magical damage, then Chui undoubtedly experienced a critical hit of real damage in that moment. Were it not for a modicum of rationality remaining within him, he would have certainly unleashed a kick upon this individual, utilizing his enhanced physique bestowed by the system. Of course, whether Chui maintained his composure due to reason or simply because the fat man was presently in such a pitiful state is a matter best left unexamined. Fortunately, Chen Panzai had once managed to awkwardly step into the realm of respectable individuals. Thus he was somewhat concerned about his image. As the spectacle of human misery unfolded, he promptly sought to remedy the situation. After approximately 3 to 4 minutes, when he reappeared before Chui, his once plump visage had turned a deep shade of red. Naturally, given the thickness of his skin, this flush was not a result of embarrassment, but rather due to his own disgust. Having washed his face several times in an effort to cleanse himself, upon his reemergence, Chu Xin erupted into laughter once more. Daddy, Uncle Fat now looks like a crab. Hearing Chu Xin's words, Chen Jian displayed a look of grievance. When we first met, I thought you were a warm little cotton-padded jacket, but now I realize my mistake. You are filled with malicious cotton. Casting a glance at Chen Jian's flushed cheeks, Chu Ye quickly corrected Chu Xin. Little Sheener, crabs cannot be this fat or round. Your Uncle Fat's appearance should be likened to a monkey's backside. If Chu Xin's words had pierced Chen Jian like a knife, then Chu Ye's comments were akin to sprinkling sesame and cumin upon his open wound. Upon casting a glance at Chu Ye, Chen Jian's expression morphed into one of fierce intensity. Do you presume that anyone can afford to act so presumptuously before Master Fatty, merely due to their association with Xiao Exiner? Feeling the weight of Chen Jian's gaze, Chu Ye momentarily froze, soon realizing that he had indeed overstepped the bounds of propriety. After all, regardless of the circumstances, this rotund individual had graciously provided a tent for Xiao Exiner, and in such moments, it was only fitting that he extend some words of comfort to him. Chapter 21. The rewards of confronting the overweight unbeknownst to Chu Ye, as he and Chu Xian took turns delivering blows to Chen Jian. The barrage of comments erupted once more, this time filled with cheers. Some viewers even began showering gifts upon the father-daughter duo. I am a wealthy patron. The scene has incited immense comfort. I am greatly pleased. Just as this comment floated by, everyone in the live stream witnessed a banner appear. I am a wealthy patron has gifted 1 rocket to contestant Chu Ye and 99 rockets to contestant Chu Xian. This was a distinctive feature of the Wilderness live broadcast. Each contestant had their own dedicated channel for receiving rewards. If viewers were fond of a particular contestant, they could bestow gifts upon them. From the previous day to this one, many contestants had received rewards, though most were from relatives and friends. The gifting of rockets to Chu Ye and Chu Xian was indeed a rare occurrence, particularly as a single rocket cost a staggering 1,000 yuan on global streaming platforms. Though I have no money, I still wish to applaud the little princess. Clearly, the audience harbored no intention of easily forgiving Chen Jian for nearly inflicting permanent psychological trauma upon them. However, judging by the barrage of comments and the number of gifts, it was evident that in the eyes of the viewers, little Xian was the true protagonist, while Chu Ye was merely a supplementary character. Unaware that the recent collaboration with Xian in confronting Chen Jian had garnered them over 100,000 yuan, Chu Ye remained oblivious to the fact that from this day forth, the overweight individual would be unlikely to enjoy a peaceful existence. Observing Chen Jian's aggrieved expression and flushed visage, Chu Ye valiantly stifled his urge to burst into laughter and said, "What I said earlier was all in jest. Dear brother Chen Jian, do not take offense. Allow me to treat you to some bread crabs shortly." With confidence radiating from him, Chu Ye was certain that Chen Jian would forgive him. After all, an old adage states that to win the forgiveness of a foodie, one must conquer them with delicacies. If one is insufficient, then 2 shall suffice. Indeed, upon hearing Chu Ye's words, Chen Jian's eyes brightened noticeably. After staring at Chu Ye for a moment, a peculiar expression suddenly appeared on his face. If he were an ordinary overweight individual, he would undoubtedly succumb to the temptation of culinary delights. But who is Chen Jian? Am I merely an ordinary overweight person? No, I am not, for I am significantly more substantial than the average. As a distinguished member of the elite tier of the Fatty Service Society, Chen Jian felt compelled to uphold the dignity associated with his identity. Thus, after contemplating for a moment, he made a different choice. Can you find bread crabs here? Indeed, it was a challenge. Bread crabs, primarily found in the Pacific and Hong Kong waters, are a delicacy that one cannot simply stumble upon on a deserted island. If such a treasure were to be found here, how could I, a man of considerable girth, justify my abundant physique? Not only Chen Jian, but even some viewers began to voice their skepticism. Little Black is not black. Has Chu Ye lost his mind? Does he truly believe that catching a few fish and squids makes him the king of the sea? Keyboard warrior Li Chonging. Ha! His true nature has finally been revealed. A man who dares to bring his 5-year-old daughter to such a program cannot possibly be a good person. I am called Dodo Dog. What the person above said is quite right. I had already discerned that this fellow was no good long ago. Chapter 22. Chen Jian's challenge to bet on marrying the wolf. Those upstairs, kindly vacate. I do not deem you virtuous. Indeed, Chu Ye merely seeks a pretext to apologize to Chen Jian. This is none of your concern. Due to Xiao Exiner and Chu Ye's display from the previous day, he has now garnered a modest following. In the span of a few breaths, The barrage of comments split into two factions. The first, led by Duo Dog, staunchly asserts that Chu Ye is a scoundrel, merely a braggart. The opposing camp, spearheaded by Hua, Kai, Duo, and others, champions Chu Ye's cause. As the debate intensified, even the previously generous benefactor who had donated rockets resurfaced. I am the benefactor. What is there to argue about? Just continue watching to learn the outcome. I am the benefactor. If Chu Ye truly manages to catch the bread crab, I shall reward him with 500 rockets. I am the benefactor. Should he fail, I shall no longer support him. With these three statements, the atmosphere was stabilized by the benefactor's presence. 500 rockets equate to 500,000. Only someone of such means would dare to wager such an amount. As the comments quieted, the global live-streaming platform's base buzzed with activity. The comments regarding Chu Ye are rather chaotic. Should we consider disabling some? The girl speaking glanced at Wang Qimei, fully aware of her investment in the young girl named Chu Ye. Upon hearing the girl's suggestion, Wang Qimei paused momentarily before breaking into a smile. There is no need. If no one discusses it, how will they garner attention? From now on, let us increase the coverage of Chu Ye. Understood. As Wang Qimei's words resonated, the girl looked enviously at the father-daughter duo on the screen. Little did they know, behind them stood such a powerful ally, striving to elevate their status. Whether for better or worse, as long as they gained attention, they would become renowned. And with renown comes fortune. It was evident that Wang Qimei's fondness for Chu Ye had granted Chu Ye this opportunity for fame. Of course, none of this was on Chu Ye's radar. He was currently facing Chen Jian, who regarded him with skepticism. Of course, as Chu Ye spoke, confidence radiated from him. When queried about the source of his assurance, he calmly replied, "Because I am an expert." Earlier, when the system issued a task, it conveniently provided him with a 3D map, enabling him to effortlessly locate nearby bread crabs. Regrettably, as a person of stature, Chen Jian found it hard to accept Chu Ye's audacity in the face of his overwhelming presence. As long as I, Chen Jian, am present, only my physique shall draw attention. Pretentiousness shall be met with mercilessness. With a glance at Chu Ye, a smile crept onto Chen Jian's face. Since you were so confident, dare you to make a wager? A bet? Upon hearing Chen Jian's words, Chu Ye raised her voice several decibels, exclaiming, "Are you still willing to wager with me?" Her astonishment was palpable. "No need for that. I do not require a man to assist me with my back, especially not a portly one." At Chu Ye's retort, the flesh on Chen Jian's face quivered in disbelief. "When did I ever suggest assisting you with your back?" He questioned, regarding her with skepticism. "Could it be that my recent weight gain has impaired my memory?" Chapter 23. Chen the fat man's car. Upon noticing the perplexed gaze of Chen Jian, Chu Ye's lips curled into a slight smile, soon replaced by a look of disdain. "Previously, when you lost the bet, you agreed to wash my clothes. Is there still something left for you to wager?" Chen Jian's heart surged with indignation at Chu Ye's expression. "What is the matter, young brother? Regardless of the circumstances, Chen Jian, am a person of dignity, am I not? Do you perceive me as someone incapable of putting forth a stake?" Casting a glance at Chu Ye, Chen Jian donned a flamboyant demeanor. "My wager with you is not contingent upon what you offer, but rather what I possess." Upon hearing Chen Jian's declaration and witnessing his confident countenance, Chu Ye could not help but swallow hard. "As long as you are pleased." In truth, Chu Ye's earlier remarks were intended to dissuade Chen Jian from engaging in the bet, for he, too, was a man of considerable stature, equipped with advantages. He had no desire to exploit such a foolish, ordinary individual. However, it would be a misunderstanding to assume that Chu Ye's hesitation stemmed from a moral awakening. Rather, he found the prospect somewhat embarrassing. Regrettably, Chen Jian appeared oblivious to Chu Ye's kind intentions. On the contrary, Chu Ye's words ignited a fierce determination within Chen Jian. After a moment of contemplation, he finally spoke, "If I win, our previous agreement shall be rendered null and void." "Not a problem." Chu Ye readily acquiesced to Chen Jian's stipulation. He anticipated that Chen Jian would propose this very condition, and moreover, he had unwavering confidence in his own victory. As the adage goes, good words cannot persuade a stubborn ghost. Given Chen Jian's fervent desire to contribute to his survival on the deserted island, it would be ungracious for Chu Ye to refuse his goodwill. Upon hearing Chu Ye's acceptance, Chen Jian was momentarily taken aback. He had expected to expend considerable effort to persuade Chu Ye, but it turned out to be remarkably effortless. Yet, This ease fostered an unsettling premonition within Chen Jian. The confident expression on Chu Ye's face suggested he possessed a certain assurance. Before Chen Jian could delve deeper into analyzing Chu Ye's potential strategies, he heard Chu Ye's voice once more. What will happen if you lose? For reasons unknown, the calmness of Chu Ye's tone, coupled with his enigmatic smile, filled Chen Jian with renewed vigor. As a man of dignity, Chen Jian resolved that even in the face of death, he would not allow anyone to outshine him in arrogance. Steeling himself, Chen Jian decided to fight for his sense of honor. If I lose, during my time on this deserted island, I, Chen the Fat Man, shall be your subordinate. Should you command me to remove my trousers, I assure you, I shall not remove my shirt. Hearing these words, Chu Ye's lips twitched. Although he understood Chen Jian's intent, did he really have to express it in such a flamboyant and ridiculous manner? A phrase that typically conveys a simple notion has, through this fellow's utterance, transformed into a runaway train. Casting a disdainful glance at the corpulent Chen, Chu Ye was struck by a grave question. How could such a lecherous glutton attain wealth? While I, the most innocent and honest young gentleman of the Dragon Kingdom, remain a pauper. Chapter 24. The competition on Mount Akinima. After contemplating the earlier question for an extended period, Chu Ye ultimately arrived at a conclusion. Perhaps it was due to my exceptional nature that the divine decided to strip me of all my wealth. With this thought in mind, Chu Ye cast a glance at a certain rotund individual standing under the sun, seemingly exuding grease, and couldn't help but sigh. This individual, lacking both appearance and charm, must possess nothing but money. As Chu Ye silently critiqued, Chen Jian suddenly shivered beside him. For some inexplicable reason, at that precise moment, he felt as though someone was conspiring against him. It was as if there was a psychic connection, compelling Chen Jian to turn towards Chu Ye, harboring a suspicion that if anyone were plotting against him, this man before him would undoubtedly be the prime suspect. After spending time with the father-daughter duo of Chu Ye and Chu Xin over the past 2 days, Chen Jian had garnered some insight into their characters. Despite their striking appearances, beneath the surface, they were undoubtedly nefarious. He had even given them an amusing nickname, Chu the Devious. Chu Ye was the elder Chu the Devious, while Chu Xin was affectionately dubbed the younger version. In fact, compared to Chu Ye, the younger Chu Xin exuded an even more terrifying aura. After being outsmarted by her, one would find it peculiar that no negative emotions arose within. Instead, there was a sense of unexpected delight. Was this wager truly not worthwhile? Casting a glance at Chu Ye, Chen Jian inquired directly. Under normal circumstances, facing Chu Ye's composed demeanor would have prompted Chen Jian to exercise caution. However, at this moment, he was determined to act boldly. I, Chen Jian, am a man of dignity. Upon hearing Chen Jian's words, a slight smile graced Chu Ye's lips as he gently nodded. Agreed. Witnessing Chu Ye's reaction, an ominous premonition intensified within Chen Jian. Yet, for the sake of his dignified reputation, he gritted his teeth and persisted. In truth, it wasn't he, just Chen Jian. Even the audience had taken note of Chu Ye's expression. Angela, for some reason, I feel that this rotund fellow will meet his demise in a few minutes. Grandpa fortune teller, no exaggeration, this fellow has a large bra on his forehead. Sensual yet classy. I have one too. I wonder if anyone can interpret that for me? As the saying goes, there are only 2 types of drivers, those who have never driven and those who are seasoned veterans. Once you embark on this path, you will inevitably become an experienced driver. Clearly, through the passage of time, those who dared to show themselves in the live stream were the fabled veterans of Mount Akinima. Without delving into the countless comparisons made in the comments on the deserted island, Chu Ye and Chen Jian once again struck a wager. Gazing at Chen Jian's despondent visage, Chu Ye's heart brimmed with joy. Had it not been for my relentless provocation, would you have transformed into my first little servant on this deserted isle? Ahem. After coughing twice, Chu Ye suppressed the urge to burst into laughter by biting his tongue. Glancing at Chen Jian once more, he displayed a reassuring expression. Brother Chen Jian, do not fret. If we manage to catch the crab, I shall ensure you indulge a little more. Chapter 25. Chen Jian's confidence. Chen Jian initially intended to express his gratitude, but midway through his words, a sudden realization struck him. If that fellow were to find the bread crab, would he not become his subordinate? If he were to thank him under such circumstances, would that not be tantamount to selling himself and then helping another count the money? The mere thought of this made a look of dismay appear on Chen Jian's face. Why, in the presence of Chu Ye, did he lose the acumen he typically displayed in business? Was this fellow truly his destined nemesis? The moment this thought crossed his mind, Chen Jian promptly shook his head, banishing it from his thoughts. My only destined adversary must be women. It must be said that once a person becomes seasoned in certain experiences, their thinking begins to evolve in parallel. Even in the absence of a clear path, they could still find joy in the ride. Unbeknownst to Chu Ye, in that fleeting moment, multiple racing cars had already dashed through Chen Jian's mind. Upon hearing that Chen Jian intended to thank him, Chu Ye's expression grew even more peculiar. Glancing at his task panel, he noted that due to his banter with Chen Jian, several minutes had elapsed. Not wishing to waste any further time, he promptly made his way towards a small red dot on the map. Seeing Chu Ye's movements, Chen Jian was momentarily taken aback, then quickly realized that this fellow was likely about to begin his search for the bread crab. After a moment of hesitation, he ultimately decided to follow closely behind Chu Ye. As a top-tier food enthusiast, he was confident, based on his extensive experience, that this location would certainly not yield any bread crabs. Of course, whether this thought stemmed from confidence or mere expectation is a matter best left unexamined. After trailing Chu Ye for several minutes without encountering a single living creature on the beach, a smile finally returned to Chen Jian's face. Chu Ye, perhaps we should abandon this endeavor, he suggested, turning to look at Chu Ye. Everyone is quite hungry now. Why not settle for some squid instead? Having previously enjoyed squid, Chen Jian felt certain that Chu Ye possessed the means to catch some. It is no exaggeration to say that Chen Jian was now brimming with joy. Upon witnessing Chu Ye's earlier expression, he had feared his culinary journey was destined for darkness, but unexpectedly, a glimmer of hope had emerged. From the current situation, it appeared that his life would not only remain bright, but could indeed return to the light. Hearing Chen Jian's words, a faint smile appeared on Chu Ye's face. Do not fret. I have a premonition that we shall soon encounter the bread crab. As soon as Chu Ye finished speaking, Chen Jian could not help but respond with a sarcastic grin. If there were indeed a bread crab here, I would dare to eat that gray stone directly. Noticing the stone that Chen Jian was pointing at, the corners of Chu Ye's mouth twitched slightly. Now, that simply won't do. Firstly, your unilateral increase in the stakes is inappropriate. Secondly, you cannot seek to retaliate against our target simply because you lost. What? Upon hearing Chu Ye's words, Chen Jian was momentarily taken aback, followed by a look of confusion gracing his features. What did I ever lose? Have you already located the bread crab? As soon as Chen Jian uttered these words, he began to survey his surroundings, hoping to catch a glimpse of the elusive bread crab. Chapter 26. The tragedy begins with a stone well. Isn't that it? Following Chu Ye's finger, Chen Jian beheld a familiar object. Indeed, the very stone he had just pointed out. As he caught sight of the stone, Chen Jian was on the verge of bursting into laughter, yet midway through, his expression morphed into one of sheer bewilderment. The abrupt shift nearly left him gasping for breath. At this moment, however, he could hardly attend to his own predicament. He was simply staring in disbelief at the stone not far away. Just moments ago, that stone had moved. With its enormous claws, mottled brown carapace, and lateral motion, it turned out to be a true blue crab. As the crab revealed its true form, the livestream chat erupted into a frenzy. First came a barrage of 50 identical banners soaring across the top of the stream. Congratulations to contestant Chu Ye for receiving 50 rockets for I truly am a rich person. A staggering 500,000 in tips flashed across the screen, followed by a wave of comments. I truly am a rich person. Heartfelt congratulations to Fatty Chun for his complete demise. Little Black Dog. Heartfelt congratulations to Fatty Chun for his complete demise. Death K. Up close with the rich, hugging legs, licking. In stark contrast to the lively atmosphere of a live stream, Chen Jian's heart felt a profound sense of desolation. Beyond the sorrow, an even deeper melancholy enveloped him. Who could have imagined that such a desolate island would harbor a blue crab, and as fate would have it, that Chu Ye would stumble upon it? A foreboding thought suddenly gripped Chen Jian as he recalled his earlier words. Based on his understanding of old Chu's penchant for mischief, he knew this opportunity would not slip through his friend's fingers. Indeed, just as Chen Jian wallowed in his anguish, he heard Chu Ye's voice nearby. TSK. Thank you, brother Chen Jian, for your hint. Otherwise, I would never have discovered this blue crab. In that instant, it felt as though a sharp blade had pierced his very core. Yet before he could recover from Chu Ye's verbal blow, he was struck again by Chu Xian's cheerful voice. "Thank you, Uncle Fatty, for helping me find the big crab." Turning his gaze, Chen Jian caught sight of little Xian, cradled in Chu Ye's arms, beaming a radiant smile at him. Upon seeing Chen Jian's attention, Chu Xian's grin widened. "Uncle Fatty, don't worry. Once Daddy prepares the big crab, I will surely share a large crab leg with you." What is the most regrettable aspect of life? It is neither the fact that one dies with unspent wealth, nor that one lives to exhaust their savings. In that moment, for Chen Jian, the most sorrowful realization was encountering a crab capable of masquerading as a stone on a forsaken island. Even more tragic was the recognition that he had once mistaken a small demon for an angel. Gazing upon the radiant smile of little Xianer, Chen Jian's heart was engulfed by profound sorrow. "Oh God, why must I endure such trials?" Reflecting on yesterday, when he encountered the father and daughter, Chu Ye, while grappling with hunger, he had felt an overwhelming sense of joy. In that moment, he even expressed gratitude to the Almighty, believing that his benevolence was bestowed upon him for his past generosity in donating several temples. Yet, it is only now that Chen Jian realizes the folly of his assumptions. Chapter 27. The Lord's mercy. At the moment he encountered the father and daughter of Chu Ye, it was far from a meeting between a devout believer and an angel. The true scenario was that a naive little lamb had unwittingly wandered into the clutches of a demon. Of course, one can find some understanding of the current predicament. After all, not every soul who donates to a temple while silently beseeching divine favor can lead a tranquil life. Considering Chen Jian's physique, the fact that he has not succumbed to hypertension can be attributed to two reasons. Firstly, the mercy of God. Secondly, the diminished power of the Lord in the East. Personally, I lean towards the latter possibility. Reflecting on the fate of this overweight individual, one might surmise that the Lord intended to directly extinguish his life. But the unfamiliar environment upon arriving in the East has spared him from immediate peril, albeit at the cost of enduring such misfortunes. Regrettably, Chen Jian remains oblivious to the absurdity of petitioning the omnipotent Lord after donating to a Buddhist temple. After offering yet another silent prayer to his Lord, Chen Jian turned to face the smiling Chu Xian. In the presence of such an adorable little girl, any grievances he harbored would dissipate in an instant. For instance, just moments ago, Chu Xian had been holding a barbecue on his wound. Yet now Chen Jian felt an invigorating surge of strength within him. Casting a glance at the little girl, a broad smile spread across his round face. "Thank you, little Xian." However, as soon as the words left his lips, Chen Jian was taken aback. Why had I uttered such words? Why did I wear this expression? Based on the earlier circumstances, I should have been quite unhappy. Glancing at the beaming Chu Xian, a fleeting glimmer of despair crossed Chen Jian's eyes. "Oh God, I implore you, save this child." Whether or not God heard Chen Jian's plea remains uncertain, but it was evident that Chu Ye had noticed Chen Jian's considerable frame. Perhaps due to the poor signal on the deserted island, God had not been able to respond promptly to Chen Jian. Instead, Chu Ye's voice reached him. "Brother Chen Jian, would you kindly catch those few bread crabs?" Without waiting for a response, Chu Ye had already taken Chu Xian in his arms and headed towards their temporary shelter. "Daddy, little Xianer wants to catch big crabs too." Chu Xian chimed in as Chu Ye turned around. As soon as Chu Xian's words left her lips, Chu Ye's response came swiftly. "No, the big crabs are fierce. Their pincers can hurt little Xianer." Clearly, the consequences articulated by Chu Ye extinguished any thoughts of crab catching in Chu Xian's mind. Furthermore, upon hearing her father's words, Chu Xian immediately wrapped her arms around Chu Ye's neck. "Daddy, if the big crabs are so dangerous, please don't go catch them, okay?" Upon hearing Chu Xian's plea, tears welled up in Chu Ye's eyes. "Oh, my dear, truly, you are the offspring of Chu Ye, demonstrating such tenderness at such a tender age. There is no doubt. You are indeed my cherished little darling." After planting a kiss on Chu Xian's cherubic face, Chu Ye nodded earnestly. "You are absolutely right, my little Xianer. Father shall not catch the large crabs. Let the chubby uncle take on that task. Yes, indeed, let the chubby uncle do the catching." Chapter 28. I am fat. I am humble. Listening to the gradually receding conversation between the father and daughter, Chen Jian felt a surge of fervor rising from the soles of his feet, directly flooding into his mind. What is the meaning of this, dear sirs? Am I, Chen the Fat, unworthy of possessing human rights? Am I, Chen the Fat, destined to endure such tribulations? Or do you believe that the thickness of my fat is sufficient to shield me from the pincers of a giant crab? The frigid sea breeze swept across Chen Jian's face, yet he found his heart growing even colder. Glancing at the few crabs nearby, brandishing their claws, he could not help but swallow hard. If that brute were to clasp him, he would surely meet his end. In that fleeting moment, Chen Jian even entertained thoughts of surrender. After all, according to the wager he had with Chu Ye, as long as he remained on this deserted island, he would be nothing more than a pitiful subject under the dominion of that father-daughter duo. However, after a moment of hesitation, Chen Jian relinquished the notion in his mind. Regardless of the circumstances, I am still a man of dignity. If I were to leave the island after just a day and a half, where would my pride reside? Unbeknownst to Chen Jian, the entire process of him encouraging himself with these words was being faithfully recorded by a global live-streaming platform. Due to the prior request of Wang Chimei, there were now more shots featuring Chu Ye and his daughter, and as a result, countless viewers were suddenly introduced to the fat man Little Black. TSK, TSK, TSK. I've often heard the saying about puffing up one's face to appear more substantial. Just how harshly has this fellow been on himself, Master Fat? Not only did he puff up his face, but he also managed to swell his entire body. Would you not say that as severe? With the influx of countless comments, Chen Jian acquired two new nicknames, the dignified man and the tough guy. Moreover, some internet wizards even transformed certain moments of Chen Jian into meme-worthy images. For instance, when he witnessed a stone morph into a bread crab, someone captured the moment and added the caption, "Tell me this isn't real." Additionally, after he was repeatedly stabbed in the back by Chu Ye and Chu Xin, his sorrowful expression was accompanied by the text, "Who else is there?" In a brief span, the globally broadcast survival program on the deserted island gained immense popularity. Alongside it, the characters of the scheming man Chu Ye, the stabber extraordinaire Chu Xin, and ultimately the tough yet humble man Chen Jian also rose to fame. Although other contestants displayed commendable performances, none could match the level of amusement brought by Chu Ye and his companions. After all, while others were struggling for survival, Chu Ye and his group presented the comical antics of friendships gone awry. Setting aside the banter, after a struggle, Chen Jian ultimately succumbed humbly to reality. When he returned to Chu Ye's side, he was holding a robust stick from which 3 bread crabs dangled. It remains a mystery what heinous act this fat man committed against the 3 bread crabs with that stick. At present, the 3 crabs seem to perceive nothing beyond the stick before them. Even after being placed on the ground by Chen Jian, they remain motionless. Judging by the circumstances, as long as the stick remains intact, the trio of crabs is unlikely to cease their efforts. Haha. It must be said that the portly fellow is indeed a natural optimist, previously wearing a frown. He erupted into a cacophony of peculiar laughter the moment the 3 crabs were set free. Chapter 29. The Cad. Chu Ye under the scrutinizing gaze of Chu Ye. Chen Jian stood with his hands firmly planted on his hips, a triumphant expression gracing his face as he gazed upon the 3 bread crabs before him. Ha ha ha! 3 little rascals. No matter how cunning you are, when faced with my robust stick, you shall surrender without a fight. Upon hearing Chen Jian's words, Chu Ye could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. This insufferable glutton was beyond redemption. Judging by the current circumstances, this fellow could no longer be referred to as merely an experienced driver. He was akin to a reckless driver under the influence. In stark contrast to Chu Ye's exasperation, the audience in the live stream, having been led down a reckless path by Chen Jian, was ablaze with excitement. Witnessing Chen Jian, who appeared to regard the bread crabs as mere trifles, countless little black cars began to recklessly navigate under the guidance of the seasoned drivers. Distant observers. So what exactly has this portly man done to the bread crabs? Passionate speedsters. Regardless of what he has done, I shall deem him the strongest. Civilized drivers, please, Master Fat, enlighten us. There is a saying, when an avalanche descends, no snowflake is innocent. The current situation can only be described by another adage. When the black cars roar to life, no driver can evade responsibility. Setting aside the multitude of black cars that began their engines with collective fervor, Chu Ye found himself utterly intolerant of the sight of the rotund man, flaunting his bravado before the 3 crabs. It seemed unlikely that these 3 bread crabs would ever fathom that one day, they would encounter someone even bolder than themselves. Daddy, I'm hungry. When can we feast on the grand crabs? Upon spotting the bread crabs, little X's eyes sparkled with an astonishing brilliance. Hearing her words, Chu Ye quickly cast a reassuring glance at the little one before turning to Chen Jian. Fatty, bring the crabs over. As soon as Chu Ye's command left his lips, Chen Jian, who had been showcasing his might before the crabs, could not help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. He then cast a mournful glance at Chu Ye. Xiao Yezi, you have changed. Taken aback by Chen Jian's expression, Chu Ye swiftly realized that this fellow was bound to concoct yet another mischief. Before he could respond, Chen Jian spoke again. In the astonished gaze of Chu Ye, Chen Jian took a sorrowful step back, lamenting, in the past, you were so gentle with me. Even your words were like a gentle drizzle. But now that you've gotten what you wanted, you dare to call me fatty. As he spoke, Chen Jian's voice grew even more despondent. You scoundrel. If one were to overlook his plump visage and disregard his tone, they might mistake him for a forlorn woman cruelly abandoned by Chu Ye. Yet, a mere glance at Chen Jian's round face would elicit involuntary twitches from even the most oblivious of spectators. Given your appearance, if you were indeed a woman, you would never face abandonment in this lifetime, for you would never experience a beginning. Regrettably, the corpulent Chen displayed not the slightest hint of self-awareness. Under Chu Ye's gaze, this fellow not only failed to temper his antics, but rather intensified his performance. Casting a glance at the fervently performing Chen, Chu Ye's lips curled into a slight smirk. My dear fellow, may I pose a question to you? Chapter 30. Who reads after the exam? Having loved without regrets. I promise you. Upon hearing Chu Ye's words, Fat Chen immediately responded with a series of enthusiastic, albeit sycophantic, affirmations. Unfortunately, after spending considerable time together, Chu Ye had come to understand Fat Chen's character well. Whenever this fellow put on a performance or acted in a foolish manner, the best course of action was to simply ignore him. The more attention one paid, the more excited he would become. Thus, the most effective response was to refrain from engaging with him. So, upon hearing Chen Jian's words, Chu Ye maintained his calm demeanor and looked at him. After you catch a fish, do you still feed it bait? What? Chu Ye's seemingly nonsensical question momentarily left Chen Jian bewildered, staring at him in confusion. Noticing Chen Jian's lack of understanding, Chu Ye grew impatient and clarified. Do you continue to review after taking an exam? As an unfortunate outlier in the realm of compulsory education, Chen Jian instantly grasped Chu Ye's metaphor. Consequently, he felt an even deeper sense of sorrow. So, you mean the previous wager was all a deliberate provocation on your part? Chen Jian was no fool. He was a shrewd businessman in his daily dealings. Connecting the dots from how Chu Ye had previously conversed with him, he quickly realized the truth. In response to Chen Jian's remark, Chu Ye merely offered a knowing smile, neither confirming nor denying, and casually inquired, do you still wish to eat? Gurgle. Just as Chu Ye finished speaking, a peculiar sound emanated from Chen Jian's stomach. Eat. His face contorted with a grimace as he spoke. Despite his deep-seated resentment towards the 3 crabs that had led to his wager's failure, wishing to keep them close for relentless torment, Chen Jian also understood that, given Chu Ye's affection for Chu Xian, these crabs had no fate other than becoming a meal. Moreover, having lost the previous wager, he found himself in the humiliating position of being Chu Ye's subordinate. Attempting to thwart him was nothing short of a daydream. Casting another glance at the 3 crabs still defiantly clashing with their sticks, Chen Jian let out a cold snort. Just wait. I will devour every last one of you. After delivering his threat, Chen Jian handed over the 3 bread crabs to Chu Ye, placing his trust in his culinary skills. Without Fat Chen, cooking would have required Chu Xian's assistance, but with Chen Jian around, Chu Ye would naturally refrain from involving his daughter. Thus, in the ensuing moments, Chu Ye focused on preparing the ingredients while Chen Jian took charge of lighting the fire, boiling water, and disposing of waste. By the time the 3 bread crabs transformed into a vibrant red and were arranged on a smooth rock, Chen Jian was drenched in sweat. For him, the physical exertion of the day had been quite overwhelming. Sheener, you must be starving. As soon as the 3 crabs were prepared, Chu Ye promptly seized the largest one, carefully peeling away its shell and presenting it before Chu Xian. Chen Jian, however, displayed little reaction to Chu Ye's actions. This was due in part to his lack of energy for further embellishment, and in part to his reluctance to vie for Chu Xian's favor. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a new task. The Swiss Army knife has been dispatched. Please await the opportune moment to acknowledge receipt. Chapter 31. The Fear of Chen the Fat. As Chu Ye savored the tender meat of the bread crab, he squinted his eyes upon hearing a voice from the system. Please tell me you're not sending another hefty individual my way, he mused, casting a glance at Chen Jian, who was ruthlessly reducing the crab shells to mere fragments. An involuntary shiver coursed through Chu Ye. He couldn't help but wonder if this was some form of retribution for his prior encounters with 3 crabs. Rest assured, the distribution method of this system is undoubtedly diverse, the system replied, prompting a satisfied nod from Chu Ye. After all, this could be considered a form of assistance. If each reward came with a burdensome companion, it would surely be a travesty. It was that Chu Ye was opposed to acquiring more allies. But given Chen Jian's physique, if every arrival resembled him, his survival on the deserted island would undoubtedly escalate to a hellish challenge. While Chu Ye was lost in his thoughts, Chen Jian's voice suddenly cut through the air. What the heck? Who's the inconsiderate soul, tossing garbage everywhere? Startled by Chen Jian's exclamation, Chu Ye detected an unmistakable undercurrent of distress in his otherwise boisterous tone. Without hesitating, he rushed toward the location where Chen the Fat had settled, accompanied by Chu Ye. Upon reaching the shoreline, Chu Ye found Chen the Fat seated on the ground. A visage of agony etched across his face, with crab remnants strewn all around. Are you all right? Chu Ye inquired, his concern palpable. Despite his frequent tormenting of Chen Jian and the occasional sprinkling of salt on his wounds, he had long regarded Chen as a true friend, akin to a comrade from a previous life. Should anything happen to Chen, guilt would undoubtedly gnaw at him. Upon hearing Chu Ye's words, Chen Jian lifted his head and, upon seeing the worry etched on Chu Ye's face, a triumphant grin spread across his features. I knew you still cared for me. If such words had been uttered by a beautiful woman, they would have brought joy to Chu Ye. But when spoken by Chen, they simply morphed into a source of nausea. Nevertheless, observing the expression on Chen's face, Chu Ye refrained from delivering a disparaging remark. In his characteristic, whimsical manner, Chen soon began to lament his plight. Cradling one of his feet, he wore a wry smile as he explained, I have no idea which thoughtless individual tossed garbage about, but I must have stepped on a nail just now. Stepped on a nail? Chu Ye was taken aback by Chen's revelation, and a glimmer of insight flashed in his eyes. Concurrently, the system's voice resonated once more. Ding! The Swiss Army knife has been distributed. Please collect it at your convenience. As the system's message faded, a small red dot materialized in Chu Ye's mind, positioned conveniently near Chen's posterior. At that moment, the portly individual was incessantly expressing to Chu Ye his disdain for those who carelessly litter, as well as his own commitment to environmental preservation. When he suddenly glanced up, he found Chu Ye gazing intently at him, or so he believed. In that fleeting instant, Chen Jian felt a chill creeping from his backside to the crown of his head. Swallowing hard, he cautiously addressed Chu Ye. Master Chu, may I inquire about something? Chapter 32. The scope of the bed. Upon hearing Chen Jian's words, Chu Ye was momentarily taken aback. If there is something you wish to inquire about, please feel free to ask without such formality. Chen Pengzi's Mandarin was exceptionally articulate, allowing Chu Ye to comprehend clearly that this fellow had just referred to him as Master Chu. It was well known that the usually boisterous Pengzi had a strong sense of masculinity, always referring to himself as Master. The abrupt change in address left Chu Ye rather astonished. Casting a glance at Chen Jian, Chu Ye offered a warm smile, encouraging him to speak freely without the need for such politeness. As the saying goes, it takes everyone to lift a flour-laden sedan. So, seeing Chen Pengzi being so courteous, Chu Ye felt compelled to reciprocate with a display of his own civility. However, unbeknownst to Chu Ye, his mere smile inflicted profound emotional turmoil upon Chen Jian. Already suspicious of Chu Ye's intentions, witnessing the normally troublesome Chu Ye unexpectedly smile only intensified Chen Jian's feelings of dread. Perhaps it is better to remain somewhat reserved, he thought. Observing Chen Jian's unusual demeanor, Chu Ye felt a pang of confusion. This was not the behavior one would expect from the portly man. Based on Chu Ye's understanding, this individual was typically shameless and obstinate. His current display of deference seemed rather peculiar. Had he been possessed by another? As this thought crossed his mind, Chu Ye quickly shook his head. What a joke. One does not simply encounter a world traveler, as though they were common weeds by the roadside. Noticing Chu Ye's lack of response, the portly man cleared his throat softly, shifting his ample frame in the sand before quietly inquiring, "Master Chu, could you perhaps clarify the scope of our previous wager?" Scope? The inquiry left Chu Ye even more perplexed. Observing Chen Pengzi's cautious demeanor, he began to doubt whether his own intellect was sufficient for coherent communication. Seeing the confusion on Chu Ye's face, Chen Pengzi was momentarily stunned before gritting his teeth and stating, "In that case, I shall be frank. The wager we discussed earlier, surely it does not include fulfilling any of your personal desires?" As he spoke, Chen Pengzi shielded his backside with his hands, casting a pitiable glance at Chu Ye. Upon hearing Chen Pengzi's words and witnessing his lewd expression, Chu Ye finally grasped the situation. This fellow actually thought he desired his backside? Struggling to contain his fury towards this rotund man, Chu Ye took a deep breath before declaring, "I prefer women." Really? It was evident that Chen Pengzi harbored doubts about Chu Ye's statement, as he continued to protect his rear with utmost caution. It was only at this moment that the audience watching the live broadcast began to realize the unfolding drama. In truth, they had previously been as perplexed as Chu Ye. For the sudden politeness of the stout fellow, coupled with his cryptic manner of speaking, left everyone in a state of bewilderment. However, upon unraveling the intricacies of the situation, a collective urge to erupt in laughter emerged among them. This character is indeed a rare specimen, possessing a visage that is nothing short of extraordinary. Yet he absurdly regards himself as a treasure. Chapter 33. On the probability of targeting the overweight, the veteran driver of the hearse remarked, "This hefty individual is truly remarkable. He is either driving or preparing to do so." As they engaged in street racing that night, he mused, did God perhaps add a few extra points of absurdity when creating this fellow? If the overweight individual were a beautiful maiden, one could understand his heightened vigilance towards others. However, given his unremarkable appearance, it is astonishing that he could entertain such thoughts. One must concede that his audacity surpasses that of many. Chu Ye could not help but laugh at the sight of the overweight man. With such a demeanor, unless one had an exceptionally peculiar taste, it is unlikely anyone would consider targeting you, right? Do you truly believe that, given your esteemed stature, I would consider you a target? To thoroughly shatter the overweight man's confidence, Chu Ye spoke candidly, leaving no room for misinterpretation. "Who knows?" The overweight man replied, still wary as he glanced at Chu Ye. "Why were you staring at my backside just now?" Upon hearing this, the viewers of the live broadcast erupted in chaos. "Oh my." Hearing his words suddenly reminds me that Chu Ye indeed seemed to gaze at his rear for quite some time. Not only that, but I recall Chu Ye swallowing hard as well. It appears we may have stumbled upon something significant. Oh dear, could it be that my husband's tastes are truly this unique? Impossible. I refuse to believe my husband is that kind of person. Aside from a few unfortunate souls who had fallen victim to the overweight man's unrelenting presence, others were striving to restore Chu Ye's reputation. After all, due to the charm of little Exiner and Chu Ye's recent conduct, he had garnered a considerable following, most of whom were unmarried young women. Setting aside the fervor of the comments, the overweight man continued to explain himself. "Even if you harbor no intentions towards me now, life on this deserted island is so dreary. Who knows when you might suddenly succumb to primal urges?" Clearly, the overweight man was thoroughly unsettled by Chu Ye's previous scrutiny of him, as his gaze remained laden with suspicion. Upon hearing his words, Chu Ye nearly choked on his own incredulity. If I were to target someone else, that could be loosely defined as succumbing to base instincts. Targeting you? Do you think I am some sort of liposuction parasite? Do you believe me when I say I was looking at your backside? Huh. Hearing this, Chun Jian couldn't help but smirk, his expression a blend of amusement and disbelief. Evidently, in the overweight man's eyes, Chu Ye had become a perverse admirer of his physique. As Chu Ye contemplated how to clarify the misunderstanding, his companion Chu Xian suddenly turned to Chen Jian and exclaimed, "Uncle Fat, your backside is quite impressive." What? The moment little Xian uttered those words, Chen Jian's expression shifted to one of utter bewilderment. What on earth is happening? I, Chen, have lived for over 30 years, yet I have never realized how alluring my dairy re could be. Of course, I am not alone in this bewilderment. Many viewers of the live broadcast share the same curiosity. In truth, prior to this, as Chu Ye elucidated the situation, they had begun to entertain a belief in his words. After all, Given Chen Jian's physique, the likelihood of succumbing to primal instincts, or even losing one's humanity, and acting upon him would be quite minimal. Chapter 34. The remarkable rear, however, upon hearing Xiaoxin's words, a sense of doubt emerged among the crowd. After all, it is implausible for a child to fabricate a lie. From Xiaoxin's statement, it was evident that she had a particular interest in Chen Jian's posterior. This realization cast a shadow over everyone's spirits. Truly, one can discern a person's appearance, but not their heart. It was surprising to discover that the seemingly radiant and charming Chu Ye harbored such a peculiar penchant. What was most unsettling for the onlookers was that this fascination had seemingly influenced the adorable little girl, Chu Ye. In an instant, some viewers began to express their outrage through comments, asserting that Chu Ye was unworthy of being Chu Ye's father, and even demanded that he face legal consequences. Of course, amidst the uproar, there were also a segment of rational viewers who believed there must be some underlying truth that remained unknown to the masses. Netizen Chun Beixian remarked, "The situation is abundantly clear. Chu Ye is nothing but scum, and such individuals must be held accountable." Lu Jinda added, "Indeed, let's give Chu Ye 3 days to apologize to the entire world, or else he should be expelled from Longhua." The arbiter interjected, "I believe it is prudent for everyone to remain calm until the facts are clarified. Additionally, the two upstairs should promptly take their medication." In just a few fleeting moments, Chu Ye's name once again became the focal point of fervent discussion. Yet, none of this pertained to Chu Ye's current state. He was gazing at Chu Ye with a puzzled expression. "Xiaoxin, can you tell Daddy why you think Uncle Fat's rear is remarkable?" As the saying goes, family knows family matters. Chu Ye was aware that his earlier fixation on the rotund man was prompted by the red indicated by the system. However, it was peculiar that Chu Ye also seemed to be fixated on the man's posterior. Upon hearing Chu Ye's inquiry, Chu Ye was momentarily taken aback, then candidly responded, "Uncle Fat's rear is not afraid of knives. Isn't that impressive?" As she spoke, she pointed toward a patch of ground not far from Chen Jian. Following her gesture, before Chu Ye could respond, a cold sweat broke out on Chen Jian's forehead. A glimmering dagger was protruding from the earth, and, crucially, the blade's tip was less than 5 centimeters from his rear. Gulp! In an instant, Chen Jian forgot the pain in his foot and leaped up from the ground in alarm. After Chen Jian's abrupt rise, the viewers in the live stream finally discerned the situation. Previously obscured by Chen Jian's body, the ground was now visible, revealing the blade glistening ominously in the soil where he had just been seated. JS enthusiast, goodness, that rotund fellow is incredibly fortunate. Had he leaned back even a little further, he might have experienced something quite thrilling. Junior reporter, I've even thought a title, shock. A certain rotund individual engages in such activities on a deserted island. Laudator, to the one above, you have been selected. Please report to the UC department tomorrow. Aside from a group of raucous spectators, there were others who discerned the true nature of the knife buried in the earth. Cold weapon as king. This appears to be a Swiss Army knife. I must admit, the rotund fellow's fortune is indeed remarkable. Belgrace, with this tool in their possession, their survival challenge in the wilderness will be significantly alleviated. Chapter 35. The Principles of Delivery by the System as the program aired. The audience gradually developed a deeper understanding of wilderness survival. Consequently, they recognized the significance of the dagger to Chu Ye and his companions. This awareness led to the belief that the portly fellow was quite fortunate. However, for the portly man himself, this was far from being considered good fortune. The mere thought of what could have transpired had he taken even a slight step back sent cold sweat trickling down his forehead. It is no exaggeration to say that had it not been for Chu Ye's timely warning, even the finest proctology hospital in Longhua would have been unable to save him. Casting a fearful glance at the Swiss Army knife embedded in the sand, Chen Jian's lips twitched. I am acutely aware that wilderness survival is fraught with peril. Yet I never anticipated it would be this treacherous. Upon hearing Chen Jian's words, the audience could not help but chuckle. However, upon reflection, they found his statement to possess a certain degree of validity. After all, the challenges and dangers of surviving in the wild are well known. Food scarcity, fluctuating temperatures, unpredictable weather, and potential encounters with various beasts. Nevertheless, the incident where the portly fellow nearly had his backside opened by a dagger lying on the ground was undoubtedly an SS-level rarity. Observing the portly man's expression of sheer terror, the audience became even more exhilarated. Cockroach, though I know it is rather unkind. I cannot help but laugh at the sight of the portly fellow. Goat, in comparison to Chu Ye's experiences. I feel as though the portly man is participating in a hellishly difficult competition. Master Fat, hearing what you just said, it does seem rather reasonable. Under the influence of the barrage of comments, everyone began to compare the experiences of Chu Ye and Chen on the deserted island. While Chu Ye excelled at fishing, cooking, and even constructing a makeshift shelter, it was his luck that garnered the most admiration. Just as night was about to fall, the portly man delivered tents to them. When they yearned for large crabs, they stumbled upon a gigantic bread crab. More importantly, after a series of incomprehensible maneuvers, Chu Ye and his daughter unexpectedly acquired a little black servant on the deserted island. In stark contrast, the portly man, who had his stone transform into a crab during a wager, suffered cruel injuries from grassroots while sleeping and narrowly avoided being harmed by a dagger. Epitomized the essence of an unfortunate soul. In truth, the portly man's fear was not solitary. Chu Ye's emotions were equally complex. Staring at the Swiss Army knife in his hand, the corners of Chu Ye's mouth twitched slightly. Is this what you mean by diversified delivery system? Indeed. As soon as Chu Ye's words left his lips, the system's voice resonated. Rest assured, host, this system operates under the principles of diversification and surprise when delivering rewards. Upon hearing the system's voice, Chu Ye cast a sympathetic glance at the portly man beside him. I hope that for the next reward distribution, the system refrains from employing such alarming methods. Otherwise, this fellow may very well abandon the competition. After much difficulty, Chu Ye had finally found a small servant, and naturally, he did not wish for Chen to withdraw from the competition so soon. After standing in a daze for most of the day, Chen finally emerged from the profound psychological trauma inflicted by the Swiss Army knife. He glanced at Chu Ye, and the portly figure immediately displayed a look of grievance. Brother Ye, I am currently suffering immense wounds, both physically and spiritually. Without a certain form of compensation, I fear I may not be able to recover. Chapter 36. Chen Jian's integrity as Chu Ye observed the rotund figure preparing to indulge in his usual antics. A twitch flashed across his lips. Just state your intentions directly. After spending time together, Chu Ye had come to grasp the essence of his companion's character. Once he began his antics, it invariably signified some ulterior motive. Indeed, scarcely had Chu Ye finished speaking when a broad grin blossomed on the plump man's face. Engaging with straightforward individuals is such a relief. Today, I wish to switch up our lunch menu. Without pausing for Chu Ye's response, he continued. Having feasted on seafood for several consecutive meals, I fear I might transform into one myself. Taken aback by his words, Chu Ye nodded without hesitation, absolutely. However, the moment the words left his mouth, the rotund man froze, staring at Chu Ye in astonishment. You agreed so easily? Is that not a cause for concern? With an odd look directed at his companion, Chu Ye retorted, if you didn't expect me to acquiesce, why propose in the first place? Upon hearing this, a hint of disappointment flickered across the plump man's face as he began to explain, I genuinely thought you would decline or present some bizarre conditions. As he spoke, he cast a glance at Chu Ye before continuing, I had even devised a plan to persuade you, yet you capitulated so effortlessly. Chu Ye's expression turned even more peculiar. By this point, he was increasingly convinced of his hypothesis. The man must suffer from a peculiar affliction. He would feel utterly unwell unless he engaged in his antics. Thus, Chu Ye resolved to refer to this condition as the discomfort of not being mischievous. Gazing at the impending outburst from his companion, Chu Ye shivered slightly and explained, Xiao Xian has also indulged in seafood multiple times. It is indeed time for a change. With that, he ignored Chen Jian and turned his side to inquire of Chu Xian. What would you like to eat today, Xiao Xian? Upon hearing his question, Xiao Xian paused in contemplation, pressing a finger to her lips. Noticing her silence, Chu Ye remained patient, gently stroking her head. Take your time. When hunger strikes, you'll know what you desire. Observing Chu Ye's tender treatment of Xiao Xian, a look of profound grievance crossed the rotund man's face. Chu Ye, this is an appalling act of favoritism. This is unjust. I demand to receive the same treatment as Xiao Xian. In response to Chen Jian's claim, Chu Ye regarded him with incredulity. What audacity it took to voice such a statement. Xiao Xian calls me daddy, and thus enjoys such privileges. Daddy. The moment Chu Ye uttered those words, Chen Jian's voice rang out, clearly enunciating the two syllables. As he observed the portly figure exuding an air of carefree nonchalance, Chu Ye was enveloped by a sense of helplessness. At that moment, regret washed over him. He believed he had a profound understanding of Chen Jian, yet he never anticipated that he had grossly overestimated the man's integrity. Get lost. Casting a disdainful glance at Chen Jian, Chu Ye realized he could not afford to grant this scoundrel any further opportunities to engage in his petty antics. Chapter 37. Little Exeter's room. Upon hearing Chu Ye's words, the rotund fellow's countenance betrayed a hint of regret. Nevertheless, he was unwilling to concede and yearned to make an attempt. Chu Ye, do you truly not? Not necessary, will not impossible. Chu Ye interjected coldly, interrupting him before he could finish. Yet, considering the system's punitive measures towards this individual, Chu Ye resolved to offer him a modicum of compensation. Casting a glance at the rotund man, he spoke directly. Would you care for a house? A house? The rotund man paused at Chu Ye's statement, his expression morphing into one of confusion. Do we not already possess one? I am not referring to this makeshift shelter, Chu Ye clarified, perceiving the misunderstanding. I mean a proper house, constructed of red bricks. You. The rotund man was momentarily taken aback, followed by a look of sheer astonishment. You cannot possibly mean you can conjure a house made of red bricks here? He regarded Chu Ye with an expression that seemed to convey, are you insulting my intelligence? In truth, the rotund man was quite magnanimous, and upon forming this thought, he expressed it immediately. Though I have lost 2 bets, you should not underestimate my intellect. At the rotund man's words, Chu Ye's lips twitched in irritation. You do not believe me? Indeed, the rotund man bellowed defiantly. Even if you claim the skies will fall, I, fat master, shall not believe a word. Very well. Observing the rotund man's serious demeanor, Chu Ye nodded and then turned to shout, Exina, little Exina, would you like a beautiful little house? At that moment, Xiao Exiner was deep in thought about what to eat for lunch, her small face adorned with a look of perplexity. Upon hearing Chu Ye's words, she was momentarily taken aback, and then her expression transformed into one of delight. Yes, little Exiner wants a super beautiful little house. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered a quest. Please check promptly. As soon as Xiao Exiner finished speaking, the system's voice chimed in with enthusiasm, and a new quest appeared on the task panel. Quest. Little Exener's room description. As a qualified caregiver, how can one allow their little princess to reside perpetually in a tent? Requirements. Assist Xiao Exiner in constructing a lovely little cottage. Deadline. 3 days reward. Master level tiger fist failure penalty. A torrential downpour. Upon seeing the shimmering new quest on his task panel, Chu Ye felt no particular surprise. Through the course of recent events, he had garnered a considerable understanding of the so-called dog system. It was true to its name. Any request from Xiao Exiner invariably morphed into a task for Chu Ye. However, he harbored no concerns regarding this quest, as assisting Xiao Exiner in building a house had always been part of his plan. After all, they are destined to dwell on the deserted island for an entire year. It would be unreasonable to confine little Exiner to a tent indefinitely. Fear not, dear Exiner, for in just 3 days, your father will construct a charming little room for you. Observing Chu Ye lifting Exiner and tossing her playfully, Chen Jian's eyes flickered with a hint of astonishment. Surely, you do not intend to actually build a room, do you? Chapter 38. Confronting the cactus after a period of observation. Chen Jian believed he had gained a certain understanding of Chu Ye. In his view, although Chu Ye possessed a rather dark side, his affection for Xiao Exiner was undeniably pure. More importantly, when Chu Ye spoke to Xiao Exiner, he exhibited an earnestness that could not be overlooked. Recalling the moment when Chu Ye had inquired about his thoughts, an absurd notion flickered in Chen Jian's mind. Could it be that this fellow truly has the ability to construct a room? The instant this thought emerged, Chen Jian swiftly extinguished it. While he acknowledged Chu Ye's remarkable capabilities, he would not succumb to blind adoration like Xiao Exiner. One must recognize that building a genuine house requires an abundance of materials. Even a single red brick could shatter Chu Ye's ambitions. Upon hearing Chen Jian's words, Chu Ye cast him an odd glance. Do you think I am jesting? Confidence radiated from him. Had it been in the past, he would have indeed found it impossible to construct a room. However, with the Swiss Army knife and the skill to create red bricks at his disposal, The task of building a house posed no challenge for Chu Ye. He regarded everything with an air of nonchalance. Yet to others, he remained an ordinary individual. Even the viewers of the live stream began to entertain a ludicrous thought. Constructing a room on a deserted island was not an impossible feat, but they believed it was undoubtedly beyond the capabilities of both Chu Ye and Chen. In an instant, the barrage of comments overflowed with jests at Chu Ye's expense. Outlaw Zhang San, who says fulfilling a daughter's wish is important. Yet this kind of boasting is truly irksome. Rozan Furling, how can you claim he is boasting? Just because you cannot achieve something does not mean others are merely bragging. Wanderer, stop digressing. Building a room is entirely different from fishing or cooking. Yasuo, if Chu Ye can really construct a room, I would live stream while recklessly confronting a cactus behind 5 oscillating fans. Golden with green armor, could you please elaborate on the detail process? The direction of the discussion shifted once more, yet the consensus remained clear. They absolutely did not believe Chu Ye could produce a room. In truth, aside from Chu Ye himself, the only other individual who genuinely believed in his ability was Xiao Xina. In her eyes, her father was capable of anything. Observing Chu Ye's serious demeanor, Chen Jian's expression became increasingly enigmatic. Ah, Chu Ye, truly, when heaven presents a path, you choose not to tread it, yet when hell offers no entrance, you venture forth. It seems my opportunity for revenge is swiftly approaching. With this thought in mind, Chen Jian boldly addressed Chu Ye. Since you are so confident, do you dare to wager with me? Wager? As soon as the words left Chen Jian's lips, Chu Ye could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Do you truly believe you possess anything left to lose? Upon hearing Chu Ye's words, Chen Jian was momentarily taken aback, followed by a surge of indignation. Who said I lack that? He retorted, casting a direct glance at Chu Ye before emphatically proclaiming, if I lose this time, I shall run 1,000 meters here clad only in my underwear. All the while shouting Chu Ye is the most handsome. As soon as Chen Jian finished speaking, a look of astonishment crossed Chu Ye's face. Are you certain you wish to make such a grand wager? Chapter 39. The portly man's speculation and truth deep within. Chu Ye held little interest in this wager. After all, who, barring a peculiar individual, would find joy in watching a mound of flesh, more rotund than a slab of fatty pork, perspiring under the sun? As for the exclamations of Chu Ye is so handsome, he found even less appeal in such declarations. Was it necessary to vocalize something so universally acknowledged? However, in consideration of the amicable bond he had forged with the portly man on the deserted island, and out of regard for his friend, Chu Ye ultimately resolved to acquiesce to the request. Let it be clear, Chu Ye would stake his very principles on the fact that he had no desire to hear anyone proclaim Chu Ye is the most handsome. If such a statement were false, may misfortune continue to befall Chen Jian. Casting a glance at Chen Jian, Chu Ye finally nodded. Since you were so earnest, I shall agree. Should I lose, all our previous bets will be nullified. Upon hearing Chu Ye's words, Chen Jian's eyes brightened with hope. Initially, he believed that canceling one wager was already a significant victory. To discover he could annul 2 was beyond his expectations. In that moment, it seemed as though his dismal existence on the island was suddenly infused with a glimmer of hope. Unbeknownst to Chu Ye, Chen Jian's thoughts were far from his mind. Once the terms of the wager were established, he began to enlist Chen Jian's assistance in crafting bricks from seawater and mud, forming them to the size of conventional red bricks. Despite his habitual recklessness and various shortcomings, Chen Jian proved to be dependable when it came to honoring commitments. As the wager was not yet resolved in Chu Ye's favor, despite a multitude of curses simmering in his mind, he diligently adhered to Chu Ye's requests. While laying rectangular blocks of mud along the shore, he murmured to Chu Ye, "You can't possibly intend to create red bricks in this manner, can you? Allow me, as one who has been there, to assure you, it is simply impossible." With a serious expression, the portly man continued, "Although I am unaware of the precise process for making red bricks, I do know that they require fire." Upon hearing Chen Jian's words, Chu Ye nodded earnestly. "Of course, I am well aware of how red bricks are made. However, for now, you should focus on completing your task." Glancing at Chen Jian, a peculiar smile played upon Chu Ye's lips before he spoke again. "You must produce enough mud bricks to construct a room. Do not let me down." Having said this, he took little Sheener in his arms and casually selected a direction to stroll. Although he had been on the island for 2 days, he had yet to thoroughly explore the surrounding environment. With no pressing matters at hand, it seemed a perfect opportunity to investigate. It is worth noting that, as advertised in global broadcasts, the biodiversity of this island was beyond ordinary imagination. Furthermore, Chu Ye harbored another motive. He sought to discover edible plants. Chen Jian's earlier remarks had reminded him that little Sheener was still young. It would not do to have her subsisting solely on fish each day. Upon witnessing Chu Ye carrying Chu Xian as they strolled about, Chen Jian, who was engrossed in his work with clay, couldn't help but twitch his lips, subsequently revealing a visage of anguish. I believe I have discerned your wicked intentions. You must be aware that victory eludes you. Thus you are deliberately seeking to vex me here. Chapter 40. The future of the fat plan in the eyes of the fat man. This wager was destined for Chu Ye's defeat. He firmly believed that Chu Ye could never produce viable red bricks on the deserted island. Moreover, if Chu Ye truly possessed the ability to create red bricks, he should have showcased his first successful earthen brick by now. Why then compel himself to make countless bricks? Thus, the fat man concluded that Chu Ye's true intention was to engage in futile endeavors, aiming to induce his surrender through nefarious means. The mere thought that victory in the wager would grant him freedom, liberating him from being Chu Ye's little black slave, filled the fat man with fervor. With such trivial tricks, you think you can make me give up, Chu Ye? You are sorely mistaken. Muttering to himself, the fat man resumed his task of crafting earthen bricks with unwavering confidence. However, given his physique, the repetitive bending and molding proved to be a daunting challenge. Within mere minutes, he found himself seated on the ground, taking a break. Naturally, true to his character, even in rest, he could not be idle. He continued to murmur about his grand future. This victory will mark a pivotal turning point in my life. From this moment forth, Chu Ye, your life is destined for a Waterloo. At this point, a confident smile graced the fat man's face. Not only will I reclaim my freedom, but I will also turn you into my little black slave, cooking for me daily and laundering my clothes. I shall become a hero in Xiao Xian's eyes. With this thought, he felt a surge of energy coursing through him, prompting him to leap up and resume his labor with renewed vigor. Chen Jian's voice was loud enough for the audience to hear his ambitious plans. Witnessing Chen Jian's fervent labor, fueled by visions of the future, the viewers were left in astonishment. The deaf singer remarked, "One cannot help but marvel at the power of imagination. This plump fellow is working with remarkable diligence. I don't know why, but I find myself moved by the fat man's indomitable spirit." "Chen Jian, I support you," the little train driver replied. "Are you really going to support him without careful consideration?" Moved Dragon Nation chimed in. "For some reason, after hearing your words, I suddenly feel less inclined to support him." The conversation veered once again into bizarre territory, yet many in the comments expressed their support for the fat man. However, they merely believed he could prevail in this wager, not that he could utterly defeat Chu Ye. After all, given the current circumstances, as long as Chu Ye did not make the same decision again, the probability of the fat man's victory was virtually nil. While Chen Jian toiled fervently, Chu Ye was traversing a dense forest, cradling Xiao Xian in his arms. It must be said that the power of global live-streaming platforms is indeed immense. At least their portrayal of the deserted island in the advertisements was entirely accurate. In such a brief moment, Chu Ye encountered a multitude of small creatures within the dense forest, including rabbits, wild chickens, and squirrels. Furthermore, Chu Ye also gathered several herbs and fruits. The tangy sweet fruit that Xiao Xian now holds in her hand is one of the treasures from their expedition. Chapter 41. The Soul Strike from Little Xian undoubtedly. For Chu Ye, the most significant discovery was a patch of sweet potatoes not far away. Even he had not anticipated finding such a treasure on this desolate island. Yet it vividly illustrated the abundance of resources available here. "Little Xian, how about we have roasted sweet potatoes later?" "Sure. Xian loves roasted sweet potatoes." Upon hearing Chu Ye's words, Xian clapped her hands in delight. The sweet, delectable flavor of the sweet potato was indeed a culinary delight for the little one, perfectly suited to diversify her diet. After carefully unearthing 4 enormous sweet potatoes, Chu Ye decided against further exploration and began to retrace his steps with Xian in the original direction. As soon as they returned to the shelter, Xian was captivated by the multitude of mud bricks scattered on the ground. "Wow, Uncle Fat, you are so impressive." Initially taken aback by Xian's compliment, Chen Jian, who was reclining on a large rock, quickly sprang to his feet. "Haha, of course. Your Uncle Fat is incredibly capable. While speaking, he raised his arm in a mock display of strength, though his substantial physique drew more attention than his gesture. However, much to Chu Ye's surprise, after witnessing Chen Jian's antics, Exiner nodded earnestly and said, Uncle Fat is truly impressive. If I played with mud, my daddy would spank me. But you aren't afraid at all. What? As soon as Exiner finished her sentence, the proud Chen Jian, who had been showcasing his prowess, felt as if he had been struck by a ton of bricks. So, you think I'm impressive because I'm not afraid of Chu Ye spanking me, rather than the fact that I've made so many mud bricks in such a short time? Is there nothing else remarkable about Uncle Fat? Looking at Exiner's adorable face, Chen Jian mustered his spirits, determined to continue his defense. Upon hearing Chen Jian's question, Exiner paused for a moment, then placed a finger on her lips in deep thought. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Just as Chen Jian was beginning to feel uncomfortable, Sina suddenly clapped her hands joyfully. I've got it. Uncle Fat has a very big belly. If her previous comment had delivered a minor blow to Chen Jian's pride, this statement was a soul-crushing truth. Observing Exiner's earnest expression, Chen Jian took a deep breath and turned to Chu Ye. I've made so many mud bricks already. When are you going to start building the house? His tone was fierce, as he intended to vent all the grievances he felt at Exiner onto Chu Ye. The thought of Chu Ye soon conceding to him invigorated Chen Jian, momentarily alleviating any aches or pains as his cleverness reclaimed its dominance. Upon hearing Chen Jian's words, Chu Ye was initially taken aback, but soon a peculiar smile graced his lips. Why the haste? Let's first indulge in some sustenance. No need, Chen Jian interjected firmly, raising his hand to halt the conversation. It would be far better for us to focus on firing the bricks first, with vengeance so tantalizingly close at hand. Chen Jian was resolute in preventing Chu Ye from seeking any other diversion. Chapter 42. A father's debt to his son, casting a glance at Chu Ye. Chen Jian's face blossomed with a smug smile. You wouldn't be stalling for time because you know you're about to lose, would you? As he spoke, Chen Jian fixed his gaze on Chu Ye, his heart swelling with pride. Ba, omniscient and omnipotent Lord, I wonder which angel has opened my eyes, at last. I see a glimmer of hope for revenge. With the utmost sincerity, he whispered a prayer, then began to express his gratitude to the Almighty. Fear not, my Lord. Upon leaving this deserted island, I shall construct not 3, but 4 temples. Ba, may there be no illiterates in heaven. Unbeknownst to Chu Ye, Chen Jian was internally making wishes to his chaotic faith. Before he could utter a word, the young Exiner interjected, Uncle Fat, that's nonsense. Daddy won't lose. Anger radiated from her face as she continued. It's just that Exiner is hungry, so Daddy needs to cook for her. Hearing her words, Chen Jian couldn't help but twitch his lips, then reluctantly nodded. All right then, we shall discuss the matter once Exiner is well fed. With his intelligence, Chen Jian could easily discern that Exiner was aiding Chu Ye in buying time. Yet, faced with her adorableness, he chose to feign ignorance. Glancing at Chen Jian, Jehui nodded in satisfaction. Given your commendable attitude towards Exiner, I might allow you to run 1 meter less when you lose. Not necessary. Chen Jian waved his hand dismissively. I, Fatty, am a man of my word. Should I truly lose, I shall run precisely the distance owed, not a centimeter less. Confidence radiated from his face as he declared, with the current circumstances, how could I possibly lose? Do you think the offerings I donate to the temple each year, along with my daily gratitude to the Almighty, are in vain? Little did Chen Jian know that if Chu Ye were privy to his thoughts, he would undoubtedly pat him on the shoulder and commend him as a hero. Truly, he was a formidable individual who vowed to the Almighty after making donations at the temple. Had he chosen a different time to express his gratitude, he might well have already met his maker. Such behavior, if done only at noon, could lead to trouble sooner or later. Nevertheless, setting aside idle chatter, after showcasing his unwavering commitment as a man of his word, Chen Jian looked at Chu Ye with eager anticipation. What shall we have for lunch today? He fixed his gaze intently on Chu Ye. Chen Jian held great admiration for Chu Ye's culinary skills, possessing the culinary god of the wilderness ability. The meals he prepared on the deserted island rivaled those crafted by chefs in 5-star restaurants. Upon hearing Fatty's inquiry, Chu Ye chuckled and retrieved the freshly unearthed sweet potatoes. This shall be our meal for lunch. Sweet potatoes? As a food enthusiast, Chen Jian's eyes instantly brightened. Impressive, my friend. I never expected you to uncover such a delicacy. As he spoke, Chen Jian swallowed hard, as if the aroma of roasted sweet potatoes had already filled his mouth. Observing the excitement of his portly companion, Chu Ye's lips curled into a subtle smile. Do you truly believe I am remarkable? Indeed. Chapter 43. A son's debt to his father in a display of sincerity. The rotund man nodded earnestly as he spoke. Observing his demeanor, Chu Ye initially smiled, then softly inquired, if I am so formidable, why do you not concede promptly? However, before he could finish, Chen Jian's expression abruptly shifted, and he cast a peculiar glance at Chu Ye. Concede? That is out of the question. As a man of unwavering integrity, how could I, Chen Jian, ever consider surrendering? The audience, upon hearing the exchange between the rotund man and Chu Ye, began to grasp the situation. Chu Ye had attempted to coax Chen Jian into an immediate concession, revealing his cunning nature. Thus far, the rotund man had maintained an overwhelming advantage in the wager. Should he concede, due to a moment of carelessness, it would likely infuriate him to the point of contemplating drastic actions. An observer remarked, "It suddenly dawns on me how sly Chu Ye is. First, he lured the rotund man into a false sense of security with delectable food, then attempted to persuade him to concede." Another added, realizing the deception amidst the culinary temptation, "I shall from this moment onward support the rotund man." As the engine of a small black car roared to life, a multitude of similar vehicles followed suit. Meanwhile, Chen Jian remained focused on Chu Ye, asserting, only a rotund man defeated in direct confrontation would ever concede. Upon hearing Chen Jian's words, Chu Ye could not help but smirk. If, while speaking, you did not display a smile, your stomach did not grumble, nor did you wipe away drool, then I might entertain the notion of you being a man of steadfast resolve. Casting a sidelong glance at the rotund man, Chu Ye ignited the kindling he had previously prepared, tossing 4 sweet potatoes into the flames, along with 2 mud bricks crafted by the rotund man. Chen Jian paid little heed to Chu Ye's actions. He was convinced that this time, Chu Ye was destined to lose, and the mud bricks were merely an excuse for Chu Ye's own folly. Seated beside the fire, the rotund man's gaze was fixated on the sweet potatoes, and though he had previously claimed not to be hungry, he was suddenly overwhelmed by an intense hunger as he beheld the food. Given his physique, even in a state of rest, he should have felt hunger at this hour, let alone after spending the day crafting mud bricks. Noticing the rotund man's eager expression, Chu Ye's lips curled into a mischievous smile. I hope you still have an appetite for food later, he thought, though he refrained from voicing this sentiment, believing it his duty as a friend to safeguard the rotund man's ultimate joy. 10 minutes slipped by amid the casual banter between Chu Ye and the portly fellow, until a tantalizing aroma wafted forth from the fire before them, igniting Chen Jian's gaze with palpable anticipation. He swallowed hard, his eyes fixed intently on the flames. Chu Ye, is it time to eat? He inquired eagerly. Yes, Chu Ye replied with a nod, then added, by the way, may I ask you something? Chapter 44. The scheming fat man. As he spoke, Chu Ye picked up a stick and poked it into the fire, stirring it with a casual air. Ask away, he said. With the tantalizing aroma of food wafting through the air, the fat man's response was rather perfunctory. His attention was entirely captivated by the stick in Chu Ye's hand. Unfazed by the fat man's demeanor, Chu Ye continued to prod the fire while inquiring, will you renege on your words? Of course not. Upon hearing Chu Ye's query, Chen Jian's spirits lifted, and he waved his arms vigorously, exclaiming, I, Chen Jian, am a man of stature, a resolute individual. Whatever I say, I stand by. But what if you make an impulsive decision? Would you not regret it? Ha! Just as Chu Ye finished his sentence, Chen Jian chuckled lightly and cast an odd glance at him. As a man, every word I utter is carefully considered. Regret is an impossibility. In a man's dictionary, there is no room for regret. One must admit, Chen Jian's words were quite compelling. His proclamation resonated with countless viewers of the live broadcast. The stealthy one, well said. As men, how can we ever regret? Falling petals. Indeed, as a true man, I only wish to express 3 words. I support the fat man. Train conductor, count me in. I support the fat man too. All out assault. Brother, count me as well. Flamboyant black. With so many of you, have you considered the fat man's tolerance? In the global live streaming platform's headquarters, Wang Qimei, observing the barrage of comments flashing across her screen, felt her expression shift to one of incredulity. Initially, the audience had been rather serious. However, when a certain fat man flamboyantly showcased his unique personality, the comments spiraled into chaos. "Is this akin to shooting oneself in the foot?" she mumbled, then turned her gaze back to the screen. For reasons unknown, she found Chu Ye's smile somewhat peculiar, reminiscent of a cunning fox plotting to pilfer a hen. Meanwhile, on the deserted island, Chu Ye appeared to be moved by Chen Jian's declaration, nodding earnestly before proclaiming, "Fat man, Chu Ye, acknowledge you as a resolute man. I admire you." Indeed, upon hearing Chu Ye's affirmation, Chen Jian nodded in return before continuing, "I know you are also a man of resolve. Therefore, you will undoubtedly honor our previous wager, correct?" As soon as Chen Jian uttered these words, Chu Ye was momentarily taken aback, his mouth twitching slightly. In stark contrast, the audience was nearly in fits of laughter. From the outset, Chen Jian had been subjected to ridicule from both Chu Ye and Chu Xin from various angles, solidifying an endearing image of him in the viewers' minds. However, following the recent actions, everyone has gleaned a certain insight. This corpulent fellow is far from simple-minded. On the contrary, he possesses a shrewdness that others lack. After all, the previous dialogue was so invigorating that no one could have anticipated his abrupt shift in tone to thwart Chu Ye's attempts at trickery. Joyful win, man. One must not judge by appearances. Who would have thought that I, the underdog, would be a cunning individual? Chapter 45. The failure of the veterans. As the discussion unfolded, the moniker Cunning Fatty was once again attributed to Chen Jian by the vast online community. Naturally, curiosity abounded regarding how Chu Ye would respond to the portly figure. Through the passage of time, it became evident that Chu Ye was not as innocuous as he initially appeared. However, the anticipated moment of Chu Ye's humiliation never materialized. On the contrary, upon hearing Chen Jian's words, a subtle smile graced Chu Ye's lips. "Rest assured, I, Chu Ye, am a man of my word. I have always adhered steadfastly to my wagers." As Chen Jian prepared to respond, he unexpectedly noticed an unfamiliar object at Chu Ye's feet. In an instant, Chen Jian's complexion turned ashen. What is that?" Following Chen Jian's pointing finger, the audience soon realized that a rectangular, red object with several small holes had mysteriously appeared beside Chu Ye. Observing Chen Jian's terror-stricken expression, Chu Ye remained remarkably composed. "Oh, it was just freshly made," he remarked, as he deftly stirred the fire with a stick, retrieving an identical red brick. Stammering in disbelief, Chen Jian had transformed from a mere fat man into a stuttering one, overwhelmed by the surprise. His eyes widened as he gazed at the additional brick beside Chu Ye's feet, his face a canvas of incredulity. "Weren't you roasting sweet potatoes just now?" "Indeed," Chu Ye replied, continuing to manipulate the fire. Moments later, 4 fragrant sweet potatoes materialized beside his foot. Only after completing his task did Chu Ye lift his gaze towards Chen Jian. "Since I was already roasting, I thought I might as well bake a few bricks too." "Just a few?" Chen Jian's mouth twitched in disbelief, grappling with the absurdity of such a casual approach to brickmaking. It is well known that while the process of making bricks is not excessively complex, it is certainly not trivial either. Typically, the creation of bricks requires materials such as clay, shale, and coal gang, along with temperatures reaching a minimum of 900 degrees Celsius. This was precisely why Chen Jian had wagered against Chu Ye. As he stared at the 2 bricks at Chu Ye's feet, Chen Jian found himself questioning the validity of his previously acquired knowledge. In truth, he was not alone in his bewilderment. The audience, too, was left in a state of confusion. Black and white cat. Can someone explain what's happening? How is it so easy to produce bricks? Green armored one. Could it be that baking mud bricks and sweet potatoes together somehow transforms them into bricks? 90-degree rotation. The speculation above makes a lot of sense. I must try this. Cabbage dog. No need to attempt it. I can assure you this is impossible. Don't ask me how I know. Zeus's wife. How did you come to know that? Harry Potter. Am I the only one curious about Chen Jian's forthcoming reaction? In a state of utter astonishment, the live stream surprisingly witnessed an unusual absence of reckless driving. One must admit, this was a rare failure on the part of the seasoned veterans. Though taken aback and confronted with the surreal, Chen Jian swiftly regained his composure. Chapter 46. The sorrow of a tough man with a decisive motion. Chen Jian grasped the red brick lying at Chu Ye's feet. After a moment of contemplation, he bore a look of affirmation. Indeed, this was a red brick. As he spoke, a bitter expression enveloped his face. Initially, he had entertained the notion that it merely resembled a red brick. However, upon holding it in his hands, the disillusionment dawned upon him. This object was unequivocally a red brick, despite the somewhat hasty firing process. It could certainly be wielded to crack a skull if struck upon someone's head. Upon hearing Chen Jian's declaration, Chu Ye cast him a sidelong glance. Do you honestly believe a sweet potato could be roasted to such an extent? Coughing, Chen Jian, unfazed by Chu Ye's remark, mustered a sycophantic smile. Chu Ye, have you ever done something that you regretted? Never, Chu Ye replied, his demeanor suddenly grave. As a man, every decision I make is thoroughly considered. I am resolute and shall never harbor regrets. Chen Jian couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth upon hearing Chu Ye's words. These sentiments were precisely what he had just expressed to Chu Ye, and he found it astonishing that they had so swiftly returned to him. After stealing another glance at Chu Ye, Chen Jian gritted his teeth and inquired, do the words you spoke earlier still hold true? What words? On account of short-sightedness, let me run a little less. Chen Jian spoke without a trace of embarrassment. Upon seeing the red brick, he had recognized his impending defeat. If such a fantastical brick could be produced, constructing a house would surely be a trivial endeavor. Even if the result were not visually pleasing, crafting something serviceable was undoubtedly within reach. The thought of having to wander this desolate island clad in nothing but a pair of underpants, paying the price for his youthful folly, made Chen Jian's mouth twitch involuntarily. Upon hearing Chen Jian's words, Chu Ye was momentarily taken aback, then broke into an odd smile. Did you not declare yourself a resolute man, steadfast in your convictions, unwilling to concede an inch? As soon as Chu Ye's words left his lips, Chen Jian's mouth twitched again, recalling his earlier bravado. He felt an urge to slap himself twice. How foolish he had been to boast, only to wind up ensnared by his own words. Taking a deep breath and regaining his composure, Chen Jian donned an expression of righteous determination once more. Initially, I too held that sentiment, but upon further reflection, I realized I must honor short-sightedness regard. Thus, I must indeed run less. Hearing Chen Jian's reasoning, Chu Ye regarded him with newfound admiration. As the saying goes, the clearest waters yield no fish, and the most despicable of men know no rival. Clearly, Chen Jian had comprehended the essence of this wisdom. In that case, Chu Ye remarked, you may run 1 centimeter less. With a fleeting glance at Chen Jian, Chu Ye hesitantly nodded, affirming, this way, you not only uphold the dignity of a stalwart man, but also spare a modicum of grace for little Xer. The emotional bonds remain strong despite the vast distances. Must we traverse 100 meters unnecessarily? Are there not countless beautiful grasses in every corner of the world? Every meter saved is a meter gained. Young master, I can see my error. Observing Chu Ye's unyielding demeanor, Chen Jian finally admitted his fault. The hefty figure, over 200 pounds, suddenly appeared as pitiful as well. A corpulent individual. Chapter 47. The relationship between Chu Ye and Chen Jian. As Chen Jian spoke, he gazed at Chu Ye with an expression of pitiful longing. Given our past intimacy, could you not grant me even a slight opportunity? Upon hearing Chen Jian's words, Chu Ye was momentarily taken aback, then looked at him with incredulity. When did we ever share such a terrifying relationship? Witnessing Chu Ye's steadfast indifference, Chen Jian became anxious and promptly sat down on ground. Of course, he took great care to inspect the area beforehand, for in such a place, one could never be certain of encountering anything sharp beneath. It must be said that the ancient adage about learning from misfortunes holds considerable truth. The previous Chen Jian would never have exhibited such caution. I don't care. I have worked so hard today, and even if I have no merit, I certainly have my share of toil. Can you truly bear to make me run such a distance? As he spoke, Chen Jian looked at Chu Ye with a face full of remorse. Given his physique, even 100 meters would be a challenge, let alone 1,000. After glancing at Chen Jian, Chu Ye let out a resigned sigh. 500 meters, no less. Upon hearing Chu Ye's response, Chen Jian fell silent for a moment before gritting his teeth and nodding. No problem, it's just 500 meters. I can do it. Chen Jian held no grievances against Chu Ye, as he had proposed the wager himself. Having lost, it was only natural to fulfill the terms. Moreover, this was a global broadcast, and the thought of reneging on his word made Chen feel his pride would not allow such a disgrace. In his view, persuading Chu Ye to relax the standards and absolve him were two entirely different matters. After all, considering his physique, running a full 1,000 meters would likely cost him dearly in vitality. Chu Ye was not overly surprised by Chen Jian's decision. Over time, they had come to understand one another. Just as Chen Jian recognized Chu Ye's cunning nature, Chu Ye had come to appreciate Chen Jian's respect for commitments. After negotiating a slight concession, Chen Jian's spirits visibly brightened. When one's mood improves, so too does one's appetite. Thus, upon catching the enticing aroma of roasted sweet potatoes wafting towards him, a look of salivation spread across Chen Jian's face. Ahem, can we start eating now? At Chen Jian's remark, Chu Ye could not help but twitch the corners of his mouth. In the past, he had heard that in the world of food enthusiasts, two things were of utmost importance: eating and everything else being trivial. Initially, Chu Ye had been skeptical of this notion. However, it was evident that Chen Jian's actions had provided him with a valuable lesson. Daddy Xiner also wants to eat roasted sweet potatoes at that moment. Chu Xin gazed hopefully at Chu Ye. Hearing little Xiner's words, Chu Ye quickly picked up a roasted sweet potato, peeled it, and placed it in her hands. Eat slowly. Be careful not to burn yourself. After tending to little Xiner, Chu Ye cast a glance at Chen Jian, who was diligently trying to suppress his drooling, and then handed him the largest sweet potato. Upon receiving the sweet potato from Chu Ye, Chen Jian was momentarily taken aback, followed by a flicker of emotion in his eyes. However, this sentiment was fleeting, dissipating within less than 10 seconds, swiftly extinguished by Chen Jian's unrelenting demeanor. Chapter 48. The stalwart Pang Jingze. As Chen Jian had just received a sweet potato, still unable to express his gratitude, Chu Ye had already begun speaking. Eat more. After you are full, you will need to start running. The moment Chu Ye's words left his lips, Chen Jian felt as though his heart had been struck by a colossal weight. Did he not realize that this was a fresh wound torn within Chen Jian's soul? Was he oblivious to the immense impact his words would have on his innocent heart? Observing the expression on Chu Ye's face, Chen Jian silently resolved, if I ever bet with Chu Ye again, I shall be nothing but a foolish pig. Muttering to himself, Chen Jian wasted no time. Seizing the roasted sweet potato in his hand and began to devour it voraciously. Watching Chen Jian gnaw on the sweet potato with an intense expression, Chu Ye couldn't help but feel a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Surely, he doesn't imagine the sweet potato is me? In a fit of profound indignation, Chen Jian exhibited an extraordinary performance. Miraculously, he consumed 2.5 enormous roasted sweet potatoes, while Chu Ye managed to eat one, and little Xiner could barely finish half. After several consecutive meals laden with seafood, the three had begun to feel a certain discomfort. This meal of roasted sweet potatoes arrived at the perfect moment, and after finishing, Chen Jian unceremoniously reclined on a large stone, drifting into a deep slumber. Chu Ye made no effort to intervene in Chen Jian's actions. After all, he had labored tirelessly that morning to create so many mud bricks and was likely exhausted. Little Xiner sat nearby, watching with interest as Chen Jian's belly rose and fell with his breaths, while Chu Ye busily placed one mud brick after another into the fire to roast. It must be said that the system truly lived up to its moniker of cheat. With the support of his skills, Chu Ye hardly needed to think. He simply stuffed the mud bricks into the fire and withdrew them to acquire a red brick. After the initial surprise, the audience had grown immune to the ensuing events. Although Chu Ye's method of crafting red bricks appeared somewhat scientifically questionable, familiarity bred acceptance. Of course, more importantly, everyone was currently engrossed in discussing another matter. Unbeknownst to Chen Jian, while he was conceding to Chu Ye, the viewers had unleashed a barrage of comments. Tadpoles in the pond. Let's give a warm round of applause to the stalwart Grassroot Brother for performing the most improbable act of conceding. Fallen genius. If it weren't for your current actions, I might have actually believed you were a tough guy. Assassin. I am even more curious about the individual who dared to confront the cactus. May I inquire if you are still among the living? Chen Jian could never have imagined that due to a single act of concession and his earlier display of bravado, his title would once again undergo a transformation. The stalwart Grassroot's Pang Jingze. By the time the plump fellow fully awoke, he found himself surrounded by a mountain of red bricks. As Chen Jian gazed at the pile of red bricks stacked together by Chu Ye, an expression of astonishment crossed his face. How did you manage this so quickly? He exclaimed. Upon hearing Chen Jian's words, Chu Ye's initial reaction was to retort. However, he soon realized that it was merely a genuine inquiry rather than an insinuation. Chapter 49. Chen Jian's unburdening upon regaining his composure. A profound sense of guilt enveloped Chu Ye's heart. How had he, once a benevolent and innocent young man, descended into such ignoble thoughts? Casting a glance at Chen Jian, who languidly sat upon a stone, stifling yawns, Chu Ye suddenly realized that this rotund individual bore some responsibility for his current predicament. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to respond to Chen Jian's inquiry. With practice, speed naturally improves. This statement held a kernel of truth. Chu Ye had recently discovered that the skills bestowed by the system could indeed be upgraded through continual use. For instance, his skill in baking red bricks had initially been rudimentary, leading to a sluggish pace, but upon evolving into a divine-level skill, it had become simpler than baking bread. Moreover, through his recent experiences, Chu Ye's personal profile had undergone significant transformation. Host, Chu Ye age, 27 physical fitness, 15, average adult, 10, items, Swiss Army knife, 1, herbs various. Tint, 1 skills, wilderness culinary master, divine, medicine divine, Baji Quan grandmaster, dragon step proficient, simple red brick baking, divine. Upon hearing Chu Ye's words, Chen Jian could not help but twitch his lips. While he understood the adage that practice makes perfect, this was an extraordinary level of achievement. Of course, he refrained from voicing such thoughts. He had not forgotten that he remained Chu Ye's subordinate. I plan to assist Xiao Xin in constructing her room this afternoon. You should join me, Chu Ye commanded without a hint of politeness, a consequence of having wagered his own freedom. Building a house under normal circumstances would be quite challenging. However, Chu Ye and his companions intended to construct a simple dwelling. Thus the process would not be overly complicated, from laying the foundation to erecting the walls. The two completed the task in just 2 hours. Gazing at the structure before them, which stood less than 2 meters tall and lacked even a door, both Chu Ye and Chen Jian exhaled in relief. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task. You have earned the reward. Tiger Fist, Grandmaster. Upon hearing the voice echo in his mind, a smile crept across Chu Ye's face. It seemed that although the house was not particularly aesthetically pleasing, the system acknowledged their efforts. Not bad at all. Once the door is in place, we can consider some decorations. Regarding the door, Chu Ye faced a dilemma. With their current tools, crafting a genuine wooden door proved exceedingly difficult. Thus, he resorted to an alternative method, weaving. In the nearby woods, he had discovered numerous vines and promptly gathered some to fashion a curtain that concealed the door's entrance. While this solution did not offer the same effect as a proper door, it undeniably enhanced the house's appearance. After hanging the vine curtain, Chen Jian gazed at Chu Ye with newfound admiration. Ahem. With a couple of coughs, when Chu Ye turned to look at him, a shy expression suddenly appeared on Chen Jian's face. He then began to fidget with the buttons on his clothing, saying, "Old Chu, I'm about to take off my clothes. Are you ready?" Chapter 50. The pork belly running beneath the setting sun. Upon hearing Chen Jian's words, Chu Ye was momentarily taken aback, only to quickly realize that this fellow intended to fulfill the wager at once. Glancing at the enticing posture deliberately struck by the rotund man, Chu Ye nearly retched. Fortunately, little Exener was currently napping in her tent. Otherwise, for the sake of her physical and mental well-being, Chu Ye would undoubtedly have made this chubby fellow vanish from existence. Casting a look at Chen Jian's sun-baked visage, which seemed capable of yielding several pounds of grease, Chu Ye promptly shut his eyes. "You may commence," he declared. Aside from Chu Ye, many viewers watching the live broadcast also closed their eyes, for while they were all ravenous wolves, they were not so depraved as to be captivated by a piece of pork belly. Chen Jian, however, exhibited little reaction to Chu Ye's actions. After all, even he was not fond of being gazed upon by men while disrobing. When Chu Ye finally reopened his eyes, he beheld a mass of flabby flesh wobbling away into the distance. Goodness gracious, this sight is utterly exhilarating, he thought to himself, observing Chen Jian's receding figure. A twitch of dismay crossed Chu Ye's lips. Should I perhaps take a shower after witnessing such a sight? In contrast to Chu Ye, the audience's eyes had not suffered too much trauma, as the production team had thoughtfully obscured Chen Jian's body with a mosaic effect as he commenced his antics. Upon seeing that only his face remained visible, the barrage of comments regarding him began to surge once more. Yumi Bobo, I must say, the chubby fellow is a warrior. In him, I see the opportunity for gender equality once again. Duo dog. I refuse to accept this. I want no mosaic. I wish to experience the authentic chub. Man on man. Enough with the chatter above. I know you are lusting after his physique. Of course. The exchanges in the comments bore no relation to Chu Ye and his companions. At that moment, Chen was laboriously sweating under the sun, when suddenly, he froze. What the woman? As he spoke, Chen rubbed his eyes and glanced once more into the distance. However, upon doing so, his expression turned even more bizarre. Good heavens, this cannot be an illusion. With a grimace, he hastened toward the figure not far off. As Chen drew closer, the audience began to comprehend the peculiar expressions and actions he had just displayed. Lying less than 100 meters away was a woman clad in a flowing white gown. Upon reaching her side, Chen finally discerned her appearance. Judging by her looks, she seemed to be around 23 or 24 years old. He could not fathom why she lay unconscious there. Meanwhile, the viewers were in a frenzy. Heart of darkness. A deserted island, a chubby man, a woman. My goodness. Has this rotund fellow just returned from saving the world? Debauchery. Without further ado, may I inquire about the next registration date for the Deserted Island Survival Program? Zawewa Kai. To the two individuals above, are you not at all concerned about what has transpired with this young lady? Setting aside the audience's debates, as he gazed upon the girl lying on the ground, Chen found himself in a quandary. Chapter 51. The Overweight Individual. This is illegal according to the rules of the survival show on a deserted island. If a participant loses consciousness due to reasons other than force majeure, the production team will dispatch staff to remove them within 5 minutes. This implies that the young woman before him has been unconscious for less than 5 minutes. The most rational course of action would indeed be to wait for the staff to arrive and take her away. Yet, the thought of merely watching her in such a state without intervening gnawed at Chen conscience. This was not to suggest that Chen harbored any unsavory intentions. Rather, as a man of integrity, it was instinctual for him to offer assistance to those in need. Casting a glance at the young woman in a state of unconsciousness, a conflicted expression crossed Chen face, and without further ado, he bent down and hoisted her onto his back, sprinting towards Chu Ye's direction. The audience, witnessing Chen decisive action, felt nothing but support. After all, they did not believe anyone would dare to commit any wrongdoing under the watchful gaze of a global audience. Chu Ye helped. At that moment, Chu Ye was oblivious to the situation unfolding with Chen. Upon hearing Chen voice, he was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that this fellow possessed such remarkable physical capability, sprinting 500 meters with such vigor. However, when Chu Ye stepped out of the small room, he was stunned. This was a survival show, not a primitive society, was it? His astonishment was palpable as he looked at Chen and exclaimed, "Do you realize that what you're doing is illegal?" Taken aback by Chu Ye's words, Chen paused for a brief moment before rolling his eyes and retorting, "Stop joking around. This girl fainted for some unknown reason. You need to come and check on her quickly." In truth, there is no need for Chen to voice his concerns, as Chu Ye had already begun to assess the young woman on his back. Given his understanding of Chen, he was confident that the latter would not engage in any inappropriate behavior. While Chu Ye examined the young woman on the ground, Chen hastily donned his clothing. "Chu Ye, is she all right?" Seeing Chen fully dressed, Chu Ye released a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Xiao Xian had gone to the beach to collect shells. Otherwise, Chen substantial physique might have inflicted a significant psychological impact on her. Unbeknownst to Chen, he had already become a source of childhood trauma in Chu Ye's eyes as he anxiously gazed at the young woman he had carried back. Upon hearing Chen inquiry, Chu Ye casually nodded. "She's fine. She simply fainted from hunger." "What?" As soon as the words left Chu Ye's mouth, Chen could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Hunger? He held no skepticism towards Chu Ye's statement. After their time together, he had come to realize that Chu Ye was not one to make baseless claims. Indeed, as he spoke, Chu Ye directly reached into his pocket and retrieved a wild fruit prepared for the young girl, gently prying her lips apart to squeeze the juice directly into her mouth. After administering 3 fruits in this manner, her complexion gradually transformed, becoming a rosy hue, and she slowly opened her eyes. "Where am I?" she inquired. Sister. You have finally awakened." Chapter 52. Wang Jiame, who are you? What do you want? The young woman had just awakened from her unconscious state, clearly not yet fully alert. Upon suddenly seeing Chen Jian's large face, she was overcome with terror. "Young lady, this is a bit excessive." Chen Jian couldn't help but twitch his lips at her reaction. "After all, it was I who rescued you. Even if you do not wish to express your gratitude in kind, must you respond so harshly?" As he spoke, Chen Jian deliberately adopted a heart-wrenching expression. A casual observer might have thought he was on the brink of despair. Upon hearing Chen Jian's words, the young woman was momentarily taken aback, but she gradually began to comprehend. Glancing at Chen Jian's still sorrowful face, she quickly managed a sheepish smile and repeatedly expressed her gratitude, saying, "My name is Wang Jiamei. Thank you for your assistance." As she spoke, she bestowed upon Chen Jian a beaming smile. As a contestant in the survival competition on the deserted island, she was well aware of the rules. Had it not been for Chen Jian's timely intervention, she likely would have faced elimination. The mere thought of this elevated her regard for him significantly. Seeing the sweet expression on Wang Jiamei's face, Chu Ye couldn't help but smirk, inwardly mocking. "If only you knew that this hefty fellow carried you back-clad only in a pair of oversized shorts. I wonder if you'd still be so elated?" Naturally, such thoughts remained unspoken, as he merely hoped that she had no acquaintances watching the live broadcast. Unbeknownst to Chu Ye, at that very moment in the capital of Long Country, within a vast courtyard, several young men in military attire were sharing peculiar expressions while observing a projection before them alongside an elderly man. "Grandfather, should we inform Xiao Mei about this matter?" Upon hearing his grandson's inquiry, Wang Shikuan's expression stiffened, and he shot a fierce glare at him. "If this is revealed to Xiao Mei, I shall break your legs." With that, without waiting for the young man to respond, the elder snorted coldly and departed, hands clasped behind his back, swaying as he walked away. Watching his grandfather's retreating figure, the young man who had spoken earlier felt a chill run down his spine. He quickly turned to his two younger brothers, saying, "You must have heard grandfather's words. This matter must never reach our little sister." Indeed, the other two young men nodded solemnly. They were acutely aware of their grandfather's temperament. For the sake of their sister, he would not hesitate to follow through on his threats. Of course, none of this concerned Chu Ye and the others, who were currently focused on Chen Jian, who was excitedly boasting to Wang Jiamei. Moments earlier, after hearing Wang Jiamei's introduction, Chen Jian quickly responded, "I am Chen Jian. You may call me Fatty. I was the one who brought you back." After finishing his words, without waiting for Wang Jiamei to respond, Chen Jian pointed at Chu Ye and continued, "This is Chu Ye, my brother. If it weren't for him, I would have been at a loss on how to rescue you." While speaking, Chen Jian made a peculiar expression directed at Chu Ye. Upon hearing Chen Jian's introduction, Wang Jiamei once again expressed her gratitude to Chu Ye. However, upon gazing upon his visage, she couldn't help but furrow her brows, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity with Chu Ye's appearance. Chapter 53. The jealous Wang Jiamei, casting another glance at Chu Ye's appearance. Wang Jiamei quickly shook her head. Perhaps he merely resembled someone she knew. As she pondered how to express her gratitude to the two, a small figure suddenly dashed over from a distance. "Daddy, look at the little shell I found." It was, of course, the little Xner who had been playing nearby. Upon hearing Xner's voice, Chu Ye hastily abandoned his conversation with Wang Jiamei and rushed forward to lift her up. "Ha, Xner, did you have fun today?" "Yes." To her surprise, being lifted by Chu Ye did not frighten Xner. Instead, she beamed with joy. "Daddy, did you tidy up my room?" "Of course," Chu Ye replied with a proud wink, pinching Xner's cheek before gently placing her back on the ground. The reason he and T accompanied Xner to search for shells earlier was solely to help her organize her room. Knowing her room was now in order made Xner's expression even more radiant. However, as soon as Chu Ye set her down, Xner noticed Wang Jiamei standing a short distance away. She paused for a moment and then, with little legs in motion, sprinted towards her. "Wow, sister, you are so beautiful." Earlier, Chen Jian had already informed Wang Jiamei about Xner. A 5-year-old girl participating in a survival adventure with her father was indeed a heartwarming sight. Upon seeing Xner's adorable face, Wang Jiamei felt an instant affection. Such a charming little girl. Was she an angel? When Xner complimented her beauty, a broad smile graced Wang Jiamei's face. "Xner, you are beautiful too." As she spoke, Wang Jiamei reached out to pat Xner on the head. For reasons unknown, a sudden feeling welled up within her, a strong desire to cherish this little one. Perhaps children have an innate weakness for pretty people. When Wang Jiamei's hand touched her head, Xiner closed her eyes contentedly, showing no resistance. Observing Xiner's reaction, Chen Jian couldn't help but display a hint of jealousy. Xiner, you are being too unfair. Why can others touch your head, but I cannot? His jealousy was genuine, for he too had showered affection upon Xiner. Yet, regrettably, despite their time together, he had never succeeded in patting her head. In response to Chen Jian's words, Xiner mischievously stuck out her tongue at him. Xiner just doesn't want Uncle Fatty to touch her head, he. Witnessing Xiner's playful demeanor only deepened Wang Jiamei's fondness for the little girl. Unbeknownst to her, while her hand rested upon Xiner's head, another individual harbored even greater jealousy than Chen Jian. At the headquarters of a global live streaming platform, Wang Jiamei was nearly bursting with envy. Observing the joyful interaction between Wang Jiamei and Chu Ye at such close proximity, her eyes brimmed with envy. Who would have thought that this girl would encounter Shattering? It is truly a stroke of fortune. Earlier, when she had seen Wang Jiamei faint from hunger, she had worried for her safety. Yet in mere minutes, not only was she rescued, but she was also frolicking with Shattering. Witnessing Wang Jiamei's happiness, a peculiar smile crept upon Wang Jiamei's lips. If this girl were to discover that she was carried back by Chen Jian clad only in his undergarments, I wonder if she would go mad? With this thought, Wang Jiamei's spirits lifted considerably, and she resolved to find an opportunity to share this amusing tidbit with her cousin in the future. Indeed, they were cousins, and their relationship was exceptionally harmonious. At that moment, Wang Jiamei remained blissfully unaware of her cousin's envious sentiments, fully engrossed in playing games with Chu Ye. Sister, will you stay with us from now on? Upon hearing Chu Ye's words, Wang Jiamei was momentarily taken aback. Following her earlier fainting episode, the thought of returning home had crossed her mind. However, upon encountering Chu Ye's hopeful gaze, inexplicably, she found herself nodding in agreement. The instant Wang Jiamei nodded, a radiant smile illuminated Chu Ye's face. That's wonderful. Sister will stay to accompany Xiner. The sound of Shatterin's elated voice uplifted Wang Jiamei's spirits as well. Gurgle, as the sound emanated from her stomach. The laughter of Wang Jiamei faltered momentarily. Yet, before she could utter a word, Shattering had already turned to her. Sister, are you hungry? When Uncle Fat first arrived, his stomach made gurgling sounds too. As she spoke, Chu Ye pointed towards Chen Jian beside them. Wang Jiamei felt as if she had been struck by a ton of bricks in that instant. Are you implying that if I continue to eat, I will end up with such a physique? With this thought, she quickly cast a glance at Chu Ye and Chen Jian. Remembering that she had been rescued by the two of them after fainting from hunger, a wave of sorrow washed over her. What is happening? Am I, Wang Jiamei, destined to be seen as a glutton in the eyes of others? Fortunately, just then, Chu Ye spoke up, alleviating Wang Jiamei's embarrassment. Your sister has not eaten for a considerable time, which is why her stomach is making those noises. Indeed, upon hearing that Wang Jiamei had not eaten in a while, Shatterin's expression transformed instantly. Oh, so sister hasn't eaten for a long time. Then, Xiner will share some fruit with you. As she spoke, Chu Ye had already handed a vibrant red wild fruit to Wang Jiamei. To her, experiencing hunger was undoubtedly a painful ordeal. Thank you, Xiao Ye. Despite feeling a twinge of shyness, Wang Jiamei accepted the fruit from Chu Ye's hand. After all, one must eat when hungry, and in her current state, failing to nourish herself would likely lead to fainting once more. As she savored the fruit, Wang Jiamei's eyes sparkled with delight. She had anticipated the fruit from this deserted island to be sour and unpalatable, yet it turned out to be a rare delicacy. After consuming the entire fruit, she instinctively licked her lips, a hint of nostalgia flashing in her eyes. Sister, shall we go fruit picking together later? Chapitre 54. Chu Ye de vu chez picking fruit? Upon hearing Xiao Xner's words, Wang Jiamei was momentarily taken aback and then turned to her directly. Xiao Xinia, are you suggesting that there are such fruits here? With an expression brimming with anticipation, Wang Jiamei envisioned the tart yet sweet wild fruits, which were particularly delightful to her palate, a true temptation. In response to Wang Jiamei's eager gaze, Chu Ye earnestly nodded, of course, just over there in the woods. Besides the little red fruits, there are sweet potatoes, wild chickens, and small rabbits. observing Xiao Xin'er's serious manner as she enumerated the delights. Wang Jiamei couldn't help but swallow hard. These are all delectable treats, unlike Chu Ye and the others, who had been consuming seafood for several consecutive days and were now yearning for some vegetables to balance their taste. Wang Jiamei, having nearly fainted from hunger, craved meat. Thus, after hearing Xiao Xin'er's description, her mind was flooded with visions of various dishes: dragon soup, braised rabbit heads. Why don't we go right now? Inspired by Xiao Xin'er's vivid portrayal, Wang Jiamei could no longer contain herself, and even Chen Jian beside her could not resist. With a hearty shout, he cast a resentful look at Chu Ye. How could you not inform me about such a wonderful place? That is truly unbrotherly. With a face full of grievance, Chen Jian, a man who regarded food as the pursuit of his life, perceived any place of culinary delight as essential. After interjecting, he gazed at Chu Xin with a glimmer of temptation. Xiao Xin, do you want to try some rabbit? They are quite delicious. Indeed, as soon as Chen Jian finished speaking, Wang Jiamei's expression brightened, and she chimed in eagerly. Rabbits are indeed tasty. Xiao Xin, would you like to give them a try? Even Chen Jian was taken aback by Wang Jiamei's sudden interjection, knowing their own desires. It was evident that her enthusiasm stemmed from her own yearning for rabbit meat. Casting a glance at Wang Jiamei, Chen Jian instantly felt a wave of joy emanating from her gaze, an unspoken camaraderie shared among food lovers. Observing the flirtation between Chen Jian and Wang Jiamei, Chu Ye couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Was it truly necessary to use Xiao Xin'er as a shield merely to express your desire for rabbit? Nevertheless, their plan was evidently successful. As a little food enthusiast, upon hearing the enthusiastic descriptions from Chen Jian and Wang Jiamei, Xiao Xin'er swallowed hard and looked at Chu Ye with sparkling eyes. Daddy. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have triggered a mission. Please check immediately. Mission: Rabbit Disaster Day description. The great little princess has issued her command to eat rabbits. Requirements: capture at least 3 rabbits. Time limit: 3 hours. Reward: 1 lighter failure penalty. Randomly eliminate 1 skill. Gazing at his new mission, Chu Ye felt no surprise whatsoever. Since that is the case, let's go catch some rabbits together, said Chu Ye. As soon as his words fell, Chen Jian and Wang Jiamei exchanged glances of delight. Though it was fleeting, Wang Jiamei soon furrowed her brows again, voicing her concern, but we lack the proper tools. Capturing rabbits may prove quite challenging. Upon hearing her words, Chen Jian flashed a smug smile, and with a hint of bravado, he thumped his chest and proclaimed, a mere handful of rabbits? As long as I take action, not a single one shall escape. After asserting his confidence, he glanced back at Chu Ye, feeling the need to further embellish his bravado. Little Ye, your sole responsibility will be to prepare the meal. You needn't worry about anything else. Are you certain? Chu Ye inquired, a peculiar smile creeping onto his face. Indeed, as Chu Ye smiled, Chen Jian felt a twinge of doubt. After all, he had learned his lessons the hard way from previous encounters with Chu Ye, and the grin had begun to haunt him. However, upon noticing Wang Jiamei beside him, a surge of courage filled his heart. As a person of dignity, how could he possibly show weakness in front of a lady? To preserve his pride, Chen Jian steeled himself and adopted a resolute expression. Observing Chen Jian's determination, Chu Ye's smile broadened. How about we have a contest? A contest? Upon hearing this phrase, Chen Jian nearly collapsed in disbelief, his gaze towards Chu Ye turning dejected. The previous wagers had left him thoroughly exhausted, and he never anticipated that Chu Ye would not relent. Yet, with the lady present, yielding was not an option. Moreover, Chen Jian could not bring himself to believe that Chu Ye excelled in every regard. As this thought crossed his mind, he felt a renewed sense of bravery. What do you propose for the contest? While speaking, Chen Jian repeatedly reassured himself. Chu Ye is just a person. He cannot be adept at everything. Upon hearing Chen Jian's response, Chu Ye chuckled. If you lose, you shall assist me in making some mud bricks. Instantly, Chen Jian's expression darkened. He had not anticipated such a daunting request from Chu Ye, as crafting mud bricks posed a significant challenge for him. The previous endeavor of creating enough bricks for Xiao Xin'er's room had already left him questioning his life choices. Noticing Chen Jian's prolonged silence, Chu Ye's brow furrowed in concern. Was he truly considering conceding? With that thought, Chu Ye lifted his chin and adopted a condescending posture, inquiring, what is the matter? Surely you aren't afraid? What is the saddest thing in the world? Chen Jian was unaware of what might evoke sadness in others. Yet he was acutely aware that for him, it was undoubtedly the realization that one could discern the provocation of another, yet still succumb to it. The moment Chu Ye's words escaped his lips, Chen Jian understood it was indeed a challenge. However, the mere thought of Wang Jiame beside him compelled him to accept the bait. With a disdainful glance at Chu Ye, Chen Jian let out a cold snort and declared, "Very well. If you lose, not only will our previous matters be rendered null and void, but you shall also be obliged to wash my clothes for an entire month." Upon hearing Chen Jian's words, Chu Ye was initially taken aback, but then, with an air of calm, he nodded and replied, "No problem." Chapter 55. Chen Jian's utter defeat from a conventional perspective. The wager of this contest was undeniably inequitable. However, driven by a humanitarian spirit, Chu Ye resolved to acquiesce, as it was merely a competition destined for his triumph, and granting the plump fellow a glimmer of hope was not without merit. While Chu Ye and Chen Jian were finalizing certain stipulations regarding the contest, the viewers of the live broadcast were already wearing knowing smiles. It is worth noting that in previous wagers proposed by Chen Jian, he had met with nothing short of disastrous defeat. Not to mention that this particular challenge had been initiated by Chu Ye. Death Singer. I believe the title of this show ought to be altered to Chen Jian's utter defeat. Braised noodles. Every time Chu Ye flashes a smile, an innocent plump fellow suffers. Zheng Yin. To die beneath the peony blooms is to remain a dashing ghost. My dear plump friend, I stand with you. Master's words. Plump fellow. No, I refuse. Yet, a swiftly advancing black car interrupted the discourse. But amidst the anticipation of this contest, everyone harbored the same sentiment. Chen Jian was destined to lose. Of course, Chen Jian remained oblivious to the fact that, due to his very presence, this survival show had acquired some new monikers, such as Chen Jian's utter defeat, the plump fellow's life as a black slave on a deserted island, and the first step from tycoon to bondage. Despite acknowledging his slim chances of victory, Chen Jian, mindful of his reputation, decided to make a valiant effort. Thus, after delineating territories with Chu Ye, he began to fashion traps using nearby branches and vines. One fortunate aspect for Chen Jian was that, likely due to the island's sparse human visitation, the local fauna were rather naive. After laboriously constructing a trap, Chen Jian wiped the sweat from his brow and glanced towards Chu Ye. "Aren't you going to make traps?" The intricately imagined contraptions he had envisioned were nowhere in sight. Indeed, Chu Ye sat calmly atop a tree, munching on fruit. Upon hearing Chen Jian's inquiry, Chu Ye smiled, "I will not." "What?" As soon as Chu Ye's words left his lips, Chen Jian gasped in astonishment. His initial reaction was to suspect that Chu Ye was attempting to deceive him, perhaps waiting for him to lower his guard before crafting a trap. Yet, this notion was swiftly dismissed, for their contest was time-limited, and Chen Jian had already expended 7 or 8 minutes on his own traps. Observing the expression on Chu Ye's face, Chen Jian found himself engulfed in profound confusion. Could it be that this fellow truly does not know how to make traps? Chen Jian was reluctant to believe this notion, especially since the challenge had been proposed by Chu Ye, and he had already prepared himself for defeat. Surely, Chen Jian would not deliberately lose to himself. Not only Chen Jian, but even the viewers of the live broadcast were equally perplexed. Initially, they had assumed Chu Ye was assured of victory, yet they had not anticipated that from the moment the contest was established to now, Chu Ye had remained seated, leisurely enjoying fruit, without making a single preparation. The colorful black. Could someone enlighten me on what Lord Chu is up to? I'm a bit perplexed. Death Singer. I suspect that Lord Chu feels guilty for having bullied Chen Jian too harshly lately, and thus wishes to. Well, I can no longer fabricate excuses. Little sister, not small. For some reason, I have a strong premonition that Lord Chu is about to undertake something monumental. Given the previous occurrences, the audience would not simply assume that Chu Ye is destined to lose. After all, a man capable of producing red bricks through the roasting of sweet potatoes. Who knows what other extraordinary abilities he possesses? As for the speculation that Chu Ye has had a change of heart and intends to spare Chen Jian, even the proponent of this theory would struggle to believe it. If Chu Ye could indeed show such benevolence, then Chen Jian's life would not have been so arduous. Setting aside the audience's conjectures, after observing Chu Ye gnawing on wild fruits for several minutes, Chen Jian ultimately abandoned his attempts at further guessing. Casting a glance at Chu Ye, He promptly scurried into a thicket. Although he was unaware of Chu Ye's intentions, Chen Jian perceived this as a golden opportunity, given that his opponent was not setting any traps. A smirk crossed his face as he entered the underbrush. Since you have offered me this chance, I shall not hold back. Glancing at his trap, Chen Jian's expression grew increasingly smug. Ba, omniscient lord, please grant me victory in this contest. After uttering this, feeling perhaps that he had not been sufficiently earnest, he added with utmost seriousness, Lord, should I achieve victory this time, I shall donate to 2 temples upon my return. Hearing Chen Jian's words, Chu Ye nearly lost his footing and fell from the tree. But after regaining his balance, he regarded the thicket where Chen Jian hid with admiration. This is the most unorthodox form of prayer I have ever encountered. Have you truly not felt that misfortune has befallen you over the years, my rotund friend? Chu Ye's voice was not subtle, and Chen Jian, concealed within the thicket, could certainly hear it. Immediately after Chu Ye's remark, Chen Jian's muffled response emerged. Aside from encountering you, I, the fat lord, have been flourishing and thriving. Upon hearing Chen Jian's retort, Chu Ye nodded thoughtfully. I see. That clarifies why you have crossed paths with me. The dialogue between Chu Ye and Chen Jian was broadcast live without omission, and the audience erupted in laughter at their exchange, particularly at Chu Ye's concluding remark, which they believed might indeed hold a grain of truth. Teletubby, I initially thought their encounter was a romance, but now I realize it is a calamity. Little Train Thomas. The tale begins with a fat man praying for divine intervention. Due to the explosive nature of the events, within mere minutes, Chen Jian and Chu Ye ascended to the 9th and 10th spots on Weibo's trending list. Almost everyone is aware of the rotund figure who made a vow to God after donating to a temple, as well as the cunning father who relentlessly torments him. With the enthusiastic support of numerous online users, Chu Ye and Chen Jian have acquired new monikers, the judging father and the elusive prey in God's grasp. Furthermore, as a result of this incident, the viewership of the global live-streaming platform Survival Show has doubled, much to the delight of all the staff involved. Naturally, this joy has little to do with Chen Jian, who remains hidden in the underbrush, patiently awaiting his quarry. Chapter 56. The unyielding Chu Ye. As the seconds ticked away, Chen Jian's expression grew increasingly anxious. He had only half an hour to compete against Chu Ye, and if neither of them managed to capture a rabbit by the end, the contest would conclude in a draw. It was crucial to remember that they had established a wager, yet the possibility of a tie had never crossed their minds. The thought alone heightened Chen Jian's agitation. It is indeed a human trait to be insatiably greedy. Initially, he had resigned himself to the idea of defeat, but now, with the prospect of a tie looming, he found himself contemplating ways to secure victory. Casting a glance at Chu Ye perched in a tree, Chen Jian began to fervently pray to his omniscient deity. O Almighty Lord, grant me the fortune to catch a rabbit. Should I achieve victory in this contest, I vow to erect 3 more temples. For someone like Chen Jian, merely surviving without unforeseen mishaps thus far was a testament to the Lord's benevolence. Of course, one might also consider the possibility that the Lord's dominion was somewhat limited and did not extend to the east, as Chen Jian earnestly beseeched his deity. Perhaps it was his sincerity that resonated in the void, for soon enough, a group of rabbits came bounding into view. The sight of them sent a tremor through Chen Jian's body. Suppressing his excitement, he cautiously observed the rabbits not far away. Great Lord, you have not forsaken me, Ba. After uttering this, he became even more vigilant, unwilling to let a moment of carelessness jeopardize his hard-won opportunity. Perhaps luck had finally favored the portly man, or perhaps the rabbits on this desolate island were simply too naive. Regardless, under the watchful eyes of Chu Ye, Chen Jian, and a global audience, the rabbits made their way directly towards Chen Jian's trap without hesitation. Witnessing their approach, a broad smile spread across Chen Jian's face. By heavens, at long last, I shall rise and sing my victory. The thought of Chu Ye soon being obliged to wash his clothes for an entire month only widened his grin. In fact, he had already resolved in his mind that following his triumph in this contest, he would roll about in the mud daily, striding through filthy places clad only in socks. His aim was to ensure that Chu Ye would experience utter despair. Henceforth, using socks as projectiles became Chen Jian's newfound ambition. Unbeknownst to Chu Ye, who was intently focused on the rabbits, the sinister and perilous thoughts of the hidden rotund figure lay concealed in the grass. Not just Chu Ye, but even the audience appeared tense. Research department. I can already envision the delighted expression on Chen Jian's face, akin to that of a blooming chrysanthemum. Expert. It is quite natural, akin to the fable of the tortoise and the hare, serving as a reminder that one must not be arrogant in life. The death singer. Is it possible that this is indeed the correct way to pray, while our previous methods were erroneous? As discussions unfolded in the barrage, terms like plump-style prayer and the true way to pray swiftly became trending phrases. Of course, these had no connection to figures like Chu Ye. At the moment these rabbits appeared, both Chu Ye and Chen Jian had their full attention captured. As the rabbits drew nearer, the rotund individual trembled even more violently, convinced that the omniscient Lord had finally recognized his devotion. From that moment onward, he believed he would begin to dominate Chu Ye, embodying the archetype of the protagonist on this desolate island. Had Chu Ye been privy to Chen Jian's inner thoughts, he would undoubtedly have offered an awkward smile and a dismissive shrug, saying, "Apologies, but you are too late. The protagonist archetype has already been sold to me by the dog author." Naturally, such an event would never transpire. Correspondingly, the prospect of Chen Jian achieving victory was equally improbable. Just as a few rabbits were less than a meter from the trap, Chu Ye, who had been perched atop a tree, suddenly sprang into action. With a mere flick of his wrist, a dark object flew forth from his hand. How despicable! Due to their vantage point, neither the rotund man nor the spectators could discern what Chu Ye had cast. Yet, one thing was certain. Chu Ye had undeniably thrown something. Upon witnessing Chu Ye's movement, an ominous premonition gripped Chen Jian's heart. He suspected that Chu Ye, realizing he could not win, had resorted to scaring away a few rabbits, ensuring they would only end in a draw. While Chen Jian lamented his predicament, Chu Ye wasted no time, swiftly launching two more unknown objects. This notion was shared not only by Chen Jian, but echoed in the minds of the audience as well. In an instant, the barrage was flooded with disdain for Chu Ye. Sweet little hamburger. I used to think Chu Ye was quite decent, but now it seems he is utterly despicable. Mother-in-law of the wilderness. His obsession with victory is excessive. Such a person is unworthy of friendship. Master. From the very first glance, I recognized his nefarious intentions. One must steer clear of such individuals. Not only the audience, but also the staff at the global live streaming platform displayed expressions of contempt. Due to the allure of Wang Qimei, the global broadcast had been particularly attentive to Chu Ye and Chen Jian. However, following this one action from Chu Ye, their impression of him plummeted into the negative. After all, although Chen Jian occasionally behaved inappropriately, with an unappealing physique and a rather sleazy demeanor, he was a man of his word, having never resorted to underhanded tactics during his previous bets with Chu Ye. In light of this, when juxtaposed against Chen Jian's prior conduct, Chu Ye's actions immediately incited revulsion among the viewers. If it were merely a jest between two mischievous friends, then Chu Ye's actions would pose no significant issue. However, the contest between Chu Ye and Chen Jian was quite earnest. They had even clasped hands in a vow. Consequently, Chu Ye's behavior began to appear somewhat ungracious in defeat. Undoubtedly, no one is inclined to engage with those who cannot bear to lose. Additionally, there is another factor at play: Chu Ye's persona. From the inception of the live broadcast to the present, every viewer has cultivated a distinct image of their favored contestant in their hearts. Chapter 57. The core catching rabbits. If Chen Jian's character can be described as a rogue and a scoundrel, then Chu Ye's persona is of a far more elevated stature, a doting father with a hint of cunning, devoted to his beloved daughter. One cannot deny that Chu Ye's previous actions aligned perfectly with this characterization, for he consistently exhibited an undeniable affection for Xiao Xiner. However, with his recent actions, this image has been irrevocably shattered. It is essential to recognize that capturing rabbits is not merely a contest between Chu Ye and Chen Jian. It is also a testament to his promise to Xiao Xiner. Previously, Chu Ye had pledged to assist Xiao Xiner in catching rabbits. Yet now, in pursuit of victory, he intends to drive these rabbits away himself. This revelation caused the audience to question Chu Ye's prior demeanor. Dark Knight, I was not mistaken. A person who can bring his daughter to partake in such games cannot genuinely cherish her. Sour Scholar, the previous comment rings true. I believe his actions were merely for show. At the global live streaming platform headquarters, a flicker of gloom crossed Wang Qimei's beautiful face as she observed the barrage of comments flashing across the screen. In that moment, She began to doubt whether Chu Ye's earlier behavior was indeed a fade. If what everyone speculated were true, then Xiao Xin'er's daily life must be exceedingly arduous. The thought of Xiao Xin'er's charming little face stirred a pang of compassion within Wang Qimei. Just then, another comment on the screen caught her attention. Prophet, could you critics please take a moment to consider the situation before you speak? Upon reading this comment, Wang Qimei felt a glimmer of hope. Could there be a twist in the tale? With this thought, she quickly turned her gaze to the nearby screen. And upon witnessing the unfolding scene, she was momentarily stunned. There stood Chen Jian, looking utterly despondent, while Chu Ye held 3 perfectly still rabbits in his grasp. When she glanced back, Wang Qimei noticed that the comments had erupted in a frenzy. Questioning the South Mountain. Mom asked me why I'm kneeling to watch television, and I replied that it matched my mood. Less bookish. Darling, come see the deity. Honest words. Honey, I'm on my way. What had transpired moments ago. Confounded by the peculiar comments, Wang Qimei turned to her colleagues for clarification. Upon hearing her inquiry, several nearby co-workers gazed at her with wide-eyed wonder. And a few of the women even struck poses reminiscent of a damsel besotted, fixated on the screen displaying Chu Ye. Disregarding her colleagues, who were clearly caught in the throes of springtime infatuation, Wang Qimei took the initiative to operate the playback feature, rewinding time to just a few minutes prior. As the comments erupted in fervent debate over Chu Ye's conduct, Chen Jian had noticed something peculiar. When Chu Ye tossed the objects, indeed, several rabbits scurried away. Yet 3 remained, frozen in place. Upon observation, Chen Jian discovered that the rabbits in different locations appeared considerably fatter than their counterparts. Could it be? As he gazed at several rabbits, a startling hypothesis suddenly dawned on him. Without further contemplation, he dashed toward the area where the rabbits were situated, and upon approaching them, he confirmed his suspicions. It was not that these 3 rabbits had chosen not to flee. Rather, they had succumbed to unconsciousness, lying beside 3 thoroughly gnawed fruit cores that had caused their stupor. Gulp. Casting a glance at the still composed Chu Ye, Chen Jian could not help but swallow hard. How is this even possible? In response to Chen Jian's inquiry, Chu Ye casually mimicked a throwing gesture and said, just like this, and it hits the mark. Observing Chu Ye's demeanor, Chen Jian's lips twitched even more uncontrollably. If someone were to inquire about Chen Jian's current emotional state, it would undoubtedly be one of profound regret, a regret so intense it felt suffocating. Had he known that Chu Ye possessed such a skill, he would not have fallen for any provocation, regardless of its intensity. After all, the disparity in strength between the two was overwhelmingly vast. It was akin to 2 individuals going hunting, with one armed with nothing, while the other wielded a formidable crossbow. You had this planned all along, didn't you? Chen Jian shot a resentful glance at Chu Ye, feeling at that moment like the fabled fool. From the instant he had agreed to the contest, he had unwittingly fallen into Chu Ye's cunning trap. The elaborate trap he had painstakingly constructed had not only failed to bring him hope, but had, in a sense, served to attract prey for Chu Ye. Chen Jian believed that had it not been for his trap, those rabbits would surely not have ventured there. And as long as the rabbits did not arrive, he could have at least achieved a draw with Chu Ye. After all, he could not fathom that Chu Ye could conjure more rabbits out of thin air. Until now, Chen Jian had never considered that the rabbit's appearance might not have been due to his trap, but rather the incantations he had uttered. Fortunately, for both Chu Ye and the onlookers, they remained oblivious to Chen Jian's inner thoughts. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly have comforted him with a gentle pat on the shoulder, assuring him that he was not a fool, but rather a rather rotund one. Sighing at the disheartened Chen Jian, Chu Ye felt a twinge of remorse, wondering if treating a plump individual in such a manner was somewhat excessive. After all, Chen Jian was, by all accounts, his comrade in arms. Clearing his throat, as this thought emerged, Chu Ye quickly shook his head and lightly slapped his own face. Goodness, the primary concern now is to assist Xiao Xiner in preparing the meal. How could I allow my mind to wander at such a moment? Chen Jian, unaware of Chu Ye's thoughts, was momentarily taken aback by the sudden slaps to Chu Ye's face, and his eyes began to well with tears. Chu Ye, it's all right. I'm not the kind of person who cannot accept defeat, even as a plump individual. As Chen Jian spoke, his face was awash with emotion. He believed that Chu Ye must be filled with regret, remorseful for treating him with such cruelty. This thought softened Chen Jian's gaze almost instantly. After all, as the saying goes, to err is human. Who among us is without fault? In Chen Jian's eyes, as long as Chu Ye recognized the harshness of his actions. The days ahead would undoubtedly become much easier for him. Unbeknownst to Chu Ye, due to a single gesture of his, Chen Jian's heart had already woven a narrative reminiscent of a third-rate Korean drama. Upon hearing Chen Jian's words, Chu Ye was momentarily taken aback. Then a look of confusion crossed his face. Have you perhaps misunderstood something? Chapter 58. Xiaoxin's cat. Upon hearing Chu Ye's words, Chen Jian was initially taken aback. But soon a look of relief spread across his face. He placed a reassuring hand on Chu Ye's shoulder, stating, "We are all men here. There is no need for you to feel guilty. It's quite all right." Observing Chen Jian, completely immersed in his own imaginative world, Chu Ye let out a resigned sigh. "Regardless of what you might be thinking, I assure you that you have undoubtedly misunderstood." "Impossible," Chen Jian retorted with fervor as soon as Chu Ye finished speaking. "If you're not feeling guilty for having bullied me, the fatty, then what prompted you to suddenly slap yourself?" As he spoke, Chen Jian fixed a serious gaze upon Chu Ye, convinced that as a good friend, at least in his own estimation, it was his duty to help Chu Ye confront his innermost feelings. Staring at Chen Jian in astonishment, Chu Ye asked, "Who granted you the audacity to conjure such an implausible notion?" In response, Chen Jian merely snorted disdainfully. He had no intention of continuing the debate. Instead, he aimed to elicit the truth from Chu Ye in the most direct manner possible. Thus, he continued to scrutinize Chu Ye, inquiring if that is not the case. "Then pray tell, what prompted your earlier actions?" Seeing Chen Jian's obstinate demeanor, Chu Ye sighed once more before responding, "To be honest, I initially felt somewhat remorseful towards you." The moment the words escaped his lips, Chen Jian's face lit up with a triumphant expression, believing he had achieved a significant victory, revealing Chu Ye as a person who, despite his verbal protests, was indeed upright at heart. However, as Chu Ye continued with the latter part of his statement, Chen Jian was left utterly dumbfounded. Before his thoughts could even drift away, Chu Ye, with a renewed sense of regret, elaborated, "Yet, the moment I recalled that I should be pondering what meal to prepare for Xiaoxin, I instantly felt utterly despicable, which compelled me to slap myself twice." At this declaration, Chen Jian was left in a state of complete shock. If there existed any place colder than the polar extremes, he surmised, it would surely be the depths of his own heart at that moment. However, before he could utter a word, Chu Ye continued, "Although those 2 slaps were not particularly forceful, they served as a profound warning. Following this experience, I vow never to repeat the same mistake again." As Chu Ye spoke at length, Chen Jian's expression darkened to a shade of iron gray. "Could you not express yourself in a more euphemistic manner?" he implored. "How so?" Chu Ye replied, momentarily taken aback. Chen Jian suggested, "For instance, you might say you were merely swatting away some insects." Noticing the seriousness etched on Chen Jian's face, Chu Ye refrained from further disheartening him. Before Chen Jian could further showcase his conversational prowess, Chu Ye acquiesced, "Very well, I was indeed swatting at insects." In essence, Chu Ye intended to respond in a manner that was as gentle as Chen Jian had suggested. Regrettably, in the midst of his discourse, Chu Ye overlooked a significant matter. Chen Jian was already aware of the truth. Consequently, Chu Ye's words merely resonated as a display of insincerity to Chen Jian. This sentiment was not limited to Chen Jian alone. The audience also perceived a palpable sense of indifference in his actions. Best of the event, let us congratulate Comrade Chen Jian for seizing a poignant opportunity. MVP. Chu Ye's previous conduct was quite dismissive, yet I found it rather endearing. Golden sharpshooter. Am I the only one who feels a sense of injustice for those unfortunate rabbits? They likely never anticipated that one day they would meet their demise at the hands of a fruit pit. Through the collaborative efforts of the online community, both Chen Jian and the 3 portly rabbits received poignant tributes. For instance, in tribute to the rabbits, a netizen captured screenshots, captioning them with, "The ones who eliminate you are never your rivals, but rather, they may well be from an entirely different realm." Alongside a photo of the plump ones, another user remarked, "When one believes love has arrived, it may just as easily be indifference from the other side." There was even a new moniker coined for Chu Ye, the heartless machine of indifference. Naturally, these sentiments had no bearing on Chu Ye or Chen Jian. At that moment, Chen Jian cast a mournful glance at Chu Ye. Sensing the weight of Chen Jian's gaze, Chu Ye could not help but sigh. "What, was my tone not sufficiently gentle?" A smirk escaped Chen Jian's lips at Chu Ye's words. Indeed, your delivery was subtle, yet it equally conveyed a profound silence, coldness, and heartlessness. Of course, such thoughts were unspoken by Chen Jian. He believed that as a man, he must bear some burdens, much like the indifference displayed by Chu Ye. After a fleeting glance at Chu Ye, Chen Jian ultimately refrained from voicing his inner thoughts, releasing a deep sigh, resigning himself to the notion that he, the chubby one, would shoulder it all. Well, as a man, enduring a bit more is, in essence, a form of happiness. With a reassuring pat on Chen Jian's shoulder, Chu Ye resolved to instill a measure of courage in him. After all, as a friend, he must develop into someone capable of standing on his own. After expressing his heartfelt wishes to Chen Jian, Chu Ye turned and made his way towards their small abode, exclaiming, "I can't believe so much time has passed. I wonder if Shattering is starving." Observing the retreating figure of Chu Ye, Chen Jian felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Why could this man not show a modicum of tenderness towards me, the chubby Chen? As this thought crossed his mind, he shivered involuntarily. What was happening? As a man as unyielding as aluminum alloy, why did I entertain such peculiar notions? Could it be that I have faltered? Shaking his head at the thought, Chen Jian hurried to follow in Chu Ye's footsteps. After all, the culinary delights prepared by Chu Ye were certainly worth anticipating. At times, Chen Jian would silently ponder the notion that if the individuals around Chu Ye could possess the same charm as his culinary creations, it would indeed be delightful. Alas, such a thought was destined to remain a mere fantasy. "Father, do come and see my little kitten." Upon returning to the vicinity of the house, Shattering approached with a radiant smile. However, upon glimpsing the kitten she presented, Chu Ye couldn't help but twitch his lips in bemusement. Chapter 59. The tiger cub, where did this creature come from? Upon witnessing Chu Ye's serious demeanor, both Chu Xin and Wang Jiamei were momentarily taken aback. "I found it in the woods." As she spoke, Chu Xin continued to joyfully caress the small kitten in her hands, which nuzzled against her arm with delightful affection. "Ye, what is wrong?" Chen Jian inquired, noting the unusual gravity in Chu Ye's expression, a rarity after their long acquaintance. Hearing Chen Jian's question, Chu Ye could not help but let out a sigh. "This creature is by no means a cat." "Not a cat." Chen Jian was momentarily stunned by Chu Ye's assertion. "Then what exactly is it?" He scrutinized the little being in Chu Xion's grasp, convinced it resembled a cat, albeit one significantly plumper than the average household pet. Observing the joyful antics of the creature in Chu Xion's embrace, Chu Ye felt a dryness in his throat. After clearing it a few times, he finally spoke. "This is a tiger cub." "What? Impossible." The moment Chu Ye's words left his lips, both Chen Jian and Wang Jiamei erupted in disbelief. What does a tiger look like? While both belong to the feline family, tigers are the kings of beasts, their presence heralded by a fierce roar in every tale. Typically, tigers maintain a regal position, save for encounters with a select few daring individuals. Yet, gazing at the playful creature in Chu Xion's arms, emitting soft hum-hum sounds while playfully licking her fingers. Could this truly be a tiger? Not only were they skeptical, but the viewers tuning into the live broadcast shared the same sentiment. Underwear inside out. I've seen some bragging, but never anyone boasting about a tiger. If this is truly a tiger, I'll go live and give it my all. Ultraman Disco. Even if it's a ploy for attention, this is far too exaggerated. If it were a tiger, would Chu Xian really bring it home? Clearly, there was widespread doubt regarding Chu Ye's assertion. It seemed improbable that such a creature could be so casually captured. H City South First Wildlife Park chimed in. "Please, everyone, refrain from arguing. As a zookeeper, I assure you, this is indeed a tiger." As this comment appeared, the audience fell silent. They had initially intended to showcase their prowess, but upon seeing the golden next to the username, they immediately relinquished the idea. In the Dragon Kingdom, online discourse is heavily regulated, with all participants required to verify their identities. The presence of A signifies official accreditation, rendering deceit impossible. With authoritative confirmation, the audience collectively swallowed hard, their expressions shifting to one of concern. The tiger, that seemingly innocuous creature now playfully licking the fingers of Xiaoxin, is indeed a genuine tiger? In an instant, a wave of anxiety washed over the minds of all present. What would happen if the tiger had lost its cub? At the global live-streaming platform headquarters, Wang Qimei trembled as she gazed at her employees. "What is happening?" "Mr. Wang," before the employee could finish, Wang Qimei slammed her palm onto the table. Do not attempt to shirk responsibility. Explain what is going on. Her face was etched with fury. At the start of the program, she had already dispatched individuals to investigate the conditions of this deserted island. After all, this was merely a survival show set on an uninhabited isle, not a death sentence for the contestants. With the emergence of Tiger, one could only speculate what other perilous creatures might lurk there. Wang Qimei was far from naive enough to believe that a singular tiger was the sole threat on this island. Her anger stemmed not only from the potential danger to her show, but also from the laxity of her subordinates, as well as the imminent crisis facing Xiaoxin and the others. It is worth noting that among those on the island, aside from her beloved Xiaoxin, was her cousin, Wang Jiamei. Should anything befall her cousin during the show, Wang Qimei would never forgive herself. The mere thought intensified the flames of wrath within her, as she glared at those before her like an enraged lioness. Although typically amiable, Wang Qimei was not one to be trifled with when provoked. Her presence radiated authority and intensity. The palpable tension compelled everyone to swallow hard. And Mr. Wang, these matters were overseen by Manager Zhang. One timid-looking girl hesitantly spoke up. As she did, all eyes turned to her, and under their scrutiny, her complexion flushed crimson, her form trembling slightly. Xiaohong, if you have something to say, speak freely. I will advocate for you. Wang Qimei, noting Xiaohong's demeanor, furrowed her brow and spoke coldly. Upon hearing Wang Qimei's words, Xiaohong nodded. She was no fool, aware that her statement would surely offend Zhang Kailong. Thus, she seized the opportunity to expose him. The memories of Zhang Kailong's inappropriate behavior towards her ignited a determined glint in Xiaohong's eyes as she continued. Mr. Wang. The exploration of the island was conducted by Manager Zhang's team. He claimed it had been thoroughly surveyed, which is why we proceeded with the show on this deserted island. The moment her words left her lips, Xiaohong collapsed to the ground. Overwhelmed with anxiety, she was merely an ordinary employee, now accusing Manager Zhang in front of so many. If Zhang Kailong managed to evade repercussions this time, her fate would be sealed. Upon reflecting on this, the petite Hong, who had been seated on the ground, suddenly summoned an unexpected surge of strength, rising once more to her feet. She then addressed Wang Qimei, stating, moreover, in our daily work, Manager Zhang seizes every opportunity to take advantage of us, yet none dare to speak out. Upon hearing Hong's words, Wang Qimei's complexion transformed into a deep shade of ashen gray. She was certainly aware of Wang Kailong's reputation within the company. However, since Wang Kailong generally performed satisfactorily in his duties, and she perceived that his actions had not crossed the line too egregiously, she had chosen to turn a blind eye. Chapter 60. The task, however, from the current situation, Wang Qimei believed she had gravely erred, not merely mistaken, but profoundly so. Previously, she thought that while Zhang Kailong had minor flaws, his contributions were significant enough to render those blemishes inconsequential. Yet, it seemed that his shortcomings were far more severe. He was akin to a malignancy festering within the global live-streaming company. A troubling thought crossed Wang Qimei's mind. If this individual were allowed to remain, the company might very well face ruin at his hands. With this in mind, a bitter smile crept across her face. In truth, there was no need to contemplate the future. The emergence of a tiger on the island designated for their program signified that the global live-streaming company was already ensnared in a tremendous crisis. The sole consolation was that, thus far, no one had been harmed due to their negligence. Otherwise, even 100 voices would struggle to articulate the gravity of the situation. As this realization sank in, Wang Qimei's anger intensified. She fixed her gaze upon Xiaohong and coldly inquired, "Where's Zhang Kailong now?" Hearing Wang Qimei's words, a flicker of hope ignited within Xiaohong. She could sense Wang Qimei's fury. It appeared that Zhang Kailong was indeed in dire straits. Under these circumstances, Xiaohong had no intention of concealing anything on his behalf. After all, the moment she chose to step forward, she had irrevocably positioned herself in opposition to him. Casting a cautious glance at Wang Qimei, Xiaohong replied, "Manager Zhang left this morning, claiming he had business to discuss with other clients. Is that so?" Wang Qimei retorted with a sardonic smile. "I doubt he is off to engage in business. Rather, he is likely seeking to unwind." As the overseer of the global live-streaming company, Wang Qimei was no naive ornament. In fact, she possessed a sharper acumen for commercial matters than many. Upon learning that Zhang Kailong was in charge of the island exploration, She had already surmised the likely course of events. He must have pilfered funds allocated by the company and carelessly dismissed the exploration task. With a frigid gaze sweeping the vicinity, Wang Qimei pointed at a bespectacled youth and commanded, "You, go find Zhang Kailong. If he does not return within an hour, neither of you will return." Without waiting for the youth to respond, she turned her attention back to Xiao Hong and instructed, "Bring me a comprehensive account of all financial transactions related to Zhang Kailong's responsibilities over the years. I intend to conduct a thorough investigation." Meanwhile, the audience and Chu Ye remained oblivious to the turmoil unfolding at the global live-streaming platform's base. At that moment, Chu Ye gazed forlornly at the cat in Xiaoxin's hands. As a seasoned survivor endowed with skills from the system, he was confident he had not yet reached the point of confusion between a tiger and a cat. Observing the playful antics of the small tiger with little Exiner, Chu Ye was suddenly reminded of a humorous anecdote he had once heard. Some pets appear endearing in childhood, but as they mature, they find you rather charming as well. Undoubtedly, the tiger falls into that category of some pets, and once it grows, it may not only find you delightful, but also quite delectable. The thought of returning this creature crossed his mind momentarily, but he swiftly shook his head. Setting aside the mystery of where this beast had emerged from, the nature of animals made such a notion implausible. Those who have raised cats know that when kittens are newly born, they must not be disturbed. If a kitten becomes infused with human scent, the mother cat may lethally reject it, deeming it not her own. Given that tigers are also felines, one can only imagine the severity of the situation. It wasn't that Chu Ye had developed a maternal instinct to protect the small tiger. Rather, he understood that even if they returned it, the tiger mother would likely not spare them. In her eyes, they would certainly be seen as tiger thieves. The thought left Chu Ye in a tumult of emotions. He could scarcely fathom how he had merely caught a few rabbits while little Exner had managed to bring back tiger. Glancing at her, an odd thought flickered through his mind. Could this be considered an extraordinary case of surpassing one's predecessors? Perhaps, sensing Chu Ye's inner turmoil, Exiner paused her frolicking with the small tiger and looked up at him with hopeful eyes. "Daddy, can I keep this little cat?" At merely 5 years old, she perceived this creature as just a cat, blissfully unaware of its ferocity. Yet, upon hearing her words, Chu Ye couldn't help but feel a twitch at the corner of his mouth. In that instant, he suddenly regarded this usually warm-hearted little girl as a scheming imp. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have triggered a task. Please check promptly. Indeed, as soon as Exiner finished speaking, the system's voice chimed in. With his understanding of the system, Chu Ye realized he didn't even need to consult the task panel to discern the nature of this newly acquired task. However, out of respect for the system, he decided to take a look. Of course, it wasn't that he held any lingering hope. What if he was mistaken? System, check task. As his command resonated, a radiant task panel materialized before him. Gazing at the task he had triggered, Chu Ye felt his mouth twitch again, and the last flicker of hope within him was extinguished. Task, Exiner's pet description. As a little princess, how could she possibly be without a pet? This is the father's dereliction of duty. Task, defeat the impending fierce tiger and leave a pet for little Exiner. Time limit, 20 minutes. Reward, 1 adult tiger and 2 cubs. Failure penalty, none. System, are you really not going to impose any penalties for such a task? Chu Ye couldn't help but voice his complaints as he examined his assignment. Rest assured, dear host, should you fail, this system will remember you annually, came the reply. Well, that statement was rather clear. There would be no punishment for failure, as he was destined to become a mere excrement of the tiger. Although Chu Ye had contemplated numerous ways to meet his demise, and even imagined someone shouting at his funeral, heavens, this fellow is still moving. He had never envisioned a day when he would be reduced to the dung of a fierce tiger, a death that could rival the legendary sky burial. After giving the system a middle finger, Chu Ye turned to little Exiner, who wore an expectant expression, and flashed her smile. Of course, as long as my little princess is willing, nothing is impossible. Oh yay! Upon hearing Chu Ye's words, little Exiner exclaimed joyfully, and then planted a kiss on his cheek. Thank you, Daddy. Chapter 61. The disparity between Chu Ye and Chen Jian's performances, haha. When his little princess unexpectedly bestowed a kiss upon him, Chu Ye was, of course, elated, bursting into hearty laughter on the spot. After confirming that Chu Ye would allow her to keep this little kitten, Xiao Exiner resumed her playful antics with the small creature in her arms. Meanwhile, Chen Jian looked at Chu Ye with a serious expression, inquiring, young Master Chu. You were merely jesting, weren't you? His eyes brimmed with hope as he spoke. Although he had come to understand through their time together that Chu Ye was not prone to frivolous remarks, he still clung to the hope that the earlier statement had been a jest. Casting a glance at Chen Jian, Chu Ye shook his head dismissively. It's merely a little tiger. Is there truly any need for such concern? Upon hearing Chu Ye's words, Chen Jian fell into utter despair. Am I truly despondent over this creature? Is it not the formidable force behind it that instills fear? Drawing closer to Chu Ye, he lowered his voice. But as a tiger cub, if we take it away, do you think its parents will simply stand by? At this juncture, a flicker of inspiration ignited in Chen Jian's eyes, and he proposed, how about we let Xiao Exiner release the little one and find another location? Yet, he seemed to feel that this was still insufficiently secure, and after a moment's contemplation, he continued, perhaps we should forfeit the competition altogether. Is it truly worth risking our lives for a mere pittance of prize money? I can always give you 500,000 when we return. Chen Jian's seriousness was palpable. Though they had only known each other for a brief few days, he had already developed a fondness for Chu Ye and his daughter. To him, spending a few 100,000 to assist a friend was hardly a burden. Upon hearing Chen Jian's words, Chu Ye could not help but offer a wry smile. At this point, the matter transcended monetary concerns. The system had issued such a task, and it was evident that it possessed an unshakable confidence in its execution. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, before Chu Ye could articulate his response, he noticed the color drain from Chen Jian's face. This is it? A thunderous roar echoed, and Chen Jian collapsed onto the ground in shock. Who would have thought that despite my extravagant life, with money yet unspent, I would now face the end? Not far from where the rotund man gazed, a ferocious, striped tiger fixed its menacing stare upon them. Wang Jiamei, you take Xiao Exiner and go ahead. I, Fat Master, along with young Master Chu, will do our utmost to delay for you. Though his legs trembled uncontrollably, Chen Jian's expression was resolute. He was acutely aware of his many shortcomings, his obesity, his indulgence in pleasures, his gluttony, and his laziness. Nevertheless, he understood what a man ought to do in such dire circumstances. Wang Jiamei was momentarily taken aback by Chen Jian's words, her face betraying a peculiar expression. During this period, Chen Jian had been consistently showing her affection, which she was well aware of. However, due to his physique and appearance, she harbored no feelings for this overweight man. Yet, in this moment, she unexpectedly found a certain charm in him. It was not merely because he was willing to risk his life to protect her, but rather, at this instant, Chen Jian exuded a distinctly masculine aura. Glancing at Chu Ye, a flicker of hope sparkled in Wang Jiamei's eyes, and she directly inquired, Chu Ye, you must have a way to deal with the tiger, right? As she spoke, she fixed her gaze unwaveringly on Chu Ye, uncertain of why this sudden thought had crossed her mind. Perhaps it was due to his calm demeanor, even in the face of danger, or perhaps it stemmed from his earlier promise to Xiao Xiner. Of course, it could also be attributed to the remarkable abilities Chu Ye had previously displayed. Before Chu Ye could respond, Chen Jian interjected, visibly agitated. At a time like this, you're still thinking about that? It's a tiger, a tiger. How could Chu Ye possibly handle it? Chen Jian was genuinely anxious, hoping that Wang Jiamei would quickly lead Xiao Xiner to safety, thereby giving their impending demise a semblance of meaning. As for Chu Ye, Chen Jian had already lost hope in him. Despite Chu Ye's earlier displays of competence, he had grown disturbingly quiet since the appearance of the tiger, almost appearing dazed. In truth, Chen Jian was not alone in his sentiments. The audience shared similar thoughts. After all, since the emergence of the formidable tiger, Chu Ye had remained eerily still, seemingly petrified with fear. Comments erupted among the viewers. Why hasn't Chu Ye spoken for so long? Has he truly been frightened into silence? Be more confident upstairs. Remove the doubt. Initially, I thought Chu Ye was impressive and Chen Jian was lackluster, but at this moment, I realized that Chen Jian is the true man. Chu Ye, fully aware that it was a tiger cub, still didn't lead Xiao Xiner and the others to safety. He must bear full responsibility for today's events. Indeed, Chu Ye should have stayed behind to confront the tiger, allowing Chen Jian and the others to escape. Amidst overwhelming concern, the audience's ire was directed squarely at Chu Ye. In their eyes, the situation had escalated to this point due to his failures. Upon recognizing the tiger, he should have immediately led everyone to flee. The audience's anger stemmed not only from the dire circumstances, but also from a sense of disappointment in Chu Ye, who had previously garnered a significant following with his flawless performances. At that moment, the great tiger caught the scent of its cub and let out another furious roar, directed at Chu Ye and the others. Hearing the tiger's roar, Chen instinctively recoiled. Despite having mentally prepared himself for death, the emotion of fear remained insurmountable. He etched a cross upon his chest. Then Chen clasped his hands together in reverence and earnestly proclaimed, Amitabha, the Almighty Lord, please bless me, that the tiger may devour me whole. At this moment, no one found Chen eclectic method of prayer to be laughable. On the contrary, their gazes towards this stout figure were filled with admiration. In stark contrast to Chen, Chu Ye appeared as a quintessential example of what not to do. Was Chu Ye truly paralyzed by fear? Certainly not. In fact, the moment the tiger emerged, he had begun meticulously observing its vulnerabilities. The only solace for Chu Ye was that Shattering had already taken the little tiger to play in a room. Chapter 62. Chu Ye confronts the tiger otherwise. The little fellow would undoubtedly have been frightened. In his previous life, Chu Ye would have turned and fled at the sight of a tiger without a moment's hesitation. After all, despite having practiced some martial arts, he was far from capable of facing a fierce tiger alone. However, the present was different, with the system's numerous enhancements to his physique. Coupled with the master-level Fukin, Chu Ye was brimming with confidence to take down the tiger. Initially, Chu Ye believed that the Fukin awarded by the system was merely an ordinary martial art. Yet, when the tiger appeared, he realized he had underestimated the system's capabilities. The naming was no exaggeration. If it claimed to subdue tigers, it indeed could. As Chu Ye's aura gradually coalesced, the tiger sensed an impending threat. Its eyes flashed with anger as it regarded the diminutive figures before it. Not only had these creatures captured its offspring, but they now posed a significant danger. With a thunderous roar, the tiger adopted an aggressive stance directed at Chu Ye. In its view, eliminating the greatest threat, Chu Ye, would render the other insignificant nuisances manageable. Observing the tiger's movements, Chu Ye displayed no hesitation. He assumed an unusual posture and fixed his gaze intently upon the formidable beast. Facing the tiger, his heart brimmed with vigilance. Had he possessed the divine-level Fukin, he would have charged fearlessly. Yet, his skill had only reached the master level. Nevertheless, even at this proficiency, the tiger retreated a few cautious steps upon witnessing Chu Ye's stance. For reasons unknown, it perceived an intensified threat emanating from the human before it. Chu Ye's sudden action astonished not only the tiger, but also Chen and the anxious onlookers, who widened their eyes in disbelief. Goodness gracious, young Master Chu Ye. You can't possibly intend to confront the tiger directly, can you? It must be said that Chen, true to form, exuded a sense of unreliability even in such dire moments. As Chu Ye prepared to respond, the tiger suddenly roared and lunged at him. In response, most spectators screamed and shut their eyes. Although they had previously looked down upon Chu Ye for his moment of foolishness, his eventual display of resistance earned their respect. Yet, none of this concerned Chu Ye. As the tiger charged towards him, a smile crept across his lips. With his wilderness survival experience and the Fukin as his trump card, he was well aware of the tiger's instincts. The earlier turn was merely a ruse to bait the beast. As the tiger bore down on him, Chu Ye executed a peculiar footwork maneuver, his upper body remaining still while his body shifted significantly to the side. This was the myriad of dragon steps he had mastered in his previous life. The tiger's method of attack is rather straightforward. Pounce, swipe, and bite. Once struck by the tiger's pounce, one's fate is nearly sealed. However, with the aid of the dragon step, Chu Ye deftly evaded the tiger's strike, skillfully retreating just beyond its reach. Seizing the moment while the tiger had just landed and was yet to regain its bearings, Chu Ye executed a peculiar step and found himself beside the beast. In an astonishing turn, a roar escaped Chu Ye's lips that bore a striking resemblance to that of the tiger. Without hesitation, he somersaulted onto the tiger's back, one arm tightening like an iron band around its neck, while his other fist relentlessly hammered down upon the tiger's temple. This creature, a dominant force upon the deserted island, had never encountered such ferocity as exhibited by Chu Ye. Under the onslaught of Chu Ye's flurry of punches, the tiger was soon left bewildered. It is essential to note that the current Chu Ye is far removed from his former frail self, through numerous enhancements from the system. He has transformed into a hidden powerhouse. After enduring several blows, the tiger initially roared with defiance, but soon its voice weakened considerably. If the tiger were to lament anything at this moment, it would undoubtedly be its ill-fated hunting expedition today. Because of a mere rabbit, it lost its cub. Because it lost its cub, it encountered this madman. And because of this madman, it was now on the brink of death. As Chu Ye's iron fists continued their assault, the tiger's roars diminished until they transformed into a different kind of cry. Simultaneously, it seemed to concede defeat, collapsing to the ground, motionless. Suddenly, a voice from the system echoed in Chu Ye's ears. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Rewards: 1 striped tiger and 1 cub. The unexpected announcement sent a shiver through Chu Ye's body. He had been in a heightened state of tension, and it was only now that he realized the tiger beneath him had ceased to resist. Had it not been for the system's prompt, the tiger might have been bludgeoned to death. Nevertheless, even with this revelation, Chu Ye dared not relax, for he was still atop the tiger's back. A sudden bite from the creature could spell his doom. Perhaps sensing Chu Ye's apprehension, the system surprisingly interjected. Rest assured, host. As a reward from this system, the loyalty of the striped tiger and its cub is at 100. They will not resist in any manner. With the system's assurance, Chu Ye felt a wave of relief wash over him, and he reclined upon the tiger's back. Indeed, once he relaxed, the tiger not only refrained from countering, but also turned its head to nuzzle against Chu Ye's face. Watching the interaction between the tiger and Chu Ye, Chen could not help but swallow hard. Young Master Chu, what is the situation now? All is well. Upon hearing Chen Jian's words, Chu Ye took a brief respite before responding. It has already been subdued by me, so there is no need for concern. As he spoke, Chu Ye firmly patted the large head of the tiger to substantiate his claim. However, after Chu Ye's declaration, instead of relaxing, Chen Jian's expression grew even more peculiar. What on earth was happening? Wasn't I participating in a survival challenge on a deserted island? How did it transform into this in the blink of an eye? If the appearance of a tiger on the island was a blow to Chen Jian's psyche, then Chu Ye's taming of the beast was a profound undermining of his worldview. Chapter 63. Destroyer of confidence. Deep down, Chen Jian was reluctant to accept Chu Ye's words. However, witnessing the once ferocious and imposing striped tiger now acting like a docile little kitten, nuzzling affectionately against Chu Ye, he found it impossible to dismiss Chu Ye's claims. Yet, it was precisely this realization that shattered Chu Ye's worldview. Why, under the same azure sky, should the scripts of these handsome men differ so drastically? While enduring the spectacle of a tiger being struck was bearable. After all, history has known its share of fierce individuals. Subduing a tiger seemed excessive. Was it possible that your character archetype was of a fantastical nature? Unbeknownst to Chen Jian, he was perilously close to the truth. However, Chu Ye was not merely a character of fantasy, but rather an extraordinary phenomenon. Did you think that only Chen Jian's worldview was disrupted? How could that be? At that moment, the barrage of comments had already gone wild, especially from those viewers who had previously closed their eyes. They felt as though they had transcended time and space in that instant. The gruesome imagery they had envisioned did not materialize. Instead, they were treated to a harmonious tableau of man and tiger coexisting blissfully. Under the azure sky, one audacious viewer speculated that perhaps the tiger was a deliberate arrangement by the production team to surprise the audience. However, as soon as he uttered this thought, he was promptly corrected by a viewer privy to the truth. The Luo Tian. Stop speculating. I've already packed up my knees and sent them away. Frog Princess. No need for further discussion. From this day forth, I shall only recognize Chu Ye as my master. Parkour enthusiast. In ancient times, there was Wu Song who battled tigers. Today, we have Chu Ye who tames them. Life's truths are laid bare. Upon reading these comments, previous viewers, filled with curiosity, rewound the video to uncover what had transpired. Moments later, the barrage was filled with hundreds of individuals who had also packed their knees. Disappointed heart. I was wrong. I should never have doubted Lord Chu. I always knew he was remarkable, but I never imagined he was this extraordinary. Su Dong Dong. What Chu Ye just demonstrated was undoubtedly martial arts. I hope to have the opportunity to spar with him in the future. The only one under heaven, the mud above, should quickly depart. Can you truly bask in the glory of Lord Chu's fame? In addition to these comments, Countless foreigners were utterly captivated by Chu Ye's display of prowess while subduing the tiger, reigniting their curiosity about Dragon Kingdom martial arts. According to incomplete statistics, within 3 months following the tiger incident, an influx of 100,000 foreigners arrived in Dragon Kingdom, all eager to learn martial arts. But let us set aside these trivialities for now. After initially grappling with feelings of imbalance, Chen Ye gradually calmed his emotions. He had come to a realization. Since there were distinctions in character archetypes, he would cling tightly to Chu Ye's leg. After all, there's an old saying, when one ascends, all connected rise. Who knows? One day Chu Ye might reveal himself as a celestial being, and perhaps Chen, the chubby one, might share in some of that divine essence. Chu Ye was unaware that within such a brief span, Chen Jian's imagination had expanded to encompass the vastness of the Pacific Ocean. Once his strength was restored, he rose to his feet. As Chu Ye stood, the vividly patterned tiger, now devoid of its earlier ferocity, sidled up to his leg. Observing the adorably foolish creature before him, Chu Ye pondered momentarily before declaring, "Since you appear so adorably foolish, I shall henceforth call you to Chen." "How?" "As long as you are pleased." Upon hearing Chu Ye's words, both Chen Jian and Wang Jiamei felt their legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. "Brother, that tiger's brow is furrowed to such an extent that the character Wang on its head seems poised to sprout an additional ba. How on earth do you perceive its happiness?" Unfortunately, Chu Ye remained oblivious to the meaningful signals being conveyed by Dechen, lost in his own personal reverie. After much struggle, Dechen realized that its position could not sway its master's will, and thus it stood there dejectedly. In mere moments, Chu Ye had utterly dismantled the confidence of a ruler of the deserted isle, a feat that could only be described as the work of a belief-destroying machine. Just as Chen Jian was about to speak, a sudden commotion erupted from a nearby room, followed by the emergence of a plump little creature that dashed out. Upon spotting this small being, Chu Ye and the others were momentarily taken aback. However, Dechen had already emitted a low growl. The instant the little creature appeared, Dechen's eyes fixated on it, and had Chu Ye not been present, it would have surely charged forward. The little one, noticing Dechen, paused for a brief moment before sprinting towards it, emitting the same sounds it had made earlier. Whimper, whimper. However, the quest of the little tiger to find its mother was doomed to encounter obstacles. As it approached Dechen, the little creature accidentally stepped on a round stone. With the stone rolling beneath it, the little one tumbled face first to the ground at Dechen's feet. Yet, it was clear that the little creature felt no shame over its clumsy maneuver. After shaking its head, it boldly scurried beneath Dechen's belly and began to feast right before everyone's eyes. "Whimper, whimper, where are you off to?" At that moment, Xiao Exner also dashed out of the room, her anxious gaze scanning the surroundings. Upon seeing Dechen beside Chu Ye and the little one energetically munching beneath Dechen, Xiao Exner was momentarily stunned, then exclaimed, "What a large kitty!" Without awaiting a response, she hurriedly approached Chu Ye and Dechen. As she neared, Chu Ye swiftly extended his hand to intercept her and lifted her up. What a joke! Tigers are tough-skinned and sturdy. A little tumble wound phased them. But if my daughter were to fall, that would be a different matter altogether. Nevertheless, even when being cradled by Chu Ye, little Exner remained restless, her tiny hands flailing with fervor. "Daddy, please put me down quickly. I want to play with the big cat." Upon hearing her words, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Chu Ye's forehead. He felt a wave of relief that Exner had not been outside earlier. Otherwise, before he could engage with the large creature, the little one would have already dashed forward, crying out. Alas, that would have meant a rather sizable meal for the big beast. Fortunately, the creature had already been tamed, thus posing no danger. Observing Xin as excited demianoa, Chu Ye gently set her down in front of the great beast. What an adorable kitty. Chapter 64. The group's encounter with the resplendent tiger. As soon as Chu Xin arrived before the magnificent creature, she eagerly leaned against the grand beast. Witnessing her actions, nearby Wang Jiamei, Chen Jian, and other spectators felt a pang of anxiety. It is essential to note that this was a genuine tiger, a pure wild one at that. After all, little Xin was not Chu Ye. If this tiger were to be provoked, she could be in grave danger. However, Dechuan's reaction surpassed everyone's expectations. Instead of displaying any signs of discontent, the tiger affectionately nudged its head against Xin. Its cautious demeanor suggested that it was worried about inadvertently knocking her over. Gulp. Observing Xion's actions, Chen Jian swallowed hard and inquired, Chu Ye, are you certain this creature won't suddenly lash out? While speaking, he cautiously edged away from Dechuan. Research indicates that many people from the Dragon Kingdom possess a unique fondness for cats, and it was evident that Chen Jian was among this majority. Rest assured, Chu Ye replied confidently, patting Dechuan's head. Dechuan is exceptionally gentle. There's absolutely no danger. Roar. While Chu Ye spoke, Dechuan complied with a resonant call. Witnessing the interaction between Chu Ye and Dechuan, Chen Jian's mouth twitched involuntarily. There is no danger? If I hadn't witnessed you subduing a tiger just moments ago, I might have believed you. Yet, whether it was due to his unwavering trust in Chu Ye or his fondness for the magnificent feline overcoming his trepidation, Chen Jian, after a moment's hesitation, approached Dechuan with an unsteady gait. Once beside the tiger, he glanced at Chu Ye before tentatively extending a hand, trembling as he reached out to stroke Dechuan's back. Oh! The moment his hand made contact with Dechuan's fur, an expression of sheer ecstasy washed over Chen Jian's face, accompanied by a sound that almost bordered on forbidden. This is absolutely delightful, he exclaimed, his eyes half closed in bliss, his entire visage radiating joy. While Dechuan refrained from any extreme reaction, it nonetheless cast a significant eye roll in Chen Jian's direction. Goodness, I hope this overly corpulent fellow doesn't diminish my intelligence. Unfortunately, Chen Jian lacked the ability to communicate in the language of beasts. Otherwise, he might have tempered his enthusiasm. Ha! I, a humble fat man, have the fortune of petting a tiger. I wonder if the viewers of the live stream are green with envy. Chen Jian proclaimed, pride evident in his expression, transforming him into a caricature of hubris. In truth, Chen Jian was not entirely mistaken. The audience indeed felt a surge of envy at the thought of him being able to touch a tiger. This sentiment was already palpable in the barrage of comments flooding the screen. A model student, let no more words be uttered. I simply wish to know what color of sack it favors. Spark, a collective endeavor to steal cats. 1 out of 100. A solitary draw. Brothers, Treadwell, Amen. The applauder. Although I cannot touch the tiger, I still wish to inquire, is there anyone to collectively strike the plump one? 1 out of 1,000. Gothic Peony. 2 out of 1,000. Chapter 65. The naming talent of Little Sheener in a surprising turn of events. The crowd clamoring for the chubby one reached a staggering 3,000 within mere minutes. Despite this overwhelming number, it continued to swell, with some individuals even publishing an article online titled The 10,000 Ways to End the Chubby One's Life. Within this piece, the author articulated 10 grievances against Chen Jian with eloquent precision, ultimately establishing a prevailing sentiment. Until the chubby one meets his end, my heart shall remain unsettled. Following a brief period of escalating tension, the chubby one ascended to the top of the top 10 most deserving of a beating list for the year, with no contenders to fill the subsequent ranks. Little did he know, he had become the target of countless netizens, blissfully engrossed in his beloved pastime of cat petting. Observing Chen Jian's joyful demeanor, Wang Jimei, standing nearby, finally overcame her fears and cautiously approached, joining in the delightful endeavor of stroking the large beast. Truth be told, the sensation of petting a tiger is nowhere near as gratifying as that of stroking a cat. Yet, the psychological satisfaction it brings is something that a mere feline cannot replicate. After nearly 3 minutes of relentless affection from Chen Jian and Wang Jiamei, the large beast began to display signs of impatience. After all, as the king of beasts, a mere petting session should suffice. What was this incessant tugging meant to achieve? Daddy, can I trade the crybaby for a big cat? After the large beast shoved Chen Jian aside, Little Sheener eagerly turned to Chu Ye for his response. What is a crybaby? Chu Ye was momentarily taken aback by his daughter's inquiry. That's him. As she spoke, Little Sheener effortlessly retrieved the recently fed little tiger from beneath the large beast's belly and held it aloft. The little kitty keeps crying, so I named him Crybaby. Upon seeing the small creature in Little Sheener's grasp, wearing an expression of pure grievance, Chu Ye couldn't help but smile broadly. What a splendid name. I never anticipated my precious daughter possessed such a talent for naming. After showering Little Sheener with praise, Chu Ye proceeded to ask, why do you wish to trade Crybaby for the large beast? Because the big cat is so large, while Crybaby is too small, she replied. Chu Ye erupted in laughter at her reasoning. But little Sheener is small too. When you grow up, Crybaby will grow too. Don't you wish to nurture him yourself? It wasn't that Chu Ye was unwilling to part with the large beast. Rather, he harbored concerns for his daughter's safety. Despite the large beast's unwavering loyalty, its size posed a significant risk to little Sheener. Fortunately, he knew his daughter well. As expected, after a moment of contemplation, little Sheener nodded decisively. Then I won trade. I will raise Crybaby to be even bigger than the big cat. No problem, Xiaoxin will surely succeed. Just as Chu Ye and Xiaoxin were interacting, a peculiar sound suddenly echoed. Upon hearing this sound, both Chu Ye and Xiaoxin were taken aback, and then they promptly turned their heads to glance at Chen Jian, who was standing nearby. Chapter 66. On the brink of becoming a glutton, Chen Jian, having been unceremoniously pushed aside by the clumsy one, found himself enveloped in a state of melancholy. After all, with so many hands reaching out, why was he the only one left in the lurch? Yet, before he could voice his sorrow, he suddenly felt three peculiar gazes fixated upon him. What is it with you all, staring at me like that? Chen Jian inquired, cautiously retracting his head, for even with his sturdy facade, such intense scrutiny was disconcerting. Upon hearing his words, Xiao Exiner broke into a smile before addressing him. Uncle Fat, your belly just sang again. As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with envy as she gazed at Chen Jian's ample belly. It was no wonder his girth was so pronounced. He must have mastered some extraordinary technique. Initially taken aback by Xiao Exiner's remark, Chen Jian quickly realized why he had perceived an odd expression on Chu Ye and Wang Jiamei's faces. They were regarding him as though he were a mere glutton. Do you believe me when I say my belly did not rumble? He asked, his expression one of mock despair. While he did take pleasure in his culinary indulgences, he certainly did not wish to be labeled a mere glutton. Unfortunately, Chen Jian's protestations were destined to fall on deaf ears. Upon hearing his words, both Chu Ye and Wang Jiamei exchanged knowing glances, their expressions mirroring each other. We believe you. Do you believe it? Just then, as Chen Jian was about to retort, cough, cough, clarify, another resounding gurgle erupted, and this time, everyone discerned its source, the clumsy one. In an instant, Chen Jian beamed at the clumsy one with gratitude, thinking, thank heavens you have vindicated me. Otherwise, I would have been condemned to wear the glutton label from this day forth. With laughter bubbling forth, Chen Jian exclaimed, I told you so. It wasn't my belly making that noise. Ah, I see. Chu Ye nodded, observing Chen Jian's triumphant demeanor. It seems you're not hungry after all, so we shall feast upon the 3 rabbits instead, just as well. The clumsy one is rather peckish too. What? Master Chu, I was mistaken. Chen Jian instantly adopted a submissive posture, utterly contrite. The sound was indeed mine. Everything you said was correct. Principles? Dignity? Honor? Huh. Would such notions fill the belly of a man like me? Witnessing Chen Jian's utter lack of self-respect, a smirk played upon Chu Ye's lips. His earlier remarks had merely been a jest to intimidate Chen Jian. He had no intention of depriving him of sustenance. Patting the clumsy one on the head, Chu Ye issued a command. Go hunt for yourself, but be mindful not to consume any humans. In the past, the clumsy one would have only been able to catch the island's creatures. But who could say if a participant might unfortunate enough to cross paths with him? Compared to the wildlife on the island, Chu Ye felt that the contestants were perhaps more easily captured by the big fool, and moreover, they would be more filling. Awoo! Upon hearing Chu Ye's words, the big fool responded with an acknowledging howl and then ventured directly into the nearby forest. It seemed that during the system's taming, the big fool's intelligence had been inadvertently enhanced, leading Chu Ye to perceive it as quite clever. Watching the big fool depart, Chu Ye then turned to Chen Jian beside him and inquired, would you care for a meal? Certainly, Chen Jian replied without hesitation, his eagerness evident. After all, if he were not hungry, would he have been so thoroughly timid just moments ago? Then let us prepare these rabbits, Chu Ye said, gesturing towards the 3 rabbits at his feet. Although he was capable of cooking, guided by the principle that labor should never go to waste, he decided to delegate the task of preparing the ingredients to Chen Jian. Of course, Chu Ye believed he was also assisting Chen Jian in his quest for weight loss. Upon hearing Chu Ye's words, Chen Jian said nothing further and simply picked up the 3 rabbits, heading off into the distance. Preparing rabbits was certainly less palatable than handling seafood, as it involved a more gruesome scene, and thus it was best not to let Xiao Exiner witness it. It must be said that Chen Jian could be quite thoughtful at times. Once Chen Jian had departed, Chu Ye began to select some wild vegetables, fruits, and mushrooms. These were among the other finds of Xiao Xner and Wang Jiamai, aside from the weeping girl, though Chu Ye still needed to sift through them for inedible items. For instance, he spotted a type of mushroom that, while not deadly, would certainly cause considerable gastrointestinal distress. While sorting through these items, Chu Ye suddenly paused, recalling something. System, are you still owing me a biological lighter? The crisis brought about by the big fool had nearly caused him to forget the reward for his previous task. After all, his bet with Chen Jian was merely an appetizer, while the true bounty lay in the system's reward. Ding! The reward has been issued. Please check carefully. Upon hearing the system's voice, Chu Ye was momentarily taken aback. It has already been issued? He didn't doubt the system's words overly much and began to cautiously survey his surroundings. After all, the previous appearance of the Swiss Army knife had been quite peculiar. Who could say how this reward would manifest? Just as Chu Ye was peering about curiously, Wang Jiamai's expression suddenly shifted, and she turned to him with a serious tone. Chu Ye, there's a bug on your shoulder. Girls generally harbor a strong aversion to insects, and, as she spoke, Wang Jiamai had already taken several small steps back. Hearing her words, Chu Ye was momentarily stunned, then turned to look at his shoulder. A stinky bug? Observing the 2-centimeter-long beetle with blue wings perched on his shoulder, Chu Ye couldn't help but furrow his brow. The creature commonly referred to as the stink bug in his hometown bears the true name of stink beetle, also known as the bombardier beetle or cannon beetle. This remarkable insect possesses a unique ability. When confronted by adversaries, it releases a foul-smelling liquid accompanied by a resounding pop. However, the source of Chu Ye's furrowed brow lies not in the auditory disturbance, but rather in the pungent aroma of the liquid emitted by the beetle. Upon its release, this substance swiftly transforms into gas, exuding an unforgettable scent. It is through this potent odor that the stink beetle manages to survive in the wild, as even frogs that attempt to consume them are compelled to regurgitate them due to the overwhelming stench. Chapter 67. The flamethrower and the lighter gazing at the diminutive creature perched upon his shoulder. Chu Ye could already envision the moment it would bestow upon him an unexpected gift following his touch. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to extend a finger toward the beetle. After all, if left unattended, might it not be startled by one of his movements, subsequently activating its defensive mechanisms? With a cautious bend of his finger, Chu Ye planned to flick the creature away while it remained oblivious. Observing his actions, the viewers before their screens were nearly in fits of laughter. Most individuals harbored a certain aversion to such creatures, well aware of the infamous antics of the dung beetle. Many recalled their childhood encounters with the mischief of these insects, and Chu Ye's careful demeanor elicited nostalgic memories. Panda Storm. In the cycle of life, all things are interdependent. Who would have thought that a man as formidable as Chu Ye would fear a mere insect? Dream Pursuer. Frankly speaking, I believe this is the true essence of masculinity on display. Pinstrike. Frankly speaking, I believe this is the true essence of masculinity on display. In just a few short minutes, countless viewers were captivated by the live broadcast featuring Chu Ye and Chen Jian. Some even took the liberty to capture Chu Ye's cautious gestures and expressions, adorning them with captions. A true man confronts the dung beetle. Unbeknownst to Chu Ye, he could only hope that the insect would not suddenly release a noxious gas. Otherwise, his cheerful disposition would surely be marred. As his finger inched closer to the beetle, a faint smile crept across his face, suggesting impending success. However, just then, a sound emanated from his shoulder. Bang! Furthermore, a small fireball, approximately 2 centimeters in diameter, hurtled toward his finger. With a pop, the fireball, though diminutive, was swiftly extinguished by Chu Ye, who stared in horror at the minuscule creature. Did it just breathe fire? While nature is home to fish that emit smoke and insects that exude scalding liquids, a dung beetle capable of launching fireballs was a first for Chu Ye. Not only was he astonished, but the audience was equally taken aback, their eyes fixed on the beetle upon Chu Ye's shoulder. Little Ice, is that truly a dung beetle? Am I imagining things? Azura, this cannot be mere survival on a deserted island. Chu Ye must have traversed into another realm. Indeed, a creature capable of spewing fireballs posed a significant challenge to everyone's perception of reality. At that moment, Chu Ye finally grasped the situation. Dog system. Could this possibly be the biological lighter you mentioned? Ding. Congratulations, host, you are correct. The system's voice radiated with pride. This system has enhanced the farting capabilities of the dung beetle, enabling it to release fireballs. As a result, the dung beetle can serve as a reusable animal lighter. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Chu Ye's lips twitched involuntarily. He had always been aware of the system's wild nature, yet he had never anticipated it could extend to the transformation of insects. Naturally, such matters were not to be disclosed. Thus, glancing once more at the dung beetle perched on his shoulder, Chu Ye donned a composed expression. I never imagined you possessed quite the fiery temperament. In that case, you shall serve as my lighter. After uttering these words, he casually lifted the dung beetle from his shoulder and tucked it into his pocket. Being a reward from the system, the dung beetle posed no threat to Chu Ye. Its earlier fireball had merely been a response to perceived danger. Observing Chu Ye's nonchalant actions, Wang Jiame and the audience were left with twitching mouths. Was it really so simple to attribute this to a fiery temperament? I too have a fiery temper. Why can't I breathe fire? Instantly, the omnipotent netizens flooded the screen with countless comments to express their thoughts. Firmelin remarked, from now on, those who cannot breathe fire should refrain from claiming they have a fiery temperament. Otherwise, it could be quite embarrassing. Tai Henin chimed in, goodness, without some talent, one might feel ashamed to assert they have a fiery temperament. Fortunately, while the notion of a fire-breathing insect was indeed peculiar, it was not entirely extraordinary. Given the plethora of wondrous creatures and plants that exist in nature, one must admit that having a lighter was quite convenient. Previously, when Chu Ye wished to build a fire, he could only rely on the ember he had preserved, painstakingly igniting it. However, now, he merely needed to gather a pile of dry grass and allow the dung beetle to release a single fart. Observing the dry grass ignited by a small fireball from the dung beetle, Chu Ye adopted a serious demeanor. Since you have become one of us, it is only fitting you have a name. As he stoked the flames, he began to ponder. Watching Chu Ye deep in thought, an ominous premonition arose in everyone's hearts. Indeed, Chu Ye did not disappoint. After several minutes of contemplation, he suddenly brightened with joy. Since you can breathe fire, you shall be called Lighter from now on. Was this name perhaps a tad hasty? Upon hearing Chu Ye's words, Wang Jiame could no longer contain herself. I could tolerate naming a tiger big fool, but to name a miraculous fire-breathing creature lighter feels rather insulting to its extraordinary nature, does it not? Not only Wang Meijia, but even the audience found it difficult to contain their amusement, with some speculating that the name Chu Yechi was entirely a form of retribution for the fright caused by the dung beetle moments earlier. Of course, Chu Ye was unaware of these conjectures. Observing Wang Meijia's serious demeanor, he momentarily froze, then rubbed his temples and remarked, don't you think calling it flamethrower is somewhat ostentatious? At the instant his words left his lips, Wang Meijia felt her legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground, while some viewers sipping water were compelled to clean their computer or phone screens. Retribution, pure and unadulterated retribution. How could such a name arise if not as a means of revenge? Gazing at Chu Ye's earnest expression, Wang Meijia couldn't help but sigh. All right then, let's just call it Lighter. Chapter 68. Little Exener is beaten in comparison to the brutally named Flamethrower. The Lighter was far more palatable. Master Chu, I've completed it. Just as Chu Ye and Wang Jiame had finalized the name for the lighter, Chen Jian rushed over, carrying 3 freshly prepared rabbits. It must be acknowledged that despite his lewd and gluttonous demeanor, this rotund fellow possessed considerable skill in handling ingredients. Observing Chen Jian's large head and thick neck, a saying suddenly sprang to Chu Ye's mind. A big head and a thick neck, either a boss or a cook. To his astonishment, Chen Jian was both a boss and a cook. Feeling Chu Ye's peculiar gaze upon him, Chen Jian instinctively shrank his neck. Although he was unaware of Chu Ye's thoughts, an ominous premonition gripped him. Recalling the previous times he had suffered at Chu Ye's hands, Chen Jian promptly adopted a silent demeanor. After all, silence is golden. Unbeknownst to Chu Ye, his actions had inflicted considerable psychological trauma on Chen Jian. Accepting the 3 prepared rabbits from Chen Jian, Chu Ye immediately set to work. As a formidable figure possessing the wilderness culinary god skill, preparing a few rabbits was hardly a challenge for him. Meanwhile, as Chu Ye busied himself with cooking, Chen Jian was occupied crafting various mud bricks, having not forgotten their wager. Pleased with Chen Jian's sensibility, Chu Ye gave him a thumbs up. just as Chu Ye and Wang Jimei were engaged in conversation while tending to the roasting rabbits. A sudden wail erupted from nearby. Little Xener's cries mixed with the lamentations of a weeping child. What is happening? Upon hearing little Xener's voice, Chu Ye immediately abandoned the roasting rabbits, bolting towards the nearby woods. He had felt reassured allowing little Xener to play nearby, having previously surveyed the surroundings and deemed them safe. Furthermore, the clumsy giant was also nearby, keeping an eye on her. However, this was a deserted island, and unexpected dangers could arise, much like the situation at hand. The moment he heard little Xener's cries, an urgent concern washed over him. What's all this crying about? As Chu Ye neared the edge of the woods, he heard a voice emanating from within, accompanied by little Xener's sobs. What on earth is going on? Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Ye plunged into the woods. Upon entering, a surge of fury filled his mind. There stood a woman in a flowing red gown, hands on her hips, glaring at little Xener, while in her grasp was a roasted sweet potato intended as a snack for the child. Not far from the woman, little Xener wept softly, a red handprint marring her cheek, while the weeping child lay at the woman's feet. What is happening here? Containing his rage, Chu Ye inquired, "What is going on?" "Daddy." Upon hearing Chu Ye's voice, Xiao Xener was momentarily taken aback, and then she rushed into Chu Ye's embrace, weeping. "Daddy, the crybaby." That wicked sister hit the crybaby. This little girl, despite her own swollen cheek, was still concerned for her friend. "You had better provide me with an explanation." As Chu Ye gazed at the woman before him, his expression gradually turned icy. "You." The woman clearly had not anticipated the sudden appearance of another person, especially in the face of Chu Ye's frigid gaze, which rendered her speechless. However, she quickly regained her composure, although they were on a deserted island. This was still a show, and their actions were visible to others. Realizing this, confidence returned to her countenance. She doubted that a man would dare to mistreat her on live television. "Is this your daughter?" She glanced at Chu Ye and boldly stated, "A child who hurls insults is hardly a good one." With just a single remark, she positioned herself in a favorable light, clearly insinuating that her aggression was justified because Xiao Xiner had insulted her. Before Chu Ye could respond, the audience was on the verge of an uproar. This was a global live broadcast, and due to the presence of the crybaby and the big fool, Xiao Xiner's streaming audience was even larger than that of Chu Ye and the others. Consequently, the viewers had witnessed the preceding events in vivid detail. Initially, Xiao Xiner was playing nearby with the crybaby when they encountered this woman. The woman, noticing the roasted sweet potato in Xiao Xiner's hand, expressed a desire for some. After Xiao Xiner generously shared half, the woman remained unsatisfied, forcibly snatching the other half of the girl's hand. Witnessing their beloved Xiao Xiner being bullied, the crybaby could not stand idly by and immediately bit the woman's shoelaces. The result was that the crybaby was kicked away, prompting Xiao Xiner to call her bad sister, which earned her a slap in return. It is worth noting that with her charm and maturity, Xiao Xiner had long been regarded as a little princess in the eyes of the viewers. Now, seeing their princess slapped, the audience was seething with indignation, wishing they could reach through the screen to deliver several resounding slaps to the woman. As they witnessed her attempt to wrongfully accuse Xiao Xiner, their fury intensified. Xiner's Knight Commander, "If Chu Ye does not discipline this woman, I will turn from a fan to a hater. Hardship of life. This woman is utterly despicable. Her survival is solely due to the current harmonious society." It is important to note that although there were often seasoned viewers in Chu Ye's streaming room, foul language was quite rare. This time, however, many were compelled to curse in defense of Xiao Xiner. A significant portion of the audience declared that if Chu Ye could not take decisive action on behalf of Xiao Xiner, they would cease their support for him henceforth. In truth, it is not merely the audience that is enraged. At this moment, Wang Qimei from the global live streaming platform is equally incensed. As she gazes at the woman on the screen, the fury that had been building due to the tiger incident seems to find an immediate outlet. Wang Qimei forcefully hurls her cup to the ground. "Xiao Hong, come here." "What is it?" Upon hearing Wang Qimei's call, Xiao Hong hastens over from a short distance away. This woman, locate her information and disseminate it. As she speaks, Wang Qimei's face is etched with coldness. As the organizer of this competition, they possess all the information regarding the participants. Chapter 69. The Avenging Father, isn't this against the rules? Upon hearing Wang Qimei's words, Xiao Hong was momentarily taken aback. revealing the information of the participants could inflict severe damage if it fell into the hands of their competitors. What is inappropriate about it? Wang Qimei cast a sidelong glance at Xiaohong. With the capabilities of netizens, do you think they couldn't uncover her information? Yes, I understand what to do now. With that, Xiaohong hastily made her way outside. She grasped Wang Qimei's implication. If a multitude of participant information were disclosed, they might face repercussions. However, if it were merely one individual, it would undoubtedly have no bearing on them. Upon opening her computer and reviewing the woman's information, Xiaohong promptly posted a message anonymously. Chen Lily, born in 98, a graduate of Longdu First Medical University. Accompanying the post was a photo of Chen Lily, and within mere minutes, the post was discovered and shared by countless individuals. Moreover, a wave of netizens surged to the official website of Longdu First Medical University demanding an explanation. Clearly, the institution regarded the matter with utmost seriousness, as they responded within a matter of minutes. In light of Chen Lily's moral issues, they decided to expunge all information regarding her and revoke her status as a graduate of Longdu First Medical University. Additionally, the company where Chen Lily was employed announced her termination, and multiple organizations declared they would blacklist her, never to hire her again. Of course, at that moment, Chen Lily remained oblivious to these developments. She was currently basking in her self-satisfaction, gazing at Chu Ye, eagerly awaiting an explanation from him. Indeed, she demanded an explanation. In her mind, she had merely eaten a roasted sweet potato from Xiao Shiner and swatted away a kitten that attempted to bite her. Yet, this little creature had the audacity to insult her, a transgression that was utterly unforgivable. Observing Chen Lily with her hands on her hips, Chu Ye nodded slightly before lowering his gaze to Xiao Shiner, who was anxiously watching the sobbing child. Xiao Shiner, how can you be so impolite? What? The moment Chu Ye's words left his lips, the entire internet erupted, with an avalanche of comments flooding the screen. Xiao He, how can this be? Clearly, Xiao Shiner was the one being bullied. How can you blame her? Huaxia, poor Xiao Shiner, I have decided that from this moment on, I will no longer support Chu Ye. Debaobei, switching from fan to anti. Pang Dashi, fan to anti-1. Shu Hui Jiuzhang, fan to anti-10086. The audience was not the only one seething with anger. Even Wang Jiamei and Chun Jian, who had entered the woods behind, gazed at Chu Ye in astonishment, although they were unaware of the truth behind the events. A single glance at the slap mark on Xiao Shiner's face and the whimpering child made it abundantly clear how egregiously the woman had behaved. How could they possibly imagine that, in such circumstances, Chu Ye would dare to accuse Xiao Shiner of being impolite? Even Xiao Shiner herself cast a look of grievance towards Chu Ye. In stark contrast to the expressions of those present was Chen Lily, who, upon hearing Chu Ye's words, revealed a mocking smile. She was certain that, as a man, Chu Ye would not dare offend her in this situation. However, it was a pity that she had clearly overestimated herself. For, immediately after his first statement, Chu Ye turned to Xiao Shiner and said, given this lady's appearance, she is clearly an aunt. How could you address her as sister? You should promptly apologize to the aunt. Upon hearing Chu Ye's words, Chen Lily nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Women are inherently sensitive about their age, and Chu Ye's addition of based on her appearance struck a painful chord. Oh, Xiao Shiner, however, harbored no such thoughts. After taking a small breath upon hearing Chu Ye's words, she looked up at Chen Lily with a pitiful expression and said, I'm sorry, Auntie, I shouldn't have called you sister. Shut your mouth, you little wretch, you are the slap. Before Chen Lily could finish her sentence, she felt a sharp pain on her face and then saw Chu Ye standing before her with an icy demeanor. How dare you hit me? How could you slap? Another resounding strike, this time on her other cheek. In mere moments, the left and right sides of Chen Lily's face reached a cruel equilibrium. Gazing into Chen Lily's incredulous eyes, Chu Ye's face broke into a simple smile. Dear sister, are you now certain that I would not dare to hit you? At this juncture, his smile turned frigid. If you are still uncertain, I could assist you once more. Upon hearing Chu Ye's words, Chen Lily instinctively covered her face, her eyes wide with terror as she looked at him. Observing her, Chu Ye smiled, yet the coldness lurking in his gaze was palpable to anyone. Do not be misled by Chu Ye's usual jovial demeanor. Beneath the surface lies a profound solitude, characteristic of a time traveler. In such moments, Xiao Shiner naturally became his anchor and the source of his ire. Chen Lily's earlier actions had unequivocally provoked Chu Ye. Although Chu Ye was unaware of the events that had transpired prior, he was certain of one thing. Chen Lily's words were far from the truth. For upon his arrival, he had already received a new task from the system. Task: Vengeful Guardian. Introduction: As a guardian, how could one stand idly by while their little princess is slandered and bullied? Task: To reprimand Chen Lily until 90% of the netizens are satisfied. Deadline: 1 hour. Reward: Master-level swimming skills. Penalty for failure: the eradication of all skills. Compared to previous tasks, the penalty for this one is undoubtedly the most terrifying. Just from this punishment, Chu Ye could already sense the fury of the system. Observing Chen Lily's fearful demeanor, Chu Ye remained unfazed. The 2 slaps she received earlier, the first was a retribution, and the second was a consequence of her insulting short-sightedness. At this juncture, Chu Ye cast a glance at Chen Lily before continuing. Now, let us discuss the injustice you have done to short-sightedness. Gulp. As soon as Chu Ye finished speaking, Chen Lily instinctively swallowed hard. Having endured 2 resounding slaps from Chu Ye, she now comprehended the terror of the man before her, fearing that he might suddenly deliver another blow. Chapter 70. A clean slate, what do you want? Even as she spoke, Chen Lily did not lower her hands. Apologize. Upon hearing Chen Lily's words, Chu Ye's lips curled into a cold smirk. At this, Chen Lily's expression shifted dramatically. To apologize to a mere 5 or 6-year-old girl, especially under the gaze of countless viewers, was an unbearable thought. Had it not been for her fear of Chu Ye's wrath, she would have likely exploded in anger. Fortunately, her hands concealed her face, sparing her the embarrassment of revealing her true emotions. A glance at Chu Ye made it evident that there was no escaping today's apology. I'm sorry. Gritting her teeth, Chen Lily reluctantly addressed short-sightedness. In her mind, she had already resolved to broadcast this incident online once it concluded, ensuring that this wretched father-daughter duo would taste the bitterness of disgrace. Of course, she was no fool. She intended to embellish the story when writing about it. Regrettably, Chen Lily was entirely unaware of the vast number of fans surrounding the individuals before her, nor did she realize that her disgrace had become common knowledge, or that she had already been expelled from both her company and school. This survival challenge on the deserted island had attracted 3,000 participants, each initially provided with an independent streaming room on the global broadcasting platform. However, as contestants' performances and fan counts fluctuated, their streaming rooms would increase or decrease accordingly. At that moment, Chu Ye, Chen Jian, short-sightedness, and Wang Jiamei together boasted a remarkable 12 independent streaming rooms, their fan base far surpassing that of ordinary contestants. In response to Chen Lily's apology, short-sightedness did not utter the customary "it's all right." Instead, she merely huffed and turned away, ignoring her. As Chen Lily felt a surge of anger rising within her, the thought of Chu Ye's violent tendencies quickly quelled her fury. Conversely, Chu Ye found short-sightedness' reaction commendable. He wished for her to retain her innocent spirit. If she was dissatisfied with Chen Lily, she should not feel compelled to feign cordiality. Very well, from this moment forth, your grievances with short-sightedness are settled. Hearing Chu Ye's words, Chen Lily exhaled in relief. A clean slate was preferable. Otherwise, she feared another sudden slap from him. Her plan was straightforward. Admit fault for now, and seek revenge on the Chu family once the competition concluded. In stark contrast to Chen Lily's sentiments, the audience was visibly displeased upon hearing Chu Ye's declaration. Although he had not subjected short-sightedness to the mistreatment they had initially assumed, the sight of her swollen face led them to believe that Chen Lily's punishment was far too lenient. A mature woman, in a fit of rage, snatched food from a young girl, physically assaulted her, and slandered her. The actions exhibited by Chen Lily have incited widespread outrage among netizens. Is this truly the conclusion? It cannot end this way. Lord Chu, one user lamented. I cannot help but feel that this matter will not resolve so simply, especially considering Lord Chu's well-documented affection for the little princess, another user speculated. Amidst the fervent discussions among netizens, a familiar smile suddenly reappeared on Chu Ye's face. Upon seeing this smile, a wave of excitement coursed through the crowd. This was a smile Chu Ye reserved for when he was about to outwit Chen Jian. As expected, under the gaze of the onlookers, Chu Ye spoke again. Let us discuss your encounter with the crying child. Crying child? Upon hearing Chu Ye's words, Chen Lily was momentarily taken aback, but her simmering anger soon became uncontainable. What do you intend to do? Do you expect me to apologize to a mere cat? As she spoke, Chen Lily fixed her gaze on Chu Ye, convinced that he was deliberately provoking her. It's just a pet. Can I not strike it? That's unnecessary. Chu Ye replied, quickly shaking his head at the sight of her fury. I have no issue with it, but your actions against the crying child may not satisfy some individuals, and I hope you can appease her. His smile grew more pronounced as he spoke. Feeling a chill run down her spine at Chu Ye's smile, Chen Lily's apprehension deepened. Glancing around, her expression hardened further. It's merely a cat. I can compensate for any damages. Would 10,000 suffice? If not, I can offer 20. Despite her apparent fury, Chen Lily's heart was filled with cold amusement. After leaving the deserted island, she would have ample material to enrich her writings. Not only had Chu Ye and his daughter insulted and assaulted her on the island, but they also sought to exploit her financially through vile means. However, Chen Lily's plans were destined for disappointment. Upon hearing her words, Chu Ye shook his head once more. It's just a pet. Demanding compensation is excessive. As I said, you merely need to ensure the other party is satisfied. Before Chen Lily could respond, Chu Ye called out towards the bushes behind her. To Chen, your son has been attacked. Why aren't you emerging to demand an explanation? With that, a thunderous roar erupted from the bushes, accompanied by a gust of foul air. Chen charged forth from the underbrush. Upon seeing the imposing figure of Chen before her, Chen Lily let out a scream sharp enough to shatter glass. TT Tiger, help me. In her panic, she collapsed to the ground, and with a sudden release of fear, her pants were drenched in an unmistakable odor. Observing Chen Lily's disheveled appearance, the large fool could not help but emit a low growl, subsequently retreating 2 steps. How utterly disgraceful, thanks to the presence of the system. The fool's intelligence had been steadily increasing, even revealing a look of disdain upon her fierce countenance. No, do not approach me. At that moment, Chen Lily was so petrified with fear that she failed to notice the fool's expression. Suddenly, she turned her gaze towards Chu Ye and the others, exclaiming, You should feast upon them. They are numerous and well-fed. Target that little girl. Her flesh is tender. Slap. Before Chen Lily could finish her sentence, a sharp pain struck her face, followed by an overwhelming stench wafting towards her. Chapter 71. Obsession. Upon opening her eyes, Chen Lily finally noticed that the tiger from earlier was standing right before her, its gaping maw less than 10 centimeters from her face. At this moment, the excruciating pain on her face was of little concern. She was acutely aware that if she did not take action soon, her life could be forfeit. Help me, please, she cried, turning her head to look at Chu Ye. This is a global live broadcast. If you abandon me, you'll be scorned by the viewers. Demonstrating her cleverness, she appealed to the audience's moral judgment to pressure Chu Ye, yet she remained oblivious to the fact that in the eyes of the viewers, she had already become a character they would delight in slapping. Hearing her words, a faint smile crept across Chu Ye's lips. You think I should save you? Yes. Chen Lily nodded fervently. Our situation is being broadcasted live. Everyone can see your actions. If you don't rescue me, you'll surely be reviled by all. Oh, I see. Chu Ye replied, feigning understanding before nodding. I forgot to mention something. This tiger is named Chen. The little cat you kicked earlier is her son, called Crybaby. They are both our pets. Pets? Chen Lily was momentarily stunned. Wasn't this a survival show on a deserted island? Why was he accompanied by a daughter and pets? Was he the mastermind behind this program? Despite her confusion, a sense of relief washed over her. Knowing that Chen was Chu Ye's pet, she felt her life was no longer in immediate danger. After all, Long Country was a society governed by the rule of law. She couldn't fathom that Chu Ye would be so cruel as to set his pet upon her. Moreover, a new idea blossomed in her mind. A large man slapping her on a deserted island and intimidating her with his pets could easily be spun into a scandal that would ruin him. Thinking of the viewers watching the live broadcast, Chen Lily felt an unexpected surge of strength. Even the tiger before her seemed less terrifying. No matter how fearsome the tiger might appear, as long as it was domesticated, it was no different from a household dog. Then you should quickly command your pet to back off. If it injures me, can you take responsibility for that? Due to Chu Ye's earlier actions, Chen Lily spoke with a newfound politeness. However, upon hearing her words, a glint of coldness flashed in Chu Ye's eyes. This woman truly was obstinate. Even now, she still behaved in an imperious manner. Seeing that Chu Ye was ignoring her, Chen Lily felt emboldened. She did not believe he would dare to allow the tiger to harm her under the watchful eyes of the audience. especially as she had calmed down at this moment. A chilling breeze swept through, intensifying the icy sensation between her legs and fueling her embarrassment and anger. With a cold smile directed at Chu Ye, Chen Lily finally spoke. You must be staff from the Global Live broadcast, right? If news of your assault and intimidation of contestants gets out, not only will you lose your jobs, but the global streaming platform will also suffer the consequences. At this juncture, Chen Lily's confidence surged. She pointed a finger toward Shattering and continued, make that little wretch apologize to me, and each of you should compensate me with 100,000 yuan. Then we can consider this matter resolved. Watching Chen Lily's self-assured demeanor, Chu Ye merely let out a couple of derisive laughs. I'm afraid you are mistaken. We are not employees of the Global Live broadcast. Impossible. Chen Lily interrupted him sharply. If you weren't staff, how could you bring pets and children onto the island? With a mocking smile, she added, don't think that by denying it, you can deceive me. Do you believe I won't just report you to the platform? Chen Lily spoke with unwavering confidence, convinced that Chu Ye and his companions would make the right choice, despite having signed a life-and-death agreement upon entering the competition. After all, that was merely a precaution. If any staff dare to harm them, the global streaming platform would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. A malicious glint flickered in Chen Lily's eyes as she contemplated her decision. Even if Chu Ye were to apologize, she knew this matter would not be easily resolved. Once they left the deserted island, she would expose the incident, achieving not only revenge against Chu Ye, but also seizing the opportunity to become a prominent internet celebrity. The thought of this made her smile even wider. Upon hearing Chen Lily's words, Chu Ye finally understood the source of her audacity. It was, however, not unexpected. Due to the system's influence, his demeanor indeed did not resemble that of a typical contestant, for no participant would be permitted to bring pets to the competition. Casting a glance at Chen Lily, Chu Ye chuckled. I forgot to mention just a few hours ago, that big fool was a wild tiger. I believe if it were to harm you, I wouldn't bear any responsibility. As soon as the words left Chu Ye's lips, the big fool let out a thunderous roar and swiped its paw directly at Chen Lily's face. Fortunately, it had shown some restraint during the strike. Otherwise, Chen Lily might have lost half her life by now. Yet even so, her situation was not significantly improved. If what Chu Ye claimed was true, did that mean she could be devoured without him facing any punishment? After all, this was a genuine wild tiger, and should it go berserk, such a reaction would seem entirely reasonable. The moment I contemplated this, Chen Lily, who had just regained a semblance of courage, felt her legs grow weak once more, as a peculiar scent wafted through the air. You cannot do this. At this juncture, Chen Lily had completely lost the confidence she had moments before. Acutely aware that if Chu Ye's earlier words bore truth, her life was indeed no longer secure. Apologize. Huh? I said apologize. As he spoke, Chu Ye maintained an expression of calmness. Apologize to the crybaby. As for taking responsibility, you may address that with the fool yourself. I will apologize. I will apologize. I must apologize. No sooner had Chu Ye's words left his lips than Chen Lily's gaze darted towards the crybaby nestled in Shaoxinger's arms. Chapter 72. Evil begets evil in the face of peril. All of Chen Lily's plans, dignity, and aspirations for fame faded into insignificance. She fell to her knees, relentlessly striking her own face with fervor. I was wrong. I am no better than a beast. I should not have struck you. I should not have insulted you. Please, forgive me. The series of slaps rendered her already swollen visage even more grotesque. Yet even in this state, Chen Lily displayed an unsettling detachment. Observing her plight, a wave of sympathy stirred within a portion of the audience. However, not a soul was willing to come to her defense. Instead, a sense of vindication washed over them. It must be acknowledged that Chen Lily's current predicament was entirely of her own making. Had it not been for her relentless efforts in sowing discord, Chu Ye would not have been so intent on tormenting her. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task and receiving the reward of supreme swimming skills. Upon hearing the system's voice whisper in his ear, Chu Ye exhaled a soft sigh of relief. Thankfully, the audience was relatively easy to appease. Otherwise, he would have found himself in a dire situation. Surely, he could not allow the great fool to devour her. Although Chu Ye's previous words rang true, the demise of this woman would not implicate him. Yet, the life of the fool was certainly at stake, for in Chu Ye's eyes, the fool was far more precious than she. Gazing at Chen Lily, whose face remained swollen and whose words had become increasingly slurred, Chu Ye nodded. Let this matter rest. I hope you act wisely in the future. Had it not been for the task at hand, he would have preferred not to squander any more time here. After all, Xiao X's face was still somewhat swollen, and he needed to apply medicine to her. Fortunately, among the herbs he had recently collected, several possessed anti-inflammatory properties. At that moment, Chu Ye felt immense gratitude towards the habits cultivated in his past life. As a renowned healer, gathering medicinal herbs was almost second nature to him. Setting aside idle chatter, upon hearing Chu Ye's words, Chen Lily was momentarily taken aback before hastily rising to her feet and stumbling away into the distance. She certainly did not wish to linger here. Who knew if Chu Ye might seize the opportunity to let that tiger finish her off? Witnessing Chu Ye's act of clemency towards Chen Lily, the audience, along with Chen Jian and others nearby, collectively sighed in relief. An enraged Chu Ye was truly a terrifying sight. They genuinely feared he might command the fool to consume Chen Lily. Of course, their concern was not for her well-being, but rather for the trouble Chu Ye might attract. Fortunately, his actions thus far indicated a measured restraint. Meanwhile, at the global live-streaming platform headquarters, upon seeing Chu Ye spare Chen Lily, Wang Qimei waved her hand. Have them bring this woman here. She has forfeited her eligibility to compete. Yes, responded Xiao Hong with a nod. In fact, the decision had already been made just moments ago. However, seeing Chu Ye admonishing the other party, Wang Qimei refrained from issuing any commands. To her mind, a woman of such character must surely be a shrew in real life. And witnessing Chu Ye's reprimand was undoubtedly a boon. Unbeknownst to her, Chen Lily's subsequent misfortunes were beyond her awareness, for at that moment, her focus was entirely on applying medicine to Xiao Xiner's face. How does it feel? Is it still painful? As he spoke, Chu Ye deftly spread some dark substance onto Xiao Xiner's face. This was a wild herb known as cowhorn grass, scientifically referred to as Rhizoma menispermi, which, when crushed with stones, possesses commendable anti-swelling properties. It's no longer painful. It feels cool, Xiao Xiner replied with a broad smile upon hearing Chu Ye's words. Daddy, will you promise not to get angry anymore? Why is that? Chu Ye was momentarily taken aback by her inquiry. She had heard that when fathers are angry, they can be frightening, and moreover, if one frequently expresses anger, they may become unattractive. As she spoke, Xiao Xiner gazed at Chu Ye with concern, as if fearing that her father might suddenly transform into an unsightly creature. Ha ha ha! Chu Ye couldn't help but laugh heartily at her words, then gently pinched her little nose. All right, then Daddy will not be angry anymore. As soon as he uttered these words, Xiao Xiner extended a finger towards him, declaring, We must make a pinky promise. A pinky promise binds us for 100 years, and whoever breaks it shall be a crybaby. Undoubtedly, Xiao Xiner's adorable demeanor endeared her even more to the audience, while concurrently intensifying their disdain for Chen Lily. What Chu Ye remained oblivious to was that, while he and Xiao Xiner made their pinky promise, a girl dressed in jeans and holding a phone was searching the area less than 500 meters from their red brick house. Are you sure we haven't taken a wrong turn? Can we truly find God Chu if we keep going? The moment she finished speaking, her phone was inundated with a flurry of comments. First fan, fear not, old woman, the idol is not far away. Artificial got a map. By my estimation, the idol should be less than a kilometer away. Hurry up, old woman, and when you arrive, we'll shower you with rockets. Seeing the barrage of comments flashing across her screen, the girl's mouth twitched in frustration. Wow, do you have no conscience at all? You promised to love me for a lifetime, yet now you abandon me for God Chu. The girl's real name was Baiyu, a prominent streamer on a global live streaming platform known as Meatball, boasting millions of followers. During this competition, she wisely chose to bring her phone. After entering the deserted island, with guidance from her fans, Baiyu successfully navigated several nights. However, just as she was thriving in her live broadcast, fans clamored to see God Chu and introduced Baiyu to Chu Ye's streaming room. Initially, Baiyu was indifferent, but after watching all of Chu Ye's videos, she transformed into his ultimate fan, particularly when she witnessed Chu Ye subduing the enormous fool with his bare hands. Her desire to seek out her idol intensified. As soon as she expressed this sentiment, she garnered overwhelming support from 99% of the fans, with influential figures even devising various means to pave her way to Chu Ye's red brick abode. Due to her playful nature, Baiyu shares an exceptionally amicable rapport with her fanbase. Thus, her proclamation was met with a deluge of mockery. Diver, Those matters are in the past. Our current adoration lies with Shattering, followed closely by the divine Chu. You can only manage to squeeze into a distant third. Chapter 73. Reaping a little fan the eternal sovereign. Do you look down upon me, Chen Pang, from up there? In my eyes, an older woman can only rank fourth. Osmanthus wine. Isn't it you who covets Lord Chu's red brick house and sumptuous delicacies? Why must you cast the blame upon us? The moment Osmanthus wine's words escaped, the barrage of comments became even more frenzied. It is worth noting that Osmanthus wine has long been the top supporter of Meatball, and whenever she appears, she invariably backs Meatball. Upon seeing Osmanthus wine's comment, Bayou's face betrayed a hint of sorrow. Little Osmanthus, I never imagined you would betray me too. Is my Meatball destined to live a life of solitude? Woe is me. Under normal circumstances, upon hearing Meatball's lament, there might have been someone willing to offer a comforting word. However, no one seemed inclined to engage with her now. Moreover, some fans even began to issue blatant threats. Osmanthus wine, we have decided to cease our support for you. If you cannot find Lord Chu promptly, prepare to starve. Great Luo Tian, you might also freeze to death. Both Osmanthus wine and Great Luo Tian are formidable figures on Meatball's leaderboard. With their declarations made, regardless of the grief swelling within Bayou, she had no choice but to follow the directives of her fans. You truly no longer love me. All those vows of eternal devotion, those romantic moments beneath the flowers and moonlight, were merely illusions meant to deceive my once innocent self. As she kicked aside nearby pebbles, Bayou began to mutter, men are all clumsy oafs. I no longer have any affection for Lord Chu. What is he, after all? Just someone who can fish, cook, battle tigers, and build houses. How am I Meatball any less than him? Gulp. Before the fans could respond, Meatball swallowed hard and despondently added, right? I concede that I'm not as good as Lord Chu. But soon, I shall savor his culinary delights, while you shall not. Though she was uncertain of the exact deliciousness of Chu Ye's cooking, the mere thought of the expressions he wore while Chen Jiandine made Bayou's mouth water. Having spoken, Bayou dared not glance at her phone screen. Instead, she continued her musings while hastening towards Chu Ye. At this moment, Chu Ye remained blissfully unaware that he was about to gain a devoted little fan. The herbal remedy proved effective, and Shattring's face had already begun to swell down. After cleansing her face, Chu Ye and the others gathered around a large stone to commence their meal. Lacking an iron pot, this time Chu Ye utilized the stone with a slight indentation for cooking, resulting in a dish that, albeit inferior to that made in an iron pot, still showcased his culinary skills. While Chu Ye and his companions were diligently consuming the rabbit before them, the large, foolish creature lying nearby, waiting to gnaw on bones, suddenly sprang to its feet with a low growl. What is it? Chu Ye was taken aback by the creature's sudden reaction. Upon hearing Chu Ye's words, Dechuan emitted a low growl, but this time, Chu Ye comprehended his intent. It was not because he had suddenly gained the ability to understand Dechuan's utterances, but rather because he noticed a girl, clad in jeans and a light blue top, approximately 5 feet tall, rushing towards him with palpable excitement. Chu God, I have finally found you. You lot, hurry up and get the rocket ready. In that instant of spotting Chu Ye, Bayou was nearly overwhelmed with fervor, bursting into exaggerated laughter as she dashed toward him. Observing Bayou's theatrical demeanor, her fans experienced a moment of shared incredulity. Ho hot, Gio commented. From fans to anti-fans, what on earth is this? Dalyu Ocean remarked. Meatball, mind your image. Chu God is a formidable figure capable of taking down tigers. Lao Gio quipped. That may not be the case. I believe the current state of that older woman is far more terrifying than a tiger. Xiaoshu Gio retorted. Isn't that just stating the obvious? Women are like mother tigers, especially when they are a bit unhinged. Despite the playful jabs at Bayou, the flow of gifts never ceased. This was partly due to the audience's genuine fondness for the typically whimsical and cheerful girl, and partly because they recognized her efforts. It is worth noting that Bayou had traversed for a full 7 hours to reach this point, all while risking the possibility of getting lost. As Bayou charged toward him, Chu Ye cautiously stepped back a couple of paces, positioning Shattering behind him. Dechuan also advanced a step, placing himself in front of Chu Ye. At that moment, both Chu Ye and the 2 tigers, one large and one small, stared at Bayou, their collective thought being, what on earth is this? Fortunately, although Bayou was visibly excited, she had not entirely lost her composure. Realizing her previous display might have been somewhat alarming upon witnessing the reactions of those around her, She halted a meter away from Chu Ye, tidied her hair, and then gazed at him with fervent eyes. Chu God, I am Baiyu, the first guardian of Chu Min, honored to meet the leader. Hearing her words, Chu Ye was further bewildered. Noticing the puzzled look on his face, Baiyu flashed a proud smile before elucidating the situation. It turned out that as the live stream progressed, Chu Ye and Xiao Xiner garnered an increasing number of fans, eventually leading to the establishment of a fan club named Chu Min. Baiyu, the prominent streamer, had recently joined this fan club. After clarifying the matter, Baiyu promptly extended her phone toward Chu Ye. Chu God, please greet your fans now. Baiyu was indeed a peculiar character. Within less than a minute of meeting Chu Ye, she had already bundled her fans and presented them to him. Yet, her fans appeared to be unfazed by this and were engrossed in their own conversations. Truman Xiao Yin, when did you become the first protector, old woman? I was completely unaware. Chumin Ho Hot Geo. The position of the first protector of Chumin rightfully belongs to me, unless you possess greater wealth than I do. As Chu Ye gazed at the phone handed over by Baiyu, he was momentarily taken aback, then cast her a peculiar look. Are you implying that this is what you brought with you to the island? Indeed. Upon hearing her idol's inquiry, Baiyu immediately broke into a proud smile, patted her flat chest, and declared, I'm not clever? Without my phone, I would have been unable to locate you all. Chapter 74. The responsibilities of an exemplary father. Baiyu spoke with unwavering confidence, blissfully unaware that her fans had already betrayed her through the phone. Longsheng Wang Haodong. Chu God, do not be deceived by older women. It is my merit that you were found. Chu Min's first handsome. Chu God, do not be fooled. I was the one who recommended you to the older woman. As the barrage of comments flashed before her, Baiyu continued to boast about her prowess with unabated enthusiasm, eliciting a peculiar smile from Chu Ye. Upon witnessing Chu Ye's smile, Baiyu, who was about to continue her discourse, suddenly felt dejected. All right, I admit the fans are the main force, but I have put in effort as well. She spoke with a sense of grievance, regretting her decision to hand her phone to her idol, fearing the absurd narratives her fans would concoct. Seeing Baiyu's distressed demeanor, Chu Ye and the others could no longer contain their laughter, erupting into hearty guffaws. Their amusement only deepened Baiyu's gloom. She had hoped for a meaningful interaction with her idol, yet had unwittingly become the subject of jest. In an instant, her eyes glistened with tears. Realizing the young lady was on the verge of tears, Chu Ye and the others hastily suppressed their smiles. Though Chen Jian beside them could not resist a slight shake of his shoulders in mirth. Just as Chu Ye was about to offer some words of comfort to the distressed girl, a familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar voice unexpectedly emanated from Baiyu. Instantly, all attention turned towards her. Feeling the weight of their gazes, Baiyu paused, then placed one hand on her stomach while the other flailed in an attempt to shield her face. Oh dear, I have traveled such a distance. Is it not normal to feel hungry now? Without waiting for a response, she swiftly composed herself and turned to Chu Ye with hopeful eyes. Idol, you surely have some delicacies here, right? Please, let me have a bite, or I might just perish from hunger. As she spoke, she playfully stuck out her tongue and made a comical gesture of feigning death. Coughing lightly, Chu Ye met by Ayu's eager gaze, feeling a twinge of guilt as he glanced at Chen Jian and Wang Jiamei. Despite her informal demeanor upon arriving, her candidness had endeared her to him and the others. Under normal circumstances, he would have been delighted to treat his little fan to a splendid meal, yet the current situation warranted otherwise. Noticing the look in Chu Ye's eyes, Baiyu's expression faltered, her face falling as she apprehensively asked, surely, there is still food left, right? As Baiyu spoke, tears began to cascade down her cheeks, and she murmured incessantly, I have endured countless hardships and faced various dangers to find you, yet I cannot even have a warm meal. My suffering is unbearable. Watching her cry, Chu Ye was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that this girl had graduated from a dramatic arts academy? It was not that Chu Ye lacked compassion. Rather, the moment her tears began to flow, the vast online community had already thoroughly betrayed her. Beware Chu God. The old woman excels at shedding tears in various dramatic fashions. One commenter cautioned. Another added, Chu God, this old woman is merely after your house and gourmet food. Do not be deceived. As he read the barrage of warnings on his phone, Chu Ye found himself feeling a flicker of sympathy for the girl. What kind of misfortune had befallen her to attract such a horde of fans? Unbeknownst to Chu Ye from the very beginning, Baiyu's intentions were not aimed at him, but rather at another individual. Indeed, upon witnessing Baiyu's tears, The little girl beside her, Xiao, shot her a sympathetic glance before tugging at Chu Ye's sleeve. Daddy, this sister looks so pitiful. She is crying from hunger. Why don't you give her something to eat? As Xiao pulled at him, a troubling thought began to take shape in Chu Ye's mind. When she spoke, he perceived a glimmer of cunning in Bai Yu's eyes. What a revelation! He had thought her to be a mere innocent. Yet in an instant, she had transformed into a cunning wolf disguised as a grandmother. Chu Ye was not alone in his sentiments. The comments on the screen were rife with derision. This old woman is truly despicable for deceiving our dear Exine. One user lamented. From this day forth, for the sake of Exine, we shall only criticize you. Another declared. Nonetheless, Bai Yu's performance was evidently successful, as Xiao Exiner was now overwhelmed with compassion. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a task. Please check promptly. Upon hearing the sudden voice of the system in his ear, Chu Ye realized he was destined to be outmaneuvered by a certain scheming female streamer this time. Dog system, weren't you a babysitter system? When did you transform into a female streamer sponsorship system? As the system's voice echoed, Chu Ye still clung to a glimmer of hope for resistance. However, as an entity that was perpetually articulate and persuasive, the system was not one to be outmatched by mere words. As soon as Chu Ye's protest left his lips, the system's voice rang out, ding. As a super nanny, your task is to ensure that Xiao Exiner experiences no distress whatsoever, fulfilling all her desires and making her the happiest princess. Excellent. Upon hearing this, Chu Ye instinctively raised his middle finger in response. I accept this reasoning. After silently expressing his affection towards the system, Chu Ye began to examine his new task. Task, caregiver introduction. As an exemplary father, one must fulfill all the wishes of his daughter. Requirements. Prepare a satisfactory meal for Meatball Bai Yu. Time limit. 1.5 hours. Reward. Simplified iron refining technique. Failure punishment. Covered in red fur, henceforth deemed ominous. Glancing at the consequences of failure, Chu Ye couldn't help but twitch his lips, then straightened his chest and turned directly to the tearful Bai Yu, saying, Isn't it just about eating? Tell me, what do you wish to eat? What good is it for me to say? After all, I won't be able to eat it anyway. Chapter 75. A Tale from the Arabian Nights, as Bai Yu spoke. Her face was still etched with sorrow, tears once again welling in her eyes. Witnessing her impending tears, Chu Ye felt a surge of anxiety. He could not allow her to weep. Otherwise, if his little princess succumbed to impulse and made an impulsive decision, it would be he who would suffer the consequences. I can prepare anything you desire. And what if I wish for a lobster? Bai Yu inquired, and Chu Ye was momentarily rendered speechless. My dear, is it truly reasonable for your cravings to have shifted from rabbit to lobster in such a short span of time? Despite the 1,000 refusals that clamored in his mind, the thought of his impending punishment compelled Chu Ye to grit his teeth and nod, forming an okay gesture. No problem. As a youth in the prime of life, middle age, Chu Ye lamented that he had yet to remind the esteemed authority of the need for updates. How could he possibly appear disheveled and unfortunate in his later years? The moment his words escaped his lips, everyone fell silent. Gulp. The sound of Chen Jian swallowing was audible even to the audience watching the broadcast. Chu Ye, can you truly make lobster? Seeing Wang Jiamei and Chen Jian more excited than Bai Yu herself, Chu Ye could not help but twitch his lips. Did you not just eat? Ha ha ha. Chu Ye, you fail to comprehend. For ordinary folk, a couple of bites suffice. But for us, we can indulge in a few more. Observing Chen Jian and Wang Jiamei's shameless pride, Chu Ye barely refrained from hurling his size 40 shoes at Chen Jian's portly size 43 visage. However, before he could articulate his inner turmoil, little Exiner tugged at his sleeve again. Daddy, I want lobster too. Upon hearing Exiner's request, Chu Ye felt a wave of despair wash over him. He cast an angry glare at Chen Jian and Wang Jiamei, lamenting how his once adorable little princess had been transformed into a glutton by these two. Perhaps we could consider something else, like rabbit or sweet potatoes. Noticing the peculiar expression on Chu Ye's face, Bai Yu felt a tinge of embarrassment. Her previous remark had merely been an expression of frustration. She did not genuinely require lobster. Upon hearing Bai Yu's words, Chu Ye could not help but smile bitterly. Had she possessed such clarity from the outset, he would have been profoundly grateful. Alas, the pesky system would never relinquish such a splendid opportunity to torment him. And as soon as her words had escaped, the task was set to prepare a feast of lobster. Glancing at Bai Yu, Chu Ye's lips twitched. no worries. It is merely lobster, a trivial matter. Setting aside the requirements set forth by the system, in the presence of his daughter, Chu Ye resolved that he would not display even a hint of retreat. If one were to articulate the turmoil within him, it could be succinctly expressed as, the child's heart bears unspoken anguish. As soon as Chu Ye's words escaped his lips, a barrage of comments erupted on his phone screen. Cola chicken wings. Chu God, although I have always supported you, your performance this time does indeed seem rather boastful. The flyer. The world record for free diving is 105 meters, while lobsters reside at depths of 300 meters. Chu God, you are destined to fail this time. Red coat. I came from another live stream, having heard tales of how formidable Chu God is, only to discover he is merely a blustering fool. Despite his previous impressive displays, the audience remained unconvinced by Chu Ye this time. This skepticism was not entirely unwarranted, as his aspirations were exceedingly outlandish. To cook a lobster, one must first possess a lobster. While some experts may dive into the sea to catch them, they do so with the aid of various equipment. In contrast, Chu Ye was empty-handed, attempting to capture a lobster dwelling at a depth of 300 meters, a task verging on the absurd. Moreover, the audience perceived Chu Ye as someone lacking in swimming prowess, recalling that he had previously fainted while helping Shattering catch fish. Not only did the viewers express disbelief, but even Chen and others regarded Chu Ye with peculiar expressions. Chu Ye, we were merely jesting. Please do not take it to heart, Chen said, his voice laced with concern. Based on his understanding of Chu Ye, it seemed that he would go to great lengths to fulfill any wish of Shattering. Upon hearing Chen words, Chu Ye chuckled, a playful smile gracing his lips as his eyes narrowed slightly. What say you? Shall we place a wager? As soon as Chu Ye uttered this, Chen involuntarily shuddered. If there was anything that currently instilled fear in him, it was indeed gambling with Chu Ye. After all, in their prior wagers, he had already forfeited a considerable amount of his own weight. Thus, whenever he heard Chu Ye mention a bet, he instinctively began to refuse. No bets, absolutely no bets. I would rather die than gamble. With a resolute shake of his head, Chen appeared so adamant that an onlooker might believe Chu Ye had proposed some profound exploration of secrets. Observing Chen's reaction, Chu Ye could not help but sigh in disappointment. Honestly, I perceive this as an opportunity. Perhaps you could seize it to turn your fortunes around? Impossible. Chen retorted vehemently. Chen, take pleasure in washing clothes and crafting mud bricks. There is no chance of a turnaround. Even if I were to leap from this spot, I would not entertain such thoughts. What a pity. Casting a glance at Chen, Chu Ye realized that he would undoubtedly be unable to trick him this time. In an instant, Chu Ye was suddenly filled with regret. Had he known that this fellow would surrender so easily, he would have refrained from being so ruthless when he had tricked him. Chu Ye even reflected that during his previous wagers with Chen, he should have allowed the latter to claim victory once or twice. After all, one cannot exploit a situation to such an extent. Chu Ye, are you truly considering catching lobsters? Despite his reluctance to gamble with Chu Ye deep down, Chen remained skeptical of Chu Ye's success, as this endeavor sounded utterly absurd. Not only Chen, but even Wang Jiamei and Bai Yu, who stood nearby, regarded Chu Ye with expressions of doubt. Chapter 76. Chu Ye's arrogance, indeed. Upon hearing Chen words, Chu Ye earnestly patted his chest, proclaiming, catching a lobster is merely child's play. This statement genuinely reflected Chu Ye's thoughts. Had it been the old Chu Ye, he would never have dared to express such arrogance. However, after acquiring god-level swimming skills, he felt he was no longer the same clumsy swimmer he once was. According to the system's classification, reaching the master level signifies one has attained the pinnacle of existence in the world. As for god-level skills, they are akin to a state of Tao. For instance, with his mastery of god-level swimming, based on the newfound information in his mind, it is no exaggeration to say that he could easily take a nap underwater if he so desired. As for diving, that posed no challenge for Chu Ye. The reason most people cannot dive into the depths of the ocean is that their bodies cannot withstand the immense pressure. Yet, Chu Ye's physical constitution had already surpassed the norm by several times, rendering this a non-issue for him. What Chu Ye did not realize was the profound impact his words had on others. Upon hearing his declaration, the viewers watching the live broadcast erupted in disbelief. Hopeless, haha, what a so-called god of Chu. Do you truly think you're impressive just because a few people call you that? Torment. If you can actually catch a large lobster. I'll stream myself sitting behind 3 electric fans, watching a cactus bloom. 9,000 years. Indeed, he has become arrogant. It seems he has forgotten how he nearly drowned not long ago. Of course, beyond the skepticism, a multitude of onlookers began rallying friends to witness Chu Ye's lobster-catching endeavor. Regardless of his success, it was a rare spectacle. Consequently, global streaming platforms had to allocate 5 additional live rooms exclusively for Chu Ye. Manager, should we prepare a rescue team or halt Chu Ye's actions? In Wang Qimei's office, Xiaohong gazed anxiously at the screen, displaying Chu Ye. She felt a sense of gratitude towards him. Had he not encountered the tiger, Wang Qimei would not have had the chance to replace Zhang Kailong after his dismissal. Hearing Xiaohong's concern, Wang Qimei furrowed her brow. For some unknown reason, she harbored an unusual confidence in Chu Ye. After a moment's contemplation, she nodded and said, "Inform the rescue team to be ready. If Chu Ye encounters danger, they must initiate rescue immediately." After all, this was merely a show, and witnessing something tragic happen to Chu Ye would undoubtedly have a significant impact on the global broadcast. Understood. Xiaohong responded promptly, beginning to make arrangements. Fortunately, many rescue personnel had already been deployed on the deserted island, and they only needed to be mobilized in a timely manner. Unbeknownst to Chu Ye, he stood on the beach alongside Chen and others, gazing at the ocean before him, and proceeded to perform a series of stretching exercises. "Go, Dad." Aside from Xiao Xiner, the others were expressions of deep concern, convinced that Chu Ye was destined to fail. At that moment, Baiyu was also overwhelmed with guilt, believing that if it were not for her, Chu Ye would not have dared to risk venturing into the sea. Sensing the anxiety of those around him, Chu Ye cheerfully clapped his hands and reassured them. "There is no need for worry. Rescue personnel are on standby nearby, and you can monitor my condition via the live stream. Even in the event of an emergency, my life will not be in jeopardy." The global streaming platform had already informed the rescue team about their readiness through Baiyu's phone, or else Baiyu and the others would undoubtedly have opposed Chu Ye's perilous endeavor. Upon hearing Chu Ye's words, Chen Jian and the others nodded in agreement. Safety first, regardless of the circumstances. Fortunately, the live streaming equipment was quite advanced, capable of capturing footage even within 500 meters of the sea. After Chen Jian's comment, Chu Ye nodded earnestly before plunging directly into the water. Following him was a small spherical device equipped with a miniature propeller. Undoubtedly the equipment prepared by the global streaming platform. Was he in danger? At that moment, Baiyu had ceased the live broadcast and entered Chu Ye's streaming room, allowing them to observe his condition. For now, everything seemed fine. Seeing Chu Ye on the screen, Baiyu felt a slight sense of relief from his current state. It appears that he is quite adept at swimming. Upon hearing Baiyu's words, Chen Jian and the others exhaled, reassured that if Chu Ye were indeed a proficient swimmer, he would likely possess some self-rescue techniques should danger arise. However, unbeknownst to Chen Jian and the others, in a manner in goat country, a man clad in swimwear scoffed at the projection before him. "Oh my God, this is the most foolish individual I have ever encountered. Attempting to catch lobster with his bare hands. Does he think he has a fish?" As he spoke, his female companion fed him a peel grape before chiming in. "Gideon Nair, you know how the Dragon Country people are always so boastful. They once claimed to be the oldest civilization. Ha ha, Neza, that is merely a joke. Please don't take it seriously." While speaking, Gideon Nair playfully poked Nezu's cheek with his bushy beard, adding, "Let us await the spectacle of this fool." For anyone present, Gideon Nair would be instantly recognizable as the Guinness World Record holder for unassisted diving, having achieved the astonishing depth of 113 meters. Meanwhile, Chu Ye remained oblivious to the events unfolding around him, keenly observing the underwater realm. The moment he dove into the water, his extraordinary swimming skills activated, making him feel as though he had transformed into a fish, for the water was indeed his true habitat. "System, please display the map." Following the recent encounter with the bread crab, Chu Ye had already discerned the system's capability of map searching and thus would not foolishly embark on a quest of his own. Ding! The map has been activated, and the location of the giant lobster is now marked. The host is advised to proceed post-haste. Upon perceiving the small red dot materializing in his mind, Chu Ye was momentarily taken aback. So close? According to the commentary from certain viewers during the previous livestream, The giant lobster was supposed to reside approximately 300 meters beneath the sea. However, the map indicated a depth of merely over 100 meters. Chapter 77. The tormented Guillaume. Although puzzled by the presence of a lobster in such shallow waters, Chu Ye ultimately decided against further inquiry after some contemplation. After all, if even the bread crab could be found on the beach, was it not permissible for a lobster to harbor a desire to explore the land? Adjusting his posture slightly, Chu Ye swam directly towards the red dot his mind. Unbeknownst to him, as he swam, the audience and Chen and others were holding their breath in anticipation. The small spherical smart live-streaming robot, specially designed for the global broadcasting platform, was not merely waterproof, windproof, and lightning-proof. As it followed Chu Ye deeper into the ocean, the live stream thoughtfully displayed the current depth of their marine location. Initially, the crowd did not pay much attention to Chu Ye's actions. However, when he descended to a depth of 100 meters, their demeanor shifted dramatically. Oh my heavens, this is 100 meters beneath the sea. Just 13 meters shy of the Guinness World Record. I don't know why, but my heart is racing so fast. Meanwhile, on the beach, Chen and others clenched their fists tightly, urging, "Come on, Chu God," not to mention the reactions from the Dragon Nation and the Goat Nation. In that very estate and swimming pool, Culinary could no longer focus on his grapes. His eyes were glued to the screen showing Chu Ye. Impossible, this is inconceivable. As the saying goes, amateurs watch the spectacle, while professionals discern the nuances. As a seasoned diver, Culinary could ascertain from Chu Ye's current performance the state of his rival. He knew all too well that at the same depth, he could never exhibit the same ease as Chu Ye. Impossible. Disregarding the alluring figure of his female companion beside him, Culinari's gaze was solely fixed on Chu Ye. He must be feigning this composure. He will falter soon. However, events were destined to unfold in a manner most unwelcome to Culinary. The screen displayed Chu Ye continuing his descent. 101, 102, 112. When Chu Ye reached a depth of 112 meters, Culinari's breathing became erratic. Was his 4-year-long Guinness World Record truly on the verge of being shattered? At that moment, through the footage transmitted by the live-streaming robot, Culinary spotted a red-clawed creature, the lobster, and at that instant, Chu Ye was positioned at 112.5 meters, gazing at the lobster, which was less than 10 centimeters away from him. The corners of Chu Ye's mouth curled into a slight smile. If he could capture this creature, he would have completed half of his task. Surveying his surroundings, Chu Ye swiftly grasped a piece of seaweed. He had no desire to directly feel the lobster's pincers. "Curse you, Dragon Nation individual. Hurry up and take your lobster out of this marine domain." As Chu Ye gradually approached the colossal lobster, a hint of a maniacal smile crept upon the lips of Culinary. The moment Chu Ye captured this lobster, he would ascend to the surface, thereby ensuring that his record remained unbroken. Although this notion felt somewhat delusional, the reality was that as long as the record stood intact, Culinary would still hold the mantle of honor. However, just as Chu Ye neared the lobster, the formidable creature seemed to sense his presence and swiftly turned to scuttle in the opposite direction. Observing the lobster's movements, Chu Ye disregarded stealth and surged forward with unbridled speed toward his target. With a heart-wrenching scream, he seized the massive lobster, and at that moment, the intelligent live-streaming robot relayed the figure, 113. 3 meters. A mere 0.3 meters, yet it signified the shattering of Culinari's record. From this day forth, the world record for free diving would belong to Chu Ye. Damn that lobster, why did you have to flee? Wouldn't it have been better to be caught? Culinary seethed with anger. Had the lobster not made its escape, Chu Ye would certainly not have surpassed his record. Gazing at the number 113, 3 on the screen, Culinary let out a deep sigh before picking up his phone from the edge of the pool. After dialing a series of numbers, he was immediately greeted by the sound of a connection being made. "Guillaume, my God, shouldn't you be nestled in the soft embrace of Nasha right now? Why are you calling me?" The voice on the other end was evidently a chatterbox, and before Culinary could utter a word, he began to prattle on. "Are you perhaps tired of Nasha's tenderness and seeking a new experience?" "No, don't say that, my brother, I love women." "Enough." As the conversation spiraled into absurdity, Culinary could no longer contain himself and interrupted with a loud exclamation. "Listen, Wells, I need you to contact the media. I, Culinary, am embarking on a new diving challenge. Culinary declaration clearly astonished Wells, as the volume on the other end increased significantly. Are you sure? Indeed. You heard correctly, and I am not insane. If you wish to avoid having me stuff your underwear into your blender-like mouth during our next encounter, you had better act swiftly. However, before he could finish, Culinari's tone suddenly shifted, becoming somber as he altered his approach. Hey, what's wrong, buddy? What happened? Nothing, Wells. I just need some rest. With that, without waiting for a response, Culinary hung up the phone. Before him, the projection displayed a new number, 122. Although the distance was merely 9 meters, Culinary understood that this figure was one he could not surpass, at least not at this moment. The thought tormented him, prompting him to clutch his head in despair. Curse those Dragon Kingdom folks. Why must they feast on the Grand Lobster? Could they not choose something else? Wild hare, pheasant, or even serpent? Are they not delectable? Rewind to 3 minutes prior, just as Chu Ye secured the lobster he had captured with seaweed. Culinary managed to connect a call to Wells. Suddenly, a spark ignited in Chu Ye's eyes for a new red that had appeared on the map within his mind. Chapter 78. A catastrophe triggered by a lobster. According to Chu Ye's experience, the distance to the red dot could not exceed 10 meters. With a mere glance in that direction, he spotted a lobster, even longer than the one in his grasp, resting not far away. As the saying goes, a thief never leaves empty-handed. The thought of the small group of food enthusiasts on the beach made Chu Ye comprehend the meaning of insatiable desire. One lobster could never suffice to satisfy them, prompting him to make a resolute decision to capture a second large lobster. Without a moment's hesitation, he tightened his grip on the lobster in hand and dashed toward the location of the second one. Meanwhile, Culinary, who was conversing with Wells, was left in a state of shock. Chu Ye appeared to transform into a swimming fish on the screen, while the numbers returned by the live-streaming robots surged. 114, 115. 122. As Chu Ye captured the second lobster in the same manner, he remained oblivious to the fact that his live stream was on the verge of exploding. A staggering 122 meters of free diving. This surpassed the previous Guinness World Record held by Culinary by a remarkable 9 meters. This was a source of pride for the Dragon Nation, a celebration for its people. From this moment forth, the realm of extreme sports would no longer be desolate for the Dragon Nation. Master Fat, from this day forth, Chu Ye is my sole idol. Heaven and earth without clouds. Chu Ye, you are the best. Chu Ye, you are the strongest. You made Guion shout in disbelief. Black Boy, the brother who previously attempted to harass the cactus, please commence your performance. In an instant, Weibo's trending topics were completely dominated by Chu Ye. Shock. A man on a deserted island actually did this. Dragon Nation's extreme sports champion, Chu Ye. Additionally, enthusiastic viewers promptly recorded the live stream and uploaded it to the official website of the World Record Certification Agency, demanding a swift response. Of course, none of this concerned Chu Ye, who is currently swimming toward the surface with a lobster in each hand. Having caught the lobsters, he was eager to avoid any further delays. With all his strength, he resurfaced within just a few minutes. As he broke the surface, applause resounded, and he spotted a yacht approaching him. Hello, Chu Ye. I am Luo Xin, the captain of the global live-streaming platform's rescue team. Hearing the melodious voice from the yacht, Chu Ye was momentarily taken aback, only to see a beautiful face peering over the edge. Hello, I hope I haven't been eliminated yet, he asked, a look of confusion crossing his face. Generally, the staff of the global live-streaming platform would not engage with participants until their elimination was confirmed. Upon hearing Chu Ye's words, Luo Xin immediately covered her mouth and let out a light laugh. Of course, we are merely here to greet the hero. It won't interfere with your ongoing competition. As Luo Xin smiled, Chu Ye was momentarily taken aback. Goodness, it is no wonder that the world's largest live-streaming platform produces such exquisite beauty even in a rescue team leader. It is no exaggeration to say that Luo Xin stands as the most stunning woman Chu Ye has encountered in recent times. In Chu Ye's eyes, Wang Jiamei might score an 80, Bai Yu an 85, but before him, Luo Xin undoubtedly deserves a score of 90. In truth, Chu Ye is not alone in this sentiment. A glance at the current barrage of comments reveals just how captivating Luo Xin's beauty truly is. Xiao Shi, a glance lasts a millennium, a gaze lasts a lifetime. Just now, I even thought of names for our future children. Nan Yuan, you up there, roll away. I hereby declare that Luo Xin is officially my wife. Brave fool. Let us duel. My great blade is yearning for action. On the global live streaming platform. As Wang Qimei watched the comments flood across her screen, a peculiar expression crossed her face. Compete all you want, but once the truth is revealed, you shall regret it for eternity. Observing Wang Qimei's sinister demeanor, Xiao Hong could not help but twitch her lips. However, recalling the experiences of her colleagues, she felt a surge of sympathy for the viewers. Amen. May you not develop any unfortunate habits from this. Setting aside idle chatter, as Chu Ye admired Luo Xian's beauty, she had already lowered a ladder. Noticing the puzzled look on Chu Ye's face, Luo Xian smiled again. There is no need for concern, Chu God. I have consulted the platform, and inviting you up for a moment does not violate any rules. Unsurprisingly, Luo Xian's smile incited a chorus of howls from countless admirers. Simultaneously, her invitation transformed many viewers into envious onlookers. After contemplating her words briefly, Chu Ye grabbed the ladder and ascended. After all, the yacht bore the mark of the global live streaming platform, so there should be no issues. As soon as he climbed aboard, Luo Xian took a turquoise towel and began to wipe the seawater from Chu Ye's body, saying, "Too much seawater can lead to catching a chill. It would be wise for you to take care." Evading Luo Xian's movements, Chu Ye quickly accepted the towel from her hand and began to dry himself. Thank you. I can manage on my own." Upon witnessing Chu Ye's actions, a strange glint flashed in Luo Xian's eyes, and she reached out to grasp his chest. TSK. No wonder you can tackle tigers. Your pectoral muscles are truly enviable. Ah! Accompanied by Luo Xian's movements, a roar erupted from the nearby beach, arguably the most furious shout in the history of human evolution. As the camera shifted, it became evident that Bai Yu was on the verge of transforming into an irate little Tyrannosaurus. "Do not obstruct me. I intend to duel with this woman. How dare she take advantage of Lord Chu? I haven't even made my move yet." Upon hearing Bai Yu's words, the onlookers could not help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. With her barely 5-foot stature confronting someone over 6 feet tall, did she truly fear being crushed in their duel? Naturally, such thoughts remained unspoken. Just as Bai Yu finished her proclamation, the screen of her phone lit up with a flurry of comforting messages. "Lemon is not sour. Don't cry, meatball. Stand tall and fight. Singer Kugwa, fear not. Old woman, from my observations, Lord Chu is undoubtedly a steadfast man, and such men typically prefer those who are flat and petite." Chapter 79, Gender. Male by Dofu sighed deeply as she observed the barrage of comments on her phone. She was acutely aware that seeking a word of comfort from this group of ruffians was utterly futile, just as Bai Dofu wallowed in her melancholy. Chen Jian unexpectedly approached her with a peculiar grin, saying, "Do not be disheartened. If you truly desire tofu, I am willing to make a sacrifice." "You?" Upon hearing Chen Jian's words, Bai Dofu turned her head to glance at her before responding. "Have you ever encountered tofu that can ooze oil even under the sun?" Scientific research has revealed that when a person experiences sorrow, it suffices to induce sadness in another for their own sorrow to dissipate. For instance, at that moment, after Bai Dofu successfully punctured the ego of a certain rotund individual, her spirits soared. "I was mistaken." Observing Bai Dofu, who was now beaming with squinted eyes, Chun Jian couldn't help but voice her regret. "I had thought Chu Ye was a cunning villain who could kill without a knife, but I had no inkling that his fans were equally shrewd. Had I known, I would have certainly refrained from provoking you." Meanwhile, Chu Ye was cautiously regarding Luo Xian before him. This young lady was exceedingly enthusiastic from the moment she had taken a towel to assist him in wiping off seawater. She had continuously exuded her charm. After finally managing to rid himself of the seawater, Chu Ye let out a significant sigh of relief. "Ahem, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." "Not so fast." Hearing Chu Ye's words, Luo Xian smiled again and grasped his arm playfully. "If you answer one question, I shall escort you back to the beach. What say you?" "Absolutely." Without hesitation, Chu Ye nodded in agreement. Upon receiving his affirmation, Luo Xian stepped back and inquired earnestly, "Pray tell, Comrade Chu Ye, what is the first thing you wish to express after breaking the Guinness World Record?" "Guinness World Record?" Chu Ye was momentarily taken aback. When did this happen? Noticing Chu Ye's serious demeanor, Luo Xian was momentarily stunned. Yet she quickly dismissed the possibility that he was feigning ignorance. After pondering for a moment, She explained, the Guinness World Record for free diving is 113 meters. And you just dived to 122 meters, which has now been acknowledged by the Guinness World Record adjudicating body. Gazing intently at the expression on Luo Xian's face, Chu Ye also ruled out the notion that she was jesting. Almost instantly, a remark escaped his lips. 113 meters? How feeble. As soon as Chu Ye uttered those words, Luo Xian was left speechless. He envisioned numerous possibilities, such as Chu Ye boasting about his relentless efforts or expressing his astonishing luck and incredulity. However, he never anticipated that Chu Ye would utter such a classic phrase. Aside from Luo Xian, even the audience was momentarily lost in thought. Yet, following this brief stupor, a fervent celebration ensued. What was it? Dominance. Only such nonchalant words could encapsulate the formidable aura and power of Lord Chu. To the sword wielders of Zhongnan, Chu Ye truly embodies his title. I shall aptly refer to this demeanor as the Chu clan's magnificence. In the endless cycles of time, is there a great master who could interview the emotions of the former Guinness World Record holder? The sentiments of Culinary need no interview. One glance at the phone smashed to pieces on the shore reveals just how wonderful his mood is. Damn those Dragon Kingdom folks. How dare you underestimate me? I must. As he spoke, Culinary suddenly fell silent. He had aspired to break Chu Ye's record, only to tragically realize his inability to do so. Curse be it, Nasha, contact this production team for me. I must participate. I aim to surpass him in his forte of wilderness survival. Upon hearing Culinari's words, Nasha couldn't help but twitch his lips. Guion, you need to calm down. Were it not for their close friendship, Nasha would have been tempted to slap him. Are you foolish? The skill of catching rabbits and hunting tigers with red-hot bricks is something you can surpass? Upon hearing Nasha's words, Culinary slumped back into the water like a deflated balloon. All right, Nasha, you're right. I've lost. I'm a pitiable failure with no hope for victory. Oh, don't be like that. Gently kissing Guion's forehead, Nasha finally spoke. Guion, you still have a chance. Although you cannot defeat him, your friends can triumph over him in other aspects, and in time, he too will taste the bitterness of defeat. Do you have a plan? Of course, we shall. Without delving into their scheme, at this moment, Luo Xian on the yacht had finally adjusted her mindset. Casting a glance at the unconcerned Chu Ye, she sighed. Very well, it seems we must observe a moment of silence for the previous Guinness World Record holder. Now, let us escort you to the beach. Though she yearned to converse with Chu Ye a little longer, she restrained her thoughts in consideration of the competition's fairness. Upon hearing Luo Xian's words, Chu Ye exhaled a significant sigh of relief. While being in the company of a beautiful woman was undoubtedly pleasant, he inexplicably sensed a strange feeling during his interactions with Luo Xian. Am I truly being swayed by that rotund individual? As this thought materialized, Chu Ye quickly shook his head, resolving to maintain a certain distance from that particular plump figure upon their return. While Chu Ye pondered, the yacht had already reached the beach where Chen Jian and the others stood. Glancing at the crowd, Chu Ye hastily descended the ladder. Here's my business card. I hope you can join me for some fun after the competition. Upon returning to the beach, Luo Xian suddenly shouted, tossing a card in front of Chu Ye. Before Chu Ye could respond, the yacht had already revved up, swiftly gliding toward the horizon. Observing the card that had landed precisely before him, Chu Ye hesitated for a moment, yet ultimately decided to pick it up. Luo Xian, the young heir of the Luo shipping group, gender, male. At that moment, aboard the yacht, Luo Xian was holding a tablet, the screen displaying Chu Ye's live broadcast. Chapter 80. A Shattered Heart. As Luo Xian gazed upon the peculiar expression displayed on the screen of his mobile device, he erupted into hearty laughter, clutching his abdomen. As the sole heir to the Luo shipping group, he was certainly not the captain of a global rescue team. This sudden assumption of such an identity stemmed merely from his desire to engage with Chu Ye. Due to his unique appearance and voice, Luo Xian despised being mistaken for a woman. Yet, inexplicably, upon witnessing Chu Ye's expression, he felt an uncontrollable urge to laugh. At that moment, Chu Ye remained blissfully unaware that a certain and scrupulous young master was laughing heartily not far from the surface of the sea. He found himself speechless, utterly astonished by the business card in his hand. The beautiful woman he had just rated a perfect score of 90 was, in fact, a man. The mere thought of it made Chu Ye feel more uncomfortable than if he had just ingested 1,000 flies. Clearing his throat, Chen Jian observed Chu Ye standing motionless, clutching Luo Xian's business card for an eternity. He could not help but pat him on the shoulder, saying, "Spring has yet to arrive. Yet the animals are already on the hunt for mates. Chu Ye, she has traveled quite a distance. It's high time you awakened from your stupor." Upon hearing Chen Jian's words, Chu Ye's lips twitched, and he suddenly turned to face him. "Fatty, what do you think of that lady from earlier?" He emphasized the word lady with a certain weight. Taken aback for a moment, Chen Jian then broke into a smile that could only be described as enchanting. She is undoubtedly a gem. To put it mildly, among all the women I, Fatty, have encountered, her beauty ranks at the top. After this statement, Chen Jian shot a jealous glance at Chu Ye. "Why do you ask? Are you planning to introduce her to me?" The undertone of jealousy in his voice was palpable, even to the viewers on the other side of the screen. In truth, it was not only Chen Jian who felt envious. The audience shared his sentiments. Such a stunning woman had shown such enthusiasm upon meeting Chu Ye, a fervor that transcended mere warmth. In the eyes of these wolves, it was akin to the legendary act of throwing oneself into someone else's embrace. Following Fatty's remarks, the comment section erupted in a frenzy. "Coke with ice, you glutton. What nonsense are you spouting? With a beauty like that, unless Chu Shun has grown a tumor in his head, he would never part with her. Tiger Swan. Dreams can be had, but fantasies should be set aside." Yet, amidst the wave of skepticism flooding the comments, Chu Ye nodded directly at Chen Jian. "Of course, she can." What? As soon as Chu Ye spoke, both Chen Jian and the multitude of viewers were left in shock. What was happening? Was there truly someone willing to relinquish such a beautiful woman? Casting a wary glance at Chu Ye, Chen Jian instinctively took 2 steps back. "Chu Shun, while your prowess is formidable, I, Fatty, am destined to be the man of beautiful women, not the man of men." As Chen Jian spoke, he fixed his gaze intently on Chu Ye, exuding an air that suggested he would commence shouting at the slightest hint of any impropriety from his counterpart. Upon hearing Chen Jian's words, Chu Ye couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, before promptly thrusting the business card into Chen Jian's hand, exclaiming, "After all this time, as good brothers, you dare to suspect me?" However, at that moment, Chen Jian was too preoccupied to discern whether Chu Ye was genuinely hurt. Once the card was in his grasp, Chen Jian was propelled into a state of exhilaration. Initially, he believed that Chu Ye was merely jesting, but to his astonishment, it was indeed true. Were it not for some lingering doubts about Chu Ye's orientation, he might have already embraced Chu Ye's face and showered him with kisses. Yet, as he glanced down at the business card, Chen Jian's expression abruptly stiffened. Is this for real?" With a sorrowful visage, he lamented, "Such a stunning individual is actually a man?" His voice, raised, caught the immediate attention of the viewers engrossed in the live broadcast, leaving them momentarily stunned. Which deity can elucidate the meaning behind the fat man's words? Could it be, perhaps, that Luo Xian is actually a man? As the audience engaged in fervent discussions, a knowledgeable individual finally unearthed Luo Xian's background and shared the findings through bullet comments. Truth revealer, Luo Xian, the sole heir of the Luo shipping group, 21 years old. Male. Upon the emergence of this revelation, the sound of shattered glass echoed in the hearts of countless young men. Master Fat. Mother, I've experienced heartbreak. And my beloved is a man. Xian Yuan 11. Why must you be a man? Questioning the sword at Zhongnan. So beautiful and yet a man. This is the partner I've always dreamed of. 9 turns of the little book. I don't know why, but my heart aches and tears flow from my eyes. Cough, cough. Setting aside the peculiar interjections, the majority of the audience expressed their sorrow and regret. However, the most profoundly affected among them was undoubtedly Chen Jian. Upon discovering that Luo Xian was a man, the rotund fellow appeared utterly dazed. This state of bewilderment persisted for quite some time, until Chu Ye finished preparing the lobster, at which point Chen Jian's eyes regained their spark. Observing Chen Jian's excited demeanor, Chu Ye couldn't help but smirk. I thought your sorrow would linger for ages, leaving you without an appetite. Impossible, Chen Jian declared, waving his hand with righteous indignation. One must never let sorrow impede the joy of a good meal. I, Chen Fatty, shall live my life unrestrained. No one shall thwart my noble aspiration to indulge in food. As he spoke, Chen Jian ruthlessly seized a lobster claw and began to devour it with fervor. Upon witnessing Chen Jian's actions, Wang Jiame and Baiyu, who had initially listened with great interest to Chen Jian's narration of his grand life aspirations, were momentarily taken aback before they too commenced a fervent competition. This was indeed an exquisite specimen of wild lobster, meticulously prepared by Chu Ye. It would be a true lament if this rotund individual before them were to consume it all. However, despite the fervent proclamations from Chen Jian and Wang Jiamei, their battle prowess had significantly waned after having already feasted once. Ultimately, the three lobsters were consumed in a manner befitting their grandeur. Chu Ye and Xiao Shiner shared one, while Chen Jian and Wang Jiamei devoured another, leaving Bai Yu to savor the last one in solitary perfection, departing this world in bliss. Chapter 81. The Fool in Crisis. After Bai Yu and the others had devoured the last morsel of lobster meat, the system's voice echoed in Chu Ye's ear. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task. You have received a reward. Basic iron smelting technique. Much like the skill of firing red bricks, this technique was straightforward. As long as Chu Ye placed any iron or iron products in the fire, he could obtain a certain quantity of iron blocks. However, upon examining the effects of this skill, Chu Ye was momentarily taken aback. System, if there is no iron, or does this skill not become useless? Ding. Please refrain from communicating with this system in such a manner. The system interjected with a blunt remark. Has the host ever witnessed iron blocks being smelted directly from sand? Despite the system's coarse language, Chu Ye discerned a kernel of truth within its words. Both the process of firing red bricks and the current iron smelting require the host to source the raw materials independently. The system merely simplified the smelting process. This was, after all, reasonable. If Chu Ye were to somehow produce iron blocks from a lump of clay, he would likely find himself on an operating table in some laboratory before the competition concluded. Just as Chu Ye finished his exchange with the system, an ungracious belch suddenly erupted nearby. Turning his head, he saw Bai Yu lounging comfortably on a large rock, a sprig of dogtail grass dangling from her mouth. Hee. I knew that as long as I found the male deity, I could feast to my heart's content. It seems my intuition was indeed correct. After her belch, she shamelessly brandished her phone to boast to her fans. I must say, Chu Ye's culinary skills are truly exceptional. That giant lobster was absolutely delectable. Life is simply perfect. Undoubtedly, Bai Yu's display of self-satisfaction provoked a flurry of dissent from her fans, yet whether anyone would actually unfollow her remained another matter entirely. In contrast to Bai Yu, Chen Jian busily toiled away like a diligent honeybee, crafting one clay brick after another, as his wager with Chu Ye was still unresolved. Suddenly, a fierce roar echoed from a distance. The sound unmistakably belonged to the fool, yet there was an unusual undercurrent of fear within its tone. What could be happening? Upon hearing this sound, Chu Ye and the others felt a jolt of alarm. After all, the fool was a tiger, the true king of beasts, and to hear it emit a cry for help indicated the presence of a formidable threat. Casting a glance back at the group, Chen Jian spoke decisively. You all stay here. I will investigate the situation. Given the stakes concerning the fool's safety, Chu Ye could not afford to remain idle. Upon hearing Chu Ye's words, Chen Jian and the others nodded solemnly in agreement. After the earlier incident of barehandedly subduing a tiger, they have developed a newfound appreciation for Chu Ye's combat prowess. Even should they encounter a formidable beast, it is likely that Chu Ye's strength would enable him to escape. However, accompanying him might render them a burden. Father, you must do your utmost to bring back the big cat. De Chun's previous cry was hauntingly piercing, evoking a sense of desperation even in little Xiner, whose sobbing companion was fervently eager to rush out. Upon hearing Xiner's words, Chu Ye nodded earnestly, assuring her, Rest assured, Xiner, I shall certainly bring De Chun back. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have triggered a task. Please check promptly. As the words fell, the system's voice echoed forth. Hearing it, Chu Ye couldn't help but twitch his lips. Dog system, you truly are relentless in seizing every opportunity, aren't you? Strangely this time, the system did not retaliate against his taunts. Chu Ye interpreted this silence as a sign that the system felt somewhat guilty. After displaying a confident smile to the crowd, he wasted no time and headed towards the direction from which De Chun's voice had emanated. In the very same woods, fortunately, De Chun had not strayed too far, allowing Chu Ye to quickly trace her whereabouts. Upon his arrival, Chen Jian and the onlookers beheld the scene within the forest. The once majestic De Chun now stood alertly on a tree branch, while below, 2 wild boars, significantly larger than calves, circled beneath her. Additionally, not far behind the wild boars, 5 smaller ones were gathered around a motionless piglet, grunting softly. Gulp! Observing the size of the 2 wild boars, Chu Ye felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Dog system, you can't possibly expect me to confront these 2, can you? Speaking cautiously and remaining silent, he began to assess his new task, careful not to attract any attention. Fortunately, the 2 wild boars were entirely fixated onto Chen, momentarily oblivious to Chu Ye's presence. Task: the promise of a father description. A man stands firm in his word. As a father, one must unwaveringly fulfill every promise made to his daughter. Requirements: successfully rescued Chen from the clutches of the wild boars. Time limit: 1 hour reward. Beast pen construction skills failure penalty. Randomly revoke 1 divine skill and acquire the permanent status of daughter's disdain. Hiss. Upon reading the task requirements and the penalty for failure, Chu Ye couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. The significance of divine skills was self-evident. Even a simple swimming ability had enabled him to break world records, let alone the other skills. As for the latter status, he understood its implications without the system needing to elaborate. Merely contemplating the prospect of little Exeter regarding her father with a countenance of disdain filled Chu Ye with a palpable sense of malice emanating from the system. No wonder this fellow had refrained from countering his words earlier. It appeared he intended to unleash a grand maneuver here. Undoubtedly, the task must be fulfilled. Yet, gazing at the 2 colossal wild boars fixated beneath the tree, Chu Ye found himself overwhelmed by a torrent of expletives yearning to escape his lips. To the untrained eye, it might seem that Chu Ye could effortlessly triumph over the king of beasts, the tiger, and that confronting a few wild boars would be a trivial pursuit. However, those with genuine experience would understand that within the depths of the forest, wild boars represent a far more formidable threat than tigers. Chapter 82. The surprise in the beast pen among seasoned hunters. There exists a saying: 1 boar, 2 bears, 3 tigers. In the wilderness, the threat posed by a tiger is considerably less than that of a wild boar. This is not to suggest that the combat prowess of a wild boar surpasses that of tiger. Rather, in terms of difficulty, the wild boar is far more formidable. Due to their natural habits, wild boars frequently roll in the mud, leading to the development of a thick layer of armor on their bodies over time. Consequently, any creature seeking to inflict harm must first shatter this protective layer. Additionally, their sharp tusks grant wild boars significant lethality, and their social nature further ensures that they are entities even tigers prefer to avoid. If it were merely an ordinary wild boar, the clumsy brute might stand a chance. However, the 2 before him were evidently no ordinary specimens. Just their bull-like size and nearly half-meter-long tusks were enough to send the clumsy brute scurrying. Observing the predicament of the clumsy brute, Chu Ye could not help but furrow his brow. In truth, it was not only Chu Ye who felt the pressure. Even the viewers of the live broadcast recognized the gravity of the situation, although they might not fully comprehend the threat posed by the wild boars. The sight of the enormous creatures and the clumsy brute forced into a tree spoke volumes about their combat capabilities. Ocean Ball, goodness, such large wild boars. They truly deserve the title of mountain overlords. I wonder why the clumsy brute chose to provoke them. Clear skies. I hope Chu Shun doesn't intend to engage them head-on. Master Fat. The use of engage was quite clever. I must applaud. The little black vehicle roared to life once more. Perhaps due to the myriad miracles that Chu Ye had already wrought, the audience felt little apprehension regarding his next moves. Watching the 2 wild boars circling a large tree, Chu Ye's eyes suddenly sparkled with inspiration. He promptly produced a crimson beetle from his possession. Lighter, this is your moment to shine. After cautiously retreating a few steps, Chu Ye gathered some dry twigs and aimed the lighter at the pile. Light it up. As soon as the words left his lips, a resounding bang erupted from the lighter, and a fireball promptly descended into the heap of twigs before him. These twigs, specifically chosen for their flammability, ignited instantly upon contact with the fireball. At that moment, the 2 wild boars beneath the tree were startled by the noise and turned their heads toward Chu Ye. However, before they could fully process the situation, they found a blazing stick hurtling toward them, followed by a second, then a third. With each flying stick, the 2 wild boars exhibited clear signs of panic. As animals accustomed to a life on a deserted island, devoid of human interaction, their resistance to flames was evidently much lower. as a multitude of wooden sticks soared through the air. A flicker of trepidation and unease crossed the eyes of two wild boars, prompting them to swiftly turn and emit a call before fleeing into the distance, accompanied by a group of piglets. Naturally, as they departed, the two adult boars did not forget to carry away the unfortunate little creature that had fallen victim to the clumsy fool. Though their hearts brimmed with animosity towards the foolish one, they opted to evade the threat of flames. This, however, did not signify that the incident was forgotten. The wild boars possessed an extraordinary sense of smell, and as long as the clumsy fool remained active in the woods, it would not be long before they could track him down once more. Yet, these concerns were not what occupied Chu Ye's mind at that moment. Following the departure of the two wild boars and their offspring, the system's voice resonated. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Reward: beast pen construction. As the system's announcement faded, a surge of information flooded Chu Ye's mind. Upon investigation, he discovered that this was yet another rather magical skill. As long as he possessed sufficient timber, he could construct the beast pen, which would then be endowed with two distinct attributes by the system. The first, known as soothing, would render animals entering the pen calm and significantly reduce their aggressiveness. The second, termed bountiful harvest, would greatly enhance the reproductive capabilities of these animals and their ability to produce other resources once inside the pen. Before Chu Ye could fully contemplate the existence of the beast pen, the clumsy fool, brimming with excitement, leapt down from a tree and dashed towards him, nuzzling his large head against Chu Ye's thigh. Witnessing this display, Chu Ye could not help but twitch his lips in bemusement. I truly wonder how you managed to survive, daring to provoke something beyond your grasp. In response to Chu Ye's words, the clumsy fool emitted a plaintive sound and continued to nuzzle against his leg. However, Chu Ye did not harbor any genuine anger towards the creature. At the very least, its inadvertent actions had led him to discover a new food source. Indeed, Chu Ye had set his sights on these wild boars. According to his knowledge of the wilderness, these boars would undoubtedly seek vengeance against the clumsy fool, which was precisely what Chu Ye desired. Ever since he learned of the beast pen's attributes, he had nurtured a resolute intention to establish a breeding enterprise. They were to survive on this deserted island for a full year. It was impractical to rely solely on the hope of capturing food daily. Reflecting on the various animals he had encountered in the woods, Chu Ye swiftly formulated a rough plan in his mind. Wild boars, rabbits, and wild chickens were essential for domestication. The chickens could provide eggs, while rabbits and wild boars would yield meat. Beyond these, he would have to gradually seek out other animals. As Chu Ye pondered, the clumsy fool suddenly seized the hem of his trousers and began to tug in a particular direction. Taken aback by this unexpected action, Chu Ye hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose not to resist, allowing the clumsy fool to lead him onward. Moments later, the foolish giant presented Chu Ye with a delightful surprise: two injured wild chickens and a nest of chicks. It remained uncertain whether the injuries were inflicted by the giant himself or by a band of wild boars. Nonetheless, the wings of the two wild chickens were damaged, rendering them incapable of flight in the near future. Upon seeing the giant arrive with Chu Ye, the chickens could only timidly huddle in the grass, desperately shielding the chicks with their bodies. Faced with this situation, Chu Ye, who had recently embraced the ambition of significantly advancing the poultry industry, did not hesitate. With a grand gesture, he seized the two large wild chickens and the 12 chicks, exclaiming, "Fear not. Uncle will take you to a splendid place." Chapter 83. Chu Ye's imminent downfall. Observing the extremely perplexed expression on Chu Ye's face, the audience couldn't help but smirk. Had they not possessed a modicum of understanding regarding Chu Ye, they might have thought he had been possessed by Chen Jian. Unbeknownst to Chu Ye, the audience's thoughts were far removed from his own. With several wild chickens clasped in his hands, he strode purposefully towards the beach, accompanied by Chen, who was still in a state of shock after narrowly escaping danger, trailing closely behind him. Upon their return to the beach, Chen Jian greeted them with a beaming smile. "Ah, truly deserving of the title God Chu. I never anticipated that not only would you return with Chen, but you would also bring back provisions for tonight's feast." Thanks to the presence of mobile phones, Chen Jian and the others were well aware of Chu Ye's recent escapades. Consequently, as soon as Chen Jian approached, his gaze fixated fervently on the wild chickens in Chu Ye's grasp. Upon hearing Chen Jian's words, Chu Ye couldn't help but twitch his lips. "You are mistaken. These wild chickens are not for you to feast upon." "What? As soon as Chu Ye finished speaking, Chen Jian let out a bellow, his eyes pleading as he looked at Chu Ye. God Chu, regardless of the circumstances, we have endured the frigid nights together as comrades. Can you truly bear to let me go hungry? At this moment, Chen Jian, with an unexpectedly serious demeanor, wiped his nose with his arm before continuing. Just one small one will suffice. Let me have just one small chicken. His face was alight with longing. As a true gourmand, he was well versed in the culinary potential of wild chickens. While their meat may not be particularly delectable, the broth made from them was a culinary masterpiece. Seizing this opportunity, Chen Jian glanced at Bai Yu and Wang Jiamei beside him before stating, "They are both girls. They likely won't consume much." Upon hearing Chen Jian's words, Chu Ye was initially taken aback, only to soon realize that this rotund fellow believed he had captured a few wild chickens to curry favor with Wang Jiamei and Bai Yu. After casting an exasperated glance at Chen Jian, Chu Ye finally articulated, "These wild chickens are not for consumption. They are intended for breeding and egg production." As soon as Chu Ye's words left his lips, Chen Jian erupted into laughter. "Chu Ye, it appears there are still things in this world that elude your grasp. I had thought you were omniscient." Not only Chen Jian, but even the audience's barrage of comments reflected skepticism towards Chu Ye's intentions. Eggs are eggs. God Chu seems to be overthinking this. The reason wild chickens are wild is precisely because they are difficult to tame. It seems this time, God Chu is destined to fail. By Xiaosheng, Mom, I have succeeded. I have actually surpassed God Chu in one regard. At this moment, with wild chickens firmly in hand, Chu Ye remained oblivious to the audience's musings. Upon hearing Chen Jian's laughter, he was momentarily taken aback, then displayed a puzzled expression. "What is it?" Upon witnessing Chu Ye's expression, Chen Jian's smile broadened, and he promptly elucidated, "Unless one personally hatches them, even a newly emerged wild chick, if captured by humans, would stubbornly refuse sustenance and ultimately perish from starvation." At this juncture, Chen Jian cast a glance at Chu Ye, and upon not detecting the desired look of frustration on his face, he continued, "Moreover, wild chickens are not domesticated hens. Their egg-laying capabilities are incomparable." Following this, Chen Jian licked his lips, his countenance filled with anticipation as he suggested, "Thus, we should simply consume them." At that moment, Chen Jian was singularly focused on persuading Chu Ye to transform a few wild chickens into his dinner, completely oblivious to the barrage of comments his words had incited. Little Sheng. With such remarks, Chen Jian certainly does not betray his physique. Jiang Hu Xiang Fong. Congratulations to Chen Jian for successfully reclaiming a measure of his dignity. Unbeknownst to Chen Jian, even if he were aware, he would remain indifferent. His only desire was to secure his dinner. Observing Chen Jian's earnest demeanor, Chu Ye nodded seriously and replied, "You are absolutely right." Upon hearing Chu Ye's words, Chen Jian momentarily froze, then eagerly rubbed his hands together. Does that mean?" "Not at all." Before Chen Jian could complete his sentence, Chu Ye unceremoniously interrupted. "These wild chickens are for my rearing. They cannot be eaten." Chen Jian inhaled sharply, gazing at Chu Ye with exasperation. "Why must you be so obstinate? I have already explained that they will not survive. By the time they perish, the chicken soup will not be as delectable as it is now." After Chen Jian's statement, the crowd finally comprehended why he was so adamantly opposed to Chu Ye raising those wild chickens. It could only be said that Chen Jian, in the realm of gastronomy, had never been outshone. "Daddy, what is that in your hand?" Just as Chen Jian pondered how to convince Chu Ye, a small figure, Xiao Exen, suddenly approached, followed by a clumsy, tearful child. Previously, Xiao Exiner had been preoccupied with her concern for Chu Ye, and upon witnessing him drive away the wild boars, she had erupted in cheers, neglecting to notice that he had also captured a few wild chickens. As Xiao Exiner rushed forward, an enigmatic smile crept across Chen Jian's face. "Xiao Exiner, may I pose a question to you?" Stopping abruptly in front of Chen Jian, Xiao Exiner gazed up at him in slight surprise and replied in her sweet voice, "What is it, chubby uncle? If there's something you don't know, I'll definitely tell you." Hearing her words, Chen Jian's smile faltered. Despite their lengthy acquaintance, he found himself at a loss when confronted with Chu Ye's cunning and Xiao Exiner's peculiar thought process. It was indeed his own plan. Yet upon a single utterance from Xiao Exiner, it swiftly transformed into an opportunity for him to seek her counsel. Fortunately, as a person of ample stature, Chen Jian possessed one notable advantage, his thick skin. The mere thought of the delectable dish of wild chicken stewed with mushrooms stirred his appetite, prompting him to refrain from dissent. With an expression of temptation, he gazed at Xiao Xiner and inquired, "Xiao Xiner, might you be interested in savoring some exquisite chicken?" As soon as Chen Jian's words escaped his lips, the audience instantly grasped his intentions, and in the blink of an eye, the barrage of comments in a live stream multiplied several-fold. Chapter 84. Chen Jian's Shamelessness Undoubtedly. The primary purpose of this barrage of comments is to denounce a certain shameless rotund individual. Master Fat, as a fellow portly person, I admire Chen Jian's unwavering dedication as a food enthusiast, yet I hold him in disdain. Peach Blossom Wine Cake. To satisfy his craving for wild chicken, he shamelessly exploits the little princess. You glutton, are you prepared to face the consequences? The barrage of comments is plentiful, yet the sentiments expressed can be distilled into two predominant themes. The first is a collective scorn directed at Chen Jian for his unscrupulous manipulation of Shattering in pursuit of culinary delights. The second is a fervent demand for Chen Jian's address, as they intend to deliver a friendly gift from fans across the land to this corpulent character. It is not just the audience who is taken aback. Even Chu Ye is astonished by Chen Jian's audacity. Is it truly for the sake of a wild chicken that he would stoop so low as to involve Shattering? Clearly, he has been indulged far too much lately. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Ye resolved to give Chen Jian a proper welcome in order to make this rotund individual recognize his transgressions. However, at this juncture, Chu Ye found himself powerless to deter Chen Jian any longer. Under Chen Jian's eager gaze, Shattering swallowed hard before speaking. I love chicken the most, it's so delicious. Upon hearing Shattering's words, Chen Jian could not suppress a smile, silently patting himself on the back. Truly, as astute as I am, this handsome rotund fellow. I had anticipated Shattering's foodie nature and successfully ignited her interest. The mere thought of Chu Ye's fondness for Shattering made Chen Jian feel assured of his victory. Smirking with satisfaction, he turned to Shattering once more and said, "Since you wish to eat chicken, let me share a secret with you. Your father has just caught some wild chickens." With that, Chen Jian stepped aside, clearing a path for Shattering. In his quest for wild chicken, Chen Jian had made considerable sacrifices. After all, not everyone can charm a little girl in front of a multitude of spectators. "Daddy," after clinging to Chu Ye's leg, Shattering excitedly inquired, "Did you really catch wild chickens?" As she spoke, Shattering cautiously swallowed again. Although she was unfamiliar with what a wild chicken was, her instincts as a foodie told her that, judging by the name alone, it must be something quite delectable. Seeing the anticipation in Shattering's eyes, Chu Ye could not bear to deny his little treasure. With a stern glare at the snickering Chen Jian, he finally revealed the wild chickens he had caught to Shattering. "Wow, they're so beautiful!" Upon seeing the wild chickens, Shattering immediately exclaimed in admiration. It is worth noting that wild chickens are indeed striking creatures. In the folklore of Dragon Country, there are even tales of wild chickens being compared to phoenixes in beauty. Besides the two larger ones, the other smaller wild chickens are fluffy and utterly adorable. "Father, shall we refrain from consuming them? They're simply too adorable." Cough, cough, cough. As soon as Shattering finished speaking, Chen Jian, who was quietly chuckling nearby, felt a sudden twitch at the corner of his mouth, accompanied by an unsettling premonition. Indeed, no sooner had Shattering's words left her lips than Chu Ye, with a beaming smile, readily acquiesced to her request. Chapter 85. The Thoughts of Little Xiner, of course. There is no problem. As he spoke, Chu Ye wore a broad smile. He had never intended to slay these wild chickens. Now, with the support of his little princess, he felt a surge of joy. As the saying goes, some rejoice while others despair. Unlike the elated Chu Ye, Chen Jian displayed a peculiar expression on his face. "Little Xiner, do you not wish to savor the delectable wild chicken?" His voice dripped with temptation. Upon hearing Chen Jian's words, a flicker of doubt crossed little Xiner's face. As a connoisseur of delicacies, the notion of tasting something exquisite certainly intrigued her. Observing her expression, Chen Jian's lips curled slightly, and he continued to entice her. "You must understand, wild chicken is truly delicious. It would be a pity not to indulge." It was clear that his intent in seeking little Xiner was to enjoy the wild chicken, and he could not abandon that goal unfulfilled. Was it not far superior to lobsters, crabs, or even tender rabbits? After several moments of contemplation, little Xiner earnestly inquired of Chen Jian, Is that so? Indeed. As soon as her words escaped her lips, Chen Jian promptly patted his chest, affirming, "The dishes made from wild chicken are 100 times more delectable than those you mentioned." Although the exact measure of 100 times eluded her, little Exeter could not help but let a glimmer of delight appear at the corners of her mouth, just as she was about to waver under Chen Jian's persuasion. A small wild chicken in Chu Ye's grasp suddenly let out a squawk. Startled by the sound, little Exeter resolutely shook her head, declaring no. Little Exeter does not want to eat them. Chen Jian, taken aback by her sudden change of heart, questioned with a puzzled expression, "Why not? Do you not wish to taste the delicious chicken?" "They are too small," she replied earnestly, pointing at the few small wild chickens in Chu Ye's hands. After her statement, Chen Jian's eyes darted around before he suggested, "In that case, we could start by eating those 2 larger ones." While it would indeed be a shame to miss out on the smaller wild chickens, the prospect of feasting on 2 larger ones was still quite appealing. "No, that won't do." Contrary to Chen Jian's expectations, upon hearing his suggestion, little Exen shook her head firmly, asserting, "If you eat their parents, the little wild chickens will be unhappy." Upon hearing her words, Chen Jian was momentarily stunned, cursing himself for not realizing that little Exen, despite her passion for food, was still a child, endowed with an innocent sense of compassion. It dawned on him that her empathy for the little wild chickens was the reason she had abandoned the idea of indulging in a delightful meal. In truth, it is not solely Chen Jian who harbors such sentiments. The audience shares a similar perspective. Upon hearing Shatterin's words, a surge of admiration flooded the screen. "Such a compassionate little princess," exclaimed one viewer, while another lamented, "Beautiful and compassionate. Dear God, why can't you grant me 20 more years of youth?" A third chimed in, "Don't get your hopes up. Even if you were 20 years younger, the chances would still be slim." However, as the audience lavished praise upon Shattering, her subsequent words left everyone momentarily speechless. She swayed over to Chen Jian, gently tapping his little leg before declaring, "If they are unhappy, these little chicks want to eat. If they don't eat, they will grow slowly. And if they grow slowly, it will take me a long time to enjoy them." After speaking, she turned her gaze to the few chicks in Chu Ye's hands and added, "I've already helped protect your parents, so you must be happy and eat well." Observing his innocent daughter, Chu Ye felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. "So, your true intention is merely to find these little creatures too small to satisfy your appetite, and you wish to fatten them up before consuming them, correct?" In an instant, a wave of concern washed over him regarding the future of the chicks. They were so diminutive, already targeted by both Chen Jian and Shattering, and he pondered whether they would even grow to maturity. He was somewhat relieved that the little chicks could not comprehend human speech. Otherwise, they might resort to a hunger strike, vowing never to become Shatterin's future sustenance. Upon hearing Shatterin's words, the previously admiring comments about her kindness did not fade away. Instead, they were joined by additional remarks praising her intelligence. "She understands the principle of fattening them up before slaughtering them at such a young age. How clever," one viewer remarked. Another added, "Truly my little princess. So why is it such a tender age?" As she observed the stream of comments flashing on her phone, Bayu couldn't help but feel a twitch at her own lips. And she remarked, "Why is it that, as fans, you exhibit such double standards toward Shattering and me?" Bayu was certain that if she were to voice such sentiments, she would be met with a barrage of comments labeling her as calculating or a wicked witch. The thought of this only deepened her pain. As a fan, is it truly fair for you to be so double-minded? However, as soon as Bayu expressed her thoughts, she garnered not attention or apologies from the fans, but rather a fresh wave of mockery. "TSK, TSK, TSK, crazy old woman. Do you really think you can compare yourself to Shattering?" One commenter scoffed. Another added, "The saddest thing about a person is losing their self-awareness." As Bayu read through the barrage of comments on her phone, her lips twitched uncontrollably. "You all resemble the legendary sycophants," she thought. After the words were spoken, Bayu decisively disabled the barrage feature, fully aware that she would soon be subjected to a torrent of mockery from the audience. Setting aside the friendly interactions between Bayu and the viewers, little Exeter was gleefully fixated on a small wild chicken in Chu Ye's hands. "Daddy, can I have this little wild chicken?" she exclaimed, pointing at the very one that had just made a sound, which happened to be the most exquisite among the group, adorned with shimmering golden feathers. Naturally, Chu Ye could not refuse Exeter's request, and gently placed the still chirping little creature into her hands. Chapter 86. The reverse poison milk. Indeed, it is quite possible. Observing the little chick in her hands emitting a series of delightful chirps, a flicker of joy danced in Xiaoxin's eyes. Since you are golden, henceforth, you shall be called Jiu. Upon hearing Xiaoxin's words, the onlookers felt their legs weaken, leading them to kneel upon the ground. What connection does the name Jiu have with its golden feathers? Nevertheless, considering Chu Ye's talent for naming, the crowd immediately felt a wave of tolerance toward Xiaoxin. Such matters should not be blamed on a child. After all, in terms of genetics and educational environment, she holds no advantage in the art of naming. In contrast to the audience, Chu Ye was quite pleased with Xiaoxin's choice. Jiu, a name both melodious and distinctive, perfectly encapsulated the essence of the little chick. Among the multitude of chicks, only this one persistently chirped away. After hearing Xiaoxin's declaration, the chick continued its unhurried chirping, gently pecking at her hand with its beak. Witnessing this action, a broad smile illuminated Xiaoxin's face. You truly like this name. From now on, you shall be Jiu. Following this, Xiaoxin presented the little chick to the weeping child, stating earnestly, "Weeping child, Jiu will be your good friend from now on. You must never bully it, and you should ensure it remains happy." With a serious expression, she continued, "Only then can it grow quickly. It is so beautiful, it will surely be delicious." Upon hearing Xiaoxin's words, the weeping child emitted a plaintive sound, shaking its head in protest. After all, it was a tiger. How could it care for a chick? Observing the weeping child's demeanor, Xiaoxin gently patted its head. "Once Jiu grows up, I will allow you to have a taste." It was unclear how Xiaoxin and the weeping child communicated, but in an instant, the weeping child's attitude shifted, no longer displaying dissatisfaction. It even nuzzled against the Jiu in Xiaoxin's hand. How could the relationship between a tiger and a chick be deemed as care? Rather, it was a calculated strategy to secure a favorable position, for this was to be its future sustenance, and it must be well looked after. Upon hearing Xiaoxin's words, Chu Ye couldn't help but twitch his lips, realizing that her efforts were not merely for the sake of raising a pet, but rather for securing a backup food source. Contemplating this, concern filled Chu Ye's gaze as he looked at Xiaoxin. Why was it that while other little girls found delight in animals, his daughter viewed them merely as a delectable meal? Casting a glance at the weeping individual trailing behind the little Exina, Chu Ye was suddenly struck by an exceedingly implausible thought. Could it be that this weeping soul serves as a personal food supply for Exina? No sooner had this notion taken root than Chu Ye found himself shaking his head. Regardless of the current extent of Exina's affection for the weeping figure, the likelihood of such a scenario seemed rather slim. Nonetheless, he cast a dissatisfied look toward Chen Jian, who was not far off. He firmly believed that his daughter was destined to become a little foodie, and that her affinity with the portly individual beside her was inextricably linked. Poor Chen Jian remained oblivious to the fact that he had unwittingly become a gallant scapegoat. Upon sensing Chu Ye's gaze, he merely assumed that Chu Ye was displeased with his desire to feast upon the wild chicken. Glancing at Chu Ye, a slight, resigned smile crept onto Chen Jian's face before he spoke. "You can't possibly be thinking of raising these creatures, are you?" Even at this moment, Chen Jian still did not believe that wild chickens could be domesticated, as numerous trials had long since proven it to be an impossibility. Upon hearing Chen Jian's words, Chu Ye nodded without a moment's hesitation and replied, "What is the matter? Care for a wager? Another bet?" Upon hearing Chu Ye's proposition, Chen Jian did not rush to refuse. Instead, he rubbed his hands together, deep in thought. Although he had previously resolved to avoid betting with Chu Ye, the current situation offered no indications of his potential defeat. After a lengthy pause, Chen Jian suddenly bit down on his teeth and turned his gaze directly toward Chu Ye. "What do you wish to wager?" The moment Chen Jian's words left his lips, the audience's barrage of comments surged once again. Iron Han Chan. Upon seeing Chen Jian agree to the bet, I suddenly feel that God Chu may indeed succeed this time. Bark 2. Let us not say anything further. Let us invite Comrade Chen Jian to perform a reverse jinx for everyone. Due to the consistent failures of Chen Jian in every bet with Chu Ye, the audience had long since attributed to him a new identity as the primary catalyst for Chu Ye's victories. Some spectators even speculated that Chen Jian possessed a peculiar ability to ensure the triumph of those who wagered against him. Consequently, he acquired the moniker Poisonous Milk Fatty. What do you have? Chen Ye was unaware that his single utterance had the power to alter the perceptions of countless spectators. He was currently frowning, contemplating how to accept Chu Ye's wager. As per our usual terms, should you lose, all our previous bets shall be annulled. No problem. Upon hearing Chen Ye's words, Chu Ye agreed almost instantly, without a trace of hesitation. After being previously rebuffed by Chen Ye regarding a bet, Chu Ye had resolved to adopt a strategy to avoid being overly aggressive when reaping the rewards, lest the sheep become frightened. The true path lay in gently luring them into a sweet trap akin to boiling a frog in warm water, allowing them to fall unaware into his enticing snare. Upon encountering Chu Ye, Chen Ye could not help but feel a twitch at the corner of his mouth as he readily acquiesced to his demands. This individual had previously displayed such generosity in accepting his wagers, only for each instance to culminate in his own defeat. The mere thought of the current bet with Chu Ye compelled Chen Ye to draw a deep breath. Even a seemingly insignificant fish has its moments of resurgence. And at long last, the days of my triumph are approaching. Should I falter, I shall sing conquer 5 times into the vast ocean. As he uttered these words, a sense of uncertainty enveloped him, for the stakes laid before them were exceedingly imbalanced. Yet, there was no recourse after the previous bouts of failure. He had already lost everything of value. Chapter 87. Belgrus. After finishing his words, Chen Ye directly turned his gaze toward Chu Ye, uncertain whether the latter would acquiesce to his wager. However, it was clear that Chen Ye had overthought the situation. Upon hearing his proposition, Chu Ye nodded without hesitation. Absolutely. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a task. Please check promptly. Startled by the voice echoing in his mind, Chu Ye responded, check task. Task. King of Gamblers introduction. Even a nurturing father must remain inscrutable. Requirement. The host must once again secure victory in the wager. Time limit. 1 day reward. Mastery of the English language failure penalty. A day of misfortune system. What does it entail to be plagued by misfortune? This was a task he was confident he could accomplish. Yet Chu Ye remained curious about the system's penalty. Ding. Under the state of misfortune, the host will be subjected to absolute bad luck. Tripping while walking, choking on water, and even passing gas may lead to unexpected consequences. Upon hearing the system's response, Chu Ye couldn't help but twitch his lips. You're ruthless? Initially, he had thought that becoming bald was a harsh punishment, but compared to this so-called misfortune, he found those penalties to be rather lenient. With the knowledge of the task's punishment, Chu Ye's expression turned grave. What had once seemed like a simple wager now felt like a matter of personal safety. After all, from the system's description, it was evident how perilous the state of misfortune could be. Glancing at Chen Ye, who wore a confident smile, Chu Ye suddenly revealed his 8 teeth. Go fetch me some wooden sticks and vines. The construction of the beast enclosure was remarkably straightforward, following the system's consistently unreasonable style. All that was required was to surround an area with wooden materials. Wooden sticks? What on earth for? Chen Ye was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend why Chu Ye would suddenly need such items. Heh. After emitting a peculiar laugh, Chu Ye finally spoke to Chen Ye. It is, of course, to ensure my victory in the upcoming wager against you. As soon as Chu Ye finished his statement, Chen Ye couldn't help but twitch his lips. Is this something a person would do? Can a human resort to such measures? We are betting against each other, and you expect me to assist you in winning? Despite believing that Chu Ye was destined to lose, Chen Ye had 1,000 expletives on the tip of his tongue. However, remembering his prior wagers, he sighed. One must bear the consequences of their actions, even if it means enduring with tears. Without delving into Chen Ye's sorrowful task of gathering suitable wooden sticks and vines for Chu Ye, at that moment, in the global live-streaming platform's headquarters, Wang Qi Mei regarded the foreigner before her with a peculiar expression. You wish to participate in our program? Indeed, as though oblivious to the astonishment etched upon Wang Qimei's visage, the short-haired foreigner spoke directly. I am quite intrigued by Chu from your program and wish to engage him in discussions regarding wilderness survival. If possible, I even hope he could become my partner in the future. During his speech, the man exuded an air of confidence, as if he were about to assess Chu Ye's capabilities. Indeed, this was his true intention. Bear Grylls, a retired soldier of the Eagle Nation's Special Forces, hailed as the foremost figure in wilderness broadcasting. His remarkable performances in survival scenarios had earned him the epithet of the man at the top of the food chain. Upon hearing Bear's words, Wang Chime pondered momentarily before readily acquiescing. No problem. But during your participation in the program, you may only bring one item of personal utility. Naturally, she had but one request, to be in closer proximity to Chu. Wang Chime had no qualms in accommodating Bear's desire, of course. Although the survival on a deserted island program wielded significant influence in Long Country, it was not as well known in other nations. Bear's participation would undoubtedly pave the way for their entry into international markets. After both parties reached an agreement, Bear flashed a friendly smile at Wang Chime and then remarked, "In that case, let us proceed to the deserted island. As for the item I wish to bring, I would like a machete." After a brief moment of contemplation, Bear made his decision. He had initially considered bringing a dagger, but in light of Chu Ye's possession of a Swiss Army knife and the island's environment, he opted for a machete instead. Certainly, for Wang Chime, Bear's paramount role lay in attracting a larger audience to their program, facilitating their reach to foreign viewers. Other considerations were secondary. After notifying the global broadcasting team to prepare a machete for Bear, they promptly deployed him to a location 2,000 meters from Chu Ye. Following Bear's deployment, the global broadcasting platform astutely activated 10 live streaming rooms for him and initiated advertisements across major foreign websites. Bear's ability to draw an audience was formidable, particularly in the realm of wilderness survival. Upon witnessing Bear's participation in the island survival program, international viewers flocked to the live stream. BBL, oh my god, it's really Bear. He is actually participating in a Long Country program. Goad, survival on a deserted island? I had no idea Long Country had such a show. Although unaware of the audience already entering the live stream, Bear, due to his extensive experience in broadcasting, began his customary introduction. "Hello, everyone. I'm currently participating in a wilderness survival program in Long Country. Can you see me? At present, aside from this machete, I possess no other tools. Fortunately, my aim this time is not merely survival, but to locate a person. Whether it is a matter of habit or temperament." Bell approached the direction of Chu Ye, wielding his machete while articulating his intentions. Moreover, numerous international viewers gleaned insights into the survival program on the deserted island and Bell's objective. Chu Ye, through his words. Chapter 88. The abilities of Shao Xiner. Upon hearing Bear Grylls' explanation, many foreigners were immediately captivated. Surviving on a deserted island for a year? My heavens! I cannot believe this is a program orchestrated by the Dragon Kingdom. It is utterly insane, exclaimed one viewer. Another chimed in, "Bear, I believe you need not seek a partner in the Dragon Kingdom. We, the people of the Eagle Nation, shall never lack in courage." Aside from a handful of viewers intrigued by the concept of survival on a deserted island, the majority deemed Chu Ye unworthy of being Bear's partner. In truth, despite the Dragon Kingdom's formidable status on the international stage, other nations perceived its people as lacking in adventurous spirit. Nevertheless, irrespective of their opinions, they began to earnestly follow the live broadcast to witness the unfolding events. This inadvertently aided Wang Chime and her companions in achieving their objective, as the viewership for the global live stream surged more than double within just a few hours. Truly, a man who stands at the pinnacle of the food chain possesses an astonishing allure. Observing the backstage statistics, the recently promoted Xiao Hong could not help but speak up. Under normal circumstances, Bear's charisma would not wield such power. Upon hearing Xiao Hong's remark, Wang Chime adjusted her glasses and replied, "This is Bear's first foray into a wilderness survival program, and he is also in search of a teammate. Various factors combined have led to this outcome. Do you think Chu Ye could become Bear's teammate?" Xiao Hong's question momentarily caught Wang Chime off guard, but she quickly regained her composure and confidently nodded. "What you ought to consider is whether Chu Ye would be willing to regard Bear as his opponent." As she spoke, Wang Chime's mind instantaneously conjured the image of the man who bravely fought a tiger with his bare hands. Unlike Bear, although both are engaged in wilderness survival, Wang Chime preferred to describe Chu Ye's exploits as wilderness living. Have you ever encountered a wilderness survivalist capable of constructing brick houses in the wild or raising pets? Comparatively, Chu Ye existed in an entirely different dimension from the other contestants. It was precisely due to Chu Ye's remarkable performance that the wilderness survival program had become so immensely popular in the Dragon Kingdom. It is no exaggeration to assert that the duo of Chu Ye and his daughter, alongside a few others, accounted for a significant portion of the show's viewership. Upon hearing Wang Chime's words, A glimmer of teasing mischief sparkled in Xiao Hong's eyes as she remarked, "Sister Chime, your unwavering confidence in Chu Ye. Could it be that you have developed feelings for him?" Having grown familiar with Wang Chime during this period, their rapport had evolved into a sisterly bond. Doof. Feeling the gaze of Xiao Hong, Wang Chime couldn't help but let out a soft tsh, followed by a rueful smile. If given the chance, I would certainly not let such an outstanding man slip away, but alas. As she spoke, a look of regret washed over her, and she sighed deeply. With a lovely daughter like Xiao Exire, Chu Ye and his wife must surely be deeply in love, right? However, upon contemplating Xiao Exiner's adorable visage, a glimmer of inspiration sparkled in Wang Chime's eyes. Perhaps Xiao Exiner could help her emerge from the shadows. With this thought, Wang Chime's expression brightened instantly, and she rose swiftly from her seat. "Xiao Hong, any matters that arise in the next few days, please handle them. I need to attend to some personal affairs." Without waiting for Xiao Hong's reply, Wang Chime hurriedly dashed outside, her mind solely occupied with one person, Ruo Exen. If you were to see a little angel who resembles you so closely, perhaps it would bring you joy. Meanwhile, on the deserted island, Chun Jian lay sprawled on the ground, utterly exhausted. Beside him lay a pile of meticulously peeled sticks and vines. "Master Chu, are you aware that you cannot win, and thus wish to tire me to death?" Chun Jian spoke with a look of grievance. He had always believed that Chu Ye, who could construct a house on the deserted island, was a remarkable individual. However, after recent events, he realized that the true genius was, in fact, himself. While Chu Ye was busy building, Chun Jian had supplied all the mud bricks. Now, as Chu Ye sought to construct some sort of animal pen, he had painstakingly fashioned a plethora of wooden sticks using nothing but a Swiss Army knife. Hearing Chun Jian's words, Chu Ye chuckled and walked over to pat his belly. "I'm doing this for your own good. Don't you think your weight loss results have been quite impressive lately?" In this regard, Chu Ye spoke the truth. Perhaps due to increased physical activity, it was evident that Chun Jian had slimmed down considerably in recent days. Observing Chu Ye's self-satisfied expression as if he were a benefactor, Chun Jian's lips twitched, yet he refrained from responding. He understood that when it came to eloquence, he could never match Chu Ye, especially with the little knife-wielding prodigy. Xiao Xian by his side. Should that small imp poke him again, he feared it would take him a long time to recover. It was well known that the most terrifying aspect of Xiao Xian was not her ability to stab, but the fact that even when she did, others would perceive it as entirely his fault. Chapter 89. Task completed upon encountering Chun Jian's silence. Chu Ye refrained from provoking him further. Glancing at the materials prepared by Chun Jian on the ground, he wasted no time and, using the dagger discarded by Chun Jian, began to excavate small pits in the earth. He then carefully placed the sharpened wooden sticks into these pits. Once the sticks were arranged, Chu Ye connected them all with vines. Seeing Chu Ye's actions, Chun Jian was momentarily stunned before exclaiming, "Master Chu, you don't intend to use these contraptions to nurture these creatures, do you?" As he spoke, the corners of Chun Jian's mouth twitched. Setting aside the issue of whether wild chickens could fly, the considerable gaps, roughly the size of a fist, between the wooden sticks appeared utterly negligent. In truth, not only Chun Jian, but even the audience expressed their skepticism in the comments. "Call me a villain. If this contraption can raise wild chickens, then I will watch the live stream on my knees from now on. Master Fat. Ha, kneeling 1. Leaving Tian Miao. Kneeling 10086. Although Chu Ye had surprised everyone with his previous performances, this time it was simply absurd. "Brother Chu Ye, perhaps you should devise another method, like the current approach of keeping them in place, which seems quite effective, by you suggested," her mouth twitching as she read the comments on her phone. To prevent the wild chickens from escaping, Chu Ye had temporarily tied their legs to some sticks embedded in the sand with vines. Undoubtedly, Bai Yu was referring to this method. Hearing Bai Yu's words, Chu Ye chuckled and shook his head. Given the nature of wild chickens, without the confines of a beast pen, even if they were restrained in such a manner, they would likely starve themselves. Casting a glance at the constructed beast pen, Chu Ye casually scooped up several wild chickens and tossed them inside. Witnessing Chu Ye's actions, Chun Jian could not help but display a pained expression. "Oh my goodness. Such fine ingredients, and you're letting them go like this." It was important to note that the longest of these sticks barely measured 1 meter, and after being buried in the earth, they had shrunk to less than 80 centimeters. With the capabilities of these wild chickens, they could escape with just a single jump, No flight necessary. Despite being on the verge of winning their wager, Chen Jian felt no joy. For a food enthusiast, Chu Ye's actions constituted a profound disrespect for the ingredients and an immense waste. Chen Jian could even envision the scene of the wild chickens flapping their wings and taking flight. If these wild chickens do not escape, Chen Jian, will... Just as he began to speak, Chen Jian, who had been lying on the sand, rubbed his eyes and sprang up in astonishment. How is this possible? His disbelief was warranted. Upon entering the modest beast pen constructed by Chu Ye, the wild chickens, which had been struggling moments before, suddenly calmed. Not only that, but they completely ignored Chu Ye, contentedly pecking at the wild grasses he had tossed in. Observing the astonishment on Chen Jian's face, Chu Ye's lips curved ever so slightly upwards, and then he inquired, "If you were to accomplish this, what would you do?" "I knew it. I knew it would turn out this way." The moment Chen Jian beheld that familiar expression on Chu Ye's face, his lips twitched, and he instantly transformed into a figure reminiscent of Xianglin's. "I simply knew that betting against you would result in defeat. Yet I never anticipated losing in such an absurd manner." As he spoke, he cast a glance at Chu Ye and sighed once more. "If you manage to pull it off, I shall concede without hesitation." In truth, what Chen Jian had intended to say was that if Chu Ye succeeded, he would eat a stone located not far away. However, in such circumstances, he certainly would not voice that thought. Given the current situation, it was evident that his defeat was a foregone conclusion, so it was better to concede sooner than later. Noticing Chen Jian's demeanor, Chu Ye could tell he was not being entirely truthful. However, as the saying goes, one should show mercy when possible. Chu Ye felt compelled to appreciate the wisdom of his ancestors. Thus, after a fleeting glance at Chen Jian, he directly asked, "When do you plan to start singing Conquer?" He sighed as he spoke. Kindness has always been my greatest flaw." Upon hearing Chu Ye's words, Chen Jian initially experienced a twitch at the corners of his mouth, and with immense willpower, he restrained himself from lunging forward to strangle this insufferable individual. How could someone be so shameless? You consider yourself kind. You, who dares to claim such virtue despite being a schemer. How can there be any villains left in this world? The mere thought caused a pang of distress in Chen Jian's heart. For the love of all that is good, grant the villains a reprieve. Otherwise, such a sudden transformation into a good person would surely leave them bewildered. Naturally, Chen Jian would never articulate such sentiments, for he had resolutely decided to cease provoking Chu Ye. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task and receiving the reward of English proficiency. Upon hearing the voice of the system echo in his mind, a fleeting glimmer of joy flickered in Chu Ye's eyes, and he once again turned his gaze towards Chen Jian. Chapter 90. The Boar Avenger. Even though the grand feast has concluded, one cannot overlook the delightful morsels that remain. Proficiency in English may currently hold little significance for Chu Ye, yet the act of Chen Jian singing Conquer is an entirely different matter, as it promises to bring joy. Upon hearing Chu Ye's words, the audience erupted into a frenzy once again. At this juncture, they no longer questioned how Chu Ye managed to achieve such feats. After all, his recent behavior has been quite eccentric. Even if he were to suddenly rip off his own visage and declare, "I am an alien," the audience would likely respond with a knowing smile, acknowledging that they had anticipated such a revelation. What they are now most eager to witness is when Chen Jian will grace them with his song. Although it may not possess the same thrill as his previous antics of sprinting in oversized shorts, it nonetheless offers a measure of delight. Congratulations to Comrade Chen Jian for receiving the golden badge of toxic praise. Now, we invite the awardee to perform the winning song. Why are you so exceptional? Having undergone the same 9 years of compulsory education, with the same herniated disc, your prominence leaves us in quite a predicament. I am at a loss for words. Allow me to perform a kneeling gesture, ors. Upon hearing Chu Ye's words, Chen Jian could not help but scoff. Is it merely singing? I am the prince of the nightlife. How could I be troubled by such trivial matters? Without waiting for Chu Ye to respond, Chen Jian inhaled deeply, closed his eyes, and opened his mouth wide. Thus, I am conquered by you, drinking down the poison you have carefully concealed. As soon as Chen Jian's voice resonated, Chu Ye stumbled, nearly collapsing to the ground. It was utterly ruthless, so terrifying. Chu Ye even suspected that this fellow had contemplated losing the bet before it even began. This was not a punishment for him, but rather for everyone else. The notions of opening one's mouth to kneel, being tone-deaf, and lacking rhythm paled in comparison to the presence of Chen Jian in that moment. In light of Chu Ye's predicament, he would bestow upon him a new moniker, the Harbinger of Death. It is no exaggeration to say that listening to this fellow sing is a perilous endeavor. If your health points are not sufficiently robust, you might as well forfeit. For instance, the weeping child who had been frolicking with Xiao Exen instantly sought refuge in her embrace, trembling in fear as Chen Jian began to sing. Even the previously tranquil wild chickens, pecking at the grass, huddled together, warily surveying their surroundings. Moreover, the power of comrade Chen Jian's voice could be felt through the barrage of comments on the screen. I was wrong. I can't take it anymore. I implore the master to cease this sorcery. Earlier on the bus, I played on speaker, and now the driver has fainted. What should I do? Awaiting guidance. Listen to me. Quickly jump from the vehicle and escape. Ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering a task. Please check promptly. Upon hearing the sudden voice of the system resound in his mind, Chu Ye was momentarily taken aback, then cast a peculiar glance at Chen Jian, who was still passionately singing. Could it be that this fellow's singing was so atrocious that the system intended to eliminate him? With this thought, a conflicted expression crept across Chu Ye's face. If the system truly sought to dispose of this individual, should he be the one to do the deed? Or should he simply let it unfold? Chu Ye felt somewhat cornered. If it were not for the unbearable nature of the singing, he would not have entertained such notions. Nevertheless, despite the unreliable thoughts swirling in his mind, Chu Ye meticulously examined his task panel. Upon glimpsing his new assignment, his lips involuntarily twitched. Task: the rampaging wild boar's description. Due to Chen Jian's cacophonous melody, the domineering wild boar couple in the woods felt profoundly provoked. Requirements: eliminate the vengeful wild boar couple. Time limit: half an hour reward. 5 piglets, 1 small iron mine failure penalty. None having clarified the task stipulations. Chu Ye's gaze towards Chen Jian shifted to one of utter peculiarity. Faced with the current predicament, he had to concede that he had underestimated the situation. Initially, he had merely thought of this fellow as a somewhat competent soul singer, yet it now appeared that he was, in fact, a summoner. While acknowledging the system's substantial influence in this matter, Chu Ye could not help but harbor a modicum of admiration for Chen Jian's talent. Just as Chu Ye contemplated interrupting the engrossed Chen Jian, a series of furious roars erupted nearby. Suddenly, 2 massive forms charged forth from the thicket. It remained unclear whether the system was excessively powerful or if Chen Jian's voice was truly terrifying. Upon bursting from the woods, the 2 wild boars completely disregarded Xiao Xian and the others nearby, as well as the previously menacing tiger. With bloodshot eyes, they charged directly toward Chen Jian. Goodness! Fortunately, the raucous sounds emitted by the wild boars roused Chen Jian from his self-absorbed reverie. Chapter 91. The deadly duo of child and spouse despite the dire circumstances. Chen Jian let out a piercing scream and hastily scrambled to the side. As he fled, the 2 wild boars maintained their relentless pursuit, embodying the spirit of unwavering determination. As if to declare, we shall not relent until Chen Jian is no more. Master Chu, help me. In this moment of peril, Chen Jian realized that among those present, only Chu Ye could come to his aid. Yet, he retained a flicker of rationality, deliberately choosing to flee in the opposite direction from Xiao Xian and the others. Upon hearing Chen Jian's cries, Chu Ye wasted no time. Although the rotund man often exhibited a lack of reliability and a hint of cheekiness, the trajectory of his escape revealed a fundamentally good nature. Firming his grip on the Swiss Army knife, Chu Ye charged towards the 2 wild boars. The boars, incensed by the audacity of such a small figure daring to obstruct their path, were not pleased. As the apex predators of this desolate island, their lives had been relatively harmonious until recent events began to unravel their tranquility. First, an inexplicably foolish tiger had slain one of their young. Originally, with their combined efforts, they had planned to dispatch the tiger, but an unexpected barrage of torches had forced them to abandon their quest, thus forfeiting the honor of being the first wild boars in history to vanquish a tiger. In an attempt to alleviate the grief of losing their offspring and to bolster their clan, the 2 boars indulged in a feast of sweet potatoes beneath a nearby tree, seeking to engage in the rites of spring. However, mere minutes into their activities, a cacophony of wailing and howling abruptly shattered their moment. This dissonance not only interrupted their endeavors, but also rendered the once formidable wild boar weak and despondent, with little hope for swift recovery. Driven by a desire to reclaim justice for their future happiness, the wild boar resolutely embarked on a quest for vengeance with its mate. Consequently, upon encountering Chen Ye, their fury erupted. Yet, when they laid eyes on Chu Ye, the wild boar realized that its anger had not reached its boiling point. Though it had never encountered Chu Ye before, the wild boar instinctively recognized him by scent, recalling the stick that had been hurled in the woods. At that moment, the foolish tiger, having narrowly escaped death at the hands of the two boars, charged in with its own grievances. Its anger substantial, but still eclipsed by that of the wild boar. In that fleeting moment of bewilderment, the great wild boar's mind was consumed by a singular thought. By the heavens, I feel as though I shall burst. As the saying goes, the enmity born from the slaying of one's progeny and the abduction of one's beloved is profound. Before him stood a formidable adversary. This tiger had already claimed one of his offspring, and with Chu Ye by its side, it was undeniably an enemy. Not far off, the corpulent figure had interrupted his moment of bliss, leaving him uncertain if he could maintain his usual ferocity in the face of such turmoil. Though this did not quite equate to the anguish of losing a mate, it was scarcely any less grievous. Furthermore, the toll this incident had taken on his progeny was incalculable. By the heavens, this creature was a composite entity. Gazing at the trio before him, a tiger and two boars, and reflecting upon his own tragic experiences, the wild boar's eyes brimmed with rage. Who else could possibly endure such misfortune? As a wild boar, his life story could undoubtedly fill a tome of lamentations. Taking a moment to steady his breath, the great wild boar charged towards the foolish tiger, perceiving it as the gravest threat among the trio. If he could vanquish this beast, the remaining two would surely fall prey to his might. Meanwhile, his slightly smaller mate, also a wild boar, was not idle. As her husband bravely engaged the tiger, she too surged towards Chu Ye, sensing a palpable threat emanating from him. As the wild boar barreled toward him, Chu Ye narrowed his eyes. It was evident that he could not confront such a colossal creature as he had with the foolish tiger, unarmed and unprepared. His previous encounter with the tiger had been facilitated by its weak defenses and the advantage of his Fukian technique. Yet, against the wild boar, he had no such privileges. As the wild boar approached, Chu Ye swiftly propelled himself away, disappearing from her sight in an instant. Before she could comprehend what had transpired, she felt a sharp pain beneath her belly. Unbeknownst to her, Chu Ye had rolled beneath her and plunged a dagger deep into her. Chapter 92. The grievous wrath of a husband's loss. As one of the supreme dominators of the deserted island, when had this wild boar ever suffered such grievous injuries? Under the torment of excruciating pain, it promptly lost all semblance of reason. With a fierce toss of its head, the so charged once more at Chu Ye. Observing the creature's movements, a glimmer of disdain flickered in Chu Ye's eyes. Beasts are indeed beasts. With just a modicum of provocation, they are thrown into disarray. As the wild boar approached, Chu Ye executed a deft maneuver, plunging the dagger in his hand directly into the creature's neck. The wild boar, encased in a thick layer of mud, forced Chu Ye to target its more vulnerable spots. It must be said that the Swiss Army knife provided by the system proved reliable in quality. With a mere exertion of force, the wild boar sustained yet another injury. Groaning and grunting, after enduring two successive wounds, compounded by its earlier charge at Chu Ye, the creature's voice had grown feeble, with copious blood seeping from its abdomen. After uttering a couple of roars, its eyes fixated intently on Chu Ye, yet its four legs began to retreat slowly. While the wild boar was undeniably tough, this did not imply an absence of fear of death. It possessed a clear understanding of its current physical state. If it continued to engage with this diminutive adversary, its demise was imminent. In an instant, the wild boar's courage waned. Witnessing its reaction, a spark of brilliance ignited in Chu Ye's eyes, and he let out a thunderous roar. Beast, perish! As the saying goes, a single surge of energy can lead to triumph, while repeated attempts may lead to decline. At this moment, Chu Ye's courage surged to its zenith, while the wild boar was thoroughly intimidated by his bellow. Upon hearing Chu Ye's voice, the wild boar shuddered, quickly pivoting to flee the scene. At this point, it had even forsaken its male counterpart, for indeed, pairs of swine unite in peril, yet scatter in times of dire straits. However, the wild boar did not escape far. As it turned, Chu Ye's Swiss Army knife descended mercilessly upon its neck. With a sickening thud, the wild boar's body stiffened mid-stride, and its massive head plummeted to the ground. Witnessing the swift decapitation of its mate, the enraged male boar let out a furious roar. This was indeed the profound wrath of a husband bereft. In an uncontrollable fury, the male boar disregarded the large creature it had been battling, charging savagely at Chu Ye. Seizing the opportunity, the large creature clawed deep gashes into the boar's hide. Yet, even this valiant effort failed to impede the male boar's advance. Given that the wild boar's strength and defense were already formidable compared to the large creature, its prior advantage in battle had stemmed solely from its agility. Now, as it descended into madness, the large creature dared not confront it head-on. Certainly, a primary reason for this predicament lies in the unwavering confidence that the big fool has in Chu Ye. After all, his master is the kind of formidable individual who would dare to practice his punches while cradling his own head. If he were incapable of subduing even a mere pig, it would indeed be a source of great embarrassment. Fortunately, Chu Ye remains blissfully unaware of the big fool's inner thoughts. Otherwise, he might have prepared a large cauldron for a sumptuous stew of wild boar and mushrooms. While he is undeniably skilled in combat, such prowess comes with its own conditions. Given the current state of the wild boar, it is likely that aside from elephants, no terrestrial creature would willingly provoke it. With a physique akin to that of a young bull and tusks extending half a meter, the sheer force of its charge is overwhelming. A spectacle that would be intolerable for an ordinary person. As the wild boar charged towards him, Chu Ye was certainly not inclined to employ the same tactic again. It is worth noting that this creature is significantly larger than his wife. A single miscalculation could lead to disastrous consequences. Utilizing the dragon step, Chu Ye's movements became increasingly elusive as the wild boar closed in. In this moment, he felt immensely grateful for his diligent study of the dragon step in his past life. As a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, foraging for herbs in the mountains was also an essential part of his training. Without a formidable technique, he would encounter perilous situations while gathering herbs. Just as now, the dragon step proved to be of utmost importance. Observing the wild boar that should have been directly struck by him instead appear beside him in an instant. The creature shook its head in confusion. What just happened? I could have sworn this fellow was not here. However, before the wild boar could ponder this profound question, it suddenly felt a sharp pain in its eye, as Chu Ye seized the opportunity to jab at it. Though it had lost its sight, the wild boar's sense of smell remained acutely sharp. With a mere sniff, it surged forward with an overwhelming rage directed at Chu Ye. Come at me. Chapter 93. The unexpected foolishness upon witnessing the movements of the wild boar, Chu Ye let out a fierce roar and charged forward. While the sense of smell can provide a degree of location, it is ultimately not as convenient as sight. Even for a creature like the wild boar, which does not heavily rely on its vision, the loss of sight can lead to a state of disorientation. This very weakness became apparent when the wild boar launched its attack against Chu Ye, its movements noticeably sluggish. Seizing this opportunity, Chu Ye executed a serpentine maneuver around the wild boar, inflicting numerous wounds upon it before it could react. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the side, signaling the arrival of the fool. Casting a glance at the bloodied wild boar, unperturbed by its own injuries, the fool's eyes glinted with a ruthless determination as it circled behind the boar. The wild boar was aware of the fool's movements. However, after two prior encounters, it had deemed the fool a lesser threat compared to Chu Ye. In the boar's mind, even if it were to be struck by the fool, it would merely result in an additional wound, while its primary objective remained the demise of Chu Ye. Yet, the wild boar would soon pay dearly for its complacency. As the fool dashed behind the boar, it lunged forward, sinking its teeth into the boar's most sensitive area. With a piercing howl, the wild boar emitted a sound that defied its species' natural behavior, as if it had been struck at its very core. As a male, this was undoubtedly its most vulnerable spot, and the excruciating pain coursing through its legs rendered its once powerful hind limbs weak and unsteady. At this juncture, the wild boar could no longer afford to regard the threat posed by Chu Ye. Ignoring him entirely, it collapsed to the ground, tears streaming from its eyes. The tragedy of its situation weighed heavily upon it. The terrifying roar of Chen had already instilled a sense of dread for its future happiness. Witnessing its mate's demise had further diminished its prospects for joy. Now, having been assaulted by this tiger, the boar's thoughts were consumed by despair. It was finished. utterly defeated by this band of miscreants. As the saying goes, who says a man does not shed tears? He simply has not encountered true sorrow. In that moment, the wild boar's heart shattered like glass. Observing the wild boar lying on the ground, its hind legs tightly pressed together and trembling intermittently, Chu Ye shivered involuntarily. Only at this moment did he comprehend why the ancients warned that a mother tiger should not be trifled with. He felt an immense sense of relief that he had employed such a tactic during their confrontation. Otherwise, he would have been utterly ashamed to face his fellow villagers in Jiangdong. Upon casting another glance at the wild boar, a flicker of sympathy, understood only by males after experiencing adversity, crossed Chu Ye's eyes. Since you have suffered so gravely, let me grant you a merciful passage. Without waiting for the boar to express any desire for salvation, Chu Ye resolutely removed its oxygen tank and, with a swift motion, severed its head. Oh heavens, how ferocious this was! Unbeknownst to Chu Ye, a short-haired middle-aged man nearby witnessed the entire ordeal. At that moment, Belle's face flushed a deep crimson from exhilaration. This is the man I have been searching for, my future partner. As he spoke, his hands trembled with anticipation. Though at a distance, he had observed the fierce battle with clarity. As someone well-versed in wilderness survival, Belle understood the terrifying nature of wild boars in their natural habitat. For instance, had he encountered those two wild boars earlier, his best course of action would have undoubtedly been to flee without a moment's hesitation. The idea of charging in a battle was one he would never entertain, even at the risk of his own life. He knew well that a boar of such size could easily lead even the most formidable soldier to defeat. Yet just moments ago, he had watched in awe as this man from the Dragon Kingdom, armed merely with a Swiss Army knife, had bravely vanquished two wild boars he himself would never dare confront. While the boar's unexpected assault was indeed foolish, a significant portion of the credit belonged to Chu Ye. Had it not been for Chu Ye's ability to draw the boar's attention, the opportunity for such an attack would never have arisen. If Belle was so profoundly shaken, one could only imagine the astonishment of the other viewers of the live broadcast. My goodness, could this man be a god of war? How could such a valiant individual possibly exist in the Dragon Kingdom? Chapter 94. Chu Ye's request. The night werewolf mused, he must be a favored one of the gods. Only thus could he possess such strength. Unlike foreign spectators, the audience from the Dragon Kingdom always harbored rather unique focal points. Master Pang commented, the tiger ferociously claims the pig, while a kuss swiftly seizes the pig's head. Chu Ye exclaimed, big fool, I've set my sights on you. Even the finest male hospital in the nation cannot save you. Xian Yuan 11 remarked, having witnessed Big Fool's recent antics. I dare not use my cat as toilet paper anymore. Diao Long shouted, impressive upstairs. Zhu Baidu echoed, truly remarkable upstairs. Xiao Jun added, remarkable 10086 upstairs. Setting aside the whimsical thoughts of the audience, after severing the head of the wild boar, Chu Ye felt an overwhelming lightness, promptly plopping down onto the ground. Despite the seemingly effortless nature of his recent actions, the peril involved was known only to him. It is no exaggeration to state that just moments ago, Chu Ye was walking a tightrope under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Considering the girth of those two wild boars, a single blow could have concluded this narrative. Chu Ye, are you all right? Seeing him suddenly collapse, Chen Jian was momentarily taken aback, then rushed over with a worried expression. The events had unfolded right before his eyes. Yet he had not dared to intervene. This was not due to cowardice. Rather, he was acutely aware of his own limitations. To recklessly charge and to save Chu Ye would have only added to his burdens. Noticing Chen Jian's anxious demeanor, Chu Ye chuckled softly, I'm fine. Just a bit drained. Upon hearing this, Chen Jian sighed in relief. After all, Chu Ye's actions had been in service of his safety. If anything had happened to him, Chen Jian would never forgive himself. Of course, those who might also harbor resentment towards him included Chu Xan, Wang Jiamei, and even Baiyu and Big Fool. Observing the guilt in Chen Jian's eyes, Chu Ye understood his unspoken thoughts. With a sigh, he finally spoke. Regardless, I suppose I saved your life this time. May I request something of you? Taken aback by Chu Ye's words, Chen Jian nodded earnestly. It's just a request. I, Chen Fatty, will certainly comply. Seeing Chen Jian's willingness without inquiring about the nature of the request, Chu Ye chuckled, then said, in that case, please refrain from singing from this day forth. Without waiting for a response, he added, We can endure the unpleasantness, but I mainly fear you might summon something else. At this, Chen Jian's lips twitched. Once a microphone enthusiast, now being asked to forsake his beloved pastime was undeniably a significant blow. Nevertheless, after some contemplation, he agreed. He also found Chu Ye's words quite reasonable. Previously, singing had not attracted any trouble, perhaps due to the absence of surrounding animals. However, the situation is different now. This is a deserted island, replete with caves and a vast ocean. Who knows if the next note he sings might summon a creature akin to Godzilla. Hello, Chu. I am Bear Grylls. May we become friends? Chapter 95. The sincerity of Bear Grylls upon hearing that voice. Chu Ye and the others were momentarily taken aback. You are Bear Grylls, the foremost expert in wilderness survival, the man who stands at the pinnacle of the food chain? Before Chu Ye could utter a word, Chen Jian's incredulous voice rang out. How could you possibly participate in this show? It was no surprise that Chen Jian was astonished. Despite his seemingly sedentary lifestyle, he harbored a dream of surviving alone in the wild. Otherwise, given his temperament, he would not have spent money to enroll in such a program to seek out hardship. Consequently, Bear Grylls was one of Chen Jian's idols, and upon unexpectedly encountering his idol, Chen Jian's round face flushed a deep crimson. Greetings, I recognize you, Chen Jian. It is a pleasure to meet you. Upon hearing Chen Jian's words, Bear Grylls immediately flashed a smile and extended his right hand. Since he had come in search of Chu Fan, Bear Grylls had familiarized himself with some basic customs of the Dragon Kingdom beforehand. Witnessing Bear Grylls' gesture, Chen Jian, filled with excitement, hurriedly wiped his hands on his trousers before extending his hand to shake. Hello, you are truly my idol. Ha ha ha, it is indeed my honor. Bear Grylls was quite amiable towards Chen Jian. After his prior observations, he understood that this rotund fellow, despite his appearance, was a reliable individual. Particularly noteworthy was the instance when Chen Jian, faced with danger, managed to lure 2 wild boars away from Xiao Xian and the others, which further earned Bear Grylls' admiration. After exchanging pleasantries with Chen Jian, Bear Grylls finally turned to face Chu Fan. Hello, Chu Ye, I have come for you. At Bear Grylls' words, Chu Ye was momentarily stunned. Bear Grylls' command of Chinese was not particularly proficient, rendering his tone somewhat peculiar. In conversing with him, Chu Fan instinctively employed his exceptional English skills. Oh my God! As soon as Chu Ye's words escaped his lips, Bear Grylls gasped. Are you truly from the Dragon Kingdom? My goodness, your English is even more authentic than that of many Eagle Nation citizens. Bear Grylls spoke with genuine admiration. He was neither exaggerating nor being insincere. After all, the accent Chu Fan had just demonstrated was reminiscent of that spoken by some of Europe's ancient nobility. Were it not for the evidence of his identity and appearance as a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, Bear Grylls might have doubted he was not facing a member of the Eagle Nation royalty. Upon receiving Bear Grylls' compliment, a faint smile graced Chu Ye's face. You flatter me. Might you elaborate on your purpose? Having gleaned a rough understanding of Bear Grylls' identity from Bayou's phone during his exchange with Chen Jian, Chu Ye was taken aback. Given Bear Grylls' stature, it seemed unlikely that he would partake in such a program. I have come for you. Upon realizing that Chu Ye could converse in English, Bear Grylls naturally ceased to showcase his rudimentary Chinese skills and began to communicate fluently in English. After a few minutes of dialogue, Chu Ye finally grasped Bear Grylls' intentions. He intended to organize a live-streamed exploration of perilous locations around the globe, but was struggling to find a suitable companion. Unlike his previous shows, this venture posed significant risks, necessitating a partner who would neither hinder him nor potentially assist him. Just as Bear Grylls found himself in a predicament, someone recommended Chu Ye to him. Initially, Bear Grylls was skeptical about the prospect of a Dragon Country citizen being his teammate. However, after viewing a video of Chu Ye subduing a wild tiger with his bare hands, Bear Grylls felt an undeniable admiration. He recognized Chu Ye as an exceptional ally. Particularly after witnessing Chu Ye's confrontation with 2 wild boars, Bear Grylls was even more astounded. Whether it was the wilderness survival knowledge displayed on screen or the formidable strength exhibited in the moment, Chu Ye appeared to be a premier partner. Furthermore, there was another compelling reason, the substantial following that Chu Ye brought with him. While those on the deserted island remained unaware, Bear Grylls knew that throughout the airing of the show, Chu Ye had emerged as the foremost figure in wilderness survival in the Dragon Country. Should Chu Ye join his program, Bear Grylls was certain that he could effortlessly capture the Dragon Country market. Chu, if you could join my show, I am willing to offer you 30% of the net profits. A flicker of concern passed through Bear Grylls' eyes as he spoke. As the pioneer of wilderness survival programming, he was acutely aware of the immense benefits that the upcoming show could yield. Yet, considering Chu Ye's significance, he resolved to forego a portion of the profits. Without Chu Ye, he would likely encounter numerous dangers during the show, but with him, his safety would be considerably enhanced. Bear Grylls understood that no amount of wealth mattered if one did not live to enjoy it. Upon hearing Bear Grylls' proposition, Chu Ye found himself in a state of indecision. Undoubtedly, the offer was alluring. Yet he was still participating in the deserted island survival program and did not wish to depart so soon. More importantly, he could not abandon Shattering. After all, the program Bear Grylls described would undoubtedly entail significant dangers. Otherwise, he would not be willing to make such a substantial offer. Observing the conflict on Chu Ye's face, Bear Grylls did not rush for an answer, instead revealing a subtle smile. He was untroubled by Chu Ye's hesitation. For Bear Grylls, as long as Chu Ye did not outright refuse, there remained a glimmer of hope. After casting a glance at Chu Ye, Bear Grylls continued, Chu, there is no need for you to rush to provide me with an answer. You may respond after the conclusion of this program. The mention of the program's conclusion startled Chu Ye, who had initially assumed that Bear Grylls was merely making a brief appearance. With a hint of amusement at the confusion reflected in Chu Ye's eyes, Bear Grylls smiled and added, this survival game on the deserted island is quite intriguing, and I have decided to partake as well. Additionally, it is essential for us to cultivate some rapport between us. Chapter 96. Wang Ruoxin as Bear Grylls spoke. He displayed an air of calmness. In his view, Chu Ye would undoubtedly agree to his proposal. Cultivating rapport with Chu Ye was merely a precaution to ensure their safety in future endeavors. Moreover, there was another reason. Bear Grylls himself was unwilling to record the program in his heart without Chu Ye's involvement. To him, Chu Ye was the most fitting companion. Substituting anyone else for him would be a profound disrespect to his own existence. Upon hearing Bear Grylls' words, Chu Ye initially paused, but soon comprehended the sentiment being conveyed. After offering Bear a faint smile, Chu Ye nodded, in that case, I wholeheartedly welcome your partnership. After all, the survival program on the deserted island would not conclude for nearly a year, providing Chu Ye ample time to ponder. Consounding Xiao. Chu Ye firmly believed that within this year, he would certainly assist the little one in finding her mother, his beloved wife, Wang Ruoxin. Unbeknownst to Chu Ye, while he contemplated a certain individual in the backyard of the first general's residence in Longdu, Wang Qimei gazed helplessly at the woman before her, whose eyes were swollen from crying. Ruoxin, you are exceedingly audacious. How could you dare to undertake such actions? Although her tone was reproachful, it was laced with a hint of envy. I never imagined that a mere act of running away from home would lead you to such an impeccable man. Oh heavens! Where is my Prince Charming? Seeing her cousin's playful demeanor, Wang Ruoxin, who had been weeping, couldn't help but chuckle. However, upon catching sight of Chu Ye on the screen, his clothing stained with blood, a sigh escaped her lips. If not for my mistakes, they needn't have faced such peril. As she spoke, Wang Ruoxin's eyes brimmed with guilt, affection, and a trace of uncertainty. 5 years prior, she had vehemently resisted her family's demands for a marriage alliance, leading her to storm out in anger. Little did she know that shortly after her departure, she would encounter the man who set her heart aflame. They swiftly wed and welcomed a child into the world. Those 5 years were the happiest of her life, had she not unexpectedly learned of her mother's grave illness through the news. She would never have left Chu Ye and their child. In comparison to her identity as the granddaughter of the first general of the Dragon Kingdom, she cherished her humble abode far more. Observing Wang Ruoxin's dazed fixation on the screen, Wang Qimei sighed. Rest assured, he is a man capable of vanquishing even a tiger. He will undoubtedly earn grandfather's approval. Both Wang Qimei and Wang Ruoxin understood their grandfather's disposition well. As the foremost guardian general of the Dragon Kingdom, he held no regard for the status of others. On the contrary, the elder held exceedingly high expectations for the combat prowess of his descendants. One of the family precepts of the Wang clan stipulated that, aside from the elderly, the weak, and the young, every individual must maintain their fighting spirit at all times. In the Wang family, even those who appeared delicate and gentle, like Wang Qimei and Wang Ruoxin, could effortlessly overpower 2 burly men. Upon hearing Wang Qimei's words, Wang Ruoxin felt a sense of relief, yet a wry smile crept upon her face. She hoped that her grandfather would not be excessively difficult with him. Although Chu Ye undoubtedly met the standards set by her esteemed grandfather, one could be certain that he would face some trials. After all, Chu Ye had silently backed the granddaughter he cherished most. The mere thought of this ignited a flicker of resentment within Wang Ruoxin. Had she known earlier that Chu Ye possessed such remarkable skills, she would not have gone to such lengths to conceal his and Xiaoxin's existence. Upon hearing Wang Ruoxin's remarks, Wang Qimei furrowed her brows and immediately lunged at her. "Oh, you little rascal! How dare you take advantage and act all innocent? Let us see how I teach you a lesson today." Laughing, Wang Ruoxin quickly dodged. After hearing her laughter, a hint of relaxation passed through Wang Qimei's eyes. It was the first time she had heard such joy from Wang Ruoxin since her return home after leaving. Meanwhile, on the deserted island, having just finished his meal, Chu Ye reclined on a large rock basking in the sun, while Xiaoxin played with the weeping child nearby, building sandcastles. Chen and the others were busy tending to the 2 wild boars they had just butchered. After all, these were 2 substantial wild boars. With proper handling, they could sustain all of them for an entire month. At this juncture, one must remark upon the culinary skills of Bell. As the foremost survivalist in the wilderness, the dishes he prepared were nothing short of an affront to the ingredients. After tasting the charred meat he had boldly presented, Chu Ye found himself questioning whether Bell had insisted on partnering with him solely because he coveted his culinary talent. Simultaneously, Chu Ye gained a newfound understanding of Bell's self-proclaimed title as the man at the pinnacle of the food chain. However, undeterred by the disdainful glares from Chu Ye and the others, Bell took pride in the notion that his cooking enabled him to thrive in the wild. Of course, had he not flung his own charred offering into the sea after tasting Chu Ye's exquisite roast, he might have successfully convinced them all. "System, have you perhaps forgotten something?" Chu Ye's tone held a peculiar note as he spoke. Previously, due to Bell's abrupt arrival, he had overlooked the rewards for his tasks, but now, lying on the rock, the thought suddenly resurfaced. Ding! Task reward had been dispensed. Please check, host. As soon as Chu Ye finished speaking, the system's voice resonated in his ears. Taken aback by the system's announcement, Chu Ye paused momentarily. However, recalling the unconventional methods employed by the system during the previous reward distribution, Chu Ye immediately began to scrutinize his surroundings with utmost seriousness. It is worth noting that the last task's reward consisted of 5 minor proprietors and a modest iron mine. Such a sudden appearance would be rather unexpected, wouldn't it? Just as Chu Ye was lost in his chaotic conjectures, a thunderous roar erupted from a short distance away, and he then beheld the creature glaring furiously at his beast enclosure. It must be said that this beast enclosure, a remarkable structure augmented by the system, remained unaffected in its efficacy despite Chu Ye's haphazard modifications that rendered it akin to an illegal construction. The few wild chickens inside exhibited remarkably docile behavior, with one hen even contributing an egg today. Chapter 97. The backup food supply of XNR at this moment. A sudden sound from the creature pen startled Chu Ye and his companions. Just as Chu Ye pondered why the creature was howling, a series of whimpering sounds emanated from within the pen. Hearing this noise, Chu Ye was taken aback. Is that the call of a wild chicken? As soon as he finished speaking, Chio, who had been perched atop the weeping creature's head, emitted a disgruntled sound, clearly indicating that it would never produce such an unpleasant noise. Could it be? Connecting the dots with the system's earlier words, a peculiar thought blossomed in Chu Ye's mind. Without waiting for anyone to speak, he sprang into action, racing towards the creature pen. Indeed, upon reaching the pen, Chu Ye beheld 5 small, light brown wild boars, no larger than puppies, huddled together in sheer terror. Roar! In the face of these 5 piglets, the creature displayed an extraordinary display of might and dominance. Although communication with it was impossible, the creature's proudly raised tail suggested its thoughts were likely along the lines of, "Come out, I shall take on all 5 of you." Observing the creature's show of bravado, Chu Ye could not help but pat its head. If you're so capable, go find a wild boar. Bullying the young ones is hardly a display of prowess. Upon hearing Chu Ye's words, the creature instantly shrank back in fear. Despite having dealt a decisive blow to a large wild boar in their previous encounter, it was acutely aware of its own limitations. Without Chu Ye's presence, it would have been easily overpowered. Realizing this, the creature hastily shook its head. Confronting a large wild boar was out of the question. It could only sustain itself by preying on smaller boars. Unbeknownst to Chu Ye, if he had been aware of the creature's thoughts, he would have undoubtedly renamed it Big Coward. After sending the creature away, Chu Ye turned towards the 5 piglets and offered them a maternal smile. Little ones, make sure to eat well and grow strong. With the arrival of the 5 piglets, Chu Ye's thoughts shifted to his iron mine. Having spent so long on the deserted island without even a single pot, his culinary ambitions faced a significant threat. Witnessing the strange smile on Chu Ye's face, the viewers watching the program shuddered. Master Fat, I don't know why, but I sense a dangerous aura from Chu Ye's expression just now. Less book 9 times. What do you think would happen if we locked Chu, God, and Belle in a room together for half a month? How many would be left? Laughing Lord, let us temporarily exclude 3. Carving Dragon, the upstairs boasts quite the bravado. Suddenly, as Chu Ye contemplated when to ask Chen Jian for assistance in expanding his creature pen, he heard the voice of little Xiner beside him. Daddy, how come there are piglets here? Can I keep one? Lowering his head, Chu Ye then noticed that Xiao Xiner had somehow made her way to his side. Upon hearing her words, he chuckled and affectionately ruffled her hair. Why do you want a little piglet, Xiao Xiner? She replied earnestly, I want to raise it. And when we find Mommy, Daddy can cook delicious roasted meat for her. Observing the seriousness etched on her face, Chu Ye felt a pang of emotion. Rest assured, my dear, we will find Mommy very soon. Really? She asked, her eyes wide with hope. Of course. With Chu Ye's affirmative response, a broad smile illuminated Xiao Xiner's face. After we find Mommy, let us make sure she never leaves again, okay? MHM. After comforting Xiao Xiner, Chu Ye retrieved the smallest wild boar from the enclosure and placed it at her feet. The little creature, akin in size to a small puppy, began to circle around her excitedly. Hee, you shall be named Duo Ro. As she giggled at the sight of the boar, Xiao Xiner continued. You must eat well and grow quickly. When Mommy returns, we'll have roast meat. Hearing her words, Chu Ye's lips twitched. He could only hope that this little one wouldn't be as clever as the big fool and the crybaby. Otherwise, it might end up in a tragic predicament. After all, ordinary pigs cannot withstand such immense psychological pressure. Nevertheless, glancing at the crybaby trailing behind him, along with Duo Ro and Chio, an odd sensation stirred within Chu Ye. While other children kept pets merely for their cuteness, it seemed that his little princess was merely accompanied by a pile of provisions. Chu Ye, both wild boars have been completely processed, came the voice of Chen Jian, who approached in a flurry, drenched in sweat. So quickly? J'ai ouï remarquer, surprised. Chen Jian wiped the sweat from his brow before replying, thanks to your Swiss Army knife and Belle's cleaver. Otherwise, we might not have finished by tomorrow. The Swiss Army knife was a reward from the system, and Belle's cleaver was meticulously prepared by the global live streaming platform, both of exceptional quality. However, a frown soon appeared on Chen Jian's face. Chu Ye, what do you plan to do with all this pork? If not preserved properly, it will spoil quickly. As he spoke, worry and a hint of heartache clouded his expression. Chu Ye was momentarily taken aback. Isn't Belle capable of managing this? The astonishment rendered his voice incredulous. After all, Belle was known as the man at the top of the food chain. Surely he wouldn't overlook such a simple method of food preservation. Just as he spoke, Chen Jian grimaced. Don't mention that guy. He claims he never stocks food, as too much of it in the wild can become a burden. Upon recalling the expression on Belle's face when he uttered those words, Chen Jian felt an overwhelming urge to strike that insufferable individual with the sole of his shoe. What a vexatious burden. As a citizen of the Dragon Nation, particularly one with a penchant for its culinary delights, Chen Jian could not abide the egregious act of wasting food. Observing Chen Jian's demeanor, Chu Ye couldn't help but smirk. He suddenly felt that some adages passed down by ancestors hold profound wisdom, particularly the saying, distance breeds beauty. Before this moment, Chen Jian would have never imagined he would harbor an impulse to deliver a thorough thrashing to his idol. Nevertheless, Chu Ye found himself sympathetic to Belle's perspective. Chapter 98. What a plump lamb. Initially, Belle, being a foreigner, was undoubtedly unfamiliar with the culinary practices of the Dragon Kingdom. Furthermore, in moments of extreme hunger, he would indiscriminately consume both the corpses of animals and their excrement, making him one of the most omnivorous beings on this planet. Under such circumstances, Chu Ye surmised that Belle would be even more inclined to ponder ways to expand his culinary repertoire. After demonstrating his understanding of Belle, Chu Ye seized the opportunity to express his disdain for Chen. It was utterly shameful for a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom to lack knowledge about food preservation. To convey his thoughts clearly to the rotund figure, Chu Ye made a gesture as if to peer at him through his nostrils, implying, "Have you never heard of cured meat?" Upon witnessing Chu Ye's antics, Chen Jian's lips twitched in irritation. "You were just mocking me, weren't you?" If he weren't certain that he was no match for Chu Ye, he would have lunged at him with the ferocity of a black bear, followed by a crushing blow to make him understand regret. As a connoisseur of food, Chen Jian was certainly aware of cured meat. However, the challenge lay in the fact that it could not simply be made at will. After hearing Chu Ye's words, Chen Jian shot him a scornful glance, retorting, "How can one make cured meat without salt?" He initially believed that this statement would prompt Chu Ye to recognize his error, but to his surprise, the disdain in Chu Ye's eyes only intensified. Once Chen Jian fully grasped Chu Ye's contempt, Chu Ye finally spoke. "Are you not aware that salt is abundant all around us?" As soon as he finished his sentence, Chen Jian's mouth twitched in response, although he remained silent. The emotions conveyed through his gaze were unmistakable. "Do you think I'm a fool?" Noticing Chen Jian's expression, Chu Ye's lips curled into a slight smile as he quietly inquired, "Are you brave enough to bet with me?" "Not a chance, I refuse, it's impossible." Chen Jian shook his head earnestly as soon as Chu Ye finished speaking. Having experienced countless failures, he vowed never to gamble with Chu Ye, even in a seemingly guaranteed victory. Seeing Chen Jian's fearful demeanor, Chu Ye couldn't help but smirk. It seemed this fellow had finally gained some wisdom. Just as Chu Ye contemplated how to persuade Chen Jian to accept his wager, Bell suddenly approached, running from a distance. "Chu, we cannot preserve all this meat, but Chen mentioned you might have a solution." Exchanging glances, Chu Ye and Chen Jian saw the same thought reflected in each other's eyes. The little lamb has arrived. Meanwhile, the audience watching the live broadcast felt an involuntary chill run down their spines. "Master Fat, whether you like it or not, let us now observe 3 minutes of silence for Lord Bell." Laughing Lord, there's a hint of mischief in God Chu's smile. In contrast to the viewers from the Dragon Kingdom, the international audience exhibited an even greater level of excitement. "The Son of God, Bell, do not venture forth. The demon has set its sights upon you. BDD, oh God, please do not say such things." Unfortunately, regardless of the audience's mindset, they cannot alter the events unfolding on the deserted island. Amidst the gazes filled with compassion, Bell approached Chu Ye and Chen Jian. Observing Bell's approach, Chen Jian displayed a hint of a sincere smile and promptly advanced. "Bell, your timing is impeccable. I was just about to wager with Chu Ye." Taken aback by Chen Jian's words, Bell's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "A wager?" Witnessing Bell's reaction, the smiles on the faces of Chen Jian and Chu Ye grew more pronounced. How delightful that you are intrigued. If you had shown disinterest, we would have been at a loss for how to engage you." After tempering his expression, Chen Jian continued, "I assert that I can produce an inexhaustible supply of salt here. I find that hard to believe. It is impossible." As soon as Chen Jian finished speaking, Bell, with utmost seriousness, interjected, "Chu, while you are indeed formidable, this cannot be accomplished." "Precisely," Chen Jian chimed in, adopting a sycophantic demeanor. Observing Bell's resolute stance, Chu Ye helplessly rubbed his nose. "Since neither of you believes me, why not place a wager?" "Absolutely." Initially, Chu Ye presumed that persuading Bell to join would require considerable effort. Yet, to his surprise, as soon as he finished speaking, Bell enthusiastically responded, "Chu, if you lose, you must agree to participate in my show." Upon hearing Bell's words, Chu Ye was momentarily taken aback before realizing the implication. No wonder this fellow was so eager. He had been waiting for him all along. Any lingering guilt about ensnaring Bell swiftly dissipated from Chu Ye's mind. Chapter 99. The Heartbroken Chen Jian, of course. A glimmer of a smile appeared on Chu Ye's face as he glanced at Bell. "But what if you lose?" Bell was momentarily taken aback by Chu Ye's question. He believed that defeat was not an option for him. However, considering that this was indeed a wager, it was imperative to have an equal stake. After a moment of contemplation, Bell finally spoke. "If I lose, the rights to my next show's broadcast will be handed over to you for decision." Upon hearing Bell's words, both Chu Ye and Chen Jian instinctively inhaled sharply. Though the wager seemed rather ordinary at first glance, through their interactions over time, Chu Ye had come to recognize the immense influence Bell wielded in the realm of wilderness survival. It was no exaggeration to say that if Bell were to plan a new show at this moment, at least several television networks would be willing to offer billions for the broadcasting rights. This was the magnitude of Bell's appeal. The phrase "a man at the top of the food chain" was not mere hyperbole. In essence, should Chu Ye emerge victorious this time, he would instantly acquire several billion in intangible assets. Observing the shock on the faces of Chu Ye and Chen, a slight smile crept onto Bell's lips. He was fully aware of the daunting nature of the wager he had proposed, yet it was an intentional display of his sincerity. Through his observations and discussions with Chen, Bell had increasingly confirmed that Chu Ye was the teammate he most desperately needed. This wager could be seen as Bell's declaration of value. In my eyes, your participation in my program is worth billions. Are you not moved? As for the possibility of losing, Bell had not entertained such thoughts. The notion of generating an inexhaustible supply of salt on a deserted island was utterly fantastical. Bell, are you sure you want to wager this with us? Just as Bell was silently praising his own cleverness, he heard the voices of Chu Ye and Chen. Upon hearing their words, Bell calmly nodded. Of course, in my view, your participation and the rights to my program hold equal significance. As soon as this statement left his lips, Bell couldn't help but mentally commend himself for his astuteness. Such a touching sentiment was indeed clever. Seeing Bell's unwavering confidence, Chen and Chu Ye exchanged glances, then silently nodded in agreement. As the saying goes, a good word is hard to convince a stubborn ghost. Since this was a decision he had made, Chu Ye felt it inappropriate to refuse. Casting a glance at Bell, Chu Ye finally spoke. In that case, let's finalize the wager. Daddy, what are you doing? Just as Chu Ye finished his sentence, little Xiner approached with a puzzled expression. He picked up the running Xiner and explained, Daddy is betting with Uncle Bell on making salt. Betting? Upon hearing Chu Ye's words, Xiner was momentarily stunned, then looked at Bell with pity. If Uncle Bell loses, will he have to wash clothes for Daddy like Uncle Fat? Cough, cough. As soon as Xiao Xiner finished speaking, Chen, who was eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama, suddenly coughed. What is the matter, my dear? Shouldn't you be embodying the fierce Xiao Chu? Fiercely stabbing at Bell? Why do I find myself entangled in this? Observing Chen awkward demeanor, most of the audience couldn't help but chuckle. Particularly, some international viewers, who were helplessly watching their idol being ensnared by this rotund figure, felt an overwhelming urge to elevate Xiao Xiner to the status of their princess. The Dragon Knight exclaimed, Well done. Truly, our little princess is remarkable. The Witch Mother encouraged, Go, little princess. You shall surely triumph over the nefarious fat man. These foreign viewers harbored little affection for Chen. In their eyes, he epitomized treachery and cunning. Not long ago, he had fervently declared that Bell was his idol, yet he showed no mercy when it came to undermining Bell. Those unaware of the context might have believed there was a deep-seated animosity between them. Unbeknownst to Chen, due to his momentary whimsy, he had inadvertently become the villainous boss in the minds of countless spectators. Upon hearing Xiao Xiner's words, Bell erupted into hearty laughter. Haha, little princess. I fear you shall be disappointed this time, for your father is destined to lose. Impossible. Susina replied earnestly, shaking her head. Although Uncle Bell is more handsome than Uncle Fat, you will undoubtedly lose to Daddy. With that, Chen couldn't help but twitch his lips in disbelief. At this moment, he was at a loss for words, desperately wanting to understand the connection between losing a bet to Chu Ye and his appearance. Yet more than anything, he yearned to know why he was always the one getting hurt. Ha ha ha. Would the adorable little princess be interested in placing a wager with me? Chapter 100. Bell's subtle schemes. If you lose, you must give me that little tiger, Bell declared, his eyes ablaze as he pointed to the weeping creature nestled at Xiaoxin's feet. Bell had long coveted Xiaoxin's little pet, despite the fact that acquiring and raising a tiger was not beyond his financial means. Yet, he yearned for the thrill of possessing a wild tiger. Upon hearing Bell's words, Xiaoxin frowned slightly. Uncle Bell, can I wager something else instead? Perhaps a juju or a succulent, she suggested earnestly. To Xiaoxin, the weeping creature was a cherished companion, whereas juju and succulents held a lesser status, merely serving as provisions. Bell couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth and shook his head resolutely. What I desire is a fierce tiger, not to become a farmer. Witnessing Bell's refusal, Xiaoxin appeared increasingly troubled. Uncle Bell, what if I challenge you with Big Fool? If I lose, I will give him to you. Absolutely not. In truth, Belle wished for a majestic wild tiger as a pet, but he was not like Chu Ye, capable of the audacity to wrestle a tiger barehanded. Glancing at Xiaoxin, a cunning smile suddenly spread across Belle's face. Xiaoxin, you wouldn't doubt Chu Ye's prowess, would you? As soon as Belle's words left his lips, everyone present, including Chen Jian, couldn't help but twitch their mouths. I always believed I was a veteran in shamelessness. But today I realized that there are greater depths to this art. Chen Jian remarked seriously, giving Belle a thumbs up in admiration. Not only Chen Jian, but even the audience was unable to bear witness any longer. Belle, you are a renowned figure in the wild. Have you truly descended to the level of deceiving a little girl? My eyes are deceiving me. I refuse to believe this is the true Belle. According to my speculation, Belle's transformation is intricately linked to Chen the Fat. That guy upstairs is absolutely right. In mere minutes, Chen Jian found himself with a new moniker, the Guide of the Strange Uncle. According to widespread assessment and analysis from netizens, the once cold and unyielding Belle had become so despicable largely due to his association with this portly individual. Fortunately, Chen Jian had not yet checked his phone. Otherwise, he might have found himself in dire straits. This is too unfair. Even if I, a plump man, am rather ordinary in appearance, you cannot place all the blame on me. Of course, aside from a majority who were quick to cast blame, a small faction remained unwilling to directly implicate Belle. In a certain courtyard of Longdu, Wang Ruoxin, who was originally delighted to watch Xiao Xner with Wang Qimei, suddenly turned cold-faced and said, "Cousin, you must find an opportunity to properly teach this fellow a lesson." Her expression was one of utmost seriousness. Though she felt that raising her precious daughter with a tiger might carry some inherent danger, it certainly did not justify a rough man deceiving her daughter. Observing Wang Ruoxin's expression, which seemed to wish to throw Bayer into the Atlantic to feed the fish, Wang Qimei couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth before nodding helplessly. Rest assured, I will ensure he does not have it easy. Wang Qimei fully understood Wang Ruoxin's sentiments. If she had such a lovely daughter, Bayer would likely have already been cast into the Atlantic. At this moment, Bayer remained blissfully unaware that his momentary cunning had drawn the attention of two formidable women. Otherwise, he would have certainly acted with more restraint. Without further ado, upon hearing Bayer's words, Xiao Xner was momentarily taken aback before resolutely nodding. "All right, I accept your wager." Clearly, her father outweighed the weeping child in importance, prompting Xiao Xner to make such a decision. Upon realizing that Xiao Xner intended to use herself as the stake, the weeping child collapsed onto the ground, emitting pitiful cries while casting forlorn glances at her. Hearing the sounds of the weeping child, Xiao Xner gently patted its head and reassured, "Do not worry, dear. Daddy will certainly not lose." After saying this, before the weeping child could protest further, Xiao Xner turned her gaze to Bayer. "If Uncle Bayer loses, you must call the weeping child brother from now on, treating it just like your true brother." "Not a problem," Bayer replied calmly, nodding in agreement. In that moment, a wave of delight surged within him as he acknowledged her words. Chapter 101. Chen Jian caught in crossfire again in his perspective. He was undoubtedly the victor of this wager. Thus he was prepared to acquiesce to any demands made by little Xner. Therefore, he paid little heed to her requests, perceiving them merely as a child's expression of discontent. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a task. Please check promptly. Justus by Enodit. The system's voice unexpectedly resonated in Chu Ye's ears. Check the task. As the proclamation faded, a task panel materialized before Chu Ye, visible solely to him. Task: Guardian of the Daddy description. As a father figure, it is your duty to alleviate all troubles of your little princess. Requirements: successfully produce table salt, ensuring Bay Air emerges as the losing party in the wager with little Xiner. Deadline: 1-day task reward. A mysterious treasure failure penalty. Loss of ownership of the crybaby. Reduction in Xiner's admiration. Gazing at the task before him, Chu Ye regarded Bay Air with an appreciative glance. This man was truly benevolent. Not only had he bestowed upon him an astonishing fortune, but now he was also offering a mysterious treasure. Were it not for his own image, Chu Ye would have embraced Bay Air heartily. Unbeknownst to Bay Air, he had become the proverbial meat on the chopping block in Chu Ye's eyes, easily manipulable. Sensing Chu Ye's gaze, Bay Air responded with a broad smile. "Chu, please do not concern yourself with this matter. Once I emerge victorious, I shall present the little one with an adorable pet." Undoubtedly, Bayer was already poised to assume the role of a victor. Upon hearing Bayer's words, Chu Ye nodded with a smile. Thank you for your kind intentions, but you might need to prepare a pet for yourself. Without waiting for Bayer to process this, Chu Ye inquired further. Bayer, are you familiar with the sun-drying method for salt? Sun-drying salt? The moment Chu Ye's words escaped his lips, both Bayer and Chen Jian's expression shifted. However, their reactions were starkly contrasting. Bayer's countenance turned ashen, while Chen Jian displayed a sense of relief. Heavenly deity, how could I have overlooked such a simple concept? This is utterly dreadful. As he spoke, Bayer squatted down, clutching his head tightly with both hands. It is common knowledge that one can obtain salt from seawater and monosodium glutamate from kelp. The sun-drying method that Chu Ye referred to is an exceedingly simple technique for producing table salt. In normal circumstances, Bayer would never have failed to recall such a straightforward method. He had merely been led astray by Chen Jian's skepticism. Throughout their interactions, Chen Jian had consistently expressed doubt towards Chu Ye, which subconsciously caused Bayer to overlook the simplicity of salt production. However, since the situation had already unfolded, there was no turning back. Thus, Bayer could only pray that Chu Ye did not truly possess knowledge of the salt-making process. Regrettably, Belle's prayers are destined to fail. It is essential to note that Chu Ye is a man endowed by the system with the wilderness food god skill. If he so desires, even a mere lump of refuse, cough cough, that is not appropriate. In any case, for Chu Ye, the production of salt is hardly a formidable task. The so-called solar evaporation method is quite straightforward. It merely requires a flat beach where seawater can be directed into evaporation pools to allow the sun to do its work. Once a certain level is reached, the remaining seawater is poured into crystallization pools, allowing the salt to precipitate under the sun's rays. To summarize, the process of producing salt through solar evaporation requires ample sunshine, seawater, a beach, and a few diligent laborers. Undoubtedly, the aforementioned conditions have been effortlessly met. The only relatively challenging aspect is the issue of labor, which led Chu Ye to turn his gaze towards Chen Jian, who was nearby. Noticing the glint in Chu Ye's eyes and the enigmatic smile gracing his lips, Chen Jian was momentarily taken aback. Master Chu, what are you planning now? He had come to a rather poignant conclusion over time. While one might fear the wails of the king of hell, it is Chu Ye's smile that truly instills dread. When Chu Ye smiles, Chen Jian inevitably weeps. This truth was validated by Chen Jian's own trials, and upon hearing Chen Jian's inquiry, Chu Ye merely pointed to two spots not far away. Could you assist me in digging 2 large pits here? Though Chu Ye's tone was exceedingly courteous, Chen Jian could sense not even a hint of genuine politeness emanating from him. Have you ever witnessed someone reclining on a large rock in a posture of feigned humility while making demands? Regrettably, that is precisely how Chu Ye appeared at that moment. Upon hearing Chu Ye's request, Chen Jian's lips twitched uncontrollably, and his mind was consumed by 3 pressing questions. Who am I? Where am I? What do I wish to accomplish? Indeed, the saying "a small head filled with great perplexities" perfectly encapsulates Chen Jian's current predicament. Did you not wager with Belle? Why have I become entangled in this? Chapter 102. Hematite, observing Chen Jian's countenance etched with sorrow, Chu Ye let out a sigh and patted him gently on the shoulder. My dear friend, I trust you can comprehend my benevolent intentions, correct? He quipped with a chuckle. In response to Chen Jian's shameless demeanor of making you work for your own good, Chen Jian merely rolled his eyes, choosing not to engage further. Though he harbored a desire to unleash his ire upon Chu Ye, he resolved to honor his wager as a man of integrity. With a deep sigh, Chen Jian turned without uttering a word and strode toward the direction indicated by Chu Ye. Watching Chen Jian's retreating figure, Chu Ye nodded with satisfaction. Good brother, persevere. I shall silently encourage you in spirit. After revealing his innermost thoughts, Chu Ye then turned his gaze toward Belle, who sat despondently on the ground, muttering incessantly. How could this be? Why is this happening? Ever since Chu Ye proposed the method of extracting salt from seawater, Belle had transformed into this pitiful state. He felt as though he were akin to a novice's starter pack, having traveled great distances from the Eagle Kingdom solely to bestow untold riches upon Chu Ye. Gently patting Belle on the shoulder, Chu Ye sighed earnestly. Brother, do not weep. Stand up and take action. I am unscathed. Upon hearing Chu Ye's words, Belle nodded gratefully and replied, Thank you for your concern, Chu. Observing Belle's earnest demeanor, Chu Ye could not suppress a smirk. Fortunately, This fellow's command of the Chinese language was mediocre, or he might have already succumbed to a frenzy. While conversing with Chu Ye, Bell casually picked up the Swiss Army knife he had borrowed earlier during the dissection of the wild boar and plunged it into the ground beneath him. With a crisp sound, Bell's expression shifted to one of intrigue. "Chu, it seems there is something here." As he spoke, Bell began to excavate the earth beneath his feet. As a wilderness survival expert, despite his earlier novice-like behavior, he possessed a solid grasp of certain fundamentals. From a sensation relayed through the Swiss Army knife, he deduced that the soil beneath him was anything but ordinary. As Bell continued his efforts, a hint of red gradually emerged from the soil. Gazing at the revealed object, Chu Ye was initially taken aback, but then a glimmer of delight flickered in his eyes. Could it be? With his thoughts racing, Chu Ye swiftly approached and reached out to touch the exposed red section. "Chu, do not be deceived. This is merely some common hematite." Upon witnessing Chu Ye's actions, Bell's face betrayed a hint of disappointment. He had anticipated uncovering a treasure buried on the deserted island, only to discover it was but ordinary iron ore. Given that they were on a deserted island, the value of iron ore paled in comparison to that of a wild hare for Bell. In stark contrast to Bell, Chu Ye wore a beaming expression, his delight so palpable that one could almost glimpse his molars through his smile. Ever since the completion of his task, he had been tirelessly searching for a small iron mine. Regrettably, despite his relentless efforts, his endeavors bore no fruit, leaving him with no choice but to adopt a Zen-like patience. "Bell, do you know what this is?" "Hematite." Upon hearing Bell's words, Chu Ye strove to suppress his grin before responding. "With these materials, we can forge more tools, making our life on this deserted island significantly easier." However, as soon as he uttered these words, he noticed an odd glint in Bella's eyes. If one were to describe it, it resembled the look a neighbor might cast upon the village chief's dim-witted son. After a fleeting glance at Chu Ye, Bell finally spoke. "Chu, you don't seriously believe that possessing iron ore will grant us iron tools, do you?" As he spoke, the incredulity in his gaze was unmistakable. Transforming iron ore into iron requires a scorching temperature of at least 1,500 degrees Celsius. Given our current circumstances, that is utterly unattainable. Observing Bell's eye and the scholar demeanor, Chu Ye chuckled and shook his head. "Are you doubting me?" Before Chu Ye could articulate his thoughts, Bell exclaimed, "Chu, you cannot be so obstinate. This hematite is nothing more than a pile of worthless debris to us." In response to Bell's assertion, a subtle smile crept across Chu Ye's lips. "Bell, are you so certain of your judgment?" "Absolutely." Without hesitation, Bell declared with unwavering self-assurance, "I trust my knowledge as devoutly as I do my faith in the divine. How about we make a wager?" Gazing at Bell's fervent conviction, Chu Ye boldly replied, "If I can transform this iron ore into usable iron, then in future endeavors, as long as I do not breach our moral boundaries, you shall follow my commands." Chapter 103. Wang Ruoxin's decision. Absolutely. As soon as Chu Ye finished speaking, Bell immediately interjected, "However, should you lose, our previous wager will be rendered void." Bell's gaze was fixed intently on Chu Ye. While he would gladly offer millions to have Chu Ye join his show, after all, Chu Ye's presence would significantly enhance his security. He could not shake off the humiliation of his prior defeat. Bell felt a pressing need to reclaim the dignity that had been cast aside, much like being marooned on a deserted island. Absolutely. Chu Ye had no objections to such a seemingly foolproof wager. In truth, his interest in betting with Bell stemmed merely from his admiration for the man. Although Chen served as his loyal subordinate, his physical stature and capabilities limited him to menial tasks, such as hunting, activities that Chu Ye would have to undertake himself. Bell, on the other hand, boasted of being a man at the pinnacle of the food chain, making his hunting prowess undeniably trustworthy. Watching Bell, who radiated confidence, Chu Ye's smile broadened. With a victory, he could finally lead a genuine island getaway life with his daughter. In that fleeting moment, Chu Ye found himself wishing for the encounter of a chef, preferably one willing to engage in a wager. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have triggered a quest. Please check promptly. Just as Chu Ye was lost in his delightful daydream, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his ears. Taken aback, Chu Ye realized that quests were typically issued only when Shao Xiner had a request. Proactive quests were a rarity. View quest. Upon uttering the command, the task panel materialized before Chu Ye. Quest. The princess's servant description. As a princess, how could one be without a dedicated servant? Requirements. Equip Shao Xiner with sufficient attendance. including 1 bodyguard, 1 chef, and 1 playmate. Deadline: 1 month quest reward. A treasure map of the deserted island failure penalty. Randomly lose 2 divine-level skills well. This was yet another task that must be completed. Observing the requirements, Chu Ye's lips twitched. He was confident that Belle could fulfill the role of the bodyguard, and playmates could be provided by Wang Jiamei and by Yu. However, the chef posed a challenge. Should he consider training Chen Jian? Given the slim chances of encountering a chef on the island, Chu Ye had to shift his perspective. As the saying goes, a large head and thick neck do not guarantee wealth, but may suggest a chef, and with Chen Jian's physique, he seemed destined for the culinary arts. As Chu Ye pondered the feasibility of cultivating Chen Jian's skills, the latter, laboring diligently not far away, suddenly felt a chill creep down his spine. Without delving into the sixth sense that inexplicably warned him, it was evident that the onlookers were skeptical of the wager between Chu Ye and Belle. It was a far-fetched notion to turn iron or into regular iron on a deserted island. Master Pang, I await the downfall of Lord Chu with bated breath. The astrologers, should Lord Chu succeed this time, I shall consume my computer. Laughing monarch, the above has quite an appetite. Scholar of few words, indeed, quite the appetite above. Yet, setting aside the spectator's innermost thoughts, after solidifying the wager with Chu Ye, Belle was instantly relieved of his back pain and fatigue, as his intellect once again reclaimed its rightful position. However, unbeknownst to Belle, as he reveled in his optimistic visions of the future, a stunning beauty in a courtyard of Longdu was already seething with resentment towards him. Cousin, I insist you teach that scoundrel a lesson, Wang Ruoxin declared fiercely, her gaze fixed intently on Belle's image on the television. Observing her cousin's demeanor, Wang Qimei could not help but twitch her lips in sympathetic amusement, silently praying for Belle's safety for several minutes. Her cousin had always been headstrong, otherwise she would not have left home to escape an arranged marriage. Through her observations over time, Wang Qimei had come to understand Wang Ruoxin's deep affection for Chu Ye and Xiao Xiner. Meanwhile, Belle had first bullied Xiao Xiner and then tormented Chu Ye. If Wang Ruoxin were not incensed in such circumstances, she would no longer be Wang Ruoxin. Just as Wang Qimei was lamenting internally, Wang Ruoxin suddenly straightened her expression and turned to her cousin. Cousin, I wish to participate in this program. What? Upon hearing Wang Ruoxin's words, Wang Qimei was momentarily taken aback, followed by an exclamation of surprise. As sisters who had grown up together, Wang Qimei understood Wang Ruoxin all too well. The girl might claim she wanted to join a survival show, but it was clear she sought to reunite with her husband and daughter. Are you not concerned about grandfather discovering this? Wang Qimei inquired, observing the resolute expression on Wang Ruoxin's face. Not all. No sooner had the words escaped her lips than Wang Ruoxin cast a pitiful glance at her cousin. As long as you keep it a secret from me, grandfather and the others will surely not find out so soon. Chapter 104. The ups and downs of life, gazing at the pitiful expression of Wang Ruoxin as she stared at her. Wang Qimei couldn't help but twitch her lips. Have you truly considered this? Her tone was solemn, for she understood that life on a deserted island was far from the idyllic fantasy one might envision. I have thought it through. Wang Ruoxin replied resolutely, her determination evident. As long as I can be with them, even on a deserted island, I am willing. Observing the tender gaze Wang Ruoxin cast towards the screen, where Chu Ye was portrayed, Wang Qimei felt a pang of sorrow. What is so remarkable about having a man? Does having a man justify looking down on those who are single? Is flaunting a relationship everywhere truly acceptable? After mentally subjecting Chu Ye to numerous tortures, Wang Qimei elegantly addressed Wang Ruoxin. Since you have made your decision, I shall escort you to meet your man shortly. At this point, she felt compelled to add a reminder. However, you both must prepare to face the old master soon. I cannot conceal this for long. Rest assured, cousin. Upon receiving Wang Qimei's agreement, Wang Ruoxin's face lit up with joy, and she planted a big kiss on her cheek. Meanwhile, on the deserted island, Chu Ye remained oblivious to the imminent arrival of his beloved princess's mother. Currently, he was preoccupied with tending to the fire, while Chen Jian looked on with a heart full of sorrow. Why didn't you invite me when you placed that bet? Chen Jian lamented, his pudgy face scrunching up in dismay, gazing at Chu Ye with the eyes of a scorned lover. Hearing Chen Jian's words, Chu Ye felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Didn't you say you would never bet with me again? Before Chu Ye could finish, Chen Jian's expression darkened, and he sighed deeply. Indeed, He had vowed never to gamble with Chu Ye again, but he had not anticipated that Chu Ye would suddenly lose his reason. On the deserted island, transforming iron ore into regular iron was an endeavor Chen Jian would bet his unwavering faith in God against. Such a feat was unequivocally impossible. After all, using ordinary flames to craft red bricks could be regarded as a unique skill, but if one could forge iron, that would be nothing short of magic. What saddened Chen Jian the most was the loss of this assured victory, a golden opportunity for a turnaround, all due to his momentary lapse in attention. Contemplating this, his heart grew heavier, and he cast a gaze filled with envy towards Bay Air. Why was it that, in the realm of wagers, others could swiftly turn their fortunes, while he found himself repeatedly stumbling in the same place? Amidst his confusion, he also felt a tinge of frustration. Why didn't Chu Ye consider looking out for him? After all, the fertile water should not flow to outsiders. The perplexities that linger in Chen Jian's mind are destined to remain unanswered. At a moment when he questions the meaning of life, the ever-enthusiastic Bell interjects, "Chu, the hematite you requested is ready." As he spoke, Bell gestured toward a pile of crimson stones at his feet. Eager to overcome Chu Ye and redeem himself, Bell unhesitatingly offered his assistance upon learning that Chu Ye intended to forge wrought iron using ordinary flames. He helped gather iron ore. Observing the stones at Bell's feet, a peculiar smile crept upon Chu Ye's lips. "Thank you." Chu Ye harbors immense gratitude for both Bell and Chen Jian, for individuals like them, who are so willing to contribute, are indeed rare. No, Shu. I believe it is I who should express my gratitude to you." Upon hearing Chu Ye's words, Bell was momentarily taken aback, then quickly shook his head. "Without you, I would find it exceedingly difficult to secure victory in this wager." Watching Bell's confident demeanor, Chu Ye couldn't help but sigh, casually tossing the hematite that Bell had gathered into the fire. As a benevolent figure, he decided it best not to dampen Bell's spirits, for moments of joy are all too fleeting. Unbeknownst to Chen Jian and Bell, Chu Ye's inner thoughts were quite different. They assumed his sigh was a premonition of his impending failure. "Chu, you need not be overly sorrowful. In life, one inevitably encounters failures. Regardless, Chu Ye remains Bell's chosen future partner, and Bell would not allow him to descend into despair over a mere wager." Thus, despite the joy swelling within him, Bell diligently endeavored to console Chu Ye on the surface. "Yes, you're absolutely right." Acknowledging Bell's sentiments, Chu Ye nodded earnestly. "So, Bell, are you prepared to embrace your failure?" As he spoke, Chu Ye stirred the fire before him with a stick. "Failure?" Bell was momentarily taken aback by Chu Ye's remark. Chapter 105. Confidence. How is this possible? Before he could finish his sentence, Bell let out a gasp. At some point, the pile of hematite beside him had vanished, replaced instead by some dark, indistinct objects. Bell was no fool. With his vast experience, he recognized that these were indeed iron. Not iron ore, but genuine wrought iron. Is it really that simple? Observing Bell's incredulous expression, Chu Ye smiled slightly and replied, "All you need to do is place the iron ore into the fire and give it a good burn." Upon hearing Chu Ye's words, Bell's mouth twitched uncontrollably. In truth, it was not just Bell, Chen Jian, Baiyu, and the viewers watching the live stream were also plunged into a crisis of their own worldviews. Xian Yuan 11 exclaimed, "Quick, someone come. I can't hold down the coffin lid of the chemist." Xiao Zun commented, "Zhonglan Xing Hai, Zhou Pi first, Ming all by Xing." Shu Jiuhui added, "I'm currently kneeling here watching the live stream. Don't ask me why. Oh my god, how can this be?" Compared to the audience, Bell's confusion ran deeper, accompanied by a profound sense of heartache. Why? Why did this happen? If only a teacher had informed him years ago that iron could be smelted this way, would he have suffered such a devastating defeat? While others merely faced a challenge to their worldview, he had irrevocably sacrificed his own freedom. Was he destined to end up like that rotund fellow? Watching Chen Jian, who was sweating profusely from digging, only intensified Bell's anguish. Sensing Bell's gaze, Chen Jian was taken aback momentarily before breaking into a broad grin. "Welcome, brother." Initially, Chen Jian had hoped Bell would triumph over Chu Ye, thereby ending the latter's undefeated legend. However, upon Bell's defeat, Chen Jian suddenly found a greater pleasure in the situation, as it meant he was no longer the sole victim on this island. Seeing the schadenfreude smile on Chen Jian's face, Bell couldn't help but twitch his lips. Why did he suddenly find this chubby guy so insufferable? Just as Chen Jian and Belle exchanged glances, a sudden scream echoed from a distance. What happened? Upon hearing the cry, Chu Ye and the others were momentarily stunned before hastily rushing over. Earlier, while the three had been betting, Bai Yu and the others had been foraging for wild fruits in the nearby woods, feeling secure due to the presence of the large, foolish figure. However, judging by the shriek, something distressing had clearly transpired. Fortunately, to mitigate unexpected events, Bai Yu and the others had not wandered far to gather fruits. After the scream rang out, Chu Ye and his companions quickly felt the urgency. What is going on? Upon arriving at the location, Chu Ye noticed Bai Yu anxiously assisting Wang Jiamei, who was standing on one foot with an expression of utter agony, her face drenched in sweat. Upon hearing Chu Ye's voice, Bai Yu and the others evidently found their beacon of hope, with Xiao Shiner directly clutching Chu Ye's arm, exclaiming, "Daddy, Jiamei's sister has been stung by a scorpion. Please hurry and take a look." What? The moment Xiao Shiner's words escaped her lips, both Chu Ye and Bai Er's expressions shifted dramatically as they hurriedly glanced at Wang Jiamei's leg. While it might seem trivial to the average person to be stung by a scorpion, for those like Chu Ye and Bai Er who possessed wilderness survival experience, it was a matter of grave concern. In the wild, venomous creatures are far more terrifying than ferocious beasts. Upon learning that Wang Jiamei had been stung by a scorpion, Chu Ye disregarded any reservations regarding gender and swiftly grasped her elevated leg, pulling her pant leg up. Hiss! As Wang Jiamei's leg was revealed, the onlookers collectively gasped in shock. In a mere few minutes, her left leg had swollen significantly, and the skin had turned a ghastly shade of purple. "Daddy, please help Jiamei's sister." Seeing Wang Jiamei's injured leg, Xiao Shiner's eyes brimmed with tears, her expression filled with desperate hope as she looked at Chu Ye. On this deserted island, Wang Jiamei was the person Xiao Shiner was closest to, apart from Chu Ye. This bond was fostered not only by Jiamei's unwavering care, but also by the warmth that radiated from her presence. "Don't worry, everything will be fine." Chu Ye reassured Xiao Shiner, gently patting her head. "The sting has not occurred for long. There is still time for treatment." "Chu, perhaps we should call in the rescue team?" Chen Jian, observing Chu Ye's confident demeanor, could not help but interject. The global broadcast had long anticipated the potential occurrences on the deserted island, and thus a rescue team was readily available on site. Chapter 106. Old Chu. "Do you want a wife?" "No need." Upon hearing Chen Jian's words, Chu Ye shook his head without hesitation. At this point, waiting for the rescue team is too late. How could that be? Just as Chu Ye finished speaking, Chen Jian couldn't help but exclaim, "Could the venom of this scorpion be that terrifying?" In truth, it wasn't just Chen Jian. Even the viewers watching the live stream wore expressions of confusion. Generally speaking, the toxicity of venomous creatures correlates with their environment, which is why individuals of the same species can exhibit varying levels of toxicity depending on their location. Given the remote island they occupied, it was reasonable to assume that even if venomous creatures existed, their venom would not be particularly potent. It is not about the venomous creature itself. Observing Chen Jian's puzzled expression, Chu Ye explained while using nearby vines to bind Wang Jiamei's legs at the calves. It's akin to a normal person's allergies. Her body is simply more sensitive to this toxin. As he spoke, Chu Ye felt a hint of helplessness. Such individuals with unique constitutions are common in life. Yet few display symptoms as pronounced as Wang Jiamei's. "Daddy, please hurry and heal Sister Shanmei. Exiner wants to play with her." While Chu Ye was explaining to the group, little Exiner anxiously addressed him. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a task. Please check promptly." After hearing Exiner, Chu Ye nodded earnestly. "Don't worry. Sister Shanmei will be fine shortly." While soothing little Exiner, he glanced at his task panel and found it aligned with his expectations. Task: Divine Doctor Daddy. Description: according to the little princess's wish, you should now be a divine doctor. Requirements: cure Wang Jiamei and ensure her safety. Time limit: 30 minutes. Reward: 1 wife. Failure penalty: loss of reputation and status. Hiss. Upon seeing his task panel, Chu Ye couldn't help but gasp. Dog system. Has your scope of business expanded so widely? Chu Ye wasn't overly concerned about the task. If he couldn't handle such a trivial issue, he wouldn't deserve the title of divine doctor from his past life. What truly piqued his curiosity was the task's reward: 1 wife. Cough cough 1. In his previous life, during moments of boredom, Chu Ye would read online novels and was no stranger to systems, which facilitated his swift adaptation after transmigrating. However, he had never encountered a system as audacious as this one, wagering Chen Jian's life. The notion of receiving a wife as a reward had never even crossed his mind when he indulged in wife cakes. Ding! All rewards from this system are within the rules. There's no need for the host to be overly surprised. Upon hearing the system's voice, Chu Ye couldn't help but twitch his lips. So, was this fellow just criticizing him for being overly astonished? After defiantly raising a middle finger towards the system, Chu Ye, with a fervent sense of pilgrimage, redirected his gaze to Wang Shanmei's legs. From this moment onward, in Chu Ye's eyes, the girl's legs transformed from mere ordinary limbs into those of his beloved wife. Were it not for his remaining rationality, he might have bellowed, "For my wife." At that very instant, Chu Ye, what is wrong with you? Noticing Chu Ye's intense fixation on Wang Shanmei's left leg, Chen Jian couldn't help but clear his throat twice. If it's not feasible, perhaps we should call for the rescue team? Absolutely not. Chu Ye exclaimed vehemently, interrupting Chen Jian's suggestion. How absurd. This was a matter of utmost significance regarding his potential acquisition of a wife. How could he allow this rotund man to jeopardize it? In Chu Ye's mind, the system momentarily morphed into an elderly figure, wearing a sly expression, gazing at him and inquiring, "Old Chu, do you want a wife or not?" Meanwhile, Chen Jian represented the dark forces attempting to thwart his nod of agreement. After shooting Chen Jian a fierce glare, Chu Ye finally turned his attention back to Wang Shanmei. Due to her physical condition, Wang Shanmei had succumbed to unconsciousness. Given the urgency of the situation, Chu Ye dared not squander any more time. He promptly withdrew his Swiss Army knife. In light of the current predicament, Wang Shanmei's fainting proved to be a fortuitous occurrence, as Chu Ye's subsequent actions elicited a collective flinch from those present. Under their watchful gazes, he deftly made a shallow incision on Wang Shanmei's leg with a knife. As the wound appeared, dark crimson blood began to flow forth. Observing this, rather than panicking, Chu Ye nodded in satisfaction, instructing, "Bring me the herbs I collected earlier." As a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, herb gathering was almost second nature to Chu Ye, especially in such an environment. Without waiting for others to react, Xiao Exen hurriedly dashed towards her room to fetch the requested items. Chapter 107. The chef training program. Previously, the herbs collected by Chu Ye were stored in Xiao Exener's room. Observing Xiao Exener's actions, Chen Jian promptly followed suit. For the quantity of herbs gathered by Chu Ye was substantial, and it was impossible for Xiao Exener to carry them all alone. Among those present, apart from Chu Ye, none were familiar with the herbs. Hence it was imperative to transport all of them to ensure their efficacy. While Chen Jian busied himself with the herbs, Chu Ye swiftly assisted Wang Shanmei in completing the bloodletting. Once the blood flowing from the wound regained its crimson hue, Chu Ye nodded in approval and selected several herbs from those brought by Chen Jian. He crushed them and applied the mixture to Wang Shanmei's wound. Rest assured, once the venom is released, there will be no further issues. These herbs merely serve to prevent infection, Chu Ye explained, smiling at the concerned gazes of the onlookers. Wang Shanmei had merely suffered a scorpion sting, which was not a grave matter. The situation had escalated primarily due to her unique constitution. But as long as the venom was expelled, she would be fine. Upon hearing Chu Ye's words, although the others did not fully comprehend, they could discern from Wang Shanmei's gradually rejuvenating complexion that his assertions were indeed valid. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The reward has been dispensed. Please check your inventory. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Wang Shanmei soon regained consciousness as her complexion improved. At that very moment, the voice of the system echoed in Chu Ye's mind. He swore he had never before been so fond of the system's voice as he was now. In an instant, he felt a newfound elevation in his status. From this moment forward, Chu Ye, was a man with a wife, albeit one he had yet to meet. Uncertain of her beauty or charm, the thought sent a shiver down his spine. System, you haven't conjured a blow-up doll, have you? Such speculation was unavoidable, as a reward for this task seemed far less credible than even the laughing gentleman. Ding! Please trust in the integrity of this system. Upon hearing the system's voice, Chu Ye ultimately nodded. Thus far, the system had not engaged in any deceptive practices. Well, now that she has awakened, let us escort her back to her room for some rest. Observing Wang Shanmei's improving condition, Chu Ye nodded and addressed Bai Yu, who stood nearby. Although the scorpion's venom had been cleared, Wang Shanmei was still in a state of significant blood loss and required a period of rest. Upon hearing Chu Ye's directive, Baiyu earnestly nodded and supported Wang Shanmei as they made their way to the room. Meanwhile, Chu Ye turned to Chen Jian. Since you've gathered several eggs recently, why don't you prepare some egg custard for her? Me? Chen Jian responded, momentarily taken aback, then incredulously pointed to himself. Had he not known he was no match for Chu Ye, he might have been tempted to deliver a sharp rebuke. I, Chen, am somewhat of a renowned tycoon in this country, yet here I find myself stripped of dignity, reduced to the status of either a menial servant or a cook. Observing the expression on Chen Jian's face, a subtle smile graced Chu Ye's lips. If you are unwilling, then perhaps you could assist me in digging a couple more pits, as the quantity of salt we are producing may prove insufficient. No need. The moment Chu Ye's words left his mouth, Chen Jian, with a wary expression, shook his head and promptly made an ill-fated choice. It's merely boiling egg soup, and I absolutely adore making egg soup. Clearly, when faced with the two evils, the lesser of the two was chosen. Compared to digging pits, preparing soup was a far lighter task. As for the notion of insufficient salt, Chen Jian held no belief in such nonsense. With merely 6 of them, how could they possibly consume hundreds of pounds of salt? Indeed, just this morning, under the guidance of Comrade Chu Ye, Comrade Chen Jian personally took action, and the salt field they meticulously crafted together had already begun to yield salt. Moreover, it was yielding hundreds of pounds. Watching Chen Jian saunter away with a swaying gait, Chu Ye could not help but smile. Step 1 of the exclusive chef training program for Xiao Xin has commenced. After mentally celebrating his own cleverness with a silent cheer, Chu Ye turned his attention to a treasure chest-like box within his system. Upon the salt field's production this morning, the system had deemed Chu Ye's task complete, and this treasure chest was the reward bestowed upon him. Rubbing his hands together in anticipation, Chu Ye quietly commanded the system, unlock the mysterious treasure chest. With a melodious chime, as soon as Chu Ye's voice resonated, an image of a treasure chest opening, showered in golden light, materialized in his mind. The radiant brilliance nearly blinded him. What is this? So dazzling, so captivating. However, the true scenario unfolded after a lackluster lottery scene typical of third-rate internet users, followed by the resounding voice of the system. Chapter 108. The century-old Ganoderma Ding. Congratulations, host, on unlocking the mysterious treasure chest and receiving the reward. 1 piece of century-old Ganoderma. Please check it promptly. Century-old Ganoderma? Upon hearing the system's voice, Chu Ye was momentarily taken aback, and then his face flushed with a visible crimson hue. Were it not for the need to maintain his composure, he would have been tempted to sing a jubilant tune to express his elation. As a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, what is it that he cherishes most? Medicinal herbs. The rarer the herb, the more it captures the admiration of a physician, and without a doubt, century-old Ganoderma meets Chu Ye's lofty standards. The world knows that a century-old ginseng can aid those on the brink of death, yet few recognize that century-old Ganoderma possesses its own unique benefits. While ordinary Ganoderma can assist in combating aging and enhancing beauty, the century-old variety, when combined with other herbs, can concoct the legendary longevity elixir. This elixir differs significantly from the pills crafted by alchemists. It utilizes a variety of rare herbs to help the user restore their vitality, thereby prolonging life. Moreover, although it may not extend one's life by decades, consuming the longevity elixir can effectively rejuvenate an individual by several years. In essence, if a 70-year-old consumes the elixir, not only might he live an additional year or two, but his appearance could also regress to that of a man in his 50s. Regrettably, the cost of crafting the longevity elixir is exorbitant. During Chu Ye's previous life, only a handful of affluent individuals could amass such a collection of herbs. Furthermore, century-old Ganoderma can also be utilized to formulate powerful health-boosting medicines, making it an exceptionally rare treasure. Upon realizing he had obtained a piece of century-old Ganoderma, Chu Ye was undeniably exhilarated, even more so than when he first learned of his new wife. Had it not been for the system's exceedingly inhumane method of distributing rewards, he would have already begun digging fervently in search of his precious Ganoderma. Fortunately, Chu Ye developed a certain understanding of this pesky system and knew that such a method would yield no results. While contemplating the form in which the Ganoderma might reveal itself, he suddenly heard the voice of little Xin. "Daddy, shall we go mushroom picking?" Gazing at his daughter, who was clinging to him with eager anticipation. Chu Ye was momentarily taken aback. "Little Xiner, why do you wish to go mushroom picking?" In response to Chu Ye's inquiry, Xiner candidly explained, "Uncle Chen just said that eating small wild chicken stew with mushrooms can help Sister Shan may recover more quickly. So I want to help her pick mushrooms." As she spoke, she earnestly pointed to the little creature perched on her shoulder with the mushrooms and Gio. "Sister Shan, May will surely get better quickly." At Xiner's words, Chu Ye couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. One cannot help but ponder the transgressions of the unfortunate creature known as Juju, who, in a previous life, must have committed some grave misdeed to find itself in the service of a young mistress like Xiner. Not only must it constantly worry about becoming a mere reserve supply for little Xiner, but it is now also tasked with the solemn duty of providing medicinal herbs. Fortunately, Juju is still incapable of speech. Otherwise, one could easily envision it lamenting to the heavens, exclaiming, "Alas, it is I, a mere chicken, who bears the burden alone." As Chu Ye silently scoffed at this predicament, Xiner spoke once more, expressing her disappointment. "It is a pity that Juju is still so small. I wonder if it will suffice for Sister Shanmei." While speaking, Xiner playfully poked Juju, who was tilting its head in curiosity. "It is all your fault for not eating properly. Otherwise, you could surely help Sister Shanmei with her illness by now." Observing the earnest expression on Xiner's face, Chu Ye could not help but cast a sympathetic glance at the weeping Juju and the three plump little creatures. If memory serves, tiger bones and even wild boar are known to possess medicinal properties. Little did Xiner know that her father was currently occupied with feelings of guilt regarding his reserve supply brigade. Noticing that Chu Ye had been unresponsive for quite some time, Xiner tugged his arm, declaring, "Daddy, I wish to go mushroom picking. Please take me with you." Upon seeing her eager demeanor, Chu Ye affectionately touched the tip of her nose. "Since our little princess has spoken, I shall certainly oblige." Ding! "Congratulations, host, you have triggered a task. Please check immediately." As soon as Chu Ye finished speaking, the voice of the system resonated. Upon hearing this announcement, a triumphant smile graced Chu Ye's face. "This time, my response was swifter than yours." Traditionally, whenever Xiner voiced a request, the system would be the first to hasten to issue a task. But today, Chu Ye had finally managed to turn the tables. "Check the task." Though he internally scoffed, Chu Ye found himself quite curious about the nature of his assigned task. How splendid it would be to obtain a century-old spiritual herb. Chapter 109. She will like it, of course. Even Chu Ye himself was aware that this was merely a fanciful aspiration. A century-old Ganoderma is not easily obtained. Nonetheless, as a humble individual, Chu Ye believed he ought to harbor some dreams befitting his station, such as acquiring another century-old Ganoderma. It is fortunate that this notion resided solely within the confines of his imagination. Should he dare to voice such a thought, he would undoubtedly be met with the scornful derision of countless internet users. Another century-old Ganoderma? Are you not aspiring for a mere salted fish to soar, but rather for a humble chicken to transform into a phoenix? Setting aside idle chatter, as soon as Chu Ye uttered his wish, a task panel materialized before him. Task: Mushroom Hunter, Wild Chicken Slayer. Description: as a devoted father, one must ensure that his daughter's kind heart is nurtured. Requirements: harvest mushrooms, capture wild chickens, and prepare a delectable wild chicken and mushroom stew for Wang Shanmei. Time limit: 1 hour. Task reward: 1 mischievous child failure penalty. Future task rewards will be diminished by 1 tier. Gazing at the task, Chu Ye could not help but twitch his lips, setting aside the absurdity of the reward. The very notion of failure brought forth a daunting penalty that he would prefer to avoid. This penalty, though seemingly simple in its wording, would result in substantial losses should he falter. Take, for instance, the century-old Ganoderma. Only such a specimen can be used to concoct a longevity elixir. A mere 99-year-old Ganoderma would fail to yield its full potential, were it not for his unwavering confidence. Chu Ye might well suspect that the penalty for failure was devised by the system solely to exploit him. Without further ado, after agreeing with Shiner, Chu Ye promptly carried her into the depths of the forest. Following previous calamities involving wild boars and a recent scorpion sting incident, the perceived danger of this woodland had significantly escalated. At least in the eyes of the onlookers, Shiner's desire to venture into the forest necessitated Chu Ye's accompaniment. Otherwise, even Bay Air and Chen would not suffice to assuage their concerns. Although it had not rained, The island's climate rendered the forest an ideal habitat for mushrooms. Within mere minutes, Chu Ye and Xiao Shiner stumbled upon a vast expanse teeming with mushroom growth. Once he confirmed that the mushrooms were of a non-toxic variety, he felt reassured, allowing Xiao Shiner to harvest them. While Xiao Shiner busied herself with picking mushrooms, Chu Ye skillfully captured 2 wild chickens. For one capable of throwing stones and fishing, capturing wild chickens was hardly a challenge. Observing the 2 wild chickens in his grasp and the engrossed Xiao Shiner diligently tending to a small mushroom, a smile illuminated her face. Wonderful. For now, I need not eat Chiu. Hearing Xiao Shiner's words, Chu Ye could not help but scratch his head. If Jujin possessed wisdom, it would undoubtedly express profound gratitude towards the system. Without it, one can only imagine the excruciating trials it would have to endure. Just then, Chu Ye was momentarily taken aback. Where had the crybaby vanished? With a perplexed expression, he noted that typically, Xiao Xiner and the crybaby were inseparable companions, akin to 2 sides of the same coin. Yet now, beside Xiao Xiner, there were only Jujin, who was busy consuming mushrooms, and Duo Ro, darting about energetically. It is no exaggeration to say that compared to the treatment afforded to the crybaby, Jujin and Duo Ro appeared to be the neglected offspring of a stepmother. Upon hearing Chu Ye's words, a faint smile graced Xiao Xing's face. The crybaby had helped sister, Shan Mei, gather mushrooms, hoping for a swift recovery. As the saying goes, speak of the devil, and he shall appear, for the crybaby indeed manifested at that moment. No sooner had Xiao Xiner spoken than its voice echoed from a distance. Following the sound, Chu Ye quickly spotted the crybaby, noticeably larger than before, scampering towards them on its short legs. Moreover, it was holding a mushroom in its mouth, which made its vocalization sound particularly peculiar. Observing the crybaby's antics, Chu Ye couldn't help but smirk. Xiner, how many mushrooms has the crybaby brought back for you? Where have you placed them? A great many, replied Xiao Xiner, casually gesturing to a pile of mushrooms on her clothing. I've placed them together with the ones I picked. At her words, Chu Ye felt a smirk tug at his lips, revealing an expression of knowing amusement. He should have anticipated this when Xiao Xiner mentioned the crybaby's assistance. After all, it was a tiger, and to bring back mushrooms, it could only use its mouth. Ahem. Watching the crybaby return, Chu Ye couldn't suppress a couple of coughs. I believe Sister Shan Mei will surely appreciate them. Chapter 110. The loss caused by the crybaby upon hearing Chu Ye's words. A joyful expression illuminated Xiao Xiner's face. Of course, these mushrooms were painstakingly collected by me and the crybaby. Observing Cio Xiner es earnest dimiano. Chu Ye could only let out a resigned sigh, silently offering an apology to Wang Shanmei in his heart. Even the esteemed leader proclaimed, if it's not clean, one won't fall ill from eating it. Thus it stands to reason that the new generation, basking in the leader's radiance, should also be capable of adhering to this notion. Although Wang Shanmei was a striking beauty, Chu Ye was acutely aware of the priorities when compared to his own daughter. Without a moment's hesitation, he resolved to sacrifice Wang Shanmei for the sake of his daughter's cheerful disposition. After all, it was merely a matter of consuming a morsel touched by a tiger's saliva, a trivial concern indeed. Were Wang Shanmei to uncover Chu Ye's inner thoughts, it was quite likely that she would regain her vigor before her injuries had even healed, perhaps delivering a couple of resounding slaps to him. With the well-being of his daughter at the forefront of his thoughts, Chu Ye stood aside, watching as the crybaby expelled the mushroom from its mouth. However, upon discerning the object that the crybaby had ejected, Chu Ye's expression underwent a drastic transformation. Where on earth did you acquire this? As he spoke, he tenderly grasped the mushroom the crybaby had regurgitated, his hands trembling with distress. In such a state, anyone with sight could readily perceive the anguish etched across Chu Ye's face. Witnessing Chu Ye's reaction, the audience watching the live stream was momentarily stunned. Xian Yuan 11. What transpired? I merely stepped away to use the restroom. And why has Lord Chu transformed into this state? Master Pang, judging by that expression, could it be hemorrhoids acting up? Xiao Jun. As expected of the man I, Xiao Jun, hold in high esteem. Such formidable deductive prowess. One Jian Zhongnan. Master Pang belongs to me. Others should exercise restraint. Diaolong, wishing for a long-lasting. Unlike the fans of others. While Chu Ye's admirers certainly idolized him, they often relished in joking with one another. To them, Chu Ye's performance was so impeccable that it elicited an irresistible desire to witness him falter just once. Of course, Chu Ye remained oblivious to such sentiments, as he was currently gazing sorrowfully at the peculiar mushroom in his hand, the Millennium Ganoderma. Indeed, this bizarre fungus, now smeared with the crybaby saliva, was the long-awaited Millennium Ganoderma. Gazing at the two tiny bite marks on the fungus, Chu Ye couldn't help but sigh. System, do you offer a 7-day, no-reason return policy for rewards dispensed? Ding. All consequences following the issuance of rewards shall be borne by the host. Upon hearing the system's voice beside him, Chu Ye felt another pang in his heart. Although he had long anticipated such an eventuality, facing the reality was still somewhat difficult to accept. It is important to recognize that this is a millennium-old Ganoderma, a treasure that, once revealed, could drive countless individuals into a frenzy. It is indeed disheartening that it has been marred by a mere tiger. Although Chu Ye possesses unique methods to preserve the medicinal potency of this Ganoderma, as a physician, he cannot help but feel a sense of discomfort upon witnessing damage to such a divine herb. Consequently, the audience observes that Chu Ye's expression grows increasingly tormented and fierce, culminating in a hint of regret. Indeed, Chu Ye feels regret. While he was already aware that the system's task rewards could be quite erratic, he never anticipated they would reach such an extreme. Had he known that the system would juxtapose the Millennium Ganoderma with mushrooms, he would have certainly refused to allow the weeping child to gather the mushrooms. After all, small creatures should embody their nature. Foraging for mushrooms is beyond their capacity. Furthermore, a sense of unease lingers in Chu Ye's heart, for he has yet to account for his wife, who remains unaccounted for. Given the current behavior of the system, who could fathom what unfortunate appearance his yet-to-be-met wife might possess? Unbeknownst to Chu Ye, the depth of his emotional turmoil has left the audience utterly bewildered, with some even speculating if he is suffering from hemorrhoids. At that moment, someone finally took notice of the Millennium Ganoderma in Chu Ye's grasp. The prophet. Am I the only one who feels that Chu Ye's expression is one of lament? Amumu, lament? What is there to lament? Gloomy thoughts. I am curious about the type of mushroom in Chu Ye's hand. It is remarkably beautiful. As the vast audience engaged in discussions about Chu Ye in the Dragon Kingdom, at the residence of the first general, others too had begun to take note of Chu Ye, or rather, the Millennium Ganoderma he held. Its hue resembling blood jade, with a robust cap. Could this truly be the Millennium Ganoderma? Chapter 111. The first general of the Dragon Kingdom, after scrutinizing the mushroom in Chu Ye's hand for an extended period, and even pausing the magnified image for confirmation, the elderly man in the room finally affirmed his judgment. In an instant, excitement illuminated his face. It is indeed a millennium-old Ganoderma. It appears that old Zhang's life can be spared this time. As he spoke, the old man rose from his recliner and bellowed toward the window. Wang Hu, get in here this instant. No sooner had he uttered those words than a middle-aged man clad in a tank top entered with a wry smile on his face. Father, regardless of the circumstances, I am still a general. Can you not afford me a modicum of respect? Respect? Upon hearing Wang Hu's words, the old man was initially taken aback, but then he erupted in a furious roar. You expect me to show you respect? Should I then salute and greet you every time I see you? As the old man spoke, spittle flew from his mouth and landed on Wang Hu's face. Yet he dare not flinch. After enduring the old man's tirade for a good 10 minutes, Wang Hu finally managed a rueful smile and inquired, Father, what is it that you wish to discuss with me? A hint of pleading flickered across Wang Hu's face, conveying a clear message. Father, you have pressing matters to attend to. Let's not squander time on trivialities. Despite being a general of the Dragon Kingdom, Wang Hu felt compelled to avoid any action that might displease his father. Although his father was over 70, Wang Hu understood all too well that even in a physical confrontation, he would not stand a chance against him. After all, the title of the first general of the Dragon Kingdom is not easily earned. While Wang Hu would not dare speak out against his father in private reprimands, the presence of numerous guards outside made the situation precarious. He could already envision tomorrow's headlines if his father continued to berate him. Shockingly, the first general of the Dragon Kingdom educates his son in such a manner. Fortunately, while Wang de Biao was known for his fiery temperament, he could distinguish between significant matters. Upon seeing his son's pitiful expression, he ceased his admonishments. After giving Wang Hu a fierce glare, Wang de Biao finally spoke. Are you familiar with the survival show on a desert island? Yes. Wang Hu nodded earnestly as soon as his father finished speaking. This program was overseen by his niece, Wang Mei. Although he did not pay much attention to it, he was somewhat informed. After answering his father's question, a flicker of curiosity crossed Wang Hu's eyes. Father, has Chi Mei encountered some trouble? He knew that ordinarily, Wang Debiao would not concern himself with such matters, and now, suddenly inquiring about it suggested that his niece might indeed be in need of assistance, prompting her to seek out her grandfather. Do you think Chi Mei is as useless as you? Upon hearing Wang Hu's words, Wang Debiao cast him a disdainful glare before speaking. As soon as Wang Debiao's words left his lips, Wang Hu could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth once more. The old man is the foremost general of the Dragon Kingdom, and he himself is lauded as the one most likely to become the next foremost general. Yet, despite such accomplishments, in the old man's eyes, he remains a mere buffoon. Particularly at home, Wang Hu's status is significantly overshadowed by that of his daughter and niece. If one were to rank the family hierarchy of the Wang clan, it would likely be Wang Debiao, Wang Ruoxin's sisters, Wang Hu and his brothers, followed by Wang Hu's children. Observing his grandfather's furious demeanor, Wang Hu's lips twitched in rapid succession before he spoke. Father, please say what you must directly. I cannot guess. Upon hearing Wang Hu's words, Wang Debiao nodded. Let me inform you, Ruoxin expressed a desire to go out for some fresh air, which is why she has joined this program. What? The moment Wang Debiao's words were uttered, Wang Hu erupted in a furious roar, an aura of terror emanating from him. This girl has truly lost her senses. First, she elopes, and now she participates in such. As he spoke halfway, Wang Hu abruptly closed his mouth, a look of frustration crossing his face. It wasn't that he wished to stop. Rather, he noticed the grim expression on his grandfather's face, darker than the bottom of a pot. The first rule of survival in the Wang family: never reprimand Wang Ruoxin in front of the old man. This thought flashed through Wang Hu's mind, causing him to grimace, and he sighed. It's over. Indeed, as soon as Wang Hu ceased speaking, he was met with Wang Debiao's mocking gaze. Speak up. Why have you fallen silent? Hearing Wang Debiao's words, Wang Hu chuckled sheepishly and scratched his head. I misspoke. That was definitely an impulsive slip of the tongue. Oomph. Observing Wang Hu's demeanor, Wang Debiao let out a cold snort and nodded. It was I who allowed Ruoxin to go out and enjoy herself. Do you have any objections? Chapter 112. The sorrow of Wang Hu upon hearing Wang Debiao's words. Wang Hu couldn't help but twitch his lips. With such an authoritative tone from the elder, could he dare to voice any dissent? Based on his years of experience within the Wang family, he knew that displaying even the slightest sign of discontent could provoke the old man's heavy hand to swiftly caress his face. However, this did not imply that Wang Hu was prepared to capitulate under the elder's dominance. Cautiously glancing at his father, he immediately activated his clever mind and addressed Wang Debiao. Father, since this is your thought, I certainly have no objections. I merely worry that Exiner may struggle to endure life on the deserted island. As he spoke, Wang Hu silently commended himself in his heart. It was well known that the elder cherished Wang Ruoxin above all others, making it impossible to directly refuse her wishes. Thus, the best strategy was to approach the matter indirectly. For instance, in this situation, Wang Hu was leveraging the elder's affection for Wang Ruoxin to achieve his own ends. Under normal circumstances, his plan would likely have succeeded. However, this time, it was evident that he had miscalculated. Upon hearing Wang Hu's words, Wang Debiao let out a cold snort. Put away your little schemes. I'm not so senile as to be easily deceived by you. Wang Hu couldn't help but twitch his lips again at the elder's remark. Well, it seemed there was truly no way out this time. Observing the twitching of Wang Hu's lips, Wang Debiao nodded in satisfaction. As a child he had raised with his own hands, he was well aware of Wang Hu's little tricks. Yet, many matters in daily life aligned with his desires, which is why he often feigned ignorance. This time, however, he could not afford to do so. Since Wang Ruoxin's return from her escapade, she had been eating and sleeping as usual. But anyone who truly understood her could see that the little girl was far from happy. Although it was unclear why she had suddenly expressed a desire to participate in the survival show on the deserted island. Upon witnessing the joyful gleam in her eyes as she spoke, he knew he had to acquiesce to her wishes. Seeing the steadfast expression on his father's face, Wang Hu could only smile bitterly, realizing that no amount of argument would change the outcome this time. With a resigned sigh, he finally asked, "Father, since you have made your decision, what did you summon me for?" However, before Wang Hu could finish, Wang Dabiao's fierce gaze fixed upon him. "As your father, am I not allowed to seek you out for a simple conversation?" Upon hearing this, Wang Hu felt his lips twitch again. If not for the elder's imposing presence, he would have retorted with, "When have you ever sought me out for a chat?" Of course, such words were far too perilous for Wang Hu to utter. Otherwise, the elder would not care about his current status, and he would certainly find himself facing a plate of stir-fried bamboo shoots and pork. In a fleeting moment, akin to a thousandth of a second, Wang Hu made a judicious choice. "Are you jesting, my esteemed elder? Should you wish to engage me in conversation, regardless of the gravity of the matter, I shall hasten to you without delay." Upon hearing Wang Hu's words, Wang Debiao nodded in satisfaction. Such remarks should be avoided in the future. As a general of the Dragon Nation, your every action must prioritize the welfare of the state. Indeed, if such words had been uttered by an ordinary individual, Wang would have dismissed them with derision. However, spoken by his own father, the esteemed general of the Dragon Nation, he harbored no doubts whatsoever. It is well known that his father devoted his entire life to the service of the Dragon Nation. It is no exaggeration to assert that should the nation ever be in need, as long as he still draws breath, he would boldly remove his oxygen supply to take to the battlefield. Observing Wang Hu's reaction, Wang Debiao nodded with approval. Although his foolish son had not mastered all of his martial skills, he had not brought shame upon himself in his attitude towards the nation. After another glance at Wang Hu, Wang Debiao gestured towards the screen before him and spoke. "Very well. The reason I summoned you is not for idle chatter. Take a look at this." Hearing his father's words, Wang Hu momentarily froze before directing his gaze towards the object his father indicated. "Is that Lingji?" He hesitated as he spoke. Historically, medicine and martial arts were intertwined, and as a practitioner of the martial arts, he recognized certain fundamental medicinal herbs. Yet, what puzzled Wang Hu was the unusual color of this Lingji, which resembled more of a work of art than a herbal remedy. Noticing Wang Hu's uncertainty, Wang Debiao's expression turned stern, and he promptly delivered a sharp slap to his forehead. "If you cannot even recognize a millennium-old Lingji, do not dare to claim to be the offspring of Wang Debiao when you venture outside." Upon hearing Wang Debiao's words, the corners of Wang Hu's mouth twitched. While his father possessed many admirable qualities, his temper was notoriously volatile. Just moments ago, he had exuded a fatherly warmth, only to suddenly transform into this irate figure. Chapter 113. Establishing a joyful, direct approach, however, Wang was acutely aware that this was not the time for sorrow. Upon the conclusion of Wang Debiao's words, a glimmer of hope ignited in Wang Hu's eyes. "The 1,000-year-old Ganoderma. Does this mean Uncle Zhang might be saved?" His voice brimmed with excitement as he spoke of Zhang Baizhan, a close comrade of Wang Debiao and one of the last remaining elite generals of the Dragon Kingdom. Unlike Wang Debiao, however, Zhang Baizhan's health had severely deteriorated due to grave injuries sustained in his youth, rendering him reliant on rare medicinal substances to sustain his life. It was said by the Dragon Kingdom's renowned healer that acquiring the 1,000-year-old Ganoderma could indeed restore General Zhang's health. Hearing Wang Hu's words, Wang Debiao nodded enthusiastically. "Indeed, old Zhang has fought alongside me for a lifetime. I cannot bear the thought of him departing before me. This 1,000-year-old Ganoderma must be procured at all costs." As he spoke, Wang Debiao cast a meaningful glance at Wang Hu, narrowing his eyes as he added, "It is thanks to that girl Ruoxing that we have found the Ganoderma. You better not dare to upset her, or I shall have your skin." Acknowledging the seriousness of Wang Debiao's tone, Wang Hu lowered his head and mumbled in acquiescence, fully aware that his father was issuing a stern warning. "Very well, let Longer take charge of the Ganoderma matter. They are both young and will have much to discuss." At this juncture, Wang Debiao regarded Wang Hu intently before continuing. "That young man is quite decent. Ensure that Longer does not misuse her status to bully him." Surprised by his father's commendation, Wang Hu nodded earnestly in response. "Rest assured, our Wang family does not engage in bullying others." As he spoke, he scrutinized the figure of Chu Ye on the screen. It was no small feat to receive praise from his father, as earning his respect required not only good character, but also considerable strength. "Now go and form Long. I need a rest." With that, Wang Debiao waved his hand dismissively, signaling for his son to leave. Observing the abrupt shift in his father's demeanor, Wang, who could not help but feel a twitch at the corner of his mouth as he slowly exited his father's quarters. Once outside the room, Wang Hu's aura transformed instantly. If he had resembled a timid rabbit moments before, he now embodied the ferocity of tiger. He glanced at the guards nearby and pointed to one of them. "Go fetch Wang Long for me." Without waiting for a reply, he strode purposefully toward his own room. Meanwhile, Chu Ye, still on the deserted island, remained blissfully unaware that he had caught the attention of his father-in-law's family. At that moment, he was diligently instructing Chen Jian on how to prepare a wild chicken and mushroom soup. The system had not mandated that Chu Ye must be the one to cook, so he seized this invaluable opportunity to hone his culinary skills. Under the watchful gaze of Chu Ye, Chen Jian stared helplessly at the iron pot before him. Having just managed to concoct a broth of egg soup, he now faced the daunting task of preparing a wild chicken mushroom soup. The most significant realization struck him. From Chu Ye's expression, it appeared that many such tasks lay ahead. The thought sent a chill down Chen Jian's spine. Had he, after becoming a mere servant, now to also assume the role of a cook? Unbeknownst to Chen Jian, Chu Ye remained oblivious to his inner turmoil. Even if he were aware, it would scarcely matter. After all, once ensnared in his grasp, escape was hardly an option. In Chu Ye's perspective, Chen Jian, both in demeanor and appearance, was quite suited for a culinary role befitting his daughter. Observing Chen Jian diligently tending to the fire beneath the stone pot, Chu Ye nodded in satisfaction, knowing that once this fellow's skills improved, his own mission would be accomplished. As for the bodyguard situation, after Chu Ye dangled the bait of the tiger fist, Comrade Bell had confidently pledged to safeguard the little princess. "How much longer must we endure this?" Chen Jian lamented, glancing at Chu Ye lounging on a large stone, basking in the sun. Why was it that while everyone participated in the same program, some struggled for survival, while others merely lounged on the island? After years of existence, Chen Jian faced a revelation that no amount of money could enhance. This damned global live broadcast permitted the carrying of only a single item, regardless of wealth. Yet, the thought of numerous wealthier participants joining the program lifted his spirits. Though fatigued, the presence of Chu Ye as a stalwart ally assured him that persevering until the program's conclusion posed no significant challenge. Meanwhile, those other individuals might find themselves eliminated in a matter of days. With this notion, a subtle smile crept upon Chen Jian's lips. Indeed, human joy often finds its roots in the misfortunes of others. Chu Ye, being no deity, remained unaware of Chen Jian's contemplations. Thus, upon witnessing the rather lewd smile curling at the corners of Chen Jian's mouth, he couldn't help but twitch in response. Chapter 114. My wife has arrived. Could it be that I have been a tad too harsh on this fellow? Reflecting on my first encounter with Chen Jian, despite his somewhat sordid demeanor, he did not quite reach the level of being perverse. Yet, observing the present Chen Jian, Chu Ye couldn't help but exhale a sigh, resolving to treat him with a bit more kindness in the future. After all, what normal person would display such an infuriating expression without reason? Casting a sympathetic glance at Chen Jian, Chu Ye spoke directly. It should be ready in another 20 minutes. Simmering soup differs from stir-frying. A longer simmer enhances the depth of flavor. Unbeknownst to Chen Jian, he had transformed in Chu Ye's eyes into a pitiful soul in need of special care in today's society. Upon hearing Chu Ye's words, he breathed a sigh of relief. Once this pot of soup was finished, I, Chen Jian, would still be the gentleman who keeps his distance from the kitchen. Ding! Special reminder. The host's task reward is approaching. Please prepare accordingly. Reward, approaching? Startled by the sudden system notification, Chu Ye paused momentarily, pondering. What could it be? After a brief moment of contemplation, a flash of inspiration struck him. Is my wife arriving? Up until now, the most likely task reward that he had not yet encountered or could move towards was indeed the system's promised wife. With this thought, Chu Ye sprang up from the large stone, eagerly scanning his surroundings. In his previous life, as a renowned physician, all his attention had been devoted to his medical skills, leaving him a proud but unfulfilled virgin until his untimely demise. This lifetime, he could not afford to repeat such a tragic fate. Vitnessing transformaten. Chen Jian was momentarily taken aback. However, before he could utter a word, the sound of a child's cries resonated from a distance. Both Chu Ye and Chen Jian felt their hearts lurch and quickly turned their gazes towards the source of the sound. To aid Wang Shanmei's recovery, little Xiner had been playing outside under Bell's supervision. Upon hearing XNR's wailing, both Chu Ye and Chen feared that some unfortunate incident had transpired. Yet, when they turned their heads, they were taken aback. There was X nestled in the arms of a woman who appeared to be in her 20s, crying heartily, "Mommy, I thought you didn't want me and Daddy anymore, why?" Seeing little XINR in her embrace, Wang Ruoxin's eyes reddened. She had left Chu Ye and XNR out of concern that Chu Ye might not gain the acceptance of his family, compounded by her mother's grave illness. However, after witnessing Chu Ye's remarkable qualities through television, her worries had completely dissipated, leading her to cast aside such doubts. This was also why she had implored Wang Qimei to assist her in participating in this program. She believed that with a little time and her own efforts, they could eventually gain the approval of their families. Unbeknownst to Wang Ruoxin, within the grand estate of the Wang family, Wang Debiao, Wang Hu Wang Long, and others were engrossed in a survival show set on a deserted island. As Wang Ruoxin held the weeping little Shiner in her embrace, the striking resemblance between them, which reached a staggering 90%, darkened Wang Hu's mood considerably. Gulp. Sensing the ominous aura emanating from Wang Hu, the three young men sharing the same room could not suppress a gulp. Could it be that this truly is my little sister's daughter? Slap. Upon hearing Wang Long's words, Wang Hu's countenance darkened further, and he swiftly delivered a sharp smack to his own son's head. Am I blind? Must you be the one to point this out? While speaking, Wang Hu's expression was laced with bitterness. He was aware of his daughter's obstinate nature, yet he could hardly fathom that after 5 years of estrangement, she had actually given him a granddaughter. Father, what should we do now? After receiving a slap from Wang Hu, Wang Long dared not express any dissatisfaction and cautiously inquired, what can be done now that matters have escalated to this point? Wang Hu's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Realizing that the precious cabbage he had nurtured for over 20 years had been ravaged by a swine, and most alarmingly, he had remained oblivious to it all. The thought made his heart twitch in distress. What a calamity this was! Glancing at Wang Long, Wang Hu finally spoke. You must depart at once for the deserted island and teach that scoundrel a severe lesson. No problem, Wang Long replied, thumping his chest with determination, a fierce look in his eyes. Rest assured, father, if I do not break that rascal's leg, I shall change my name to Wang Chong. Slap. Just as Wang Long finished his declaration, he received yet another affectionate blow from Wang Hu. Ignoring Wang Long's aggrieved expression, Wang Hu admonished sternly, break your brother-in-law's leg? Have you lost your mind? Chapter 115. Wang Hu's fury. Wang Hu was acutely aware of his father's fondness for that scoundrel named Chu Ye. Had he known that Wang Long had been instructed to break the man's leg, it would have likely resulted in both father and son sharing a hospital room with the miscreant. Thus, after educating Wang Long, Wang Hu finally spoke, a mere lesson will suffice. Let that little rascal understand the dreadful consequences he shall face should he dare to mistreat Shiner. Upon hearing Wang Hu's words, Wang Long nodded blankly, I understand. In truth, Wang Long felt utterly befuddled. He could not comprehend whether his father had lost his wits. He had explicitly instructed him to discipline Chu Ye, yet forbade him from delivering a severe beating. However, such thoughts were not ones he would dare voice, for he was certain that doing so would earn him a hearty serving of stir-fried bamboo shoots with pork. Thus, the usually simple-minded Wang Long resorted to a cunning plan for the first time. I will consult my little sister, and whatever she suggests, I shall follow. Upon this realization, he couldn't help but commend his own cleverness. After all, in the Wang family, following his sister's guidance was a surefire way to avoid mistakes. Even if errors were made, their grandfather would serve as a protective talisman. Unbeknownst to Wang Hu, his capable subordinate had already exhibited signs of betrayal before even taking action. He remained blissfully envisioning a delightful scene where Chu Ye would receive his just desserts. Meanwhile, within Wang Debiao's room, events unfolded precisely as Wang Hu had anticipated. Observing Wang Ruoxin weeping as she cradled little Shiner, Wang Debiao instantly grasped the reason for his granddaughter's persistent unhappiness since her return, as well as her sudden desire to venture to a deserted island. However, unlike Wang Hu, Wang Debiao felt nothing but joy. Haha, my granddaughter truly lives up to the Wang legacy. Her discernment is exceptional. Oh dear, this is my great-granddaughter, and she becomes ever more endearing with each glance. Upon learning that Chu Ye could tame fierce tigers, battle wild boars, and possessed remarkable medical skills, Wang Debiao's admiration for him reached its zenith. While confined within the house, He often lamented that Chu Ye was not of the Wang lineage. Little did he expect that Wang Ruoxin would soon provide him with a delightful surprise. Regardless of the differing attitudes between Wang Debiao and Wang Hu, Wang Long was now preparing to set sail for the deserted island. Meanwhile, upon the island, Chu Ye found himself utterly mesmerized. Watching Wang Ruoxin continuously comfort little Sheener, Chu Ye's eyes and mouth formed an astonished system. Is this my wife? In both his past and present lives, Chu Ye had encountered many beautiful women. After all, both Wang Shanmei and Bai Yu were strikingly attractive. Yet compared to the ethereal Wang Ruoxin, they paled in comparison. Chu Ye would bestow her a score of 120 out of 100. If one were to describe her in words, it could only be said that she was a fairy descended to the mortal realm. As he pondered, Chu Ye felt a surge of incredulity. He could not fathom how the former inept person, who could barely swim without risking drowning, had managed to win Wang Ruoxin's affections. As for Wang Ruoxin's identity, Chu Ye harbored no doubts whatsoever. While separation might not have raised suspicions among others, the undeniable bond between Wang Ruoxin and Xiao Xener became apparent to even the most oblivious observer once they spent time together. Mom, please don't leave me and Dad behind again, okay? Gently stroking Xiao Xener's head, Wang Ruoxin earnestly nodded. Rest assured, from now on, wherever I go, I will take you and your father with me. At first, she felt little concern, but the memory of Xiao Xener weeping in her arms ignited a resolute determination within Wang Ruoxin. No matter the cost, she was determined to ensure her family embraced Chu Ye and Xiao Xener. Unbeknownst to her, due to certain unforeseen circumstances, the matters she wished to conceal had already come to light before her family. In fact, her family did not reject Chu Ye as she had anticipated. After finally comforting Xiao Xener, Wang Ruoxin turned her attention to Chu Ye. The moment she laid eyes on Chu Ye, she couldn't help but burst into laughter, so much so that a bubble of snot formed at her nose due to her astonishment. In an instant, her cheeks flushed crimson, and casting a sidelong glance at Chu Ye, she remarked, "You fool, what are you staring at?" "I'm looking at you." To his surprise, those 3 words slipped from Chu Ye's lips before he could process them. Realization dawned on him swiftly. After all, she was his wife. What was wrong with exchanging flirtatious banter? Was there anyone who dared to oppose him? Who could question his authority and not learn why the flowers bloomed so vividly? Little did Chu Ye know, within the Wang family estate in Longdu, there was indeed someone who held a grudge, his yet-to-be-met father-in-law. I want to strangle that bastard. Chapter 116. The father-in-law and the son-in-law throughout history. The relationship between a son-in-law and his father-in-law has been fraught with irreconcilable tensions. And in the case of Chu Ye and Wang Ruoxin, the situation is further complicated by Wang Hu's lack of approval. Consequently, Chu Ye's current demeanor appears particularly odious in Zhang Hu's eyes. Were it not for Zhang Long's departure, he would undoubtedly have desired to break this scoundrel's leg. In stark contrast to Wang Hu's fury, Wang Ruoxin, stranded on the deserted island, felt a sudden spark of joy upon hearing Chu Ye's words. She reminisced about their first encounter, when Chu Ye had gazed at her in a similar manner and responded to her questions with the very same words. Observing Chu Ye's transformation from bashfulness to assertiveness, a gentle smile graced Wang Ruoxin's lips. "You have worked hard during this time." "Not at all," Chu Ye replied with a sheepish chuckle, scratching his head. The viewers, who were watching the live broadcast, could not help but feel a pang of bittersweetness at the exchange between Chu Ye and Wang Ruoxin. Master pang. Damn it, is this what they call dog food? Less books, more time. No need for words, wishing them a lasting love. The purple-clad fairy, Chu God and fairy sister, will surely last forever. Undoubtedly, the relationship between Chu Ye and Wang Ruoxin has garnered the blessings of the majority across the internet. Had Chu Ye been with an ordinary girl, his fans might have expressed discontent. However, in the presence of Wang Ruoxin, irrespective of gender, they collectively harbored a singular thought. Only he/she deserves her, right? Alas, trouble loomed. Just as everyone was reveling in the serendipity of Chu Ye and Wang Ruoxin's encounter, Chen Jian suddenly bellowed. The group turned in confusion to the source of the outburst. Under their scrutinizing gazes, Chen Jian lamented as he thumped his forehead. "Curse it, my soup." His expression was one of despair. As a man long subjected to Chu Ye's whims, he believed he knew him well. If the soup he had been preparing turned out poorly, Chu Ye's notorious penchant for mischief would undoubtedly compel him to start over. The mere thought plunged Chen Jian into a state of existential gloom. Noticing Chen Jian's woeful countenance, Chu Ye, though unaware of his inner turmoil, could surmise its nature. Before Chen Jian could utter another word, a smile crept across Chu Ye's lips. There is no need for concern. I suspect the soup is currently at its most exquisite flavor. As a culinary virtuoso, even without personally overseeing the soup's preparation, Chu Ye could effortlessly discern the optimal timing for the ingredients. Upon hearing Chu Ye's words, Chen Jian was momentarily taken aback, then, disregarding further conversation, dashed toward the stone pot. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task and receiving the reward. One mischievous child. As Chen Jian sprinted into the distance, the unmistakable voice of the system echoed through the air. Upon hearing the system's voice, Chu Ye was momentarily taken aback, then began to survey his surroundings. If one were to inquire about the greatest nemesis of adulthood, undoubtedly, 80% would utter the words "little devils." System, are you certain you're not punishing me? The mere thought of the myriad reports he had encountered online regarding mischievous children caused a tightening sensation in Chu Ye's calves. After swallowing hard, he cautiously inquired of the system. System, may I return this? Ding! This system currently does not offer a return service. As soon as Chu Ye's words left his mouth, the system's voice resounded once more. The corner of Chu Ye's mouth twitched involuntarily upon hearing it. Could it be that an insufferable little rascal was indeed about to join him on this deserted island? While he felt helpless, he also harbored a desire to voice his grievances. He simply could not comprehend what kind of fool, apart from his previous incarnation, would bring a child to participate in such a program. However, before Chu Ye could further unravel this perplexing conundrum, a piercing scream from Chen Jian reached his ears. Chu Ye, Brother Chu, God Chu, help me. Taken aback by Chen Jian's cry, Chu Ye nearly believed that his companion had encountered the legendary rogue of the deserted island. Yet, considering Chen Jian's disposition, it was likely that if he truly had come across such a rogue, the one truly in peril would be him. Contemplating the various scenarios that could elicit such a scream from Chen Jian, Chu Ye furrowed his brow. Could it be that I miscalculated the time? The only thing that could possibly provoke Chen Jian's outcry, in Chu Ye's view, would be a mishap with the chicken and mushroom soup. However, as soon as this thought crossed his mind, he swiftly dismissed it. If there were an issue with that, the wretched system would not have deemed him to have completed his task. Chapter 117. The Crybaby's Crisis Awareness. Unable to fathom the situation, Chu Ye chose not to waste any more time and directly proceeded towards the direction where Chen Jian was located. Observing Chu Ye's actions, Wang Ruoxin and the others followed suit, curiosity etched on their faces. Upon arriving at Chen Jian's vicinity, Chu Ye was momentarily taken aback. There stood Chen Jian, gazing dramatically towards their approaching figures, with a peculiar dark object perched upon his leg. As soon as Chen Jian spotted Chu Ye, his expression transformed into one of sheer relief, as if he had seen his great savior. He exclaimed loudly, "Chu Shun, you have finally arrived. Had you delayed even a moment longer, I fear I would not be here to greet you." Noting Chen Jian's flushed complexion and resounding voice, Chu Ye couldn't help but smirk. Given the current circumstances, even if I had arrived a day late, your life would remain unthreatened. That's not the point. Chen Jian lamented, letting out a dramatic wail. Chu Shun, aren't you capable of handling tigers? Please, help me free myself from this creature. As he spoke, Chen Jian shifted one of his legs. With a grunt, the dark, enigmatic creature on his leg emitted a displeased sound. Upon hearing this, Chen Jian shuddered, promptly returning his leg to its original position with utmost care. Roar! Following the sound from the creature on Chen Jian's leg, the previously docile crybaby, who had been lingering beside Xiao Hexer, suddenly froze and emitted a surprisingly juvenile roar of its own. At that moment, Chu Ye finally discerned that the object on Chen Jian's leg was, in fact, a small bear. The creature was only slightly larger than the crybaby, now clinging tightly to Chen Jian's left leg with its forepaws. Each time Chen Jian attempted to move, the little creature would express its discontent with a sound that compelled him to return to stillness. Observing the bizarre equilibrium established between Chen Jian and the little black bear, Chu Ye couldn't suppress a smirk. System, this creature couldn't possibly be my task reward, could it? It dawned on Chu Ye that he had fallen into a cognitive trap. He had not anticipated that the system would present him with an actual bear child. Watching Chen Jian's cautious demeanor, Chu Ye couldn't help but chuckle. It's barely larger than a chihuahua. Must you make sounds that even a proctologist would find alarming? In response to Chu Ye's jest, rather than feeling embarrassed, Chen Jian looked at him earnestly. One mustn't trivialize this matter. After all, it is a wild beast. Who knows what might happen if I were to provoke it? Two large black bears might just appear. With a cautious glance around, Chen Jian, wearing a grimace, pleaded with Chu Ye, "Please, stop joking around and come help me free myself from this creature." Upon hearing Chen Jian's words, before Chu Ye could respond, the little girl Xiner beside him had already pinched her own cheeks and made a playful grimace. She then boldly exclaimed, "Uncle Fatty, how embarrassing. You're scared of such a tiny puppy." As she spoke, Xiner tugged at Chu Ye's trousers and added, "Daddy, since Uncle Fatty doesn't like this little dog, can Xiner keep instead?" Just as Xiner finished her sentence, the ever-crying companion, who had been trailing her, let out a discontented sound. It was evident that the little creature sensed a threat to its cherished position due to the affection Xiner was showing towards the small black bear. Remarkably, even when Xiner expressed her desire to care for succulent plants and the little chirping creature, the crying companion had never reacted so vehemently. Unfortunately, with its petite limbs, the crying companion was evidently unable to impede Xiner's fondness for the little black bear. Upon hearing the cries of the crying companion, Xiner promptly gave its head a gentle pat and admonished, "No fussing." After receiving this warning, the crying companion could only let out a disgruntled sound while casting a pitiful glance at Chu Ye. Perceiving the pleading look from the crying companion, Chu Ye couldn't help but twitch his lips and returned a helpless gaze to the little one. Although he admired the crying companion's sense of concern, it was regrettable that even he could not dissuade Xiner. Just as Xiner was speaking, the unmistakable voice of the system resonated, announcing, "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a task. Please check promptly." Given the system's usual tendencies, Chu Ye could already surmise the nature of the task upon hearing its voice. Check the task. As the voice faded, the task panel promptly appeared before Chu Ye. Task: Xiner's bear description. As a little girl, how can one not have her own big bear? Requirements: successfully assist Xiner in adopting a bear child time limit. 5 minutes task reward. 1 enhancement of physical attributes failure penalty. A state of continuous weakness for 1 year. System: what does a state of weakness entail? Chapter 118. Cobalt. The system rarely issues such status-related penalties, leaving Chu Ye with a tinge of curiosity. Ding. Weakness status. The host's various attributes will fall short of those of an ordinary adult, and all martial arts skills will be sealed. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Chu Ye couldn't help but twitch his mouth, then turned directly to the eagerly watching Shattering. "We must raise it." With unwavering determination, he declared, "Whatever you wish to nurture, whether a dog or a bear, it shall be your pet." As he spoke, Chu Ye strode towards Chen Jian. Upon nearing Chen Jian, before the little black bear could react, Chu Ye swiftly grasped its neck and lifted it up. If it had been an ordinary wild bear, Chu Ye might have harbored concerns akin to those of Chen Jian. However, since this little creature was a task reward bestowed by the system, it posed no threat whatsoever. The little one, diligently attempting to cling to the thigh of Chen Jian, let out a dissatisfied grunt as Chu Ye lifted it. Ignoring the bear's protests, Chu Ye brought it before Shattering. "Princess Shiner, from this moment on, it shall be your pet." A radiant smile spread across Shatteringer's face as she replied, "Daddy, we need to name the little dog. It's so dark. Let us call it Coldball from today on." While speaking, Shattering playfully poked the little black bear's head, asking, "Coldball, what do you think of this name?" Perhaps due to the system's influence, as soon as Shattering touched it, the little black bear emitted a contented sound. Hearing this, Shatteringer's smile widened, then it settled. "From today, your name shall be Coldball." As she spoke, she retrieved a wild fruit from her pocket, placing it by Coldball's mouth. "Coldball, are you hungry? Sister Shiner has a wild fruit for you." Upon seeing the wild fruit in Shatteringer's hand, Coldball's eyes lit up, and it eagerly snatched the fruit to nibble on. "Oh!" Observing her little master's newfound affection, the weeping ghost nearby emitted a disgruntled cry. Unfortunately, its actions were evidently in vain. Hearing the weeping ghost call, Shattering pulled out another wild fruit and placed it before it. "Weeping ghost, are you hungry too? This last wild fruit is for you." She spoke with a hint of reluctance. Though the fruit was not large, its sweet and tangy flavor was a favorite of Shattering. Otherwise, she wouldn't have kept it in her pocket. However, What was a delightful treat for Xiao and Coalball was not considered appealing by the Weeping Ghost. As a fierce tiger, the Weeping Creature's recipe certainly did not include wild fruits. However, upon witnessing the eager gaze of little Exa, the Weeping Creature could only grit its teeth and force the wild fruit into its mouth. The instant the fruit entered, the tiger's face contorted in distaste. Observing the Weeping Creature's expression, smiles inevitably crept onto the faces of Chu Ye and the others. Undoubtedly, this scene was quite amusing to them. After consuming XNR's fruit, the Coalball had evidently forgotten the grand strategy it had just moments ago employed, which involved clinging tightly to Chen Jian's thigh. Its new objective had now shifted to little XNR. Watching the Coalball grasping XNR's arm while vocalizing and nuzzling against her, Chen Jian couldn't help but emit a disdainful snort. Humph, you little traitor, you favor those with milk. Although he had previously harbored a fear of the Coalball, witnessing the little creature's betrayal stirred a tinge of jealousy within him. As he spoke, Chen Jian took the opportunity to pinch the Coalball's small face. Reacting to this assault, the Coalball immediately let out a furious roar and glared intensely at Chen Jian. Undoubtedly, the Coalball's actions reaffirmed its characteristic of favoring those who provide sustenance. While Chen Jian and the others amused themselves with the Coalball, a voice resonated in Chu Ye's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task and receiving a reward. Enhancement of physical strength. For some reason, Chu Ye sensed a hint of schadenfreude in the system's tone. However, it soon became evident why the system harbored such sentiments. No sooner had the system's voice faded than Chu Ye felt an excruciating pain radiate throughout his body. Dog system, what is happening? He spoke with a visage of agony, and within mere moments, beads of sweat adorned his forehead. Ding, the host's physical strength has reached the human limit. To enhance further, a cleansing of sinews and marrow must be undergone. Chapter 119. The invincible nurturer, upon hearing the system's voice, even though the pain was nearly unbearable, Chu Ye could not help but feel an overwhelming urge to extend his middle finger in defiance. Were it not for the fact that this troublesome system seemed to deliberately concoct such predicaments, he would have found it hard to believe. It is worth noting that the system could have easily forewarned him about the tribulations associated with enhancing his physical strength, allowing him ample time to prepare. However, this rascal chose not to do so, revealing its ulterior motives. Fortunately, despite its treacherous nature, the system exhibited a modicum of restraint. The intense pain surged rapidly and dissipated just as swiftly, lasting no more than a few breaths. Nevertheless, Chu Ye found himself drenched in sweat, wishing fervently never to experience such agony again. Of course, after enduring the torment, Chu Ye reaped substantial benefits, as he felt an unexpected surge of power within him. He could not suppress the desire to unleash a primal roar in sheer exhilaration. Undeniably, he felt that his current state could easily overpower 3 versions of his former self. Yet, while Chu Ye reveled in his physical transformation, unbeknownst to him, in the grand courtyard of the Wang family in Longdu, Wang, who gazed discontentedly at the screen displaying him, exclaiming, "Humph, allowing my granddaughter to raise such a perilous pet? It seems I must teach this rascal a lesson for her sake." Wang, who spoke with utmost seriousness, although he did not condone Chu Ye's actions. He found himself inexplicably fond of his granddaughter's doppelganger, Xiao Xner, at first sight. Hearing Wang Hu's words, the 2 young men beside him, who bore a slight resemblance to him, could not help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. Ever since learning of Chu Ye's existence, their father had lost the calm and composure expected of a general in Longhua. However, upon recalling how their adorable little sister had been so carelessly taken by Chu Ye, even having nurtured her to such an extent, the brothers quickly found themselves in agreement with their father's sentiments. Casting a glance at his son's expressions, Wang Hu sighed. I wonder when Wang Long will arrive on the island. I am eagerly awaiting his chance to reprimand that rascal Chu Ye. While Wang Hu was preoccupied with thoughts of Wang Long, the unexpected arrival of another group of uninvited guests caught Chu Ye and his companions off guard. Facing a foreigner with golden hair and blue eyes, Chu Ye could not suppress a twitch at the corners of his mouth. You wish to challenge me in diving? Indeed, replied Bei Bei Lu, nodding earnestly. My goal is to set a Guinness World Record, and thus I must defeat you. His gaze remained fixed on Chu Ye, determined to engage in a contest. The world may have known Ji Yong as the previous Guinness World Record holder for free diving, Yet few were aware that Bei Bei Li's prowess was not inferior to Ji Yong's. In fact, Bei Bei Lu had once aspired to surpass Ji Yong and claim the title of the new world record holder, though certain circumstances had thwarted his ambition. Upon learning that Chu Ye had shattered the record set by Guillaume, Bei Bei wasted no time in embarking on a journey from the Eagle Kingdom, driven by the singular goal of defeating Chu Ye. As he beheld Chu Ye before him, Bei Bei's eyes sparkled with confidence. In his estimation, the circumstances on the deserted island were perfectly suited for a contest between himself and Chu Ye, particularly with the array of live broadcasting equipment available there. If he could vanquish Chu Ye, his name would swiftly ascend to global recognition. "Uncle Bad, you could never surpass my father," Lil Xena remarked, her expression one of discontent as she regarded him. Although she was unaware of the nature of the Guinness World Records mentioned by Bei Bei, she understood that this individual had come to challenge her father. In her eyes, Chu Ye was an invincible figure, destined never to be overcome by anyone. Upon hearing Xena's words, Bei Bei momentarily froze, but upon witnessing the child's adorable demeanor, he swiftly reined in his irritation. Not only that, but he carefully displayed a broad, cheerful smile before addressing Xena. "Beautiful little princess, while your unwavering faith in your father deeply touches me, as a dauntless challenger of all, I must endeavor to defeat him." Confidence radiated from Bei Bei as he spoke. "With the physique of your Dragon Kingdom people, it is impossible to accomplish such an extreme challenge." Hearing Bei Bei's assertion, Xena's eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. "I don't care. My father will never lose to you." Ding! "Congratulations, host. You have triggered a task. Please check promptly." The system's voice always resonated at the most opportune moments, and even without checking, Chu Ye could surmise the essence of the task. The invincible daddy description. "For the sake of your daughter and the Dragon Kingdom, the host must surpass at least 10 foreign Guinness World Record holders who are experts in their fields. Time limit, 6 months. Chapter 120. You're a good person. Task reward. Divine skill. Huatuo's 9 needles failure penalty. Decrease in medical proficiency upon gazing at the task rewards and penalties." Chu Ye was initially taken aback, but soon his eyes sparkled with remarkable brilliance. As a master healer, the allure of medical expertise was undeniably profound for him. In an instant, Chu Ye's demeanor towards Bei Bei Lu transformed. Given the current circumstances, this brother appeared to be presenting him with a gift. With this thought, Chu Ye's gaze towards Bei Bei Lu softened considerably. "My friend, how do you intend to challenge me?" As he spoke, his eyes were fixed intently on Bei Bei Lu. Upon hearing Chu Ye's words, Bei Bei Lu momentarily froze, then broke into a smile. "It's quite simple. We have professional equipment here. All we need to do is engage in a no-gear free dive in the waters ahead." With such an excellent promotional opportunity as a global live broadcast, Bei Bei Lu certainly would not let it slip away. Just as Chu Ye was about to agree, Chen interjected. "If Chu Ye were to lose, he would forfeit the title of Guinness World Record holder. Yet if you were to lose, you would not bear any consequences. Doesn't this challenge seem a tad unfair?" "Ha! There's no way I could lose." Chen Jian's words had scarcely left his lips when Bei Bei Lu erupted in laughter. "Should you lose, you must remain on this deserted island to serve us until any one of us departs." As he spoke, Chen Jian cast a peculiar glance at Bei Bei Lu before continuing, "Of course, if you are fearful, then do not even think about contesting with Chu Ye." At Chen Jian's statement, Bei Bei Lu hesitated. Remaining on the deserted island was not particularly daunting for him. Yet obeying the commands of those present was a notion he found hard to accept. However, upon encountering Chen Jian's enigmatic gaze, the caution he initially intended to exercise was swiftly replaced by a surge of indignation. Almost instantly, Bei Bei Li's complexion flushed crimson, and he bellowed at Chu Ye and the others. "Let us compete then. What is so remarkable about it?" Witnessing Bei Bei Lu's apparent affront, Chu Ye could not help but silently give Chen Jian a thumbs up. "If shamelessness were the measure, we might be evenly matched, but if it were about being despicable, then you, Chen Jian, take the cake." Noticing Chu Ye's gesture, Chen Jian responded with a knowing smile, then addressed Chu Ye. "Divine Master Chu, whether we can acquire a top-notch little black servant hinges on this round. You must give it your all." As he spoke, Chen Jian seriously patted Chu Ye on the shoulder. Upon hearing Chen Jian's words, Bei Bei Lu couldn't help but twitch his mouth, for reasons unknown. He suddenly felt a chill run down his back. Could it be that I'm truly destined to lose this contest? Upon contemplating this, Bei Bei promptly shook his head. casting the thought from his mind. It is important to note that his contest with Chu Ye comes with stakes. If it were a private matter, losing would simply mean losing, and he could easily concoct an excuse to renege on the agreement, for he is not one to be overly concerned with reputation. However, the entire island is currently under live broadcast, and to breach the agreement in such circumstances would transcend mere embarrassment, even to avoid becoming a mere servant. I cannot afford to lose. Poor Baybale, focused solely on bolstering his own spirits, remains oblivious to the fact that his intentions have shifted. His motivation has evolved from a quest for honor in defeating Chu Ye to a desperate need for self-preservation. Consequently, his fighting spirit has waned significantly. Naturally, Chu Ye and the others remain unaware of Baybale's transformation. To Chu Ye, this individual merely serves as a stepping stone on his path to mastery. For Chen Jian, however, this fellow is a potential means of liberating himself from his dire predicament. Had he not feared inadvertently startling Baybale, Chen Jian would have wanted to rush forward and envelop him in a warm embrace, exclaiming, "I never imagined I would find myself in such a situation. Yet here is someone willing to lend me a hand. Words fail to express my gratitude. You are a good person." Fortuitously, Baybale remains ignorant of Chen Jian's inner thoughts. Otherwise, he might have lunged forward to fiercely confront him, thinking, "Am I here to assist you? You are merely a shameless individual who has intruded upon my affairs." Besides Chu Ye and Chen Jian, the audience's sentiments are unmistakably clear. They are confident that Chu Ye will not falter. Xian Yuan 11. Congratulations to Chu Ye for acquiring a new servant, Dragon King Hall. The cunning fatty remains as scheming as ever, ruthlessly exploiting a poor and naive youth for his own gain. In stark contrast to the audience's unwavering confidence in Chu Ye, Wang Hu of the Wang family estate wears a dark expression, letting out a cold snort, conceited and ignorant of the vastness of the world. Chapter 121. Arrogance. Upon hearing Wang Hu's words, Wang Jigang and Wang Jianwei were momentarily taken aback, then cautiously turned to their father. "Father, are you referring to our brother-in-law, or that foreigner?" "Humph." As soon as the words left Wang Jigang's lips, a cold snort escaped Wang Hu. "Who permitted you to call him brother-in-law? I have yet to consent to their marriage." Observing Wang Hu's furious demeanor, both Wang Jigang and Wang Jianwei felt their lips twitch in response. Does it even matter? The man can now even procure soy sauce for his daughter. Does he truly require your approval? Of course, such thoughts remained unspoken, for only in a moment of folly would they dare utter them. Noticing the submissive expressions of his sons, Wang Hu nodded slightly and continued. "That Baybale is the second holder of the world record in diving, and there exists a significant likelihood that he will surpass Jiyo. That scoundrel rashly accepted another's wager without even ascertaining the opponent's identity." At this juncture, Wang Hu seemed unable to contain his exasperation, letting out another cold snort before declaring, "Humph, such arrogance. This young fool is unworthy of my consideration." Witnessing their father nearly resorting to classical rhetoric, Wang Jigang shook his head in confusion. "But that can't be right. Hasn't our brother-in-law already set a Guinness record? Does that not imply his abilities have long surpassed Baybale's? What do you know?" As soon as Wang Jigang uttered these words, he received a playful but loving reprimand from his father. He merely got lucky to surpass Jiyon once. How can he be compared to those seasoned professionals? In truth, Wang Hu's perspective held merit. To him, Chu Ye was merely an ordinary individual with a modicum of skill, while Baybale was a consummate diver. Even though Chu Ye had displayed commendable prowess previously, it did not necessarily indicate that his capabilities genuinely exceeded those of Jiyon and Baybale. Moreover, Wang Hu harbored another thought. As the saying goes, those who drown are often the ones who can swim. Did you even contemplate my daughter's future when you so readily agreed to compete with others? Though Wang Hu professed his disdain for Chu Ye, he understood that given his daughter's character and his own, the notion of that scoundrel becoming his son-in-law was all but a foregone conclusion. Thus, Wang Hu naturally felt a degree of concern for Chu Ye's safety. As the adage suggests, father and son share the same heart. Observing Wang Hu's demeanor, Wang Jigang and Wang Jianwei were well aware of his inner thoughts. They dared not voice the peculiar situation where their father seemed to wish for Chu Ye's demise while simultaneously harboring concerns for his well-being. Exchanging knowing glances, they could only stifle their laughter and quietly watch Wang Hu. Feeling the gaze of his two sons upon him, Wang Hu was momentarily taken aback. Then a mix of embarrassment and anger crossed his face. What does this mean? What are you implying with those looks? However, before the two could offer any explanation, Wang, who had already waved his hand, exclaiming, "Get out, get out. I do not wish to see you now." Upon hearing Wang Hu's words, Wang Jigang and his companion rushed out of Wang Hu's residence without a moment's hesitation. What ist? Did you think we were particularly eager to see you? Meanwhile, on the island, Chu Ye was intently observing his companion, Bei Bei Lu, as he diligently engaged in warm-up exercises. "Brother, are you ready?" Upon hearing Chen Jian's query, Bei Bei Lu couldn't help but twitch his lips and cast a fierce glare at the bothersome rotund figure before him, retorting, "What is the hurry? Are you unaware that one must adequately prepare before diving?" As he spoke, Bei Bei Lu bestowed upon Chen Jian a disdainful glance. "Although we may not match your physique, I am certainly well-versed in diving knowledge, far surpassing your clumsy efforts." Before Chen Jian could respond, Bei Bei Lu elaborated, "Diving is a perilous endeavor, especially in uncharted waters. If one fails to prepare adequately and suffers from cramps in the water." At this point, a cold smile crept upon Bei Bei Li's lips. Though he did not articulate it explicitly, everyone understood his implication. Yet, despite Bei Bei Li's admonitions, Chen Jian remained obstinately indifferent, retorting, "I comprehend your reasoning. But why is it only you who requires warm-up exercises?" He gestured towards Chu Ye, who was seated nearby, munching on wild fruit. Upon hearing Chen Jian's remarks, Bei Bei Lu felt another twitch of annoyance at the corners of his mouth, followed by a dismissive huff. Arrogant individuals often fail to achieve victory. With that, Bei Bei Lu resumed his preparations with utmost seriousness, choosing to completely disregard Chen Jian's verbal jabs. Yet, beneath his composed exterior, Bei Bei Li's heart was already racing with anxiety. Chapter 122. I jump, you jump in a moment of impulsiveness. I had unwittingly entered into a wager with Chen Jian and Chu Ye, but now, with a clearer mind, I could hardly suppress the urge to slap myself twice. I possessed confidence in my abilities, yet that was contingent upon adequate preparation. Now, however, this spontaneous plunge into the depths of the sea had long since spiraled beyond my control. Some might question the necessity of preparation for what appeared to be a mere contest of free diving without any tools. The reality is, preparation is indeed essential. Typically, even in unassisted diving, we utilize professional instruments to assess the aquatic environment beforehand, ensuring safety before embarking on our descent. Yet, this competition was to occur directly in the open sea, where the mysteries of the underwater realm remained utterly unknown. What if we inadvertently encountered a shark? Moreover, the ocean harbors myriad other dangers. In summary, under such circumstances, achieving one's fullest potential to set a Guinness World Record is utterly implausible. Glancing at the composed Chu Ye beside me, I could only wish ill upon him. A twisted desire for leg cramps or an unfortunate shark encounter. After all, our wager was merely about who could dive deeper, not about breaking any records. With that thought, my spirits lifted slightly. I cast another glance at Chu Ye, a smirk gracing my lips. Your arrogance will lead to lifelong regret. Chu Ye, however, paid my words no heed, for the remaining moments of freedom were scant, and it would be unkind to dampen anyone's joy in their final days. This was, of course, under the assumption that he was oblivious to my earlier blessings. Had he known, he might have been tempted to feed me to the fish. As for the likelihood of his defeat in this contest, Chu Ye could only chuckle. If I were to challenge him on trivial matters, such as whose breath was more offensive, he might falter. But when it comes to free diving, with his divine swimming skills, he felt compelled to declare, "Aside from fish, you all are worthless." Indeed, had this been the old Chu Ye, he would have been as diligent as I in warming up. However, having surpassed the physical limits of humanity, he required no such preparatory exercises. Upon hearing his words, I couldn't suppress a twitch at the corner of my mouth. I cannot fathom how he maintained such calmness at this moment. Ready. After assessing my own physical condition, I responded to Chu Ye. "Let us begin." Before I could utter another word, Chu Ye had already turned to Wang Ruoxin, who looked on with concern. "Don't worry, my dear. Soon, we shall feast on some magnificent lobsters together." Upon hearing Chu Ye's words, Wang Ruoxin's delicate face flushed instantly, yet she earnestly nodded in response, "Be careful. As long as you are safe, that is all that matters." It goes without saying that the interaction between Chu Ye and Wang Ruoxin provoked a wave of jealousy in a certain elder within a nearby courtyard. Fortunately, Bei Lu maintained a certain level of decorum, though he found the display of affection between Chu Ye and Wang Ruoxin rather tiresome. Nevertheless, he valiantly persevered, watching them with tears in his eyes as they exchanged their final words, a glimmer of disdain flashing in his gaze. What a despicable fellow, attempting to disturb my peace of mind through such ostentation. I shall not allow you to succeed. If you are prepared, let us commence without delay. In a surprising turn, emboldened by his single status, Bei Lu began to urge Chu Ye to initiate the competition. Taken aback by Li's sudden enthusiasm. Chu Ye cast him a quizzical glance before responding, "Of course, let us begin." He then turned to Bei Lu once more. "Shall you jump first, or shall I?" As soon as Chu Ye posed the question, Bei Lu's expression darkened. Why did the prospect of a friendly competition sound like a declaration of doom when it came from Chu Ye's lips? After reining in his emotions, Bei Lu finally replied, "Let us jump together." Their contest revolved around who could dive deeper, with no time constraints, thus making the order of their jumps inconsequential. Acknowledging Bei Lu's words with a nod, Chu Ye said, "Then let us begin." Without wasting another moment, they promptly made their way to the designated shore. Before Chu Ye could utter another word, Bei Lu struck a jumping pose and shouted, "You jump, I jump." Well, what was meant to be a straightforward competition had suddenly morphed into a scene reminiscent of Titanic. Dismissing the eccentricity of Bei Lu with a roll of his eyes, Chu Ye dove headlong into the water. Chapter 123. The Adventures of Bei observing Chu Ye's swift movements. Bei, without a hint of hesitation, plunged into the ocean. The moment the icy water enveloped him, an involuntary shiver coursed through his body. Despite his meticulous preparations, he had not anticipated the frigid temperature of the sea. However, upon catching sight of Chu Ye, who was rapidly descending, Bei wasted no time and adjusted his breathing to spring into action. 1 meter, 2 meters. As he watched the distance between himself and Chu Ye widen, a sense of urgency gripped Bei. How could this be? Was this scoundrel's past life that of a fish? As a man aspiring to set a Guinness World Record, Bei had engaged in numerous competitions with other diving experts, including several amicable sparring sessions with the former record holder. Giant. Yet, regardless of whom he had faced before, Bei could swear that none matched Chu Ye's descent speed. Determined not to squander any more precious time, Bei steadied his emotions and pursued Chu Ye. However, in an instant, his expression shifted drastically. Oh no! During his descent, an excruciating pain suddenly shot through his left leg. As an experienced diver, Bei was no stranger to such occurrences. Cramps. Under normal circumstances, given his extensive preparatory routines, the likelihood of cramping would have been minimal. Yet, the biting cold of the water posed a formidable challenge, especially for Bei, while it was merely a minor inconvenience for Chu Ye, whose physical prowess surpassed human limits. Moreover, the urgency to catch up with Chu Ye had led Bei to adjust his movements repeatedly, significantly contributing to the cramping in his leg. In a typical competition or training session, he would have undoubtedly chosen to concede and return safely to shore. However, this contest held greater significance for Bei. It was a matter of his dignity and freedom. As a man with an immense drive for self-improvement, he could not accept a defeat so easily. Thus, Bei resolved not to abandon his pursuit. Instead, he began to adjust his posture in the water, attempting to alleviate the cramp in his left leg. After all, the competition merely required them to dive deeper, with no time constraints to worry about. As the pain in his leg gradually subsided, a hint of triumph graced Bei features. While most would find themselves in peril under such circumstances, for him, it was merely a minor obstacle. However, before his smile could fully blossom, it froze upon his face. Moreover, for anyone observing closely, it would be evident that Bei complexion had turned ashen, far worse than if he had consumed something truly distasteful. Just moments ago, when he had pridefully believed he had navigated through this minor crisis, Bei suddenly experienced an excruciating pain in his right leg. A cramp. As someone with extensive diving experience, and now suffering from a leg cramp, this sensation was all too familiar. This is disastrous. Almost instantaneously, such a thought burgeoned within Bei mind. But did you think that was the end of it? Reality proved one thing. When calamity strikes, it invariably calls upon its companions. Before Bei could react, the same searing pain surged through his left arm and right arm. His arms were cramping too. Goodness gracious! At this juncture, Bale felt an overwhelming urge to curse the heavens. In his several decades of existence on this earth, he had heard of individuals suffering from compound fractures and others afflicted with festering sores, yet he had never encountered anyone experiencing cramps in all four limbs simultaneously. However, Bale soon realized that this was not the time for lamentation. Rather than bemoaning his extraordinary misfortune, his immediate concern was survival. The most prudent course of action now was to seek assistance from his fellow diver, Chu Ye. Yet upon glancing forward, Bale's heart sank like a stone. What had once been Chu Ye, just a short distance ahead, had dwindled to a mere black dot. Drawing upon his vast experience, Bale estimated that the distance between them was roughly 20 meters. Although 20 meters is not a vast expanse on land, they were presently submerged in the ocean, rendering him utterly voiceless. Was it truly his fate to perish here today? Contemplating his noble aspirations, Bale gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as he began to execute a series of intricate hand gestures. Chapter 124. Flamboyance. Of course, at this moment, Bale was not focused on finding ways to heal his injuries. Although such thoughts did cross his mind, he was acutely aware that it was beyond his capability to rectify the situation alone. Given his current condition, if he did not receive aid swiftly, the most favorable outcome would merely be to become a corpse, untouched by the fish. Hence, Bale resorted to the universally recognized gesture for help. As he gestured, his eyes brimmed with fervent hope. He knew that his contest with Chu Ye was being broadcast live, and not far from the deserted island was a rescue team. If anyone noticed, he could be saved. It must be said that Bale's intentions were quite commendable. Had an ordinary person found themselves in such a predicament at sea, they would likely have succumbed to despair. However, unbeknownst to Bale, the pain from his cramping limbs rendered what he believed to be a standard international distress signal to appear rather bizarre to others. For instance, among the few individuals on the island, upon witnessing Bale's actions, Chen Jian's face involuntarily flashed with anger. These foreigners are truly outrageous, daring to provoke us at a time like this. With a fierce expression on Chen Jian's face as he spoke, one might assume he was ready to leap forth and attack Bale. In truth, it was not only Chen Jian who felt this way. Even Bai Yu and others watching the live stream wore grim expressions. Having spent considerable time with Chu Ye, they were thoroughly impressed by his remarkable abilities. Though they typically paid little heed, in their hearts, they had long regarded Chu Ye as an idol. Thus, Bale's peculiar distress signal was perceived as a provocation and insult to Chu Ye. Naturally, their spirits were not lifted in light of this affront to their idol. Upon hearing Chen Jian's remarks, Bale could not help but twitch his mouth in indignation and quickly interjected, "Hey, Chen, that's shameful discrimination. I'm also a foreigner. Yet I hold great respect for Chu Ye." After spending time together, Bale may not have mastered many skills, but his command of the Dragon Kingdom's language had certainly improved. Observing Bale's earnest defense of himself, even the viewers in front of their screens could not suppress a smile. Compared to Bale, who was still intent on provoking Chu Ye while floundering in the sea, Bale was simply endearing. Flower Fairy, Bale's aggrieved expression is utterly adorable. I just want to hug him. Chu Ye's woman. Everyone, step aside. Chu Shun is the most charming. Fat Master. Am I the only one who finds Bale's posture somewhat peculiar? It must be noted that Bale's fortune was rather serendipitous. Amidst countless viewers, there were indeed some who successfully discerned the oddity of his gestures. Once the first individual recognized it, soon a more knowledgeable audience began to interpret Bale's actions accurately. Savior. This is the international distress signal. That individual seems to be in peril. Upon the initial alert from a netizen, others quickly grasped the situation. After a meticulous examination, it became evident that Bale's current gestures indeed resembled the international sign for help. Upon seeing the barrage of comments floating across his phone screen, Chen Jian was momentarily taken aback, followed by a twitch at the corner of his mouth. These foreigners have a penchant for complicating matters, turning a simple distress signal into something ostentatious. Clearly, due to Bayer's previous reminder, Chen Jian refrained from derogatorily referring to Bale as a foreigner this time. Nonetheless, Bayer was no longer concerned about Chen Jian's nomenclature. In fact, upon realizing that Bale's bizarre movements were indeed a plea for assistance, a flicker of embarrassment crossed Bayer's eyes. Had Bale been in front of him at that moment, Bayer would have undoubtedly delivered a couple of sharp slaps to him. If you need help, then simply ask for it. Must you embellish it with such flamboyance, risking the chance of rescue? Moreover, it was fortunate that Baybale lacked the ability to discern the thoughts of others. Otherwise, he might have succumbed to his fate in the sea without waiting for aid. Is this flamboyance? I am merely too gravely injured to execute a standard signal. Thankfully, although the rescue team was displeased with Baybale's ostentatious gestures, their response was swift. Upon confirming that this was indeed the international distress signal, the rescue team, which had been on standby, promptly sprang into action. Meanwhile, Chu Ye, with a beaming expression, was joyfully chasing 2 large lobsters. Ever since his physical abilities had been enhanced, he felt an invigorating sensation upon diving into the water again. It would not be an exaggeration to say he believed he could now nap underwater before resurfacing. Just then, however, Chu Ye felt a tap on his shoulder. Turning around, he found an unidentified individual clad in a diving suit gesturing towards him. Chapter 125, A Medical Miracle. As Chu Ye pondered, the other party had already made a motion to ascend. Noticing the global live broadcast emblem on the person's attire, Chu Ye nodded and began to rise toward the surface of the sea. Naturally, as he departed, he was careful to bring along the large lobsters he had just caught, a gift for his wife that he could not afford to lose. Observing Chu Ye's actions, Luo Xan, clad in a diving suit, could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth. If it were not for the current inconvenience in communication, he would have asked Chu Ye if he had forgotten that he had a competition against another. One must wonder, what could be more insulting to an opponent than forgetting them during a contest? Indeed, Chu Ye had completely forgotten about Baybale. However, it was not entirely his fault. The latter's erratic trajectory had made him elusive, and since entering the water, Chu Ye had not seen him again. Even Chu Ye himself had not anticipated that Baybale had been left behind from the very beginning, eliminated well before the competition concluded. Upon reaching the shore, Chu Ye noticed the peculiar expressions on the faces of Chen Jian and the others, a blend of suppressed laughter and embarrassment. What was going on? Seeing their strange demeanor, Chu Ye inquired with curiosity. Upon hearing his question, Chen Jian exaggeratedly took a deep breath before responding. Chu Ye, is your medical expertise quite formidable? As Chen Jian gazed at him with intrigue, it was evident that during their time on the island, Chu Ye had frequently showcased his medical skills. Although unaware of Chen Jian's intentions, Chu Ye earnestly nodded. He took pride in his medical acumen. If his skills were not considered impressive, then it would imply that no one in the world possessed superior medical prowess. Chen Jian's expression grew even more peculiar at Chu Ye's affirmation. After glancing around, he mysteriously asked, "Have you ever witnessed someone experiencing simultaneous cramping in all 4 limbs?" Impossible. Chu Ye firmly shook his head, his expression resolute. For someone to cramp in all 4 limbs at once, they must be extraordinarily unfortunate. It was not that Chu Ye was being dogmatic. Rather, even with his extensive life experience, he had never heard of such an occurrence. Upon hearing Chu Ye's response, Chen Jian's face displayed a knowing expression. With a triumphant smile, he urged, "Come quickly. Today I, Chen, will let you witness a medical miracle." As he spoke, Chen Jian strode purposefully toward a nearby room. Watching Chen Jian move with an agility that belied his physique, Chu Ye momentarily stood in astonishment, then turned to Luo Xian beside him. "Luo, my friend, you can't possibly mean that we've encountered such an unfortunate soul, can you?" As Chu Ye spoke, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in his eyes. If someone were to truly encounter such an event, it would indeed be a profound misfortune. Upon hearing Chu Ye's words, Luo Xian's face instantly turned crimson, her expression shifting to one of distress. Ahem. After coughing twice, Luo Xian gestured towards the direction in which Chen Jian had departed. Then, suppressing her laughter, she remarked, "You might as well go and see for yourself." It was not that Luo Xian was unwilling to elucidate the matter to Chu Ye. Rather, the absurdity of the situation was so amusing that she feared she would burst into laughter. In fact, the audience watching the live stream shared her sentiments. Observing Chu Ye's earnest demeanor, many viewers couldn't help but erupt in laughter. "I am but a sheep. Misfortune. Aha! Everyone remember. Competing with the god of Chu is misfortune. Take note, this will be on the test." Laughing Lord. Whether it is misfortune or not, I cannot say, but it surely offends someone. Watching Luo Xian's face turn red as she valiantly stifled her laughter, Chu Ye involuntarily shuddered and hurried after the direction Chen Jian had taken. This fellow was truly astonishing, his appearance. which already bore a striking resemblance to that of a girl, now evoked envy in countless women who might wish to retaliate with acid. Due to the immense magical damage caused by Luo Xan, Chu Ye swiftly entered the room. Upon stepping inside, he was taken aback by the sight before him. There lay a middle-aged man, moaning softly, on the bed he had fashioned earlier, surrounded by Bei Er, Baiyu, Chen Jian, and others. Upon seeing Chu Ye enter, Bei Li's face lit up with delight, followed by a loud cry for help. "Chu, please save me." Noticing Chen Jian's gloating expression nearby, Chu Ye couldn't help but twitch his lips. The miraculous medical phenomenon of simultaneous cramping in all four limbs you mentioned, could it be referring to this fellow? In truth, Chu Ye had also been curious about the whereabouts of his challenger when he came ashore. Chapter 126. The Dead Fatty. You were still human until just a few breaths ago. Chu Ye had never anticipated that this individual would become the medical marvel that Chen Jian spoke of. Upon hearing Chu Ye's words, Chen Jian chuckled and nodded. "So, do you feel enlightened today?" After addressing Chu Ye, Chen Jian seemed unsatisfied and turned his gaze toward the better-than Bei Lu. "Hey, although you didn't become the Guinness World Record holder for diving, you have successfully established a new record." At Chen Jian's remarks, a sense of foreboding swiftly took root in Bei Li's heart. But before he could intervene, Chen Jian continued, in that same instant, "To cramp all your limbs, such a phenomenon is beyond the reach of most without sufficient fortune." Hearing Chen Jian's words, the corners of Bei Li's mouth twitched involuntarily. It is no exaggeration to say that if it weren't for his current predicament, his temperament would have transformed this fat man into a dead weight by now. Casting a fierce glare at the still-laughing Chen Jian, Bei Lu felt his anger and frustration dissolve into tears at the corners of his eyes. Ignoring the insufferable Chen Jian, Bei Lu could only plead with his eyes toward Chu Ye. "Chu, please save me." In the case of a typical cramp, many could resolve the issue on their own. However, Bei Li's condition was exceedingly severe, so much so that even the accompanying physician of the rescue team hesitated to intervene. With all limbs cramping, such a peculiar constitution was a delicate matter. Should this individual develop a fifth limb cramping, it would indeed be troublesome. Upon having Bei Li's plea, Chu Ye nodded zealously. After all, as a compassionate individual, one cannot simply stand by and watch their future labor force suffer. With this thought in mind, Chu Ye approached Bei Lu and grasped one of his arms, pulling with determination. After a cry of pain, Bei Lu felt his arm restore to normal. He repeated the same action 2 more times, and soon, his other arm and both legs regained their function. As the excruciating pain dissipated, a smile gradually spread across Bei Li's face, and he turned to Chu Ye, saying, "Chu, this was merely an accident. I must challenge you again in the future." "Absolutely." Before Chu Ye could respond, Chen Jian joyfully interjected, "As long as you can present a sufficient wager, I guarantee that Chu Ye will accept your challenge." Upon hearing Chen Jian's words, Bei Lu felt his lips twitch and a sharp pain surge from within his heart. It dawned on him that he had previously made a wager with Chu Ye that pertained to his very freedom in life. Curse it, why did I act so impulsively? The thought alone made Bei-Bail's sense of grievance swell, so much so that tears threatened to spill from his eyes. Observing Bei-Bail's expression, Chen Jian's lips curled into a peculiar smile. "Tiske, in front of so many witnesses, are you truly contemplating breaching the wager? How could you possibly?" "No, that is impossible." Chen Jian's sudden remark nearly caused Bei-Bail to inadvertently reveal his innermost thoughts. Fortunately, he retained a semblance of composure and swiftly altered his response. Under the scrutinizing gazes of Chen Jian and the others, Bei-Bail clenched his teeth and, with a serious demeanor, declared, "I, Bei-Bail, a man of unwavering integrity, would never contravene the wager." Yet, despite his words, the ever-flowing humiliation from his eyes betrayed his true feelings. As events unfolded to this point, Bei-Bail found himself devoid of any other emotions, save for profound regret. Indeed, it was regret. He lamented his decision to wager with Chu Ye, and he also regretted seeking Chu Ye's assistance for treatment moments ago. Bei-Bail pondered that had he not sought treatment and instead seized the opportunity presented by his injury to leave discreetly, he could have effortlessly nullified the wager. That would have been splendid. Watching Bei-Bail suffer in silence, Chen Jian's smile deepened. "Finally, starting today, someone can take over my duties of chopping wood, digging pits, and raising pigs." Upon hearing Chen Jian's words, Bei Bail's lips twitched in disbelief. What was going on? Were they not stranded on a deserted island? Why was there talk of pig farming? Moreover, I am a patient, for heaven's sake. How could you so quickly set your sights on me, you rotund fiend? Is anyone there? Unfortunately, Bei Bail's confusion and sorrow were destined to remain unresolved in the short term, for just as he was inwardly lamenting, a resounding voice echoed from outside. Chapter 127. Your entire family is foolish. The first to react to the voice was Wang Ruoxin, who stood nearby. However, as soon as the words left her mouth, a look of concern crossed her face. What is happening? Didn't Sister Chu Ye say she would help conceal this? What's wrong? Seeing the fear etched on Wang Ruoxin's face, Chu Ye couldn't help but ask. Wang Ruoxin, with a troubled expression, replied, "That's my brother's voice. They must have found out about us." During the time they spent together, Wang Ruoxin had shared the reasons for her departure from Chu Ye and Shaoxiner. However, to avoid placing too much pressure on Chu Ye, she had refrained from disclosing her family background. Notigen her distris, Chu Ye genti patet her shoulder, risurinker. Don't worry, I will surely gain your family's approval. Oh, you don't understand. Seeing Chu Ye's calm demeanor, Wang Ruoxin shook her head. My brothers are quite stubborn. They might not even give you a chance to speak. Before Chu Ye could respond to Wang Ruoxin's words, the others in the Wang family courtyard, aside from Wang Debiao, were nearly beside themselves with rage. In his room, Wang, who glared at the screen displaying the conversation between Chu Ye and Wang Ruoxin, his face dark with anger. This girl is truly turning against us. She is already speaking up for an outsider. Wang, who didn't mind his daughter's assessment of her three brothers, believing it to be quite fair. What truly irked him was Wang Ruoxin's blatant attitude of opposing their family for Chu Ye. In another nearby room, Wang Jigang and Wang Jianwei glared at each other with mutual hostility. It's your foolishness that has tarnished our image in our sister's eyes, Wang Jigang accused, eager to defend his honor. Hearing Wang Jigang's words, Wang Jianwei's lips twitched in irritation before he erupted. Shut your mouth. It's clearly your stupidity that has affected my standing with our sister. As he spoke, Wang Jianwei's eyes widened, brimming with the impulse to confront Wang Jigang. Noticing this, Wang Jigang quickly corrected himself. Neither you nor I. It must be because our eldest brother is too foolish. At this point, Wang Jigang nodded earnestly indeed. It's because our eldest brother is too foolish. He wasn't concerned about being unable to defeat Wang Jianwei. Rather, he knew that if they fought, neither would escape punishment. To avoid a beating, Wang Jigang shamefully chose to concede for the moment, though he remained convinced that their eldest brother was the primary cause of their tarnished image in their sister's eyes. Hearing your words, it indeed seems that our esteemed leader has significantly influenced our overall honor. Upon hearing Wang Jigang's remarks, Wang Jianwei was momentarily taken aback, then solemnly nodded in agreement. After a brief period of contemplation, Wang Jianwei suddenly, with great seriousness, clapped his hands. Regardless, once our leader returns, I must earnestly advise him, urging him to refrain from such foolishness in the future. Upon hearing Wang Jianwei's statement, Wang Jigang couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Were it not for the fear of inciting Wang Jianwei's wrath, he would have liked to ascertain whether this fellow was simply delusional. After all, it is improbable that one in their right mind would utter such self-destructive words. It is essential to note that although the three brothers are of similar age, the elder brother's prowess far surpasses that of the other two. Based on Wang Jigang's understanding of Wang Long, should Wang Jianwei dare to voice such sentiments, Wang Long would certainly introduce him to the harsh realities of life. Initially, Wang Jigang intended to offer a cautionary note to Wang Jianwei. However, upon further reflection, he realized that if a conflict were to arise between the elder and the youngest, they would inevitably face repercussions. Thus, he could relish the ensuing spectacle. With this thought in mind, Wang Jigang couldn't help but commend his own cleverness, nodding earnestly. Indeed, you must thoroughly remind our leader. The unfortunate Wang Jianwei, oblivious to the perils of the world, not only failed to recognize the absurdity of Wang Jigang's words, but also regarded him as a confidant. Casting a glance at Wang Jigang, Wang Jianwei, with a beaming smile, patted him on the shoulder and said, "My dear second brother, I have often considered you somewhat dull and lacking in insight, yet today I have come to realize that you possess a fair degree of intelligence." Upon hearing Wang Jianwei's comment, Wang Jigang nearly succumbed to the urge to break the hand resting on his shoulder. You, of all people, are the truly foolish one. Lacking in perception, your entire family embodies such folly and ignorance. Chapter 128. No need for formalities with the brother-in-law in but a fleeting moment. Wang Jigang discerned a peculiar issue. It appeared that he was, to his dismay, related to this fellow in a rather intimate manner, with a slight twitch of his lips. He inhaled deeply before turning to his companion, Wang Jianwei, and offering a rather strange smile. Does this mean I ought to express my gratitude for your admiration? Heh. Upon hearing Wang Jianwei's words, Wang Jigang, with an endearing simplicity, scratched his head and responded, "We're all brothers here. There's no need for such formality." Observing the seriousness etched on Wang Jianwei's face nearly caused Wang Jigang to choke on his own blood in astonishment. He began to understand why his younger sister perceived the three of them as somewhat simple-minded. After taking another deep breath, Wang Jigang chose to disregard the foolishness of the man beside him. Meanwhile, on the deserted island, Chu Ye was scrutinizing the robust man before him with a rather peculiar expression. "What are you staring at?" Wang Long, sensing Chu Ye's gaze, furrowed his brow and inquired, "Have you forgotten to greet your brother-in-law?" At Wang Long's remark, Chu Ye couldn't resist a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Ahem, brother-in-law. It was not that Chu Ye lacked manners. Rather, the man's distinctive appearance was simply too striking. Initially, he had harbored doubts regarding Wang Ruoxin's prior assertions. Yet upon witnessing Wang Long in person, Chu Ye's skepticism swiftly evaporated. In fact, he began to suspect that Wang Ruoxin's description may have been an understatement. Had it not been for Wang Ruoxin's claim that this man was her brother, Chu Ye would have never drawn such a connection. The disparity in their appearances was staggering. "Wang Long, are you itching for fight?" Just as Chu Ye was about to speak, Wang Ruoxin interjected with a powerful shout, casting a fierce glare at her foolish elder brother. At the sound of Wang Ruoxin's voice, the initially imposing Wang Long felt a shiver run down his spine, and his expression transformed into one of cordiality. "Ha! You must be the brother-in-law. No wonder my sister has such exquisite taste in men. You look quite impressive." In an effort to express his genuine admiration for Chu Ye, Wang Long began to pat his shoulder enthusiastically, feeling the strength behind Wang Long's hand. Chu Ye thought to himself that had it not been for his robust physique, he might very well have collapsed to the ground. "Were it not for knowing your intentions were friendly, I might have assumed you were here to assassinate me." Unbeknownst to Chu Ye, as he voiced his grievances, Wang Long was likewise perplexed. "What is happening? Did I use too little force?" With this thought in mind, he unconsciously increased the pressure of his grip. Indeed, while Wang Long had not come to carry out an assassination, as Chu Ye jested, his actions were nonetheless deliberate. Upon encountering Wang Ruoxin, he realized that his task of reprimanding Chu Ye could not be executed in a straightforward manner. However, who was Wang Long, if not someone adept at navigating such intricacies? As the eldest son of the foremost general of the Dragon Kingdom, Wang Long never considered himself a mere brute. After a brief contemplation of the disparity in status between the two parties, he resolved to discreetly teach Chu Ye a lesson. In doing so, he would avoid provoking his little sorceress while still accomplishing his mission. Reflecting on this, Wang Long couldn't help but commend himself, thinking, "Truly, I am a genius." However, Chu Ye's response was somewhat unexpected. In Wang Long's view, given Chu Ye's delicate appearance, he should have felt considerable pain, even if he did not fall to the ground. The absence of any reaction struck him as peculiar. Upon further reflection, Wang Long realized that Chu Ye was simply enduring the discomfort. Indeed, he surmised that Chu Ye must have been grimacing internally, yet maintained a calm facade solely to impress his younger sister. This thought elicited an even more naive smile from Wang Long. As he mused, "Keep up this charade, and I shall be able to teach you a proper lesson." As Wang Long's grip on Chu Ye's shoulder tightened, the latter furrowed his brow in response. He was no fool who greets someone with such force. Casting a glance at the seemingly simple-minded Wang Long, Chu Ye allowed a faint smile to appear, then abruptly stepped back just as Wang Long was about to pat him. With Chu Ye's mastery of the flowing dragon step, Wang Long was caught off guard by his movement. Due to the excessive force he had used, his hand missed its target completely, causing him to stumble and fall to his knees before Chu Ye. At that moment, astonishment filled Chu Ye's face, and he quickly reached out to grasp Wang Long's arm, saying, "We are all family here. There's no need for such formality, my dear brother-in-law." The instant Chu Ye seized his arm, Wang Long's countenance turned crimson. Chapter 129. The sorrow of Wang Long. It is evident that Wang Long's current state is not due to embarrassment or any other such reason. The primary catalyst for his predicament is pain. The instant he felt Chu Ye's grip on his arm, it was as though the latter's hand had transformed into a vice. The sharp agony coursing through his arm compelled Wang Long to draw in a sharp breath, and despite the excruciating discomfort, he mustered a faint smile towards Chu Ye. Hey. Ouch, haha. It was not that Wang Long was reluctant to speak. Rather, the intense suffering rendered him utterly devoid of the energy to articulate words. Wang Ruoxin was oblivious to her brother's torment. Upon witnessing Wang Long nearly losing his balance instead of successfully striking Chu Ye, her mind concocted an elaborate narrative. As siblings, Wang Ruoxin was well acquainted with her brothers, and this scene only solidified her suspicion that Wang Long had made an inappropriate advance towards Chu Ye. Concerned for her own man, she momentarily disregarded Chu Ye's formidable prowess, capable of single-handedly battling fierce tigers and hunting wild boars. In fact, Wang Ruoxin was not the only one harboring such thoughts. Even the viewers watching the live stream were filled with sympathy for Chu Ye. Master Pang, what is happening? It seems that the relationship between Chu Ye and my brother-in-law is rather strained. Shujio, to fall while attempting to pat someone on the shoulder? This is tantamount to an assassination attempt. Dong Hai Yi Hua. My heart aches for Chu Ye. Despite being bullied, he still manages to smile. I strongly demand that Wang Long be punished. Xiao Jun. I strongly demand that Wang Long be punished. Of course, aside from those clamoring for Wang Long's reprimand to avenge Chu Ye, there were others who found amusement in Wang Long's actions. For instance, a certain tiger within a grand estate, upon reading the barrage of comments on the screen, felt a surge of satisfaction. Now you know the wrath of the Wang family for attempting to woo my daughter, don't you? As he spoke, Wang, who excitedly slapped his hands on the table before him, but in an instant his expression soured. Damn it, who placed a cactus on my table? While the events in the Wang family estate unfolded on the deserted island, Wang Ruoxin was on the verge of a meltdown. Glancing at Wang Long's smiling visage, her heart was ablaze with anger. Will you not release Chu Ye at once? Hearing the furious roar of his younger sister, Wang Long's mouth twitched. Were it not for the need to maintain some semblance of dignity, he likely would have burst into tears. One can show favoritism, but not to such an extent. You've at least been raised by me. Can you truly not see who is holding whom? Observing Wang Long's woeful expression, Chu Ye felt a surge of satisfaction within. Though he still wore an expression of feigned terror as he grasped Wang Long's other arm. Brother-in-law, please rise quickly. Such grand gestures should not be repeated. Upon hearing Chu Ye's words, Wang Long could not help but twitch the corners of his mouth. If it were not for his little sister's presence, he would undoubtedly have delivered a couple of resounding slaps to Chu Ye. What absurd notion. Did he truly believe that the stalwart Wang Long would easily bend his knee? Nevertheless, as he observed Chu Ye's movements, Wang Long's other arm instinctively began to evade. Although he did not know Chu Ye well, the latter's recent antics and the mischievous glimmer in his eyes indicated that he was undoubtedly a cunning individual. Regrettably, despite his suspicions about Chu Ye's ill intentions, the disparity in their strengths was overwhelmingly vast, rendering Wang Long's attempts at evasion utterly futile. Following a sharp pain radiating from his arm, Wang Long's expression froze, and a singular thought echoed in his mind. This is a complete disaster. Thus, Wang Long found himself effortlessly lifted off the ground by Chu Ye, who seized both of his arms. Observing Wang Long grimacing in pain, yet forced to smile, Chu Ye couldn't help but grin as well. Dear brother-in-law, life on this desolate island is so arduous. I wonder what wind has blown you here. Although Chu Ye had already released his arms while speaking, Wang Long's lips still twitched involuntarily. With his extensive experience of enduring blows, he knew for certain that his arms were undoubtedly bruised. Chuckling softly, Wang Long mustered immense willpower to squeeze out a faint smile before finally speaking. To be candid, I have come here with a request. Oh, a request, you say? Chu Ye echoed Wang Long's words in an unusual tone, continuing to gaze at him intently. Feeling the weight of Chu Ye's stare, even Wang Long, who prided himself on his thick skin, could not help but feel his face flush. Just moments ago, he had been scheming to trick this man, and now he found himself asking for assistance. Was there anything more humiliating than this? By the way, this must be my lovely niece, right? She is truly stunning. Chapter 130. the sorrow of Wang Ruoxin as Wang Long spoke. He flashed a broad grin at the little girl, Xer, beside him. It was evident that he intended to take a sentimental approach. However, upon witnessing Wang Long's smile, Xiner's expression shifted dramatically, and she clutched Wang Ruoxin's arm tightly, exclaiming, "Wow, Mommy, this uncle is really ugly." Upon hearing Xiner's words, Wang Long couldn't help but twitch his lips before patting his own chest in reassurance. Children speak without thinking. Of course, while comforting himself, he continuously signaled his younger sister with his eyes, urging her to say something on his behalf. Wang Ruoxin did not disappoint him. Immediately after Xiner finished speaking, she solemnly lifted her and said, "Xen, this is your uncle. You must not call him uncle." Wang Long was momentarily taken aback by Wang Ruoxin's response. Was that all? After signaling Wang Ruoxin again with his gaze, he sadly realized that his sister was completely ignoring him. Fortunately, at that moment, Chu Ye displayed a fleeting glimmer of conscience, acknowledging that this was indeed his brother-in-law and should not be overly ridiculed. "Xiner, you must not be so impolite in the future." After Wang Ruoxin's admonition, Chu Ye turned to Xiner and added, "How can you say someone looks ugly in front of them?" Upon hearing the initial part of Chu Ye's statement, Wang Long felt a flicker of gratitude. After all, he had anticipated that Chu Ye would defend him in such a situation, especially considering his prior intentions to undermine him. Yet, this gratitude was short-lived. Upon hearing the latter part of Chu Ye's remark, Wang Long's mind was overtaken by a singular thought. What a ridiculous sense of guilt. I must have been blind to my own heart. Seeing Wang Long's expression reminiscent of someone who had just consumed something distasteful, Chu Ye felt an even deeper sense of satisfaction. If not for the consideration of his own image, he would have laughed out loud. Meanwhile, Xiner did not disappoint Chu Ye's expectations. After hearing his words, she nodded earnestly, stating, "I understand. Even though my uncle is ugly, as a polite and well-mannered child, I shouldn't say that in front of him, or else he might feel sad. Yes, Xiner is truly clever." Upon finishing her statement, Xiner received abundant praise from Wang Ruoxin. Observing the smile on Xiner's face as a result of Wang Ruoxin's commendation, Wang Long felt another wave of envy wash over him. Indeed, joy belongs to others. I, Wang Long, am destined to bear sorrow. With a resigned sigh, Wang Long turned his attention to Chu Ye and spoke. "I have come this time for the 1,000-year-old Ganoderma you possess." After this incident, this desolate island had undeniably transformed into Wang Long's place of sorrow. It was the first time in his life that someone had dared to call him ugly. The most crucial aspect is that none of the individuals present are ones he can afford to provoke. At this juncture, Wang Long merely wishes to expedite the completion of his task, so he can return to the Wang family estate, enveloped in his sorrow. Upon hearing Wang Long's words, Chu Ye was momentarily taken aback, followed by a frown of concern. In truth, he had been mentally preparing for the day's events since the moment he discovered the millennium-old ginseng. As the saying goes, a commoner bears no guilt, yet possesses a treasure that invites envy. Having acquired the ginseng during a live broadcast, he was acutely aware that many would set their sights upon him. However, what took Chu Ye by surprise was that the first to emerge was none other than Wang Ruoxin's family. Had it been any other item, Chu Ye might have been generous out of respect for Wang Ruoxin, but the Millennium Ginseng was the primary ingredient for crafting longevity elixirs. In reality, it was not only Chu Ye who felt discontent. Even Wang Ruoxin herself appeared somewhat displeased. After hearing Wang Long's words, she instinctively turned her gaze toward him, questioning his intentions for wanting that item. Although she was uncertain how her family had become aware of Chu Ye's possession of the ginseng, it did not hinder her from defending him. The chill in Wang Ruoxin's voice stirred a profound sense of emotion within Chu Ye. Despite her earlier apparent disdain for Wang Long, it underscored the profound bond shared between the siblings. In stark contrast to Chu Ye's reaction, Wang Long's countenance immediately reflected urgency upon hearing Wang Ruoxin's voice. "Dear ancestor, please do not be angry. This matter was instigated by father and grandfather." His anxiety was entirely warranted. Wang Ruoxin had always been treasured by the Wang family, despite her current status as a mother. He was certain that should he allow even the slightest discontent to befall her, he would undoubtedly be the one to suffer the consequences. "Impossible!" Wang Ruoxin exclaimed vehemently in response to Wang Long's remarks. "How could grandfather and father possibly act in such a manner?" Observing the redness in her eyes, wrought by sorrow, Wang Long was taken aback, realizing with a sinking feeling that he had erred. Chapter 131. The intentions of Wang Long upon observing the expression on Wang Ruoxin's face. Wang Long immediately discerned that she had misconstrued his intentions. Reflecting on his younger sister's resolute character, he promptly inquired, "My dear, do you truly believe that our Wang family engages in acts of coercion and plunder?" As he spoke, Wang Long was filled with a sense of helplessness. Despite Wang Ruoxin's delicate appearance, her stubbornness often surpassed that of many boys. If it were otherwise, she would not have run away from home simply because her family sought to arrange a marriage for her. Due to this very trait, once Wang Ruoxin commits to someone, she dedicates herself wholeheartedly to that person, refusing to allow even her own family to harm them. Wang Long and the others genuinely admired this aspect of her character. After all, the Wang family had never considered relying on their sons-in-law for support in the future. However, they had not anticipated that circumstances would arise requiring assistance from Chu Ye. At this point, Wang Long could only hope that Chu Ye was a person of reason. Upon hearing Wang Long's words, Wang Ruoxin was momentarily taken aback before quickly regaining her composure. Growing up in the Wang family estate, she was well aware that the pride and character of the Wang family would preclude them from engaging in unscrupulous actions. Her earlier anger had stemmed entirely from Wang Long's ambiguous statements, compounded by her concern leading to confusion. As Wang Ruoxin's expression gradually softened, Chu Ye also felt a sense of calm wash over him. After some contemplation, he realized that if the Wang family truly intended to seize the Millennium Ginseng from him, they would certainly not have broached the subject publicly during the live stream. With this thought in mind, Chu Ye turned to Wang Long and asked, "So, you wish to purchase the Millennium Ginseng for me?" "Precisely." Wang Long's face brightened at Chu Ye's words. "Whether it be monetary compensation or precious items, as long as you can articulate your desires, the Wang family is more than capable of meeting your demands." He spoke with unwavering confidence. His greatest fear was that Chu Ye would refuse to relinquish the Millennium Ginseng. But as long as Chu Ye was amenable to a transaction, the Wang family's resources would undoubtedly suffice to fulfill his requests. Observing the sincerity in Wang Long's eyes, Chu Ye furrowed his brow. "Might I inquire about the purpose behind your desire for the Millennium Ginseng?" He held no doubts regarding Wang Long's intentions. In fact, upon encountering Wang Ruoxin, he had already harbored suspicions about her identity. Chu Ye was not the person he once was. The noble aura emanating from Wang Ruoxin was unmistakable to him. Upon meeting Wang Long, he felt even more assured of his conjecture. Both Wang Long and Wang Ruoxin undoubtedly hailed from an extraordinary background. The aura they possessed was reminiscent of heirs from illustrious families with centuries of lineage, which only deepened Chu Ye's curiosity regarding Wang Long's true motives. It is essential to recognize that Ganoderma and ginseng are not the same. If Wang Long believes that ginseng can be used to extend the life of the elderly, then the efficacy of Ganoderma is significantly diminished. Upon hearing Chu Ye's words, Wang Long was momentarily taken aback, but soon a smile graced his face. "We are all family. Such matters are certainly not beyond discussion." Observing Wang Long's naive demeanor, Chu Ye couldn't help but feel a twinge at the corners of his mouth. The fellow was indeed wasting his appearance, still attempting to forge a connection through mere words at such a juncture. Noting Chu Ye's indifference, Wang Long felt a slight twitch in his own lips. In truth, Chu Ye had not misjudged. Wang Long's intentions were indeed to cultivate a rapport with him. To Wang Long, this was a necessary course of action. Should the millennium-old Ganoderma fall into the hands of another, although the Wang family would not resort to coercion, there were countless ways to acquire it. However, since Chu Ye was recognized as Wang Ruoxin's husband, such tactics could not be employed against him. Thus, under Chu Ye's inquisitive gaze, Wang Long reluctantly revealed their true purpose. "In fact, our desire to procure the millennium-old Ganoderma from you is to save a life." He then proceeded to recount the circumstances. "A comrade of my grandfather, having sustained severe injuries on the battlefield years ago, now relies on medical equipment to sustain his life. Yet, a renowned physician has stated that with the millennium-old Ganoderma, he could fully restore the elderly gentleman's health." As Wang Long spoke, Chu Ye furrowed his brow. Even he had not anticipated such underlying motives. The millennium-old Ganoderma, in Chu Ye's possession, could be used to concoct longevity elixirs, and he had no doubt that it could heal in the hands of others. The art of medicine is indeed vast and profound, especially when articulated by a divine healer. The only dilemma for Chu Ye was his reluctance to forfeit the opportunity to create the longevity elixir. Observing the expression on Chu Ye's face, Wang Long clenched his teeth. Chu Ye, regardless of the circumstances, I implore you to sell us the millennium-old Ganoderma for the sake of my grandfather. Chapter 132. You are putting me in a difficult position. Fat tiger as he spoke, Wang Long gazed earnestly at Chu Ye. Despite being a disciple of the Wang family, he genuinely wished to assist Zhang Baijian in his recovery. This desire stemmed not only from the long-standing friendship between the Wang and Zhang families, but also from his concern for Wang de Biao. Over the years, few of the comrades who had fought alongside Wang de Biao on the battlefield remained. Should Zhang Baijian pass away, it would be a tremendous blow to Wang de Biao. Upon hearing Wang Long's words, Wang Ruoxin hesitated. On one hand was her beloved husband, and on the other was her grandfather, who had always showered her with affection. After a moment's contemplation, she turned to Chu Ye and said, Chu Ye, if possible, could you bring out the Ganoderma? As soon as she finished speaking, Wang Ruoxin quickly added, Rest assured, with me here, you will undoubtedly receive ample compensation. Wang Long couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth upon hearing Wang Ruoxin's words. It was indeed true that once a daughter is married, she tends to side with outsiders. Must they truly part with the Ganoderma? Faced with Wang Long's eager gaze, Chu Ye found himself torn. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered a quest. Please check promptly. Startled by the voice of the system in his ear, Chu Ye exclaimed, Check the quest. Quest. Divine Physician's heart description. As a divine healer, how could one bear to watch the generals of the Dragon Kingdom suffer from ailments? Requirements. Assist General Zhang Baijian in regaining his health without the use of the Millennium Ganoderma. Time limit. 1 month quest reward. A set of Xiantai needles at failure penalty. None. Upon inspecting the quest interface, a smile crept across Chu Ye's face. You pesky system. I thought you only issued tasks concerning Shattering. It was no wonder Chu Ye harbored such thoughts. Since acquiring the system, most of the tasks assigned had revolved around Shattering. No sooner had he finished his remarks than the system's voice chimed in again. Ding. If the host finds this unsatisfactory, this system can assist you in rescinding the quest. At the system statement, Chu Ye's expression darkened. You wretched thing. I've never seen you offer to cancel other quests before. Habitually, he raised a middle finger in a gesture of affection towards the system, then turned to Wang Long. So, you seek the Millennium Ganoderma for the purpose of healing? Indeed, Wang Long replied earnestly, nodding his head. However, as he did, he couldn't resist a bit of sarcasm. Did I not mention earlier that this brother-in-law seems rather dim-witted? Of course, Chu Ye was oblivious to Wang Long's inner thoughts. Noting Wang Long's affirmation, he continued. Acquiring the Millennium Ganoderma is not out of the question, but you must agree to one of my conditions. Not a problem. As soon as Chu Ye's words escaped his lips, Wang Long bellowed. Do not merely propose one condition. Even if it were 3, 10, or 30, I would acquiesce. Rest assured, I shall not place you in a difficult position. A single condition will suffice. Hearing Chu Ye's words, Wang Long could not help but exhale a profound sigh of relief. Despite his earlier fervor, he understood the gravity of the situation. Should Chu Ye present an excessive number of demands, the instigator would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Observing Chu Ye's perceptiveness, Wang Long's spirits lifted. He boldly patted his chest and declared, Brother-in-law, articulate your request. We are family, so please do not hold back. With a serious demeanor, Wang Long had made up his mind. Even if Chu Ye were to demand several million, he would not refuse. After all, it would merely contribute to ensuring a prosperous future for his sister. Noticing Wang Long's confident expression, Chu Ye felt no hesitation and stated directly, in that case, I wish to meet the patient first. Wang Long, momentarily taken aback, stammered, cough, cough, brother-in-law, what did you just say? Upon realizing the implication, he suppressed the instinctive reply of no problem and gazed at Chu Ye with a look of grievance. Brother-in-law, I believe that sometimes, even among family, it is better to maintain a certain distance. As he spoke, Wang Long was on the verge of tears, feeling that this was not a mere inconvenience, but rather a demand that could lead to his demise. You think that meeting Zhang Baijian is as simple as encountering an ordinary person? Is it too challenging? Chu Ye inquired, observing Wang Long's distressed countenance. It is not about the challenge, Wang Long replied, shaking his head in a peculiar manner. Brother-in-law, This matter transcends difficulty. It is utterly impossible. There isn't even a window. Do you comprehend my meaning? He looked at Chu Ye with a pitiful expression and added, what if you consider an alternative condition? Whether it be monetary or material wealth, I am open to any suggestion. Chapter 133. The anguished Ando ran, that is untenable. Upon hearing Wang Long's words, Chu Ye shook his head earnestly. Could there possibly be a treasure more exquisite than the Millennium Ganoderma? Wang Long was momentarily taken aback by Chu Ye's assertion. Given the resources of the Wang and Zhang families, it was indeed feasible for them to produce various treasures. However, none could rival the rarity of the Millennium Ganoderma, a celestial herb that was more often sought than found. Observing Chu Ye's calm demeanor, Wang Long let out a sigh. After spending so many years in the Dragon Kingdom, he was astounded to realize that even the Wang family was not as illustrious as he had once believed. Clearing his throat, he turned to Chu Ye and suggested, brother-in-law, why not present the Millennium Ganoderma first? Once old Master Zhang's health is restored, he will surely wish to meet you. In this regard, Wang Long spoke truthfully, knowing Zhang Baijian's character. He would undoubtedly express his gratitude in person upon learning that Chu Ye had provided the elixir to save him. Yet, upon hearing Wang Long's proposition, Chu Ye shook his head resolutely. That is not an option. His desire to meet Zhang Baijian first stemmed from a wish to safeguard the Millennium Ganoderma. He could not possibly relinquish it now. Why is it imperative for you to see old Master Zhang first? Wang Ruoxin inquired with genuine curiosity, noticing Chu Ye's earnest expression. As the saying goes, a couple united in purpose. She could hardly believe that Chu Ye was one to act recklessly. I wish to ascertain whether old Master Zhang can be cured without utilizing the Millennium Ganoderma. Since it was not a matter of disgrace, Chu Ye openly articulated his thoughts. After hearing Wang Ruoxin's question, he replied candidly, the Millennium Ganoderma hold additional significance for me. Wang Long was momentarily rendered speechless by Chu Ye's revelation. If one were to encapsulate his current sentiments, it would be two words, utterly exasperated. He had always assumed that Chu Ye's insistence on meeting Zhang Baijian first was merely a way to vex him, yet he had not anticipated such a line of reasoning. Casting a sideways glance at Chu Ye, Wang Long could only manage a wry smile. Brother-in-law, old Master Zhang's condition has been assessed by the nation's foremost physician. Aside from the Millennium Ganoderma, there exists no alternative remedy. Although Wang Long attempted to soften his words, he was, in fact, cautioning Chu Ye. If the nation's esteemed healer could not remedy the situation, what chance did a mere mortal like Chu Ye possess? In Wang Long's view, his counsel should have illuminated the matter for Chu Ye. However, to his surprise, upon hearing Wang Long's words, Chu Ye merely smiled with pride and responded, he is he, and I am I. Just because he cannot heal him, does that imply I am incapable as well? At that moment, Wang Long felt as though he might weep. It dawned on him that his brother-in-law might possess a touch of folly. If the nation's premier physician was unable to find a solution, what could an ordinary person like Chu Ye possibly achieve? In truth, Wang Long's performance has been commendable. At this moment within the Wang family estate, Wang who had just violently shattered a table. What nonsense! This boy is simply outrageous. What is he thinking, playing house like a child? Although due to Wang Ruoxin's insistence, Wang who had reluctantly accepted Chu Ye as a son-in-law, this did not imply that he held any favorable opinion of him. On the contrary, upon hearing Chu Ye's words, his fury reached a boiling point. If old Master Zhang's health could be so easily restored, given the elder's contributions to the Dragon Nation, would the country allow him to deteriorate to such a state? It was not solely Wang who felt this way. In another grand residence in Longdu, an elderly man with a goat beard dressed in a Taoist robe also glowered with anger upon hearing Chu Ye's remarks. This is preposterous. How dare this young whippersnapper insult me? To an unknowing observer, the expression on the Taoist's face might suggest he was ready to strike Chu Ye down. He was none other than the renowned physician who had proposed a treatment for Zhang Baijian, recognized as the foremost healer in the Dragon Nation, and Daoran. Initially, upon hearing from Wang Hu about the discovery of a millennium-old Ganoderma, and Daoran had been quite exhilarated. He held great admiration for Zhang Baijian, and curing him would bring immense joy to Daoran. Consequently, after Wang Hu's departure, Daoran, who typically shunned television, found himself inexplicably drawn to such entertainment programs for the first time. Unsurprisingly, upon listening to Chu Ye's words, his indignation surged. In truth, considering Daron's years of self-cultivation. It is difficult for mere words to provoke his ire. The true source of his anger lay in Chu Ye's demeanor. As a physician of great renown, he could endure skepticism regarding his medical skills, yet he could not tolerate the affront to the medical path to which he had devoted his life. Chu Ye's casual attitude, in Daron's eyes, was the utmost insult to the art of medicine. How outrageous! I must teach this arrogant young man a lesson. Chapter 134. The stubbornness of Chu Ye. As Chu Ye continued to converse with Wang Long on the screen, Daron's heart swelled with indignation. You wish to meet old Master Zhang, do you? Very well, I shall indulge you. With that thought, Daron promptly dialed a number on his mobile phone. Chong, may I inquire as to the purpose of your call? Wang Hu's puzzled voice emanated from the device as soon as the connection was established. In truth, upon receiving Daron's call, Wang Hu felt a twinge of apprehension, while his stature allowed him to remain unfazed by Daron. The recent affront his son-in-law had inflicted upon this esteemed professional weighed heavily on his conscience, rendering him somewhat uneasy in Daron's presence. General Wang, you are blessed with a fine son-in-law. Crack. Upon hearing Daron's peculiar tone, Wang Hu instinctively grimaced and shattered his beloved cup. Simultaneously, another thought struck him. This is a disaster. What is the most awkward situation in the world? It is neither poverty nor unattractiveness, but rather finding oneself disparaging someone only to discover they're standing right behind you. Though Wang Hu had not spoken ill of Daron, the fact that Chu Ye was his son-in-law meant he would inevitably bear the brunt of any fallout. The mere contemplation of Daron's temperament left Wang Hu gnashing his teeth in frustration at Chu Ye. If it were anyone else, Wang Hu would have remained indifferent. But Daron was a singular exception. After all, he was the most revered physician in the Dragon Kingdom. Having provoked such an individual could have dire consequences, especially when it came to future medical assistance. Thus, as soon as Daron finished speaking, a forced smile crept onto Wang Hu's face. It is merely the folly of a young, inexperienced child. I hope Chong will not take offense. Humph. Daron let out a cold snort in response to Wang Hu's words. There is no need for further discussion, General Wang. If that young man wishes to see old Master Zhang, then let us oblige him. What? Wang Hu exclaimed, taken aback by Daron's statement. Chong, please do not act impulsively. Given the current condition of the old master, he cannot endure too much commotion. As he spoke, Wang Hu felt a flicker of resentment towards Daron. You are the foremost healer in the Dragon Kingdom. Must you stoop to quarreling with a mere child like Chu Ye? Such is the nature of the Wang family's character. One may chastise their own kin mercilessly, yet outsiders must not be wronged. Were it not for Daron's esteemed status, Wang would have likely taken matters into his own hands. General Wang, fret not. Daron retorted with a cold chuckle. With me present, there shall be no issue. After this proclamation, without allowing Wang Hu to interject, Daron continued. I merely wish to request General Wang's assistance in contacting Chu Ye. I need to have a serious discussion with him. This sigh. Upon hearing Daron's words, Wang Hu couldn't help but sigh. From Daron's tone, he realized that this matter was likely beyond his control. In a state of resignation, Wang Hu endeavored to persuade Daron to the best of his ability. Taoist, after all, Chu Ye is still just a child. I implore you, for the sake of my venerable elder, do not be overly harsh in your teachings. As soon as Wang Hu finished speaking, laughter resonated from the other end of the line. Rest assured, General Wang, I am not one to be insensitive to such matters. Upon hearing Daron's reassuring words, Wang Hu finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Daron was a respected elder, and he would likely not be excessively severe with Chu Ye. Having established this assurance, Wang Hu promptly shared Wang Long's phone number with Daron. In his view, it was indeed time for Chu Ye to learn a lesson. Otherwise, he might create further disturbances in the future. Meanwhile, on the deserted island, Chu Ye remained oblivious to the fact that his nonchalant demeanor had already provoked the ire of a true master healer. As the saying goes, only those within the family truly understand their own affairs. Chu Ye's seemingly dismissive attitude stemmed merely from his confidence in his own abilities. Just as he was intrigued by Hua Tuo's 9 needles, he recognized that while all were indeed healers, their areas of expertise varied. In Chu Ye's perspective, the challenges that Daron could not surmount might not necessarily be insurmountable for him. However, Chu Ye overlooked his current identity in this lifetime, which led to his predicament. At that moment, on the deserted island, Wang Long gazed at Chu Ye with a look of exasperation. He had initially thought that his younger sister was stubborn enough. But upon meeting Chu Ye, he realized the true essence of obstinacy. After such a lengthy discourse, his lips felt nearly raw, yet he had failed to sway his counterpart. Even now, Chu Ye remained steadfast in his singular assertion. Until I ascertain the elder's condition, I wouldn't even feed you Lingji mushrooms, let alone provide anything else. Chapter 135. The bet. As Wang Long gazed at Chu Ye and Wang Ruoxin before him, he finally grasped the true essence of an ancient saying from the Dragon Kingdom. Those who are not family do not enter the same door. Just as he contemplated employing force to retrieve the Millennium Ginseng from Chu Ye, he was suddenly interrupted by the ringing of his mobile phone nestled in his pocket. Upon seeing the unfamiliar number, Wang Long was momentarily taken aback, yet ultimately decided to answer. It was worth noting that this number was private, aside from family. It was unlikely that anyone else would possess it. Young Wang, hand the phone to Chu Ye. I wish to speak with him directly. As soon as he answered, before Wang Long could utter a word, the voice of Endaoran resonated through the receiver. Upon hearing Endaoran's voice, Wang Long was initially stunned, but quickly managed to smile. Ah, it's Grandpa. Rest assured, I will pass the phone to Chu Ye right away. Wang Long was quite familiar with Endaoran's voice, not solely due to his reputation as a divine doctor, but for other reasons as well. After his words fell, Wang Long handed his phone to Chu Ye. Brother-in-law, this is a call from the foremost healer in the Dragon Kingdom, so be sure to speak with utmost courtesy. While passing the phone, Wang Long felt compelled to remind Chu Ye, who, in his eyes, had become rather single-minded. Only after Chu Ye nodded did Wang Long place the device in his hands. Chu Ye, are you willing to see if you can save old Zhang? It was evident that Endaoran was also watching the live broadcast. Otherwise, he would not have spoken before Chu Ye had a chance to respond. Hearing Endaoran's voice, Chu Ye remained composed, nodding gently. Indeed, I wonder if the old gentleman would be amenable to my request? Absolutely. Endaoran's voice came through once more. I can agree to your request, but you must also grant me one in return. Naturally, Chu Ye would not hastily acquiesce to another's demands. Thus, he inquired after Endaoran's proposition. Rest assured, young lad, I shall not impose an unreasonable task upon you. Upon hearing Chu Ye's words, Endaoran's voice rang out again. I propose a wager. If you are unable to cure old Zhang, you must surrender the Millennium Ginseng in your possession to me. What say you? The moment Endaoran's words left his lips, before Chu Ye could respond, those present could not help but gasp in astonishment. This elder truly lived up to his title as the greatest healer of the age. His manner of speaking was unlike that of ordinary people. It is worth noting that this was a Millennium Ginseng. If Chu Ye were to sell it, he could easily command tens of billions. Even Wang, who from the Wang family courtyard, could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Is this truly your notion of propriety? Does your understanding of restraint differ from that of others? What is the matter, young one? Are you perhaps hesitant? Endaoran, unconcerned with the opinions of others, had contemplated this demand for quite some time. After all, Chu Ye is a son-in-law of the Wang family, and Endaoran did not wish to punish him for trivial matters. Hence, he devised this method, to seize the Millennium Ginseng from Chu Ye, imparting a lesson to this naive young lad. In truth, as Endaoran conversed with Chu Ye, Wang had come to a similar realization. The Millennium Ginseng was merely an unexpected boon for Chu Ye. Even if Endaoran possessed it, it would solely be utilized for the treatment of Zhang by Zhang. Moreover, this approach would serve to discipline Chu Ye, presenting a delightful opportunity. As for any potential repercussions for Chu Ye, there was little concern, for the Wang family's influence would undoubtedly ensure that he would not suffer unduly in his lifetime. Having arrived at this understanding, Wang Hu felt not anxiety, but rather a sense of anticipation. Gazing at the screen displaying Chu Ye, he nearly shouted his innermost thoughts. Agree to him, hasten to agree, since there would be no harm to Chu Ye himself. As a devoted father, he certainly wished to witness the misfortune of a certain oblivious fool. As if hearing Wang Hu's silent musings, Chu Ye on the deserted island, upon concluding Endaoran's remarks, immediately revealed a hint of a smile. If I could indeed heal, I wonder how Eldarin would respond? Endaoran, who was in his chamber making a phone call, was momentarily taken aback by Chu Ye's words. He longed to say, young man, you have no chance. Yet considering that this was a wager, fairness must be maintained. After a brief silence, Endaoran finally spoke. If you can cure Elder Zhang, I shall bestow upon you an 800-year-old and shun grass. Chapter 136. The healer's reluctance to enter, is this statement truly accurate? As soon as Endaren's words escaped his lips, a jolt surged through Chu Ye's heart. The ancient herb, a principal ingredient in the concoction of longevity elixirs, instantly captivated Chu Ye's admiration for this previously unknown elder. Upon reflection, he recognized that this old man was indeed a benevolent soul, willing to contribute generously. Ancient herb cultivated over 8 centuries is likely something only Endaran could procure. Others would find it exceedingly difficult. However, upon contemplating this, another thought burgeoned within Chu Ye's mind. If Endaran could present an 800-year-old ancient herb, surely his stock must contain a plethora of other rare herbs as well. This notion sparked a glimmer of hope in Chu Ye's eyes, for he felt he had discerned the path to acquire the primary ingredients for the longevity elixir. At that moment, while this thought took root in Chu Ye's mind, Endaran on the other end of the line suddenly shivered. An inexplicable sensation washed over him, as if he were being scrutinized by a formidable presence. Shaking his head to dispel this peculiar thought, Endaran resumed his response to Chu Ye, stating, "Humph. As the foremost divine physician of the Dragon Nation, I would never stoop to deceive a junior in such matters." It was evident that Chu Ye's inquiry had displeased Endaran. He continued, "If you can heal old Zhang, I shall certainly present you with the 800-year-old ancient herb. It is a deal." As a youth who held the principle of respecting elders and cherishing the young, Chu Ye could not refuse the elder's goodwill. Without hesitation, he nodded in agreement upon hearing Endaran's words. "Humph." Observing Chu Ye's confident demeanor, Endaran could not resist another cold snort, feeling the need to impart a significant lesson to the young man. "In that case, prepare yourself to come and treat old Zhang. But do not forget to bring along the Millennium Ganoderma." Endaran emphasized the word treat with particular weight. Upon hearing Endaran's statement, Chu Ye was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head resolutely. "Eldarin, you have misunderstood. If you wish for me to treat old Zhang, you must come yourselves." "What?" As soon as Chu Ye's words left his mouth, Endaran could not help but roar in indignation. "You insolent child. Do you have any idea how critical old Zhang's condition is? If he were to leave Longdu recklessly and something went awry, could you bear the responsibility?" Even without witnessing Endaran's current demeanor, one could still detect the overwhelming fury in his tone. He believed that Chu Ye was unwilling to relinquish the Millennium Ganoderma, and that this method was merely a means to complicate matters for him. In truth, it was not only Endaran who harbored such thoughts. The audience shared similar sentiments. "Heizi, in my view, Chu Ye is deliberately provoking a conflict. He simply does not wish to part with the Millennium Ganoderma. Baybale, such a selfish individual. How can he refuse to save the old hero due to his own greed? Keyboard Monarch, I have long asserted that Chu Ye is not a good person. Do you dare to continue your defense?" In an instant, a plethora of detractors flooded the live stream. Although Chu Ye's admirers firmly believed he could not possibly be the person the critics depicted, they found themselves at a loss for rebuttal. As the barrage of unfavorable comments regarding Chu Ye intensified on the screen, Baiyu and the others grew increasingly anxious. Just as Baiyu was about to speak, Chu Ye gently shook his head at her and then turned to inquire of Endaran with a light chuckle. "Masterin, you are indeed a divine physician. Have you ever heard of a doctor proactively seeking out patients?" Hearing Chu Ye's words, Endaran, who had initially felt a surge of anger, was momentarily taken aback, followed by a faint smile of resignation. It is a time-honored tradition that physicians do not intrude upon their patients unless in exceptional circumstances, though it is said that a healer possesses the heart of a parent. It remains the patient's responsibility to seek out the physician. As a fellow healer, Endaran was well aware of this principle. Chu Ye, given the current condition of Elder Zhang, it is inadvisable for him to undertake a long journey. Is there no way to know? Chu Ye intergestit. Shaking his head resolutely. Surely, with your esteemed prowess as the foremost master of Long Nation, facilitating Elder Zhang's safe arrival here should pose no challenge. Chu Ye. Upon hearing this, Endaran erupted in a furious retort. Elder Zhang is one of the last remaining generals of our Long Nation. If anything were to happen to him, could you bear the responsibility? Endaran's expression was one of palpable anger. As Chu Ye pointed out, although Zhang Baijian's health was far from ideal, it would not be insurmountable for him to ensure Zhang Baijian's safe passage to the remote island. However, what awaited them upon arrival? Even the slightest mishap on the island could inflict grievous harm upon Zhang Baijian. Chapter 137. A gamble once more to remain absent is to face demise. Yet to arrive may afford a chance for survival. Could it be that old and is so oblivious to such a simple truth? As he spoke, Chu Ye maintained an air of calm. In truth, it was not that Chu Ye lacked understanding of human emotions. Rather, he had already received a notification from the system that he could not leave the deserted island until the survival program concluded. I consented. Just as Daoran was about to continue his debate with Chu Ye, a voice suddenly emerged beside him. Upon hearing it, Daoran was momentarily taken aback, then swiftly turned to see the elderly figure beside him. Old Zhang, how did you manage to come out? As he spoke, Daoran regarded the elderly man with a face full of concern. The once formidable warrior of the Dragon Kingdom now bore the burden of illness, his back slightly hunched. Yet, despite this, his countenance radiated unwavering resolve. Ha ha ha! Upon hearing Daoran's words, Zhang Baijian erupted into hearty laughter. Olden, I am a veteran who has survived the battlefield. Do you truly intend for me to languish on a sickbed until my last breath? You sighing in resignation at Zhang Baijian's determined expression, Daoran turned away, opting for silence. Observing Daoran's gesture, a faint smile crept upon Zhang Baijian's lips as he took the phone from his hand. Youngster, I shall arrive this afternoon. Let's hope we can share some insights then. Previously, Zhang Baijian's conversation with Daoran had not been discreet. Hence Chu Ye was aware of the identity of the person addressing him. Upon hearing Zhang Baijian's words, Chu Ye promptly smiled. Rest assured, old Zhang, as long as you can make it, I shall exert every effort to treat you. Chu Ye refrained from proclaiming that he could guarantee Zhang Baijian's recovery. Such assertions would be met with skepticism until events unfolded. Upon hearing Chu Ye's confident declarations, Zhang Baijian's smile widened. Excellent, excellent. I shall await the results with bated breath. With that, he hung up before Chu Ye could respond. Old Zhang, you cannot truly intend to venture to the deserted island, can you? As soon as Zhang Baijian placed the phone down, Daoran could not help but voice his concerns. Given your condition, this is exceedingly perilous. Isn't there still you? Just as Daoran finished speaking, Zhang Baijian, with a beaming smile, patted him on the shoulder. With the esteemed healer Daoran present, even the king of hell would find it challenging to claim this old man's life, would he not? At this juncture, Zhang Baijian disregarded Daoran's impending objections and called out towards the outside, prepare a plane for me. This afternoon I shall meet that audacious young man who dares to wager against the esteemed healer Daoran. Seeing Zhang Baijian's spirited demeanor, Daoran could only shake his head in exasperation before beginning to gather his equipment. A few minutes later, an armed helicopter ascended from Longdu, its destination set for the island where Chu Ye resided. As Daoran and Zhang Baijian set forth, within the confines of the Wang family estate, Wang, who was teetering on the brink of fury, this insufferable brat, I wonder how he intends to extricate himself from his predicament? At the mere thought, a sharp pain pierced through Wang Hu's temples. Although Zhang Baijian's stature in the Dragon Kingdom did not quite rival that of Wang de Biao, he was nonetheless a national treasure. Should any misfortune befall him on that desolate island, it would not only implicate Chu Ye, but also drag his niece, Wang Qimei, into the turmoil. Faced with such grim possibilities, Wang Hu had no choice but to call Wang Long, insisting that he safeguard the impending arrival of the venerable Zhang. If any harm were to befall Zhang Baijian, it would be Wang Long who would pay the price. My brother-in-law, you have truly landed me in a dire predicament, Wang Long lamented as he hung up the phone, casting a sorrowful glance at Chu Ye. Had this fellow simply handed over the precious Lingji, there would have been no such complications. Now, not only was he unable to return to Longdu in a timely manner, but he also bore the responsibility of protecting Zhang Baijian, with the added pressure of ensuring that nothing went awry. Do you doubt my capabilities as well? Upon hearing Chu Ye's words, Wang Long's expression darkened. Do you think I'm the only one who mistrusts you? In truth, anyone with a modicum of sense would harbor doubts. With a huff, Wang Long dismissed Chu Ye's oblivious inquiry. Observing Wang Long's reaction, a faint smile graced the corners of Chu Ye's mouth. In that case, would you care to place a wager with me? A wager? Wang Long was momentarily taken aback. Then a look of disdain crossed his features. What would you possibly offer as a stake, given your current state? In Wang Long's estimation, the only valuable possession Chu Ye had, the millennium-old Lingji, had already been relinquished, leaving nothing of worth for a wager. If I lose, I shall teach you a set of the tiger subduing fist. The tiger subduing fist? Is that the same technique you employed to tame the tiger before? Chapter 138. I can heal. As soon as Chu Ye's words left his lips, a flicker of joy flashed in Wang Long's eyes. Although the Wang family possessed certain combat techniques, they paled in comparison to the martial prowess demonstrated by Chu Ye earlier. Under Wang Long's astonished gaze, Chu Ye nodded without hesitation. For Wang Long, the tiger-subduing fist might hold great value. Yet for Chu Ye, it was hardly of any significance. Excellent. Upon witnessing Chu Ye's gesture, Wang Long let out a resounding roar and proclaimed, "Truly worthy of being my brother-in-law. Your actions exude grandeur. Pray tell, what will you wager is your stake?" Hearing Chu Ye's statement, Wang Long found himself in a quandary. In his eyes, the secret manual of the tiger-subduing fist was immensely precious, and he struggled to conceive an appropriate gift in return. Of course, Wang Long had considered simply wagering money against Chu Ye. But recalling how Chu Ye had previously dismissed hundreds of millions, he felt the odds of success were rather slim. After a few moments of contemplation, he caught a glimpse of Chu Ye's enigmatic smile and suddenly had a thought. If you can cure old Zhang, I shall wholeheartedly support your relationship with Ruo Xin. Deal. It must be said that Wang Long possessed a measure of cleverness. Following the incident involving old Zhang, Chu Ye had gained insight into Wang Ruo Xin's family background, leading him to ponder how to earn the family's approval. Wang Long's wager undoubtedly struck at Chu Ye's vulnerable spot. Upon Chu Ye's agreement, a glint of cunning appeared in Wang Long's eyes. In truth, given the affection that old Master Wang held for his granddaughter, Chu Ye's concerns were unfounded. Thus, Wang Long's wager was a mere gamble without risk, regardless of the outcome. He would not be at a disadvantage. Naturally, in Wang Long's mind, he was confident of victory, as he did not believe Chu Ye's medical skills could surpass those of the renowned healer and Daoran. As the two solidified their wager, the sound of helicopter blades resonated above them. "They're here." As he observed the armed helicopter searching for a landing spot, a serious expression crossed Wang Long's face. And he turned to Chu Ye, saying, "If you cannot cure old Zhang, concede gracefully, do not act recklessly." Wang Long spoke with utmost seriousness, concerned that Chu Ye's impulsiveness might lead to dire consequences. "Rest assured, I know my limits," Chu Ye replied earnestly, nodding in acknowledgement. Yet, for reasons unknown, Wang Long harbored a lingering sense of unease. This young man hardly appeared to be someone who exercised restraint. Just as Wang Long was mulling over how to prevent Chu Ye from acting recklessly, the helicopter began its descent. "Ha ha ha. It has been many years since I left Longdu. I never expected to venture out again," boomed one of the elders as he emerged from the helicopter, flanked by several soldiers, under the watchful eyes of the crowd. "Grandfather Zhang, you have arrived?" Upon seeing the two elderly gentlemen, Wang Long, disregarding his inner turmoil, hurriedly stepped forward. After paying his respects to Zhang Baijian, he turned to the other elder. "I have met Master and—" "Enough, enough. There is no need for such formalities between us." Zhang Baijian waved his hand dismissively before addressing the young man beside Wang Long. "You must be Chu Ye. Quite impressive, indeed. You possess a spirited demeanor." Much like Wang Debiao, Zhang Baijian harbored a fondness for this young man capable of contending with tigers. "I have had the honor of meeting General Zhang," Chu Ye expressed with respect. "It is quite a privilege for you to come in person. I feel rather guilty." This was not mere flattery. Given Zhang Baijian's contributions to Longhua, Chu Ye would have gladly traveled to Longdu to attend to his health, were it not for system restrictions. "Ha ha ha," Zhang Baijian chuckled, patting Chu Ye on the shoulder. "It is an age-old custom for patients to seek doctors for their ailments. There is no need for guilt. Now that we are here, shouldn't you begin your examination of old Zhang?" Unlike Zhang Baijian, Master had little fondness for Chu Ye, glaring at him as he spoke. "No need to look further." As soon as Master finished his statement, Chu Ye smiled and shook his head. "I can treat General Zhang's affliction. Are you conceding now?" "What was that?" Just as he began to speak, Master realized what Chu Ye had just claimed. "Young man, one must take responsibility for one's words. This is not child's play where one can speak recklessly." Not only Master but even the usually jovial Zhang Baijian's expression darkened upon hearing Chu Ye's assertion. Meanwhile, Wang Long anxiously grasped Chu Ye's arm. "Brother-in-law, you promised me you would exercise restraint. Surely this is not your idea of restraint?" Chapter 139. The astonished Ondao ran as Wang Long spoke. He could hardly restrain the urge to slap himself twice. It was utterly foolish of him to believe that this individual would exhibit any sense of propriety. Could a person of discernment utter such words? The formidable first saint of the Dragon Kingdom has not resolved issues that have persisted for years, yet this person thought he could solve them with just a glance. Such arrogance bordered on madness. Though Chu Ye was unaware of Wang Long's thoughts, he could surmise some of them. Casting a glance at the infuriated Ondao Ran, he allowed a slight smile to grace his lips. When old Zhang had patted my shoulder earlier, I'd already assessed him. Excessive blood loss, insufficient vitality, and cardiac congestion are merely minor ailments. Upon hearing Chu Ye's words, while Wang Long and the others remained speechless, both Ondao Ran and Zhang Baijian were rendered completely dumbfounded. Young man, can you truly heal old Zhang? At that moment, Ondao Ran had entirely forgotten his earlier demeanor towards Chu Ye. If not for a sliver of rationality, he might have leapt forward to embrace Chu Ye. Who could blame them for their excitement? The symptoms Chu Ye had just described mirrored Zhang Baijian's current condition precisely. Had it not been for the knowledge that only a handful were privy to Zhang Baijian's condition, they might have suspected that someone had tipped off Chu Ye. In such a short span, diagnosing Zhang Baijian's physical state was something Ondao Ran could accomplish. However, the fact that Chu Ye could do so indicated that his medical skills were not significantly inferior to Ondao Ran's. Upon hearing Ondao Ran's inquiry, Chu Ye calmly nodded. These are merely minor ailments. Once the symptoms are identified, they are not difficult to resolve. As soon as Chu Ye's words left his lips, a glimmer of disappointment flickered across Ondao Ran's face. While such conditions may be easily addressed in others, given old Zhang's age, though Ondao Ran did not voice his thoughts directly, his meaning was clear. As the saying goes, there are no minor ailments in the elderly. At Zhang Baijian's age, any ailment could pose significant risks. Fortunately, upon realizing that Chu Ye's medical prowess was likely on par with his own, Ondao Ran's demeanor softened considerably. Despite his pride, he exhibited a degree of tolerance when confronted with fellow geniuses. Offering Chu Ye a wry smile, Ondao Ran explained, considering old Zhang's physical condition and age, attempting to extract the stagnant bad blood from his heart through surgery would be exceedingly perilous. Who said I intended to resort to surgery? Upon hearing Ondao Ran's words, a smile broke out on Chu Ye's face. Surgery inherently carries considerable risks to the body. It would be far better to employ the methods of traditional Chinese medicine. Traditional Chinese medicine? Ondao Ran was momentarily taken aback by Chu Ye's statement. Yet, within mere moments, his expression brightened significantly. Acupuncture. Young friend, have you mastered the art of acupuncture? Ondao Ran spoke with palpable excitement. He could not help but feel a surge of excitement. The most effective way to address Zhang Baijian's predicament was undoubtedly through the art of acupuncture. Regrettably, this ancient practice had been lost since the era of the Great Braid. And although there are individuals today who possess a modicum of knowledge in acupuncture, it is merely superficial. Had Chu Ye truly mastered this art, Zhang Baijian's condition would be easily remedied. Fortunately, I have a slight understanding of it myself. Observing the confident expression on Chu Ye's face, and Daoran discerned that his claim of modesty was undoubtedly an understatement. With this thought in mind, and Daoran, amidst the incredulous gazes of the onlookers, respectfully bowed deeply to Chu Ye. I have previously offended you, dear friend. I hope you will not hold it against me. If you're able to lend your assistance, I shall gladly relinquish the 800-year-old tranquil herb. His expression was earnest as he spoke. Although the use of a millennium-old Ganoderma could also aid in Daoran in resolving his issues, it merely exploited the herb's properties to prolong life, addressing only the symptoms rather than the root cause. Noticing in Daoran's gesture, Chu Ye hastily reached out to stop him. Daoistan, you are too gracious. Since General Zhang has arrived, I shall certainly render my assistance. After saying this, Chu Ye turned to Daoran. Might I inquire if you possess any suitable silver needles? Indeed. As soon as Chu Ye's words left his lips, and Daoran, brimming with excitement, retrieved a small purple wooden box from his robe. Do you find this item suitable? Observing Daoran's actions, Zhang Baijian could not help but look at him in astonishment. This is your treasure. You usually do not even allow me a glimpse. Why have you chosen to reveal it today? In response to Zhang Baijian's jest, and Daoran could not suppress a smirk. Rolling his eyes dramatically, were it not to preserve your life, why would I lend my treasure to another? With the knowledge that Chu Ye had indeed mastered acupuncture, both Daoran and Zhang Baijian felt considerably relieved. Chapter 140. The commencement of treatment. General Zhang, Taoist, and might you accompany me for a moment? As Zhang Baijian and Daoran prepared to engage in their customary verbal sparring, Chu Ye raised his hand, swiftly intervening to halt their exchange. Upon hearing Chu Ye's words, the two elders momentarily paused, then nonchalantly followed in his wake. A few minutes later, under Chu Ye's guidance, they arrived at the humble abode he had constructed. Gazing at the red brick house before them, both Zhang Baijian and his accompanying guards were momentarily rendered speechless. This, my young friend, if my memory serves me correctly, you are participating in a survival program on a deserted island, are you not? And Daoran remarked, a peculiar expression adorning his face as he scrutinized Chu Ye. Had he not been informed prior to their arrival about the nature of Chu Ye's undertaking, he might have presumed the young man was merely there for a holiday. The pristine red brick dwelling, encircled by a fence housing wild chickens and boars. Was this truly a scenario befitting an island survival venture? In response to Daoran's observation, Chu Ye initially blinked in surprise before breaking into a broad smile. Indeed, the surroundings may be modest, yet I hope Taoist and can overlook this. Witnessing Chu Ye's seemingly humble demeanor, those present could not suppress a slight smirk. Why did it feel as though he was boasting? As they spoke, Chu Ye led the two elders into the room. General Zhang, would you kindly lie down? Eager to expedite their task, Chu Ye wasted no time and pointed to a makeshift bed woven from wild grasses within the room. Upon seeing the interior, the gathering collectively exhaled in relief. Thankfully, the decor aligned with the theme of island living. Given the earlier shock from the animal pen and the red brick house, they were concerned that the room might contain further incongruent elements. Upon hearing Chu Ye's request, Zhang Baijian did not hesitate and promptly reclined on the straw mat before him. My young friend, do you truly possess the confidence to treat old Zhang? And Daoran inquired, unable to suppress his concern as he observed Zhang Baijian, now comfortably lying down. Despite Chu Ye's evident medical expertise thus far, the young man's tender age gave him pause. Understanding in Daoran's apprehension, Chu Ye nodded resolutely, reassuring him, rest assured, Taoist in General Zhang's condition is not severe and will be resolved shortly. Might I observe your treatment process? A hint of embarrassment flickered across in Daoran's face as he posed the question. He recognized that such a request was somewhat impolite, given that Chu Ye was about to employ a long-lost acupuncture technique. Generally, in such circumstances, Daoran would have discreetly opted to distance himself, indicating his intention not to learn from Chu Ye's skills. However, considering Zhang Baijian's safety, he felt compelled to muster the courage to make such an audacious request. Observing the bashful demeanor of Daoran, a subtle smile graced Chu Ye's face. If the Taoist wishes to stay, there is certainly no objection. As he spoke, Chu Ye exuded an air of tranquility. The art of acupuncture is extraordinarily intricate. Even if Daoran is a renowned physician, mastering it with ease is an impossibility. Thank you, young friend. Upon hearing Chu Ye's words, Daoran was momentarily taken aback before respectfully bowing once more to him. Although he would not surreptitiously learn Chu Ye's techniques, witnessing a practitioner of equal caliber in action presented a substantial opportunity for him. Chu Ye, however, paid no heed to Daoran's gesture, for he was intently examining Zhang Baijian's condition. Despite appearing quite healthy earlier, Chu Ye had discerned through his examination the dire state of Zhang Baijian's health, due to injuries sustained in his youth that were not treated in a timely manner. His heart retained a considerable amount of stagnant blood. This blood had transformed into a toxic substance within Zhang Baijian's body, continuously undermining his well-being. Chu Ye's objective was to utilize acupuncture to expel this toxic blood entirely from Zhang Baijian's system. After a brief assessment, Chu Ye swiftly opened the silver needles that Daoran had entrusted to him. The moment the wooden box was unveiled, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Chu Ye's eyes. Exquisite needles. Just a glance revealed that Daoran's silver needles were undoubtedly antiques. With that thought, Chu Ye promptly extracted a needle from the box and deftly plunged it towards the location of Zhang Baijian's heart. Witnessing Chu Ye's actions, Daoran involuntarily narrowed his gaze. The heart and the brain are the two most vital areas of a person. Without substantial confidence, no one would dare to manipulate needles in these critical regions lightly. As they observed Chu Ye's movements, Daoran and the others instinctively held their breaths, while cold sweat streamed down Zhang Baijian's forehead. Though not afraid of death, naturally, no one would willingly choose it over the chance to survive. Chapter 141. The Silver Needle Method. Unbeknownst to Chu Ye, The concerns harbored by the onlookers weighed heavily upon them. As a divine physician, the most fundamental quality required is to maintain unwavering focus during treatment. Once the first silver needle was inserted, Chu Ye hesitated not a moment before retrieving the second, then the third. In mere breaths, Zhang Baijian's body became adorned with dozens of silver needles, all strategically placed around the vicinity of his heart. The increasing speed of Chu Ye's technique astonished Daoran, whose eyes widened in disbelief, his breath growing notably heavier. Such remarkable skill. This must be the legendary silver needle method. Even while expressing his admiration, Daoran kept his voice low, unwilling to disrupt Chu Ye's concentration. As time passed, the number of silver needles embedded in Zhang Baijian increased, leaving only a few remaining in the small one box. Meanwhile, Zhang Baijian had succumbed to a deep slumber, a result of Chu Ye's unique technique. Observing Zhang Baijian, now resembling a porcupine with needles, Daoran gazed at Chu Ye with a newfound respect. A total of 121 silver needles had been meticulously placed around Zhang Baijian's heart, an immense challenge both physiologically and psychologically for any physician. Upon inserting the final needle, Chu Ye exhaled a sigh of relief. Despite his earlier confidence, treating Zhang Baijian had indeed posed a formidable challenge. Had his physical prowess not far exceeded human limits, he might have succumbed to unconsciousness by now. "My young friend, how is it?" Daoran inquired urgently, as Chu Ye paused. "Do not worry. All is well," Chu Ye replied, a faint smile gracing his face. All the silver needles had been positioned correctly, marking the completion of a significant portion of the treatment. After a few minutes, Chu Ye began to remove the silver needles from Daoran, one by one. Compared to the earlier procedure, this task proved considerably easier, and as the needles were withdrawn, Daoran's complexion gradually returned to a healthy hue. Finished. After extracting the last silver needle from Daoran, a smile blossomed on Chu Ye's face. However, as soon as Chu Ye's words fell, Zhang Baijian, who had been in a deep slumber, suddenly shivered and sprang upright from his bed, beginning to vomit violently. Instantly, the small room was filled with a nauseating stench. To their astonishment, the substance expelled by Zhang Baijian was a dark, viscous blood. Witnessing this, the surrounding guards exchanged apprehensive glances, their expressions shifting to one of skepticism directed at Chu Ye. Indeed, not just the guards, but even the spectators felt a tightening in their chests. "Hi Zai, why is old Zhang spitting blood? Has God Chu failed? Keyboard King, wake up upstairs." Chu Ye knows nothing about healing. It appears old Zhang's fate is more grim than hopeful. Dead Singer, I suggest the state take serious action against Chu Ye. For his own selfish interests, he has put the old general in danger. However, in contrast to the alarm of those present, both Chu Ye and Daoran displayed smiles in the face of Zhang Baijian's bloodied state. Cough, cough. Zhang Baijian cleared the blood from his lips with a hand, and to the astonishment of the onlookers, he managed a faint smile. "It has been a long time since I felt this comfortable." Upon hearing Zhang Baijian's words, Daoran also smiled and exclaimed, "Ha, old Zhang. Congratulations on successfully walking out from the gates of hell. We owe this to young Chu." As soon as Daoran finished speaking, Zhang Baijian turned to Chu Ye. "Without your assistance, this old bone of mine would surely have met its end here. The toxic blood within Zhang has been expelled, and he will only need a rest to gradually recover." Hearing this, a smile crept onto Chu Ye's lips, and he turned to Daoran. "I trust that the subsequent matters will be well taken care of by you, Daoistan." Of course. As soon as Chu Ye's words were out, Daoran's voice rang out, "If I cannot even manage the recuperation, then I would truly be unworthy of my title as the foremost healer of the Dragon Kingdom." Confidence radiated from Daoran as he spoke. The toxic blood within Zhang Baijian had been entirely cleansed by Chu Ye. What remained were merely minor ailments. While Daoran spoke, Chu Ye had already cleaned all the silver needles and was now offering them to Daoran. "Here you go. Observing je vous enregistre." Daoran chuckled and shook his head. Chapter 142. A face I wish not to see. As he spoke, Daoran's expression revealed a hint of shame. "In my hands. This silver needle would only be a wasted gem. You should keep it." Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the task and receiving the reward. Xian Tai Needle. Upon hearing the voice in his ear, Chu Ye couldn't help but twitch his lips, fully aware that the Xian Tai Needle mentioned by the system must indeed refer to the very set in Daoran's possession. The thought prompted him to raise a middle finger towards the system, Dog system, despite my growing understanding of your integrity. I never expected you would resort to such a ploy of borrowing flowers to present a Buddha. Perhaps feeling a twinge of guilt, the system surprisingly refrained from retorting to Chu Ye's mockery. Acknowledging that the silver needle was his task reward, Chu Ye, who initially intended to refuse, unhesitatingly pocketed the small wooden box. Since Taoist and is so gracious, I shall not be impolite. Witnessing Chu Ye's actions, and Daoran couldn't help but twitch his lips. Was that motion truly polite? Although he had resolved to gift the Xiantai needle to Chu Ye, the sight of it departing from him still tugged at his heartstrings. However, Daoran's sentiment did not linger long before he heard Zhang Baijian's voice. Haha, and Daoran, that silver needle is your treasure. Giving it away so easily. You don't regret it, do you? At Zhang Baijian's words, and Daoran's lips twitched once more. Humph, as the foremost master of the Dragon Kingdom, I would not regret such trivial matters. Despite the sensation of his heart bleeding, and Daoran maintained a stubborn facade to preserve his dignity. Had it been anyone else, they might have shown him some mercy, but Zhang Baijian was no ordinary individual. Instead of letting the matter slide, he relentlessly pursued Daoran. The foremost master of the Dragon Kingdom? How dare you still refer to yourself as such from this day forth? Hearing Zhang Baijian's remarks, and Daoran's lips twitched again. He suddenly regretted treating this old coot. Wouldn't it have been more satisfying to watch him turn to ash, coughing loudly twice? And Daoran waved his hand toward the few nearby guards. Now that the toxic blood has been purged from old Zhang, it is time for recuperation. You lot, hurry and take old Zhang back. Yes. As Zhang Baijian was effortlessly lifted by 4 burly men towards the helicopter, a cold smile crept onto Daoran's face. Old coot, since you enjoy undermining me, let me show you what a tragic spectacle truly is. Daoran believed that despite Zhang Baijian's several decades of existence, he still failed to grasp many fundamental truths. For instance, the principle of never offending a physician was one in which Zhang Baijian particularly faltered. In a bid to aid his dear friend in reaching a state of maturity sooner, Daoran resolved to revoke Zhang Baijian's leisure time. Moreover, the medications consumed by a certain individual could certainly be rendered even more bitter, for after all, a good remedy is often unpalatable but beneficial. As Daoran contemplated his plans, Zhang Baijian, being carried by several guards, could not suppress a shiver. Goodness, I never anticipated the seaside would be so cold. It seems we ought to return sooner. After murmuring this, Zhang Baijian turned to wave at Chu Ye, saying, Little Chu Ye, do make sure to visit me when you arrive in Longdu. Zhang Baijian reassured him. Rest assured, once I reach Longdu, I will certainly pay you a personal visit. Chu Ye responded promptly with a smile upon hearing Zhang Baijian's words. As he watched Zhang Baijian being carried away, Daoran nodded at Chu Ye, saying, The ancient herb remains in Longdu. You may retrieve it yourself in the future. For now, I shall safeguard it for you. While speaking, Daoran felt a pang of regret. Had he known this little anomaly possessed medical skills rivaling his own, he would have refrained from impulsively engaging in such a gamble. Whether his true intention was to assist Chu Ye in preserving the ancient herb, or merely to relish another glimpse of it, is something only he could know. Thank you, Taoist Dao. Chu Ye replied with a beaming smile, nodding in acknowledgement. He was in no rush to concoct the longevity elixir. The ancient herb could remain anywhere without issue. In that case, I shall take my leave, Daoran said. Seeing the smile on Chu Ye's face, he felt a sharp pang in his heart and promptly turned towards the helicopter, desperately wishing to avoid any further sight of Chu Ye's visage. Every time he beheld that face, he was reminded of his 800 years' worth of ancient herb. Chapter 143. A father's love. Chu Ye was, of course, unaware of Daoran's inner thoughts. After watching Zhang Baijian and the others depart, he turned to Wang Long, who was beside him. Wang Long, sensing Chu Ye's gaze, approached with a goofy grin, rubbing his hands together. Hey, brother-in-law, now that we are family, could you perhaps help me discreetly? Chu Ye raised an eyebrow, surprised at Wang Long's words. Externally, Wang Long appeared to be in perfect health. Not all, he replied, but Wang Long quickly shook his head. After scanning the surroundings to ensure that Wang Ruoxin and the others were not paying attention to their conversation, he leaned in with a conspiratorial expression. Brother-in-law, do you have any way to make my time last a bit longer? His demeanor had shifted from serious to somewhat lewd, entirely shedding the previous air of gravitas. Chu Ye felt his lips twitch at Wang Long's antics and coldly retorted, No. What a joke. Chu Ye, a distinguished physician of 2 lifetimes. Cannot believe you would ask me to concoct a little blue pill for you. If Wang Long were not his brother-in-law, Chu Ye might have suggested he feed the sharks instead. Seeing the look on Chu Ye's face, Wang Long was momentarily taken aback. Wait, if you help me, I will fully support your relationship with Ruoxin. Chu Ye merely scoffed at Wang Long's proposition. I'm afraid you've already agreed to that. Moreover, noticing Wang Long's persistence, Chu Ye pointed to the sky. I must remind you that all of our interactions are currently being broadcast globally. Wang Long froze at Chu Ye's words, his expression turning rigid as a single thought consumed him. I'm done for. This fool has completely ensnared me. He had been so focused on Wang Ruoxin and the others that he neglected the peculiar nature of their surroundings. In essence, he had just publicly requested Chu Ye's assistance in extending his time, and despite his thick skin, he felt his face flush with embarrassment. Clearing his throat a couple of times, Wang Long deemed it necessary to clarify, brother-in-law, my time is actually quite ample. It's just that, as a man, one always desires a bit more. He even offered Chu Ye a look that suggested, we're all in this together, hoping to bolster the credibility of his words. Chu Ye could not help but grimace at Wang Long's statement, regarding him with pity. Brother-in-law, do you not realize that there exists a phenomenon known as making things worse? In truth, Wang Long had already regretted his words the moment they left his mouth. Had he chosen not to elucidate, this matter might have simply faded away. However, following his explanation, Wang Long realized that his once illustrious reputation had been irrevocably tarnished. In truth, Wang Long's intuition proved remarkably astute, as he wallowed in regret. The live stream had transformed into a bustling spectacle. Master Pang exclaimed, "Oh, dear brother-in-law, who would have imagined that beneath your formidable exterior, you harbored such concerns?" Xian Yuan 11 interjected, "Do not speak out of turn, for our brother-in-law is not troubled. He merely aspires to greater strength, a commendable ambition indeed." Insert playful emoji. Xiao Jun added, "I choose to believe in our brother-in-law." Insert amusing emoji. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Wang family estate, Wang, whose countenance had turned an ashen hue. With a resounding crack, the future premier general of Dragon Country lost yet another cherished cup. Yet at this juncture, Wang Hu could scarcely afford to dwell on such trivialities. Initially, after Chu Ye successfully treated Zhang Baijian, he had felt a surge of joy. This achievement meant that the narrative surrounding his daughter's impulsive departure to pursue a man could be erased from the annals of Longdu. In the future, should anyone dare to cast disparaging remarks in his presence, it would merely illuminate his daughter's discerning taste in selecting a miraculous healer. However, his elation was short-lived, for his eldest son soon delivered a staggering surprise. Wang Hu could almost envision the new gossip circulating among the affluent ladies of Longdu beginning the following day. "Madam Li, have you heard? Young Master Wang Long, not lacking in any regard, even sought the aid of a divine physician. Sister Bai, it goes beyond that. Rumor has it that even his father is lacking. It's hereditary." The mere thought of such potential gossip ignited a fierce anger within Wang Hu. He resolved that upon Wang Long's return, he would ensure his son experienced the full force of paternal affection. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Wang Long, who was now under the watchful eye of his father due to this series of tumultuous events, he stood with an animated expression, gazing at Chu Ye, exclaiming, "Are you truly willing to entrust the Fuhu fist to me?" Chapter 144. The departure of Wang Long. During the conversation, Wang Long exhibited a fervent excitement, utterly astonished that despite his defeat, Chu Ye was still willing to impart the secrets of the tiger fist to him. "Brother-in-law, from this day forth, you shall be the man I admire most." Upon hearing Wang Long's words, Chu Ye couldn't help but twitch his lips before responding, "You need not be overly joyous. To master the tiger fist, you must first agree to one condition." "Absolutely." As soon as Chu Ye's words left his lips, Wang Long bellowed, "Whatever it is, brother-in-law, Wang Long will fulfill it." While speaking, he confidently thumped his chest, assured of his own capabilities as the heir of the Wang family. In Wang Long's view, as long as Chu Ye did not demand that he sell his body and soul, there would be no challenge too great for him. "That is well," Chu Ye remarked, his smile growing broader at Wang Long's confidence. "As long as you can procure these items for me, I shall gladly present the tiger fist to you." With that, Chu Ye handed over a piece of cloth inscribed with numerous characters. On the deserted island, there were no pens or paper, so Chu Ye had resorted to using burnt charcoal for writing. and the cloth was hastily torn from the clothing of a certain rotund individual. Wang Long stared at the characters on the cloth, initially taken aback, but then a smile crept onto his face. Rest assured, brother-in-law, within 6 months, I will acquire these items for you. At Wang Long's declaration, a glimmer of admiration sparkled in Chu Ye's eyes, as expected of a scion of the Wang family. His resources were indeed more generous than the average person. It is worth noting that the cloth contained ingredients necessary for concocting longevity elixirs, which, if attempted by Chu Ye alone, would likely take him 3 to 4 years to gather. Then I shall place my trust in you, dear brother-in-law. After nodding at Wang Long, Chu Ye was about to impart the full teachings of the Tiger Fist. However, this gesture was promptly declined by Wang Long. Noticing the puzzled look on Chu Ye's face, Wang Long chuckled and scratched his head, saying, as the saying goes, one should not accept rewards without merit. Let us wait until I have gathered these herbs before I learn the Tiger Fist. Though he yearned to begin his training immediately, Wang Long retained a sense of pride befitting his lineage. Seeing Wang Long's earnest demeanor, Chu Ye refrained from pressing further. Nevertheless, despite his verbal assurances of patience, Wang Long was undeniably eager to learn the Tiger Fist. Thus, after hastily obtaining the cloth from Chu Ye, he departed the deserted island with urgency. Watching Wang Long's retreating figure, Chu Ye let out a long sigh of relief before turning to Wang Ruoxin beside him. Ruoxin, I truly believe that your brother is quite easy to get along with. Upon realizing that Wang Long could assist in gathering the necessary herbs, Chu Ye's fondness for him had already reached its zenith. At Chu Ye's words, Wang Ruoxin couldn't help but twitch her lips. If the debauched young men of Longdu were to hear the words spoken by Chu Ye just moments ago, they would undoubtedly be overwhelmed with frustration to the point of bloodshed. It is well known that among all the scions in Longdu, the 4 siblings of the Wang family, including Wang Ruoxin, epitomize the nightmares of these young rascals. If one has not endured the rigorous discipline imposed by the Wang siblings, one might feel embarrassed to claim the title of a debauchee. The amiable rapport between Chu Ye and Wang Long is merely a reflection of the former's superior prowess. Naturally, such sentiments would remain unspoken by Wang Ruoxin. At least, from the current perspective, the relationship between Chu Ye and Wang Long appears to be quite amiable. Chu Ye, the item you just handed over seems rather familiar, does it not? While Chu Ye conversed with Wang Ruoxin, Chen Jian, lacking in social tact, interjected. Upon hearing Chen Jian's remark, Chu Ye paused momentarily, puzzled what item. Coughing twice to clear his throat, Chen Jian gestured with his hand in a circular motion before responding. Do you not perceive some subtle changes in my attire? His expression was laced with indignation. Upon witnessing Chu Ye pass the cloth to Wang Long, he had harbored an ominous premonition, and upon inspection, he discovered that a significant portion of his sleeve was indeed missing. It is worth noting that aside from the clothes he wore, he possessed but a single spare garment upon arriving on the deserted island. Seeing the aggrieved look on Chen Jian's face, Chu Ye felt a twinge of guilt, for he acknowledged that this was a rather unscrupulous act on his part. Having contributed so much for you, should you not compensate me in kind? Chen Vin earnestly invited, observing Chu Ye's countenance. Upon hearing Chen Jian's words, Chu Ye was initially taken aback, but then a glint of realization sparked in his eyes. This rotund fellow has a request of me. In an instant, the notion flashed through Chu Ye's mind, and it was hardly surprising, given the clarity of Chen Jian's intentions. Indeed, it seems appropriate to offer you some form of recompense. Chapter 145. Taking on a disciple upon witnessing the sudden spark in Chen Jian's eyes, Chu Ye could not help but reveal a sly smile at the corner of his mouth. He then inquired, you wouldn't be hoping to extend the time, would you? No, that's not necessary. Chen Jian promptly shook his head in refusal as soon as Chu Ye's words left his lips. With the caution instilled by Wang Long's previous missteps, how could the astute Chen Jian fall for such a trap? After declining Chu Ye, he awkwardly rubbed his hands together and confessed, actually, I too wish to learn the tiger subduing fist. As he spoke, Chen Jian's gaze was fixated intently on Chu Ye. Who among the youth has not harbored dreams of martial prowess? Even as a portly individual, Chen Jian was unwilling to let this opportunity slip away. The mere thought of Chu Ye, barehanded, subduing a tiger ignited a fervor within him. He did not aspire to reach Chu Ye's extraordinary level. He would be content if he could tame a fierce dog. Hearing Chen Jian's request, Chu Ye was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such a proposition from him. "It is not impossible for me to teach you the tiger's subduing fist," he replied, casting a glance at Chen Jian's round belly, a smile flickering at the edges of his eyes. "However, to learn this art, you must first shed some weight." "Not a problem," Chen Jian exclaimed joyfully, nodding in agreement. "Rest assured, Chu God, from this day forth, I, Chen the Fat, shall endeavor to lose weight. For the sake of the tiger subduing fist, I am willing to become as thin as a skeleton." Ding. "Congratulations, the host has triggered a task. Please check promptly." As Wang Long's words faded, the system's voice resonated once more. "Check tasks." Upon hearing the system's voice, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Chu Ye's eyes. It seemed this was yet another task not initiated by Shattering. As soon as Chu Ye's voice fell, a task panel appeared, visible only to him. Task: Master Father Description. As the most esteemed little princess, how could she not have a few elder brothers and sisters to dote on her? Requirements: recruit 3 disciples and ensure they master the tiger subduing fist at an advanced level. Time limit: 2 months. Task reward: an enhancement in Shatteringer's physical constitution. Failure penalty: a reduction in the host's physical constitution. This task must be completed. Upon glimpsing the task reward, a resolute glint shone in Chu Ye's eyes. As a skilled physician, he was quite familiar with Shatteringer's health condition. For reasons unknown, her body had always been in a state of congenital deficiency, and even Chu Ye himself had no effective cure for this ailment. However, if he could successfully complete this task, Shatteringer's health would not only be restored, but could even surpass that of her peers. "Chen Jian, would you be willing to become my eldest disciple?" After confirming this, Chu Ye turned his attention to the side, addressing Chen Jian. "Upon taking me as your master, you will not only learn the tiger subduing fist, but also other martial arts." To expedite the task completion, Chu Ye felt compelled to entice Chen Jian further. Currently, on the deserted island, only 7 individuals accompany Chu Ye, among whom Wang Ruoxin, Chu Xian, and Wang Shanmei share a connection with him. Thus, to accomplish this task, Chu Ye must turn his attention to the remaining individuals. Upon hearing Chu Ye's words, Chen Jian was momentarily taken aback. But then a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. "I am willing. I am willing." Without waiting for Chu Ye to respond, Chen Jian, brimming with enthusiasm, respectfully bowed his head and proclaimed, "Disciple Chen Jian pays homage to Master." Chen Jian was well aware of Chu Ye's capabilities. Thus, acknowledging him as a mentor posed no burden, and he felt a sense of secret delight in his heart. Meanwhile, not far away, Bei and Bei Lu exchanged envious glances at the scene. However, their relationship with Chu Ye was not as close as Chen Jian's, which restrained them from impulsively seeking to apprentice themselves. On the surface of the sea, Wang Long was so incensed that he began to stomp his feet. "Had I known that becoming a disciple would grant me the opportunity to learn the tiger fist and more martial arts, I would have fought for it just now." As soon as he uttered those words, he suddenly paused. "Wait a minute. Chu Ye is my brother-in-law. Wouldn't that complicate matters if I were to become his disciple?" At this point, a look of regret etched itself onto Wang Long's face. But he quickly regained his composure. "While I cannot be his disciple, my son certainly can." The thought of how effortlessly Chu Ye had dealt with him previously solidified Wang Long's decision to have his son apprentice under Chu Ye. Returning to the present moment on the deserted island, Chu Ye regarded Bei Lu, and Bai Yu. "Are you 3 willing to take me as your master?" "We are willing." As soon as Chu Ye's words left his lips, they eagerly responded, especially Bei and Bei Lu, who felt as if they had stumbled upon a fortune. Foreigners have always held a deep admiration for the martial arts of the Dragon Kingdom. Had they not feared rejection from Chu Ye, they would have approached him for apprenticeship long ago. Chapter 146. You are truly a genius, observing the expressions of the 3. Chu Ye nodded in satisfaction. "From this day forth, Bai Yu shall be my 2nd disciple, Bei my 3rd, and Bei Lu my 4th. In pursuit of his mission, Chu Ye was no longer particular. After all, he still lacked 1 disciple. However, after spending time together, he had gained a fair understanding of their characters. Had they exhibited any moral deficiencies, he would never have imparted his martial skills to them. Rest early today. Starting tomorrow, the 4 of you will commence your training in the Tiger Fist," he declared. As dusk approached, the 4 returned to their quarters, their faces alight with anticipation. Though whether they would find sleep that night remained uncertain. After their departure, Wang Ruoxin approached with a conflicted expression. Brother Yi, we are currently live streaming. At her words, Chu Ye momentarily paused, then quickly grasped the situation. Fear not. Without my guidance, it is unlikely that anyone but a prodigious talent could grasp it, he reassured her. He understood her concerns, yet if martial arts were so easily mastered, there would be far more practitioners in the Dragon Kingdom. Upon hearing his response, Wang Ruoxin had yet to express her thoughts, but the barrage of comments in the chat was filled with lamentations. Master Pang, I've prepared my camera. And you show me this? Xian Yuan 11. Don't be disheartened. Perhaps you are a once-in-a-millennium genius. Duh. Does anyone know if I can still join the survival on a deserted island? I wish to find a master. One cannot deny the immense allure that martial arts hold for the people of the Dragon Kingdom. Thus, even knowing the difficulty of learning Tiger Fist through mere observation, the audience remained fervently enthusiastic. Early the next morning, Chu Ye was pulled from his room by Bei Er and the others. Observing even the notoriously lazy Chen Jin awake at such an hour, Chu Ye was momentarily taken aback. Are you all prepared? Yes, they replied, their faces brimming with excitement. Excellent, he affirmed, nodding with satisfaction. In that case, begin with an hour of running on the beach. With that, he ignored the bewildered expressions of the four and returned to his room. Staring at Chu Ye's retreating figure, the quartet was momentarily stunned. What shall we do? Bei Lu inquired, taken aback by the disparity between his expectations and the reality of learning Tiger Fist. What else can we do? We must run, Chen Jin retorted, rolling his eyes at Bei Lu. Let's not forget that we have become his disciples, and you lost a bet to the master before. After speaking, Chen Jin disregarded the reactions of those around him and sprinted towards the distance. He understood that although Chu Ye possessed a cunning nature, he would not deceive them in matters of such significance. Observing Chen Jin's movement, the other attendees, after a brief moment of hesitation, followed suit, running in his wake. Casting a glance back at the four who had already begun their run, a subtle smile graced Chu Ye's lips. Mastering martial arts is no simple endeavor. By instructing them to run, Chu Ye aimed to enhance their circulation of vital energy, thereby facilitating a smoother learning process ahead. Meanwhile, as the four ran, the majority of the audience found themselves in a state of indecision. The dead singer inquired, am I supposed to run along now? The less bookish 9 times echoed the sentiment. Same question, despite Chu Ye's earlier assertion that without his guidance, it would be nearly impossible for anyone to learn the Tiger Fist. Many spectators still yearned to give it a try. Yet, upon discovering that the initial step to mastering the Tiger Fist was merely running, they all fell into a quandary. Some lacked the resolve to run, while others feared missing out on the knowledge Chu Ye would impart to the four. At that moment, a particular comment drew the attention of the majority. The laughing monarch remarked, do you not know that treadmills exist? The Teletubby responded, wow, you truly are a genius. The garden baby added, indeed, you really are a genius. Following the prompt from this clever observer, most of the audience sprang into action. In the meantime, Chu Ye watched the barrage of comments flashing across his phone screen, chuckling softly as he shook his head. It was merely a lesson in the Tiger Fist. He held no possessiveness over it. On the contrary, if someone could learn the Tiger Fist through the video, he would feel nothing but joy. An hour swiftly passed, and observing the four return, their faces flushed and glowing. Jehui nodded in satisfaction. Their appearances alone indicated that their vital energy had been fully activated. If they continued to practice martial arts in the ensuing time, they would undoubtedly achieve remarkable results with half the effort. Chapter 147. The Pride of Wang Long. Subsequently, you shall follow me in learning the movements. As he spoke, Chu Ye had already begun to execute a formidable set of boxing techniques. Observing Chu Ye's actions, despite their exhaustion, Chen Jin and others dared not hesitate for a moment and promptly began to earnestly emulate him, unbeknownst to Chu Ye, as he diligently imparted his martial skills. A considerable uproar was ignited in numerous places. In Longdu, at the Wang family estate, Wang Long anxiously grasped a chubby boy. Wang Guoji, snap out of it this instant. While speaking, Wang Long shook the boy in the air. Treated in such a manner, the boy, who had been in a sleepy haze, was instantly jolted awake, though his gaze towards Wang Long was filled with bewilderment. To encapsulate Wang Guoji's current sentiment, one might say, are you truly my father? Seeing his son now alert, Wang Long's face broke into a slight smile before he set him down. You have 10 minutes, hurry and wash your face. I'm taking you to train. Yes. Upon hearing the mention of training, the chubby boy momentarily paused before dashing towards the nearby restroom. Observing Wang Guoji's eagerness, Wang Long's smile deepened. My son truly embodies the spirit of martial arts. With such passion, you are destined for greatness. Wang Long, what madness are you up to this early in the morning? Just as Wang Long basked in his pride, a furious rebuke echoed from the doorway. A striking woman clad in pajamas glared at him, her expression brimming with annoyance. Why you woke up? Wang Long faltered at the sight of the stick the woman held. How can I not wake up? She retorted, one hand on her hip while the other pointed the stick at him from a distance. I demand to know why you're disturbing our son so early. And where exactly do you intend to send him? Faced with his wife's fierce demeanor, Wang Long instinctively recoiled, then mustered a sheepish smile. My dear, I merely wish to send our son to train. You must understand, our brother-in-law is quite the master. Such an opportunity should not be squandered. You intend to send our son to a deserted island? The moment Wang Long's words left his mouth, his wife erupted in a furious outburst, her astonishment palpable. Have you no conscience? He is but a child. You would subject him to such hardship? Noticing the tremor in his wife's hands, cold sweat began to form on Wang Long's forehead. He understood that with her temperament, failing to provide a satisfactory explanation would likely result in a severe reprimand. Gulping audibly, Wang Long's mind raced. Fear not, my love. Both sister and brother-in-law are on the island. How could this child possibly suffer? At this juncture, Wang Long cast another glance at his wife before stating, as a disciple of the Wang family, if one does not endure certain trials, would one not risk becoming a wastrel? Observing the earnest expression on Wang Long's face, Bai Nan displayed a look of disdain, her gaze fixed intently upon him. What a charade! Who doesn't know that you, Wang Long, are the quintessential wastrel? Sensing the intensity of his wife's stare, Wang Long realized that his attempt at persuasion was failing. Suddenly, a glint of cleverness flickered in his eyes, and he continued, Moreover, my dear, do you not think that once this fellow departs, we might finally enjoy a world of our own? Upon hearing Wang Long's words, Bai Nan, who was on the verge of an outburst, found herself momentarily taken aback. She suddenly recalled that since the birth of their son, she had not experienced a moment of tranquility. Coughing lightly to clear her throat, her expression turned serious. You are right. As a scion of the Wang family, one must undergo certain hardships. I will leave our son's matters in your hands. With that, before Wang Long could respond, Bai Nan retreated to her room. Lack of sleep is a woman's greatest adversary, and she was determined not to succumb to premature aging. As for Wang Guoji, if her 5-year-old niece could survive on a deserted island, then surely this 6-year-old boy should learn to be independent as well. Fortuitously, Wang Guoji remained blissfully unaware of his mother's inner turmoil. Otherwise, he might have begun to question whether he was merely a promotional gift. Watching Bai Nan's departing silhouette, Wang Long's eyes narrowed slightly, akin to a fox that had pilfered a chicken. Ah, women, no matter how fierce you may be, you ultimately reside within the palm of my hand. In that fleeting moment, he felt a swell of pride. If Chu Ye could tame a tiger, then surely I, Wang Long, can tame a mother tiger. Thus, it seemed that the chasm between us was not as vast as it appeared. Just as Wang Long was about to plunge into a delusion of self-importance, Wang Guoji emerged once more from the bathroom, exclaiming, Daddy, I am ready. Chapter 148. Wang Long sends his son as he spoke. The chubby boy's face was filled with anticipation. The thought of learning martial arts made him giddy with excitement, imagining himself soaring through the air like the heroes on television. Observing his son's enthusiasm, Wang Long's lips curled into a slight smile. Xiao Ji. Mastering martial arts is indeed a strenuous endeavor, so you must remain steadfast. Rest assured, Wang Guoji replied with determination, patting his chest. As long as I can learn martial arts, I am more than willing to endure hardships. Excellent, you truly are my son. Upon hearing Wang Guoji's words, a smile graced Wang Long's face. Come, I shall take you to learn the arts of combat. Without waiting for a response, he hoisted Wang Guoji and headed outside. Wang Long was eager to act before his wife could change her mind. Unbeknownst to the excited Wang Guoji, his father had sacrificed countless brain cells to facilitate this moment. At this time, he was lost in daydreams of his future prowess in martial arts. A few hours later, Wang Long returned to the deserted island with his little chubby son. By now, the excitement had faded from Wang Guoji's face, replaced by a hint of fear. Dad, why we come here? Sensing his son's inquisitive gaze, Wang Long's lips once again lifted. Because this is where you will learn martial arts. Ignoring Wang Guoji's increasingly vacant expression, he dragged him toward Chu Ye's direction. Ha ha, brother-in-law. Wang Long's laughter erupted the moment he caught sight of Chu Ye. It's been quite a while, hasn't it? Chu Ye couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Even if you wish to strengthen our bond, could you be a bit more sincere? We only met yesterday. Despite his internal reservations, he held a favorable impression of Wang Long and managed a genuine smile. Elder brother-in-law, what brings you here? As Chu Ye spoke, he too was filled with curiosity. Wang Long smiled at Chu Ye and promptly pulled Wang Guoji forward. Quickly greet your uncle. At this moment, the little chubby boy was still in a state of confusion. After a moment's pause upon hearing Wang Long's words, he quickly turned to Chu Ye with a smile. Hello, uncle. Watching Wang Long's antics, Chu Ye's expression shifted to one of bewilderment, unsure of the intentions behind his brother-in-law's actions. After Wang Guoji greeted Chu Ye, Wang Long rubbed his hands together and inquired, brother-in-law, I wonder if you might still be interested in taking on a disciple? As he spoke, he nudged Wang Guoji forward. Absolutely. Brother-in-law, no matter what, we are family. The words hung in the air when Wang Long suddenly froze, his expression one of disbelief as he gazed at Chu Ye. He had not anticipated that Chu Ye would acquiesce so readily. Once he regained his composure, a joyful smile erupted on Wang Long's face. Ha! You truly are the man my sister has chosen. From this day forth, you shall be my dear brother-in-law. As he spoke, Wang Long playfully slapped Wang Guoji on the head. Why are you not bowing to your master yet? Just as Wang Long was brimming with excitement, Chu Ye too felt a surge of elation, his gaze towards Wang Long softening considerably. The system had mandated that he recruit 5 disciples. However, with only 4 under his wing, he was pondering where to find the 5th, when unexpectedly, Wang Long presented him with one. Upon hearing his father's words, Wang Guoji's small head was filled with confusion, unable to comprehend why his uncle had suddenly transformed into a master. Observing his son's bewildered expression, Wang Long could not resist delivering another playful smack to his head. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and take action. Feeling a forceful tap on his head, Wang Guoji involuntarily twitched his lips and quickly turned back to Chu Ye. Wang Guoji pays his respects to master. Brother-in-law, this little rascal is now in your care. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With a grin, Wang Long left after witnessing Wang Guoji's formal bow to Chu Ye. As he watched Wang Long's departing figure, Chu Ye couldn't help but smirk. Had Wang Long not muttered, finally, I can enjoy a world for 2 as he left, Chu Ye might have genuinely believed him. Though Wang Long's voice was barely a whisper, it was crystal clear to Chu Ye, whose physical prowess had surpassed human limits. Gazing at the still dazed Wang Guoji, Chu Ye sighed quietly, thinking that with a father like that, this child was indeed a testament to a fate fraught with misfortune. Chapter 149. Chun Jin Snake Soup, is that correct, Wang Guoji? Please follow me. After Wang Long's figure gradually receded, Chu Ye gently patted the little chubby boy's head and spoke. Although he held Wang Long's paternal approach in disdain, he felt quite fond of the little chubby boy. After all, with his daughter spending her days on a deserted island, she truly needed a companion like him. As Chu Ye led the chubby boy into the room, Wang Ruoxin, who was playfully engaging with little Xiner, paused in surprise. Jie, what are you doing here? She looked at Chu Ye with a puzzled expression. Was it my brother's doing? Though framed as a question, her tone carried a strong sense of certainty. Andy, before Chu Ye could respond, Wang Guoji chimed in. Dad brought me here. He said my uncle could teach me martial arts. While speaking, Wang Guoji gestured a punching motion with his hand. Observing the boy's vibrant demeanor, Chu Ye couldn't help but smirk. The child had yet to realize that he had been led astray by his own father. Wang Ruoxin shared a similar sentiment. Her gaze fixed on her nephew's foolish expression, leading her to form a renewed understanding of her brother's unreliability. Well, since you're already here, you might as well stay. Considering her brother's inconsistency, Wang Ruoxin decided it was wiser to keep her nephew close. After imparting a few instructions to Chu Ye, she turned to little Xiner, curiously surveying the chubby boy, and gently pushed her from her embrace. Xiner, this is your cousin. Quickly greet him. I won't. To everyone's surprise, the usually obedient and understanding Xiner responded with outright refusal. Observing her resolute demeanor, Chu Ye and the others were taken aback. Why not? He is so chubby. You should be calling me sister. While saying this, Xiner glared fiercely at the somewhat dazed Wang Guoji. Chubby boy, If you don't call me sister, I'll let the crybaby bite you. Oh well. Upon hearing Exener's words, the crybaby, who had been napping nearby, suddenly sprang to life and let out a high-pitched, indignant roar at Wang Guozhi. Faced with the fierce expressions of Exener and the crybaby, Wang Guozhi's little face twitched, and he cast a pitiful glance at his aunt, Wang Ruoxin. It was only now that he realized his father had vanished, and the only familiar face nearby was that of his aunt. With a crisp sound, Exener's sidekick, the crybaby, was effortlessly subdued by Chu Ye's single hand. Little Exener, be good. The chubby boy is older than you, so you should call him brother. Upon hearing Chu Ye's words, Exener paused, then shot another fierce glare at Wang Guozhi. Fine. Hee. Upon hearing the news confirming his brother's whereabouts, the chubby boy's face broke into a faint smile. Rest assured, little Sheener, when we reach Longdu, should anyone dare to bully you, I will certainly stand up for you. Upon hearing Wang Guozhi's words, Chu Ye and the others couldn't help but twitch their lips, given his earlier cowardly demeanor. It would be a feat if he could avoid relying on little Sheener for revenge. Comparatively, little Sheener was nearly the mythical little sorceress next to the somewhat naive Wang Guozhi. Well then, since you have already acquainted yourselves, why not go play over there? After watching the chubby boy leave with little Sheener, Chu Ye suddenly realized that Chen Jian had vanished. Ruo Xian, do you happen to know where Chen Jian has gone? Ha ha ha. Chu Ye, you truly are my good brother. You've missed me in just a short while. Chen Jian's voice floated in from outside, just as Chu Ye finished speaking. Following the voice, Chen Jian's rotund figure squeezed through the doorway. And of course, what captivated Chu Ye the most were the 2 bowls of soup he held. Upon hearing Chen Jian's words, Chu Ye's expression darkened. Of course I missed you. After all, who else would help me with work on this desolate island without you? As he spoke, Chu Ye deliberately shot Chen Jian a disdainful glance. Please, I, Chu, am now a married man, who would want to engage in such flamboyant banter with you. Observing the exchange between Chu Ye and Chen Jian, Wang Ruoxin couldn't help but smile, understanding that the camaraderie among men could be quite peculiar. Chen Jian, what is it that you are carrying? Chen Jian's face lit up with pride as he replied. This is the snake soup I specially prepared for you. It's absolutely delicious. As he spoke, Chen Jian presented the 2 earthenware bowls he held. Is this snake soup? Looking into the bowl filled with floating egg flowers and wild vegetables, Chu Ye couldn't help but twitch his lips. Are you certain it's not egg flower soup? Not only Chu Ye, but even Wang Ruoxin regarded Chen Jian with a questioning gaze. Chapter 150. The treasure map of the deserted island. This is undoubtedly snake soup. Upon hearing the words of Chu Ye and Wang Ruoxin, Chen Jian seemed profoundly insulted, responding directly. They simply have not yet transformed into snakes. Hearing Chen Jian's remark, Chu Ye could not help but twitch his lips. This rotund fellow, having somehow procured a few snake eggs, dares to call it snake soup. He must not fear the wind, snapping his tongue. However, Chu Ye refrained from further mocking Chen Jian. Although there exists only a single character's difference between snake egg soup and snake soup, under Chu Ye's guidance, Chen Jian's culinary skills had indeed become commendable. Is that all? Perhaps I should save some for little Exener to taste? Upon hearing Wang Ruoxin's words, a proud smile immediately spread across Chen Jian's face. Of course not. Little Exener and that little fatty are outside enjoying themselves. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task and receiving treasure map of the deserted island. As soon as Chen Jian finished speaking, the voice of the system echoed in Chu Ye's ears. Taken aback, Chu Ye exclaimed, "A treasure map?" Upon inspection, he realized that the task to equip little Exener with a bodyguard, chef, and playmate had been completed. This task had lingered for several weeks, unfulfilled due to Chen Jian's culinary skills not meeting the system standards. To his astonishment, it had been successfully accomplished today. In an instant, a peculiar thought crossed Chu Ye's mind. Could it be that this little fatty is my lucky star? A strange expression crossed his face as he spoke. The arrival of Wang Guozhi had helped him fulfill the missing 5th disciple in the task, and this long uncompleted task was suddenly resolved today, prompting Chu Ye to entertain some fantastical notions. System, open the treasure map. After his previous experience with the mysterious treasure chest, Chu Ye was filled with anticipation regarding the treasure map awarded by the system. If the chest contained a millennium-old Ganoderma, what treasures might lie within the treasure map? As Chu Ye's voice faded, a map materialized in his mind, marked with a small red dot by the system, alongside the words treasure in bold letters. System, is this truly a treasure map? Gazing at the map in his mind, Chu Ye felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Do you not think such a treasure map appears rather hasty? Might the host have any insightful suggestions? As soon as Chu Ye's words fell, the system's voice chimed in. Hearing the system's inquiry, a spark of wisdom illuminated Chu Ye's face. A treasure map should not be so easily deciphered. It ought to include riddles that are utterly incomprehensible to others. Ding! Rest assured, host, this system is a forthright entity and never engages in such flashy tricks. After the sound faded, seemingly concerned that Chu Ye might not perceive his sincerity, the system unexpectedly added, of course, if the host feels the need to include riddles, this system has no objections. No need. Having spent some time together, Chu Ye had developed a profound understanding of the system's personality. Although he was uncertain why this entity had not seized the opportunity to play a trick on him with the treasure map, Chu Ye certainly would not invite trouble upon himself. Fortunately, the system did not linger on this topic. After Chu Ye's words fell silent, it refrained from further dialogue. After a considerable period of silence from the system, Chu Ye couldn't help but let out a considerable sigh of relief. In truth, he had already regretted his earlier words. For if the system were to indeed add riddles to his treasure map, it would be tantamount to self-sabotage. Casting a glance at the red dot not far from him, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Chu Ye's eyes. He swiftly consumed the snake, egg, soup in his bowl, and seized Chen Jian's arm, exclaiming, "Come, I shall take you to a fascinating place." As a man, how could one possibly lack interest in something as intriguing as a treasure map? With a treasure map vividly imprinted in his mind, Chu Ye was undeniably eager to embark on an exploration. As for his reason for bringing Chen Jian along, nonsense. Even Sun Wukong insisted on bringing Zhu Beiji along when diving into a well to retrieve a corpse. Was the purpose not abundantly clear? Upon hearing Chu Ye's words, Chen Jian was initially taken aback, but then a look of concern crossed his face. Ahem, I suddenly have a bit of a stomachache. Perhaps it would be better for Bayer or Beibale to accompany you instead. Although unaware of Chu Ye's true intentions, Chen Jian, having been repeatedly outsmarted by him, felt an instinctive sense of danger. Unfortunately, he was destined to remain within the grasp of Chu Ye. Upon hearing Chen Jian's response, Chu Ye displayed a dismissive expression, saying, "Dear disciple, have you forgotten your master's abilities?" No sooner had Chu Ye spoken than Chen Jian's complexion darkened. It dawned on him that Chu Ye was indeed a physician of extraordinary caliber. Chapter 151. The system's urgency observing the regret etched on Chen Jian's face. A hint of menace flickered across Chu Ye's countenance. If you truly wish to abstain from participating, it is quite acceptable. Really? As soon as Chu Ye's words escaped his lips, Chen Jian's expression brightened, and he eagerly inquired further. Indeed, in the face of Chen Jian's incredulous gaze, "Je maintain it en un reflet de manor, no dink kaimli." However, should that be the case, you may indeed find yourself afflicted with abdominal discomfort. Are you threatening me? Chen Jian's voice trembled with realization. You must be threatening me. Witnessing the smile on Chu Ye's face, Chen Jian's lips twitched, forcing a smile that was more grotesque than tears. I suppose I shall go then. It isn't as though I am being coerced. Upon hearing Chen Jian's words, Chu Ye's smile broadened. As a civilized individual, I would never compel another to engage in activities they find distasteful. Seeing the earnestness in Chu Ye's expression, Chen Jian was overwhelmed with sorrow. Were it not for the knowledge of his inferior martial prowess compared to Chu Ye's, he would have removed his socks, which could serve as biochemical weapons, and stuffed them into this man's mouth. Indeed, the notion that he would never threaten another was absurd. After all, Chu Ye was a renowned physician. Being a healer, he undoubtedly possessed the capability to employ poison and other nefarious methods. Based on Chu Ye's prior statement, Chen Jian firmly believed that should he refuse to accompany him, the pain in his abdomen would be inevitable, potentially leading to further gastrointestinal distress. As the adage suggests, one must weigh the lesser of two evils. Compared to the prospect of abdominal pain and distress, acquiescing to Chu Ye's request seemed the more prudent choice. In an instant, Chen Jian's smile transformed into something more genuine. Not at all forced, not in the slightest. I, Chen, take great pleasure in accompanying you, master, on delightful excursions. His expression was earnest as he spoke. Really? Absolutely. Upon hearing Chu Ye's inquiry, Chen Jian nodded seriously. More genuine than gold. That is reassuring. Chu Ye's satisfaction was palpable. After all, I have never been one to resort to threats. The exchange between Chu Ye and Chen Jian had the audience on the verge of laughter. Any discerning observer could see that Chen Jian was decidedly reluctant to join Chu Ye on his so-called enjoyable adventure. Yet, under the shadow of Chu Ye's threats, he felt compelled to comply. What elicited the most amusement, however, was the sight of Chen Jian tearfully conceding his voluntary participation. Master Pang, is this what they mean by coercing the unwilling? Is this the legendary act of forcing the reluctant? Dead songster, listening to the comments above. It seems Chu Ye bears some resemblance to the debauched scions of ancient times, though the gap between the rotund fellow and virtuous women is rather significant. Less bookish 9 times. Who can fathom such matters? What if Chu Ye simply has a penchant for this sort of thing? Laughing monarch, hearing you all speak, I find myself quite curious about the fun places Chu Ye references. Without a doubt, once the little black car accelerated, no one but the seasoned driver could alight mid-journey. In just a few fleeting minutes, Chu Ye and Chen Jian garnered a multitude of new monikers from countless netizens, voluntary Grassroots Brother and Democratic volunteer Chu Ye. Without delving into the reluctant demeanor of Chu Ye as he led the unwilling Chen Jian towards the amusing locale of Chu Fan, we find, on the other side. After finishing the snake, egg, soup, Xiao Exan suddenly flashed a broad smile at Wang Guozhi. Little fatty. Brother, shall we go play over there? While speaking, Xiao Exiner pointed toward the nearby woods and continued, there are adorable little white rabbits inside. Little rabbits? Upon hearing Xiao Exiner's words, Wang Guozhi paused for a moment. Then his face lit up with excitement as he inquired, are there also little kittens, piglets, and puppies? As he spoke, the chubby boy gazed intently at Xiao Exiner, feeling a twinge of envy at her abundance of pets since their arrival on the deserted island. Upon hearing Wang Guozhi's question, Xiao Exiner was momentarily taken aback, then earnestly nodded her head. Of course there are. My weepy Gio and the succulents were all caught in the woods. Then, let's go play. After a brief moment of contemplation, the allure of the pets proved irresistible to the chubby boy. Once we enter the woods, I shall catch many little kittens and puppies for myself. Upon hearing his words, Xiao Exiner couldn't help but break into a joyful smile. Fat, brother, do you really love little animals? Indeed, you must also adore them, right? After responding to Xiao Exiner's question, Wang Guozhi casually asked, believing that she surely shared his fondness. Otherwise, she wouldn't have so many little creatures. In earnest agreement, Xiao Exiner nodded her head. Of course, I love little animals the most. While speaking, she diligently counted on her fingers. Whether it be little rabbits, wild chickens, or small fish, they are all delicious. As she spoke, she also swallowed hard, fully immersed in her enthusiasm. Chapter 152. Little Exiner's secret actions as the sound of little Exiner swallowing echoed in his ear. The chubby Wang Guozhi was momentarily taken aback, his expression stiffening. Why does your affection feel somewhat peculiar? Just as his curiosity piqued, little Exiner's voice rang out again. Chubby, do you know why I brought you here? Did you not say you would take me to catch pets? Observing the strange smile on little Exiner's face, an unsettling thought suddenly emerged in Wang Guozhi's mind. Moreover, my aunt stated that I am older than you, so you must call me brother. Wang Guozhi remained silent. But the moment those words escaped his lips, little Exiner's expression shifted dramatically, and she fixed him with a fierce glare. Chubby, from today onward, in private, you shall address me as sister. Do you understand? Absolutely not. As an aspiring, true man, steadfast like his father, how could Wang Guozhi be intimidated by a mere little girl? Regardless of whether little Exiner was younger or older, he would never call her sister. Thus, upon hearing her demand, the chubby boy immediately shook his head in refusal. Clap, clap. Witnessing Wang Guozhi's resolute demeanor, a smile flickered across little Exiner's face, and she clapped her hands. Crybaby, why aren't you coming out to help me teach him a lesson? Roar. Just as her words faded, a thunderous roar erupted from the nearby bushes, and before Wang Guozhi could react, the imposing figure of Crybaby emerged. Standing before him, Crybaby let out another resounding roar. Overwhelmed by the pungent scent, Wang Guozhi finally grasped the situation, his legs trembling as he stammered. A tiger? Not a tiger at all. Little Exiner's voice interjected. Crybaby is merely a little kitten. While speaking, she reached out and gently patted Crybaby's head. Under her affectionate touch, Crybaby responded with a soothing purr. Gulp. Gazing at the creature that was roughly his size, Wang Guozhi swallowed hard once more. If this is a little kitten, then I must be the commander of the Mongolian Navy. The multitude of questions swirling in his mind was of no concern to little Xer. Noticing his prolonged silence, directly urged Crybaby, bite him. Having undergone systematic training, Crybaby, though unable to speak, was no longer a mere wild beast in terms of intellect. Thus, it would not genuinely harm a chubby boy. However, even without inflicting real harm, Crybaby could still exert immense pressure on Wang Guozhi. As the weeping child gradually approached, the chubby boy could not help but change his expression, then flashed a broad smile at Xiaoxin, sister. Upon hearing Wang Guozhi's words, Xiaoxin nodded in satisfaction. From today onwards, whenever no one is around, I shall be your sister. Do you understand? Understood. Observing Xiaoxin's hands on her hips and her confident demeanor, Wang Guozhi could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth, silently reassuring himself. A true man knows when to yield and when to stand firm. A gentleman does not quarrel with a lady. Setting aside the chubby boy's inner thoughts, Xiaoxin was pleased to see Wang Guozhi's understanding and nodded in approval. You mustn't tell anyone about this, or else I'll have the weeping child bite you. Oh, just as Xiaoxin's words left her lips, the weeping child responded with a loud growl. As a clever tiger, it was acutely aware of who its ally was on this deserted island. Rest assured, I will definitely keep it a secret. Upon hearing Xiaoxin's words, Wang Guozhi nodded without a moment's hesitation. Even without Xiaoxin's warning, he would not disclose this matter, for today's events were far too embarrassing for a man of stature. Regardless of their motivations, the two little ones easily reached a consensus on the matter. Seeing Wang Guozhi readily acquiesce to her request, Xiaoxin's fondness for the chubby boy surged instantly. Observing his dazed expression, she swiftly adopted the demeanor of a commanding figure. Fear not. Today I shall certainly help you capture a few pets. Without waiting for Wang Guozhi to respond, Xiaoxin turned to the weeping child beside her. We must assist the chubby boy in capturing a pet today. Oh, undoubtedly, as an aspiring top subordinate, the weeping child would not refuse Xiaoxin's request. However, neither Xiaoxin nor Wang Guozhi was aware that their actions were being observed by others. For instance, at that very moment in the Wang family courtyard, Wang Long wore a grim expression, gritting his teeth in frustration. Chapter 153. The Valley of Treasures. This insolent brat. How could he so easily concede? It truly tarnishes his father's reputation. As he spoke, Wang Long's countenance was shrouded in darkness. Although he yearned to indulge in a private moment with his beloved wife, his concern for Wang Guozhi's predicament overshadowed his desires. Little did Wang Long anticipate that upon his departure, such an incident would unfold. The mere thought of his child being compelled to address a girl, a whole year younger, as sister in front of an audience, made him feel as though he had received 2 resounding slaps across his face. Suddenly, while voicing his displeasure, an acute pain struck Wang Long's nape, evidently the result of a forceful blow. In an instant, a surge of fury ignited within him. How dare that wretched child lay hands on you, father? Upon recognizing the figure behind him, Wang Long involuntarily shuddered and donned a fawning smile. Oof. Hearing Wang Long's words, Wang Hu let out a cold snort. It was indeed this wretched child who struck you. Do you have any objections? None. The moment Wang Hu's words escaped his lips, Wang Long hastily shook his head in fervent denial. He was no Wang Ruoxin, who basked in the adoration of the entire family. Observing Wang Long's almost pitiful demeanor, Wang Hu emitted another derisive snort. Scram. At that, Wang Long dashed toward the exit with uncontainable urgency. Witnessing Wang Long's hasty retreat, Wang Hu scoffed disdainfully. So cowardly, yet dares to criticize my grandson? His voice was not loud, but just enough for Wang Long, who had reached the doorway, to hear. Upon catching Wang Hu's words, Wang Long felt his legs weaken, nearly toppling to the ground. Meanwhile, on the desolate island, Chen Ye gazed at the valley before him, his expression one of despair as he inquired, Lord Chu, this is the so-called fun place, isn't it? Perhaps. After a thorough examination of the map in his mind, Chu Ye finally comprehended why the system had so readily revealed the treasure's location. According to the map, the treasure lay within the valley ahead, yet at the entrance, a colossal python lay coiled. Dog system, do you not possess a conscience? Ding. This system is devoid of conscience. Upon hearing the system's voice echoing in his mind, A twitch of irritation crossed Chu Ye's lips. However, before he could extend a middle finger in gratitude toward the system, Chen Jian's voice rang out. Lord Chu, the day is waning. Shall we not return? The moment he beheld the python at the valley's entrance, roughly the thickness of an adult's arm, Chen Jian felt his legs turn to jelly. Had he known that the fun place described by Chu Ye was fraught with such peril, he would rather face death than accompany him. In truth, it was not solely Chen Jian who felt apprehensive upon witnessing the imposing stature of the python. Even the audience was engulfed in trepidation. Despite Chu Ye's remarkable feats of vanquishing tigers, there lingered a palpable lack of confidence when confronted with this serpentine behemoth. Lonely Blossom, Chu God, please exercise caution. This creature appears exceedingly formidable. The Dark Traveler, Chu Ye is no fool. He would not dare provoke such a beast. Heart of courage, good heavens, it is so thick, so large, so long. Master Fat, to those upstairs, I can assure you that this creature is far from harmless. Unbeknownst to Chu Ye, the audience's thoughts were rife with concern. Yet within his own mind, a singular notion had taken root upon the sight of the python. This creature must perish. Given the python's size, it posed a significant threat to human safety. Under ordinary circumstances, Chu Ye would undoubtedly refrain from engaging such a powerful beast. Yet the current situation was anything but ordinary. Gulp. Observing the increasingly serious expression on Chu Ye's face, Chen Jian could not help but swallow hard. Chu God, Master, you aren't contemplating a confrontation with this python, are you? Without hesitation, Chu Ye shook his head in response to Chen Jian's inquiry. However, before Chen Jian could exhale in relief, the latter part of Chu Ye's declaration emerged. I intend to kill it. Hiss. The moment Chu Ye's words escaped his lips, all viewers of the live broadcast instinctively gasped in disbelief. They could scarcely fathom that he would make such a bold decision. Hey Z, what a fanciful dream. Does he truly believe that defeating a tiger equates to slaying a python? In addition to those who doubted Chu Ye's success, a segment of the audience voiced their disapproval of his intentions. Lemon tea enthusiast. I've never liked him. The python has done nothing wrong. Why must it be killed? Chapter 154. The Hunt for the Python. Indeed, individuals like Chu Ye possessed no comprehension of the sanctity of life. The absurdity of it all was beyond measure. Within the Wang family estate, Wang Hu, having just expelled Wang Long, bellowed in fury. Does this lad not grasp the essence of fear? Has he not pondered the consequences of his recklessness on Ruo, Xian, and Xian Air? Upon hearing Wang Hu's furious tirade, the guards outside promptly adopted a posture of silence, uncertain as to when their superior's temper had escalated so dramatically. As the air filled with an array of profane exclamations from within, several guards exchanged glances, a peculiar thought dawning upon them. Could it be that men too experience a midlife crisis? Master, let's not dwell on the affairs of the Wang family estate. Upon hearing Chu Ye's words, Chen Jian's countenance turned ashen. You need not say another word. As Chen Jian attempted to articulate his thoughts, Chu Ye decisively interrupted him with a wave of his hand. This creature must perish. Observing the expression on Chen Jian's face, Chu Ye sighed and elaborated. The proximity of this beast to our dwelling poses an imminent threat to Shao Xian and the others. The moment Chu Ye's words escaped his lips, Chen Jian fell into a state of shock. Not only he, but even the onlookers who had previously speculated whether Chu Ye was becoming overly arrogant, including Wang Hu, were rendered speechless. They recognized the truth in Chu Ye's assertion. The valley lay alarmingly close to their residence, indeed within the hunting grounds of the python. Casting a glance at the silent Chen Jian, Chu Ye slowly withdrew a dagger from his possession. Remain here, I shall return shortly. Without waiting for Chen Jian's response, he grasped his weapon and advanced toward the python. Witnessing Chu Ye's actions, Chen Jian was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated that Chu Ye would employ stealth to approach and execute a surprise attack. Little did he expect such audacity. As Chu Ye approached the python, which had been basking in the sun, immediately heightened its vigilance, its gaze fixed intently upon him while emitting a strange, threatening hiss. Observing the python rise to its full height, a glint of cold determination flickered in Chu Ye's eyes. Prepare to meet your end. With those words, he propelled himself forward, charging at the formidable serpent. The python, incensed by the audacity of Chu Ye's assault, coiled its massive body defensively, shielding its vulnerabilities while fixating on the advancing figure. Yet, As Chu Ye closed the distance, the python was taken aback to discover that he had somehow maneuvered behind it. Before it could react, a sharp pain shot through its head. Meanwhile, Chen Jian, concealed nearby, had succumbed to a state of awe. My heavens, how splendid! In stark contrast to the python, he had witnessed every movement of Chu Ye with rapt attention. Just moments ago, as he approached the python, Chu Ye's footing suddenly shifted, and he remarkably appeared behind the serpent in an unusual posture, launching an immediate attack. Upon hearing the hissing roar emanating from the python's mouth, a trace of disdain appeared on Chu Ye's face, and he swiftly changed his stance, reappearing behind the creature once more. Since surpassing the physical limits of humanity, his dragon step had transcended into a new realm. With the support of this technique, the python was unable to catch sight of Chu Ye, while its own wounds continued to multiply. After a relentless 4 to 5 minutes, Chu Ye's dagger pierced through the python's skull, delivering a fatal blow. Following the demise of the serpent, Chu Ye let out a significant sigh of relief. Even with his enhanced capabilities, the continuous use of the dragon step had begun to take a toll on his stamina. After catching his breath, he proceeded with Chen Jian into the valley. Upon entering the valley, both Chu Ye and Chen Jian could not help but brighten at the sight. The valley, though not expansive, was adorned with a myriad of blooming flowers. It posed no danger, devoid even of larger animals, which was to be expected, as any sizable creature would likely have fallen prey to the python long ago. While on the surface Chu Ye appeared to be surveying the surroundings, he was, in fact, drawing closer to the treasure indicated by the system. Minutes later, he finally reached the designated location marked by the system, and upon glimpsing the so-called treasure, an uncontrollable smile spread across his face. The red fruit. Observing the 3 vibrant red fruits hanging from the diminutive tree before him, Chu Ye could not help but exclaim in astonishment. These were the 3 primary ingredients for concocting the longevity pill: the Millennium Ganoderma, the century-old tranquil herb, and the century-old red fruit. A mere glance was sufficient for Chu Ye to ascertain that the red fruit before him undoubtedly met the century-old standard. Chapter 155, Brother Cohen and the Zhu fruit. Upon hearing Chu Ye's exclamation, Chen Jian was momentarily taken aback, then turned his fervent gaze toward the small tree. Is this truly the legendary treasure that can enhance one's inner strength by several years? Observing Chen Jian's expression, which seemed to yearn to devour the Zhu fruit tree whole, Chu Ye couldn't help but smirk. You are overthinking it. What? As soon as Chu Ye's words left his lips, Chen Jian exclaimed, Is it not so? I read in the books. Seeing Chen Jian's earnest demeanor, Chu Ye nearly slapped his shoe against his face. It was his first encounter with someone who mistook fiction for reality. What you speak of are merely the effects described in novels. After rolling his eyes at Chen Jian, Chu Ye proceeded to explain. The true Zhu fruit merely has the effect of replenishing energy, and to a certain extent, it can also enhance one's appearance. Of course, Chu Ye was referring to the ordinary Zhu fruit's effects. The 3 Zhu fruits before them possessed additional properties. Upon hearing Chu Ye's explanation, the interest on Chen Jian's face dissipated instantly. The inability to enhance inner strength rendered the genuine item, in his eyes, a mere mythical trinket. Carefully plucking the 3 Zhu fruits and placing them aside, Chu Ye turned to Chen Jian. All right, shall we return? Without waiting for Chen Jian's response, he set off toward their dwelling. Noticing Chu Ye's movement, Chen Jian promptly followed closely behind. Ever since encountering a tiger, wild boar, bear, and python on the deserted island, he had come to regard this place with suspicion. In such circumstances, Chen Jian's thoughts were clear: cling tightly to Chu Ye's coattails. Unbeknownst to Chu Ye, who was solely focused on returning to their residence to properly handle the 3 Zhu fruits, the two were met with an unexpected sight upon their arrival. What was the meaning of this? Observing the scene before them, Chu Ye's expression turned icy. Oh, so there are others here? As soon as Chu Ye spoke, a lean figure with yellow-dyed hair approached him. Kid, your bad luck has struck now that you're back. Hurry up and stand in line. As he spoke, the lean man turned to another long-haired youth beside him. Brother Cohen, I didn't expect there would be 2 more people here. It seems our ranks are about to swell. Before Chu Ye and his companion stood a total of 12 individuals, all wearing nonchalant expressions. Hearing the lean man's words, a satisfied gleam appeared on Brother Cohen's face. Indeed, with these fellows, our lives on this deserted island will be much more comfortable. As he spoke, Brother Cohen exuded pride. He was a notorious thug who, upon learning of the survival program set on a deserted island, had eagerly signed up. Certainly, as a shrewd individual, Brother Cohen would never embark on such a venture alone. Thus, alongside his application, he ensured that dozens of his subordinates participated as well. To his surprise, however, only 11 of his followers managed to qualify. Nevertheless, this was sufficient to support Brother Cohen in executing his grand design. According to the stipulations of the globally broadcast survival program, any occurrences during the Island Survival Challenge would be deemed acceptable. Consequently, upon entering the competition, Brother Cohen's foremost objective was to seek out other contestants alongside his subordinates. Do not be misled into thinking this was an act of benevolence. Upon locating the other participants, Brother Cohen's initial action was to recruit them as his followers. If they were agreeable, that was ideal. If not, he would resort to forceful means of persuasion. Such conduct is, of course, frowned upon in the Dragon Country, yet it is considered reasonable within the context of the survival program. For prior to the competition, all participants had signed a contract stipulating that, unless faced with malicious attacks from others, any other conflicts were within acceptable limits. Within a mere few weeks, Brother Cohen had managed to subdue several contestants with the assistance of his followers. They began to exploit these contestants, demanding various provisions and essential supplies for their sustenance. Returning to half an hour ago, Brother Cohen's subordinates discovered a new group of participants. Initially, given the size of this group, Brother Cohen was reluctant to engage. However, upon hearing that several attractive women were among them, his interest was piqued. After devising a plan, Brother Cohen and his followers arrived at the location, only to find that apart from a single foreigner lying on a bed, no one else was present. Nonetheless, upon seeing the several red brick houses, Brother Cohen promptly resolved to seize control of the area. Chapter 156. Withdrawal. It is important to note that Brother Cohen and his entourage consisted of a full 12 individuals. Even at their peak, Baybale could never have been a match for such a formidable group, let alone in his current state as a physically impaired patient. With the only remaining defender stripped of his combat abilities, Brother Cohen and his crew effortlessly seized control of the residence belonging to Chu Ye and his companions. As Brother Cohen gazed upon Chu Ye and Chen Jian, a broader smile spread across his face. I heard that several lovely ladies are among your ranks. Why did they not accompany you back? As he spoke, anticipation gleamed in the eyes of both Brother Cohen and his subordinates. Though they dared not act excessively in a live broadcast, engaging in mild flirtations was well within bounds. Moreover, Brother Cohen believed that once he had transformed these individuals into his loyal followers, the ladies would inevitably fall into his grasp. Daddy, before Chu Ye could utter a word, the voice of Xiao Xian echoed from a nearby grove, soon followed by her appearance. Behind her trailed by you and others. Daddy, what are these uncles here for? As she spoke, Xiao Xian rushed towards Chu Ye. However, just as she was about to make her move, Wang Ruoxin swiftly intervened, blocking her path. Although she was unaware of these individuals' identities, Wang Ruoxin could infer from their expressions and demeanor that they were certainly no good. Well, Brother Cohen's eyes lit up upon spotting Wang Ruoxin and the others. I never expected there would truly be ladies here. He then directed his gaze towards the curious Xiao Xian. Little girl, you're rather cute. Call me uncle and let us hear it. Taken aback by Brother Cohen's demeanor, Xiao Xian instinctively stepped back. You're so ugly. You scared me. What did you just say, you little brat? Brother Cohen froze momentarily at her words, his face contorting with rage. Do you believe I want to slap you? As a lowly thug, Brother Cohen saw no distinction between adults and children. In response to his furious expression, Xiao Xian boldly made a face at him. Then, I'll let the crybaby bite you. Crybaby? Brother Cohen was momentarily taken aback by her statement, then turned to Wang Guoji beside her. You can't be referring to this chubby little one, can you? He scoffed. I could take on 10 of such little fatties. In Brother Cohen's eyes, the only one who could warrant the title of crybaby from Xiao Xian was indeed this portly individual. Lord, just as Brother Cohen was about to retort further, a quivering voice emerged from behind him. Boss, behind you, speak up if you have something to say. Upon hearing the hesitant voice of his subordinate, Cohen couldn't help but furrow his brow. What on earth? Did you eat something foul? As the words hung in the air, Kuan-gu suddenly found himself plummeting to the ground, realizing that many of his followers had distanced themselves from him without his notice. Tiger? Fear gripped Kuan-gu. He was a thug, not a heroic figure like Wu Song. The sudden appearance of a majestic tiger behind him was enough to rattle his nerves. Gazing at the tiger, which was no more than a meter away, Culinary lamented as he felt an unwelcome warmth spreading between his legs. The tiger, sensitive to the pungent odor wafting from Culinary, took a few steps back, for as a refined creature, it preferred to avoid such unpleasant scents. "Help! Help me!" Culinary called out in a hushed voice, glancing toward Chu Ye and the others not far away. At this moment, he cared little for pride. His life was at stake. Upon hearing Cuni's plea, a faint smile graced Chu Ye's face. "If you wish for my assistance, it is quite simple. Just withdraw from the competition." He spoke with utmost seriousness. These ruffians posed an undeniable threat, and Chu Ye was determined not to allow them to remain on the island. I withdraw. Culinary hastily nodded in agreement. "We will exit the competition immediately." Hearing this, Chu Ye gestured toward the tearful tiger that had been intently observing Culinary. "Come back, crying tiger." According to the rules of the global broadcast, uttering the word withdraw meant that these individuals had already forfeited their right to continue in the competition. As he watched the tiger rush to Chu Ye, nudging its head against the hem of his pants, Culinary felt a bitter taste in his mouth. If only he could turn back time, he would certainly avoid provoking Chu Ye and his companions. He had thought himself formidable, leading a dozen subordinates into the competition, only to discover that others could command ferocious beasts. Chapter 157. The clever glutton. If Culinary were to articulate the one sentiment he most wishes to convey to Chu Ye, it would undoubtedly be, "You shameless scoundrel." Of course, even if endowed with the courage of a bear and the audacity of a leopard, he would likely refrain from uttering such words directly. Once the weeping individual departed, Culinary gradually regained his composure. Casting a cold glance at the subordinates who had just abandoned him, he couldn't help but scowl. "You rascals, why are you not rushing over to assist me?" Upon hearing Cuni's call, several of them hurriedly approached, scrambling to support him. In that instant, as he was steadied by his subordinates, Culinary shivered involuntarily. In the current predicament, he felt an unsettling chill, akin to a gust of wind that cools an egg. However, this sensation did not linger for long. Within a mere few minutes, Culinary and his associates were escorted away by the staff of the global live broadcast. As disqualified participants, they were no longer permitted to remain on the deserted island. To Chu Ye and his companions, Culinary and his entourage were but a fleeting interlude. Apart from Bei Lu, none had sustained any injuries. After helping Bei Lu back to bed, Chu Ye examined his wounds and estimated that with a few days of rest, he would fully recuperate. Noticing Bai Li Somavat Downcast Dimiano, Chu Ye placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "In a couple of days, you will be able to train with me in the tiger fist technique. With that skill, you won't have to fear any petty thugs in the future." Upon hearing Chu Ye's words, Bei Li's eyes brightened, and he nodded vigorously. Although both were disciples under Chu Ye, Bei Lu had been unable to train alongside him due to physical constraints over the past couple of days. However, with Chu Ye's assurance, his spirits were notably lifted. "Daddy, what are we having for lunch this afternoon?" As Chu Ye emerged from his room, Shattering joyfully dashed over, her face alight with excitement. "Gulyalu." At the sound of Shatterin's inquiry, a rumble emanated from the belly of Wang Guoji, the chubby boy beside her. "Snake stew." Glancing at the two little gluttons, a faint smile curled at the corners of Chu Ye's mouth as he spoke. The moment his words left his lips, the expressions of Shattering and Wang Guoji stiffened, especially the latter, who looked as though he might burst into tears. "Uncle, could we perhaps have something else to eat?" Wang Guoji presented a trembling rabbit to Chu Ye. "How about we eat this rabbit instead?" His eyes brimmed with reluctance as he spoke. This rabbit had been caught for him by the weeping individual, and on the journey back, he had even bestowed upon his new pet a charming name, Pearl. If given the choice, Wang Guoji would undoubtedly wish to be a responsible pet owner. Regrettably, the opportunity had eluded him. It was not entirely his fault, as he had been taken out by his father early that morning. From dawn until now, the only sustenance he had consumed was the meticulously prepared snake, egg, stew by Chen Jiantong. Although it was quite palatable, it did little to quell his hunger. Upon hearing that their next dish was to be snake soup, the chubby boy's face nearly turned green. "Why must we eat rabbit?" Upon hearing the chubby boy's words, Chu Ye was momentarily taken aback. "Do you not enjoy snake soup?" Indeed, as soon as Chu Ye's words left his lips, the chubby boy earnestly nodded. "That's right. I truly have no fondness for snake soup." "In that case, You shall have roasted rabbit instead." Although Chu Ye was uncertain as to why the chubby boy disliked snake soup, he acquiesced to his request. After stating this, Chu Ye turned to Chen Jian beside him. "Please help the chubby boy roast a rabbit. I shall prepare the meals for the others today." Upon hearing Chu Ye's words, Chen Jian and the others brightened with enthusiasm. While Chen Jian's culinary skills were commendable, they paled in comparison to Chu Ye's. "No problem." Nodding at Chu Ye, Chen Jian promptly took hold of the chubby boy's precious rabbit and headed towards the fire. Witnessing Chen Jian's actions, Wang Guozhi swallowed hard and then looked smugly at the girl beside him. "Do you wish to eat rabbit?" "Not at all." Without hesitation, the girl, Xiao Exener, shook her head. "I want to eat the meal prepared by my father." As she spoke, Xiao Exener eagerly swallowed, for to her, Chu Ye's cooking was the finest. Observing Xiao Exener's expression, Wang Guozhi's eyes glimmered with delight. Undoubtedly, this was the scene he most wished to behold. As long as Xiao Exener declined to eat, he could enjoy an entire rabbit all to himself. Naturally, the chubby boy would never voice such sentiments. As a clever little foodie, he understood the value of silent accumulation of wealth. "Daddy, are we truly going to eat snake soup?" After Chen Jian departed, Xiao Exener immediately leaned in to inquire. Hearing her question, a look of confusion crossed Chu Ye's face. "What is it? Does Exener not like it either?" Chapter 158, Pearl. You died worthily upon hearing Chu Ye's words. Xiao Exener quickly shook her head before speaking. "The snake soup is delicious, but I want to eat meat." As she spoke, Xiao Exener gazed at Chu Ye with eager anticipation. Observing her expression, Chu Ye was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized the misunderstanding that had arisen due to Chen Jian's previous snake egg soup. Otherwise, they would not be displaying such reactions. With a broad smile directed at Xiao Exener, Chu Ye reassured her, "Do not worry, my dear. The snake soup I prepare includes meat." "Yay!" Upon hearing this, Xiao Exener exclaimed joyfully, "I knew Dad was the best." Witnessing her prideful demeanor, Wang Guozhi couldn't help but recall the moment he had felt threatened in the woods. As the saying goes, taking a step back only fuels frustration, and enduring a moment of humiliation brings no peace. In that fleeting moment, the chubby boy suddenly felt a surge of courage within him. "Oomph!" Casting a glance at Xiao Exener, Wang Guozhi let out a disdainful snort. "No matter what kind of snake soup it is, it cannot possibly compare to my roasted rabbit." He spoke with an air of arrogance, asserting that while his pearl may not be the most adorable pet, it surely could become the most delectable dish. Not at all. Upon hearing Wang Guozhi's words, Xiao Exener shot him an indignant glare, asserting, "Dad, snake soup is the most delicious." Ding. Congratulations, host, you have triggered task. Please check promptly. Just as Xiao Exener and the chubby boy were engaged in their debate, the system's voice echoed in Chu Ye's ears. Task: Delectable snake soup description, carrying the hopes and encouragement of Xiao Exener. Charge forth. Requirements: create a truly delicious snake soup and alter the perceptions of Xiao Exener and Wang Guozhi. Time limit: half an hour. Task reward: a challenge against a Guinness World Record holder. Failure penalty: random loss of 1 supreme skill upon glancing at the task's reward. Chu Ye's eyes brightened. He had not forgotten that he still had a task to defeat 10 foreign Guinness World Record holders within 6 months. Initially, he had been concerned about how to attract challengers, but to his surprise, the system had proactively offered him such a reward. As Chu Ye examined the task, the pressure from the formidable pet organization, Backup Food, behind Xiao Exener compelled the chubby boy to begrudgingly cease his argument. However, even so, he remained steadfast in his opinion. After a haughty snort directed at Xiao Exener, Wang Guozhi made his way towards Chen Jian, who was busy roasting the rabbit. Noticing the disgruntled expression on Xiao Exener's face, Chu Ye affectionately ruffled her hair, assuring her, "Rest assured, Daddy will make the most delicious snake soup for you." Hearing Chu Ye's words, Xiao Exener nodded eagerly. "As long as it's made by Dad, I will love to eat it." In pursuit of preserving his daughter's dignity and enticing other Guinness World Record holders to challenge him, Chu Ye immediately summoned all his energy. The ingredients for the dish were, of course, the recently slain python. After comforting little Exener, Chu Ye promptly began to prepare the python meat he had casually brought back. Compared to crafting snake soup, roasting a rabbit was undoubtedly far simpler and less time-consuming. Before Chu Ye's snake soup was ready, the pudgy boy had already approached Exener, brimming with pride. The roasted rabbit was simply delectable. While speaking, He proudly waved the golden-hued pearl in his hand towards Exiner. Unable to triumph over you through brute strength, I shall conquer you in other ways. Observing the defiance on Xiner's face, the pudgy boy felt a surge of satisfaction. Pearl, though you have met your end, all of this is worth it. As Wang Guoji mentally praised the pearl, he took a generous bite. Truly delightful. Witnessing Wang Guoji's smug demeanor only intensified Xiner's irritation. Just as she was about to have her companion reclaim her honor, Chu Ye's voice finally resonated. The snake soup is ready. As he spoke, Chu Ye effortlessly lifted the stone slab covering the iron pot before him. The moment the slab was removed, an enticing aroma wafted from the pot. Gulp! Caught off guard by the delightful scent, the previously smug pudgy boy froze, then swallowed audibly. What is this? His face was a portrait of confusion as he gazed at the large pieces of snake meat floating in the pot. Snake soup. Hearing the pudgy boy's words, Chu Ye beamed at him. Do you not recognize it? Impossible. No sooner had Chu Ye uttered his words than Wang Guoji exclaimed. The snake soup I had was not like this. Chapter 159. The actions of Xian. Observing the expression on the chubby boy's face, Chu Ye's lips curled into a slight smile, followed by a look of sudden realization. Ah, what you had for lunch was snake egg soup, and now you are presented with snake meat soup. While speaking, Chu Ye had already served soup for others with deft hands. Noticing the dazed look on the chubby boy's face, Chu Ye shook his head in mock regret. It's such a pity that someone could dislike such a delicious soup. Gazing at the other diners savoring their bowls filled with generous chunks of snake meat, the chubby boy suddenly found his roasted rabbit unappetizing. Moreover, he was overwhelmed with an urge to weep. Wah! As a man, my greatest characteristic is to act on my desires, he thought, and without hesitation, after a mere second, he began to wail loudly. Pearl, you met such a tragic end. Amidst his tears, he couldn't resist taking bites of the rabbit meat. It was proven that laughing and crying simultaneously is not a wise habit. This chubby boy provided a living example of such folly. In the midst of the peculiar gazes from the others, he continued to eat while weeping, only to be predictably choked. Cough, cough. Woe is me, cough. With tears and snot on his face, and grease on his lips, he coughed and cried, all the while lamenting the unjust fate of his dear Pearl. Seeing the chubby boy in such a pitiable state, Chu Ye and the others instinctively paused their meals. Of course, one cannot ignore how deeply the scene had become unappetizing. Chubby boy, what is Pearl? Due to the earnestness of the chubby boy's emotions, curiosity piqued among Chu Ye and the others. As soon as Chu Ye inquired, it was as if he had sprinkled ginger and garlic onto the chubby boy's wounds. Upon hearing Chu Ye's words, Wang Jigua's crying grew even more heart-wrenching. Daddy, Pearl is the rabbit in my hands. Watching the chubby boy tear off pieces of the roasted rabbit while sobbing, Chu Ye and the others couldn't help but twitch their lips. Cough, cough. Observing the boy's face swollen from crying, Chu Ye could not restrain a couple of coughs, then cautiously asked, Jigua, would you like to have a bowl of snake soup to take a break? Huh? Hearing Chu Ye's words, Wang Jigua paused his weeping, glanced at the pot of snake soup not far away, then at the remnants of his pearl in hand, and immediately nodded without hesitation. I want a big bowl. Whether it was truly the case that one can transform sorrow into appetite. The chubby boy's voraciousness next proved to be a spectacle for all present. Watching the chubby boy effortlessly finish the snake soup, a playful glint flickered in Chu Ye's eyes. Chubby boy, is the snake soup delicious? Delicious. The unfortunate little chubby boy is now completely immersed in the delectable flavors of snake soup, utterly oblivious to Chu Ye's sinister intentions. Upon hearing Chu Ye's words, the little boy immediately broke into a wide grin. I adore snake soup the most. Observing the tear-streaked face of the chubby boy laughing heartily, the expressions of Chu Ye and the others instantly turned crimson. Of course, their embarrassment was not from shyness, but rather due to the sheer hilarity of the little boy's current demeanor. To prevent their laughter from further distressing the fragile little boy, they could only strive to suppress their smiles. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task and earning a challenge opportunity. Upon hearing the system notification in his ear, a flicker of delight crossed Chu Ye's eyes, and he then moved aside, cradling his ceramic bowl to indulge in his meal. After such an extensive period of adjustment, the shadow of the earlier incident had dissipated from the little boy's mind. Unbeknownst to Chu Ye, while he savored his soup far away in the Eagle Nation, Jian was engaged in a phone conversation with a bald man, Elok, it is outrageous that a Dragon Nation individual has seized the World Guinness record. Do you not feel a sense of indignation? In the room, Jian slammed his hand down on the table, causing a loud echo. Observing Jian's furious demeanor, Elok displayed a hint of disdain. Why should I be angry? Let's not forget that the record he claimed pertains to underwater swimming, which has no bearing on me. In response to Elok's words, Jian scoffed. Elok, do you not possess even a modicum of pride as an Eagle Nation citizen? That dragon individual snatched a significant honor from your compatriot. And in addition, he has taken another of your compatriots as his disciple. With unwavering intensity, Jian stared at Elok. Are you truly prepared to remain so indifferent? Chapter 160. The cause of Pearl's death having deftly avoided the spittle that spewed from Guillaume's mouth. Cairo's expression of disdain intensified. Were it not for his understanding of Guillaume's character, he might have genuinely believed him to be a loyal patriot. However, Cairo was acutely aware that Guillaume's actions were purely driven by a desire for vengeance, stemming from the loss of his own honor at the hands of Chu Ye. Observing Cairo's demeanor, Guillaume grasped his intentions. With a huff, Guillaume addressed him sternly. Speak, what must I do for you to assist me in teaching that fellow a lesson? Upon hearing Guillaume's words, a smile crept onto Cairo's face as he replied, That will depend on your sincerity. With a feigned look of difficulty, Cairo began to rub his fingers together, adding, After all, I am about to challenge a world record holder. Seeing Cairo's troubled expression, Guillaume nearly lost his composure, feeling the urge to slap him with his own shoe. Are you telling me that the world's foremost brick smasher finds it challenging to confront a diver? Indeed, Cairo was not a free diver. His record had nothing to do with water. He was globally recognized as the leading brick smasher, having set a world record by shattering 32 internationally certified red bricks in 1 minute. Cairo was selected to challenge Chu Ye precisely because of the formidable strength he had displayed on the deserted island. 10 million. The thought of Chu Ye robbing him of his honor and inflicting such a significant loss filled Guillaume with fury. Deal. Upon hearing Guillaume's exclamation, a broad smile spread across Cairo's face. All he needed to do was challenge a slender man from the Dragon Kingdom, and he would earn 10 million. What could be a more advantageous venture? The consequences of failure never crossed Cairo's mind. He was not like Guillaume, who was utterly inept. Defeating him required a certain level of prowess. As for Chu Ye's earlier display of strength against a tiger, Cairo dismissed it as mere theatrics contrived for entertainment. With Cairo's agreement, Guillaume felt an immense sense of relief. Although 10 million was a considerable expense for him, the prospect of avenging himself against Chu Ye made it worthwhile. I will depart for that small island shortly. Ensure that the 10 million is ready for me. Hearing Cairo's words, Guillaume could not help but arch an eyebrow. Cairo, that Dragon Kingdom fellow is not to be underestimated. I hope you do not take him lightly. Huh. Just as Guillaume finished speaking, Cairo responded with a smirk. Silence, Guillaume. I'm not some feeble, helpless wretch like you. The Dragon Kingdom folk? They are merely actors who boast about their so-called dragon martial arts. With that, Cairo disregarded Guillaume's displeased expression and strode confidently out the door. As Kai Luo departed, a shadow of displeasure crossed Guillaume's face. Nonetheless, he found some merit in Kai Luo's recent words. Chu Ye, I shall ensure you pay the price. The mere thought of Chu Ye being challenged by Kai Luo and subsequently vanquished before the eyes of the crowd filled Guillaume with an eager anticipation. Of course, Chu Ye remained oblivious to these matters, currently gazing helplessly at the two little ones before him. Daddy, please help the chubby one catch a rabbit. Piped up little Exonair, standing beside the slightly tearful Wang Guoji, who looked up at Chu Ye with hopeful eyes upon hearing her request. After a valiant effort to stifle his runny nose, the chubby boy finally spoke. Uncle, could you assist me in catching a rabbit? You could let the crybaby help you. Chu Ye suggested, sensing the eager gazes of the two children. Today, the island's temperature was pleasantly mild, and having just finished his meal, Chu Ye longed to recline in the sun for a peaceful nap. Absolutely not. Wang Guoji resolutely shook his head. The rabbits caught by the crybaby are always injured. Just like the previous one, Pearl, they are simply unfit for feeding. Perhaps recalling his dearly departed pet, the mention of Pearl brought fresh tears to the chubby boy's eyes. Hearing his words, Chu Ye could not help but twitch his lips. Is the cause of that rabbit's demise truly connected to its injuries? Naturally, such thoughts remained unspoken. For given Wang Guoji's current state, he might burst into tears at any moment. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have triggered a quest. Please check promptly. Just as Chu Ye pondered how to gracefully and tactfully decline the request, the system's voice unexpectedly chimed in. Seriously? Even you wish to meddle in such matters? Chapter 161. To avoid becoming bald upon hearing the system's voice echoing in his ear, Chu Ye couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. With his understanding of this entity, he could surmise the nature of the task without even glancing at the mission panel. Could it be that your true form is actually that of an octopus? As soon as Chu Ye uttered these words, the system promptly provided a response. It has been detected that this system has not issued a task regarding short-sightedness for quite some time, which is inconsistent with the persona of a nurturing system. You're simply intent on disrupting my leisure time, compelling me to catch rabbits, aren't you? Chu Ye regarded the system's reply with utter disdain. In his 2 lifetimes, it was the first time he had come to realize that such systems even possessed a persona. Moreover, even if such a concept existed, given this entity's character, Chu Ye believed its persona could only be described as despicable. Initially, Chu Ye thought that under his sharp retorts, the system, if not feeling guilty, would at least be rendered speechless. However, the reality proved that he had underestimated the system's integrity. Ding! Since the host is already aware, this system has no choice but to reveal the truth. You are correct. Hearing the system's voice, Chu Ye nearly lost his breath and fainted on the spot. After patting his chest to steady his breathing and calm his emotions, he promptly extended a finger, filled with the most sincere of greetings, towards the system. Check the task. Task. Heir of the brave rabbit description. Pearl has passed away, and the cause of death remains a mystery. However, without a doubt, in the eyes of Wang Guozhi, it was undoubtedly a brave rabbit. Requirements. Capture an unscathed rabbit for Wang Guozhi time limit. Half an hour task reward. Acquire the sturdy trait for brickmaking skills failure penalty. Become a bald egg within a week gazing at the shimmering new task on his panel. The corners of Chu Ye's mouth twitched once more. You've truly outdone yourself, system. To Chu Ye, the reward for this task was utterly useless, while the penalty posed a significant threat to him. As a man gradually entering middle age with a daughter, baldness was undoubtedly the greatest crisis he faced. Understanding Chu Ye's tendencies, the system refrained from any reaction in response to his words. Once again, he extended his middle finger, regardless of whether the system felt it. Chu Ye persistently conveyed his sentiments. After concluding his friendly exchange with the system, Chu Ye finally turned to face short-sightedness in Wang Guozhi. All right, I have agreed. Upon hearing Chu Ye's words, the 2 little ones brightened with joy, though soon a look of confusion crossed the pudgy boy's face. Chu-sightedness, do you think Uncle can catch a rabbit? Of course he can. As soon as the pudgy boy finished speaking, short-sightedness replied earnestly, shaking her fist as if to say, if you dare to doubt, I shall punch you. Upon witnessing the threatening expression of the young girl, the chubby boy instinctively shrank his head back and tightly sealed his lips. Naturally, Chu Ye paid no heed to the exchange between the 2 little ones. In fact, after acquiescing to their requests, he promptly rose and ventured into the depths of the forest. Although capturing a rabbit posed no significant challenge for him, matters concerning his masculine pride were of utmost importance to Chu Ye. After all, failing to catch a rabbit this time would render him a laughingstock. Having departed from his dwelling, Chu Ye meandered deeper into the woods. However, due to the presence of the weeping children, there were scarcely any animals to be found in the vicinity. Yet, this deserted island was indeed a habitat suitable for creatures such as tigers and pythons. Merely a few minutes after entering the thicket, Chu Ye stumbled upon traces of a rabbit. Unlike the previous white rabbit, this one was black, cautiously crouched amidst a patch of grass. Upon spotting the rabbit, Chu Ye's eyes gleamed with determination. You shall be mine? Almost immediately, he tossed a wild fruit he had picked earlier. With his enhanced physical prowess, he had gained greater control over his strength. The fruit soared through the air and struck the unsuspecting hare, which collapsed to the ground. Witnessing Chu Ye's actions, the live stream erupted with a chorus of admiration. Despite their prior acquaintance with his abilities, the sight still ignited a wave of excitement among the viewers. One remarked, with such skill, who would dare claim our Dragon Kingdom's martial arts are a sham? Another chimed in, if I possessed Chu's talents, I wouldn't be struggling to find a partner. A third quipped, wake up, my friend, your singlehood might be due to your lack of charm and wealth. While the lively banter continued in the live stream, Chu Ye swiftly approached the fallen rabbit and picked it up. After inspecting its condition and confirming it was merely unconscious, a smile crept across his face. Chapter 162. Black Pearl. Half an hour had elapsed since the task commenced, and Chu Ye, not wishing to squander any time, hurried back to his dwelling with the rabbit in tow. As he emerged from the woods, he spotted the anxious faces of Xiao Xiner and Wang Guoji peering eagerly into the thicket. The moment they beheld Chu Ye's return, their expressions brightened with delight. "Daddy, Uncle, did you catch the rabbit?" While Xiao Xiner had unwavering faith in Chu Ye, she still yearned for an affirmative reply. Sensing their hopeful gazes, Chu Ye instantly beamed, of course. As soon as the words left his lips, he presented the black rabbit, hidden behind his back, before them. Wow! On the journey back, the little rabbit had already roused from its slumber. Observing the creature wriggling in Chu Ye's grasp, Wang Guoji's eyes sparkled with excitement. What an adorable little rabbit! As he spoke, Xiao Xiner, brimming with enthusiasm, snatched the rabbit from Chu Ye's hands. Compared to the white rabbits, this little black one appeared all the more unique. Initially, the small creature attempted to squirm, but upon hearing the fierce growl from the little tiger, a soft yet assertive cry, it quickly settled down. Though the little tiger was merely a cub, it still exuded the majestic aura of the king of beasts. Watching Xiao Xiner tenderly caressing the rabbit, Wang Guoji's expression soured slightly. "Chu Xiner, this rabbit is mine." His face was filled with longing as he spoke. Startled by Wang Guoji's declaration, Xiao Xiner hesitated. Deep down, she harbored a fondness for the rabbit, yet, sensing the yearning in the chubby boy's eyes, and in an effort to maintain her position as the elder sister, she could only huff disdainfully. "It's just a rabbit. I'll return it to you." With that, she placed the black rabbit into Wang Guoji's hands. As he felt the softness in his grasp, a broad smile spread across his face. Cradling the rabbit with one hand while gently stroking its head with the other, he declared with an air of authority, "I have decided. This rabbit shall be named Black Pearl." Upon hearing Wang Guoji's proclamation, Chu Ye could not help but twitch his lips. If it weren't for the fact that the chubby boy had devoured the actual pearl, leaving only its shell behind, one might have believed there was a deeper bond between them. Chu Ye harbored two mischievous speculations regarding the name bestowed upon the rabbit. The first was that Wang Guoji could think of no other name and merely borrowed from the previous one. The second was that he wished for Black Pearl to follow in the footsteps of its illustrious predecessor. Nevertheless, Chu Ye had no interest in delving into the secrets of the chubby boy's heart. No sooner had Wang Guoji named the rabbit Black Pearl than the system's voice echoed forth. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task and firing red bricks, thus acquiring the sturdy trait." Hearing the voice of the system whispering beside his ear, Chu Ye could not help but let out a deep sigh of relief. After all, he had managed to preserve his head of black hair. Having acquired a new pet, perhaps even a potential delicacy, his spirits were considerably lifted, as evidenced by the broad smile adorning his cherubic face. While Xiao Xiner and the chubby boy were engrossed in their playful antics, Chu Ye's attention was suddenly captivated by a ship that had emerged on the surface of the sea. This vessel bore the insignia of a global live broadcast. Yet Chu Ye discerned that it was not a rescue ship. Rather, it resembled the one that Wang Long had previously arrived in. The thought prompted a look of puzzlement to cross Chu Ye's countenance. Could be that this fellow has sent another child? As Chu Ye pondered this, the large ship in the distance commenced its horn, and during this cacophony, a small speedboat was deployed, swiftly making its way toward the shore. Observing the approaching vessel, Chu Ye's expression of bewilderment deepened. This was not how things had transpired when Wang Long had arrived. The speedboats were remarkably swift, reaching the shore in a matter of minutes. Under Chu Ye's watchful gaze, a woman clad in the attire of the global broadcast staff disembarked from the speedboat, accompanied by two men. As the trio drew nearer, Chu Ye discerned their features. The two men were, astonishingly, foreigners. What piqued his curiosity further was the evident intent of the three as they approached him. "Greetings, Mr. Chu." Upon nearing him, the leading woman immediately offered a warm smile. "I am Bai Chong, a member of the global broadcast team. You may call me Xiao Bai." As she spoke, Bai Chong regarded Chu Ye with admiration. For given his consistent display of prowess, the majority of the staff within the global broadcast platform were his fervent admirers. "Hello." Adhering to the adage that one should not strike a smiling face, Chu Ye, despite being uncertain of their intentions, felt compelled to respond with a warm smile of his own. Chapter 163. The World Guinness Inspector upon observing Chu Ye's affable demeanor, by Chang's smile broadened. Mr. Chu Ye, I am your fan. However, her words were abruptly interrupted by a coarse voice. At the sound, Chu Ye turned his attention to the two foreigners present. The one who had interrupted by Chang was a bald man, towering at nearly 6 feet, with a robust physique reminiscent of a bipedal bear. In contrast, the other foreigner appeared considerably more refined, yet donned in a suit amidst the desolate island environment. He looked rather ludicrous. Are you Chu Ye? The bear-like man inquired directly after cutting off by Chang. Were these two? Chu Ye disregarded the bear man's query and focused solely on Bai Chang. Scoundrel, we are not things. As soon as the bear man spoke, Bai Chang, who had felt somewhat embarrassed by the interruption, burst into laughter. Greetings, Mr. Chu Ye. I am Da Vinci, an inspector from the Guinness World Records. Upon hearing Bai Chang's laughter, the man in the suit could not suppress his scowl, glaring discontentedly at the bear man. This is Kai Luo, the current holder of the record for brick throwing. Upon noticing Chu Ye's gaze upon him, Kai Luo let out a disdainful snort. After deciding to challenge Chu Ye, he had promptly contacted the Guinness Evaluation Institution's inspector to arrive in Long Country. His earlier antics were intended to intimidate Chu Ye, but he had not anticipated being outmaneuvered instead. If you have nothing further, please do not disturb my sunbathing. Chu Ye, seemingly oblivious to the smile on Da Vinci's face, spoke plainly. Generally, Chu Ye was a congenial individual, but he harbored little patience for those with ill intentions. Kai Luo's earlier demeanor was hardly friendly, and while Da Vinci had not participated, the encouragement evident in his gaze did not escape Chu Ye's notice. At Chu Ye's words, Da Vinci's expression momentarily stiffened. He had not expected Chu Ye to disregard him in such a manner. Nevertheless, in an instant, Da Vinci's face returned to a smile. Hello, Mr. Chu. I am here to present you with the certification badge from the Guinness World Records. Despite his dissatisfaction with Chu Ye's attitude, Da Vinci was reluctant to exhibit his displeasure in front of witnesses. He represented the Guinness Evaluation Institution, and should his behavior lead to prejudice against the organization among the people of Long Country, he would bear significant responsibility. Receiving a finely crafted golden badge from Da Vinci's hands, Chu Ye casually nodded. The item has been delivered. You may take your leave. Hearing Chu Ye's words, Da Vinci could not help but furrow his brow. Wasn't he, it said, that the people of Long Country were known for their hospitality? What was wrong with this fellow before him? An anomaly. Accompanying Kai Luo this time, in addition to assisting Chu Ye in delivering the badge, he harbored another intention, to serve as a witness to the duel between the two. It is worth noting that Kai Luo had generously offered a reward of 100,000 for him to assume this role. As an inspector, Da Vinci was obliged to uphold impartiality and fairness. However, this did not imply that he held any favorable sentiments towards Chu Ye. Much like Kai Luo, Da Vinci regarded the frail individual from the Dragon Kingdom as unworthy of recognition from the Guinness World Records. To act as a witness not only allowed him to witness the defeat of someone he disdained, but also to receive a substantial remuneration. Such a delightful opportunity was one Da Vinci would certainly not decline. Unbeknownst to Da Vinci, since his physical constitution had undergone a breakthrough, Chu Ye had also experienced an enhancement in his ability to perceive the emotions of others. Although Da Vinci had maintained a facade of politeness throughout, Chu Ye could still sense the malice concealed within. In fact, due to this hidden animosity, Chu Ye's regard for Da Vinci was even less than that for Kai Luo. Observing the cold demeanor on Chu Ye's face, Da Vinci cleared his throat before speaking. In truth, I have another purpose for my visit. I am here to serve as a witness to the contest between you, Mr. Chu Ye, and Mr. Kai Luo. While Da Vinci maintained a gentlemanly expression, his heart was already raging with contempt. He could even envision the scene of Chu Ye being vanquished by Kai Luo, knowing full well that this was a globally broadcast event with billions of viewers. Should Chu Ye be defeated here, even as the new record holder of the Guinness World Records, he would lose all his honors in an instant. A contest? Upon hearing Da Vinci's words, a perfectly timed look of confusion appeared on Chu Ye's face, prompting him to inquire, why was I not informed of such a contest? Despite his anticipation regarding a challenge from a Guinness record holder, Chu Ye was not one to be led by the nose. At Chu Ye's response, both Da Vinci and Kai Luo were momentarily taken aback. Chapter 164. The subtle thoughts of Kai Luo upon observing the expressions of the two individuals. A faint smirk appeared on Chu Ye's face. Since when has the Guinness Assessment Organization had the authority to dictate on behalf of others? He remarked, his tone laced with derision. It is preposterous. If one wishes to compete with me, Chu, one must be prepared to pay a price. Hearing Chu Ye's words, Da Vinci's countenance shifted noticeably. Emerju, Yuyist. I am merely here to serve as a witness. Whether to accept the challenge is entirely your prerogative. As he spoke, Da Vinci cautiously wiped the cold sweat from his brow. He represented the entire Guinness World Records organization, and should his actions tarnish its reputation, there would undoubtedly be repercussions. Witnessing Da Vinci's sudden display of timidity, Kai Luo's expression twitched slightly before he turned his gaze directly towards Chu Ye. What would it take for you to compete with me? At that moment, Kai Luo's mind harbored contempt for Da Vinci. Initially, he had believed that bringing this individual along would be beneficial. However, he soon regretted his investment of $10,000, realizing the man was utterly ineffectual. You're a holder of a Guinness World Record as well? Upon hearing Kai Luo's words, a smile flickered across Chu Ye's face. Indeed, under Chu Ye's scrutiny, Kai Luo nodded without hesitation. I, Kai Luo, am the world's foremost brick-breaking champion. As Kai Luo introduced himself, some viewers of the live broadcast finally recognized him and began to search for the record he held. Following his declaration, Kai Luo's eyes fixated intently on Chu Ye. However, disappointment was inevitable. Upon hearing his words, Chu Ye maintained an expression of tranquility, and if observed closely, one might even discern a hint of amusement on his face. So, you must be quite wealthy? Kai Luo was momentarily taken aback by Chu Ye's inquiry. Wealthy? If he were truly affluent, he would not dare challenge Chu Ye for a mere $10 million. Nevertheless, such an admission was out of the question, and so, he immediately nodded with an air of pride. And what of it? In his response, Kai Luo exhibited no trace of insecurity. In his mind, despite currently lacking riches, he was certain that fortune awaited him, contingent upon his victory over Chu Ye. How splendid to be wealthy, Chu Ye mused, oblivious to Kai Luo's internal state. Upon hearing his words, Chu Ye nodded in satisfaction. Since you wish to challenge me, then present some stakes. Stakes? Kai Luo initially appeared taken aback, but soon a look of delight spread across his face. Are you suggesting we wager? As he spoke, Kai Luo fixed his gaze firmly on Chu Ye, and had they not been rivals in this moment, he would have been tempted to approach him for an affectionate gesture of the more intimate kind. I had long heard of the generosity of the people of the Dragon Kingdom. Initially, I perceived Chu Ye as aloof, but it has become evident that he is not cold-hearted. Rather, he possesses a warmth that is quite endearing. To Kai Luo, Chu Ye's current demeanor reflects a selfless spirit akin to gifting oneself wealth. 500,000. After a moment of contemplation, Kai Luo declared a sum. Should you emerge victorious, I shall grant you $500,000. However, should you falter, you must pay me the same amount. It is not that Kai Luo desired to wager more, but this was indeed all of his fortune. Upon hearing Kai Luo's proposition, Chu Ye was momentarily taken aback, but then revealed a look of resignation. Since you are the first to challenge me, I shall grant you a concession. Without waiting for Kai Luo to respond, Chu Ye promptly inquired, Pray tell, how do you wish to compete? Brick smashing. As soon as the words left Chu Ye's lips, Kai Luo interjected, We shall compete in smashing bricks. 1 minute's time, and the victor shall be the one who shatters the most red bricks. A smug expression adorned Kai Luo's face, for this was his forte, and he had little faith that Chu Ye could best him in this regard. Competing in brick smashing? Hearing Kai Luo's words, Chu Ye could not help but furrow his brow. Are you referring to these? As he spoke, he gestured towards the leftover red bricks from his construction endeavors. Are you certain it is these? Observing the furrowed brow of Chu Ye, Kai Luo's heart swelled with delight. The expression on Chu Ye's face confirmed that his plan was indeed sound. This fellow would surely shy away from smashing bricks. Indeed, to prevent Chu Ye from reconsidering, Kai Luo intentionally adopted a provocative demeanor. What? Do you not possess mastery in the martial arts of the Dragon Kingdom? Are you not bold enough to partake in such a contest? With those words, Kai Luo fixed his gaze firmly on Chu Ye, convinced that, given the reverence the people of the Dragon Kingdom hold for their martial arts, he would not decline. As expected, upon hearing Kai Luo's taunt, Chu Ye's brow furrowed even deeper. The martial arts of the Dragon Kingdom are not intended for smashing bricks. Chapter 165. I'm about to show off so. Are you refusing? As soon as Chu Ye's words left his lips, Cairo spoke up, accompanying his words with an even more disdainful expression. It seems that your so-called Dragon Country martial arts are nothing but a jest. Upon hearing Cairo's remarks, before Chu Ye could respond, the audience was already on the verge of exploding with anger. Dead singer, bastard. A mere foreigner dares to underestimate our Dragon Country martial arts. Chu must teach him a lesson. Rose killer. If Chu Ye can accept the challenge and emerge victorious, I declare that he shall never be maligned again. As soon as Rose Killer's comment appeared, most of the audience gasped in astonishment. In the realm of the internet, few things are more vexing than trolls. These individuals, motivated by greed, can launch relentless attacks from every conceivable angle, and due to their overwhelming numbers, even celebrities hesitate to cross them. However, it is common knowledge that over 80% of these trolls in the Dragon Country belong to an organization known as Rose Pavilion. The IP of the Rose Pavilion's leader is Rose Killer. The likelihood of someone impersonating Rose Killer is exceedingly slim, considering that he commands countless trolls. Should he discover someone attempting to masquerade as him, that individual would be utterly banished from the online world. In addition to Rose Killer, several other prominent figures made their presence known. For instance, the renowned disciplinary committee principal, Wang Nianzong, directly commented that if Chu Ye could defeat Cairo, he would personally reward him with 50 million RMB. Unbeknownst to Chu Ye, who appeared troubled with furrowed brows, the events unfolding online were far from his awareness. In reality, his serious demeanor was primarily a facade to suppress the laughter that threatened to escape him. If Cairo were to challenge him in any other arena, there might be a chance of defeat. However, in a contest involving brickmaking, he felt confident, especially since his recently fired red bricks had just received an upgrade. Since you insist on this, I have no choice but to oblige. Casting a glance at the self-assured Cairo, Chu Ye reluctantly nodded. However, let us agree beforehand that if you sustain any injuries in this contest, I shall not be held responsible. Seeing the earnest expression on Chu Ye's face, Cairo's smile widened. Rest assured, even if I suffer a fracture, a shattering break, I, Cairo, will not hold you accountable. If his previous speculations were merely conjecture. By the time Chu Ye uttered these words, Cairo had completely understood the reality of Chu Ye's capabilities. From Cairo's perspective, based on Chu Ye's current demeanor, this fellow was certainly not as formidable as he had appeared on the show. Naturally, Chu Ye remained oblivious to Cairo's inner thoughts. Upon hearing Cairo's words, Chu Ye seemed to exhale with relief, nodding in agreement before leading Cairo to a stack of red bricks. In that case, shall we begin? He inquired, a subtle smile gracing his lips. As our guest, you may make the first move. Cairo responded with an enigmatic smile, convinced that Chu Ye was intimidated, prompting him to take the initiative. However, as the world's foremost brick-breaking expert, Cairo was undaunted by such tactics. After a brief chuckle, he nodded affirmatively, stating, "Then I shall not hold back." He then seized a red brick and nodded toward Da Vinci beside him, declaring, "I am ready." Acknowledging Cairo's readiness, Da Vinci retrieved his stopwatch from his pocket. 1-minute countdown, commence, he announced. No sooner had Da Vinci's words left his lips than Cairo raised one hand high and brought it down forcefully upon the red brick he held in the other. Observing Cairo's action, curiosity flickered in Chu Ye's eyes. To have earned the title of the world's foremost brick breaker, Cairo undoubtedly possessed formidable strength. Yet, faced with the uniquely resilient red bricks, Chu Ye was eager to discover the extent of Cairo's capabilities. While Cairo concentrated on his strike, his gaze never strayed from Chu Ye. Consequently, upon witnessing Chu Ye's expression, an air of arrogance washed over Cairo's face. "Behold, you feeble citizen of the Dragon Kingdom. Watch my performance closely." However, before he could finish his taunt, Cairo's expression turned rigid. As a seasoned record holder with extensive brick-breaking experience, he had already discerned a crucial fact from the feel of the brick. It had not shattered. Staring incredulously at the intact red brick clutched in his hand, Cairo's face flushed with embarrassment. Chapter 166. Shattered Shame. An indescribable sense of humiliation. As the world's foremost brick-breaking expert, this was the first time Kai Luo encountered such a predicament. The mere thought that billions might be watching him in this moment intensified the crimson hue on his face. However, being a seasoned performer, he managed to maintain his composure despite the unforeseen circumstances. After taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, Kai Luo swung down once more at the brick in his hand. To him, The earlier incident was merely a minor miscalculation, and he was confident he could now showcase his true prowess. Break! With a fierce shout, Kai Luo's right hand once again made intimate contact with the brick. Yet, soon his expression froze anew. The brick remained unbroken. This is impossible. Staring at the brick in his grasp, astonishment flickered across Kai Luo's face. It was merely a brick. How could it possibly be this resilient? As he spoke, he lifted his right hand once more to strike the brick. Perhaps you should give it a rest? Observing Kai Luo's actions, Chu Ye couldn't help but smirk, then offered a well-meaning suggestion. Through his observations, he had discerned that these bricks, augmented by system attributes, possessed a hardness rivaling that of ordinary steel. In such a scenario, not even Kai Luo, with his extraordinary physical capabilities, could shatter it. Oof. However, upon hearing Chu Ye's remarks, Kai Luo scoffed dismissively. I refuse to believe there exists a brick that Kai Luo, cannot break. At this juncture, all notions of competition faded from his mind. Only one thought resonated within him: to shatter this brick. As the world's premier brick breaker, the inability to break a single brick was an affront he could not accept. As he spoke, Kai Luo inhaled deeply, his eyes snapping open as he concentrated all his strength into his right hand, swinging down fiercely at the brick. Crack! The moment his hands made contact with the brick again, a crisp sound resonated clearly through the speakers, reaching the ears of the audience. It shattered. Yet, contrary to everyone's expectations, it was not the brick in Kai Luo's hands that broke, but his right hand. Ow! Under Chu Ye's sympathetic gaze, Kai Luo's face shifted from red to white, then to purple, before he let out a pained scream and dropped the brick to the ground. Gazing at his slightly bent wrist, a twitch ran across his lips, and he glared at Chu Ye with fury. You cheated. With anger etched across his face, Kai Luo exclaimed, You despicable dragon country person. This is not a mere brick. You must have reinforced it with steel. Crack! Just as he was halfway through his accusation, Kai Luo fell silent. Although he longed to express that Chu Ye had reinforced the red brick with steel bars, Kai Luo found himself at a loss for words as he watched Chu Ye effortlessly shatter and discard a piece of red brick. What were you about to say? Observing the tranquil demeanor of Chu Ye, Kai Luo suddenly felt a pang of emotion rise in his throat. Were it not for the necessity of maintaining his image before the audience, he might have succumbed to tears. It was an overwhelming sense of injustice. How could the esteemed champion of brick-breaking, the world's foremost authority, find himself unable to cleave even a single red brick? How could this be possible? After slightly tempering his emotions, Kai Luo gazed at Chu Ye with astonishment. Why can you break this brick when I cannot? Noticing the redness around Kai Luo's eyes, a subtle smile played upon Chu Ye's lips. My dear child, are you not aware that there exists a certain kind of entity known as a hanging loser in this world? Naturally, such a notion would never escape Chu Ye's lips. Thus, after pondering Kai Luo's question, he thoughtfully replied, Perhaps it is because the bricks I crafted are somewhat harder than the usual variety. As for why I can break them, here. Chu Ye cast a sidelong glance at Kai Luo before continuing. It is likely because I am superior to you. As he spoke, Chu Ye remained composed, his demeanor unwavering. He would never divulge that he possessed the ability to negate the properties of the bricks he created. Earlier, he had discovered his capacity to bestow the hard characteristic upon his red bricks or to retract it at will. In other words, during their recent contest, Kai Luo struck a brick of terrifying hardness comparable to steel, while Chu Ye dealt with an ordinary red brick. Mr. Da Vinci, may we declare the results of the competition? After providing Kai Luo with an answer, Chu Ye turned his attention to Da Vinci, who stood nearby. Of course, at Chu Ye's words, Da Vinci couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. The victor of this contest is Mr. Chu Ye, who triumphed over Kai Luo with an undeniable advantage, cleaving a brick in just 1 minute. Chapter 167. 350 million in donations as he spoke. Even Da Vinci felt a wave of shame. How could a distinguished inspector from the Guinness World Records witness such a lackluster competition? If it weren't for Kai Luo's consistent adherence to his persona, Da Vinci might have suspected that this individual had bribed some inspectors. How could the so-called world's leading brick breaker be unable to break even a single red brick? Suppressing his embarrassment, Da Vinci announced the results of the competition and glanced at a stack of red bricks nearby. He turned to Chu Ye, saying, Mr. Chu, may I take a look at these red bricks? Of course. Chu Ye, who had just earned $500,000, appeared particularly cheerful. Upon hearing Da Vinci's request, he generously waved his hand. If you like them, feel free to take a few. As soon as Chu Ye's words left his lips, Da Vinci's expression darkened. Would a distinguished Guinness inspector truly have an affinity for mirror bricks? Silently scoffing, Da Vinci casually picked up one of the bricks. With a resounding slap, he tested the brick against his palm, and his expression shifted dramatically. Is this really a red brick? If I weren't looking, I would have thought I was striking marble. Surveying the surroundings, Da Vinci suddenly raised the red brick and hurled it at a nearby stone. Crack! The sound echoed as the ancient boulder, having stood on the beach for countless years, could never have anticipated its demise at the hands of a mere brick. Gulping, Da Vinci examined the unscathed red brick in his hand, then stared at the stone that now bore a massive dent. How could such a hard brick exist? Da Vinci's astonishment was evident in his eyes as he spoke. The hardness of this red brick far exceeds international standards. How could it not? He continued. Standard red bricks can be shattered into 32 pieces by Kai Luo in 1 minute, while this red brick shattered him. In my opinion, only our Dragon Nation's standards truly represent quality. Upon hearing Da Vinci's proclamation, a calm smile graced Chu Ye's face. What you refer to as standards is merely a collection of subpar products. As soon as Chu Ye's words were spoken, a profound sense of pride surged within the hearts of the viewers from the Dragon Nation watching the live broadcast. Without Da Vinci's testing, they might have assumed that Kai Luo was simply inadequate, but now they understood that Chu Ye was exceptionally formidable. In an instant, a flurry of comments flooded Chu Ye's livestream. Xian Yuan 11, majestic. This is the demeanor my lord Chu should possess. Master Pang. The Dragon Nation standards are the standards. In addition to the comments, particularly vibrant system announcements also appeared. Announcement. Wang Ku is a dog, donating 50 million RMB to Chu Ye. From this day forth, Chu Shun shall become the idol of my esteemed Wang Niansong. Announcement. Rose Killer has generously bestowed 20 million RMB upon Chu Ye. Rose Killer. All members of the Rose Pavilion are commanded to refrain from guiding public opinion or participating in any disparaging remarks against Chu Shen henceforth. In addition to these two prominent figures, countless affluent individuals have also showered gifts upon Chu Ye. At the global live-streaming platform headquarters, Wang Qimei gazed at the sharply rising statistics in the back end and could not help but swallow hard. Xiaohong, how much has Chu Ye received in donations? Swallowing audibly, Xiaohong replied, Sister Qimei, as of now, Chu Ye has amassed 350 million in donations, and this figure continues to rise. As she spoke, Xiaohong was oblivious to the tremor in her voice. 350 million, an amount she would never earn in her lifetime, was achieved by Chu Ye in such a brief span. Upon hearing Xiaohong's words, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Wang Qimei's eyes. Increase the capacity of Chu Ye's live stream tenfold. If that proves insufficient, continue to expand. Only then did Wang Qimei realize that despite her efforts to regard Chu Ye highly, she had ultimately underestimated him. It is noteworthy that among the 350 million in donations, a full 100 million originated from abroad, signifying that through a mere survival show on a deserted island, Chu Ye had gained worldwide fame. Indeed, upon hearing Wang Qimei's command, Xiaohong eagerly nodded and promptly set out to contact the technical department. Meanwhile, on the deserted island, Chu Ye remained blissfully unaware that his assets had reached an enviable level. He stared quizzically at Da Vinci before him. Are you certain you wish to designate my red brick as an official Guinness prop? Just moments earlier, Da Vinci had received a phone call, prompting him to make such a request to Chu Ye. Indeed, Da Vinci's lips twitched slightly as he nodded in affirmation. Chapter 168. A slightly immature request, although, from a personal standpoint, he harbored no affection for Chu Ye and the people of the Dragon Kingdom. It was evident that certain matters were beyond his control. The recent contest between Chu Ye and Kai Luo had drawn the attention of a few Guinness World Records inspectors, who, unlike ordinary spectators, were keenly aware of the unique qualities of the red bricks. As staff members of the Guinness World Records Evaluation Organization, they were fully cognizant of Kai Luo's true prowess. It was precisely for this reason that the red bricks appeared even more extraordinary in their eyes. To achieve the status of the world's most authoritative certification body, the Guinness evaluation team certainly possessed their own merits, such as utilizing the finest evaluation equipment available globally. Hence, during the earlier competition, Chu Ye's red bricks immediately captured the attention of the Guinness evaluation team. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have triggered a task. Please check promptly. As soon as Da Vinci finished speaking, the familiar voice of the system echoed in Chu Ye's ears. Check the task. With that, a familiar task panel promptly appeared before him. Task: Uncrowned King of Guinness Description. As a god-tier caretaker, the host must possess some additional identities at appropriate times. Requirements: the host must provide at least 10 types of evaluation equipment to Guinness. Deadline: 6 months task reward. Title of Uncrowned King of Guinness Failure Penalty. The host's sexual orientation will undergo a transformation. Gazing at the task penalty before him, Chu Ye could not help but shudder. Yet another task he must complete. Meanwhile, Da Vinci, who had been waiting for a response, grew anxious. Assisting the Guinness Evaluation Organization in securing the rights to the red bricks was a dire command from his superiors. Failure to accomplish it would likely result in the loss of his position. Mr. Chu Ye, congratulations on becoming the new world champion of brick throwing. The badge will be delivered within 3 days. After these words, Da Vinci turned his attention back to Chu Ye. I wonder how you have considered my previous suggestion? Despite harboring a plethora of grievances, Da Vinci felt compelled to wear the most sincere smile for the sake of his job security. Since it was Mr. Da who proposed the request, I shall certainly agree, Chu Ye replied with a slight smile. However, I have a somewhat immature request of my own that I hope Mr. Da might consider. As soon as Chu Ye's words left his lips, Da Vinci could not help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. You are Mr. Da. Your whole family is Mr. Da. Just call me Da Vinci. Suppressing the urge to slap this semi-literate individual, Da Vinci took a deep breath before responding. I wonder what request Mr. Chu has. As long as it is not excessively unreasonable, we will certainly be able to accommodate it. As Da Vinci spoke, a hint of pride flickered across his face. In his estimation, the most that Chu Ye could desire was merely money, a trivial matter for their organization. However, it was unfortunate that Da Vinci's assumptions were destined to falter. Upon hearing Da Vinci's words, Chu Ye nodded earnestly before articulating his request. I hope the Guinness World Records organization can assist me in advertising. What? At Chu Ye's declaration, Da Vinci momentarily froze. Advertising? Even someone as worldly as Da Vinci found himself momentarily at a loss. To request the Guinness organization to promote you. How audacious. Yet, considering his superior's earlier remarks, Da Vinci inhaled deeply and patiently inquired of Chu Ye, might I ask what sort of advertisement you have in mind? It's quite simple. Chu Ye's smile grew even more pronounced. I am willing to accept challenges from all Guinness World Record holders outside of the Dragon Kingdom. Should they defeat me, they will receive a reward of $10 million. Of course, if they lose to me, they must pay me $10 million. Not a problem. Without hesitation, Da Vinci agreed to Chu Ye's proposal. He perceived that Chu Ye's newfound ambition stemmed solely from his recent victory over Kai Luo, and he was keen to observe this inflated sense of confidence. In Da Vinci's eyes, the more Chu Ye swelled with pride, the more likely he was to face consequences. Moreover, as he spoke, Da Vinci silently celebrated, envisioning the scenario of Chu Ye's downfall after being bested by countless challengers. Hold on. I have yet to declare my advertisement slogan. At Chu Ye's words, Da Vinci paused, then nodded earnestly. What is your advertisement slogan, Mr. Chu? Having devised a strategy to inflate Chu Ye's ego to the point of self-destruction, Da Vinci was now able to calmly entertain some of Chu Ye's peculiar ideas. Chapter 169. The advertisement slogan, isn't it merely an advertisement slogan? This hardly qualifies as a question. Who doesn't pen a few lines of advertising when promoting something? Upon hearing Da Vinci's words, Chu Ye's lips curled into a slight smile. My advertisement slogan is, in the realm where the people of the Dragon Kingdom face no challenges. True Guinness record holders do not exist. As soon as Chu Ye's words escaped his lips, Da Vinci couldn't help but gasp, his astonished gaze fixed upon him. Mr. Chu, I cannot decide this matter alone. Please hold on for a moment. While speaking, Da Vinci promptly retrieved his mobile phone and dialed a number. If it had been an ordinary advertisement slogan, Da Vinci would not have reacted in such a manner. However, Chu Ye's slogan was audacious, even daring to challenge all foreign Guinness record holders. Although he wished to inflate Chu Ye's ego, the pace of his arrogance was rather alarming. Da Vinci felt he might not be able to keep up. The call was quickly answered, and before Da Vinci could utter a word, a crisp voice resonated from the other end. Da Vinci acceded to Chu Ye's request. Hearing the voice, Da Vinci couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Shandy, are you certain you won't reconsider? He is a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, and is provoking the entire. No need to deliberate. Shandy abruptly interrupted Da Vinci. To challenge the might of dozens of nations single-handedly. He is a warrior. We must respect warriors, and we are in dire need of red bricks. With that, before Da Vinci could respond, Shandy had already disconnected the call. Listening to the dead air on his phone, Da Vinci's expression darkened. A warrior, indeed. Could one not see that this was all due to the fellow's good looks? Despite his discontent with Shandy's decision, Da Vinci understood that, given his position, he had no opportunity to refuse. Women, he sighed, gazing out towards the distant horizon. Finally, he turned back to Chu Ye. Mr. Chu, we have agreed to your request. Thank you ever so much, Mr. Da. Upon hearing Da Vinci's words, Chu Ye's face lit up with delight. From this point forward, I, Chu, shall provide the red bricks required by your Guinness Evaluation Institution, free of charge. Observing Chu Ye's magnanimous demeanor, not only Da Vinci, but even some onlookers found it difficult to bear. Free of charge? Did he intend to charge for anything else? Would the Guinness Adjudication Agency not seek advertising fees from him? Taking a deep breath and confirming that the likelihood of suffering a cerebral hemorrhage due to his indignation had significantly diminished, Da Vinci finally managed to offer Chu Ye a semblance of a smile. Thank you, Mr. Chu. I hope you achieve success in your forthcoming challenges. Despite Da Vinci's outward smile, inwardly, he harbored a desire for Chu Ye to lose, ideally to the point of being left with nothing but his undergarments. Chu Ye, of course, was oblivious to Da Vinci's inner thoughts. Even if he were aware, he would not have been overly concerned. What a jest! How could I, the illustrious Chu Ye, possibly be bested by a mere assembly of ordinary individuals? Such a notion would compel me to offer my own self-castration in apology to the world. Setting aside Chu Ye's unwavering confidence, after reaching a verbal agreement with him, Da Vinci departed the deserted island without hesitation, accompanied by Kai Luo. He feared that remaining any longer would incite him to inadvertently eliminate Chu Ye. Naturally, should such a calamity occur, the identity of the true victim would remain uncertain. Master, you truly are my master. Your prowess is unparalleled. As soon as Da Vinci and Kai Luo departed, Chen Jian rushed in, exuberantly expressing his admiration for Chu Ye. After demonstrating his reverence, Chen Jian remarked, "However, Master, while your earlier display was indeed formidable, it lacked a degree of safety." Upon hearing Chen Jian's words, Chu Ye was momentarily taken aback. Safety? Is there a risk of exposure? As soon as Chu Ye uttered this, Chen Jian's expression darkened. To think that the eminent figure of the racing scene in Longhua, the spokesperson for the legendary drivers of Qiuming Mountain, have been defeated here today. After casting a glance at Chu Ye, Chen Jian spoke earnestly. You had just challenged all the Guinness record holders outside of Longhua, if they were to compete against you. At this point, Chen Jian fell silent, yet his implication was abundantly clear. In truth, it was not only Chen Jian who harbored such concerns. Bai Yu and the others nearby regarded Chu Ye with apprehensive expressions, recognizing that his recent actions were indeed rather reckless. Sensing the scrutiny of those around him, a smile graced Chu Ye's face. Rest assured, I never engage in endeavors without certainty. At his words, the expressions of those present twitched in unison, as they felt that his current undertaking was decidedly lacking in assurance, in stark contrast to the demeanor of those on the deserted island. Within the Wang family residence in Longdu, Wang, whose emotional turmoil was far more pronounced. Chapter 170. The protective Wang de Biao, what an insufferable brat. That boy is nothing short of scoundrel, a quintessential rascal. As he gazed at the calm visage of Chu Ye on the screen, Wang, who was filled with an overwhelming urge to hurl a mouthful of disdain through the very wires connecting them, challenging all the Guinness World Record holders outside of Longhua. This is what you deem a venture without uncertainty? You are insulting my astute intellect. Wang Hu. Oof. Just as Wang Hu slammed his palms on the table, a cold snort echoed from the doorway. Wang Hu, do you intend to demolish this household? Upon hearing that voice, Wang Hu, who had been brimming with wrath, involuntarily shuddered, quickly regaining his composure. Father, what brings you here? Is it forbidden for me to visit? Before Wang Hu could finish his words, Wang de Biao, leaning on his cane, had already approached his side. I am still very much alive. Do you wish to usurp the authority of this household? As Wang de Biao drew near, Wang Hu's gaze fixated on the cane in his father's grip. He was more acutely aware than anyone else of his father's health. The cane's sole purpose in his hand was for reprimanding. "Father, you misunderstand me." After cautiously glancing at his father's expression, Wang Hu continued, "It is simply that Chu Ye is infuriating. He dares to provoke the entire. What is there to be incensed about?" Wang Hu's words were abruptly cut short by a sharp pain in his leg. Indeed, his father's cane had found its mark. As the saying goes, youthful exuberance. Shouldn't the young Chu be brash while he still has the vigor of youth? Casting a glance at the now cowed Wang Hu, Wang Debiao let out a dismissive scoff. "With such a cowardly demeanor, do you truly believe you are worthy of being my son, Wang Debiao?" Upon hearing his father's words, Wang Hu nearly broke down in tears. "Even if you favor your son-in-law, must you treat me with such disdain? After all, I am your biological son. Why am I being treated like an afterthought?" Of course, such sentiments were not words Wang Hu dared to voice, lest he find himself measuring wits against his father's cane. Nevertheless, this did not signify Wang Hu's surrender. As someone who has experienced the trials of life, he was acutely aware of the looming crisis. Currently, Chu Ye had yet to meet his father, yet he was already being so fiercely defended. Once they did meet, would there still be a place for Wang Hu in this household? To safeguard his position, Wang Hu resolved to employ certain measures. Casting a sidelong glance at Wang Debiao, a slight smirk curled at the corners of his mouth. "Ah, Chu Ye, youth is your folly. Young people must endure their fair share of setbacks. How embarrassing for me." Muttering a few thoughts inwardly, Wang Hu turned directly to Wang Debiao. "Father, while I certainly agree that youthful arrogance is to be expected, if he challenges so many at once and suffers defeat, what then becomes of his dignity and that of the Wang family? This is a global broadcast. After all, attention from around the world is upon us." As Wang Hu spoke, he couldn't help but feel an urge to commend himself. He could vividly imagine the scene of old Master Wang's impression of Chu Ye plummeting to its nadir. One must understand that the old gentleman was exceedingly concerned with his reputation. Yet, Wang Hu overlooked a crucial point. When a person genuinely cares for another, every action they take appears justified. What does it matter if one suffers defeat? Does losing truly equate to losing face? Just like now, upon hearing Wang Hu's remarks, Wang Debiao stomped his foot vehemently. "I shall see who dares to look down upon my granddaughter's husband." A formidable aura emanated from Wang Debiao as he spoke. "Let's see if I dare to strip him of his skin." Feeling the intensity of Wang Debiao's presence, Wang Hu couldn't help but twitch his lips. If only the elder had shown me even half of such affection in the past, I would not have been relentlessly beaten by others. Indeed, from this incident, Wang Hu sorrowfully concluded that the hierarchy within this family had shifted once more, with the sole constant being that he, Wang Hu, remained at the bottom. While Wang Hu wallowed in his thoughts, Wang Debiao had already retracted his imposing demeanor. Casting a glance at Wang Hu, he finally spoke. "I understand you harbor some bias against my granddaughter's husband, but should I discover that you dare to treat him with such disdain again, I still have the strength to wield my cane." Having said that, before Wang Hu could respond, Wang Debiao swiftly turned and departed. Watching the old gentleman's receding figure, Wang Hu suddenly felt a pang of bitterness in his eyes, as if something liquid were welling up. Is this bias on my part? How is it that this young man has wooed my daughter, whom I have nurtured for over a decade, and I cannot exert even a modicum of my authority as her father-in-law? Just then, a voice suddenly resonated from the entrance. "Excuse me, General, I shall return shortly." Upon noticing Wang Hu's demeanor, the newcomer hesitated momentarily before hastily continuing. Chapter 171. Little Exa in agony after finishing her words. Without waiting for Wang Hu to respond, the visitor swiftly turned and fled. Witnessing the guard's reaction, Wang Hu was momentarily taken aback. When did Wang Ji become so boisterous? As he spoke, a chill breeze swept in through the doorway, and Wang Hu felt an unusual coldness around his eyes compared to the rest of his face. Realizing the icy sensation on his face and recalling Wang Ji's hasty departure, Wang Hu's expression changed dramatically. "You fool, things are not as you perceive them." As these words fell from his lips, Wang Hu found himself engulfed in fury. Given his understanding of Wang Ji's tendency to exaggerate, he estimated that within minutes, various embellished tales would begin to circulate. Yet, confronted with this predicament, he discovered that his only response was anger. This state of Wang Hu is often referred to as frustrated rage. Indeed, the developments unfolded precisely as Wang Hu had anticipated. Within mere minutes, a rumor began to circulate among all the guards of the Wang family. Approximately half an hour prior, General Wang, who had been brought to tears by the old General Wang de Biao, who had even shattered several canes in the process. Wang Ji, you are finished. Wang, who knew without a doubt the source of this embellished gossip, and he thought to himself, it seems I must seek out new guards. Meanwhile, on the deserted island, Chu Ye was observing the two individuals before him, the dark-faced Wang Guoji and little Xer. Tell me, which of you is responsible for this? Chu Ye's face bore an unusual expression of anger. Not far from him lay an unidentified object, charred black from being roasted. Chu Ye could hardly believe that these two little rascals had dared to steal the flamethrower while he was asleep and engage in such a perilous act. Seeing the expression on Chu Ye's face, little Xer turned pale. It was the first time she had witnessed her father so enraged. Daddy, it was Xer who misbehaved. I won't do it again. Please don't be angry. You still wish to have a future? Chu Ye's anger intensified upon hearing her words. Now tell me, which of you played with fire first? Master, it was me who did it first. Wang Guoji, observing Chu Ye's expression and glancing at the pitiful little Xer, stepped forward cautiously. Is it truly you? Upon hearing the chubby boy's admission, Chu Ye narrowed his eyes slightly. In that case, prepare to face the consequences. Gulp. Seeing Chu Ye's demeanor, the chubby boy swallowed hard. Master, what sort of punishment is it? 100 spanks on the bottom. As he spoke, Chu Ye picked up a stick and pointed to a large rock beside him. Take off your pants and climb up. I gazed at the thorn branch in Chu Ye's hand, and the little chubby boy's face turned ashen. Such a terrifying branch. If it were to strike 100 times, it would surely leave him devoid of a backside. The chubby boy had initially intended to voice something, but after a glance at the side of Xiaoxin, he clenched his teeth and began to ascend the stone before him. Observing the boy's movement, Chu Ye raised the branch in his own hand. At that moment, Xiaoxin spoke up. Daddy, please don't hit the chubby boy. It was me. I was the first to play with fire. As the chubby boy braced for punishment, Xiaoxin turned directly to Chu Ye. It was Xiaoxin who was naughty. I shouldn't have played with fire. Daddy, please don't punish the chubby boy. Upon hearing her words, the grimness of Chu Ye's countenance softened somewhat. In truth, he had already deduced the true instigator of the incident. It is important to note that while the flamethrower was merely a small insect, it was a reward provided by the system that was not accessible to just anyone. Furthermore, he did not believe that they could have captured that creature, which had been so thoroughly roasted by Wang Guoji and Xiaoxin, without the assistance of the crybaby and the foolish. Among the two little rascals, without a doubt, only one could command the foolish. What brought Chu Ye solace was that Xiaoxin, when faced with the prospect of punishment, did not fabricate a tale, but instead boldly admitted her misdeed. Casting a glance at Xiaoxin, he feigned a stern demeanor and inquired, So it was you? Can you explain why you chose to play with fire alongside the chubby boy? I didn't mean to. Upon seeing the branch in Chu Ye's hand, Xiaoxin's expression shifted dramatically before she finally spoke. I only wanted to prepare a meal for you, seeing how hard you work. I had no idea it would turn into this. Just as she reached this point, her face fell, and she burst into tears. Chapter 172. The conclusion of the Black Pearl. As she spoke, tears streamed down Xiaoxin's cheeks in torrents. Daddy, please don't be angry anymore. I promise I won't play with fire carelessly again. Okay? I'm sorry, it was my mistake. Upon witnessing the cascade of tears on her innocent face, Chu Ye was momentarily taken aback before swiftly lifting the little one into his arms. Initially, he had assumed that Xiaoxin's play with fire stemmed merely from her mischievous nature, never realizing that she had attempted to cook a meal for him. The flames pose an immense danger to you, he gently explained while cradling her. You are still young, my dear. Let us wait until you're older before you make dinner for Daddy, shall we? Then you won't be angry anymore, right? Xiaoxin's eyes sparkled with hope as she looked up at him. Seeing her expression, Chu Ye affectionately pinched her little nose. As long as you refrain from engaging in perilous activities, Daddy will not be upset. At last, a smile blossomed on Xiaoxin's face, dispelling the earlier gloom. Little fatty, why does it seem like your mood isn't very bright? After comforting Xiaoxin, Chu Ye noticed that Wang Guoji, the chubby boy beside him, wore an oddly melancholic expression. Startled by Chu Ye's inquiry, the chubby boy cautiously shook his head. No, I'm in a great mood. Despite his words, it was evident to any observant individual that he was merely putting on a brave face. After scrutinizing the chubby boy, Chu Ye resolved to adopt a more subtle approach in their conversation. To uncover the secrets of children, one must first establish a good rapport. Contemplating this, he decided to indulge his whims. Little fatty, where's your black pearl? Bring out for me to see. Upon hearing this, Wang Guozhi's countenance, already somber, crumbled as he burst into tears. In an instant, his face was streaked with tears and snot. My black pearl. Oh, how tragically you perished. His gaze fixated on the charred, unrecognizable object on the ground. Noticing the boy's reaction, Chu Ye couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth and pointed at the object. Is that the black pearl? Yes. Wang Guozhi nodded sorrowfully. Xiao Xiner promised that she would share half of it with me once it was ready. At this juncture, it was evident that the recollection had reignited the boy's discontent. After glancing at Xiao Xiner, his wails grew even louder. Observing the chubby boy's sorrowful demeanor, those around them felt a peculiar urge to laugh rather than sympathize. Undoubtedly, this fellow had willingly surrendered his black pearl out of greed, only to find himself empty-handed. As the little one wept inconsolably, Xiao Xiner, nestled in Chu Ye's embrace, felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, the unfortunate predicament of the chubby boy can be attributed largely to his own actions. Leaping from Chu Ye's embrace, Xiao Xiner walked directly up to the chubby boy and said, "Do not cry. I will find you another pet, all right?" As soon as her words left her lips, Wang Guozhi took a deep breath, exclaiming, "Are you serious?" "Yes." Upon seeing Wang Guozhi finally cease his tears, Xiao Xiner nodded earnestly. "I want a large pet that can help bite people and is obedient." At Wang Guozhi's request, Chu Ye couldn't help but twitch his lips, harboring suspicions that this fellow's earlier display of despair and the offering of the black pearl were all premeditated. However, after reflecting on his brother-in-law's intellect, Chu Ye dismissed this notion. It was simply implausible, even for a mutated creature. Clearly, Xiao Xiner did not share Chu Ye's reservations. Without hesitation, she nodded in agreement to Wang Guozhi's request. Furthermore, she earnestly patted her chest, declaring, "Rest assured, I will definitely find you a pet that is obedient, grows large, and can bite. It's a promise." As soon as her words were spoken, a broad smile spread across the chubby boy's face. So much so that it even caused a large bubble of snot to form. "It's a promise." After witnessing the serious handshake between Xiao Xiner and Wang Guozhi, Chu Ye turned to his daughter with a weary expression. "Xiner, what kind of pet do you intend to find for the chubby boy?" In Chu Ye's mind, since Xiao Xiner had already made a commitment, the burdensome task of helping the chubby boy capture a pet would undoubtedly fall upon him. However, to Chu Ye's surprise, as soon as he spoke, Xiao Xiner beamed with delight. "I've already found a suitable pet for the chubby boy." "What?" Hearing her words, Chu Ye was taken aback. His face filled with confusion as he looked at his beloved princess. "You've already found one? How come I knew nothing of this?" Chapter 173. The Pearl Killer. It is important to note that the young chubby boy's request this time is quite extraordinary. He not only seeks a large pet, but one that is obedient and capable of biting. Perceiving Chu Ye's puzzled gaze, Xiao Xiner proudly pointed towards a distant direction. "Right over there, we can let the chubby boy raise a succulent." Thanks to Chu Ye's astute guidance, Xiao Xiner now confidently refers to the kingdom of wisdom as the chubby boy. Of course, these details are of little consequence. Upon hearing Xiao Xiner's words, Chu Ye and the others quickly realized that, indeed, wild boars might perfectly satisfy the chubby boy's criteria. Not only can they grow large, but they can also attain a truly gigantic size, as evidenced by the impressive stature of the parent succulents. As for the biting aspect, wild boars undoubtedly excel in this regard. Regarding obedience, having received system rewards and continuously residing within the animal enclosure, these two little creatures are remarkably compliant. Truly, it is no surprise that Xiao Xiner, my daughter, is exceptionally clever. After a brief contemplation, Chu Ye expressed his full affirmation of Xiao Xiner's brilliance. Upon receiving Chu Ye's praise, Xiao Xiner couldn't help but beam with delight before turning to the kingdom of wisdom and saying, "Come on, let's find your new pet." Hearing her words, the chubby boy's face lit up with joy, and he eagerly followed close behind Xiao Xiner, observing the excited kingdom of wisdom. Both Chu Ye and the audience couldn't suppress their sighs, hoping this naive child would continue to smile so brightly. It is unfortunate that this child has only been on the deserted island for 3 or 4 days and remains unaware that Xiao Xiner possesses not only a pet collection, but also a stockpile of provisions. Upon arriving beside the animal enclosure, as Xiao Xiner pointed out 2 lethargic little wild boars for him to choose from, the chubby boy was utterly stunned. "This is my pet. With a look of indignation, he turned towards Xiao Xiner. In response, she nodded earnestly. Indeed, little wild boars can be quite formidable once they grow up. After a moment of thought, Xiao Xiner continued, even more so than Big Fool. Really? Upon hearing her words, the Kingdom of Wisdom's eyes sparkled, and he eagerly inquired, are they truly more powerful than Big Fool once they mature? He was well aware that Big Fool was a tiger, and the notion of having a pet, even more formidable than a tiger, caused a glimmer of excitement to appear at the corners of his mouth. Absolutely. Their parents have already taught Big Fool a lesson. With Xiao Xiner's affirmation, the last shred of doubt in the chubby boy's heart dissipated. After casting a glance at Xiao Xiner, the Kingdom of Wisdom leaned over the enclosure, intently observing the two little wild boars. Moments later, he successfully selected a pure, black little creature from the pair. From today onward, your name shall be Black Pearl. Embracing the little wild boar, now affectionately dubbed Black Pearl, the chubby boy spoke with a serious demeanor. Upon hearing his words, Chu Ye couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. If this little wild boar were to learn of the unfortunate fate met by its namesake predecessor, one wonders if the system's domestication would still prove effective. In truth, Chu Ye was not alone in his amusement. Following the chubby boy's proclamation, even the audience could hardly contain their reactions. From any perspective, the name Black Pearl seemed rather inauspicious. Dead singer, my pet's nickname is Black Pearl. What should I do? I'm quite anxious now. Golden Lotus, don't worry. Just keep your distance from the chubby boy. Laughing Lord, light a candle. Please call me Bad Egg, light a candle. TT Expedition Continent, light a candle 10086. Moreover, through his remarkable performance, the chubby boy swiftly garnered a considerable following online, earning himself the exclusive title of Pearl Slayer. Of course, Chu Ye and the others were unaware of these developments. He was preoccupied with preparing food for everyone. Moments earlier, having regained a pet, the chubby boy was evidently in high spirits, and when one is in such a jovial mood, the urge to indulge in food becomes irresistible. After petting Black Pearl for a few minutes, the chubby boy's stomach let out a resounding growl. With this friendly reminder, Chu Ye realized that afternoon was drawing near. Casting a glance at the slightly flushed chubby boy, a smile graced Chu Ye's face. It seems it's time for a meal. After ensuring that Xiao Xiner and Wang Guoji were occupied nearby, Chu Ye began his culinary endeavors. With ample preparation, cooking was hardly a challenge. Meanwhile, not far away, Wang Jiangwo and Bayer found themselves in a state of indecision. Chapter 174. Even amputation is not so cruel in the heart of the forest. Wang Guoji and Belle cautiously observed the scene before them. With a deep gulp, Wang turned to Belle and said, Belle, aren't you an expert in wilderness survival? What should we do in this situation? Without hesitation, Belle rolled his eyes in response to Wang's inquiry. I am indeed an expert in wilderness survival, but I am not a veterinarian and do not possess the skills required for such a complex delivery. What are we to do then? Wang pressed, his gaze reflecting a flicker of compassion as he spoke. Are we to simply watch this creature perish before our eyes? After a brief moment of contemplation, Belle proposed, perhaps we should seek out Chu Ye. He is the only one I can think of who might have a solution. Not far from them lay a leopard, barely clinging to life, its abdomen bleeding profusely. Belle, drawing from his extensive experience in the wild, surmised that the leopard was experiencing a difficult labor. Upon hearing Belle's suggestion, Wang paused momentarily before nodding in agreement. Given our current circumstances, it seems only Chu Ye may be able to help. Their confidence in Chu Ye was not blind. Both Wang and Belle understood one undeniable truth. Chu Ye was a miraculous healer. With their consensus reached, Belle glanced at Wang and declared, you stay here and keep watch while I fetch Chu Ye. Why must I be the one to stay? Wang protested, swallowing hard. Are you certain I won't be bitten by this creature? Because your speed is inferior to mine, Belle retorted, having become quite familiar with Wang's demeanor over time. Do you truly believe that in its current state it poses any threat to you? Belle pointed towards the leopard, whose breath had grown faint. One could not help but grimace at Belle's words. As a man, what is there to be proud of in speed? Undoubtedly, Wang viewed everything as a competition. After casting a disdainful glance at Belle, Wang waved him off. Hurry back. I shall guard this area. Belle shot Wang an exasperated look before hastily making his way toward their residence. Meanwhile, Chu Ye and the others had already begun their meal. Where have Belle and Wang gone? Chu Ye inquired, noticing the mysterious absence of the two individuals who usually displayed the most enthusiasm during mealtimes. Upon hearing Chu Ye's words, Bai Yu took a hearty sip of soup and, without lifting her head, remarked, they intend to explore other areas of the deserted island to see if they can locate any other competitors. After finishing her statement, Bai Yu indulged in another substantial mouthful of fish soup. As a fellow food enthusiast, she relished the prospect of having 2 fewer rivals at mealtime. Unfortunately, engrossed in her meal, Bai Yu neglected to check her phone. Otherwise, she would have been aware of the dire need for Chu Ye's assistance by Bai Er and Wang Jiangwo. In fact, while Bai Er and Wang Jiangwo sought Chu Ye's help, the rescue team on the global live-streaming platform was also preparing for action. However, due to the rescue target being a leopard, they needed to gather some specialized anesthetics, which explained the delay in their response. Upon hearing Bai Yu's reply, Chu Ye calmly nodded and intended to continue his meal. He felt assured about Wang Jiangwo and Bai Er venturing out together. After all, Bai Er was a top-tier survival expert on deserted islands, and, with him around, the likelihood of encountering danger, provided they did not act recklessly, was relatively low. Ding! Congratulations. Host, you have triggered a mission. Please check promptly. Just as Chu Ye was about to resume his meal, the system's voice suddenly reverberated in his mind. Taken aback, Chu Ye commanded, check mission. Mission, the rescuer description. On the deserted island, a mother and her child are facing a life-and-death crisis. As a compassionate guardian, please save them. Requirements: assist the mother leopard in escaping danger and ensure the safe birth of her cub. Time limit: 40 minutes. Reward: divine level sculpting skills, failure penalty. Height reduction by 1 meter. Gasping at the severity of the penalty, Chu Ye nearly leaped up in shock. A reduction of 1 meter in height was an unforgiving consequence, far more severe than amputation. Dog system: you must be envious of your host's handsome appearance, exceptional intellect, and perfectly proportioned physique, which is why you continually attempt to undermine me, he exclaimed. Chu Ye, Master, I implore you, save me. Chapter 175. Immune anesthesia. As Chu Ye was lamenting to the dog system, a voice emerged from the woods, belonging to Belle. Within moments of his utterance, Belle's disheveled figure burst forth from a thicket. The instant he caught sight of Chu Ye, his eyes sparkled, and he exclaimed loudly, Master, I implore you to save me. A life hangs in the balance. You cannot turn a blind eye. Upon hearing Belle's words, Chu Ye couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. It seemed that this fellow had indeed taken the time to learn a few phrases from the Dragon Kingdom's idioms. However, at the same time, Chu Ye realized that the sudden task he had triggered was undoubtedly related to Belle and Wang Jiangwo. What is going on? Clarify. Breathless, Belle quickly replied. The fat one, and I discovered a leopard in distress. It is on the verge of death due to complications in giving birth. The moment Belle spoke, Chu Ye understood that this was indeed his mission. After finishing the fish soup in his bowl, he grasped his Swiss Army knife and the mysterious iron needle. Directing his gaze at Belle, lead the way. As a healer, it is a natural duty to render aid in the face of injury and illness, especially when the situation also pertained to his own height. From his knowledge of the dog system, if the leopard truly encountered trouble, he would surely lose a meter in stature. The thought of such a dreadful consequence compelled Chu Ye to hasten to the leopard's side. Upon hearing Chu Ye's command, Belle wasted no time and turned back to dash into the woods. Chu Ye followed closely behind. Fortunately, the location where the leopard was giving birth was not far from their position. The two arrived at their destination in just 5 or 6 minutes. However, upon their arrival, Chu Ye's brow furrowed in confusion. Who are these people? There was indeed a leopard in distress. Yet in addition to the leopard and Wang Jiangwo, there were also an elderly man and 2 youths, 1 male and 1 female. Taken aback by Chu Ye's inquiry, Wang Jiangwo paused before responding. They are veterinarians brought by the rescue team, claiming they can assist the leopard in overcoming its peril. As he spoke, Wang Jiangwo pointed to the side, and Chu Ye then noticed several individuals clad in uniforms from a global live streaming platform. Hello, Mr. Chu. Upon realizing that Chu Ye had acknowledged their presence, the leading staff member approached excitedly. Please do not worry. Old Chen is an experienced veterinarian and will undoubtedly be able to help them. Roar. Just as the staff member was explaining to Chu Ye, the previously quiet leopard suddenly let out a fierce roar, knocking Old Chen backward. Had it not been for the timely reaction of the 2 youths behind him, Old Chen would have surely fallen to the ground. Old Chen, what has happened? Seeing the commotion, the leading staff member hastily inquired, momentarily abandoning his conversation with Chu Ye. Cough, cough, cough. Upon hearing the staff's inquiry, Elder Chen coughed several times to adjust his breathing before he spoke. This leopard possesses a rather unique constitution, one that renders it immune to the effects of anesthetics. As he spoke, Elder Chen's expression darkened. At this point, I can only choose to save either the young leopard or this adult one. The gravity of his words cast a pall over those present. Immunity to anesthetics is not an extraordinary trait. However, its manifestation in this leopard is akin to a calamity. In that case, may I request? A quack. The staff's words were abruptly cut short by a sharp reprimand that echoed in his ears. Before he could react, Chu Ye had already taken decisive strides towards the leopard. Stop. What do you intend to do? Seeing Chu Ye's movement, Elder Chen quickly positioned himself in front of him. The leopard's condition is perilous. Please keep bystanders at a distance. His demeanor was serious. Due to the ineffectiveness of the anesthetic, the leopard was now in a state of frenzy from pain, posing a danger to both itself and others. You just mentioned that we can only save one, the leopard or the cub. Chu Ye seemed to disregard Elder Chen's warning, continuing his inquiry unabated. Indeed, based on my experience, the leopard situation is dire. Upon hearing this, Elder Chen was momentarily taken aback, yet he eventually nodded and elaborated. The anesthetic is ineffective, and I must wait until it exhausts itself before I can approach. By then, only one can be saved. At this juncture, Elder Chen glanced at Chu Ye before continuing. Young man, I understand your sense of regret, but I implore you to remain calm. This leopard is in grave danger. Step aside, Chu Ye interjected brusquely, interrupting Elder Chen. Since you are unable to treat it, allow me to take over. Chapter 176. The hype surrounding Chu Ye upon hearing Chu Ye's words. Old Chen was momentarily taken aback before directing his gaze toward him. Are you also a veterinarian? As he spoke, a semblance of dissatisfaction crept across Old Chen's face. As one of the nation's foremost veterinarians, he possessed a deep-seated confidence. The current condition of the leopard was dire, and without top-tier equipment, it would be impossible to provide any meaningful treatment. No. Glancing at Old Chen, Chu Ye simply shook his head. I am not. Nonsense. As soon as Chu Ye's words left his lips, Old Chen erupted with a furious retort. If I cannot handle it, what makes you think you can? His expression was filled with indignation as he added, this is not a place for your antics. If something goes awry, can you take responsibility? In Chen Guozhong's eyes, Chu Ye was merely a young man seeking fame by any means necessary. However, much to Chen Guozhong's astonishment, Chu Ye paid no heed to his warnings and strode directly toward the leopard in the distance. Are you out of your mind? Observing Chu Ye's actions, a young woman supporting Chen Guozhong exclaimed in alarm. That leopard has gone berserk. You could get hurt if you approach. Let him be. Why do you care? A young man beside her scoffed in response to the girl's concern. The teacher has already warned him. It's his choice to proceed. It's none of our business. Enough. Let us not argue. As soon as he noticed his two students about to bicker, Chen Guozhong quickly intervened. Old Chen need not worry. Given Chu Ye's capabilities, even if he cannot treat the leopard, he is unlikely to be in any danger. At that moment, the captain of the rescue team unexpectedly spoke up. Upon hearing his words, Chen Guozhong was momentarily taken aback. Captain Wang, do you know this young man? It was only then that he realized that the onlookers maintained a remarkably calm demeanor. Oomph. Before the rescue captain could respond, a nearby youth interjected. What, Chu Ye? He has probably just another actor hyped up by some platform. As soon as the boy's words escaped his lips, the rescue captain shot him a disapproving glance. Young man, one must speak with evidence. Otherwise, it amounts to slander. It was well known that the majority of the global live-streaming platform staff were ardent fans of Chu Ye. How could they stand by and watch their idol be insulted? You. The youth attempted to retort, but was swiftly halted by Chen Guozhong, who raised a hand to stop him. Iran, be silent. After silencing Mu Iran, Chen Guozhong turned his curious gaze toward Wang Zheng. Captain Wang, might you enlighten us regarding this young man's identity? Everyone is aware of Chu Ye's reputation. It would be no trouble to inform old Chen. Upon witnessing Chen Guozhong's exceptionally favorable demeanor, Wang Zheng could not help but smile slightly before speaking. The Chu God is indeed a formidable individual capable of subduing tigers with his bare hands, and his medical expertise is on par with that of the esteemed Endaoran. Hiss! At Wang Zheng's introduction, Chen Guozhong involuntarily gasped. Although he was a veterinarian and Endaoran a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, he was well aware of Endaoran's illustrious reputation. Were it not for Wang Zheng's introduction, Chen Guozhong would never have imagined that the young Chu Ye was, in fact, a divine healer. TCH. Observing his mentor's astonished expression, Mu Iran disdainfully curled his lip. This is nothing but sensationalism. These actors love to create personas for themselves. Just recently, wasn't he there an actor claiming to be a doctor? While speaking, Mu Iran cast a provocative glance at Wang Zheng, convinced that both Wang Zheng and Chu Ye were in cahoots. Their goal merely to promote Chu Ye's image, a person capable of subduing a tiger with bare hands. Do you think he is Wusong? Seemingly unsatisfied and under the furious gazes of the onlookers, Mu Iran pointed dismissively at a large rock nearby. If he can truly subdue a tiger and heal a leopard, I shall eat this stone. Enough. As Mu Iran's remarks grew increasingly outrageous, Chen Guozhong let out a furious roar. From this moment forth, without my permission, you are not to utter another word. Although he found Wang Zheng's portrayal of Chu Ye somewhat exaggerated, Chen Guozhong understood that the world has never lacked for talent. In his eyes, even if Wang Zheng's words were somewhat embellished, Chu Ye was undoubtedly a rising star. Unbeknownst to the conversation between Chen Guozhong and the others, Chu Ye was gradually approaching the leopard before him. Roar! The leopard, being a wild animal, was far removed from the tamed creatures of the system. As it noticed Chu Ye advancing, it emitted a warning growl and fixed its gaze intently on him. Had it not been for the severe pain in its abdomen draining its strength, it likely would have launched an attack on Chu Ye by now. Remaining composed, upon hearing the leopard's roar, Chu Ye calmly began to speak. Chapter 177, Caesarean section under the Swiss Army knife. As he spoke, Chu Ye gradually inched closer to the leopard. Stop! Chen Guozhong exclaimed, his face suddenly pale with alarm. You cannot get any closer, otherwise, both you and it will be in peril. As a veterinarian, Chen Guozhong possessed an intimate understanding of the behaviors and instincts of wild animals. When wild creatures are in the throes of giving birth, they are inherently aggressive. The earlier growl had already served as the leopard's final warning to Chu Ye. Should he persist in his reckless advance, the leopard would undoubtedly launch an attack, endangering not only Chu Ye, but potentially exhausting itself to death in the process. In stark contrast to Chen Guozhong's concern, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Mu Iran's eyes upon witnessing Chu Ye's actions. To him, if it weren't for Chu Ye, he would not have faced reprimand from their mentor moments ago. He chuckled inwardly, thinking, fool, even if you survive this time, should the leopard perish, I can leverage public opinion to ensure your utter downfall. Mu Iran held little affection for Chu Ye. After hearing Chen Guozhong's warning, Wang Zheng, standing nearby, shook his head with a smile. Old Chen, you need not worry. With Chu Ye taking action, he shall surely be safe. Watching Wang Zheng's confident demeanor, Chen Guozhong's lips twitched, and he let out a profound sigh. At that moment, Chu Ye had fully approached the leopard. With a sudden roar, the seemingly lethargic leopard opened its jaws wide, lunging at Chu Ye. Lie down. Just as the leopard appeared poised to strike Chu Ye, Kalu quickly raised her hands, wishing to shield her eyes from the impending horror. However, at that moment, a sharp command escaped Chu Ye's lips as he swiftly pressed a hand against the leopard's neck. How is this possible? Mu Iran gasped, astonished by the scene unfolding before him. Under what seemed to be a simple maneuver, the leopard was subdued and pinned to the ground, motionless. Yet, as he witnessed the leopard's desperate struggles despite being restrained by Chu Ye, a cold smirk returned to Mu Iran's face. He believed that Chu Ye's ability to hold down the leopard was merely a result of its diminished strength. This realization brought him a sense of joy. Given the leopard's current state, it would likely succumb within minutes. At that point, by exposing today's events, he could harness the might of the online community to ruin Chu Ye's reputation entirely. Unbeknownst to Mu Iran's inner thoughts, Chu Ye remained oblivious. In truth, Mu Iran was not entirely mistaken. Due to excruciating pain and significant blood loss, the leopard's strength had waned considerably. Nevertheless, even in its prime, the leopard would not have performed much better against Chu Ye, given the latter's exceptional physical prowess. A hand firmly pressed the leopard to the ground, and observing its relentless struggles beneath his grip, Chu Ye couldn't help but furrow his brow. Perhaps you should rest for a while, he suggested. With that, his other hand swiftly jabbed the leopard's neck, causing it to collapse limply onto the ground. Once the leopard succumbed to unconsciousness, Chu Ye nonchalantly retrieved his Swiss Army knife and deftly shaved off the fur from its abdomen. After accomplishing this, and under the astonished gaze of Chen Guozhong, The blade of the Swiss Army knife swiftly opened the leopard's belly. Isn't this a tad hasty? Chen Guozhong's lips twitched as he observed Chu Ye's actions. He was eager to inform Chu Ye that if he truly intended to perform a cesarean on the leopard, he possessed proper tools for the task. Although he couldn't bring sophisticated instruments to the deserted island, he still had some basic tools at his disposal. Even Wang Zheng and the others remained silent, undoubtedly viewing Chu Ye's current actions as somewhat reckless. Utilizing a Swiss Army knife for such an intricate procedure could only be deemed imprudent, and Chen, in his exasperation, felt compelled to express that he would dare consume the nearby Mu Yiran if this was not deemed hasty. Sensing Chen Jian's gaze, Mu Yiran shivered involuntarily. This plump fellow's stare is rather peculiar. Could he be coveting my beauty? The thought prompted him to discreetly distance himself from Chen Jian before turning to Chu Ye, once again donning a cold smirk. Fool, do you think this is where it ends? As a student of Chen Guozhong, Mu Yiran was well aware of the current predicament. Despite Chu Ye's apparent control over the situation, if he failed to staunch the leopard's bleeding promptly, the creature would undoubtedly perish. The only regret for Mu Yiran was that Chu Ye had successfully extracted a curled-up cub from the leopard's belly. In his eyes, it would have been best for both the leopard and its young to perish here, as that would allow him to ruin Chu Ye's reputation entirely. Chapter 178. Chen Guozhong's admiration. The inner thoughts of Mu Yiran were, of course, unknown to those present. Observing Chu Ye's actions, Chen Guozhong could not help but shake his head. Without the nurturing care of its mother, this little leopard, in its current condition, would likely not survive for long. Following the recent events, Chen Guozhong's perception of Chu Ye had improved significantly. At the very least, whether it was subduing the spotted leopard or demonstrating his knife skills, Chu Ye had proven his genuine abilities. However, Chen Guozhong held reservations about Chu Ye's choices. If given the opportunity to decide, he would undoubtedly sacrifice the little leopard to ensure the survival of the mother leopard. Though such a choice may seem cruel, it was in fact the most prudent course of action. Without the little leopard, the mother could continue to live. Yet without the mother, the little one would have no chance of survival. Even if placed in a zoo, the little leopard would still face the risk of untimely demise. As Chen Guozhong shook his head, Chu Ye had already begun to take new actions. He first placed the little leopard on a patch of grass beside him before retrieving a small wooden box from his bosom. Upon opening the box, Chu Ye swiftly inserted dozens of silver needles into the body of the spotted leopard. As he worked, the blood flowing from the leopard gradually diminished, and by the time the last needle was inserted, not a single drop of blood emerged. After accomplishing this task, Chu Ye let out a deep sigh of relief. Inserting needles had always been a mentally taxing endeavor, and assisting a leopard in such a manner was no small feat. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he turned to the astonished Chen Guozhong and said, "Old Chen, I will need your assistance to stitch up the wounds on this leopard." He gestured towards the injury on the leopard's abdomen. Initially dissatisfied with the old man's mediocre medical skills, Chu Ye had come to recognize his character after the earlier incident. "Absolutely," Chen Guozhong replied, momentarily taken aback before breaking into a grin reminiscent of a wilting chrysanthemum. As a doctor, whether treating animals or humans, they all aspired to masterful medical skills. Without a doubt, the abilities Chu Ye had just displayed had thoroughly captivated Chen Guozhong. After flashing a toothy grin, he excitedly grabbed his medical kit and rushed to Chu Ye's side. "Brother Chu, what transpired? How did you manage to stop its bleeding?" "This is merely a basic technique of sealing acupoints with silver needles." As Chen Guozhong gazed at him with fervent curiosity, Chu Ye couldn't help but smirk. "You might want to focus on stitching up the wound first," he said, pointing to the leopard's abdomen. He suddenly realized the reason behind the old man's lack of medical prowess. With the patient right beside him, he was preoccupied with conversing with others. Such an attitude could hardly yield commendable results in medicine. Fortunately, Chen Guozhong remained unaware of Chu Ye's assessment of him. Otherwise, he might have resorted to a rather unorthodox means of retaliating, blending false teeth with saliva to launch a dual remote attack. How could an amateur, wielding a Swiss Army knife to perform surgery, dare to judge another's attitude? Of course, such an event was unlikely to transpire. After receiving a prompt from Chu Ye, Chen Guozhong quickly nodded and commenced retrieving the medicinal solutions to cleanse the leopard's wound, followed by suturing it. It must be said that although Chen Guozhong's medical skills appeared somewhat lacking in Chu Ye's eyes, they nonetheless proved resilient under scrutiny. In less than a few minutes, he successfully stitched the wound of the leopard. "Brother Chu, I am done," he declared directly to Chu Ye after completing the suturing. Glancing at the sutured wound created by Chen Guozhong, Chu Ye nodded, then proceeded to meticulously remove all the dark iron needles from the leopard's body in the original sequence. Is this old An's needle? As Chu Ye placed the silver needle back into its box, Chen Guozhong, who had been observing his technique, suddenly narrowed his eyes and exclaimed in astonishment. Are you referring to this? Upon hearing Chen Guozhong's inquiry, Chu Ye casually tucked the small wooden box back in his pocket before responding. This was previously lost to me by Olden. You have seen it before? Indeed, I have. Observing Chu Ye's nonchalant demeanor, Chen Guozhong couldn't help but show a wry smile. This is old An's treasure. How could we not recognize it? Who in the industry was unaware that Endauran possessed a set of antique silver needles? There were instances where individuals spent millions only to be unable to procure them from his hands. Even getting a mere glimpse of Endauran was a rare privilege. Yet he unexpectedly lost them in a bet. If Chen Guozhong's initial attitude towards Chu Ye was one of discontent, it had now transformed into admiration. Fervent admiration. Chapter 179. The cunning fat man, were it not for a modicum of rationality, he would have been tempted to jab this old man a few times. You are as shriveled as an old orange peel, yet you continue to gaze at me, the rising sun of our motherland. Do you harbor some unmentionable affection? Poor Chen Guozhong was blissfully unaware that within such a brief span, he had been branded with various labels by Chu Ye, such as lacking skill and having unique tastes. In truth, Chen Guozhong's reaction was entirely normal. Much like the reverence an ordinary doctor holds for Endauran, as a veterinarian, Chen Guozhong was already considered a top-tier professional in the country. However, upon encountering Chu Ye, he came to realize the truth of the saying, there are heavens beyond heavens and people beyond people. In Chen Guozhong's eyes, regardless of Chu Ye's achievements in other fields in the realm of veterinary medicine, Chu Ye's status was undoubtedly that of a divine healer. Unbeknownst to Chu Ye, he had already attained a lofty status in Chen Guozhong's mind. After examining the leopardess condition once more, Chu Ye waved at Wang Zheng, who was not far off. Lord Chu, do you have any instructions? Wang Zheng exclaimed, rushing over with palpable excitement. Being summoned by an idol was undeniably thrilling. To claim otherwise would be sheer deception. Observing Wang Zheng's fervor, Chu Ye was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that my appearance has reached a level of universal appeal? The thought sent a chill through him, prompting a silent resolution. Henceforth, I must maintain my distance from the certain rotund individual named Chen. The rationale behind this sentiment stemmed from Chu Ye's lack of confidence in Chen's moral standards. After all, Wang Zheng and Chen Guozhong merely exhibited fervent gazes. Should they draw the attention of that particular portly fellow, who could predict what he might do? At that moment, Chen Jian remained blissfully unaware that he had already been marked as extremely dangerous by Chu Ye. He was preoccupied with friendly exchanges with Mu Iran. Indeed, in Chen Jian's view, their interaction was absolutely friendly, yet Mu Iran harbored a different perspective. Gazing at the rotund figure before him, Mu Iran wished he could simply stitch the man's mouth shut. Once Chen Guozhong had sutured the leopardess wound and concluded that it had temporarily escaped danger, Chen Jian sauntered over to Mu Iran with a crab-like gait. Ahem! After clearing his throat softly, Chen Jian placed his greasy hand on Mu Iran's shoulder. Brother, look at this stone. It is both large and round, much like that noodle, long and wide. Hearing Chen Jian's words, Mu Iran couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. The stone Chen Jian pointed to was indeed the one he had previously mentioned wanting to consume. The memory of his earlier remarks ignited a flush of embarrassment on his face. However, consuming stones was utterly impossible. He would never eat stones in this lifetime. Thus, even upon hearing Chen Jian's comments, Mu Iran feigned ignorance, refusing to cast a glance in Chen Jian's direction. Regrettably, under the nurturing, or rather, exploitation, of Chu Ye, Comrade Chen Jian has long ceased to be the simple-minded individual he once was. The current Chen Jian is a transformed being, reborn from the ashes. Not to mention, aside from being a seasoned veteran, he has also acquired a cunning disposition. As a portly fellow, Chen Jian particularly despises encountering individuals who surpass him in handsomeness. While he cannot contend with Chu Ye, must he also cower before the arrogant young Mu Iran, driven by an obsessive need to vindicate his own appearance. Chen Jian certainly would not allow Mu Iran to escape unscathed. Upon noticing Mu Iran's indifference, Chen Jian abandoned his previous circumspection and pointed directly at a nearby stone. exclaiming, "Brother, I'm uncertain whether you prefer it steamed, braised, or even sashimi. Rest assured, I shall prepare your favorite dish with utmost dedication." Observing the malicious grin plastered across Chen Jian's face, Mui Ran felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He vowed that, had they been in a secluded spot, he would undoubtedly deliver a sound thrashing to this insufferable fatso, teaching him the harsh realities of the world. However, it was evidently Chen Jian who had preemptively acquainted Mui Ran with the world's cruelties. Forcing a semblance of smile, Mui Ran finally addressed Chen Jian. "Brother Fat, you jest. I've just finished my meal and am not hungry at the moment." Upon hearing Mui Ran's words, Chen Jian's face involuntarily twitched. This clever lad was certainly no pushover. Even now, he dared to allude to Chen Jian's physique. If Mui Ran were privy to Chen Jian's inner thoughts, he would surely feel deeply wronged. In all honesty, with a figure like his, was there any need for insinuations? Casting a sidelong glance at Mui Ran, Chen Jian emitted an odd "oh" before continuing. "So, you've already eaten? I initially thought you had come to mooch off my food and drink." Chapter 180. An unwilling request. As he spoke, Chen Jian patted his chest with a peculiar expression and addressed Mui Ran directly. Upon hearing Chen Jian's words, Mui Ran was momentarily taken aback, followed by a twitching of his lips. "You are the one who mooches off others. Your entire family is composed of freeloaders." Although only a few minutes had passed, Mui Ran had already reached a definitive conclusion, regardless of whether it was in terms of shamelessness or eloquence. He was no match for the rotund man before him. Consequently, despite the overwhelming urge to pounce on Chen Jian and silence him, Mui Ran remained rooted in place, restrained by rational thought. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but cast a resentful glance at Chu Ye in the distance. In his view, if it weren't for Chu Ye's actions, he would never have found himself subjected to the ridicule of an insufferable glutton. Unbeknownst to Chu Ye, he was blissfully ignorant of Chen Jian's antics. Even if he were aware, he would merely smile and respond with, "Well done." Compared to Chen Guozhong, Mui Ran lacked the skills of a healer, but certainly possessed the temperament and arrogance befitting one. Meanwhile, Chu Ye was preoccupied with other matters. After surveying Wang Zheng before him, he finally spoke. "Their condition has stabilized. I trust you have a plan to manage them?" Chu Ye had no intention of keeping the untrained leopard by his side. Upon hearing Chu Ye's words, Wang Zheng was initially taken aback, then quickly nodded in affirmation. "Of course, we have already contacted the best animal rescue station nearby. Then I shall leave the two of them in your capable hands." As soon as Wang Zheng finished speaking, a smile graced Chu Ye's face. "Rest assured, this large leopard will require at least half an hour to regain consciousness. And even once awake, it poses no immediate threat. Rest easy, Chu God. We will undoubtedly accomplish the task." The mission entrusted by their idol, especially one that came with conditions, was something they were committed to fulfilling. After all, it was part of their job. Coughing lightly, after placing the unconscious leopard and the cub onto a stretcher, Wang Zheng suddenly turned to Chu Ye, a hint of hesitation in his demeanor. "Chu God, I have an uncharacteristic request. I wonder if it would be appropriate to voice it?" Noticing Wang Zheng's fidgeting, Chu Ye was taken aback. "Do share. Once this event concludes, might I request a signed photograph with you?" Wang Zheng asked, his eyes brimming with anticipation. This was one of the rare opportunities for him to be close to his idol, and he certainly did not wish to miss it. Upon hearing Wang Zheng's request, Chu Ye was momentarily stunned before nodding in agreement. Of course, that is not a problem. In that moment, a sense of pride swelled within him. He had never imagined that he would one day be asked for an autograph. However, this was merely a minor interlude, not of great significance. Having received Chu Ye's affirmative response, Wang Zheng directed his teammates to begin the relocation of the two leopards, one large and one small. "Old Chen, aren't you leaving with them?" Until Wang Zheng and the others had completely departed, Chu Ye discovered that Chen Guozhong and his two students remained rooted in place. Clearing his throat, Chen Guozhong revealed an odd smile upon hearing Chu Ye's inquiry, and then addressed him. "Mr. Chu, I have a rather unreasonable request, and I wonder if..." Since it is an unreasonable request, perhaps it is best left unspoken, Chu Ye interjected, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth upon sensing Chen Guozhong's gaze. It was preposterous. Wang Zheng was at least a fan of mine. But surely this old man did not claim to have become my admirer in such a brief span. Cough, cough. Clearly taken aback, even Chen Guozhong could not have anticipated that Chu Ye would utter such words. leading him to erupt into a fit of coughs. Yet, after regaining his composure, Chen Guozhong continued, his demeanor unwavering as he addressed Chu Ye. Mr. Chu, I wish to become your disciple to learn the art of veterinary medicine, and I sincerely hope you'll accept me. As he spoke, Chen Guozhong's earnest gaze fixed upon Chu Ye. Caught off guard by Chen Guozhong's declaration, Chu Ye momentarily faltered. To learn veterinary skills from me? Not only was Chu Ye astonished by Chen Guozhong's words, but even Mu Iran and Kulu were rendered speechless. Who was Chen Guozhong? The foremost veterinary doctor in Dragon Country, now seeking to take a young novice as his mentor? Particularly, Mu Iran nearly sputtered in disbelief. Teacher, you are over 50. Could you refrain from making such impulsive decisions? If you hastily take him as your master, what becomes of us? I would instantly become his junior. The thought of suddenly being demoted 2 ranks in seniority made Mu Iran hastily turn to Chen Guozhong. Teacher, please don't. Silence. As Mu Iran's mentor, Chen Guozhong was all too aware of his student's intentions. Therefore, before Mu Iran could finish his thought, Chen Guozhong had already waved his hand to interrupt him. Chapter 181. The elder and the elderly Mr. Chu's medical expertise has far surpassed my own, and the opportunity to learn veterinary technique from him is a monumental chance for me. As Chen Guozhong spoke, his expression was one of utmost seriousness, entirely devoid of impulsiveness. In truth, he had pondered this decision thoroughly before arriving at it. Within the veterinary field, he indeed held a prestigious position. However, Chen Guozhong was acutely aware that in the realm of genuine medical skill, he lagged significantly behind figures like Endauran. His elevated status was merely a consequence of the scarcity of veterinarians in the country. At his age, without the guidance of a true medical sage, his skills would likely never see substantial improvement. Thus, upon discovering Mr. Chu's medical prowess, Chen Guozhong made an unwavering decision. He must seize this opportunity. Noticing that Mr. Chu was indifferent to him, Chen Guozhong maintained a calm smile. Of course, even if Mr. Chu does not agree to take me on, the rescue team has already departed. Surely, you would not refuse an old man the company of 2 students for some time, would you? Although this sounded like a question, there was no hint of inquiry on Mr. Chu's face. It was evident that in order to persuade Mr. Chu to accept him as a disciple, this old fellow had resolved to cast aside all semblance of shame. Gazing at Chen Guozhong, whose eyes burned with fervor, Mr. Chu could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth. It is not impossible for me to accept you as a disciple, but disciple Chen Guozhong pays his respects to the master. Before Mr. Chu could finish his sentence, Chen Guozhong swiftly performed the bowing ceremony. Given his age, he could not kneel before Mr. Chu, so a deep bow sufficed. After concluding his respectful gesture, Chen Guozhong revealed a triumphant smile. I wonder what you wish to convey just now, master? In his heart, Chen Guozhong could not help but give himself a thumbs up. And if a mirror had been present, he might have even bowed to his own reflection. Who would have thought that, at my advanced age, I would still possess such quick reflexes? It is well known that when someone utters the word "but," it often heralds a significant turn of events. Thus, Chen Guozhong resolved to solidify the matter before Mr. Chu could introduce any twist, ensuring that regardless of what Mr. Chu might say next, he was already his disciple. Lifting his gaze to the sun, which was nearing the horizon, a swell of pride surged within Chen Guozhong. I truly am a clever old fox. Of course, Mr. Chu remained oblivious to Chen Guozhong's internal musings. After hearing his words, Mr. Chu regarded him with a peculiar expression before speaking. Actually, it's nothing of great consequence. I merely wish to inform you that you would be my youngest disciple, as I have had several students before you. That is perfectly fine. As soon as Chu Ye's words left his lips, Chen Guozhong waved his hand with an air of camaraderie, assuring, Master, rest assured. I have lived for many years and understand the principles of precedence. Observing Chen Guozhong's demeanor, Chu Ye nodded and beckoned his companions, Bell and Chen Jian, to approach. Since you have taken me as your master, allow me to introduce them to you, he stated, pointing at the 2. These are your elder brother, Bell, and your second brother, Chen Jian. Upon seeing Bell and Chen Jian, Chen Guozhong initially appeared taken aback, then respectfully bowed to them, saying, Chen Guozhong pays his respects to both elder brothers. No need for such formalities, junior brother, Bell, and Chen Jian responded promptly, returning the gesture. Master, does this mean I am your 3rd disciple now? Chen Guozhong inquired, a breath of relief escaping him. The addition of 2 elder brothers was a minor adjustment, easily manageable. However, as soon as Chen Guozhong finished speaking, Chu Ye shook his head decisively. No, no, no. You also have your third elder sister, fourth elder sister, fifth elder brother, and sixth elder sister. I shall introduce them to you shortly. Upon learning that Wang Guozhi, the chubby lad, had become Chu Ye's disciple, Xiao Xiner clamored to learn martial arts from him as well. Reluctantly, Chu Ye bestowed upon her the title of junior sister. During this time, Xiao Xiner had expressed considerable dissatisfaction at not having any junior brothers or sisters. With Chen Guozhong's arrival, her spirits would surely be lifted. It is worth noting that after becoming a disciple, Wang Guozhong also had two nephews. Hearing Chu Ye's words, Chen Guozhong could not help but twitch his lips, exclaiming, "Master, you have so many disciples?" His expression was somewhat peculiar, as he pondered, "In just a few short minutes, I have gained so many elder brothers and sisters?" Chapter 182. Chen Guozhong in a daze. What's the matter? Are you unwilling? Observing Chen Guozhong's expression, Chu Ye's lips curled into a faint smile. There is still time for regret. I can simply disregard your earlier refusal to become my disciple. As he spoke, a semblance of understanding flickered across Chu Ye's face. After all, Chen Guozhong could be considered an elder, and he decided to grant the man another opportunity. Absolutely not. Before Chu Ye's words could fully escape his lips, Chen Guozhong erupted with a fierce declaration. As the saying goes, once a teacher, always a father. If I, Chen Guozhong, cannot grasp such a simple principle, I would be unworthy of being a citizen of Longhua. Despite the resolute demeanor Chen Guozhong displayed, he harbored his own calculations. In his pursuit of advanced medical knowledge, he had chosen to take on a young mentor like Chu Ye, merely gaining a few more senior brothers and sisters. This would not deter his fervor for learning. Were it not for his desire to maintain a low profile, Chen Guozhong might have been tempted to bellow to the heavens, "Let the storm come with greater ferocity." Upon witnessing Chen Guozhong's expression, Chu Ye, though unaware of the man's innermost thoughts, surmised his determination. "Since you are so resolute, I cannot refuse you." As he spoke, Chu Ye cast a glance at Chen Guozhong. Initially, he intended to extend a gracious opportunity to the elder, but considering the man's insistent approach, it seemed he was not an elder at all, but rather a foolish old man. As the saying goes, good words are hard to persuade a dead ghost. Since Chen Guozhong was so adamant about his own demise, as a well-meaning comrade, Chu Ye felt it inappropriate to decline. After hearing Chen Guozhong's proclamation, Chen Jian and Bell exchanged glances, both reflecting pity in their eyes. If only he knew that among his elder brothers and sisters were two mere children still in their infancy. I wonder if he would still utter such words? Particularly Chen Jian, who shook his head and sighed in mock sympathy. In truth, he held a certain admiration for the old man. After all, in terms of shamelessness, they were nearly equals. Judging by Chen Jian's estimation, this relative of his was likely no less audacious in his youth than he was now. Alas, perhaps age had dulled his vision, rendering him incapable of recognizing the perils that lay ahead. Casting another glance at Chen Guozhong, Chen Jian then waddled over to Muiran, supporting his considerable belly. "Ahem, dear disciple, how are you faring?" "Thank you for your concern, Uncle Master. I am quite well." Muiran thought to himself, wishing he could bite off his own teeth in frustration. Why must there exist such an insufferable glutton? Why had this insufferable glutton not only crossed his path, but now also assumed the role of his Uncle Master? If one were to encapsulate Muiran's current state in a single phrase, it would be, "Little fatty, do you have a multitude of questions?" Of course, setting aside trivial matters, the addition of a disciple would not significantly impact Chu Ye. After acknowledging Chen Guozhong with a nod, he promptly returned to his residence. "Daddy!" Upon his return, little Exeter rushed toward him, her face alight with excitement. "Who's this old grandpa?" Trailing behind her was the chubby Wang Guozhi. Although he was nominally Exeter's senior apprentice, he had long since succumbed to her coaxing and had become her faithful follower, cradling the curious Exeter in his arms. Chu Ye couldn't help but wear a peculiar smile before he spoke. Exeter refrained from calling him randomly. "This is your junior apprentice. The two over there are your disciples." Without heeding the astonished expression on Chen Guozhong's face, Chu Ye continued his introduction. "Disciple, this is your sixth senior sister, Chu Xin." While speaking, he casually pointed to Wang Guozhi beside him. "And this is your fifth senior brother, Wang Guozhi." Upon hearing Chu Ye's words, Chen Guozhong was utterly flabbergasted. What was happening? Who am I? Where am I? If the revelation of having 6 senior siblings had been a mild shock to Chen Guozhong, this was undoubtedly a genuine blow. He cast a look of grievance toward Chu Ye. You only told me I had 6 disciples, but you didn't even mention they would be so young. The thought of having to address these 2 toddlers as senior sister and brother at nearly 60 years of age made him wish he could find a crack in the ground to vanish into. However, among those present, the most awkward were not Chen Guozhong, but rather Mu Yiran and Kailei, who were simply innocent bystanders in this predicament. Observing Chen Guozhong, a flicker of resentment crossed Mu Yiran's eyes. While others might merely inconvenience their parents or grandparents, in this case, it was their master who was putting them in a rather absurd position, a true rarity. Chapter 183. Masterful sculpting techniques. A cough escaped Chen Guozhong's lips as he reflected upon his earlier declaration of a master is akin to a father. His heart constricted painfully at the thought. Even if he now harbored regrets, it was far too late for him to retract his words. Had he unknowingly sealed the last window that the divine had left open for him? Casting a glance at Xiao Xiner and Wang Guozhi, under the watchful eyes of the assembly, Chen Guozhong clenched his teeth resolutely. He had met his 5th senior brother and 6th senior sister. Though a myriad of expletives clamored within him, he understood that from this moment forth, these 2 youngsters were indeed his seniors. As a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, the tradition of venerating teachers and valuing the path of learning could never be forsaken, especially if he wished to acquire the medical arts of Chu Ye. These were challenges he must confront. Upon hearing Chen Guozhong's words, the chubby Wang Guozhi remained momentarily taken aback, while Xiao Xiner beamed widely. Junior brother, do not hesitate. If anyone dares to bully you, just let me know, and I shall teach them a lesson. For her first and only junior brother, Xiao Xiner's fondness for him soared to the maximum. As soon as Chen Guozhong referred to her as sister, the little one pounded her chest, promising to protect him. Observing Xiao Xiner's earnest pledge, a flicker of envy crossed Wang Guozhi's eyes. Had he known that being a junior brother came with such benefits, he would have preferred to be a junior himself. Poor Chen Guozhong remained blissfully unaware that someone could envy his current status. Master, well, my other senior brothers and sisters. After greeting Xiao Xiner and Wang Guozhi, Chen Guozhong had entirely given up on seeking treatment and turned directly to Chu Ye with his inquiry. Upon hearing his question, Chu Ye smiled and reassured him. Do not worry. The ages of your other 2 counterpart from the other world will be acceptable to you. After calming Chen Guozhong, Chu Ye instructed Chen Jian to introduce him to the others. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. Reward, divine sculpting. As Chen Guozhong followed Chen Jian away, the voice of the system suddenly resonated in Chu Ye's ear. Accompanying this announcement was a surge of memories that flooded into Chu Ye's mind. In the span of mere breaths, he had mastered a profound understanding of various sculpting techniques, including stone, wood, and ice carvings. In his eyes, the stones and twigs surrounding him could transform into exquisite works of art at his fingertips. Correspondingly, his dexterity had also enhanced. Confidence surged within Chu Ye. With the same golden needle technique, he was certain that his performance would surpass that of just moments ago. Of course, such transformations were beyond the comprehension of ordinary onlookers. To them, he merely appeared to be lost in thought for a few breaths. Savoring the changes within his body, Chu Ye could not help but commend himself inwardly. Although the canine system often exhibits discontent, it must be acknowledged that divine skills are indeed worthy of possession. Unbeknownst to Chu Ye, as he acquired the godly sculpture skill, in a quaint inn not far from the deserted island, Da Vinci was engaged in discussion with a middle-aged man clad in wooden clogs, with long hair and a short beard. Master Yamamoto, are you truly confident you can triumph over Chu Ye? Da Vinci's gaze was intensely fixed upon Yamamoto Kazuo. Yamamoto Kazuo, the foremost master of wood carving in Taiyang country and holder of the Guinness World Record in the craft. Upon hearing Da Vinci's words, a smirk graced Yamamoto Kazuo's lips. He is merely an ignorant individual from the Dragon Nation. Dear Da Vinci, you are overly concerned. Very well. I shall extend my best wishes for your victorious debut, Master Yamamoto. Observing Yamamoto Kazuo's unwavering confidence, a smile also adorned Da Vinci's face. The purpose of Da Vinci's visit was to deliver a contract to Chu Ye, and of course, to serve as a witness for the competition between Yamamoto Kazuo and Chu Ye. Ha ha! I assure you, I shall not disappoint you, dear Da Vinci. Through their conversation, Yamamoto Kazuo had discerned Da Vinci's lukewarm sentiments towards Chu Ye, prompting him to speak candidly. After his words fell, Yamamoto Kazuo turned his gaze towards the distant island. This time, I shall ensure that the entire world recognizes me, Yamamoto Kazuo, as the consummate master of wood carving. Had it not been for the encroaching twilight, he would have likely dashed to the deserted island to confront Chu Ye. Compared to other Guinness World Record holders, Yamamoto Kazuo possesses relatively little prestige, for he had previously suffered defeat at the hands of a Dragon Nation woodcarving master. However, that master had no interest in the Guinness World Records, and, tragically, passed away within 3 months after their competition, allowing Yamamoto Kazuo to retain his title. Chapter 184. The Challenge of Kazuo Yamamoto. However, it is precisely for this reason that many perceive Kazuo Yamamoto as unworthy of the title world's greatest woodcarving master. For years, Yamamoto has sought a means to vindicate his name, yet he has regrettably never garnered the recognition of others. It was only after the recent incident, where Chu Ye provoked all foreign Guinness World Record holders, that Yamamoto recognized his opportunity had arrived. As for the possibility of failure, Yamamoto did not entertain such thoughts. Unlike endeavors that rely solely on innate talent, such as competitive swimming or sheer brute strength, carving is a profoundly serious art. Whether it be wood, stone, or ice, to ascend to the rank of a master sculptor requires not only immense talent, but also countless hours of practice. Moreover, in pursuit of victory, Yamamoto had made ample preparations. The mere thought of proving himself as the world's premier sculptor before billions stirred excitement within him. Consequently, the following day, Da Vinci encountered a fatigued Yamamoto with dark circles under his eyes. Yamamoto-kun, shall we perhaps postpone until tomorrow? Da Vinci suggested, unable to suppress his concern for Yamamoto's apparent state. No need. Yamamoto promptly shook his head in refusal, asserting it is merely a matter of dealing with an arrogant fool. He is not worth my excessive concern. Without waiting for Da Vinci to respond, he turned and strode towards the exit. Let us defeat that fellow swiftly, and I may return to the land of the rising sun sooner. In truth, deep within Yamamoto's heart, he did not feel so at ease. He understood that if he could not overcome Chu Ye promptly, his condition would only deteriorate. Da Vinci, unaware of Yamamoto's inner turmoil, quickly followed in his wake. With the esteemed reputation of the Guinness Assessment Institution, it took merely minutes for Da Vinci and Yamamoto to leverage the global live-streaming platform to arrive at Chu Ye's residence. At that moment, Chu Ye was training in martial arts with his 7 disciples. Upon noticing Da Vinci and the approaching Yamamoto, he paused in surprise. Mr. Da, what brings you here? Hearing Chu Ye's words, Da Vinci felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. You may refer to me as Da Vinci or Vinci, Mr. Chu. As he spoke, Da Vinci could not help but internally scoff. Had it not been for the Guinness Institution's undue emphasis on Chu Ye's red bricks, he would undoubtedly have avoided any further interaction with this individual. Haha, no problem at all, Mr. Da. Observing Chu Ye's demeanor of earnestly admitting fault yet unwavering in his stance, Da Vinci felt an overwhelming urge to smack his shoe against Chu Ye's face. After tapping his chest a few times to calm his emotions, Da Vinci gestured towards a man beside him, introducing, "This is Mr. Yamamoto Kazuo, the world's premier wood-carving master. He wishes to engage in a contest with you." As soon as Da Vinci finished speaking, Yamamoto stepped forward, stating, "I am Yamamoto Kazuo, and I hope to challenge Mr. Chu Ye." As he spoke, Yamamoto bowed earnestly to Chu Ye. A wood-carving master? Upon hearing Yamamoto's words, Chu Ye's lips curled into a faint smile. I presume Mr. Yamamoto is aware of my rules? Indeed, no sooner had Chu Ye's words left his lips than Yamamoto, with a solemn expression, produced a card from his pocket. This is an anonymous bank card containing $10 million. Should I fail in the challenge, it shall be yours. As he spoke, Yamamoto handed the card to Da Vinci. Although producing $10 million was a significant sacrifice for Yamamoto, it paled in comparison to the advantages of defeating Chu Ye. Mr. Chu, would you be willing to accept this challenge? After receiving the card from Yamamoto, Da Vinci turned to Chu Ye for his response. Certainly. A smile crept across Chu Ye's face at Da Vinci's words. Since Mr. Yamamoto is so generous, I cannot refuse. With that, he disregarded Da Vinci and focused on Yamamoto. Mr. Yamamoto, how do you propose we compete? Quite simply. A smile appeared on Yamamoto's face as he replied. We shall each carve for 1 hour. Once the time is up, Mr. Da Vinci will contact the Guinness Assessment Organization to evaluate our works. What do you think? As he spoke, Yamamoto's gaze was fixed intently on Chu Ye. He firmly believed that once Chu Ye consented to his proposal, victory would be assured. A fair method indeed. Under Yamamoto's watchful eyes, Chu Ye nodded seriously. Chapter 185. The certain defeat of Chu Ye. I concur with Mr. Yamamoto's proposed method of competition. Upon hearing Chu Ye's declaration, Yamamoto Iki's expression brightened with delight. In that case, we shall prepare the necessary tools for your carving, Sir Chu, and commence our contest at noon. No need for that. As soon as Yamamoto's words fell, Chu Ye calmly shook his head. I have my carving tools with me. As he spoke, Chu Ye produced a Swiss Army knife he had carried. If Mr. Yamamoto does not mind, we can begin the contest now. Mr. Chu, are you certain you have not misspoken? At Chu Ye's words, Da Vinci was momentarily taken aback. Although he lacked expertise in wood carving, he was well aware of the tools required for the craft. Of course, after Da Vinci finished speaking, Chu Ye nodded affirmatively. It is merely an ordinary contest. This knife is entirely sufficient. Oomph. At Chu Ye's assertion, Yamamoto Iki let out a cold scoff. Since Sir Chu is so insistent, I shall certainly oblige. With that, he turned to Da Vinci. If it is convenient, Mr. Da Vinci, you may declare the contest to commence. Mr. Chu, are you ready? Da Vinci inuit of Chu Ye, despite harboring little fondness for him. Yet, as a representative of the Guinness Evaluation Organization, Da Vinci adhered to his professional ethics. Absolutely. Upon Chu Ye's nod of confirmation, Da Vinci retrieved a pocket watch from his breast pocket. In that case, I hereby announce the contest begins. As soon as Da Vinci's words were uttered, Yamamoto Iki opened a small black safe he had with him, extracting a piece of wood of peculiar shape. Although confident in his abilities, Yamamoto Iki was not one to underestimate his opponent. Typically, from selecting materials to completing a wood carving, the process might take a year. However, this was a contest, and no one could afford such an extended time frame. Therefore, when proposing the competition, Yamamoto Iki had limited the duration to 1 hour. This decision not only made the contest more palatable to the audience, but was also influenced by the unique piece of wood in his possession. Sir Chu, I shall not hold back. With that, Yamamoto Iki took out a small knife and began to carve with diligence. This piece of wood, collected many years prior, possessed a distinctive shape and quality that would enable Yamamoto Iki to complete a superior carving within the hour. While carving, Yamamoto Iki cast a glance at Chu Ye. In 1 hour, you won't even find a suitable piece of wood, will you? Regarding Yamamoto Kazuo's inner thoughts, Chu Ye remained oblivious. Upon witnessing Yamamoto begin his carving, he maintained an air of nonchalance. A few minutes later, Chu Ye retrieved a branch from the woodpile accumulated by Chen and commenced his own carving with a Swiss Army knife. Chu Ye was undoubtedly at a disadvantage. Observing Chu Ye's actions, a glimmer of insight flashed in Da Vinci's eyes. Although he was unaware of Chu Ye's carving skills, he could easily conclude that from the tools to the preparations, Chu Ye had been thoroughly outmatched by Yamamoto Kazuo. It is essential to recognize that wood carving is not akin to painting, where one can merely find a sheet of paper to express oneself. Quality tools and wood are fundamental to a remarkable creation. Bell, what do you perceive as the likelihood of our master achieving victory this time? Chen inquired softly, nudging his companion Bell, as both Chu Ye and Yamamoto Kazuo became engrossed in their serious carving endeavors. I cannot say, Bell replied, shaking his head and letting out a sigh. However, judging by the current circumstances, the probability of our master's success appears rather slim. In truth, Bell's words were already quite tactful. He believed that Chu Ye had little to no chance of triumph. Of course, this sentiment was not exclusive to Bell. Even the audience, who had always held unwavering faith in Chu Ye, began to share similar thoughts. Fat Master, it seems that Chu Shun is destined to lose this time. Yamamoto Kazuo has come well prepared. Book returns 9 chapters. Chu Shun has been too careless. Black Key. Haha. Don't speak of Yamamoto Kazuo's underhandedness. In my view, it is Chu Ye who has become overly arrogant. Spray-kicking cowboy. The above is correct. I have long found Chu Ye displeasing. Challenging all Guinness record holders single-handedly. Does he truly believe himself to be a god? Unbeknownst to Chu Ye, who is wholly absorbed in carving the branch in his hand. These discussions unfolded online. An hour is neither excessively long nor particularly short. Chapter 186. Reluctantly, however, for the spectators focused on the contest between Chu Ye and Yamamoto Kazuo. The hour passed swiftly. When Da Vinci announced, "Time's up," everyone was momentarily taken aback. Upon hearing Da Vinci's words, both Yamamoto Kazuo and Chu Ye ceased their actions. "Chu, may I inquire who among us shall present first?" Yamamoto Kazuo asked confidently as he put away his carving tools. In response to his inquiry, a smile graced Chu Ye's face. "Regardless, Mr. Yamamoto is a guest, so it is only fitting that you go first." "Then I shall not be modest," Yamamoto Kazuo replied, showing no surprise at Chu Ye's response. He believed that Chu Ye was entirely unfamiliar with carving, perhaps lacking even a single piece worthy of being called a work of art. "I merely hope that after my demonstration, Chu will still possess the courage to unveil his work." As he spoke, Yamamoto Kazuo emphasized the word work to convey his mockery. "Rest assured, Mr. Yamamoto, I shall not disappoint you." Chu Ye maintained his smile and nodded at Yamamoto Kazuo's words. "Very well." Upon seeing the smile on Chu Ye's face, a look of disdain crossed Yamamoto Kazuo's features. "I hope you can still smile later." With his thoughts in motion, Yamamoto Kazuo finally revealed his creation. The onlookers, except for Chu Ye, gasped in astonishment at the sight of what Yamamoto Kazuo held. "Is that a dragon?" Upon hearing Da Vinci's incredulous voice, a hint of pride appeared on Yamamoto Kazuo's face. "Indeed, this is a divine dragon from the Dragon Kingdom." In his hands, Yamamoto Kazuo held a divine dragon less than 15 centimeters long. Though diminutive in size, it possessed all the quintessential features: scales, claws, horns, and whiskers. "Truly impressive, Mr. Yamamoto," Da Vinci exclaimed, unable to hide his admiration. "Would you be willing to share the inspiration behind your piece?" Unbeknownst to him, Da Vinci had unconsciously begun to address Yamamoto Kazuo with honorifics. Yamamoto Kazuo sensed this shift in Da Vinci's demeanor and nodded with a smile. "Of course, it will be my pleasure." After delivering his explanation of the carving philosophy, Yamamoto Kazuo turned to Chu Ye. "Chu, what do you think of this piece?" His face was brimming with pride. It is well known across the globe that the totem of the Dragon Kingdom is the divine dragon. Thus, any carving themed around this subject matter is likely to receive acclaim from its people. Rather than merely seeking Chu Ye's opinion, it seemed more an act of boasting. However, the performance of Chu Ye was destined to disappoint Yamamoto Kazuo. Upon hearing Yamamoto's words, Chu Ye calmly glanced at the dragon he held in his hand and remarked, "It's merely mediocre." He then shook his head, adding, "While it may serve as a toy for children, it falls short for participation in a competition." His words evoked a chilling change in Yamamoto Kazuo's expression. "Since you hold my creation in such disdain, I presume your own work will surely be a revelation to us all?" He retorted, "Though I cannot claim it will be an eye-opener, it will undoubtedly surpass your dragon." Chu Ye replied. Before he could finish, Yamamoto interjected, "Given your confidence, I implore you to showcase your creation for us to behold." A cold smirk crossed his face as he added, "I sincerely hope your work astounds me." At that moment, Yamamoto was consumed by anger. As a master of wood carving, his greatest pride lay in his sculptures. Although this dragon was not his most flawless piece, it was undoubtedly his pride and joy. He harbored a sense of confidence, believing that to carve such a lifelike dragon in such a brief period was a feat even a master who once bested him might struggle to achieve. Yet, this cherished creation was dismissed by Chu Ye as utterly worthless. Were it not for a shred of composure, Yamamoto might have engaged him in a physical confrontation. "Then I must thank you for your well wishes, Mr. Yamamoto," Chu Ye replied with a smile, before revealing his own work. "Here lies my creation." The onlookers were momentarily taken aback, followed by an uproarious laughter. Chu Ye, is this what you deem capable of astonishing me?" Chapter 187. Defeated by a branch. As Yamamoto Kazuo spoke, a tone of scorn permeated both his expression and his voice. "A mere twig. Can it truly be considered one's creation?" In truth, it was not solely Yamamoto who harbored this absurd notion. When Chu Ye's masterpiece was unveiled, a sense of incredulity arose in the hearts of all present. For in Chu Ye's grasp lay nothing but a crooked branch. Although his master had succumbed this time, he remained an object of admiration for me. Chen Jian. As Yamamoto laughed heartily, Chen Jian could not help but whisper to Belle beside him. Upon hearing Chen Jian's words, Belle was momentarily taken aback, gazing at him in astonishment. "I never expected you to possess such awareness." It was no surprise to Belle. After spending time together, he had come to understand Chen Jian's character. He was undeniably a rogue. Of course, after Belle's remark, Chen Jian immediately adopted a look of reverence, setting everything else aside. My master's ability to wield a mere twig with such audacity is a level of shamelessness that I, Chen Jian, could never hope to attain. As a man who aspired to embody shamelessness as his life's goal, Chu Ye's current demeanor was akin to a guiding light for him. In Longdu, at the Wang family estate. Crash. Hearing the sound of a teacup shattering from within the room, the guard Nyoda instinctively recoiled. Ever since General Wang, who had been brought to tears by the old general, his temper had grown increasingly volatile, and now he was smashing cups again. One incomprehensible fool. Meanwhile, within the confines of the room, Wang, who glared furiously at the video of Chu Ye. Do you think the rest of the world consists of blind fools? Wang, who had resolved that, even with the old man as protection, he would seek a chance to teach Chu Ye a lesson. Otherwise, given this fellow's reckless nature, he would inevitably invite disaster upon himself. Wang, who was indifferent to Chu Ye's fate, but the fact that this scoundrel was involved with his precious daughter was intolerable. Aside from Wang, who, the audience's reactions were equally unfavorable. Bubble fish. Does Chu Ye think we are fools? A twig. If this is art, then my father is a rare treasure. Duo dog. Just because he has achieved a modicum of success, he has lost all sense of reality. Such a person is destined for failure. Cough syrup. A man devoid of merit save for his appearance. Ladies in the live stream, open your eyes and see what your so-called idol truly is. Just as the tide of sentiment in the live stream turned decidedly against Chu Ye, a smile crept onto his face. So, Mr. Yamamoto, you believe victory is assured for you? Indeed. Upon hearing Chu Ye's words, a cold smirk appeared on Yamamoto Kazuo's face. Do you really think, Chu-kun, that you can attain victory with but a mere twig? At this moment, Yamamoto Kazuo's face bore none of the previous signs of agitation. In his mind, he believed he was the unequivocal victor. It should be Chu Ye who was flustered, not himself. Since Mr. Yamamoto was brimming with confidence, why not take a closer look at my creation? As he spoke, Chu Ye extended the branch in his hand towards Yamamoto Kazuo. A mere branch? Could it possibly? Casually accepting the branch from Chu Ye's hand, Yamamoto Kazuo's expression abruptly froze midway through his sentence. How could this be possible? Thud. Upon examining the branch more closely, Yamamoto Kazuo fell to his knees. How could such exquisite craftsmanship exist in this world? Mr. Yamamoto, what troubles you? Observing Yamamoto Kazuo's reaction, Da Vinci couldn't help but be taken aback, then hurriedly inquired, surely you do not believe you could be defeated by a mere branch? A mere branch? Upon hearing Da Vinci's words, a look of anguish crossed Yamamoto Kazuo's face. Indeed, I never imagined I, Yamamoto Kazuo, would be bested by a branch. As Yamamoto Kazuo spoke with a pained expression, Chu Ye couldn't help but smirk. Ahem, let me clarify. You were defeated by me, not the branch. Chu Ye spoke with utmost seriousness. One cannot simply evade responsibility due to age. Are you attempting to shift the blame onto the branch to avoid accountability? Mr. Chu Ye, may I inquire if you could elaborate on what transpired? Da Vinci, filled with curiosity, asked. By now, he had realized that Chu Ye was indeed the victor of this contest, as even Yamamoto Kazuo had acknowledged his defeat. Yet, he still yearned to understand the events that had unfolded. Allow me to explain, Da Vinci began, but Yamamoto Kazuo interjected. Chu-kun, I hope you will grant me the opportunity to articulate the reasons for my defeat. Chapter 188. Yamamoto Kazuo concedes in stark contrast to his previous demeanor. Yamamoto Kazuo exhibited a remarkable shift in attitude. Upon hearing Yamamoto's words, Chu Ye initially appeared taken aback, but then nodded with an air of calm. In that case, I would appreciate your assistance, Mr. Yamamoto. For Chu Ye, Yamamoto's willingness to elucidate these matters only served to alleviate his burden. This is the most exquisite piece of art I have ever encountered. After bowing respectfully to Chu Ye, Yamamoto raised the branch in his hand before Da Vinci. Do not be deceived by its appearance as merely a twig. It is, in fact, far more than that. Upon hearing Yamamoto's assertion, Da Vinci nearly spat in astonishment. Pray, elucidate further, Mr. Yamamoto. As he spoke, Da Vinci's gaze shifted towards a nearby stone, contemplating that should this man fail to provide a satisfactory explanation, the stone might soon serve its purpose. Yamamoto's expression darkened with disdain at Da Vinci's words, and he declared, this branch is, in truth, a creation sculpted by Chu. As he spoke, Yamamoto drew the branch closer to Da Vinci. With Yamamoto's prompting, Da Vinci began to discern the unique qualities of the branch. Yet this revelation caused him to gasp in disbelief. How can this be possible? Upon closer inspection, he realized that while the object in Yamamoto's hand resembled a mere twig, the intricate patterns and branches were entirely carved. What is impossible? Da Vinci retorted. But before he could finish, Yamamoto emitted a dismissive snort. This is art, true mastery of wood carving, a skill approaching the Tao. Observing Yamamoto's fervent enthusiasm, Da Vinci could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. So, does this mean you concede this contest, Mr. Yamamoto? Da Vinci's gaze fixed intently on Yamamoto. Concede? Yamamoto shook his head vehemently. No. There is no question of conceding. My skill does not yet warrant a contest with Chu. After speaking, without waiting for Da Vinci's response, Yamamoto turned respectfully to Chu Ye and bowed. Master, I have acted rashly this time. I shall diligently study my craft and seek your guidance in the future. Witnessing Yamamoto's reverence, Da Vinci's lips twitched in irritation, and he reluctantly proclaimed, in that case, I hereby declare Chu Ye the victor of this contest. Upon hearing Da Vinci's words, a smile graced Chu Ye's face, as he recognized that he had taken another step closer to fulfilling his mission. After announcing the results, Da Vinci disregarded the now devoted Yamamoto and handed a document to Chu Ye. Mr. Chu, this is the contract concerning the red bricks that we wish to sign with you. If there are no objections, please affix your signature. Upon hearing Da Vinci's words, Chu Ye nodded and proceeded to examine the documents in his hand. Upon discovering that the stipulations were all previously agreed upon, he swiftly inscribed his name upon the contract. Now that the agreement was consummated, he bid farewell. Just as Chu Ye finished signing, Da Vinci hurriedly seized the document and made his way toward a yacht not far off. Mr. Chu, you need not worry. Your new badge will be delivered by dedicated personnel in a few days, he assured. Da Vinci had resolved that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would refrain from any future contact with Chu Ye. Chu Jun, should the opportunity arise, you must visit the kingdom of Taiyang, he called out as he departed. Watching Da Vinci's retreating figure, Yamamoto Kazuo's eyes flickered with a hint of regret before he turned to Chu Ye and said, I would very much like to engage in a camelot conversation with you. Upon hearing Yamamoto's words, Chu Ye's immediate response was to shake his head in refusal. What are you joking about? I am a tall, handsome man, charming, intelligent, and strikingly attractive. To converse with someone like you in such a manner would surely tarnish my reputation. However, upon sensing the sincerity in Yamamoto's gaze, Chu Ye ultimately nodded. If the opportunity presents itself, I shall attend. Upon receiving Chu Ye's affirmative response, Yamamoto's face brightened with joy, and he bowed once more before hastily following after Da Vinci. What are you doing? Chu Ye inquired as he turned to see Chen Jian, visibly excited, placing the branch left behind by Yamamoto into his pocket. He, Chen Jian chuckled. Regardless, this is a creation of your master, as your disciple. It is only fitting that I safeguard it for you. Observing Chen Jian's earnest demeanor, Chu Ye was momentarily taken aback. This was not the attitude he had come to expect from him. Indeed, his bewilderment did not linger for long. Chapter 189. Special guest. Before Chu Ye had the opportunity to speak, Bell could no longer contain himself. That is because someone just offered 200,000 online to acquire this branch. As he spoke, Bell cast a scornful glance at Chen Jian. Since you are unwilling to split it 50-50 with me, then let us perish together. Feeling the intensity of Bell's gaze, Chen Jian couldn't help but twitch his lips. Had he known this fellow was so resolute, he would have acquiesced to his demands earlier. So that is the case. Compared to the rationale Chen Jian had previously provided, it was evident that Bell's explanation was far more credible. Upon hearing Bell's words, Chu Ye looked at Chen Jian with an expression that was half smile, half mockery. Ahem. As soon as Chu Ye finished speaking, Chen Jian couldn't help but cough a couple of times, reluctantly retrieving the branch from his pocket. It's not that I value this object, but I feared it might be damaged. While speaking, Chen Jian extended the branch towards Chu Ye. As affluent individuals, neither Chen Jian nor Bell cared about such trivial sums of money. They merely relished the joy of taking advantage of Chu Ye. Accepting the branch from Chen Jian, Chu Ye smiled casually and then tossed it into a nearby fire. It's merely a defective item. It's better suited for kindling. Witnessing Chu Ye's actions, Chen Jian couldn't help but feel his lips twitch. 200,000. This branch had already been bid at 200,000. no matter how wealthy one was. It should not be used for firewood. However, unlike Chen Jian, Belle appeared less crass. Upon hearing Chu Ye's words, a look of astonishment crossed Belle's face. Master, you claim that branch is a defective piece? As soon as Belle finished speaking, Chu Ye regarded him with a serious expression. You don't actually believe that I could carve a perfect piece using a Swiss Army knife and a casually picked branch, do you? Looking at Chu Ye's demeanor, Belle and the others were taken aback, then finally comprehended the materials Chu Ye had used during his carving. Meanwhile, aboard the yacht, Da Vinci, holding his phone, stared in astonishment at Yamamoto Kazuo. Kazuo, was that piece a defective item? A defective item? Upon hearing Da Vinci's words, a trace of admiration appeared on Yamamoto Kazuo's face. Since it is what Chu said, then it must indeed be a defective piece. Observing Yamamoto Kazuo's unwavering faith in Chu Ye, Da Vinci's expression darkened further. Goodness, could this be the legendary incompetent ally? Reflecting on how steadfastly Yamamoto Kazuo had asserted before their departure, and now seeing him nearly groveling before Chu Ye, Da Vinci felt a pang of distress. Scoundrel! Putting aside the emotional turmoil Da Vinci was experiencing, Chu Ye was now looking at the three individuals before him. Do you have something to discuss? Do you not recognize me? Upon hearing Chu Ye's words, the leading girl could not help but point to her own face. Her expression a mixture of surprise as she inquired of Chu Ye, should I know you? During the exchange, Chu Ye unabashedly cast her a look that conveyed a sentiment akin to surely you must be mistaken. While the three of them were undeniably beautiful, it was hardly plausible that everyone would be familiar with one another. He never anticipated that shortly after Da Vinci and Yamamoto Kazuo's departure, others would arrive at this location. As Chu Ye's words sank in, Yang Xiaomi's expression became even more peculiar. Not only she, but the two girls beside her also regarded Chu Ye with expressions akin to that of encountering an extraterrestrial. Is it possible that there are individuals in the Dragon Kingdom who do not recognize us? Ahem. Just as both parties were casting skeptical glances at one another, Chen Jian could not restrain himself from tugging at Chu Ye's arm. Master, you truly do not recognize them? Not at all. Chu Ye replied earnestly, shaking his head. Are they quite renowned? Yang Xiaomi, Reba, and Zhao Ying are currently among the most prominent stars. After prompting Chu Ye, Chen Jian turned to the three women with a broad smile. Greetings, beautiful ladies. I am Chen Jian. Should you require any assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. Is that truly possible? Zhao Ying inquired, a glimmer of excitement flashing in her eyes. Absolutely. No sooner had Zhao Ying voiced her question than Chen Jian, with conviction, patted his chest. Whatever I, the robust one, can accomplish, I shall do without hesitation. Then might we join you? As she posed the question, all three girls gazed at Chen Jian with eager anticipation. In truth, they were not contestants in this survival challenge on the deserted island. Rather, they held a status akin to that of special guests. Undoubtedly, this was a strategic decision by Wang Qimei to enhance the global broadcast visibility and viewership. As three top-tier influencers in the Dragon Kingdom, their participation in the survival challenge would undoubtedly generate significant buzz. Chapter 190. Unexpectedly, you were such a god at Chu upon receiving the invitation from Wang Qimei. The three individuals were initially filled with joy. After all, participating in such a popular show would undoubtedly bring them substantial benefits. However, they were taken aback by the stringent requirements imposed by the production team, which allowed each of them to bring only one personal item. Fortunately, as special guests, they were granted certain privileges. For instance, upon their arrival on the island, the staff provided them with a hint to join Chu Ye's small group. At first, the trio did not comprehend the necessity of this arrangement, but upon reaching the residence of Chu Ye and his companions and observing the nearby brick houses, they promptly resolved to join. They had already experienced the harsh conditions of the survival show, and in light of this, the fact that Chu Ye and his group could possess a dwelling on the deserted island was undoubtedly akin to discovering a formidable ally. To their astonishment, despite their fame in Longhua, there were still individuals who did not recognize them. Upon hearing Zhao Ying's words, Chen Jian was momentarily taken aback and turned to Chu Ye. Inquiring, master? Despite his earlier nonchalance, Chen Jian understood that without Chu Ye's consent, he could not permit the three to join. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have triggered a task. Please check promptly. Startled by the voice that echoed in his ear, Chu Ye commanded, check task. Task, steel-hearted man description. As a caregiver, The host must possess the ability to resist the allure of beauty. Requirements. Each of the three must engage in different forms of labor to earn their chance to join the group. Time limit. None task reward. Divine skill iron head technique failure penalty. Loss of basic living abilities for 3 days. System. What constitutes basic living abilities? Gazing at the task's penalty. Chu Ye was momentarily stunned. Eating, drinking, using the restroom, and more. As soon as Chu Ye posed his question, the system swiftly responded. If the host wishes to experience the joy of soiling oneself, he may choose to allow this task to fail. Undoubtedly, at such a moment, only a middle finger could adequately convey Chu Ye's profound affection for the system. Of course, you wish to join here. That's perfectly fine. After expressing his friendliness towards the system, Chu Ye turned to the others. However, a certain cost must be paid. Upon hearing Chen Jian's words, Yang Xiaomi's expression shifted dramatically. Our every word and action is currently being broadcast live. We kindly ask Mr. Chu to exercise caution. Not only Yang Xiaomi, but also the nearby Reba and Zhao Ying glared at Chu Ye with the intensity of agitated rabbits. In contrast to the three, Chen Jian gazed at Chu Ye with admiration, giving him a thumbs up. Master, you truly deserve the title. From this moment forward, you shall be the guiding light in my life. Observing the expressions of the group, Chu Ye understood that they had certainly misinterpreted the situation. I believe you are overthinking this. With a sharp glance at Chen Jian, Chu Ye decided to forego the suspense and directly stated, what I mean is that if you wish to stay, you must engage in labor, earning your right to remain through hard work. No problem. As soon as Chu Ye finished speaking, Yang Xiaomi couldn't help but flush slightly, exclaiming, isn't it just work? To us, it's merely a trivial matter. While speaking, Yang Xiaomi cast a resentful glance at Chu Ye, feeling that if they were to work, there was no need for such subtlety, which had led to their misunderstanding. If only Chu Ye were aware of Yang Xiaomi's thoughts, he could have sung a tune of June Snowfall, for it was clear that they had overthought the situation, and it had nothing to do with him. However, such an occurrence was unlikely now. Observing the trio's confident demeanor, Chu Ye couldn't help but nod. In that case, you should begin by working with some clay. We're currently short on red bricks. With that, Chu Ye pointed to Chen Jian beside him. If you're unsure how to proceed, you can follow him to learn. You want us to work with clay? Yang Xiaomi gasped in astonishment at Chu Ye's nonchalant attitude. Had she not been concerned about maintaining her elegant image, she would have directly questioned, are you even a man? In reality, not only Yang Xiaomi, but also Reba and Zhao Ying wore expressions that were hardly more favorable. Initially, when Chu Ye mentioned labor, they had assumed it would involve foraging for mushrooms or something similar, but to their surprise, he was asking them to work with clay. They were aware that they were goddesses in the eyes of countless men in Dragon Country. Did he not fear the backlash from the public for making such a request? However, unbeknownst to the three women, as Chu Ye's words left his lips, the anticipated public outcry did not materialize. Instead, applause erupted. Master Pang remarked, I never expected Lord Chu to be this kind of person. All I can say is, it is utterly astonishing. Chapter 191. The stalwart man in the realm of true masculinity, we must remain indifferent to superficial beauty. Chu Ye's future wife remarked, indeed, my husband is unlike ordinary men. If the three women were to discover the content of the barrage in the live stream, they would undoubtedly harbor significant doubts about their status in Longhua. Observing the incredulous expressions on their faces, a hint of disdain intentionally crossed Chu Ye's countenance. Of course, if you are unwilling, you may leave at any time. We are willing. At the very moment Chu Ye uttered his words, the straightforward Zhao Ying exclaimed, what is so difficult about making mud? Precisely. Upon hearing Zhao Ying's declaration, Yang Xiaomi and Reba beside her nodded in agreement. If they had previously complied under the program's direction, now they were determined to assert themselves. Seeing the fervent indignation on their faces, a smile graced Chu Ye's lips, and he turned directly to Chen Jian. Take these three lovely ladies to work. Without pausing for further comment, Chu Ye pivoted and strode toward a nearby building. As he walked, he casually stretched his arms wide. What splendid weather. It's perfect for a cozy nap. Watching Chu Ye's retreating figure, Zhao Ying could not help but stomp her foot in frustration. If it were not for the live broadcast, she would have charged at him in fury. Ahem. After Chu Ye departed, Chen Jian cleared his throat a couple of times before presenting a friendly smile to the three women. Ladies, please follow me. Upon seeing the smile on Chen Jian's face, Zhao Ying was momentarily taken aback, only to quickly return the gesture with a wide grin. Brother Chen, we want TB making mud. You will certainly help us. Right? Of course. At the sight of Zhao Ying's smile, Chen Jian's eyes transformed into heart shapes. However, as soon as Zhao Ying's words were uttered, he swiftly regained his composure. I will impart to you all the techniques I know for making mud. Feeling that his sincerity might be insufficient, Chen Jian hesitated for a moment before adding, furthermore, I will continually cheer you on. While speaking, Chen Jian wore an expression of pride, thinking, when I, Chen, was navigating the business world, you young ladies were yet unaware of the harsh realities of life. With his astute intellect, Chen Jian was certainly aware of the true implications behind Zhao Ying's earlier remarks. However, recalling the arduousness involved in making red bricks from mud, he promptly made the judicious choice. Beauty is indeed precious, but rest is even more valuable. Hearing Chen Jian's words, Zhao Ying couldn't help but twitch her lips. Is this the extent of your assistance to us? Chen Jian, you certainly must not have a girlfriend, right? Casting a resentful glance at Chen Jian, Zhao Ying could not suppress her sarcasm. Initially, she had believed that her charm would easily win over this portly fellow, only to find herself confronted with such an outcome. In that moment, Zhao Ying began to doubt her own allure. Regarding Zhao Ying's inquiries, Chen Jian was certainly reluctant to respond. Glancing at the three women, Chu Ye revealed a faint smile. Rest assured, in truth, the island will not require an excessive amount of red bricks, so you shall not be overly exhausted. Upon hearing Chen Jian's words, Zhao Ying and her companions couldn't help but exhale in relief. However, unbeknownst to them, the quantity Chen Jian referred to as not too much was rather ambiguous. For Chen Jian, who single-handedly supplied all the red bricks for Chu Ye's construction, the distinction between more and less was quite nebulous. While the three women toiled diligently, Chu Ye had already returned to his quarters. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task and earning the extraordinary skill iron head technique. As the system's voice echoed, a wealth of information flooded Chu Ye's mind. Moments later, a peculiar expression crossed his face. Starting today, I shall be the legendary iron-headed child. Clearly, the skill deemed godly by the system was not the traditional interpretation of the iron head technique. According to the information provided, given the current hardness of Chu Ye's head, it could effectively be employed to crack walnuts, durians, stones, and even drive nails. Just as Chu Ye was intently sensing the changes within his body, Xiao Exen suddenly burst in from outside. Daddy, come quickly with me. Taken aback by the urgency of his daughter, who was tugging him to rush outside, Chu Ye inquired, What is it? Hearing her father's question, Xiao Exiner beamed with delight. The chubby boy has discovered a beehive. He claims there is delicious honey inside. We must hurry, or he will devour it all. A hint of concern flashed across Xiao Exiner's face, for she perceived Wang Guoji as a formidable challenge on her culinary adventures. Are you saying the chubby boy has already gone to gather the honey? Chu Ye was startled by her words and promptly asked. Yes. Xiao Exiner, oblivious to her father's expression, continued with a hint of impatience. Daddy, hurry up. Otherwise, the honey will be all gone. Chapter 192. The rescue of soldier Wang Guoji. Upon hearing Xiaoxin's words, a look of urgency appeared on Chu Ye's face. Hurry, take me there. It was evident that Chu Ye's concern was not for the honey, but rather for the chubby Wang Guoji. In the wild, few creatures, aside from a select few like black bears, dare to provoke bees. Clearly, Wang Guoji's strength was insufficient to challenge them. Although Xiaoxin was unaware of the gravity of the situation, her yearning for honey spurred her to avoid wasting time. As soon as Chu Ye's words escaped his lips, Xiaoxin pointed in a direction, exclaiming, Daddy, the chubby one is right over there. With Xiaoxin directing the way, Chu Ye wasted no time. He swiftly picked her up and dashed into the woods. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered a mission. Please check promptly. While on their way, the system's voice suddenly resonated. Check the mission. Just as Chu Ye finished speaking, a radiant mission panel appeared before him. Mission: Rescue Soldier Wang Guoji. Description: As a father, one must take on the duty of protection. Requirements: Assist Wang Guoji in evading the bee's pursuit time limit. 20 minutes mission reward. A hive filled with honey failure penalty. A complete course of pure physical weight gain therapy system. What exactly is this pure physical weight gain therapy? Gazing at the mission panel, Chu Ye couldn't help but twitch his lips. The nature of this penalty seemed rather dubious. Just as he posed the question, the system's voice chimed in, revealing a hint of anticipation. Pure physical weight gain therapy. provided by 132 bees in an acupuncture treatment, is yours to embrace. Hearing the system's words, Chu Ye's expression darkened, and he silently raised a middle finger. While Chu Ye was engaged in this exchange with the system, Xiaoxin suddenly tugged at his ear. "Daddy, look quickly, the chubby one is right there." Following her, Chu Ye's expression shifted dramatically. "Stop." At that moment, Wang Guozhi stood atop a large rock, wielding a long stick. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The significant concern was that the stick was less than a meter from a beehive larger than an adult's head. "Uncle?" Upon hearing Chu Ye's voice, the chubby boy froze for a moment, then broke into a broad smile. "Are you here for honey too? Just wait a moment, I'll be done soon." As he spoke, the stick began to thrust forward. "Have mercy!" Chu Ye exclaimed in alarm. "Chubby, do not touch that beehive." Although Wang Guozhi paused, startled by Chu Ye's command, he ultimately halted his motion, sighing with relief at the sight of the chubby boy finally ceasing his actions. Chu Ye felt a sense of accomplishment for having arrived in the nick of time. However, before Chu Ye could fully exhale, the chubby boy, brandishing his stick, suddenly lost his footing and inadvertently jabbed the stick into the beehive. The buzzing sound emanating from within the hive compelled Chu Ye to act without a moment's hesitation. He swiftly executed the dragon's dance, seizing the stunned chubby boy and fleeing into the distance. Fortunately, the boy's sudden attack caught the bees off guard, allowing several seconds before they reacted. By the time the bees emerged, Chu Ye had already made significant progress, clutching both children tightly. "Uncle, run faster. The bees are catching up," cried the chubby boy, perched on Chu Ye's shoulder as he glanced back at the ominous swarm of bees. It was then that he realized the magnitude of his blunder. Hearing the boy's words, a twitch of irritation crossed Chu Ye's lips. Had he been alone, evading the bees would have been feasible. However, with both Xiao Xiner and the chubby boy in tow, the task became increasingly arduous. The distinct sound of buzzing bees grew ever louder behind him, filling Chu Ye's heart with a sense of bitterness. At that moment, a sudden chirp emerged from Chu Ye's pocket, and a small, fiery red insect gradually took flight. "Flame sprayer?" Xiao Xiner exclaimed softly upon seeing the vivid figure. "Flame sprayer. Please help. Xiner doesn't want to be stung." As Chu Ye's first pet, Xiao Xiner was well acquainted with the flame sprayer. However, due to the inherent danger of its abilities, Chu Ye had always prohibited her from taking it out to play alone. "Chirp!" Upon hearing Xiao Xiner's plea, the flame sprayer's call became more piercing. It then directed its rear towards the approaching swarm of bees. With a resounding blast, an enormous sound erupted, causing all the spectators, who had been anxiously concerned for Chu Ye and the children, to collectively gasp, involuntarily uttering two words: "Holy moly!" Chapter 193. The Eruptive Flamethrower Master Fat. Alas, I am but a man of limited education, forced to navigate the world with nothing more than an exclamation of surprise. TT Expedition Continent. Do not be disheartened, my friends, for this is indeed the most appropriate expression in our current predicament. White snail, let us speak no more. It was only today that I realized just how formidable these creatures can be. Less reading, more action. My dear wife, come forth and witness the divine. As the audience's reactions lingered in the air on the deserted island, the excited voice of little Sheener broke the silence. "Daddy, there's no need to run anymore. The bees have been driven away by the flamethrower." Upon hearing Sheener's voice, Chu Ye was momentarily taken aback before turning to look behind him. The scene that unfolded before him mirrored the astonishment of the audience. Only two words could encapsulate his feelings. What the hell? In Chu Ye's line of sight, the flamethrower was wobbling towards him, while a plethora of charred bee corpses lay strewn across the ground. Additionally, the air was thick with the acrid scent of burning. As the flamethrower settled onto his shoulder, motionless, Chu Ye felt a twinge of concern. System, is the flamethrower all right? Since acquiring the flamethrower, Chu Ye had treated it as a portable biological lighter. However, after the recent events, he began to comprehend the extent of its power post-modification by the system. Rest assured, dear host, it has merely exhausted all of its energy and will recover after a brief respite. With the system's reassuring response, Chu Ye finally relaxed. He gently placed the flamethrower back into his pocket, then returned little Sheener and Wang Guozhi to the ground. "Uncle, I am truly sorry." As soon as they reached the ground, the chubby boy lowered his head and apologized to Chu Ye. At this moment, he understood the gravity of the situation. Had it not been for the flamethrower's eruption, they might have faced dire consequences. observing the chubby boy's sheepish demeanor. A smile crept onto Chu Ye's face as he patted the boy's head. Since you recognize your mistake, let's hope you do not repeat it. After offering a few words of comfort, Chu Ye led them back towards their dwelling. System, have I completed my task? During their return, Chu Ye could not help but inquire within his mind. The food consumed on the deserted island had been excessively greasy, and he longed for some honey to enhance his meals. If the other contestants on the island were to discover Chu Ye's thoughts, they might unite to form an anti-grease alliance. Here we are, a multitude unable to satiate our hunger, and yet you disdain the greasy fare? However, despite his craving for honey, Chu Ye would not provoke the bees again. Though these little creatures had retreated, it was merely out of fear of the flamethrower's might. In its current state, the flamethrower lacked the capability to erupt once more. Fortunately, the system did not disappoint Chu Ye. As soon as his question escaped his lips, the voice of the system resonated. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task and receiving a honey-filled hive. Upon hearing this, Chu Ye felt a surge of elation wash over him. System, where's my hive? It hasn't been tossed into some obscure corner, has it? Given Chu Ye's understanding of the system's notorious tendencies, such an occurrence was well within the realm of possibility. Rest assured, the hive has been successfully delivered to your residence. With the system's assurance, Chu Ye quickened his pace. Much like Xiao Xiner's concern that Wang Guoji would devour the honey, Chu Ye harbored similar apprehensions about Chen Jian consuming his precious bounty. One could not help but marvel at the peculiarities of bloodlines. As father and son, they shared an identical anxiety regarding the corpulent figure. Fortunately, Chu Ye's fears were unfounded. Upon returning to his abode, he found Chen Jian still engrossed in labor, unable to extricate himself from his toil. Ahem, in truth, he was merely observing Yang Xiaomi and the others as they crafted clay bricks. Just as Chu Ye was attentively monitoring the progress of the three women, a dark object suddenly approached from a distance, emitting peculiar sounds as it neared. Charcoal? Chu Ye was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the blackened figure rushing towards him. However, what truly captivated his attention was the unusual object cradled in its arms. This thing seemed oddly familiar. A hive. Just as Chu Ye pondered this curious resemblance, the diminutive and previously despondent Wang Guoji suddenly erupted in exclamation. Uncle, it's the hive. Look, there's still the marks from my stick. At Wang Guoji's words, Chu Ye was momentarily taken aback before realizing that this indeed resembled the hive from earlier. Without waiting for Charcoal to react, Chu Ye swiftly seized the hive from its grasp. Chapter 194. The resolute Yang Xiaomi, a howl escaped from the creature's throat as its precious treasure was suddenly seized by Chu Ye. However, after receiving a gentle reprimand from Chu Ye, it promptly fell silent. Yet, even so, the creature's eyes continued to convey its dissatisfaction. Aware of its gaze, Chu Ye bestowed upon its head a moment of affectionate reproach. What are you whining about? If we hadn't drawn the enemy's fire, do you think you would have acquired the beehive? Through mere contemplation, Chu Ye discerned the sequence of events. This little rascal must have seized the opportunity to pilfer the beehive while most of the bees were in hot pursuit of them. Just as Chu Ye was admonishing the creature, a sound of eager swallowing echoed beside him. Turning his head, he caught sight of the chubby boy, Wang Guoji, with a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Uncle, I want some too. Upon sensing the boy's longing gaze, Chu Ye couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He realized that the source of the boy's earlier melancholy was not guilt, but rather a sorrow over the lack of honey. Daddy, Xener also wants honey, chimed in the little girl, Sheener, unwilling to be outdone. Faced with the expectant gazes of the two little ones, Chu Ye could only fetch their bowls and pour some honey for them. This is all you can have for now. I will prepare something delicious for you later. Upon hearing this, Wang Guoji, ready to devour the honey in his bowl, looked up at Chu Ye with eager anticipation. Uncle, what will it be? Will it be even tastier than honey? It's a secret, Chu Ye said, playfully tapping the boy's head as he noticed the drool threatening to escape from the corners of his mouth. Just then, Chu Ye felt a tug at his pant leg. Looking down, he found a creature gazing up at him with a pitiful expression. All right, I'll give you a little too. After sharing a bit of honey with the creature, Chu Ye finally found his moment of tranquility. However, this did not imply that he was devoid of tasks. Glancing at the beehive in his hands, a smile of anticipation graced his face. I didn't expect to find bee pupae inside. It seems I shall indulge myself shortly. Indeed, it was the bee pupae. Just moments ago, while distributing honey to the little gluttons, Chu Ye discovered the beehive was crammed with these delicacies, a rare treat. The bee pupae, the larvae of bees, are not only delicious but also possess immense nutritional value. In many regions, they are hailed with various accolades, such as white soft gold and heavenly ginseng. For someone like Chu Ye, endowed with the skills of a wilderness gourmand, this was a remarkable ingredient. Carefully slicing open the beehive, Chu Ye meticulously transferred the honey into a crafted jar, then proceeded to extract all the bee pupae. Gazing at the substantial heap of bee pupae before him, a look of satisfaction illuminated Chu Ye's face. In the dim light of dusk, Chu Ye remarked that they had prepared an ample supply of brick molds. At that moment, Zhao Ying's voice chimed in from the side, and before Chu Ye could respond, the trio of girls approached with triumphant expressions. So many insects. What are you planning to do? Zhao Ying inquired, her gaze fixed upon the bee pupae before Chu Ye. This is bee pupae, our dinner for tonight, Chu Ye replied. What? As soon as the words left his lips, a chorus of astonished exclamations erupted. These are insects. How can one possibly eat such a thing? While speaking, young Xiaomi, visibly frightened, clasped her hands tightly over her chest. I refuse to eat something so terrifying. Compared to young Xiaomi, both Riba and Zhao Ying wore expressions of unease. Yet Chu Ye could discern a flicker of curiosity in their eyes. You truly won't eat any? He asked, his gaze peculiar as it settled on Yang Xiaomi. Absolutely not, Yang Xiaomi declared with unwavering resolve. Even if it means jumping off this cliff, I will never consume a single bite of those insects. Chu Ye couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth at her steadfastness. Did she not realize this was the opening line of the principle of reality? If you refuse, that is quite fine. Aside from bee pupae, I can prepare other dishes as well. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaomi's expression softened slightly. She clearly had no desire to partake in the insects. Riba Xiaogu, you certainly won't eat such things either, will you? In everyday interactions, many friends referred to Zhao Ying as Xiaogu, thanks to her role in a television drama. At Yang Xiaomi's question, Riba and Zhao Ying exchanged glances, revealing a hint of inner conflict. Sister miming, what if it turns out to be delicious? Zhao Ying's expression grew even more conflicted. As a girl, she was understandably hesitant to try such fare, yet as a foodie, her curiosity urged her to experience this novel cuisine. Chapter 195. Ah, so tempting. How could such insects possibly be delicious? As good friends, Yang Xiaomi certainly understood the thoughts of her two little foodies. It would be better for us to eat something else. Upon hearing Yang Xiaomi's words, neither Riba nor Zhao Ying spoke, yet the turmoil in their eyes remained evident. Chu Ye was disinterested in the exchange among the three. He had already begun heating oil in preparation for a meal. On the deserted island, there was naturally no plant oil, but fortunately, Chu Ye had refined a considerable amount of fish oil during this time, which would serve as a suitable substitute. As the fire blazed and the fish oil began to bubble in the pot, Chu Ye promptly poured all the bee pupae into it. A sizzling sound erupted, and an enchanting aroma wafted from the pot. How delightful! Upon catching a whiff of the scent, Zhao Ying's eyes sparkled, and she subtly edged closer to Chu Ye. In truth, Riba and Yang Xiaomi were not much better off. However, upon inhaling the fragrance, Yang Xiaomi's expression grew even more peculiar. Humph. Perhaps it only smells good but tastes awful. While Yang Xiaomi spoke, Chu Ye had already fished the golden-hued bee pupae from the pot. After drizzling some honey over them, he nodded in satisfaction. Dinner is served. Wait, what about mine? Upon hearing Chu Ye's words, Yang Xiaomi couldn't help but inquire. After a long day of work, her stomach had already begun to grumble at the tantalizing aroma. There it is, over there. Chu Ye casually pointed to a short distance away, where Chen was approaching with a basin in his arms. Dad, where's the food you said is tastier than honey? Behind Chen, Xiao Xiner and Wang Guozhi dashed over quickly, followed closely by Bai Yu and Chen Guozhong. Right here. Chu Ye effortlessly picked up the rushing Xiao Xiner and popped a bee pupa in her mouth. Is it delicious? So fragrant. After savoring the taste in her mouth, Xiao Xiner's big eyes squinted with delight. Daddy, I want more. Chu Ye, of course, would not refuse Xiao Xiner's request, directly filling her small bowl with a generous portion of bee pupae. Naturally, he did not overlook the chubby Wang Guozhi and Bai Yu among others. Gulp! Observing everyone relish the delectable treat, Zhao Ying couldn't help but swallow hard. Chu Ye, is it really that delicious? Her expression was filled with anticipation. Unlike Bai Yu and the others, who were oblivious, she was aware of the true identity of these delicacies, which left her feeling somewhat conflicted. Oomph. Seeing Zhao Ying question Chu Ye, Yang Xiaomi could not suppress a scoff. Little bone, you mustn't be fooled. How could such things possibly taste better than fish soup? As she spoke, Yang Xiaomi took a defiant sip from her bowl of fish soup. Under the tutelage of Chu Ye, Chen has remarkably honed her culinary skills. However, each time she observes the blissful expressions on others' faces as they indulge in beef pupae, she feels that her fish soup has lost its flavor. Noticing Yang Xiaomi's expression, a peculiar smile graced Chu Ye's face as she addressed Zhao Ying directly. Of course, it is delicious. Moreover, beef pupae possess benefits for beauty and anti-aging, making them a premium ingredient. For any woman, the allure of beauty and anti-aging is perpetually profound. Indeed, as soon as Chu Ye's words left her lips, Zhao Ying's sole hesitation vanished, and she promptly seized a bee pupa from the nearby bowl and popped it into her mouth. Crunch! The sound of the bee pupa being crushed echoed from Zhao Ying's mouth, and her expression transformed almost instantly. What's wrong, Xiaogu? Is it good? The most anxious among them was none other than Reba. Although she too was a foodie, her courage was evidently not on par with Zhao Ying's. Leaving her to await her friend's signal. Woo. Upon hearing Reba's inquiry, Zhao Ying shook her head without hesitation. It's not good. Not good at all. As she spoke, Zhao Ying swiftly stuffed several bee pupae into her mouth. Her actions clearly conveyed the most authentic answer. Witnessing her behavior, Reba also grabbed a bee pupa and placed it in her mouth. The same fate befell Reba. Furthermore, in their quest to savor more bee pupae, the two sisters engaged in a playful scuffle. Is it really that delicious? Yang Xiaomi could not help but inquire as she watched them tussle. It's not good at all. Clearly, Yang Xiaomi had no intention of believing their exaggerated claims. Adhering to the adage that one should rely on oneself rather than others, she glanced at the duo, gritted her teeth, and took a bee pupa for herself. Ah, it's truly fragrant. Chapter 196. Tue, scoundrel savoring the peculiar taste that lingered in her mouth. Yang Xiaomi couldn't help but click her tongue in dismay, casting a resentful glance at Chu Ye. This person is truly wicked, having made these insects taste so delectable. While she silently expressed her grievances toward Chu Ye, she voraciously consumed several mouthfuls of bee pupae. Upon witnessing Yang Xiaomi's actions, Zhao Ying and Reba were initially taken aback, followed by discontented looks directed at her. Sister Mimi, didn't you say that you'd rather jump off this place than eat insects? Exactly, Sister Mimi. You are a goddess. You cannot go back on your word. After Zhao Ying's remark, Reba promptly chimed in. In truth, whether Yang Xiaomi was a goddess was of little consequence to them. What truly mattered was that if they did not swiftly intervene, their share of the bee pupae would dwindle. How can one refer to such delicacies as insects? Besides, I haven't perished from hunger yet, Yang Xiaomi retorted, clearly underestimating the allure of bee pupae. Upon hearing the two, a composed smile spread across her face. I want to eat if I'm starving, but if I'm not, I shall indulge. Observing Yang Xiaomi, who continued to shove bee pupae into her mouth even while speaking, Reba and Zhao Ying exchanged glances and soon immersed themselves in the noble endeavor of devouring the bee pupae. Unbek no stu Yang Xiaomi. While she and Zhao Ying were vying for the bee pupae, the vast community of netizens had unhesitatingly bestowed upon her the title of the sole heir of Wang Jingze. Of course, such matters were irrelevant to Yang Xiaomi, who was solely focused on relishing another bee pupae. Burp after finishing the bee pupae in his bowl. Chen downed a hearty bowl of fish soup, letting out a satiated burp before exclaiming helplessly, Master, living on fish every day isn't a sustainable solution. Over time, it could be detrimental to our health. Though Chen words may sound humorous, they addressed a pressing reality. They were to survive on this deserted island for an entire year. If they neglected grains and vegetables, health issues would inevitably arise. Hearing Chen words, the little girl seriously patted her stomach. Daddy, Xana wants to eat steamed buns and noodles. I don't want meat anymore. As she spoke, her hopeful gaze was fixed on Chu Ye, convinced that her father would surely resolve this predicament. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered task. Please check promptly. Just as Xiner finished speaking and before Chu Ye could respond, the system's voice echoed. Check the task. Given the system's usual tendencies, Chu Ye could already surmise the nature of this task. At times, he mused that the creator of this system must be a fan of Lolis, otherwise, Why would it always acquiesce to Xiner's requests? While Chu Ye contemplated, the system had already unfurled the task panel before him. Indeed, apart from two unfinished long-term tasks, Chu Ye's task panel revealed a new quest shimmering with a peculiar light. Quest, the sculptor description. As a devoted father, one must always ensure that his daughter's innocence remains unscathed. Requirements. Carve 3 distinct anime figurines for Xiao Xiner using wood, stone, and sand. Time limit. 5 hours rewards. A patch of wild wheat failure penalty to become the fastest man in the world. Gulp. Upon reading the penalty for failure, Chu Ye cannot help but swallow hard. System, please assure me that the penalty is merely a literal interpretation. Chuckling softly, as soon as Chu Ye finished speaking, the system's voice resonated once more. If the host wishes to become the legendary 3-second man, feel free to abandon the task. Absolutely not. Hearing the system's words, Chu Ye's heart roared defiantly. As a devoted father, I, Chu Ye, will never shy away from anything that brings joy to my daughter, even if it costs me my life or requires me to leap into the sea. Of course, as he spoke, Chu Ye did not forget to raise a middle finger at the system. Ignoring the insidious system, he turned to Xiao Xia. Rest assured, my dear, in a little while, I shall prepare noodles for you. Really? Upon hearing Chu Ye's words, a radiant smile lit up Xiao Xiner's face. I knew Daddy was the best. In contrast to Xiao Xiner's exuberance, Chen and the others wore expressions tinged with concern. They perceived Chu Ye's words as mere comfort for Xiao Xia, considering they were stranded on a deserted island where wheat would not be easily found. Observing Xiao Xia gazing at Chu Ye with admiration, Yang Xiaomi let out a loud belch and sneered coldly. To deceive even such a small child, what a scoundrel. Chapter 197. The curse of Yang Xiaomi. Upon hearing Yang Xiaomi's words, Chu Ye couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Could it be that this young lady has developed feelings for the remarkably handsome Chu? And is it perhaps her unrequited affection that has led her to harbor such animosity? Contemplating this notion, Chu Ye gazed at Yang Xiaomi with a hint of pity, for individuals of my caliber are indeed not easily attainable. Sensing the look in Chu Ye's eyes, Yang Xiaomi, who had initially wore a mocking expression, suddenly erupted. What do you intend with that gaze directed at me? Chu Ye was taken aback. Had this girl not been so fierce a mere half-hour ago? Could it be that the benefits of beauty extend beyond enhancing beauty to also breaking seals? Unlike the astonished Chu Ye and the others, Riba and Zhao Ying remained remarkably composed. As close friends of Yang Xiaomi, they were well aware of her fierce demeanor in daily life. Although she often portrayed a gentle and understanding image on screen, the reality was quite different. However, after her words left her lips, Yang Xiaomi momentarily fell silent. Yet, her anger swiftly returned as she glared at Chu Ye. It's all your fault. If it weren't for the persona my mother painstakingly built, how could it have collapsed so swiftly? Bah, scoundrel! Feeling the intensity of Yang Xiaomi's gaze, Chu Ye became even more convinced of his internal musings. Could it indeed be that love breeds such hatred? With ample inner turmoil to support his thoughts, he regarded Yang Xiaomi with increasing compassion. Thus, an unusual cycle was born between Chu Ye and Yang Xiaomi, and after a few breaths, it was Yang Xiaomi who yielded first. I propose a wager. Aware that her piercing gaze could no longer elicit any internal torment from Chu Ye, she decided to take decisive action. Chu Ye blinked in surprise. What did you just say? I propose a wager. In response to Chu Ye's astonished expression, Yang Xiaomi reiterated her words, and on her face, a touch of disdain appeared just perfectly. What is the matter? As a man, are you afraid? It must be said that Yang Xiaomi was indeed a talented actress. The expression of disdain she wore was guaranteed to ignite a man's competitive spirit with a thousandfold effect. As she spoke, Riba and Zhao Ying excitedly leaned in closer. It begins. Sister Mimi's wager. Noticing the mysterious exchange between Riba and Zhao Ying, Chen Jian's curiosity was piqued, and he joined them. What were you just discussing? What wager? Although he had supervised them through a day of laborious tasks, the delicious fish soup he had prepared had significantly improved their impression of him. Sister Mimi's wager is reputed to be the most terrifying curse in our circle. Upon hearing Chen Jian's words, Riba displayed a mysterious smile before speaking. Anyone who has wagered against Sister Mi has ultimately met with an unfortunate fate. Indeed. As soon as Riba finished her statement, Zhao Ying eagerly interjected. There was a male actor who, in disbelief, bet against Sister Me. He claimed that if he won, she would become his girlfriend. Can you guess what happened in the end? Observing the expressions of Zhao Ying and Reba, Chen Jian hesitated briefly before responding. That male actor lost? Yes, precisely. What is so mysterious about that? Zhao Ying retorted, while Chen Jian wore a look of disdain. Isn't it merely a bet against someone? Does it even qualify as a wager? He continued. If it were merely a loss, there would be nothing enigmatic about it. However, the day after betting against Sister Me, that male actor suffered a car accident, fracturing both legs. Zhao Ying raised her eyebrows triumphantly as she shot Chen Jian a scared yet expression. Moreover, it is not just him. Most who have bet against Sister Me have encountered misfortune. While Zhao Ying was busy making expressions, Reba quickly interjected, in our entertainment circle, one must avoid gatherings without Hugo, refrain from drinking with Huangbo, and above all, never bet against Sister Me. Observing the fervent conviction of the two, Chen Jian scoffed dismissively. Do you know how formidable Chu Ye is? No, Reba and Zhao Ying replied earnestly, shaking their heads. Then allow me to enlighten you. With a proud demeanor, Chen Jian continued. Since I have known Chu Ye, he has never lost a bet, regardless of how outrageous the wager may be. He always emerges victorious. As he spoke, Chen Jian could not help but recall his own dark experiences from the past. Chapter 198. The confident Yang Xiaomi. Upon reflecting on this, Chen Jian couldn't help but let out a sigh. He believed that his previous experiences could easily inspire a bestseller titled 100 Days Conquered Under the Gambler's Reign, destined to ignite fervor online. Observing the peculiar expression on Chen Jian's face, Reba and Zhao Ying were momentarily taken aback. Even if one wished to convey the prowess of Chu Ye, must it be accompanied by such a melancholic demeanor? Despite Chen Jian's somewhat strange expression, it did not diminish the trust that the two women held for Yang Xiaomi. After hearing Chen Jian's words, they promptly shook their heads in unison. Even so, he could never be a match for Sister Me. Ah, you two little girls. It seems you're truly unyielding until the bitter end. Noticing their obstinacy, Chen Jian inhaled deeply. In that case, why not engage in a wager? With that, his expression transformed, resembling a crafty fox that had just pilfered a hen. I wager that Chu Ye will surely triumph over Yang Xiaomi. As he spoke, Chen Jian exuded unwavering conviction, though he privately found the bet between Chu Ye and Yang Xiaomi somewhat absurd. However, past experiences had taught him to exercise utmost caution in any gambling affair related to Chu Ye, ultimately leaning towards Chu Ye's victory. Let us gamble. I refuse to believe that anyone can continue winning indefinitely. The straightforward Zhao Ying, upon hearing Chen Jian's proclamation, slapped her thigh with enthusiasm. If you lose, you must handle all our tasks from now on. Indeed, Reba chimed in, finally grasping the situation after Zhao Ying's declaration. And if you three were to lose? Chen Jian inquired, intrigued. How could we possibly lose? Zhao Ying responded without hesitation, shaking her head vigorously. If we were to lose, we would assist you with your chores. Are you truly serious? Chen Jian's countenance brightened at Zhao Ying's words. Are you certain you won't regret this? His voice trembled slightly. Unlike Yang Xiaomi and the others, Chen Jian's circumstances were exceedingly harsh. Even to this day, he had laundered all of Chu Ye's clothing, save for his underwear. Absolutely, Zhao Ying affirmed, thumping her chest confidently. As Zhao Ying, I speak with unwavering resolve, and I assure you, there is no hint of deceit in my words. I too. Chen Jian observed Zhao Ying's fervent gestures, and his lips twitched. He felt he had uncovered a hidden secret. Naturally, such thoughts remained unspoken. He was reluctant to jeopardize the rare opportunity to escape his dire circumstances. Very well, I accept this wager, Chen Jian declared, inwardly praying. Chu Ye, as a man of iron, perhaps you falter when confronted by a woman. Unbeknownst to Chu Ye and Yang Xiaomi, their wager had already been established by others. Observing the self-assured demeanor of Yang Xiaomi before him, Chu Ye felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. As the saying goes, it is difficult to dissuade a fool intent on their folly. Since the young lady is eager to leap into the abyss, I, Chu, cannot obstruct her path. After a faint smile graced his lips, and with a spirit of helpfulness, Chu Ye inquired, what do you intend to wager against me? As soon as Chu Ye's words left his lips, a confident glimmer appeared on Yang Xiaomi's face. If you lose while on this deserted island, and within the bounds of principle and morality, you must obey my commands. If I instruct you to chase chickens, you cannot go and play with dogs. Upon hearing this, a peculiar expression emerged on Chu Ye's face. This wager seemed oddly familiar. "And what if you lose?" he asked. "If I lose, whatever you say goes." Yang Xiaomi responded, her confidence unwavering. "Huh, I, the illustrious gambling deity of the entertainment industry, would never lose in a wager so seemingly assured." Little did she know, besides the likes of the fortunate and unfortunate gamblers, there existed an even more formidable adversary, the formidable underdog. Gazing at Yang Xiaomi, Chu Ye's expression grew even more peculiar. "Are you serious?" "Of course," she affirmed. However, upon noticing the slightly lecherous expression on Chu Ye's face, she quickly added, "Naturally, your demands must also adhere to moral standards and my principles." Hearing her words, Chu Ye nodded with calm assurance. Not a problem at all. After establishing some fundamental aspects of the wager, Chu Ye gestured towards Yang Xiaomi, saying, "Come here. Help me gather some sand and mud." Yang Xiaomi, taken aback by his request, furrowed her brow. "On what grounds?" she retorted, glaring fiercely at Chu Ye. "I have not lost yet." Chapter 199. Anxious Chen Jian. Upon hearing Yang Xiaomi's words, a faint smile appeared on Chu Ye's face. "I am well aware. But what gives you the right to dictate my actions?" As soon as Chu Ye finished speaking, Yang Xiaomi shot him a fierce glare. "Don't think that just because Yang Xiaomi, am easygoing, I could be easily bullied. Cough. Please do not misunderstand. I have no intention of mistreating you." After hearing Yang Xiaomi's retort, the smile on Chu Ye's face grew more pronounced. "However, have you forgotten that if you wish to remain here, you must contribute through labor?" As soon as Chu Ye's words left his lips, Yang Xiaomi was momentarily taken aback. It dawned upon her that indeed there was such a requirement. But why must I be the only one to work? Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, Yang Xiaomi placed her hands on her hips and glared at Chu Ye. "Are you plotting against me for your personal gain?" Chuckling at Yang Xiaomi's fierce demeanor, which resembled a furious lioness, Chu Ye smirked slightly. "I initially had no desire to reveal this, but since you have inquired so pointedly, I must speak the truth." Upon hearing Chu Ye's words, a smug expression crossed Yang Xiaomi's face. "I knew it. You, Chu Ye, are indeed targeting me. How despicable." However, her moment of triumph was short-lived, as Chu Ye's next remark nearly transformed her into a rampaging Godzilla in her fury. "Have you not realized that among everyone here, you consume the most?" Yang Xiaomi was at a loss for a suitable rebuttal, left momentarily speechless. "Aka me biaka, fine. I'll do it." After a few moments of contemplation, a flicker of indignation crossed her features, and she unleashed a loud shout at Chu Ye. In light of Yang Xiaomi's temperament, Chu Ye deemed her reaction to be indicative of incompetent rage. "Since you have accepted the reality, let us commence with the labor." With that, Chu Ye disregarded Yang Xiaomi, as he had stone carvings and wooden sculptures to create for Shattering. However, the sight of Chu Ye searching for suitable stones and wood on the beach was perceived by Yang Xiaomi as sheer idleness. Watching Chu Ye's actions, she scooped up a handful of sand with a fierce expression, cursing under her breath, "Damn you, Chu Ye. Once you lose, I will make you toil in the mud, and you won't be allowed any tools." Unbeknownst to Yang Xiaomi, Chu Ye remained blissfully unaware of her thoughts. He stood contentedly before a stone, contemplating his task. Unlike their previous competition, this time, as he was crafting a gift for Shattering, he could not afford to be careless. The stone before him was indeed a fitting material. If Yamamoto Kazuo were to discover that Chu Ye's earlier endeavors had been mere trifles, one could only speculate whether he would succumb to overwhelming despair. After a brief mental sketch of his design, Chu Ye promptly produced his Swiss Army knife and began to carve. Regardless of the circumstances, it can certainly be regarded as a product of the system. Thus, the Swiss Army knife is undoubtedly impeccable in both sharpness and resilience. Endowed with extraordinary carving skills, Chu Ye's speed in sculpting is remarkably swift. In just a few breaths, the stone before him began to transform. "Master, what are you doing?" Just as Chu Ye was engrossed in his carving, Chen Jian stumbled over. Upon witnessing Chu Ye's actions, a hint of urgency appeared on Chen Jian's face. Hearing Chen Jian's words, Chu Ye cast him a sidelong glance. "Can't you see? I'm carving the stone." As soon as Chu Ye finished speaking, Chen Jian's lips twitched involuntarily. Although everyone was aware of Chu Ye's formidable carving skills, they still needed to prioritize significant matters. "Master, I believe our immediate concern should be to attend to some serious business." Upon hearing Chen Jian's insistence, Chu Ye was momentarily taken aback. Serious business? Haven't we already dined today? It's about the gambling match, the gambling match. Observing Chu Ye's calm demeanor, Chen Jian was on the verge of losing his composure. Master, are you truly going to abandon the wager with Yang Xiaomi? While speaking, Chen Jian fixed his gaze on Chu Ye. I believe our foremost task now is to venture into the woods to search for wheat. Moreover, based on my deductions, if there are sweet potatoes in the forest, then surely we can also find wheat. Upon hearing Chen Jian's words, Chu Ye regarded him with astonishment. I had no idea you were such a deductive genius. In truth, Chen Jian's conjecture was indeed quite plausible. However, given the vastness of this deserted island, without the aid of the system, Chu Ye had little confidence in locating a habitat for wheat. Chapter 200. The need for understanding and tolerance during menopause. Upon hearing Chu Ye's words, Chen Jian could not help but twitch his lips. Boss, is this really the time to contemplate such matters? Observing the composed demeanor of Chu Ye, Chen Jian felt a deeper sense of grievance. Were it not for the disparity in their respective strengths, he would have inquired whether Chu Ye was intentionally targeting him. Why was it that, during our wager, you were so ferocious, yet when betting against Yang Xiaomi, you turned into a mere bystander? In truth, it was not only Chen Jian who harbored doubts. Even the audience began to question Chu Ye's actions. Fat Master, could it be that the notoriously blunt Chu has developed a sense of appreciation for beauty? Rolling Mill. As a man, I find Chu's behavior rather normal. After all, Yang Xiaomi is exceptionally attractive. Laughing Monarch. Is it possible that our great Chu is truly on the path to moral decline? Meanwhile, not far away in the woods, Baiyu stared at her phone with evident dissatisfaction. Ruo, why aren't you keeping an eye on Chu Ye? Startled by Baiyu's remark, Wang Ruo Xan paused for a moment before a smile crept on her face. What should I manage? He should not be lenient towards Yang Xiaomi. With conviction, Baiyu responded, just look at him now. He is clearly coveting her beauty. That's not the case. Before Baiyu could finish her thought, Wang Ruo Xen playfully flicked her nose. He made a promise to Xen. How could he possibly go easy? Observing Wang Ruo Xen's confidence, Baiyu felt a pang of frustration. Ruo Xen, you must understand that men are visual creatures. Perhaps he is already enticed by Yang Xiaomi. Unfazed by Baiyu's words, Wang Ruo Xen shook her head with conviction. I trust he won't. How could such an intelligent person like me give birth to a foolish daughter? Their conversation was broadcasted live, causing a stir in the Wang family estate. Upon hearing his daughter's words, Wang Hu shattered another teacup in dismay. How many men in this world are truly worthy? As he stared melancholically at the shards scattered on the floor, Wang Hu reflected on his youth as a notorious scoundrel. Thus, he held far less faith in Chu Ye than Wang Ruo Xian did. To be candid, with the beauty of Yang Xiaomi and others, even in his youth, he might not have been able to resist, especially considering her status as a national goddess. However, as this thought crossed his mind, Wang Hu noticed that the girls surrounding Chu Ye on the deserted island were not lacking in allure either. This realization deepened his worries. My foolish daughter, please be more discerning. In stark contrast, the audience online had a different perspective. Upon hearing Wang Ruo Xian's statement, envy gleamed in everyone's eyes. Shujiao, if Chu and Ruo Xian are not true love, then I would gladly eat excrement while standing on my head. I possess a small tree. I have consumed this morsel of dog food. Acknowledgement. I have consumed this morsel of dog food. The inner thoughts of the audience and my father-in-law are undoubtedly unknown to Chu Ye, who at this moment gazes contentedly at the stones and wood before him. Naturally, these stones and what ought to be regarded as works of art. Chu Ye, I have finished with my sandu. As the words hung halfway in the air, Yang Xiaomi, who initially wore a dissatisfied expression, was utterly stunned. Heavens, what is this? Before Chu Ye lay an adorably clumsy white fawn, with a little bird perched upon its antlers. Observing Yang Xiaomi's astonished de mianor, Chu Ye cast a calm glance her way. Just a little trinket I carved. Upon hearing Chu Ye's words, Yang Xiaomi, who had been somewhat surprised, involuntarily twitched her lips and then let out a cold snort. What is there to be proud of? By tomorrow, you shall heed my words. Yang Xiaomi would never admit that this was born from jealousy over a lack of skill. Hearing her retort, Chu Ye shot her a disdainful look. Wake up. It's not dark yet. Do not indulge in dreams. Just wait and see. Faced with Chu Ye's blunt rebuttal, Yang Xiaomi's expression stiffened. She harbored no doubts about the potential success of this wager. It is crucial to note that their wager was time-sensitive. Should Chu Ye fail to locate the wheat by tomorrow afternoon, victory would be hers. Particularly after witnessing Chu Ye's behavior today. Yang Xiaomi had even dismissed any thoughts of covert sabotage. If Chu Ye could find the wheat in this state, she would willingly stand on her head and sing conqueror. After hearing Yang Xiaomi's words, Chu Ye paid her no mind. Women, during their midlife phases, invariably require more patience and understanding. Thankfully, Yang Xiaomi remained oblivious to Chu Ye's true thoughts. Otherwise, she would surely confront him fiercely. You are the one in midlife. Your entire family is in midlife. I'm 22 this year, eternally in my youth. Chapter 201. The disparity between Yang Xiaomi and the fool. Fortunately, such occurrences have yet to transpire. Perhaps due to prior experiences with mud, Yang Mi skillfully crafted a commendable mound of sand. With the aid of her extraordinary sculpting skills, within mere minutes, a panda, cradling a bamboo, appeared before her. Observing a panda, meticulously sculpted by a fool, gradually take form before her eyes, Yang Xiaomi's gaze towards Chu Ye shifted to one of peculiarity. Despite his less-than-appealing personality, his looks and this talent could undoubtedly enchant countless young women. Regrettably, he is already married, with a daughter to boot. As this thought emerged, Yang Xiaomi was momentarily taken aback, mentally chastising herself with 2 firm slaps. Yang Xiaomi, what on earth are you contemplating? What is wrong with you? Noticing Yang Xiaomi's sudden flush, Chu Ye was momentarily startled. Is she unwell? And no, a flicker of panic crossed Yang Xiaomi's face upon hearing Chu Ye's words. I merely think this panda is rather impressive. Chu Ye, not overly concerned with her unusual demeanor, nodded earnestly at her comment. Indeed, and I believe this panda bears a striking resemblance to you. As soon as Chu Ye's words left his lips, Yang Xiaomi's complexion deepened in hue, her heart racing with unease. Is he implying that I am as adorable as it? It is worth noting that this panda was sculpted using Chu Ye's divine skills, vividly capturing the creature's endearing charm. Moreover, upon hearing Chu Ye's words, a multitude of conjectures swirled in Yang Xiaomi's mind. No wonder he had been so antagonistic towards me. He must have been trying to capture my attention. With her vivid imagination, Yang Xiaomi had constructed an entire dramatic narrative. In her view, Chu Ye had fallen for her at first sight, yet burdened by his familial commitments. He felt a profound sense of longing akin to I have lived while you have yet to be born. In light of this regret, Chu Ye resorted to various methods to garner her attention, such as assigning her tasks. What am I to do? Glancing at Chu Ye's profile, Yang Xiaomi felt her heartbeat quicken. Yang Xiaomi, you must remain steadfast. You will not be easily swayed. Just as she encouraged herself internally, Chu Ye's voice resonated once more. In my opinion, you truly resemble it. With that statement, before Yang Xiaomi could respond, Chu Ye oddly hurried away. Watching his retreating figure, Yang Xiaomi's heart raced even more. Was that a confession? As she gazed at the panda before her, Yang Xiaomi's eyes gradually became distant. Indeed, it resembles a charming little sand. Chu Ye, I am your sworn enemy. After a few breaths, a piercing scream erupted from the deserted island, followed by Yang Xiaomi's furious voice. You are the real fool. Your entire family are fools. In that moment, Yang Xiaomi completely cast aside her last shred of idol persona. If one were to merely observe her facial expressions, no one would believe she was a national goddess. Of course, her ire stemmed not only from Chu Ye's roundabout insults, but also from her own misunderstandings. The thought of the grand drama she had just conjured up made her wish she could vanish into a crevice in the earth. That sense of humiliation was akin to lounging on her sofa, absent-mindedly picking at her feet while munching on snacks, only for her idol to unexpectedly burst in. In stark contrast to the furious Yang Xiaomi, the livestream room was abuzz with laughter. March rain, location, SH City, First Municipal Hospital, 3rd floor men's restroom. First stall, kind-hearted souls, please send some toilet paper. I just tore mine while laughing. Gulanian, no need to rush, your toilet paper is on its way. It is expected to arrive in no less than 33 days. Zhu and Hunter, I admit I overthought things earlier. I repent and apologize. Chu God is indeed still the same Chu God, as steadfast as steel. Moreover, many captured screenshots of the enraged Yang Xiaomi, transforming them into a series of memes. Within mere minutes, a trending topic titled Yang Xiaomi's emotion management goes awry surged to the top of the Weibo hot search list. It is likely that Yang Xiaomi would never have imagined that the image she had meticulously maintained for years would be utterly shattered in the span of a single day. Meanwhile, Chu Ye remained oblivious to Yang Xiaomi's sentiments. He was currently engrossed in examining the map within his mind, exhilarated after having just sculpted the panda art piece. Chapter 202. The First Law of the System Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the task and receiving the reward. A plot of wild wheat production area. As the system's voice echoed in his mind, a three-dimensional map materialized in Chu Ye's consciousness. Upon glancing at the location of the wheat on the map, a knowing expression graced Chu Ye's face. True to the system's customary style, the wheat production site was indeed situated not far from their current location, requiring merely a short journey of a few minutes. Observing the darkening sky and contemplating for a moment, Chu Ye ultimately decided to postpone the search until the morrow. After all, the wheat would remain in place, incapable of sprouting legs and fleeing. Daddy, where's the gift you prepared for Xiner? As Chu Ye pondered, the voice of little Xiner chimed in. Her large, curious eyes scanned Chu Ye, evidently searching for her present. Witnessing Xiner's eager expression, a smile inevitably spread across Chu Ye's face. Daddy has it ready. Let's go and see your gift together. With that, he bent down to lift Xiner into his arms, while his other hand grasped the equally eager little chubby Wang Guoji, and they made their way toward the three sculptures. Wow, what a beautiful puppy. And this little bird is lovely too. Upon arriving at their destination, Xiner could hardly contain her excitement and leaped from Chu Ye's embrace. After expressing her admiration for the stone deer and wooden bird, her gaze fell upon the sand-sculpted. Well, it seems somewhat amiss, panda. This little dog is so chubby, just like the little fatty. Chu Ye couldn't help but stifle a chuckle at her innocent remarks, recalling how he had just playfully used a similar phrase to tease someone moments ago. This is not a puppy. Reining in his laughter, he explained to Xiner, this is merely a deer. After introducing the deer, he pointed at the panda. And this is a panda. Upon hearing Chu Ye's words, Xiner was momentarily taken aback, then looked again at the sand sculpture. This is a panda, right, Daddy? Xiner wants to keep a panda too. As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with anticipation, clearly unable to resist the allure of such an adorable creature. Ding! Congratulations, host, on triggering a new task. Please check promptly. Just as Xiner finished speaking, the system's voice reverberated in Chu Ye's mind. Hearing the system's announcement, Chu Ye felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. System, I believe one should not act so impulsively when making decisions. Ding! Detecting host's emotions. Should you abandon the task? A penalty of enforced feminine attire for 1 month will be imposed, whether it was merely a figment of his imagination or not. Chu Ye sensed a hint of delight in the system's voice. Will you abandon the task? It is you, my esteemed lord. Upon hearing the system's words, Chu Ye did not hesitate to express his disdain. He checked the task panel, raising a middle finger at the system, before reluctantly directing his gaze towards his task interface, clinging to a shred of hope. However, upon discerning the details of the task displayed, his last glimmer of optimism was extinguished. Task: Panda Keeper description: as fellow adorable creatures. They surely belong together. Requirement: prepare a panda as a pet for little Xiner. Deadline: 1 week task reward. Divine level painting failure penalty. Compulsory female attire for 1 month. Dog system: do you truly believe this is feasible? Chu Ye's lips twitched as he spoke. Do you think this is as simple as raising a husky? This is undoubtedly your sinister plot. Ding! Please refrain from underestimating the system's integrity. According to the first law of the system, this system shall never issue an impossible task. As soon as Chu Ye finished speaking, the system responded. Taken aback by the system's voice, Chu Ye pondered, the first law of the system? So, you possess other laws? There is also the second law of the system. A system that does not bully its host is not a good system. Dear, please inform me who penned this law. I wish to grant them a buff. Perhaps realizing it had misspoken, the system chose to remain silent in response to Chu Ye's words this time. Observing the dog system's disinterest, Chu Ye could only sigh, hoping it would indeed adhere to the so-called first law. If he were to prance around in female attire on this desolate island for a month, he would have no face left to show the world, especially considering it would be broadcast live, habitually offering the system a middle finger. Chu Ye finally turned to little Xiner, presenting her with a peculiar smile. Rest assured, Xiner, when the time comes, I will certainly help you catch a panda for a pet. Thank you, Daddy. Exiner always knew you were the best. Watching the delighted expression on little Exiner's face, Chu Ye could not help but feel his lips twitch once more. Chapter 203. Jingjing is a panda if it weren't for the certainty that the system could only communicate with himself. Chu Ye would almost suspect that his daughter had been led astray by this fellow. How could the little darling, once as soft as a cotton-padded jacket, transform into this in the blink of an eye? Sheener, you can play by yourself for now. Daddy wants some quiet time. Upon hearing Chu Ye's words, little Sheener paused in surprise and then looked at him with a puzzled expression. Daddy, who is Jingjing? Jingjing is not a person. Then what is Jingjing? Observing Sheener's determination to get to the bottom of this, Chu Ye contemplated for a moment before responding. Jingjing is a panda. Oh, then I want a Jingjing too. Seeing the innocence on Sheener's face, Chu Ye took a deep breath, suddenly feeling a bit misty-eyed. This could not possibly be my little princess. Fortunately, as evening descended, it soon became time for Sheener to sleep, which rescued Chu Ye from her endless inquiries. However, even after she fell asleep, Chu Ye had a terrifying dream. He dreamt of Sheener chasing after him, peppering him with questions, especially about Jingjing. Isn't that Chu Ye? Thanks to this dream, the next day, Chu Ye bore the rare sight of dark circles under his eyes. Upon seeing Chu Ye's condition, Yang Xiaomi displayed a hint of disdain on her face. Are you so anxious about losing that you couldn't rest all night? Clearly, after the absurd events of the previous day, Yang Xiaomi's hostility towards Chu Ye had deepened. It was evident that if glares could kill, Chu Ye would already be receiving services from a professional team. Upon hearing Yang Xiaomi's words, a broad smile spread across Chu Ye's face. Get ready, starting today, you will have an additional task. As he spoke with confidence, Chu Ye thought to himself, I, Chu, am a man who possesses the map. If I were to lose under such circumstances, I might as well give up entirely. Seeing Chu Ye's expression only fueled Yang Xiaomi's anger. Despite being teased by him the previous day, she had still experienced an unpublishable dream last night. The thought of her embarrassing state upon waking that morning led her to blame Chu Ye without a second thought. Stubborn as a dead duck. You'll be losing soon anyway. With that, Yang Xiaomi lifted her head high, resembling a swan, and walked past Chu Ye. Chen Jian, hurry and prepare dinner. We need to go out shortly. Upon hearing Chu Ye's words, Chen Jian was momentarily taken aback. Where are we going? Notably, Chen Jian's condition was not much better than Chu Ye's, as he too bore dark circles under his eyes. Last night, he had tossed and turned, unable to sleep, consumed by the thought of his wager with Reba and Zhaoying. Was it possible that he, Chen, was truly going to be outsmarted by two young girls? Of course, Chu Ye was unaware of Chen Jian's predicament. Upon witnessing Chen Jian's appearance, he initially thought that this fellow had engaged in traditional craftsmanship the previous night. For given his character, such a notion was not entirely implausible. After hearing Chen Jian's words, Chu Ye did not conceal his intentions, promptly stating, go out and search for wheat. Certainly, as soon as Chu Ye finished speaking, Chen Jian, who had previously seemed somewhat lethargic, suddenly let out a resounding shout and dashed towards the cooking area. Rest assured, master, I shall prepare the meal swiftly, regardless of the circumstances. Chu Ye's willingness to venture forth in search of wheat was undoubtedly preferable to remaining idle. At the very least, it instilled a glimmer of hope in Chen Jian. Chu Ye was unaware of Chen Jian's inner thoughts and the covert wager he had made. Thus, he could only attribute Chen Jian's enthusiasm to his admiration for the handsome figure before him. Observing Chen Jian's departing silhouette, Chu Ye proudly caressed his own face. As a strikingly handsome individual, I bear an undue amount of pressure. Eager to find wheat, Chen Jian expedited his cooking, completing the task in a significantly shorter time than usual. After 40 minutes, he turned to Chu Ye with an eager expression. Master, shall we set off? Taken aback by Chen Jian's words, Chu Ye, who had just finished his meal and had yet to wipe his mouth, hesitated. Isn't this a bit hasty? Hasty? Not at all. Chen Jian quickly shook his head in response to Chu Ye's remark. The quest for wheat is crucial to our future quality of life. It cannot possibly be deemed hasty. He spoke with genuine sincerity, casting an earnest gaze at Chu Ye. If circumstances permitted, Chen Jian would have preferred to forego breakfast entirely to embark on the search, thereby gaining an additional 40 minutes. Before Chu Ye could respond, Yang Xiaomi interjected, Searching for wheat? Are you saying you have not yet given up? She looked at Chu Ye with a puzzled expression. as she believed he should have relinquished the wager the previous day. Chapter 204. A man's sixth sense. Upon hearing Yang Xiaomi's words, Chu Ye was momentarily taken aback, only to quickly reveal an expression of understanding. He had not anticipated that his actions from the previous day had led her to mistakenly believe he had given up. Casting a glance at the astonished Yang Xiaomi, he spoke directly. It is impossible to give up, never in this lifetime. The only way to sustain our existence is through arduous struggle. As he spoke, Chu Ye flashed a broad smile, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. Prepare yourself, for once I return with the wheat, we shall commence our labor. Yang Xiaomi, upon hearing Chu Ye's words, was first stunned, then laughed in exasperation. In her view, Chu Ye was exceedingly arrogant. Did he think the wheat was akin to a beloved pet that would come running at the mere call of its name? With an ambiguous smile gracing her face, she turned her gaze back to Chu Ye, declaring, whether you win or lose remains to be seen. Soon, you shall conquer before me. Hearing Yang Xiaomi's resolute tone, Chu Ye's lips twitched in response. Indeed, the heart of a woman can be quite venomous. This girl intends to treat me, Chu, in such a ruthless manner. Setting aside other considerations, he knew that if he were to conquer live to a global audience, he would undoubtedly achieve notoriety, though certainly not of the favorable kind. Master, let us set forth without delay, Chen Jian interjected, observing the standoff between Chu Ye and Yang Xiaomi, akin to two roosters locked in a stare. This girl is clearly trying to buy time, and our hours are dwindling. As soon as Chen Jian's words fell, Chu Ye inhaled sharply, eyes wide with astonishment as he regarded Yang Xiaomi. This girl possesses such intelligence. Without waiting for her response, he hastened towards the direction indicated on the map, gesturing to Chen Jian, come on, let's fetch the wheat home. Watching Chu Ye and Chen Jian apart, Yang Xiaomi could not help but stamp her foot in frustration. Upon your return, I shall ensure you learn the true meaning of regret. The mere thought that Chu Ye had dared to question her intellect filled her with indignation. Unbeknownst to Chu Ye, who was now focused on the journey ahead with Chen Jian, he was unaware of the turmoil within Yang Xiaomi's heart. Master, where shall we search for the wheat? Chen Jian inquired, his earlier confidence evaporating the moment they left Yang Xiaomi behind. In truth, he harbored little faith in this venture. His previous bravado had merely been a fade. Fear not, the wheat lies just ahead, Chu Ye replied, a hint of a smile gracing his features. As soon as the words left his lips, Chen Jian's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he turned to Chu Ye, asking, Master, how do you know this? As Chen Jian spoke, his entire body trembled, and the flesh on his face rippled like waves. Observing the composed demeanor of Chu Ye, Chen Jian suddenly came to a realization. No wonder Chu Ye appeared so unruffled. No wonder he had not taken action. He was evidently confident and fully prepared. Not only Chen Jian, but even Yang Xiaomi, Riba, and Zhao Ying, who were watching the live stream at their residence, began to exhibit peculiar expressions. Sister me, could it be that Chu Ye truly knows where the wheat grows? Observing the worried expressions of Zhao Ying and Riba, Yang Xiaomi hesitated. I am not certain. Watching the self-assured Chu Ye on the screen, a sense of panic welled up within Yang Xiaomi. In her quest for understanding her adversary to ensure victory, she had borrowed a phone from Baiyu to monitor the situation after Chu Ye and Chen Jian had departed. To her astonishment, she received information about the enemy much sooner than anticipated. The mere thought of Chu Ye's insufferable visage made her heart flutter with unease. Could it be that everything was part of his grand scheme? While Yang Xiaomi and the others were in shock, Chen Jian had already shaken off his conjectures. After displaying a look of admiration towards Chu Ye, he finally inquired, Master, how did you know there was wheat ahead? Chen Jian did not doubt Chu Ye's words. As the first person on the island to encounter Chu Ye and Xiao Shiner, he possessed a clear understanding of Chu Ye's cunning nature. Given Chu Ye's principles, he was certainly capable of such tactical deception. However, how he discovered it could not possibly be attributed to the presence of a system. Upon hearing Chen Jian's question, a cryptic smile appeared in Chu Ye's eyes. And with unwavering confidence, he declared, it comes from my sixth sense as a man. At that moment, as Chu Ye's words left his lips, Chen Jian felt a heaviness in his chest, as if an old grudge were about to burst forth. Chapter 205. Chen Jian's ingenious plan. I, Chen Jian, have navigated the rivers and lakes for countless years, and I possess a certain awareness of the sixth sense attributed to women. But do men truly possess such an intuition? With this thought lingering, I cast a look of deep melancholy towards Chu Ye. It seemed to me that Chu Ye had merely chosen a direction at random, and his previous response was nothing more than an attempt to fool me. Chen. Upon Chu Ye's utterance, a palpable sigh of relief escaped the lips of Yang Xiaomi and her companions in our dwelling. The notion of a man's sixth sense? Especially Yang Xiaomi, brimming with pride, confidently proclaimed, "A woman's sixth sense tells me that this time Chu Ye will surely fail to locate the wheat." As she spoke, her expression radiated confidence. It was a jest. If one were to compare intelligence and martial prowess between Chu Ye and myself, I could endure the contest. However, when it comes to the sixth sense, I wager my feminine dignity, and you are destined to lose. Indeed, upon hearing Yang Xiaomi's words, Reba and Zhaoing nodded in solemn agreement. They felt a challenge had been issued. As women, it was outrageous for anyone to dare compete with them in the realm of intuition, akin to seeking death in a latrine by shining a light. In truth, it was not just Yang Xiaomi and her companions who harbored such sentiments. Following Chu Ye's declaration, even the audience's expressions shifted subtly. Xian Yuan 11. As a fellow plump individual, I feel for Chen Jian. After finally clinging to the leg of the divine Chu, he is now destined to lose. Kuanglong's attitude. I suspect that the plumpness is the reason Chu can't take him soaring. Luo Xin. I concur with the previous sentiment. Yuan Fong. What are your thoughts? Yuan Fong the mouse. My lord, there must be some hidden intricacies in this matter. Chen Jian remained oblivious to the fact that he had become the scapegoat for Chu Ye's impending failure in the eyes of netizens. Had he been aware of their opinions, he might have spat out a mouthful of blood and put on a dramatic performance akin to Do Yi's grievance. Of course, even at this moment, Chen Jian's mood was not significantly brighter. Were it not for the consideration of the martial disparity between himself and Chu Ye, he would have been tempted to twist the latter's head off to ascertain whether it was filled with water. After years of being a man, how had I, Chen Jian, never encountered the concept of a sixth sense? What, you don't believe me? Observing Chen Jian's peculiar expression, Chu Ye innocently inquired. Upon hearing Chu Ye's words, a forced, textbook smile spread across Chen Jian's face as he retorted, "Do you believe that I, Chen, should trust you now? Master, could you perhaps choose a different manner of speech?" What? Seeing Chen Jian's bewildered demeanor, Chu Ye was momentarily taken aback. Even claiming to have drawn this direction by chance would be more credible than invoking the sixth sense. As soon as Chu Ye finished speaking, Chen Jian could not help but interject, "That notion is a woman's exclusive domain." After expressing his skepticism towards Chu Ye, Chen Jian immediately clasped his hands together and began to pray earnestly. "Amitabha, all-powerful Lord, please guide your devoted follower." Upon hearing the words that escaped Chen Jian's lips, Chu Ye could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Is this fellow serious? Just as Chu Ye pondered whether to assist Chen Jian in untangling the intricate relationship between the Buddha and God, the online realm erupted in chaos. Temujin proclaimed, "It's confirmed. This rotund individual is the root cause of Chu Shen's shattered divinity." A vendor selling oranges remarked, "One need not fear a godlike adversary, but rather a pig-like ally. Encountering Chen Jian is a lifelong blunder." Furthermore, some even took to the internet to chant the slogan, "Eliminate Chen Jian, aid Chu Shen." The moment this rallying cry emerged, it garnered widespread endorsement, as many believed that sacrificing this plump fellow would restore Chu Ye's invincible divinity. Naturally, this was information unbeknownst to both Chen Jian and Chu Ye. "Fatty, may I pose a question?" On the deserted island, after Chen Jian completed his prayers, Chu Ye turned to him earnestly. Taken aback by Chu Ye's inquiry, Chen Jian soon regained his composure, resolutely patting his chest. "Master, fear not. I shall devise a plan for you." Before Chu Ye could fully process the situation, Chen Jian, wearing an enigmatic expression, continued, "Master, I believe that if you can win over Yang Xiaomi's heart, even in defeat, she will not hold it against you." With this statement, Chen Jian's confidence surged further. He considered his scheme to be nothing short of flawless. "Although you may falter this time, I believe that with your rather unfortunate visage, you still stand a chance of captivating that young lady." As he spoke, Chen Jian could not help but silently commend himself. His earnest efforts to devise a strategy for Chu Ye were, of course, driven by his own motives. Yang Xiaomi was the leader of the trio, comprising herself, Reba, and Zhao Ying. If his master managed to win her over, then even in loss, those two young ladies would surely refrain from holding anything against him. Chapter 206. The Allure of Beauty. As for why I, Chen, would allow Chu Ye to employ the allure of beauty instead of doing it myself, do I appear to be so lacking in self-awareness? While devising this scheme in my mind, I silently bestowed upon myself an abundance of praise, for I, indeed, am a genius. After Chen Jian finished speaking, on the deserted island, both Reba and Zhao Ying swiftly turned their gazes towards Yang Xiaomi. Sister me, you must not fall for his tricks. What should we do? If he truly attempts to seduce me, should I agree, or perhaps agree? Upon sensing the concern etched upon Reba and Zhao Ying's faces, Yang Xiaomi felt her cheeks flush, only to be swiftly engulfed by indignation. Do you both truly see me as someone so easily swayed? As she spoke, she unceremoniously tugged at Reba and Zhao Ying's ears. Hearing Yang Xiaomi's words, Reba and Zhao Ying grimaced in response, yet they nodded resolutely. Sister me, such matters are not so easily dismissed. After all, Chu Ye is incredibly handsome, and he possesses numerous talents. Observing Zhao Ying's rapid enumeration of Chu Ye's merits, Reba could not help but roll her eyes at her. Could it be that this fellow is an undercover agent for that chubby guy? Is she truly worried that Sister Me might not withstand the temptation? However, upon reflection, Reba helplessly realized that she had no valid counterarguments against Zhao Ying's assertions. As Zhao Ying continued to elaborate, even suggesting that if one did not succumb to temptation, they could not be considered a woman of sound aesthetic judgment. Yang Xiaomi finally reached her limit. With a slight tug, Zhao Ying's eyes brimmed with tears. Sister Me, I was wrong. Please let go. My ear is about to fall off. Upon hearing Zhao Ying's plea, a sly smile crept across Yang Xiaomi's face. Ah, you little minx. How could you enumerate so many of Chu Ye's strengths? Speak. Have you secretly coveted his beauty? I haven't. I did not. It is impossible. The moment Yang Xiaomi's words left her lips, Zhao Ying jumped as if her tail had been stepped on. Her face instantly flushed. Watching the flustered Zhao Ying shake her head in vehement denial, Yang Xiaomi's eyes glimmered with a peculiar light. This girl is quite unusual. Meanwhile, leaving the trio's banter aside, upon hearing Chen Jian's clever stratagem, Chu Ye's mouth twitched, eventually revealing a strange smile. Chen Jian, how did I not realize before that you possess such a sharp intellect? Of course. As soon as Chu Ye finished speaking, a broad smile spread across Chen Jian's face. I usually keep a low profile, but now that my master is in danger, my brilliant mind must swiftly take the high ground. Upon hearing Chen Jian's words, Chu Ye wore a knowing smile. I appreciate your goodwill, and I shall convey your sacrifices to Ruo Hexen. What? As soon as Chu Ye's words left his lips, Chen Jian erupted with a vehement shout, his eyes brimming with an abyss of despair. Master, I was wrong. Please, do not take such a course of action. As he spoke, Chen Jian's voice grew hoarse. If there was anyone Chen Jian feared most on the deserted island, it was not Chu Ye or the innocent Xiao Xen, but the ethereal beauty, Wang Ruo Xian. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together, and observing the cunning nature of both Chu Ye and Xiao Xen, one could easily surmise that Wang Ruo Xian was no benevolent soul. In truth, Chen Jian had suffered greatly at her hands during this period, especially after taking Chu Ye as his master. Wang Ruo Xian had transformed in Chen Jian's eyes into a formidable force, akin to a raging flood. Just the thought of his terrifying master-mother discovering that he had instigated his master to pursue other women sent chills down his spine as he envisioned his grim fate. Noticing Chen Jian's ashen complexion, Chu Ye was momentarily taken aback. While he was aware that Wang Ruo Xian had been toying with Chen Jian, he had not anticipated the extent of Chen Jian's fear. Enough, let this matter rest for now. Chu Ye finally spoke after scrutinizing Chen Jian. However, should such an occurrence arise again, I shall not hold back. Upon hearing Chu Ye's words, Chen Jian's face instantly illuminated with hope. A surge of exhilaration akin to a reprieve from calamity. Master, rest assured, there shall be no next time. To demonstrate his sincerity, Chen Jian unabashedly made Yang Xiaomi the scapegoat. In this world, aside from the master mother, who else could possibly be worthy of you? That girl, Yang Xiaomi, has such a foul temper and a meager intellect. Apart from her ample bosom, she possesses no redeeming qualities. Little did Chen Jian know As he spoke, Yang Xiaomi, who was watching the live broadcast, was on the verge of grinding her teeth to dust. Chapter 207. So thick, so large, so hard in an instant. Comrade Chen Jian successfully supplanted Chu Ye, becoming the foremost name on Yang Xiaomi's list of targets. Gazing at Chen Jian's rotund visage on the screen, Yang Xiaomi's expression grew increasingly peculiar. You glutton, you're finished. Unbeknownst to Chen Jian, the audience reveled in the unfolding drama. Xiao Jun, heartfelt congratulations to Comrade Chen Jian for establishing the wall-sitting self-sabotage trend. Sour Scholar, this tale imparts a vital lesson. If one is excessively overweight, one should refrain from being swayed by the breeze, lest one truly finds oneself unable to rise. Dark Racer, as a fellow fence-sitter, I must declare that this fellow brings us shame. The intelligence of the vast online community remains unfathomable, and through their concerted efforts, Comrade Chen Jian acquired yet another moniker, the ancestor of self-sabotage, after delivering a scathing rebuke to Yang Xiaomi, expressing his genuine sentiments. Chen Jian turned to Chu Ye in confusion. Master, what were you about to say? Upon hearing Chen Jian's inquiry, Chu Ye recalled the matter at hand. Glancing at Chen Jian, he pointed towards the distance. Do you see those thick, long objects? Could they be the legendary wheat? As a wild racer, Chen Jian quickly discerned the direction of the mythical black steering wheel from Chu Ye's words. What on earth? However, as he followed Chu Ye's gesture, he couldn't help but exclaim in a mainstream tone, indeed, they are remarkably thick, long, and quite hard. Hearing the exchange between Chu Ye and Chen Jian, Yang Xiaomi and her companions in the dwelling blushed, then collectively spat in disdain. Perverted. Yet, as the camera shifted once more, the three fell silent. The audience fell silent. And even Wang Hu, who was fuming in the Wang family courtyard, fell silent. Beneath the lens, a field of golden stalks swayed gently in the breeze, their heavy ears of rice bending them into a bowing posture. How could this be? Yang Xiaomi gasped upon seeing these plants. Though she had not engaged in much agricultural work, she recognized wheat when she saw it. Indeed, before Chu Ye lay a field of fully ripened wheat. More crucially, these stalks appeared to be of superior quality. Could it be that men truly possess a sixth sense? Like Yang Xiaomi, Zhao Ying and Reba fell into silence. After a prolonged moment, a flicker of sorrow crossed Zhao Ying's eyes. Was it that Chu Ye's sixth sense was exceptionally keen, or was I merely a false woman? In an instant, a look of utter grievance washed over Zhao Ying's face. How foolish I am. I truly believed only women had a sixth sense, never considering that men might possess it as well. Had I known men had such intuition, I would never have accepted this wager. Reba's expression mirrored Zhao Ying's, undoubtedly reflecting a similar sentiment. In truth, it was not only Reba and Zhao Ying who harbored such thoughts. Many viewers of the live broadcast were equally astonished. In the realm of ethereal entities, it was evident to me. I had an inkling that this would transpire. The bread crab incident was reminiscent. How could the wheat possibly evade its fate? Why, oh why, does Lord Chu possess such an uncanny sixth sense? Am I merely an impostor of masculinity? Fear not, dear soul above, for deities and mortals are inherently distinct. Have I alone perceived the adjectives that describe both Lord Chu and Chen Jian? Robusto, one exhilarating term that evokes fervor. The illustrious presence above has indeed captivated me. Your prowess has rendered me unable to regard wheat in the same light henceforth. Such audacious expressions, I find them delightful. Under the guidance of a rather whimsical internet user, the atmosphere of the live broadcast transformed into something extraordinary. In stark contrast to Lord Chu's fortuitous luck and his elusive sixth sense, it was clear that the occupants of the live stream were far more intrigued by these audacious words. Unbeknownst to them, a mere utterance from Chu Ye and Chen Jian had inadvertently bestowed numerous seasoned individuals with the urge to revel in a thrilling escapade. At that moment, they were wholly entranced by the wheat before them. He. The mere thought of my wager with Reba and Zhao Ying made Chen Jian's smile begin to falter. Who would have thought that I, Chen, would have a moment of redemption? Never before had he felt so astute. Indeed, firmly grasping Lord Chu's substantial leg will be my unwavering objective for the next century. Observing the repugnant expression on Chen Jian's visage, Chu Ye could not suppress the twitch of his lips, and with a decisive kick, urged him, do not squander time. Commence the harvest. Yes, the harvest. Upon hearing Chu Ye's words, Chen Jian's mouth instantly watered with anticipation. Although they had not been deprived of meat, such as fish, shrimp, or rabbit during this time, it was unequivocal that wheat was their true necessity at present. Without awaiting further instruction from Chu Ye, Chen Jian swiftly set about his task. Chapter 208. The enigmatic sorceress. Although lacking suitable tools, Chen Jian found no obstacle in his endeavor. Their only objective was the finest wheat ears atop the stalks. So without hesitation, he aggressively tore down the wheat before him. Witnessing Chen Jian's actions, Chu Ye couldn't help but twitch his lips. If a farmer were to observe this behavior, he might very well raise his hoe to impart a lesson on cruelty. Of course, such an occurrence was unlikely, as the crops being ravaged were, after all, unclaimed. Despite the brutality of Chen Jian's methods, one could not deny the efficacy. Within a mere half hour, he had amassed a substantial bundle of wheat. "Master, is this amount sufficient?" Chen Jian inquired, panting slightly as he turned to Chu Ye, taken aback by the question. Chu Ye eventually nodded. "For now, it is adequate. Later, you should return with Belle and the others to harvest more. They will need provisions for a year on this desolate island, so collecting additional wheat is indeed necessary." Fortunately, this was a reward bestowed by the system, ensuring an ample supply. Chen Jian did not contest Chu Ye's words. He was well aware of the necessity of the task at hand. After nodding in agreement, the two made their way back to their dwelling, their pace noticeably slower than when they had set out. Nevertheless, despite the heavy burden of wheat on his back, Chen Jian's face radiated joy. With this return, he felt like a victor. The thought of Reba and Zhao Ying assisting him in labor stirred excitement within him. At last, I, Chen, shall rise from the depths of mediocrity. Listening to Chen Jian's peculiar laughter, Chu Ye's countenance darkened. Should I distance myself from this fool? I can't shake the feeling that foolishness might be contagious. Fortunately, the journey back to their dwelling wasn't lengthy. Otherwise, Chu Ye feared he might find himself compelled to deal with Chen Jian's insufferable demeanor. After half an hour, upon sighting the red house before him, Chen Jian let out a long sigh of relief. "At last, we are back." He unceremoniously dropped the wheat onto the ground and plopped down beside it. Although the distance was not great, for a man of his stature, carrying such a weight was undeniably taxing. As Chen Jian rested, Chu Ye suddenly exclaimed, "Someone else is approaching?" Not far from them stood a burly man, adorned with a bulbous light atop his head, engaged in conversation with Belle. "Master, you have finally returned." As Chu Ye made this observation, Belle and the others also caught sight of him. With the little light bulb hastily rushing to the front of Chu Ye, Belle finally spoke. "Gijwu, this is my master, Chu Ye, a formidable warrior from the Dragon Kingdom." Although Chu Ye possessed numerous other identities, it was evident that in Belle's eyes, his status as a warrior was the most esteemed. "Master, this is Gijwu, my good friend." After introducing Chu Ye to the little light bulb, Belle turned his attention to Chu Ye. "He is here to challenge you." "Challenge me?" Noticing the confusion on Chu Ye's face, Gijwu quickly donned a broad smile and addressed him. "Greetings, esteemed Chu. I am a holder of the Guinness World Record for Iron Head, and I have come to challenge you." To prevent any potential misunderstanding from Chu Ye, Gijwu promptly added, "Of course, I am well aware of your rules. This card contains my challenge funds." As Gijwu extended the bank card towards Chu Ye, Chen Jian beside them tugged at Belle's clothing, exclaiming, "Hey, this is still your friend. Are you just going to watch him plunge into a pit of fire?" While speaking, Chen Jian also cast a disdainful glance at Belle, seemingly reproaching him for his lack of loyalty. In response to Chen Jian's words, Belle remained unperturbed and explained with a smile, "Gijwu is a top-tier millionaire. This is merely a hobby for him, and winning or losing is of no consequence." Belle's voice was substantial, ensuring that Chu Ye heard him clearly. Observing the bank card being offered to him by Gijwu, Chu Ye refrained from reaching out to accept it. "Since you are a friend of Belle, let us consider this a friendly sparring session. There is no need for any wager." As he spoke, Chu Ye also displayed a broad smile towards Gijwu. Chu Ye held a favorable impression of Gijwu, as he was quite courteous, unlike other foreign brutes. "Oh, Chu, you are indeed a magnanimous person. We are surely destined to become friends." Chapter 209. The Challenge of Iron-Headed Boy. As soon as Chu Ye finished speaking, a broad smile illuminated Gugguwu's face. Given Gugguwu's substantial background, a sum of $10 million was merely trifling. However, he greatly appreciated Chu Ye's demeanor. "I believe we can certainly become good friends." he declared, extending his right hand amicably towards Chu Ye. Momentarily taken aback by Gugu Wu's gesture, Chu Ye swiftly reached out his own right hand and exchanged a brief touch, replying, "I share the same sentiment." After their simple exchange, Chu Ye turned his attention directly to Gugu Wu. "Gugu Wu, may I inquire what you intend to challenge me with?" "I am the world Guinness record holder for Iron Head," Gugu Wu proclaimed. He continued, "From the moment of my birth, my head has been exceptionally hard, so much so that I have never grown hair. My highest record is smashing 45 bottles in 10 minutes with my head." With that, Gugu Wu glanced at Chu Ye before speaking again. "Chu, are you certain you wish to accept my challenge?" His earnest gaze fixed on Chu Ye. Sensing the intensity of Gugu Wu's stare, a slight smile crept onto Chu Ye's lips. Though he appeared rather untrustworthy, Gugu Wu displayed a meticulous nature, clearly outlining his strengths to allow Chu Ye to make a choice. This indicated he had indeed begun to regard Chu Ye as a friend. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a quest. Please check promptly." Startled by the voice resonating in his mind, Chu Ye responded, "View quest." Quest, the iron-headed boy's dilemma description. Even an iron-headed boy harbors his own sorrows. Requirements: assist Gugu Wu in successfully growing hair. Time limit: 1 week. Quest reward: special glass-blowing technique. Failure penalty: trendy Mediterranean hairstyle. Upon reviewing the quest penalty, Chu Ye could not help but twitch his lips in exasperation and silently raised a middle finger towards the system, muttering, "Dressing up in exquisite attire is one thing, but you dare to raid her wardrobe." Regrettably, the system remained unresponsive to Chu Ye's sarcasm, leaving him with a fleeting sense of solitude in his invincibility. Of course, such feelings were ephemeral. Chu Ye quickly regained his composure and smiled at Gugu Wu. "Certainly, but are you sure you want to challenge me? I want to hold back. As the saying goes, if one respects me by a foot, I shall return the favor by a mile." Since Gugu Wu was so amiable, Chu Ye felt no inclination to be stingy. "Ha ha ha." Gugu Wu erupted into hearty laughter upon hearing Chu Ye's words. "Chu, rest assured, if you manage to defeat me, I will gladly present my badge to you." With that, Gugu Wu pulled his Guinness record holder badge from his pocket and addressed Chu Ye. "In that case, I shall not hold back." After nodding at Gage Wu, Chu Ye directly stated, as a guest from afar, "Please express how you wish to compete." Without hesitation, Gage Wu proposed a rather unconventional method. "Let us simply collide our heads. Whoever cannot endure will concede defeat." Observing Gage Wu's eager demeanor, Chu Ye felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Were it not for the mission at hand, he would certainly reject such a humiliating form of contest. Indeed, watching Gage Wu's palpable excitement made Chu Ye question whether this individual harbored a peculiar fondness for headbutting. Nevertheless, Chu Ye recognized that, at present, this was indeed a straightforward and fair method of competition. Nodding in agreement, he declared, "Very well, let us commence." Gage Wu's eyes sparkled at Chu Ye's resolute response, and he reached up to pat his own head, assuring, "Do not worry, I shall not exert my full strength initially." Even at this juncture, Gage Wu remained considerate of his new friend, unwilling to inflict injury upon Chu Ye due to his own miscalculation. After this brief exchange, the two of them slightly bent forward and collided their heads together. Bang! Thud! Upon their heads meeting, Gage Wu promptly collapsed onto the ground. Not only that, but he rested for several breaths before shaking his head and rising. "Oh my Chu, you are truly terrifying." As he spoke, Gage Wu stared in astonishment at Chu Ye's head, questioning whether he had just struck steel. Gage Wu was immensely grateful that he hadn't given his all. Otherwise, he might very well have found himself in a hospital now. Observing Chu Ye and scathe, Gage Wu's eyes shimmered with envy. "Chu, I truly envy you. You still have hair." Chapter 210. Chu Ye's rejection upon hearing Gugu Wu's words. Chu Ye could not help but twitch his lips. "Considering you are a foreigner, I shall not hold this against you today." Naturally, Chu Ye understood the underlying meaning behind Gugu Wu's statement. This individual had always been stubborn since childhood, leading to his hairlessness. Now, upon encountering Chu Ye, who possessed both stubbornness and a full head of hair, it was only natural for him to feel envious. Casting a glance at Gugu Wu, Chu Ye calmly inquired, "Gugu Wu, are you envious of others with hair?" Of course. Gugu Wu's voice rose significantly upon hearing Chu Ye's words. "If it weren't for the issue with my head, I would certainly have a luxurious mane of hair." As he spoke, Gugu Wu reached up to touch his own bald head, revealing a look of regret. Despite his immense wealth and the title of former world record holder, the undeniable fact remained. He had no hair. It is worth noting that his usual interactions were with high society, and his baldness had almost become a psychological burden for Wu. Sensing his emotions, Chu Ye's lips curled slightly upward as he directly suggested, Wu, I possess a secret remedy that may very well enable you to grow hair. While Chu Ye held considerable confidence in his claim, he recognized the importance of humility as a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom. What? As soon as Chu Ye's words left his mouth, Wu gasped in astonishment, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he looked at Chu Ye. Chu, are you serious? However, after uttering those words, Wu immediately deflated like a punctured balloon and sighed. Never mind, I have consulted numerous Western doctors and even considered hair transplants, but all have ended in failure. Hey! Observing Wu's despondent demeanor, Bei Er promptly patted him on the chest. Brother, my master is a divine physician from the Dragon Kingdom. If he claims there is a solution, then there surely is one. Upon hearing Bei Er's words, Wu was momentarily taken aback, and then he gazed at Chu Ye with astonished eyes. A divine physician. Are they traditional doctors from the Dragon Kingdom? Unlike the previous world, traditional doctors from the Dragon Kingdom were highly esteemed in this realm. Although many legacies have been lost, the absence of numerous fraudulent practitioners, combined with the presence of individuals like Dao Ran, had elevated the reputation of Dragon Kingdom physicians significantly across the globe. Without hesitation, Chu Ye nodded in affirmation to Wu's inquiry. Indeed, if you're willing, I can assist you with treatment. You will begin to see results in just 7 days. Of course. As soon as Chu Ye's words were spoken, Wu eagerly nodded in agreement. Chu, I will stay here and accept your treatment. Rest assured, I will certainly cover the costs of the treatment. While speaking, Wu animatedly waved his hands, clearly displaying his excitement. Once the mood of Wu had calmed, Chu Ye nodded at him and proceeded to impart a list of medicinal names. You must acquire these remedies swiftly so that I may assist you in your treatment. Reciting the lengthy list of names provided by Chu Ye, Wu hastily grasped his phone and scurried off, undoubtedly in pursuit of someone to gather the necessary medicines for him. While Wu was on the phone, Chu Ye turned his attention to Yang Xiaomi beside him. The matter with Wu has been addressed. Now we may discuss other matters. Feeling Chu Ye's gaze upon her, Yang Xiaomi's face flushed red. Why you? What do you want? As she spoke, uncertainty gripped her heart. After all, this was a wager made before countless spectators. And even if she wished to renege, it was not an option. Observing Yang Xiaomi's flüstered de Mianor. A faint smirk played upon Chu Ye's lips. What do you suppose I intend to do? The moment Chu Ye's words left his lips, Yang Xiaomi's face turned an even deeper shade of crimson. You, Chu Ye, you are a married man. You cannot betray your wife, nor can I betray Sister Ruoxin. It is simply impossible for us. Upon hearing the torrent of words spill from Yang Xiaomi's lips, Chu Ye's expression darkened. Did he, Chu, truly appear to be such a lecherous fiend? As Chu Ye's countenance grew increasingly grim, Yang Xiaomi's voice dwindled, though she still gazed at him with a pitiful look. After a considerable pause, Yang Xiaomi gritted her teeth and declared loudly, Chu Ye, you should give up. There is no possibility for us. Witnessing Yang Xiaomi's increasingly absurd declarations, Chu Ye could no longer endure and, rolling his eyes dramatically, he finally spoke. Are you perhaps overthinking things? Huh? At Chu Ye's words, Yang Xiaomi was momentarily taken aback, staring at him in bewilderment. I said, are you perhaps overthinking things? As he spoke, Chu Ye cast a disdainful glance in Yang Xiaomi's direction. Chapter 211. Chu Ye's change of heart upon hearing Chu Ye's words and sensing the intensity of his gaze. Yang Xiaomi found herself momentarily stunned. Could it be that I am overthinking this? The moment this thought emerged in her mind, she promptly shook her head, dismissing it. Could it be possible that someone as charming, kind, beautiful, and intelligent as I am would not be liked by anyone? Certainly not. After engaging in a mental dialogue with herself, Yang Xiaomi swiftly arrived at a reasonable conclusion. Chu Ye must indeed harbor feelings for her. He merely stated otherwise to preserve his pride after being rejected. With this realization, Yang Xiaomi earnestly nodded in agreement. Men, after all, are creatures who cherish their dignity. Yes, that must be it. This notion immediately resonated with her. With the unwavering conviction of a woman's intuition, she was certain this was the truth. At this moment, Yang Xiaomi had conveniently forgotten that only a few minutes prior, her so-called woman's intuition had been soundly defeated by Chu Ye's masculine instincts. Observing Yang Xiaomi's vacant expression, although Chu Ye was unaware of her thoughts, he could surmise a few things. A flicker of exasperation crossed his eyes before he spoke. Hey, you aren't planning to go back on your word, are you? Upon hearing Chu Ye's remark, Yang Xiaomi felt her cheeks flush, and she immediately shook her head defiantly. Go back on my word? I, Yang Xiaomi, am a person of my word. How could I possibly disregard my own bet? Feeling as though her integrity had been insulted, she patted her chest and declared with confidence, Speak freely. If you utter even half a denial, I shall no longer consider myself a true hero. Hearing Yang Xiaomi's bold words, Chu Ye felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. This girl, could she be contemplating a way to evade her promise? At least, Chu Ye had no idea that aside from a few distinguished individuals from Yangshan, there was another woman who would dare to refer to herself as a hero. Casting a glance at the earnest expression on Yang Xiaomi's face, Chu Ye deduced that her likelihood of reneging on her word was quite low. Ultimately, he concluded that Yang Xiaomi might be a pitiful soul, a fierce spirit trapped within the form of a woman. Fortunately, Yang Xiaomi lacked any telepathic abilities. Otherwise, it was likely that Chu Ye would have faced dire consequences today. Are you certain you can agree to everything? To confirm, Chu Ye softly inquired. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaomi instantly resembled a deflated balloon. Well, of course, that does not include any outrageous demands. She quickly added, without waiting for Chu Ye to respond. For instance, if you desire any form of physical contact, that is simply out of the question. In reality, it was not just Yang Xiaomi. Even Riba, Zhao Ying, and the audience began to harbor doubts upon hearing Chu Ye's words. Riba, do you think Chu Ye might actually have feelings for Sister Mimo? Zhao Ying's heart ached slightly as she spoke. If Chu Ye truly held affections for Sister Mimo, what would become of her? Do not be deceived by Zhao Ying's seemingly foolish demeanor. During this period of acquaintance, she has discerned the distinct feelings that Mimi harbors for Chu Ye. Otherwise, she would not have appeared so anxious moments ago. Upon hearing Zhao Ying's remark, Riba shook her head with a peculiar expression. I am at a loss as well. Observing the flushed faces of Yang Xiaomi and Zhao Ying, Riba could not help but sigh. Why must we encounter such an extraordinary man, and a married one at that? Moreover, the live broadcast has stirred a considerable uproar. Aunt Xner remarked, Chu Shun, please do not waver in your affections. Otherwise, I shall lose all faith in love. Ziwei Hua Kai commented, with such a charming Xiner and beautiful Ruoxin, Chu Xin must not act impulsively. Fan Deng declared, I have long known that Chu Ye is not a good man. He is driven by carnal desires, a scoundrel, and only those with poor judgment, such as yourselves, would find him appealing. Xiao Haizi concurred. I agree with the prior comment. Talent does not correlate with character. How many charming faces like Chu Ye's are truly virtuous? While a portion of the audience sought to dissuade Chu Ye, another faction began to fan the flames of controversy, as if he had already abandoned his wife and child. In mere minutes, the global viewership of the live stream surged by several percentage points. Regrettably, as Wang Chimei observed the data before her, no trace of joy illuminated her eyes. She remained fixated on the screen, displaying Chu Ye. Chu Ye, you must not disappoint Ruoxin. As she spoke, her hands were clenched tightly together. Being a sister, she was acutely aware of the immense pressure Wang Ruoxin faced in leaving the Wang family to seek out Chu Ye on a deserted island. Unbeknownst to Chu Ye, who was at that moment gazing curiously at Yang Xiaomi, he declared, in that case, I shall express my own demands. Chapter 212. The pig keeper on the deserted island. Upon hearing Chu Ye's words, Yang Xiaomi was momentarily taken aback, her demeanor shifting to one of gravity. Simultaneously, she wrestled with her inner turmoil, contemplating how she would respond if Chu Ye were to make an outrageous request. Unbeknownst to her, Chu Ye, after casting a glance at Yang Xiaomi, bore a peculiar smile before articulating his demand. From this day forth, you shall be responsible for the cleanliness of the animal pen and the welfare of all the creatures therein. Before he could finish his sentence, Yang Xiaomi was rendered speechless, her eyes widening in astonishment as she gazed at Chu Ye. What? What did you just say? She stammered, her expression reflecting sheer disbelief. She had anticipated that Chu Ye might exploit this opportunity to impose some excessive demand, yet he had not done so. In response to her incredulity, Chu Ye patiently reiterated his request, and once he had spoken, He turned his gaze back to her. What is the matter? You're not considering reneging on our agreement, are you? With a huff, Yang Xiaomi retorted, it's merely a matter of cleaning the animal pen and caring for those animals. Yang Xiaomi, except, as she spoke, she couldn't help but shoot him a fierce glare, internally lamenting his apparent lack of romantic sensibility. Here I am, a captivating beauty, agreeing to your request. And you expect me to tend to pigs. If not for the fact that Chu Ye had a lovely wife and an adorable daughter. Yang Xiaomi might have maliciously speculated about his orientation. It must be said, the thoughts of women can indeed be quite peculiar. Just moments ago, she had been apprehensive about Chu Ye's potential demands, yet now she found herself chastising him. Fortunately, Chu Ye lacked the ability to read minds. Otherwise, he would have been treated to a scene of June snow unfolding right before him. Sister Mimi, are you truly going to clean the animal pen? Seeing Yang Xiaomi acquiesce to Chu Ye's request, Reba and Zhao Ying exchanged astonished glances. They were no longer naive newcomers to their dwelling. They possessed a fair understanding of the animal pen. Presently, it housed 2 wild boars, 13 wild chickens, and 5 rabbits. Despite the relatively small number, these animals consumed copiously and produced a significant mess, making the animal pen a veritable no-go zone in the eyes of the others. Just approaching it made one instinctively hold their breath. Upon hearing Reba and Zhao Ying's remarks, Yang Xiaomi felt a twitch at the corners of her mouth. Nonetheless, she ultimately nodded earnestly. Of course, would I, Yang Xiaomi, ever renege on my word? In response, admiration flickered in the eyes of Reba and Zhao Ying as they regarded her with newfound respect. In that case, Sister Mimi, we wish you the best of luck. As soon as Reba finished speaking, Zhao Ying immediately waved her small fist and declared, Sister Mimi, rest assured, both Reba and I will always cheer for you. Upon hearing Zhao Ying's words, Yang Xiaomi couldn't help but twitch her lips, nearly spitting out a mouthful of blood. Shouldn't you all stand up nobly at this moment and proclaim that you will share both my hardships and my fortunes? How did it turn into mere encouragement in your case? However, looking at the expressions of the two, Yang Xiaomi realized that these 2 little creatures would undoubtedly not come to her aid. But, considering the situation, it made sense. They were all top-tier beauties, and they could hardly take care of themselves, let alone venture into such a filthy place as the beast pen. The thought deepened Yang Xiaomi's inner resentment. She even felt that it would have been better if Chu Ye had proposed some excessive demands. Sensing Yang Xiaomi's expression, Reba and Zhao Ying seemed to realize they had gone a bit too far. After exchanging glances, they finally spoke, Sister Mimi, don't worry. We will help you feed those little wild chicks every day. Hearing their words, Yang Xiaomi's lips twitched once more. Is feeding wild chicks really that difficult? All it takes is to find some wild grass in the nearby woods and toss it in. Is such a trivial task beyond me? If you truly have the capability, why not assist me in cleaning the beast pen? Of course, as the saying goes, even a mosquito's leg is meat. At this point, even the slightest help from Reba and Zhao Ying would not be refused by Yang Xiaomi. The so-called plastic friendship among the 3 was of little concern to anyone. On the contrary, when Chu Ye voiced his demands, the live stream was already ignited. Sculpted dragon. Alas, I am uneducated, so I can only curse my way through life. Windfall pig. In such circumstances, I can only say it is utterly outrageous. Master Fat. Chu Shun. I am still that same youth, as resilient as steel. Chapter 213. Disparate treatment. It must be said that the peculiar whims of the public are rather pronounced. The sight of a stunning beauty like Yang Xiaomi tending to pigs undoubtedly caters to their morbid fascination to the fullest extent. In mere moments, the most trending topic on the social media platform was once again subjected to a frenzy of commentary. A post declaring, a rising star is compelled to raise pigs, moved countless celebrities to tears, lamenting, why, after all our sacrifices, do you choose to focus on a pig? Some stars even began to urge their agents to reach out to Wang Qimei. The financial implications mattered little. What they primarily sought was the thrill of experiencing life in a deserted paradise. Of course, such matters had no bearing on Chu Ye and his companions. After Chu Ye made a request of Yang Xiaomi, Chen Jian, with a broad grin, approached Reba and Zhao Ying, waddling like a crab. Clearing his throat, he observed the way Chen Jian's belly jiggled with each step, causing Reba and Zhao Ying to exchange dark looks. At this point, they finally recalled that they were, in fact, also among the losers. With a lewd chuckle, Chen Jian squinted and addressed the two beauties. I trust you both understand how our wager ought to proceed? Just as Reba was about to speak, Chen Jian looked at her in feigned astonishment. What, are you two stunning ladies planning to renege on your debt? With that, a hint of disdain flickered in his gaze as he turned to Yang Xiaomi, pondering why, under the same sky, the disparity in character could be so vast among friends. Upon hearing Chen Jian's remarks, Reba and Zhao Ying felt their teeth clench in frustration. In truth, it was not just the two of them. Even the audience, witnessing Chen Jian's antics, could hardly contain their indignation. Fat Master, where is the production team? Does anyone not care about this arrogant fatso? Music-loving fish, exactly. Such scum who bully women should be thrown into a pig pen. At that moment, within the global live-streaming platform's headquarters, as they watched the barrage of comments zipping across the screen, Wang Qimei and her colleagues could only grimace in disbelief. Though they were all part of a wager and equally victorious, Chu Ye's request for Yang Xiaomi to feed pigs and clean up was met with applause. While Chen Jian had yet to voice his demands before everyone wished for his downfall, the disparity in treatment was egregious. Despite Chen Jian's somewhat lewd demeanor, his foolishness, and his less than attractive appearance, well, perhaps it was best to let the audience have their way with him. Even those who might have wished to defend Chen Jian found themselves at a loss for any redeeming qualities beyond his shamelessness, ultimately abandoning any unrealistic notions of justification. In summary, being unattractive equates to a lack of rights. Fortunately for Chen Jian, he had yet to witness the live broadcast. Otherwise, he might have considered taking drastic measures. At present, he was shaking his left leg, wearing a broad smile as he gazed at Reba and Zhao Ying. If one disregards the contextual background, this individual undoubtedly embodies the archetype of a scoundrel from ancient times, one who forcibly abducts maidenhood. Even Chu Ye found himself contemplating the urge to deliver a swift kick to him. Just as Chu Ye grappled with whether to act upon his inner thoughts, Zhao Ying, with a sudden flash of inspiration, turned to Chen Jian and beamed a broad smile. I ascend it merely a wager? Both Reba, and I shall certainly honor it. Upon hearing Zhao Ying's words, Reba's expression shifted dramatically, yet she understood that she could not resort to deceit in front of the onlooking crowd. Thus, she could only nod dejectedly. Indeed, we shall uphold our promise. Unbeknownst to Reba, her crestfallen demeanor only intensified the audience's sympathy. While Chu Ye's intimidation of girls was seen as a means to deepen affection, the actions of the rotund Chen Jian were deemed nothing short of bullying. Observing Reba's expression, within mere minutes, the audience spontaneously formed a Chen Jian hunt squad. Some affluent patrons even contributed substantial funds, amassing a total of 200,000. The mission and motto of this squad were singular: to hunt down Chen Jian and rescue the goddess. As everyone fervently deliberated on how to liberate Reba and Zhao Ying from the clutches of the demon. As for Yang Xiaomi, she was momentarily overlooked. Zhao Ying again sported a mischievous smile. Are you certain you wish for us to assist you? She inquired, her gaze fixed intently on Chen Jian. And you guarantee that you shall have no regrets? Taken aback by Zhao Ying's words, Chen Jian stared at her with a perplexed expression. No regrets, absolutely none. I, Chen, have never engaged in actions that would lead to remorse. As he spoke, Chen Jian couldn't help but roll his eyes, beginning to suspect that this girl might possess some intellectual deficiencies. Clearly, I hold the advantage, and it is you who will be working. How could the cold-hearted Chen Jian possibly harbor regrets? Chapter 214. Are you a man? Indeed, after witnessing Chu Ye's treatment of Yang Xiaomi, Chen Jian had resolved to adopt the demeanor of a cold-blooded, emotionless man. However, what Chen Jian failed to comprehend was that while Chu Ye's ruthlessness was deemed charming, his own coldness would be labeled as sleazy, a distinction rooted in their contrasting appearances. Nevertheless, setting aside these trivialities, upon hearing Chen Jian's words, Zhao Ying let out a resigned sigh. Since that is the case, we shall proceed as such. Before a smile could grace Chen Jian's face, Zhao Ying had already turned her attention to the side where Reba stood. Reba, did you not wish to inform Sister Ruoxin that someone had incited Brother Chu Ye to employ his charms on Sister Mimi? I fully support this matter. At Zhao Ying's remark, Chen Jian was momentarily taken aback, followed by a tremor of disbelief across his features. If he was not mistaken, the instigator behind Chu Ye's flirtation with Yang Xiaomi was perhaps, quite possibly him. The realization made Chen Jian wish he could slap himself twice. Had he known the situation would escalate to this point, he would never have uttered such words. However, contemplating Wang Ruoxin's cunning and terrifying nature, he understood that this was not a moment for regret. His immediate task was to placate Reba and Zhao Ying. Casting a complex glance at Zhao Ying, Chen Jian managed to force a smile. Ahem, I suddenly feel that as a man, how could I make things difficult for a girl? Therefore, let us consider our wager null and void. Upon hearing Chen Jian's words, a glimmer of triumphant mischief flickered in Zhao Ying and Reba's eyes. At this juncture, they were immensely grateful for having borrowed Bai Yu's phone earlier. Otherwise, they would surely be facing misfortune now. However, matters could not conclude so simply. With a resolute expression, Zhao Ying looked at Chen Jian and declared, "No, this is a legitimate wager. How can Reba and I go back on it?" Had Zhao Ying's gaze not betrayed a hint of mischievousness, Chen Jian might have believed her words to be sincere. Yet, he was acutely aware of the current dynamics. The moment these two young ladies threatened him with their charm strategy, the power balance had shifted. Rubbing his hands together, Chen Jian revealed a classic sleazy grin before saying, "How can this be considered a breach? I am voluntarily relinquishing it. It has nothing to do with you." While speaking, he struck a magnanimous pose, asserting, as a gentleman, "I, Chen Jian, would never bully a girl. Is that truly the case?" Zhao Ying inquired, her face lighting up with a broad smile as she looked at Chen Jian. "Absolutely." Despite the turmoil within, Chen Jian mustered a smile in response to Zhao Ying's question. "It is indeed true. I, Chen Jian, am the epitome of a forgiving and gentle gentleman, and we shall not hold back." As Chen Jian continued to speak increasingly absurd and distasteful remarks, both Reba and Zhao Ying simultaneously shivered, hastily taking each other's hands and retreating to a distance. Observing the departing figures of the two women, a smile grimmer than tears crept onto Chen Jian's face. "How I regret." At this moment, Chen Jian had seemingly forgotten his earlier fervent declaration of living a life devoid of regrets, and one could surmise that if there existed a potion for remorse, he would devour it in copious amounts. Meanwhile, upon witnessing Chen Jian's expression, the live stream erupted in laughter and merriment, reminiscent of a villainous boss being vanquished by the protagonist, transforming the atmosphere entirely. Xu Jiu commented, "Reba and Zhao Ying are truly too clever. They've made their escape." Zhu Lan added, "Heartfelt congratulations to Reba and Zhao Ying for breaking free from the clutches." Xiao Jun chimed in, "A grand celebration for Reba and Zhao Ying's emancipation from the grasp." Shi Yin remarked, "A jubilant salute to Reba and Zhao Ying for their liberation. 10,086 times over." Yet again, it must be reiterated how fortunate it was for Chen Jian not to witness the live broadcast. Otherwise, it is likely he would have suffered a cerebral hemorrhage. In the realm of wagers, should he, Chen Jian, fail to honor his commitments, it would be nothing short of despicable and shameless behavior. However, Reba and Zhao Ying displayed remarkable cleverness. This is the power of beauty. As Chen Jian found himself mercilessly crushed by Reba and Zhao Ying, Yang Xiaomi's eyes suddenly sparkled with intrigue, and she earnestly turned to Chu Ye. "Chu Ye, are you truly a man?" Upon hearing Yang Xiaomi's words, Chu Ye's lips twitched involuntarily. "Would you like to test that?" While speaking, he regarded Yang Xiaomi with utmost seriousness. As a man, who could endure such an inquiry? This was no mere question, but an assault on one's very spirit. Upon hearing Chu Ye's retort, Yang Xiaomi's face flushed, and she could not help but mutter under her breath, "A dog's mouth cannot spit forth ivory. What I meant to say is, are you a gentleman?" As she spoke, Yang Xiaomi found herself somewhat chiding her own intellect. Had she been too irritable lately, leading to a decline in her wits? Otherwise, how could she have uttered such words? Chapter 215. The Unparalleled. Upon hearing Yang Xiaomi's words, Chu Ye was momentarily taken aback, but soon comprehended the intention behind her remarks. A peculiar smile graced his lips, and in the midst of Yang Xiaomi's expectant gaze, Chu Ye nonchalantly replied, "I believe the pig is hungry." As soon as Chu Ye's words left his mouth, Yang Xiaomi's expression darkened. Had it not been for a sliver of rationality urging her to maintain her composure, Chu Ye might have already met his demise at her hands. "Do you even consider yourself a person? I asked if you were a gentleman, and you respond by saying the pig is hungry? Is this the behavior of a human being?" However, upon receiving Chu Ye's answer, Yang Xiaomi realized her plan had undoubtedly failed. With a cold huff, she turned on her heel and strode toward the nearby animal enclosure. no longer wishing to remain in a place where she feared she might succumb to the temptation of ending Chu Ye's life. Chu Ye's response garnered widespread approval from the audience. Moyu Baidi, classic, utterly classic. Just from that reply, I could support Chu forever. Singing Snail. If I possessed such intelligence and emotional acuity, would I have remained single for over 20 years? Were Yang Xiaomi to hear the audience's remarks? One could only wonder if she would spontaneously combust. Typically, she would affectionately refer to herself as wife, exuding an unwavering determination of exclusivity. Yet now they were likening her to mere livestock. After Yang Xiaomi's departure, Gijwu, brimming with excitement, rushed over. Chu, I've contacted my steward. By this afternoon, all the herbs will be delivered. As he spoke, Gijwu radiated joy, for he was a poor soul who had never experienced the delight of long hair, thus harboring a profound obsession with it. Upon hearing Gijwu's words, Chu Ye nodded calmly. He was not surprised by such matters, considering Gijwu was a wealthy individual as per Bell's description. If he lacked talent, it would be a disservice to Bell's assertions. Noticing Gijwu's enthusiasm, Chu Ye's eyes suddenly lit up, and he inquired, Gijwu, did you use a wine bottle when you obtained the Guinness record? Indeed. Though the title of the world's #1 had been seized by Chu Ye, Gijwu remained unfazed. The accolade was never of paramount importance to him. Hearing Chu Ye's question, he readily responded, using a wine bottle for testing is actually a Guinness tradition. Could you assist me in testing the wine bottles I crafted? Chu Ye's gaze was fixed intently on Gijwu. Although he was confident in the quality of his handmade bottles, he understood that without proper promotion, even the finest wine could languish in obscurity. Thus, the current Gijwu served as an ideal promotional figure. Upon hearing Chu Ye's words, Gijwu was initially taken aback, but soon a shrewd smile graced her lips. Chu, you're not considering providing bottles for the Guinness testing agency, are you? Before Chu Ye could respond, Gijwu shook her head dismissively. That is utterly impossible. Sensing that Chu Ye might become obstinate, she earnestly advised Chu. The standards set by the Guinness testing agency are exceedingly high. Although your red bricks have gained their recognition, I fear that the bottles may pose a significant challenge. Her sentiments resonated with most present, for excelling in brick-making does not inherently imply proficiency in glass-making. Upon hearing Gijwu's words, Chu Ye remained unperturbed. After all, not every brand of milk is the same, and not every Chu Ye is a mere pretender. After displaying a faint smile, he finally spoke. How can one know unless they attempt it? Very well, since you were so insistent. Gijwu's expression shifted to one of reluctant acknowledgement. I suppose I shall assist you with the testing. Observing the expression on Chu Ye's face, she added, however, I will not advocate for you simply because of our relationship. So be prepared for that. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a task. Please check promptly. As soon as Gijwu's words fell, the system's voice chimed in. Checking the task panel appeared, and Chu Ye immediately focused on his new assignment. Task. Unparalleled old glass description. As a god-level father, how can one allow others to harbor doubts? Requirements. Prove yourself to be unequivocally unparalleled old glass time limit. 1 hour task reward. Mechanism locked. Crafting technique failure penalty. Incomplete relief. Gazing at his task panel, Chu Ye's countenance darkened to a shade akin to charcoal. System, let's temporarily set aside the matter of task penalties. But could you elucidate the issue regarding glass? You are the glass. Your entire family is glass. Just as Chu Ye's words fell, the system's voice responded, Ding. Please do not concern yourself with such trivial matters, host. Chapter 216. The astonishment of Gijwu upon hearing the voice of the system. Chu Ye nearly spewed forth a mouthful of blood. What does it mean that such trivial matters should be overlooked? Is my reputation, Chu, so easily tarnished? And this damned punishment. How dare you suggest that I, a formidable man who can urinate against the wind for 3 yards, should be unable to relieve myself? Such intentions are utterly reprehensible. Alas, Chu Ye understood that he was powerless against the dogged system, and the only gesture that could somewhat ease his troubled heart was a raised middle finger. Nevertheless, regardless of his reluctance, he had no choice but to fulfill the system's task. After all, at his tender age, he should not be beset by such a horrific calamity. With a defiant gesture toward the system, Chu Ye turned his attention to Gijwu. Wait for me a moment, he declared, without allowing Gijwu to respond. He seized a handful of sand and began to add water, molding it into the shape of a bottle, much like the process of firing red bricks. This was an unreasonable skill, as long as Chu Ye shaped the sand to his desires and cast it into the flames. He could soon produce glassware of the same kind. Of course, this was merely a fact known to Chu Ye. Upon witnessing his actions, Gijwu could not help but twitch his lips. "Chu, you can't possibly be planning to forge a wine bottle this way, can you?" His eyes betrayed a peculiar expression. By now, he had begun to doubt his previous decision. Was this man truly a miraculous physician? Were it not for the assurance of his friend, Bell, Gijwu might have questioned Chu Ye's sanity, unaware of Gijwu's inner thoughts. And even if he were, he would remain indifferent. Chu Ye continued his endeavors. In contrast to Gijwu's skepticism, the audience was stirred by what they witnessed. Xin Yuan 11 exclaimed, "That man is about to make an appearance." Lesser Book 9 chimed in, "Everyone step aside. God Chu is about to show off." Everyone had gathered ample understanding of Chu Ye's previous endeavor in brickmaking, and some had even attempted similar feats in the live stream, all ending in failure. After casting the sandcrafted bottle into the fire, Chu Ye began to wait. After several breaths, his eyes suddenly brightened, and he picked up a stick to poke at the flames. Meanwhile, Gijwu continued to ramble. "Chu, while you may excel at brickmaking, glass is not produced this way. You need to." Before he could finish, Gijwu's expression froze, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, his mouth agape like a fish on the verge of dehydration. See, could it be successful? As he spoke, his voice grew hoarse. He felt that his years of knowledge had been insulted. Who claimed that glass required high temperatures? Why a mere bonfire sufficed? As a renowned bottle destroyer known worldwide, Gijwu was determined not to let his esteemed reputation be overshadowed. Under his name, there are several glass manufacturing factories, and for this reason, Gijwu is quite familiar with the process of glassmaking. Undoubtedly, Chu Ye's current actions are utterly unscientific and abnormal. How did you accomplish this? As he posed the question, Gijwu fixed his gaze intently on Chu Ye, feeling an urgent need for an explanation. Upon hearing Gijwu's words, Chu Ye initially froze, then broke into a broad smile. "It's quite simple. You just need to heat it up a bit." Despite not spitting blood, Gijwu felt as though he was on the verge of doing so. "Why does your casual heating differ so greatly from mine? Is this some wondrous magic from the Dragon Kingdom?" Just as Gijwu finished speaking, Chu Ye hurriedly shook his head. "You misunderstand. I merely added some special materials during the process." Indeed, this was Chu Ye's explanation. From the very beginning of making the red bricks, he had concocted an appropriate rationale, a secret formula. For a country with a history spanning thousands of years like the Dragon Kingdom, it is not uncommon for certain individuals to possess a few secret recipes, which is also why Chu Ye dares to openly employ his skills. After hearing Chu Ye's explanation, a look of understanding spread across Gijwu's face, and he nodded in admiration. "Goodness, this is truly remarkable. The Dragon Kingdom truly lives up to its reputation as the most mysterious nation in the East. Gijwu, could you please test the hardness of this bottle?" Of course. Without hesitation, Gijwu agreed immediately. Even if Chu Ye had not requested it, he would have proactively sought to examine it, for the glass produced by such a marvelous technique was irresistibly enticing to him. After nodding at Chu Ye, Gijwu reached out to take the wine bottle from his hand. Chapter 217. Chu Ye's secret crafting of old glass. As she gazed at the wine bottle in her hand, Gijwu's eyes sparkled with a hint of curiosity. This glass, forged through systemic functions, boasted greater transparency and a more refined texture than conventionally crafted glass. Although it appeared quite impressive, Gijwu, under the watchful gaze of Chu Ye and his companions, calmly examined the bottle before speaking. However, in terms of hardness, it cannot compare to normal glass. After some contemplation, Gijwu had begun to grasp Chu Ye's intentions. Yet, in her view, while Chu Ye's method of production was undoubtedly simplistic, it fell short in hardness when compared to traditionally manufactured glass. Consequently, as her words hung in the air, she swiftly raised the bottle and brought it down towards her head. Gijwu possessed a firm confidence. Although she had just lost to Chu Ye in their earlier clash, she had unwavering faith in her ability to assess the glass's hardness with her own head. After all, it was a head that had once earned a Guinness World Record. It was no exaggeration to claim that she could determine the hardness of each wine bottle solely with her intellect. However, upon witnessing Gijwu's action, Chu Ye's expression changed dramatically. "Watch your head." There was no time for Chu Ye to hesitate. This was a bottle crafted through systemic skills, and in terms of hardness, It was undoubtedly reliable. Regrettably, his warning came too late, for as the saying goes, practice makes perfect. As a former world record holder, who could fathom how many times Gidge would practice the act of smashing a bottle against her head? In that fleeting moment, her movement had become so fluid that even with Chu Ye's current prowess, he found himself unable to intervene. He even mused that if Gidge were to unlock a system, she would undoubtedly possess a divine skill. Bottle smash. As Chu Ye's words faded, the wine bottle struck her head with a resounding thud. Bang! With an odd sound, Gidge Wu's eyes rolled back, and she promptly sank to the ground. Not only that, but within a brief span, a sizable bump began to swell on her forehead. Seeing Gidge Wu sitting dazed on the ground, Chu Ye couldn't help but twitch his lips. It hurt tremendously. Even though he was not the one struck by the bottle, he felt a pang of pain in his own head. System? What is the hardness of this glass? While feeling sympathy for Gidge Wu, Chu Ye inquired of the system. After all, how could a renowned iron-headed individual be so easily subdued? Ding! A product of the system is guaranteed to be of superior quality. The current hardness of the glass, forged by the host skill, is comparable to the finest bulletproof glass on Earth. Well, if Chu Ye had previously felt that Gidge Wu was undeserving of such a fate, now he was filled with genuine pity. Banging one's head against bulletproof glass is an endeavor that even the indomitable iron-head Chu Ye would shun. Under Chu Ye's watchful gaze, Gidge Wu took a considerable respite, resting for over 10 minutes before finally rising from the ground. Observing the pristine bottle of liquor in his hand, Gidge Wu's lips twitched in astonishment. Chu, this is truly remarkable. I assure you, this glass bottle is undoubtedly the most resilient in the world. There is no second. His fervent expression was palpable as he leapt to seize Chu Ye's hands. Collaboration. I wish to partner with you. With your red bricks, we can undoubtedly dominate the vast capital market. Gidge Wu trembled with excitement. As a capitalist, his vision surpassed that of ordinary individuals. After rigorous testing by the Guinness World Records, Chu Ye's red bricks were deemed stronger than ordinary steel. When combined with the glass provided by Chu Ye, they would form the finest building materials imaginable. It is worth noting that unlike the Dragon Kingdom, other nations do not enjoy such a stable environment. In certain countries, even a beggar on the street might pull out a sniper rifle from his trousers, and home invasions are as commonplace as daily meals. Undoubtedly, Chu Ye's red bricks and glass would significantly enhance safety for all. Gidge Wu's eyes were fixed intently on Chu Ye as he continued. Chu, if you are willing, I can reach out to the Winkar family. They are the premier lock manufacturing company in the world, and by collaborating with them, we can construct the safest houses known to mankind. Coughing slightly, Chu Ye remained impassive as he withdrew his hands from Gidge Wu's grasp. Gidge Wu, let us not get ahead of ourselves. Such matters require meticulous planning. Upon hearing Chu Ye's words, Gidge Wu finally regained his composure. Yes, you are right. We do need a plan. Chapter 2:18. The Midnight Artist, of course, while outwardly professing calmness, Gidge Wu was in a state of fervent excitement. In the realm of capital, what method proves most lucrative? Monopoly. Regardless of the endeavor, if one can dominate an industry, they are destined to emerge as a titan. Although Gidge Wu had previously amassed considerable wealth, he still found himself significantly outmatched by the true magnates, and it was precisely this disparity that fueled his exhilaration. If he could facilitate this collaboration, he, along with Chu Ye and Wenkel, would instantaneously ascend to the pinnacle of capital. Gidge Wu's enthusiasm persisted until the following morning. In fact, had it not been for the arrival of his medicinal herbs, Chu Ye speculated that Gidge Wu might have remained in this state of excitement for quite some time. However, once the herbs arrived, Gidge Wu's attention was finally diverted. After all, achieving a partnership with the Wenkel family would undoubtedly require numerous negotiations, and for Gidge Wu, a more pressing concern was to successfully grow back his hair. He had no desire to enter the ranks of the world's wealthiest as a bald man. Chu Ye, can you truly help me regrow my hair? Upon hearing Gidge Wu's inquiry, Chu Ye displayed a resigned expression. Gidge Wu, this is the 13th time you have asked this question this morning. To this, I can only urge you to have faith in the prowess of a divine physician. Typically, Chu Ye refrained from referring to himself in such exalted terms. But in order to reassure Gidge Wu, he felt compelled to do so. In truth, Chu Ye found himself at a loss. He suspected that if Gidge Wu continued to inquire incessantly, he might soon experience a nervous breakdown. Upon receiving Chu Ye's affirmative response, A foolish grin spread across Gagewa's face as he gazed eagerly at the dark concoction simmering in the iron pot before him. After painstakingly completing the preparation of the medicinal paste under Gagewa's watchful eyes, Chu Ye finally looked at him. Just apply this to your scalp, and soon enough, your hair will begin to grow. Gagewu, momentarily taken aback by Chu Ye's words, quickly sprang into action. Despite grimacing at the scalding black paste, he persevered without hesitation. Observing Gagewu's determination, Chu Ye could only silently give a thumbs up. Truly a tough nut to crack. In this regard, I, Chu Ye, bow to your resilience. This endeavor continued for 4 days, with the effects of the medicine proving more stable than Chu Ye had anticipated. By now, a fine layer of hair had begun to sprout on Gagewu's head. In fact, on the very first day of Gagewu's hair growth, the system's voice had already resonated. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task within the stipulated time. The task reward has been dispersed in advance and will accrue no interest. Hearing the system's voice echo in his mind, Chu Ye couldn't help but twitch his lips. System, what on earth is the interest on this task? The advanced disbursement of the task reward is tantamount to this system lending to the host. Should the host fail to complete the task within the time frame, the penalties will be doubled. Fearing that his previous explanations may have lacked clarity, the system kindly provided an example. For instance, should the host fail to achieve the target within the designated time frame, the repercussions of your task would manifest as frequent and urgent urination. Upon hearing the system's response, Chu Ye couldn't help but twitch his lips, silently raising a middle finger in its direction. If it weren't for your task, would I, Chu, need a resort to borrowing in advance? Indeed, the primary reason Chu Ye successfully crafted the glass bottle was due to the early withdrawal of task rewards from the system. However, at no point did the system inform Chu Ye that such withdrawals would incur interest. While Chu Ye engaged in amiable dialogue with the system, Gagewu had already approached his side. Chu, I must depart from the deserted island for a while. As he spoke, Gagewu gently patted his chest, but rest assured, I shall strive to forge a partnership with the one-car family at the quickest pace possible, thereby amassing considerable wealth for us. Having grown his hair, Gagewu had long regarded Chu Ye as both his benefactor and dearest friend, resulting in a noticeable increase in his warmth during conversation. Upon hearing Gagewu's words, Chu Ye smiled and nodded. In that case, I wish you a safe journey. In truth, he was nearly overwhelmed with excitement, almost leaping in joy. Had it not been for the desire to see this fellow grow his hair and complete his task sooner, he would have already sent him on his way. It is important to note that while the red brick house constructed by Chu Ye was sturdy, it lacked soundproofing, which led him to a profound realization regarding the depths of one's sleep quality. Grinding teeth, flatulence, belching, and talking in dreams. All of these antics turned each night for Gagewu into a theatrical performance. Of course, Gagewu remained blissfully unaware of the image he projected in Chu Ye's mind, and upon hearing Chu Ye's words, he responded with a friendly smile. Chapter 219. The rival arrives at the battlefield in 3 seconds. Chu, rest assured, I shall return here with utmost swiftness. Upon hearing Gagewu's words, Chu Ye and the others couldn't help but grimace. It was not only Chu Ye who had endured torment during this period. Just as Chu Ye contemplated whether to casually wish this fellow a halfway disappearance, Chen had already dashed out, exclaiming, Brother, do not act impulsively. In response to Chen earnest expression, Gagewu gazed at him with confusion. Chen continued with seriousness. You must understand that your departure is pivotal for Chu Ye's interests. You need to negotiate with the one-car family, and a successful negotiator must ensure they possess ample time. Upon hearing Chen words, Gagewu was taken aback for a moment, then nodded gratefully. Chen, you are right. I will not let you down. With Gagewu's agreement to Chen advice, the crowd sighed in relief, with Reba and Zhao even giving him a thumbs up. It is well known that for women, a lack of sleep is the greatest adversary, and without a doubt, Gagewu was considered the most significant threat in their eyes. However, Chen was not merely rambling this time. Business negotiations are far from child's play and can sometimes take up to 6 months. With the crowd's eager gazes upon him, Gagewu finally boarded the returning vessel. Just as he departed, a voice from the system echoed in Chu Ye's ears. Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have triggered a task. Please check it promptly. Startled by the system's voice, Chu Ye was momentarily taken aback. This was the first time the system had issued a task with unpredictable content. Check the task. As the words fell, the task panel appeared before Chu Ye. Task. the authority of a caregiver description. As a top-tier caregiver, one must not only ensure the happiness of one's daughter, but also guarantee she has a complete family. Requirements: induce a sense of despair in the impending rival from all angles. Deadline: 3 days task reward. Lightness skill golden goose technique failure penalty. A premium green hat provided by the system. Arriba? Gazing at the task before him, Chu Ye was initially taken aback. Then his expression turned peculiar. I never expected that I, Chu, would actually have a rival. However, upon considering Wang Ruoxin's age, appearance, and status, Chu Ye readily accepted this reality. After all, given the capabilities and identity of his previous life, marrying Wang Ruoxin and having a daughter could only be described in 2 words: a miracle. In Chu Ye's view, his former self was nothing but a waste, valuable only for his good looks. Moreover, Wang Ruoxin was merely 24 years old, the prime of Chu Ye's own life, making it entirely normal for her to have several suitors. Unbeknownst to Chu Ye, while he was examining the task, on the surface of the sea, a young man wearing glasses stood on the deck, seething with anger. Chu Ye, I shall see what kind of divine being you are, and what makes you worthy of Ruoxin. As the young man spoke, the knuckles of his clenched fists turned a stark white, a clear indication of his simmering anger. How long until we reach the deserted island? After casting a glance into the distance, he turned to a group of robust men clad in black suits beside him and inquired, Young master, we will successfully land on the island in half an hour, one of the suited men reported. Upon hearing this, a flicker of ruthlessness flashed in the young man's eyes. Chu Ye, I shall make you realize that there are certain things that a person of your lowly stature will never attain. Young master, one of the suited men hesitated at the young man's words before speaking up. Regardless, the elder has advised you against provoking Mr. Chu. Preposterous. The moment the man uttered his words, the young man erupted. Am I the young master, or are you? Do I need your guidance in my endeavors? After delivering his retort, he cast a glance at the silent man who had lowered his head, then let out a cold snort. If there is another instance, you may as well leave. Understood. Immediately after the young man's declaration, the suited man hurriedly stepped back, responding in a subdued tone. Half an hour later, gazing at the deserted island before him, the young man's expression grew even more fervent. Ruoxin, I have arrived. As he spoke, he leaped from the boat and landed firmly on the island. Simultaneously, the global live-streaming platform saw a surge in numerous live rooms, featuring none other than this young man. At the global streaming headquarters, Xiaohong regarded Wang Qimei with a peculiar expression. Sister Qimei, why are you granting that detestable Zhang Kaiga so many live rooms? The mere thought of Zhang Kaiga's arrogant demeanor and his disdain for Chu Ye filled Xiaohong with loathing. At Xiaohong's remark, a smile crept onto Wang Qimei's face. Silly girl, what do you know? Chapter 220. The arrival of a rival. It is precisely due to my disdain for that individual that I provide him with an abundance of live streaming rooms. Upon finishing her statement, Wang Qimei resumed her serious gaze upon the screen before her, harboring no fondness for Zhang Kaiga either. However, in contrast to Xiaohong, her perspective was far more long-term. If you are so arrogant, let me witness your complete downfall under the scrutiny of the public eye. From beginning to end, Wang Qimei never doubted that Chu Ye would lose. In her view, that man would never succumb to a mere insect. Of course, let us set this matter aside for the moment. At that very moment on the deserted island, Chu Ye regarded the youth before him with a peculiar expression. Was this truly his rival? Given Chu Ye's understanding of the system's wicked sense of humor, he even suspected that this individual was a mockery crafted by the system itself. Is this truly the form of my rival? You must be the one called Chu Ye, the country bumpkin? Zhang Kaiga spoke with disdain, his gaze contemptuous as he looked at Chu Ye. As the grandson of a Zhang family, he would never have engaged with someone of Chu Ye's lowly status had it not been for Ruoxin. Yet, the thought that Wang Ruoxin had formed a bond with such a rustic individual, and even bore a child, filled Zhang Kaiga with jealousy. Upon hearing Zhang Kaiga's words, Chu Ye could not help but twitch the corners of his mouth. I am not. Speaking with utmost seriousness, he clarified that while his name indeed was Chu Ye, his lineage was certainly not that of a country bumpkin. As soon as Chu Ye finished speaking, Zhang Kaiga's mouth twitched, and he cast a strange look at Chu Ye. Since he dared to come here, he naturally possessed some knowledge of Chu Ye's identity. Thus, his earlier inquiry was merely a habitual formality. In truth, both Zhang Kaiga and his 5 bodyguards were well aware that Chu Ye was indeed Chu Ye. However, what Zhang Kaiga did not anticipate was the audacity of this fellow to lie so brazenly without a hint of embarrassment. With a meaningless chuckle, Zhang Kaiga finally revealed a look of disdain towards Chu Ye. I never imagined Ruoxin would be interested in a coward like you. Indeed, it was astonishing that you could not even compete with a coward. At this moment, Chu Ye fully embraced the invaluable strategies left by the great leader in confronting his adversaries, showing no mercy, akin to autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves. Of course, there was another primary reason for Chu Ye's demeanor. The system demanded that this fellow feel a profound sense of despair in every aspect. In terms of appearance and charisma, Chu Ye was brimming with confidence. It would not be an exaggeration to say that among all the individuals on the deserted island, he firmly believed himself to be the most handsome of them all. As soon as Chu Ye's words left his lips, Zhang Kaiga could not suppress the twitching of his mouth, nearly spitting out a mouthful of blood. If Wang Ruoxin represented a wound in his heart, then Chu Ye's recent words were akin to sprinkling cumin upon that very wound. Casting a glance at the composed Chu Ye, Zhang Kaiga made a wise decision. He would absolutely refrain from engaging in a war of words with this individual. Upon contemplating this, a disdainful expression swiftly returned to Zhang Kaiga's face. Silver-tongued fool, do you really think you're worthy of Ruoxin? After uttering these words, before Chu Ye could respond, Zhang Kaiga produced a bank card from his pocket, declaring, "This card holds 10 million. Depart from Ruoxin. She is not someone of your lowly status can approach." As he spoke, pride radiated from Zhang Kaiga. A commoner remains a commoner, and even if one were fortunate enough to win Ruoxin's favor, a vast chasm still existed between him and someone of such elevated standing. Observing Zhang Kaiga's expression, Chu Ye was momentarily taken aback, but soon retrieved a black bank card from his own possession. This card contains $10 million. Kindly keep your distance. His voice exuded a sense of resignation. In truth, he considered himself a rather modest individual, and had it not been for the system's coercion, he would never resort to such measures. Clearly, Chu Ye's sentiments were not influenced by Zhang Kaiga. Upon hearing his words, Zhang Kaiga was momentarily stunned, his countenance shifting to one of astonishment. How is this possible? You are merely a commoner. How could you? The remainder of his words went unspoken as his gaze fell upon the emblem on the bank card in Chu Ye's hand, a mark denoting membership in an esteemed international banking institution. To possess such a card, one must maintain a minimum balance of $50 million. Those who wield such cards are not prone to deceit in matters of this kind. You, with a fierce glare directed at Chu Ye, Zhang Kaiga's face flushed crimson. Do you think a handful of filthy lucre makes you remarkable? Do you believe that mere wealth qualifies you for Ruoxin? As he spoke, a profound sense of shame enveloped him. This was the first time in his life he had uttered such hollow words. It is essential to note that throughout his life, he had always been the one to wield money against others. Otherwise, he would not have so brazenly thrust a bank card into Chu Ye's hands. Chapter 221. A display of unmatched bravado. Upon hearing Zhang Kaiga's words, Chu Ye found himself momentarily stunned. He suddenly questioned whether he had indeed gone too far. After all, his demeanor suggested that this individual was undoubtedly a scion of wealth. Yet here he was, compelling a second-generation heir to utter such sentiments. Even within the depths of Chu Ye's conscience, a wave of guilt washed over him. As a compassionate soul, it seemed imperative that I enlighten this naive, second-generation compatriot on the true nature of harsh reality. Muttering to himself, Chu Ye suddenly lifted his head, presenting a broad smile to the indignant Zhang Kaiga. I am, after all, more handsome than you. Upon hearing Chu Ye's declaration, Zhang Kaiga felt a sudden sweetness in his throat, as if something was about to erupt. As a quintessential playboy, while he did not engage in bullying, he had always considered his conduct sufficiently audacious. However, upon encountering Chu Ye, he realized he had made a colossal miscalculation. How could there exist such a shameless individual in this world? Gazing at Chu Ye before him, Zhang Kaiga's expression darkened. How could such a despicable and unprincipled being possibly win Ruoxin's genuine affection? The thought ignited a spark in Zhang Kaiga's eyes. Surely this fellow had deceived Ruoxin with cunning trickery. No, I must not allow Ruoxin to remain ensnared in such deception. With this resolve, Zhang Kaiga fixed his gaze upon Chu Ye. Do you dare to engage in a duel with me? As he spoke, Zhang Kaiga stared intently at Chu Ye. Let us settle this like men in a contest of fists. If you manage to defeat me, I shall concede that you are worthy of Ruoxin. Cough, cough. As Zhang Kaiga spoke, a bodyguard in a suit nearby cleared his throat twice. He wished to inform his young master that the individual before them was likely someone they could not contend with together, but upon reflecting on Zhang Kaiga's arrogant disposition, he promptly abandoned the notion. After all, with the connection to Dr. Chu, the worst that would happen was a lesson for the young master. It was unnecessary for him to intervene. Thus, the bodyguard swiftly retracted the words he nearly voiced. At that moment, he noticed that the others shared the same expression, and in an instant, he realized that they were all aligned in thought. Yet, instead of feeling pleased, a chill gripped his heart. Well, had we not agreed to share fortune and misfortune during our feasts? Why was it that none of you beasts reminded me at this juncture? In this unspoken understanding, they all gazed calmly as Zhang Kaiga dramatically challenged Chu Ye. Upon hearing Zhang Kaiga's words, Chu Ye's expression transformed into one of incredulity. Are you certain you wish to fight me? Indeed, as soon as Chu Ye's words left his lips, Zhang Kaiga nodded without hesitation. As long as you can defeat me, not only will I cease to pursue Ruoxin, but I shall also take you as my master. A sinister smile crept across Zhang Kaiga's face, though he might not stand a chance against the formidable warriors of the Wang family. He had been rigorously trained by Zhang Baizhan since childhood, being from a family of generals himself. In Zhang Kaiga's eyes, Chu Ye was merely an attractive pretty boy. If he couldn't even best such a mediocre opponent, it would indeed be a laughable matter to dissuade any potential refusal from Chu Ye. An air of disdain adorned Zhang Kaiga's features. What's the matter? As a man, you wouldn't dare to accept such a challenge, would you? Inwardly, Zhang Kaiga silently congratulated himself, believing that no man would ever refuse such an invitation. Upon hearing Zhang Kaiga's words, Chu Ye revealed a broad smile, his teeth glinting in the sunlight. Since you desire this so ardently, I cannot refuse. Throughout, Chu Ye considered himself a benevolent individual, with his greatest flaw being his inability to decline. Indeed, this was how he viewed himself. But had Chen Jian and the others been privy to his innermost thoughts, they would have undoubtedly drowned him in their scorn. Such an evolved form of shamelessness could likely be found solely in Chu Ye. Meanwhile, the online community buzzed with excitement, particularly when Zhang Kaiga challenged Chu Ye. Admiration for him surged among the spectators. Fat Master, regardless of the outcome, from this day forth, I shall refer to Brother Zhang as the only man on earth, less bookish 9 times. Are you implying that God Chu is not a man? Laughing Lord. If he's called a god, can he still be just a man? Carving Dragon. Let's place our bets. God Chu wins 10-0-0-0 to 1. Brother Zhang wins 1-10-0-0-0. Unbeknownst to Zhang Kaiga, before the battle had even commenced, he had already been branded a loser in the eyes of countless spectators, earning the title of the Earth's one and only true man. Chapter 222. Bullying the Innocent. Undoubtedly, the reason for this title was the audience's admiration for comrade Zhang Kaiga's courage. After all, not everyone dares to challenge Chu Ye. However, Chu Ye was not like other spectators who cared whether this individual was truly brave. Upon hearing Zhang Kaiga's words, a broad smile immediately illuminated Chu Ye's face. I agree. As a man you... What? Mid-sentence, Zhang Kaiga suddenly grasped what Chu Ye had just said. Astonished, he exclaimed, You agree? The incredulity on Zhang Kaiga's face was palpable. He could not fathom why Chu Ye would so readily acquiesce to his request. Shouldn't this fellow have felt fear first, and then attempted to evade? Observing Chu Ye's slight physique juxtaposed with his own robust arms, a realization struck Zhang Kaiga. Yes, this guy must be afraid of losing face, hence feigning strength in front of Ruoxin. With this thought, a cruel smile emerged on Zhang Kaiga's face. If circumstances allowed, he would have laughed heartily at the absurdity. Upon hearing Zhang Kaiga's remark, Chu Ye was momentarily taken aback, then regarded him with a peculiar glance. What? Are you unwilling? As he spoke, Chu Ye nodded understandingly. No worries, you still have time to reconsider. As soon as Chu Ye's words left his mouth, Zhang Kaiga felt a twitch at the corner of his lips. Kid, have you mistaken the script? That line belongs to me. Of course. Zhang Kaiga would never voice such sentiments aloud. Immediately after Chu Ye's statement, he raised his fist and aimed a strike at Chu Ye's eye. In the instant he struck, Zhang Kaiga even reminded Chu Ye, I'm going to hit you. Hearing Zhang Kaiga's declaration, Chu Ye's expression darkened. He did not expect this burly figure to be a schemer as well. Had anyone else found themselves in this predicament, they would have undoubtedly suffered a severe blow. But unfortunately for Zhang Kaiga, he was facing Chu Ye. Nevertheless, as Zhang Kaiga's fist drew nearer, a wide smile spread across Chu Ye's face. Bang! Before Zhang Kaiga could react, he was sent flying backward. Cough, cough, cough. Feeling a searing pain in his abdomen and recalling the earlier events, Zhang Kaiga's complexion turned a shade of deep charcoal. Despicable. You used your foot. The words escaped him, and even Zhang Kaiga's thick skin felt a flush of embarrassment. However, he knew it was too late to retract his statement, so he gritted his teeth and continued. According to the rules of martial artists, I use my fists first, and I hadn't employed my feet yet. How could you strike with your foot? Upon hearing Zhang Kaiga's words, several suited bodyguards in the distance lowered their heads with peculiar expressions, primarily because they could not afford to lose face on his behalf. When did it become a rule that opponents could only act according to your thoughts? Just as a few bodyguards pondered whether to resign to avoid becoming as shameless as this fellow, Chu Ye finally spoke. Observing Zhang Kaiga, whose complexion had turned pallid after receiving a kick from him, a flicker of guilt crossed Chu Ye's face. So that's how it is. Rest assured, as long as you do not strike first, I shall certainly refrain from making a move. Upon hearing Chu Ye's words, Zhang Kaiga, who initially felt a twinge of shame, was momentarily taken aback, only to feel a wave of joy wash over him, akin to tasting honey. Did he actually agree? In that instant, Zhang Kaiga began to question whether there was something amiss with Chu Ye's intellect, for any rational individual would surely not believe such an excuse. Nevertheless, at this juncture, Zhang Kaiga no longer contemplated why Chu Ye acquiesced to his demands. Upon hearing Chu Ye's words, Zhang Kaiga immediately wore an expression of teachable spirit, nodding earnestly. Indeed, now that you comprehend the rules, we can truly commence our contest. While speaking, Zhang Kaiga discreetly rubbed his abdomen, primarily because the kick he received moments ago was rather forceful. Excellent. Watching Zhang Kaiga surreptitiously massage his belly while feigning indifference, Chu Ye's expression grew even more sincere. Youngster, you remain oblivious to the darkness of this world. Unbeknownst to Chu Ye, as this thought flitted through his mind, the same notion crossed Zhang Kaiga's heart. Gazing at the seemingly simple-minded Chu Ye, Zhang Kaiga felt no pangs of guilt for taking advantage of an honest man. This is for Ruoxin's sake, after all. Given this fellow's current display of intellect, it is certain that Ruoxin would not find happiness in the future. Having found a justification for his impending actions, Zhang Kaiga unhesitatingly stepped before Chu Ye once more. Are you prepared? Chapter 223. A slip of the hand. Upon hearing Zhang Kaiga's words, Chu Ye was momentarily taken aback, then promptly nodded earnestly. I'm ready. As Chu Ye spoke and nodded, a subtle, secretive smile appeared at the corner of Zhang Kaiga's mouth. Suddenly, he lifted his leg, aiming a kick toward Chu Ye's abdomen. However, at that moment, Zhang Kaiga's expression shifted dramatically, for he realized that Chu Ye's reflexes were astonishingly quicker than his own. Bang! In a scene reminiscent of earlier, Zhang Kaiga found himself once again propelled backward without any means of resistance, landing deftly in the very same spot. Are you all right? Observing Zhang Kaiga sprawled motionless on the ground, Chu Ye's face reflected a panicked expression. I saw you lift your leg, and I thought you were going to kick me. As he spoke, Chu Ye maintained a serious demeanor, which, to those unfamiliar with him, might have suggested he was genuinely earnest. For instance, Zhang Kaiga, in his naivety, believed Chu Ye's words wholeheartedly. Upon hearing Chu Ye's statement, Zhang Kaiga couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. In truth, his original intention had been to launch a surprise attack while Chu Ye was speaking. Little did he expect that Chu Ye would preempt him, not with words, but with a swift kick. Cough, cough. After a series of labored coughs, Zhang Kaiga managed to muster a faint smile for Chu Ye. I'm fine. Although he felt an overwhelming urge to pounce on Chu Ye and exact revenge, he restrained his inner thoughts upon hearing Chu Ye's words. Let us continue. Struggling to rise from the ground, Zhang Kaiga rubbed his abdomen before addressing Chu Ye. According to the rules, you must wait until I make my move before you can act. Otherwise, it constitutes a violation. Upon hearing Zhang Kaiga's words, Chu Ye nodded with utmost seriousness. Rest assured, I will not violate the rules this time. His expression was remarkably sincere, resembling that of an innocent fool. However, it was evident that such a demeanor proved effective. For Zhang Kaiga was once again filled with confidence upon witnessing Chu Ye's expression. He had devised a plan to divert Chu Ye's attention and, while he was distracted, to deliver a decisive blow. As for whether such tactics were shameless, Zhang Kaiga reasoned that only the one standing victorious in the end could truly claim success. Unbeknownst to Chu Ye, Zhang Kaiga's inner machinations remained concealed. Yet, as Zhang Kaiga once more positioned himself before Chu Ye, a hint of admiration flickered across Chu Ye's face. Setting aside all else, in terms of simplicity and earnestness, Chu Ye was willing to regard him as the strongest. In truth, it was not only Chu Ye who was astonished. The spectators were equally taken aback by Zhang Kaiga's antics. Zheng Yan, goodness, I never expected there to be such a candid and honest individual in this world. Shujio, if there were more people like him, I would have struck it rich by now. Master Pang, I am willing to pay handsomely for Zhang Ji's contact information, not for any other reason, but simply to experience the thrill of intellectual domination. Not far away, several suited bodyguards were nearly shrinking their heads into their chests, utterly embarrassed. What kind of thought process could allow someone to stumble in the same place so many times, yet persist in falling again? At that moment, even the bodyguards were filled with profound doubt, pondering what could possibly enable this individual to achieve such remarkable success in reincarnation. Clearly, Zhang Kaiga was oblivious to the thoughts of the crowd, as he was fixated with a cruel expression on Chu Ye. He had begun to contemplate the most effective method to teach a lesson to this audacious person who dared to vie for Ruoxin. Just as he prepared to speak, a sharp sound echoed. As a notorious playboy, Zhang Kaiga was quite familiar with such a noise. It was the unmistakable sound of a slap. He had often delivered such blows in Longdu. Moreover, from the sound, he could ascertain that the assailant was a skilled individual. Such a perfectly executed slap would be difficult even for him to replicate. Yet, before he could fully process this thought, a wave of agony gripped his face. It hurt. It hurt immensely. Why did you hit me? He whimpered, his eyes glistening with tears as he felt the sting on his cheek. Indeed, he had been struck again, and this time it was Chu Ye who initiated the assault. Upon hearing Zhang Kaiga's words, Chu Ye displayed an expression of guilt, stating, "Ahem, you startled me." And my hand slipped. Scoundrel! Zhang Kaiga roared in anger, his gaze fixed intently on Chu Ye. Though somewhat simple-minded, he was not devoid of awareness. As the saying goes, things should not happen thrice, and after being struck multiple times by Chu Ye without managing to retaliate even once, he felt that if he did not recognize the issue at hand, he might as well change his name to Zhang Simpleton. Chapter 224. Chu Ye's tenacity upon hearing Zhang Kaiga's words. Chu Ye was momentarily taken aback, his gaze shifting to Zhang in astonishment. You actually noticed? Observing Chu Ye's incredulous demeanor, a hint of pride crept onto Zhang Kaiga's face. Did you truly believe such trivial tricks could deceive me? The countenances of the bodyguards present darkened further at Zhang Kaiga's remarks. How utterly humiliating! What could possibly sustain this arrogance? Especially when he had yet to realize he had been bested several times. Fortunately, Zhang Kaiga was not entirely beyond redemption. After a few breaths, he finally grasped the situation. Kid, are you playing me for a fool? Fury etched across his features. Zhang Kaiga confronted Chu Ye. Zhang, am engaging you in a fair contest, and yet you resort to underhanded tactics. He turned sharply to his bodyguards. Are you lot going to stand idly by while I am subjected to this indignation? Feeling the searing pain coursing through him, Zhang Kaiga directed a fierce glare at his suited bodyguards. Do you believe I won't dismiss you all on the spot? The bodyguards exchanged glances, a resigned smile gracing their lips. Had this been an ordinary individual, they would have readily intervened upon hearing Zhang Kaiga's words. Yet, could they truly confront someone of Chu Ye's caliber? Coughing lightly, one of the more robust bodyguards stepped forward, bowing respectfully to Chu Ye. Lord Chu, I am your admirer, and I humbly ask for your mercy. As he spoke, the bodyguard's eyes were filled with earnest supplication. Lord Chu, I am also your fan. In an instant, the remaining bodyguards revealed their concealed admiration for Chu Ye. They were not being dishonest. After all, they were all retired soldiers. And it was figures like Chu Ye, embodying valor and strength, whom they revered most. Surprised by their expressions, Chu Ye initially hesitated, then nodded in acknowledgement. I understand. With that, he assumed a serious martial stance and addressed them, "Come meet together." Upon hearing Chu Ye's command, The bodyguards exchanged glances before each clenched their fists and charged forward. As Niu Guli approached Chu Ye, a chill swept over him, and suddenly, a fist loomed large before him. Gulping nervously, Niu Guli's heart raced. This was a fist capable of defeating a tiger. If it connected, would he meet his end today? The thought filled him with despair, and he involuntarily shut his eyes. Father, mother, wife, I have wronged you all. However, as several breaths passed, a bewildered expression began to cloud Niu Guli's face. The anticipated agony did not arrive. With great caution, Niu Guli opened his eyes, only to see Chu Ye's fist halted a mere centimeter from his face. Not only that, but he also noticed Chu Ye making peculiar facial expressions directed at him. Initially taken aback by Chu Ye's strange countenance, Niu Guli quickly regained his composure. After cautiously nodding, he suddenly spun around and gradually collapsed onto the ground. Moreover, during his descent, his mouth was not idle. Indeed, Chu Ye, your martial prowess is truly remarkable. Observing Niu Guli's theatrical performance, the onlookers could not help but twitch their lips in amusement. If you lack acting skills, please refrain from unnecessarily embellishing the scene. Your antics are quite embarrassing for us all. However, this moment of awkwardness was fleeting, as the other suited bodyguards soon caught on. As protectors, they could not defy Zhang Kaiga's orders, and since Chu Ye was willing to indulge them in the charade, they certainly could not let such an opportunity slip away. With this thought in mind, their eyes gleamed with newfound enthusiasm. At that moment, they felt a twinge of gratitude towards Zhang Kaiga. Had he not compelled them, they might never have had the chance to act alongside their idol. As the joy settled within them, a dark-skinned bodyguard lunged towards Chu Ye, exclaiming, "Ha, Chu Ye, take a punch from Yang Xiaolong." With a fierce expression, Yang Xiaolong spoke, though his movements were hardly swifter than those of a septuagenarian. Upon hearing Yang Xiaolong's declaration, the others were momentarily stunned, followed by a collective inward censure of his shamelessness. Who would have thought he would seize the opportunity to utter his idol's name? Why must he be so brazen as a fellow bodyguard? Nonetheless, despite their scorn, they understood the value of learning from their opponent's experience. After a moment's contemplation, they too began to throw punches and kicks, all aimed at Chu Ye. Naturally, this exchange was accompanied by a flurry of playful banter. Chapter 225, The Dramatic Ensemble. Behold, the death-defying fist of Wang Dali, the boxing champion of Yinqing. Chu Ye, prepare to receive my dragon spiral kick. What were mere ordinary martial arts techniques have transformed into legendary dragon-slaying skills when uttered by these individuals. Observing their antics, a twitch of amusement crossed Chu Ye's lips. If you truly possessed such prowess, I would have long since met my demise. Yet, despite the myriad of expletives clawing to escape his lips, Chu Ye chose to indulge their theatrical performance. Thus, amidst the audience's bemusement, Chu Ye leisurely deflected Wang Dali's fist and delivered a gentle kick to the abdomen of another bodyguard. Remarkably, despite exerting minimal effort, both Wang Dali and the others were sent sprawling to the ground with a resounding thud. Yet in stark contrast to the others, Wang Dali, upon hitting the ground, executed a dramatic roll before feebly proclaiming, as expected of Chu Ye, I, Wang, am truly humbled. With Wang Dali's cue, the remaining participants seemed to unlock a new realm of creativity, instantly adopting a myriad of absurd falling postures before Chu Ye. To encapsulate the spectacle in a single phrase, it was a scene even fiction would dare not conceive. As the cacophony of sounds filled his ears, Niu Guli observed the bodyguards grappling with Chu Ye, a peculiar glimmer flickering in his eyes. He suddenly felt he had been outdone. Why had he not thought of such flamboyant displays earlier? After a brief contemplation, Niu Guli astonishingly rose once more from the ground. Coughing a few times, he stood with an exaggerated effort, yet the process saw him tumbling 4 or 5 times. Witnessing Niu Guli's antics, both Chu Ye and the viewers of the live broadcast couldn't help but smirk. Were you struck by a bullet or stabbed through with a dagger? However, deeply engrossed in his own theatrics, Niu Guli paid no heed to the opinions of others. After struggling to regain his footing, he coughed again and glared at Chu Ye with indignation, declaring, Chu Ye, I, Niu Guli, am not so easily defeated. With that, he staggered toward Chu Ye, taking several minutes to traverse a mere few steps. Were it not for the knowledge that Chu Ye had not unleashed his full strength, the audience might have believed he was on the verge of collapse. As Niu Guli approached, Chu Ye cast a sympathetic glance at Zhang Kaiga beside him, pondering where he had unearthed such exceptional talents. With a casual flick, he once more sent Neo Gully flying, who, satisfied with his dramatic display, rolled on the ground before finally lying still, a picture of tranquility. Upon witnessing the remarkable performance of his several bodyguards, Zhang Kaige's expression could rival that of a tarnished pot, feeling as though both his intellect and dignity had been thoroughly insulted. Did they truly believe that Zhang, of all people, could be so easily deceived? Observing the group sprawled on the ground, he could not help but emit a disdainful snort. "You worthless fools, why do you not rise at once?" In response to Zhang Kaige's words, Nuguli opened his eyes to glance at him, then painfully coughed twice. "Young master, I have sustained internal injuries. I fear I cannot rise in the short term." Chu Ye is simply terrifying. Upon hearing Nuguli's statement, Wang Dali and the others, who had initially intended to stand, were taken aback and subsequently reclined back at ease. Even a bodyguard who had managed to stand up again fell back to the ground, exclaiming, "Ah, my leg. My leg is broken. I cannot get up." As Zhang Kaige observed their haphazard performance, the corners of his mouth twitched in irritation. "You scoundrels, do you believe I will dismiss you right now?" "Zhang Kaige, what are you doing here?" Just as Zhang Kaige was furiously berating them, a melodious voice suddenly rang out nearby. "Ruoxin." Upon hearing this voice, Zhang Kaige was momentarily taken aback. Then his face transformed into a broad smile. "I am here to see." Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, a shadow darted past, and he found himself once again sent sprawling backwards. Not only that, upon landing, he tasted a sweetness in his throat, followed by a spurt of fresh blood. Observing Zhang Kaige's pallid complexion, Chu Ye revealed a hint of coldness. "Is Ruoxin a name you may call without reservation?" As Chu Ye spoke with a frigid demeanor, it became evident that he had previously refrained from resorting to excessive force solely out of deference to Zhang Baijian. Yet this fool had audaciously overstepped. Witnessing Chu Ye's icy countenance, Wang Ruoxin began to comprehend the unfolding situation.